Family, who would have thought that I was grinding points all night? And the next second, I found myself on Roger's ship, being chased and bombarded by Garp. As a 10-year-old kid, I crossed over to the world of One Piece, and right after getting on the ship, I had a two-dimensional system at my disposal. With release in hand, I beat up Buggy and Shanks, and later encountered Laboon the Whale and new enemies. This plot is too explosive. Let me tell you, this situation is just outrageous. One second I was grinding points, and the next second, bam, I was on Roger's ship. And can you believe it? The Navy hero Garp, yes, the Iron Fist Garp who can use mountains as punching bags, was on a warship chasing us and bombarding us like crazy. The cannonballs were raining down like they were free, covering the sky. The whole scene looked like a meteor shower. I was standing at the edge of the ship, the sea breeze making my head buzz, thinking this was it. I was going to be taken out by the strongest boss in the version right from the start. But guess what happened next? Sigh, this all started from the day I opened my eyes. When I woke up, my head hurt like I had a hangover, and when I looked down, I was dumbfounded. Whose kids' hands are these? So white and tender. What happened to my calloused hands from years of typing? I jumped out of bed and rushed to the mirror, and wow, I had really turned into a 10-year-old kid. I was completely stunned, pushed open the door, and a whiff of sea smell almost knocked me over. Family, who understands? Outside the door was an endless sea. I'm a seasoned landlubber, and now I've crossed over, but how is it still a hellish difficulty of island survival? Just when I was so desperate that I wanted to perform a spiraling ascent right there, a uniquely magnetic voice suddenly came from behind me. Hey kid, you're awake. I turned around and my pupils shook. Oh my god, GOLD, Roger, alive. Those two iconic little mustaches, that bold smile, just like he walked out of the anime. No, even more real than the live-action version. I was so shocked that I blurted out, Roger, big brother, your cosplay is incredibly realistic. Roger looked surprised, though he didn't understand what cosplay was. He could tell I wasn't pretending. Before I could explain, I caught sight of the two people behind him. Oh my god, Silver's Rayleigh and Buggy, Roger's right and left arms. I instantly understood I had really crossed over, and it was the world of One Piece. As a 10-year-old kid with no fighting power, I probably wouldn't survive more than 3 episodes here. No way, I had to cling to the strongest leg. I immediately stood at attention, looking at Roger with utmost sincerity, using all my acting skills to start babbling. Actually, I set sail because I admire you. Roger heard this and burst out laughing. His mouth wide open, I felt like I could fit a devil fruit in there. He didn't doubt me at all, probably thinking I was just an ordinary little fanboy. The opportunity came. I quickly took advantage of the moment, lifted my head, my eyes sparkling with desire. Captain, please let me join your pirate crew. Rayleigh and Buggy next to Roger had a helpless expression, as if to say, look, our captain has started picking up people again. But who is Roger? After hearing my words, he just asked seriously, young man, have you thought it through? Being a pirate can be deadly. I nodded vigorously. I've thought it through. I must join. Ha ha ha. Good. I agree. Captain Good. My name is Xia Hao. I quickly tried to please him. Just as I successfully boarded the ship, I heard a ding in my head. Family. The system has been activated. It's a two-dimensional system, which says it can let me use the abilities of all two-dimensional characters. I was so excited, I quickly asked, System, is there a newbie gift pack? Save me. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ninja art. Would release full ninja art version from the Naruto world. I almost laughed out loud. Would release. The divine skill of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Doesn't this put me way ahead? Although the panel showed a fusion degree of only 10, it was enough. The built-in passive no-print healing was simply a mobile spring. The next day, just as I started doing the daily tasks released by the system on the deck, 2 little kids came looking for trouble. One had a big red nose, and the other had not yet put on a straw hat, but already had eye-catching red hair. Oh my god, future Yonko, Buggy, and Shanks. Childhood Buggy was so arrogant, hands on his hips, telling me to sweep the floor and wash the dishes, saying he would protect me in the future. I gave him a roll of my eyes. You? Too weak, red nose, get out of my way, don't block my training. The phrase red nose completely blew Buggy's top, and he screamed, bastard, take this, and charged at me with a small knife. Let me tell you, I wasn't worried at all. I quickly countered with would release, would block wall. With a clang, a wooden wall appeared out of thin air. Buggy's knife hit it and was instantly bounced back. He stood there dumbfounded. I wasn't done yet, immediately following up with would release. Binding technique. A few vines shot out and tied him up like a big dumpling, hanging in midair. At this moment, everyone on the ship was shocked. Roger, Rayleigh, their expressions were all different. The system prompt in my head kept ringing ding ding ding, and shot points were flooding in. Seeing his buddy being beaten, Shanks drew his sword and rushed over. I immediately used would release, would clone. and let him stab into nothingness. Watching his bewildered expression, I walked out from behind the clone and patted his shoulder. You don't really think you took me down, do you? Now, even Roger couldn't sit still. He came over laughing heartily and separated us, then waved his hand. For our new partner, let's have a feast. After accumulating shot points for a few days, I went all in on lottery. Guess what happened? Congratulations, host. You have obtained a powerful burning koan. Are you kidding me, system? You little black heart thing. And Naruto's expired milk? Is this polite? Fortunately, I finally got something decent later. Fong Tian Hua Ji and 3 styles of the demon god. With this combination, I felt like I could make it. Just when I was itching to find someone to try out my new skills, the lookout suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. The Navy is coming. It's Garp's ship. And then the scene from the beginning happened. When Roger saw Garp, he shouted, "Everyone, prepare for battle." But the next second, his body honestly shouted, "Run." I was completely dumbfounded. On Garp's side, without saying a word, he directly threw cannonballs like stones, using the bone fist meteor shower. Countless cannonballs whistled and came crashing down. Their power was even more terrifying than artillery shells. Everyone on the ship was ready to take a heat in, but I took a step to the bow and slammed my hands on the deck. Would release, would block wall. Boom! A giant wooden wall, thicker and taller than the sails, shot up from the ground, firmly protecting the entire ship. Boom, boom, boom. All the cannonballs hit the wooden wall, leaving only a charred mark, and didn't blow through. Everyone on the ship was left dumbfounded, especially Buggy, whose eyes were about to pop out. After I released him, he rushed over, banging on my wall with his little knife, repeatedly mumbling, "So hard, so hard." Family, I pulled off this act perfectly. After shaking off Garp, we sailed straight to Twin Cape. Goodness, that whale Labu was 100 times bigger than I saw on the screen. It was like a moving small island, bang bang, crashing its head against the red land, making me wince in sympathy. At that moment, standing on Labu's head was an old man with hair like saffron, the very target of Roger's trip, the renowned Dr. Kuroka's. Roger, being straightforward, jumped over and got straight to the point. "Old man, I see your medical skills are impressive. Join my ship as the ship's doctor, and I'll take you on your final voyage." Kuroka's initially had no intention of dealing with these pirates, but Roger's sincerity convinced him, with the condition that they help him gather information about the Rumbar pirates along the way. Just as they managed to convince the new ship's doctor to come aboard, before the welcome banquet could even begin, suddenly there was a loud boom, and another pirate ship flying a skull flag appeared, immediately opening fire on Labu. I was furious these guys really knew how to pick their moments. Kuroka's eyes turned red with anxiety as he grabbed a harpoon, ready to fight, but Rayleigh stopped him. "Doctor, fighting is our job." Roger was also angry, instantly drawing his sword and pointing it forward. "You guys finish this quickly." Without saying a word, I first wrapped Labu in a full protection wooden shell to block all the cannonballs. Then I squatted slightly, gathering strength in my legs, and like a cannonball, I launched myself, whoosh, jumping onto the enemy's ship. The ragtag pirates on the opposite side wanted to rush over, but I lightly raised my hand and coldly uttered a few words. Would release. Insertion technique. In an instant, countless sharp wooden spikes shot out from the deck beneath my feet. Thud, thud, thud. The pirates in the front didn't even have time to scream before they were instantly pierced, nailed to the deck like candied hawthorns, their blood immediately staining the entire bow of the ship. The horrifying screams were something else. As for the remaining scruffy pirates, let me tell you, they were so scared they were dumbfounded. The way they looked at me was off, as if they had seen a ghost, muttering something about devil fruit users. Their leader, a guy named Evil Wolf Moira, was even more terrified, completely losing his wits. When he looked up, he happened to meet Roger's domineering gaze. And goodness, his face turned pale in an instant. The sensation was akin to a layer of putty being applied, as if a voice deep within my soul was screaming, "Run. If you don't run, you will perish." He was a man of action, immediately raising his voice to shout, "Change direction. Run." And what happened? The last syllable of run was still lingering in the air when our captain, Luo Xia, from a considerable distance, unsheathed his knife in a swift motion. With a flick of his wrist, a golden blade of energy, so fast it was nearly invisible, shot forth. Divine intervention, with a piercing sound. That wretched wolf captain didn't he even have time to react before being cleaved in two. What about his animal-type fruit powers? In the presence of Luo Xia, that was as fragile as paper. My eyes widened in astonishment, thinking how magnificent this move was. Even the gods would retreat in awe. Would I ever master such a skill? Once the battle concluded, that little scoundrel, Buggy, dashed over like an excited pup, clinging to my arm, his eyes sparkling with wonder. asking how I managed to be so fierce. I teased him, "Why not find a fruit for you to eat?" He shook his head vigorously, declaring, "No, no, I refuse to be a landlubber." I smirked, thinking to myself that he should accept his fate. Some things are simply destined to be his burden. Luo Jia approached, his palm as large as a fan, delivering a hearty slap on my shoulder that nearly knocked me apart, praising me for my commendable performance. After our ship's doctor, Kulaokas, concluded his business with that enormous whale, 2 days later, our vessel, the Kexen, set sail once more. Let me tell you, the pressure aboard this ship is truly immense. Surrounded by monsters, I dared not slacken my efforts for a single day. I trained relentlessly in the training room. After one exhausting session, I sat cross-legged on the ground and activated my golden finger system. Hooray! I had accumulated 520 points. It was time for a single draw. They say miracles happen with single draws, so I went for a quintuple single draw. System, deliver me something exceptional. To my astonishment, the first draw yielded a skill replication card. The second yielded a wood transformation fusion card. The third granted me basic observation hockey. The fourth bestowed upon me basic armament hockey. My friends, who understands this? When the fifth draw emerged, I couldn't help but exclaim, "Spacetime ninjutsu, flying thunder god technique." Incredible. This round was a bountiful harvest, allowing me to soar into the sky with the flying thunder god. Even if I couldn't win, I could escape, and that sense of security surged within me. I quickly utilized that wood fusion card, feeling my control over would strengthen significantly. Glancing at my new status panel, I found I now possessed both armament and observation hockey, and my skill set included the flying thunder god. My small physique could now be considered somewhat formidable. Just as I was reveling in my accomplishments, the door to the training room creaked open, and in walked Brother Jabba, the third in command of our ship. Noticing I was drenched as if I had just emerged from the water, he nodded appreciatively and said, "Young man, seeing your diligence, would you like to spar with me?" My eyes lit up at this. After all, this was the number 3 of Luo Jia's crew, voluntarily offering to be my sparring partner. How could I let such fortune slip away? I quickly scrambled to my feet. "Come on, Mr. Jabba, I want to hold back." As soon as I spoke, I dashed forward like a cannonball, still 10 or so meters away, and with a fierce swing of my arm, I executed wood style. Insertion technique. Countless wooden spikes rained down like bullets. Brother Jabba swung his dual axes with the speed of a fan, clanging as he sliced through my wooden spikes and countered with several gusts of axe wind. I hastily reinforced myself with 3 layers of wooden walls as shields while secretly crafting a wooden wolf to launch a sneak attack from behind. The wooden wolf lunged at him from behind, and Brother Jabba startled, narrowly avoiding it by relying on his observation hockey, landing on the ground and glaring at me. "You little rascal, no martial ethics. How dare you ambush an old veteran like me?" I chuckled. "Mr. Jabba, ambushing is also a tactic. Just like right now." I clapped my hands together, and wood style, for pillar prison erupted, erecting 4 wooden walls that trapped him inside. Then, countless spikes emerged from the prison's walls, launching indiscriminate attacks. The sounds of thuds echoed from within the wooden prison, and Brother Jabba chuckled wryly. "I underestimated you, young man." Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, a beastly aura exploded from the wooden prison, shattering it into splinters. Brother Jabba emerged unscathed. I turned to see that Buggy had somehow found his way to the door, his mouth agape in shock, clearly petrified. Likely thinking, this Xia Hao can actually fight evenly with Mr. Jabba? I clapped him on the shoulder, bringing him back to reality. He looked at me as though I were a monster, then, lost in thought, walked away dejectedly, muttering, "Monsters, all monsters. Is there anyone normal on this ship?" Brother Jabba laughed from behind. "Don't worry, this kid is used to it. He will toughen up after facing more setbacks." I felt a wave of dark humor. Only in a world where Buggy gets hurt could this be considered normal. 3 days later, the ship docked at a small island for supplies. Captain Luo Jia was the first to disappear, likely off to find a place to drink. Buggy and Shanks invited me to have ramen, but I declined, as I needed an opportunity to justifiably retrieve my Fong Tianhuaji. I strolled alone through the streets, indulging in cotton candy here and gnawing on roasted venison there. when I heard a commotion ahead. Upon approaching, I found our ship's hulking figure, Barrett, mercilessly beating a common man, leaving him bloodied, while his wife and child wept inconsolably at his side, all because the child had accidentally bumped into him. My temper flared, and I stepped in to intervene. Barrett, they are common folk. Spare them. His towering frame, over 4 meters tall, regarded me as if I were a mere chick, his expression darkening. Xia Hao. Step aside. Are you trying to instruct me? This guy only had one goal aboard the ship, to challenge Luo Jie, and he didn't regard us as comrades at all. I stood my ground, meeting his gaze. A truly powerful individual never bullies the weak. This infuriated him completely. His fist, the size of a sandbag, came crashing toward my head with a whoosh. With a resounding boom, I was sent flying 100 meters away. Barrett sneered. Too weak. Is that so? A calm voice echoed from behind him. The version of me that had just been sent flying transformed into a wooden clone. Indeed, from the very beginning, I had utilized a wood clone. Now intrigued, he vanished in a flash, his speed too swift for the eye to follow. Fortunately, having just acquired observation hockey, I could barely predict his position. Raising my arm, I executed with style, exploding gun tree. Countless vines and trees surged forth, encircling him. Boom, boom, boom. He bulldozed through my forest like a tank, delivering a punch right in front of me. Yet again, a crisp sound erupted. He struck another wooden decoy. Furious, he roared. Besides dodging, what else can you do? I can defeat you. With my Fong Tianhua Ji in hand, I descended from the sky, my body crackling with lightning as I thundered. Thunder Moon Slash. With a tremendous crash, my halberd collided with his arm, a force so immense it took him by surprise, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Following that, our figures flickered in place as I utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, matching his speed without faltering. I acknowledge you. Kid. Barrett shook his neck, and in the next instant, a hellish aura erupted from him, transforming into a demonic form. Luo Jie and Rayleigh had seemingly arrived unnoticed. Watching the spectacle unfold, Luo Jie restrained Rayleigh, saying, "Don't interfere. I want to see where this young lad's limits lie." With the captain's word, how could I back down? I unleashed my ultimate power, divine demon possession. Instantly, my strength, speed, and defense doubled. Barrett charged at me with wild laughter, his fists raining down like a storm. I swung my halberd, clanging against each strike, but in my heart, I knew that if this continued, I would surely lose. For he had yet to unleash his conqueror's haki and fully activate his fruit powers. However, I am a person who embodies the spirit of perseverance. Muduin, Mulong Jishu, 100-meter-long wooden dragon roared and ensnared him, while 5 wooden clones launched simultaneous assaults from various angles. Just as the attacks were about to land, Baleta began to merge with the ground, his body expanding to an enormous size, and with a crack, he forcibly shattered my wooden dragon. As we were on the verge of unleashing our true fury, Luo Jie finally intervened. He merely stood there, an unparalleled aura of dominance enveloping the scene, causing the onlookers to faint in a collective swoon, instantly clearing the area. "Stand down," Luo Jie commanded. "Powerful foes are approaching. It is time for us to depart." No one dared to disobey the captain's order. Even Baleta complied, though his eyes were filled with an insatiable thirst for battle. Upon returning to the ship, Buggy began to exuberantly exclaim, "Wow, Xia Hao, you are incredibly strong." I could only humbly reply, "I still fall far short when compared to the captain." Xian Kasi remained silently clenching his fist beside us. Not long after we set sail, the lookout raised the alarm. "Captain, we have spotted the flag of the Flying Sky pirate crew ahead." My goodness, it was Jin Shi Zi Ji. His fleet loomed ominously, surrounding us from all sides, creating an atmosphere of impending storm. Buggy immediately panicked, darting about the deck, exclaiming that he was going to die. Yet Luo Jie grinned, filled with fighting spirit. "Boys, let us attack." No sooner had the command been issued than I shot forth like a cannonball, soaring into the air between the two armies, beginning to spin at high speed. Long Xiu Shui. Initially, a small tornado, the width of a calf, appeared on the sea, drifting lazily toward the opposite side. The pirates aboard the enemy ship erupted in laughter, pointing and shouting. Is there no one left in the Xia pirate crew? Have they sent a mere child to scrub the decks? I merely smiled, remaining silent. The next instant, that diminutive tornado expanded explosively into a colossal waterspout, lifting towering waves that surged directly toward the central pirate ship. Boom! With a resounding crash, that multi-story vessel was twisted like a toy, and hundreds of pirates plummeted into the sea like dumplings. I tell you, this spectacle left the remaining enemy ships utterly dumbfounded. All were bewildered, pondering how the Xia pirate crews in turn could be so formidable. They wondered what level of monster Xia himself must be. In that moment of stupefaction, XiaHao leaped onto the enemy ship, brandishing his Fang Tianhua Ji like a whirlwind, sweeping through a multitude of foes as they scattered like bowling pins. Goodness, this was a classic case of a dimensional strike. Of course, the opposition was not to be outdone. A captain resembling a massive gorilla charged forth, wielding a 5-meter-long spike club, roaring as he swung it toward us. I thought to myself, surely this time we must take it seriously. But guess what? Xia Hao effortlessly lifted his hand, using the shaft of his halberd to block the attack with a single hand. Sparks flew as weapons collided, and the gorilla captain's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. He had likely never encountered a child with such extraordinary strength in his life. As they grappled, our Captain Xia also boarded the enemy vessel. I assure you, our captain was too lazy to engage directly. He merely stood forward, unleashing his aura of dominance, causing the enemy grunts to collapse in rows, their eyes rolling back as they fell into a deep slumber. The entire scene fell silent. It was at this moment that I noticed Xia Hao suddenly springing as if jolted, bouncing twice on the spot, his expression radiating sheer elation as though he had just won the lottery. I was puzzled, wondering why he seemed to be on an inexplicable high. With a swift motion, he swung his halberd and sent the still-dazed gorilla captain flying, then leapt backward, muttering, to express my gratitude, disappear. The next second, he vanished. When he reappeared, he had instantaneously teleported behind the gorilla, striking down upon the back of his skull. The sound was delightfully crisp. Unfortunately for that fellow, despite his animal-like resilience, he only barely survived the blow, soaring into the sky like a projectile, becoming a distant star, unsure of where he would land. From the beginning to the end of the skirmish, it lasted less than 10 minutes, and 3 pirate crews with bounties exceeding 100 million were effortlessly annihilated. Observing this calamity, the remaining ships dared not encircle us any longer. They quickly turned tail and fled, terrified of being obliterated. Later, it was said that these defeated remnants returned to Jin Shiji, weeping as they recounted their tale of woe. Jin Shiji, upon hearing their account, was furious, cursing them as useless, exclaiming, "I sent you to stall Xia. Who gave you the audacity to attempt to capture him? You may understand the art of deception, but do you not consider your own capabilities?" Meanwhile, Xia patted Xia Hao on the shoulder, smiling, "Well done, lad. You have learned to harness your aura." Xia Hao, ever the actor, scratched his head and sheepishly chuckled, claiming he had only just begun to grasp it. Of course, he would not reveal to Xia that in that fleeting moment, he had effectively pilfered the captain's supreme aura of dominance, along with Xia's ultimate technique. Shinbi. In the days that followed, the ship was remarkably tranquil. I observed Xia Hao secluding himself in the training room daily, though I was unaware of what he was concocting. Until one day, chaos erupted. Buggy and Xiangke, those 2 lively characters, found themselves in a predicament. Xiangke startled Buggy from behind, causing him to tremble and inadvertently swallow the recently acquired devil fruit. Not only that, but the treasure map he had hidden in his bosom also fell into the sea. This was disastrous. Buggy immediately crumbled. His greatest dream was to seek treasure, and his worst fear was to be rendered useless. Now, he faced an extreme ultimatum between aspiration and reality, leaving him utterly speechless. He retreated into a corner, ignoring everyone around him. At that moment, Xia Hao approached him, offering comfort and a burst of creativity. "Brother, it's just a devil fruit. Look at the bright side. Your split fruit, once developed, could be extraordinary." He began teaching him about splitting his body into countless atoms, generating lightning through high-speed friction. He even spoke of nuclear fission, suggesting a miniature nuclear explosion, leaving us all in stunned silence. Buggy, the clown, widened his eyes in amazement, as if a new world had been unveiled to him. This fellow was not merely adept at persuasion. He understood the essence of development. Surprisingly, Xia Hao's words proved effective. The following day, Buggy transformed, eagerly dragging Xia Hao to explore how to harness his newfound abilities, training with fervor. A week later, feeling invigorated, Buggy boldly sought out XiaHao for a duel. He cackled maniacally, shouting, "Taste my split dragon claw," and charged forward. Midway through the attack, his body shattered into numerous pieces, launching an assault from all directions against XiaHao. Initially startled, XiaHao quickly regained his composure, realizing that while swords could not harm Buggy, innate combat talent could not be compensated for by a mere fruit. Buggy, confident in his invulnerability to blades, sought to get in close for damage. But XiaHao deftly dodged a flying punch launched from behind. That punch missed XiaHao, instead crashing solidly into Buggy's own face. Buggy was knocked down by his own fist, lying on the deck, nursing a swollen head, his expression one of disbelief and grievance. The embers of his fighting spirit were extinguished in an instant. He could not comprehend why, despite his newfound strength, he still could not best XiaHao. This young lad fell into a funk, quietly retreating to his quarters, just as we thought the ship would descend into a low-pressure atmosphere again. Captain Law suddenly summoned everyone, his expression grave as he declared, "Brothers, rally your spirits. We are about to embark on a grand venture." The second piece of red historical text has surfaced, right here in Xia Luo Te Ling Ling, at the residence of Dama. I have made up my mind to seize it. Vice Captain Rayleigh expressed some concern, noting that Dama is a formidable adversary. However, who is Roger? With a simple wave of his hand, he declared, "Since we have decided, let us set forth. Our target is Dama's territory, and thus, our ship embarked with great fanfare. Along the way, Xia Hao, this young lad, heeded our counsel and suggested to Roger that, with our limited numbers, a direct confrontation would be disadvantageous. Instead, he proposed sending someone to infiltrate and steal the stone while the rest of us engaged in a frontal diversion. Roger pondered this and, finding it sensible, promptly decided, "All right, Xia Hao, you shall be the one." 3 days later, we arrived at Dama's domain. The Jackson boldly approached, while Xia Hao discreetly maneuvered a small boat to stealthily ascend the island from another side. As we drew near, Dama's subordinates erupted in chaos, exclaiming that the Roger pirates had arrived, prompting them to rush to inform Dama, and the entire island descended into pandemonium. Before long, Dama herself emerged. At that time, she was not as corpulent as she would later become, yet her imposing presence was already quite intimidating. Roger wasted no time with pleasantries and directly addressed her. "Ling Ling, it has been a while. May I borrow that red stone of yours for a moment?" Upon hearing this, Dama was incensed. "Absolutely not. Do not even think about it." It appeared that seizing it by force was our only option. Roger unsheathed his beloved sword, Ace. In the next instant, 2 waves of Conqueror's hockey collided with a thunderous roar. The ground beneath us fractured, and the sky above was torn asunder. Good heavens, is this the spectacle of a clash between top-tier powers? The mere aftermath of the hockey collision left many of Dama's minions dazed. Immediately, Roger and Dama engaged in fierce combat, one employing divine evasion, the other wielding overwhelming might, their devastating strikes resonating throughout the island. Our crew clashed with Dama's officers as well. Vice Captain Rayleigh effortlessly subdued Perispero. Uncle Jabba swung his axe, bringing tears to the opponents, while Barrett advanced like a wolf in a sheepfold, delivering a punch to each adversary. Even Buggy, following Xia Hao's teachings, ingeniously disassembled the enemy's weapons into fragments, leaving them paralyzed with fear. Meanwhile, Xia Hao had stealthily infiltrated the heart of the island. Utilizing wood-release techniques, he created several clones to draw fire, while he himself silently crept into Dama's castle. Remarkably, his stealth abilities were exceptional, and he soon discovered a heavily guarded massive iron door. Pushing it open, he found a giant red stone standing prominently in the center. Xia Hao was elated and hastily retrieved paper and ink to make an impression. 1 minute later, having carefully stowed the completed rubbing in his bosom, he prepared to make his escape when, suddenly, a chilling aura of murderous intent surged from behind. Xia Hao's heart sank. It seemed there were experts stationed here. He slowly turned around to find a tall man, wrapped in a scarf with a cold gaze, standing behind him, wielding a trident firmly planted on the ground. Good heavens! Was this not the Ma's #1 warrior, the star Katakuri? He coldly commanded, "Kid, leave what you have in your hands." Before he could finish speaking, the man charged at me without giving a moment's pause. Is it a matter of adults attacking children? A bounty of 300 million. Is that something to boast about? I smirked. Heavy weaponry? Who doesn't have that? The Fong Tianhua Ji appeared in my hand with a resounding clang, and I summoned all my strength into my arm, directly colliding with him. The commotion was so great that it attracted the attention of Dama's guards, who rushed to surround me. But guess what? Katakuri waved his hand, stopping them all. I must say, while he was my adversary, he exhibited admirable character. He likely recognized I was no pushover and didn't want his siblings to become casualties. Fine, since it is a duel, I shall not hold back. I raised the Fong Tianhua Ji above my head and unleashed a thunder slash. The aura alone caused the surrounding henchmen to gulp nervously, their gazes towards me shifting dramatically. Naturally, in their eyes, Katakuri was akin to a deity, second only to Dama herself, and now someone dared to confront him. That massive crescent-shaped slash, crackling with electricity, surged forward. Katakuri furrowed his brow. With his comrades behind him, he had no choice but to withstand it. A thunderous boom echoed, akin to a clap of thunder, as dust and debris billowed, cracking the ground like a spider's web. When the dust settled, what did I see? This individual had enveloped himself in a massive white, glutinous rice ball, completely unscathed. Truly, the machi fruit grants extraordinary defensive capabilities. He swiftly counterattacked, the trident enveloped in flowing machi, spinning like a power drill, launching a machi spike aimed at my head. I couldn't help but chuckle. Was he trying to show off? Wood release. Multiple wooden wall. I instantly conjured a barrage of wooden walls from the ground, which sprang up before him. His trident was fierce, piercing through 3 layers, but on the 4th, it was halted, stuck against the wall. An opportunity arose. In the very moment his weapon was ensnared, countless thorny vines erupted from the wooden walls, whipping towards him like whips. Katakuri couldn't evade and was forced to cross his arms defensively, unleashing his Busashoka haki, yet he still staggered backward. Those who understand know that while my Kinbunchika haki may not match his, he had yet to develop the foresight of 20 years hence. My wood release was perfectly suited to counter him. Flying Thunder God technique. I vanished without a trace. Katakuri, having heightened his Kinbunchika haki to the maximum, found it utterly ineffective. In less than 1/10 of a second, I had appeared above him, wielding the Fong Tianhua Ji imbued with Busashoka haki. I must mention, I had consumed a strength-enhancing potion, and my might was such that even a giant would have to call me brother. With a simple strike, I caught him off guard. Even as he instinctively elementalized, he was still sent flying by my spear, hurtling like a cannonball, crashing through 2 palace pillars before finally breaking through a wall. Task accomplished. After the skirmish, I made my escape. It was exhilarating. I focused on the flying thunder God mark left on the Jackson, and with a whoosh I vanished, leaving behind a bewildered Katakuri, wiping the blood from his mouth, seething with anger as he vowed, "I will remember you, kid from the Roger Pirates." Of course, encountering someone as overpowered as I was indeed unfortunate for him. As I landed outside the ship, Roger and the others were still embroiled in a fierce battle with Dama's crew. Without hesitation, I pulled out a small horn and shouted toward the battlefield, "Captain Roger." I have it. Upon hearing this, Roger erupted with joy, laughing heartily as he unleashed a powerful sword wave that forced Dama back, then turned to shout, "Everyone, retreat." Rayleigh and the others were equally invigorated, quickly making their way back. Buggy, that coward, clung to Shanks's leg, fleeing faster than anyone, lamenting, "Run. These monsters can't kill me, but it hurts." On the other end of the transponder snail, Dama, upon learning that the historical text had been stolen by this little brat, was so enraged that her conqueror's haki went out of control, causing the entire island to tremble as she raged. Roger, we will not rest until one of us is dead. Her subordinates must have felt a pang of despair. It seemed we would need to change islands once again. On the serene sea, I slapped the rubbing paper onto the table. Captain, I have fulfilled my mission. Roger was overjoyed, his enormous hand clapping my shoulder with such force that I nearly toppled over. Buggy's eyes nearly bulged from his sockets as he circled around me. You are incredible, Xia Hao. That was Dama's crew. I smiled modestly, about to say something when, suddenly, a cannonball exploded beside our ship. As everyone turned around, they were greeted by a colossal, dog-headed warship charging towards them. At the bow stood a man as robust as a bear. It was none other than the naval hero, Kapu. Roger, at last, I have found you. I must tell you, when these two old monsters met, they exchanged no pleasantries and immediately engaged in combat. Roger drew his sword and executed a divine evasion, while Kapu's fist, as large as a clay pot, met him with a powerful strike. At the moment their blade and fist collided, black and crimson lightning erupted. The conqueror's haki clashing with ferocity, cleaving the sea into an unfathomable chasm. Even the clouds above were swept away. Fortunately for us, but not for the inexperienced recruits of the Navy, who fell like dumplings thudding into the water. The scene was a testament to the awe of encountering true gods in the flesh. The CPUs were overheating. Kapu's lieutenant, Bogart, remained composed, swiftly directing those who hadn't been knocked out to prepare for battle. Seeing the new recruits, Buggy was thrilled and eagerly sought out easy targets, only to crash headlong into a formidable Navy recruit emanating cold. Ice spear. The recruit waved his hand, and an ice spear shot forth. Buggy, terrified, exploded into pieces to evade, turning to curse. No honor in combat. A sneak attack. The recruit, with a righteous expression, declared, against pirates, no words are necessary. I realized, good heavens, this was none other than the future admiral, Qingji. He was still devoted to the burning justice at this time. Qingji conjured an ice knife, and upon seeing its chilling gleam, Buggy tightened his grip and fled, patting my shoulder as he passed, exclaiming with bravado, XiaHao, this weakest one is yours. He then vanished in a flash. I couldn't help but admire this old trickster. I sprang forward, brandishing my Fong Tianhua Ji, and collided with Qingji's ice knife. The clang of our weapons echoed as we exchanged over a dozen blows, his ice knife shattering multiple times. Realizing he couldn't gain the upper hand in physical combat, he suddenly attempted a cunning maneuver, seizing my shoulder, releasing a chilling aura. Ice time. He intended to freeze me into a statue. Alas, my friend, I possess haki. Just as he thought he had succeeded, my other hand, wielding the Fong Tianhua Ji, descended from above, armed with haki, shattering his ice and striking his shoulder. He was taken aback and bled on the spot, likely shocked to encounter someone capable of injuring a Logia-type user with haki. Haki indeed. I nodded in affirmation, seizing the moment of his astonishment to unleash a wood-release technique, ensnaring him tightly with sturdy wooden branches that coiled like serpents. Young man, one must not be distracted in battle. I advanced menacingly with my Fong Tianhua Ji. Just as victory seemed within reach, a giant marine suddenly emerged, intercepting my attack with a single stroke. Taller than me, I had never feared anyone. Would release, would human technique. Instantly, a towering wooden giant, over 20 meters tall and entwined with a wooden dragon, sprung forth, exerting such pressure that both Qingji and the giant vice-admiral were rendered speechless. Qingji was likely questioning his existence, having proclaimed himself a naval genius only to confront this teenager. But that was not the end. I entered a heightened state, embodying a demonic form. My attributes doubled. Speed, strength, and defense surged dramatically. In a flash, I appeared before Qingji, smashing his ice shield to smithereens. Though he elementalized to avoid a fatal blow, he was still forced to spit blood from the impact. What followed was my personal showcase. I single-handedly pursued Qingji and two other Navy captains, a feat that only those who understand the significance can appreciate, rendering them utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, Kapu, who was locked in a fierce struggle with Roger, noticed the unfolding situation and, realizing that further conflict would only result in greater casualties for the Navy, decisively ordered a retreat after a final clash with Roger. Before departing, he cast a deep glance at me, likely marking me in his memory. "Roger, consider yourself fortunate this time," Kapu declared, leaving with his men. Roger laughed heartily. "Kapu, I await your return." He then turned to me, his eyes filled with admiration. "Well done, young man." Buggy, with his prominent nose, floated over, face to face with me. "You're quite the monster, daring to take on 3 opponents at once." Shanks was nearby, his eyes alight with the spirit of battle. "Xia Hao, let us spar sometime." With a cheer, Roger announced a celebration, and the ship was soon filled with laughter and joy. The next day, the newsbird delivered newspapers and bounty notices. Buggy picked one up and began counting the zeros. 100 million berry. His shrill voice startled Shanks awake. "My first bounty, 100 million. This news thrilled Buggy and Shanks, prompting them to rush into the training room without a second thought, while the Roger pirates were swept up in my momentum. Rayleigh and Roger came to see, marveling at my high starting point. However, Roger's focus differed. He was intrigued by another article regarding the warrior on Whitebeard's ship, Kazuki Odin. He mentioned that to reach the final island, one must collect 4 pieces of the red poneglyph, and only Kazuki Odin from Wano could decipher the ancient script inscribed upon them. Upon hearing this, I thought, "Oh, Odin? That nefarious brat. Mama no Sook. Must be bored by now. When I encounter him, I must give him a proper education." Coincidentally, at that moment, somewhere in the New World, Kazuki Odin, who was counting treasures aboard the Whitebeard pirate ship, suddenly shivered, sensing something ominous. His newborn son, Mama no Sook, wailed loudly, inconsolable. At that moment, a young man with a pineapple hairstyle, the future Marco, approached with a bounty notice. "Odin, your bounty has increased again to 500 million. Odin chuckled, seemingly unfazed. No one noticed a dark, rotund figure lurking in the corner of the ship, the future Blackbeard, Teach, silently harboring ambitions that no one could comprehend. Meanwhile, at another location in the Grand Line, a massacre had just concluded. A man named Bondewald, nicknamed the World Destroyer, had just annihilated a naval fleet. This fellow, a user of the duplication fruit, was exceedingly brutal, employing indiscriminate attacks against anyone in his path. As the Navy Vice Admiral, Chav, lay dying, he managed to relay intel back to headquarters with his last ounce of strength. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku received the call. Veins bulging with fury, he kicked open the office door of Fleet Admiral Kong. "Admiral Kong, give the order. Let me apprehend Bondewald. He must be brought to justice." Kong had just spoken with the Gorosei, who had issued a stern order to eliminate Wald. Observing Sengoku's rage, he nodded. "This matter is entrusted to you, Sengoku. However, I have but one requirement: minimize casualties." With permission granted, Sengoku's gaze turned resolute. Meanwhile, in the New World, Bondewald stood on his massive pirate ship, issuing a cold command towards the next target island. "Men, charge in. Seize all the treasures. Anyone who resists, kill them all." Let me tell you, Bondewald is truly overconfident, believing himself to be the emperor of the New World, able to crush anyone he encounters. He had long set his sights on a world government ship transporting gold, having laid an ambush days in advance, waiting for the Navy to arrive so he could execute a black operation. He thought that since he had evaded capture so many times before, the Navy would be powerless against him. However, this time he had bitten off more than he could chew, facing the strategic genius Sengoku, who had already woven an intricate web, waiting for this big fish to swim right into it. But at this moment, while the battle raged on, what concern was it of ours? I, Xia Hao, was basking in the sun on the deck of the Jackson, thoroughly enjoying this rare moment of leisure. In high spirits, I felt compelled to hold a lottery. Those who understand will know. And guess what? The system rewarded me handsomely. Among the numerous cards, the most explosive was a spell called Fire Dragon's Destruction Magic. Upon acquiring this peculiar object, I found myself contemplating what the Xiao Xiao Gua shirt truly represented, an electronic waste. unworthy even of a dog's attention. In an instant, a flicker of thought ignited a small flame at my fingertips, the temperature distorting the very air around me. Truly, this was a moment of unparalleled excitement. Furthermore, I had in my possession a weapon enhancement card, which I did not hesitate to affix to my Fong Tianhua Ji. A flash of brilliance enveloped the weapon, and I immediately sensed a profound change in its heft. It had transformed from merely a sharp weapon into a formidable, swift blade. Alas, no passive skills emerged. One must not be overly greedy. While I was reveling in the excitement of opening blind boxes, news broke 5 days later that the world was in an uproar. The world destroyer, Bongdi War Day, had been apprehended by Admiral Sengoku. It was reported that a third of his crew had defected, and the bullets that struck him were fired by his most trusted subordinates. Ultimately, to prevent his escape, Sengoku ordered him to be incarcerated in the 6th level of the undersea prison, granting him a permanent frozen throne package. Nevertheless, this incident did not concern those of us aboard the ship. Captain Luo Jie was wholly focused on the world map, for his time was limited, and he needed to swiftly locate the 4 pieces of the red historical text to reach the final island. Thus, our true adventure was about to commence. 2.5 years swiftly passed. Who could understand the trials I faced alongside Captain Luo Jie during this time? We traversed perilous islands and encountered formidable pirates. My mastery of haki and combat skills soared dramatically. The slender frame I once possessed had transformed. Now, I boasted an impressive set of 8 abdominal muscles, embodying the essence of manhood. Moreover, I must tell you, my luck in lotteries during these 2.5 years was akin to that of a favored royal. At the age of 12, I could now stand toe-to-toe with the towering Barrett. During our last sparring session, I unleashed my would-release techniques, healing while engaging him in combat, leaving him utterly speechless. The disdain he once held for me 2 years prior had morphed into confusion and resignation. It is safe to say that aboard this vessel, aside from Captain Luo Jie, none dared claim they could defeat me. One day, while Captain Luo Jie was receiving intravenous fluids and perusing the newspaper, he suddenly exclaimed as if he had discovered a new continent. The warrior aboard the Whitebeard ship. Kogetsu Yoda. I must meet him. Before he could finish, our ship's doctor, Uncle Kuluo Kasi, playfully slapped his forehead, admonishing him to behave himself. Captain Luo Jie promptly complied, demonstrating the authority of the ship's doctor, which was quite amusing. However, just as Luo Jie was about to issue orders to seek out Whitebeard, the heavens transformed abruptly. The once clear sky darkened in an instant, and a terrifying oppressive force surged from all directions, with monstrous waves crashing against our ship. The lookout rushed down, scrambling to announce, "Captain, we're surrounded." Luo Jie sighed, an expression of resignation crossing his face. The specter of Gold Lion Shiki is relentless. I must say, the scene was nothing short of spectacular. All around us, ships belonging to Gold Lion Shiki's flying pirate crew swarmed like flies. At the forefront, a colossal vessel bore the visage of a golden-haired Lion King, who stepped forth, cigar in mouth, spreading his arms toward Luo Jie as if performing an extravagant display. "Kekiki, Luo Jie, my dear friend, join me, and together we shall rule this world." Our crew silently cursed. "What nonsense! You stalker!" Captain Luo Jie advanced, coolly assessing him. "Shiki, I have no interest in world domination." To our dismay, it was none other than the cowardly Buggy who nearly wept, clinging to a post and pleading, "Captain, why don't we just give in? Look at that armada. Dozens of ships." Uncle Rayleigh swiftly yanked him back, saving him from embarrassment. Shiki, sensing Luo Jie's lack of respect, darkened, his voice dripping with menace. "So, your answer is for me to kill you now, is it?" Captain Luo Jie smiled, exuding an aura of dominance. "No, I mean to defeat all of you." With a single command from Shiki, a barrage of cannon fire erupted. The battle ignited instantaneously. My excitement surged, blood racing as I called out to Captain Luo Jie, "I'm going in first." In a flash, I vanished from the deck. The next moment, I appeared amidst the opposing fleet, flames engulfing my hands as I unleashed a devastating attack. Dragon destruction. Crimson Lotus Flame Blade. I tell you, it was a magnificent sight. A colossal fiery tornado, surged toward Shiki's fleet. The crafty old lion raised his hand, conjuring two massive water lions that collided with my flames. The explosive fusion created a thick mist that enveloped hundreds of meters of the sea. Their ships, too close together, collided, rendering two vessels inoperative. As the mist cleared, enemy cannonballs rained down upon us. Would I allow them to prevail? I am a versatile talent. I activated my wood release, summoning robust trees on their decks, displacing their cannons into the sea. Following that, I executed the wood release, infinite strangulation, unleashing countless branches and sharp arrows that skewered the pirates on the deck like candied hawthorns. Meanwhile, Captain Luojie had engaged Shiki, their hockey clashing, splitting the sky and unleashing chaotic black-red lightning. In the midst of my own frenzy, a bearded brute charged at me with a sword, piercing my chest. Before he could revel in his triumph, he realized he had struck a wooden clone. My voice echoed from behind, "Fool! Wood release! Spike prison!" A wooden cage sprouted beneath him, lined with spikes, ensnaring him and rendering him a porcupine. From afar, Shiki watched in disbelief, perhaps pondering the nature of Luojie's crew. Some played with fire, others with wood. What kind of devil fruit was this? His anger swelled, and he unleashed a lion slash. A sword waved dozens of meters long. Captain Luojie, without even glancing, countered with a divine strike. In that instant, I felt a divine pressure envelop the battlefield. Surrounded by a horde of lowly pirates and growing weary of the encounter, I thought a waste to squander time with these insects. I glared fiercely, and with a surge of power, unleashed my conqueror's haki. A ripple of invisible shock waves emanated from me, causing the once boisterous pirates to fall like dominoes, their eyes glazed over. Shiki's face turned green with frustration, likely cursing inwardly. Why? Is this ship a wholesale market for conqueror's haki? Our crew was equally astonished. Buggy gaped, calling me a freak. Shanks chuckled, seemingly amused by my hidden prowess. I felt my system points soaring, a delightful sensation. With a swift thunder half-moon slash, I stealthily attacked the captain, incapacitating him. Then, with my Fong Tian Hua Ji resting on my shoulder, I provocatively beckoned the fleet with my pinky finger, audaciously declaring, "I ask again, who dares to challenge me?" This proclamation stirred a hornet's nest, inciting a frenzied rush toward me. Planting my Fong Tian Hua Ji firmly on the deck, I sneered. Only the weak huddle together for warmth. I am sufficient unto myself. One individual, having consumed a Zoan-type fruit, attempted to devour me with his gaping maw. I thrust my hockey-imbued Fong Tian Hua Ji into his mouth, twisting it violently. The sound of a sickening squelch echoed, and he fell lifeless, reverting to the emaciated form of an old man. I wiped the blood from my weapon, pointing at them all as I shouted the classic line. "Do you think you are formidable? What use is it to fight if one does not cheat?" Just as they were on the verge of collectively exploding from my irritation, the heavens themselves intervened. Without any forewarning, the sea began to churn violently. Dark clouds loomed overhead. Thunder roared, and tornadoes ascended from the ground, hurtling towards our battlefield. The scene was nothing short of a natural catastrophe. The numerous vessels of the Golden Lion were too closely clustered, colliding like building blocks within the monstrous waves and furious winds, causing the majority to sink in an instant. We, relying on our small and agile ship, managed to escape through the gaps in the storm. The Golden Lion, furious, bellowed on his ship. But what was the most absurd thing? A crescent-shaped ship's wheel fell from the sky, crashing down squarely upon his forehead, splitting it open and effectively implanting a physical brain-machine interface. His anguished scream echoed through the heavens. After narrowly escaping, everyone aboard our ship breathed a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, Captain Roger suddenly began to cough violently, spitting blood onto the deck, his complexion pale as a ghost. Uncle Colokas rushed over to examine him, his expression growing graver, ultimately sighing and saying, "Roger, you have at most 3 years left." The atmosphere on the ship instantly became tense. Buggy burst into tears on the spot, while Shanks fell silent. In a corner, Barrett was particularly devastated. He had yet to defeat Roger. My heart sank as well. The original course of history was indeed unchanged. But what of Roger himself? After hearing the news, he unexpectedly burst into laughter, clenching his fists and looking at each of us with unwavering determination, declaring, 3 years? That is more than enough. Trust me, we shall become the world's strongest pirate crew. His fervor instantly dispelled the despondency that had gathered among us. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Marshal Steelbone Kong sat dumbfounded, holding the report on the Battle of Edver. He could not comprehend how the Golden Lion, with such an advantage, was obliterated by a sudden storm. He glanced at my bounty notice. A mere intern was proving to be more terrifying than many seasoned pirates, which gave him a headache. Just then, the office door was kicked open, and Vice Admiral Garp stormed in with an angry expression. Marshal Kong, I refuse the promotion to Admiral. Give me 2 warships. I must capture Roger. That guy must be apprehended at once. Marshal Kong rubbed his temples, looking exasperated. Garp, stop being stubborn. What is wrong with being a Marine Admiral? Garp huffed and turned to leave. Let whoever wants to be that be it. He had no intention of serving as a watchdog for the Celestial Dragons. Outside, the young Akiji gazed at him with admiration. Garp strode away without looking back, boarding his dog-headed warship and setting sail with a fierce determination. Roger, I will capture you. But little did he know, the Roger he sought was currently embroiled in internal conflict aboard his ship. I tell you, no sooner had Garp departed than turmoil erupted aboard our ship. 3 days later, aboard the Jackson, a lone wolf named Barrett suddenly leaped forth, declaring his challenge to Captain Roger. Goodness, this infuriated Buggy. Just think about it. Captain Roger had just recovered, and this brat chose to stir trouble? Buggy immediately pointed at him, shouting, Are you insane? What do you suppose Barrett retorted? He shot Buggy a disdainful glance, exuding arrogance. Step aside, you weakling who needs protection. My friends, who could understand? Barrett's thought process was a convoluted labyrinth. He had just battled the Golden Lion, witnessed Roger risking his life for us weaker comrades, and learned from somewhere that Roger did not have much time left. His delinquent spirit ignited. His logic dictated, I must prove that an individual is the strongest, that comrades only hold one back. Thus, today he must fight Roger and then fly solo afterward. Roger regarded him with an expression akin to that of a parent observing a rebellious child, a mix of helplessness and disappointment. He had hoped the familial atmosphere aboard the ship would sway Barrett, but alas, it was in vain. This lad was resolutely determined to pursue the path of a solitary warrior, beyond the reach of camaraderie. Very well, Barrett. Roger sighed and acquiesced. Upon hearing this, Barrett's face lit up with uncontainable joy. I assure you, he was actually anxious, had Roger refused. He would have been hard-pressed to contend with the many capable fighters on our ship, myself included. He cast a glance my way, brimming with envy, as if to inscribe the words "How come?" on his face. Perhaps he could not fathom why my strength, with merely 2.5 years of training, had surged so rapidly. He shook his head vigorously, casting aside those distracting thoughts, and then, with a thunderous surge, unleashed his overwhelming aura. The entire Jackson trembled under the weight of his presence, and the tranquil sea erupted in towering waves of over 10 meters. He appeared as though he had emerged from the depths of hell, fixating his gaze on Roger, who seemed unperturbed. Barrett lost his composure entirely. Do you look down upon me, Roger? He bellowed, launching himself like a cannonball, his fist as large as a sandbag, cloaked in ferocity, aimed squarely at Roger's face. His move absurdly named Divine Calamity. I must say, Roger remained remarkably composed. Just as the fist neared his face, his sword, sheathed at his waist, unsheathed in a flash. And with a mere flick, an invisible force descended. Our ship creaked, sinking several meters. Barrett's fist met an invisible barrier, halting just a meter from Roger. Divine Shield. Following this, Roger executed another swift strike. His sword, imbued with Conqueror's Haki, cut through the air with a sound reminiscent of a ruptured membrane. And Barrett instinctively raised his hand to block, but was far too late. A deep gash appeared on his chest, exposing bone, and he was sent hurtling backward, crashing into our main mast with a deafening thud, then flung several hundred meters away onto a small island. Rayleigh and Jabba erupted in outrage, pointing at Roger and shouting, Roger, you've destroyed our ship again. You figure out how to pay for repairs. Roger merely scratched his head, chuckling. It seems I may have exerted a bit too much force. That brat, still defiant, roared, Damn it! Damn it! He smashed his fist into a nearby hill, then unleashed the full power of his devil fruit ability. To my astonishment, every stone, tree, and even the iron ore beneath the island rose into the air, assembling into a towering figure over 50 meters high. Standing within that armored monstrosity, he roared, Roger, this time, I will win. Devil fruit abilities? Truly terrifying. Roger observed the behemoth without a hint of fear, even commenting, However, Barrett, do not underestimate the power of hockey. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished from our ship, reappearing on the island with such speed that I thought, Captain, I want to learn that. Teach me. On the island, the armored giant raised a 30-meter-long arm, enveloped in hockey, and swung down towards Roger's diminutive figure. The contrast was staggering. What happened next? Roger grinned. The blade of ace in his hand instantly crackled with black and red lightning, the sky darkening ominously as the surrounding waves surged higher than the heavens. Divine descent. The small blade met the mountain-like fist. Boom! The moment the two forces of Conqueror's hockey collided, I felt as if my ears might burst. The entire island fractured instantly, deep chasms spreading like a spider's web, while seawater gushed in uncontrollably. With just one clash, the island was devastated. I heard a series of cracking sounds as Barrett's massive steel arm was cleaved by Roger's sword, creating fissures, and then with a resounding crash, it shattered into fragments. The fierce sword aura surged upward, striking directly at Barrett's main body. He was forcefully ejected from his iron armor, crashing heavily to the ground. Lying there with a vacant gaze fixed upon the sky, completely questioning the meaning of life. My friend, what was the purpose of this? Opposing the version answer, was that not simply seeking torment? He was still capable of continuing the fight, yet he recognized that the outcome was predetermined, rendering it meaningless. Barrett, you have been defeated. Roger's voice was remarkably calm. Barrett sprang to his feet, casting a glance at the unscathed Roger, unable to contain himself any longer. He clenched his fists and declared, Roger, I have lost again this time, but next time I will surely defeat you and become the strongest man in the world. With that, he announced his intention to disembark. Roger sighed and waved his hand. You may leave. It felt as if, after nurturing a rebellious son for so long, he was finally set to leave home. Once Barrett disembarked, he went completely berserk. He entered a frenzied mode, annihilating anyone in his path, be they pirates or navy. He rampaged through, obliterating islands and taking down 3 Navy rear admirals. The Navy headquarters convened an emergency meeting, and his bounty instantly skyrocketed from 500 million to 800 million. This news swiftly reached Gold Lion Shiki. Goodness, Shiki, with a ship's helm atop his head, grinned broadly upon hearing it, laughing like a 200-pound child. Ha ha, Barrett has actually gone rogue? Roger, you have your comeuppance today? Immediately, a thought crossed his mind. If he recruited Barrett to fight Roger, wouldn't that be splendid? Thus, he sent a hapless subordinate to recruit him. The poor fellow, determined yet foolish, went ahead. When he found Barrett, the latter had just decimated a pirate alliance, leaving the island drenched in blood. The subordinate, upon setting foot on the island, was so terrified that his legs went weak and he felt his knees before Barrett. Barrett was taken aback, pondering, has my dominance become so formidable that it is now customary to greet me with such reverence? Trembling slightly, the subordinate spoke, Lord Barrett, our boss Shiki admires you and has sent me to invite you to join our flying pirate crew. The position of vice captain is yours. Barrett simply smiled disdainfully. Gold Lion Shiki? Does he think he is worthy? Scram, or I will obliterate you too. The subordinate fled in panic. Upon receiving the report, Shiki was infuriated, practically conjuring a tornado at his base while muttering, he says, I am unworthy. Am I not as good as Roger? However, despite his anger, he didn't dwell on it too much, for his mind was preoccupied with ancient weapons. Meanwhile, we were completely unaware of this development. After casually dispatching a Navy warship, I must tell you, Roger was too lazy to go all out, merely grabbing a Navy rear admiral by the collar and stating, "You want to capture me? Let Garp or Sengoku come personally. You bunch of fodder are far too dull." Just then, from the lookout, Buggy suddenly shrieked, "Captain Roger, bad news. It's a Whitebeard pirate's ship. They're approaching." The entire crew instantly tensed up. After all, that was Whitebeard. Yet Roger was thrilled, as if it were the new year. "Newgate? Ha ha. It has been a while. I also heard that he has a samurai from Wano on board. I am eager to meet him." Meanwhile, Shanks and I calmly shared chocolate. And upon seeing this, Buggy zoomed over, exclaiming, "You're eating without me? I want in. Family, it's all about authenticity." In merely 10 minutes, we felt the birds in the forest suddenly take flight. Rayleigh remarked, "It seems they have landed." Roger's battle spirit ignited, and he laughed heartily. "Have they finally arrived?" Whitebeard Newgate. I was also elated, for he would later be known as the world's strongest man 20 years hence. I must witness firsthand the extent of his peak strength. At that moment, Buggy winked at me. "Xia Hao, how about a grand clash to dye that Whitebeard's beard red?" Before I could retort, an overwhelming aura rapidly approached. I stiffened. "Quiet, Buggy, someone is coming." Roger patted my shoulder, praising, "Well done, Xia Hao. Your Kinbunchika training is quite impressive." Just as he finished speaking, a figure charged forth. It was the samurai from Wano, Kazuki Oden. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed at us wielding 2 swords. His presence akin to that of a ferocious beast. Roger smiled, standing his ground, and casually swung his sword. God avoidance. Once again, it was that invisible attack. Kazuki Oden was sent flying as if struck by a high-speed train, crashing several hundred meters away and smashing through a line of trees. He arose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression one of disbelief, still intent on charging back for retribution. But just then, a colossal figure descended from the sky, crashing down between them. Whitebeard Newgate had arrived. Whitebeard Newgate. Roger, I tell you, that scene is one I shall never forget. Upon reuniting, without a word, they launched into battle. Both wielded weapons imbued with the devastating conqueror's haki, and from several meters apart, they unleashed ferocious strikes. Boom! The 2 blades never even touched, yet the shockwave generated tore the sky asunder. A massive black-red lightning sphere erupted between them, shaking the entire island violently. The ground beneath our feet crumbling instantaneously. Nearby, Kazuki Oden stood dumbfounded, barely managing to plant his sword into the ground to avoid being blown away, muttering repeatedly, "A collision without contact? My worldview has shattered." And what the 2 instigators? They exchanged a glance and simultaneously burst into laughter. "It has been a while, Newgate." Gururara. After their laughter subsided, Roger pointed his sword. "Everyone, let the battle commence." On Whitebeard's side, a young man resembling a pineapple received the command, charging forth with wings flapping. As both sides were about to collide, I thought, shouldn't I reveal a little something? Thus, I slapped my hands onto the ground and exclaimed, "Would release, binding technique." In an instant, several robust wooden poles erupted from the earth, darting towards the pineapple-headed Marco, soaring in the lead like agile serpents. This caught him off guard. I tell you, those wooden poles swiftly ensnared Marco's legs, pulling him down with all their might. Marco panicked, flames of the phoenix erupting around him in an attempt to incinerate the wooden bindings. But guess what? Xia Hao, watching the spectacle leisurely, called out, "Sorry, my friend, but my wood release is fireproof." With a resounding crash, Marco was yanked from the sky, face first into the ground, creating a human-sized crater. The intense impact left him momentarily dazed, profoundly realizing the perilous nature of this world. Which scoundrel ambushed me? Gururara, Pineapple Head, let us see you try to fly again. Buggy cackled beside me, nearly rolling on the ground with laughter. I tell you, he had long harbored a grudge against Marco, who always flew high during battles. Out of reach. Now, however, he was grounded by Xia Hao. On Whitebeard's ship, the flower of the crew, Wade-Ibe, quickly alerted, "Marco, be careful. That guy is Xia Hao, the new monster of Roger's crew. His bounty is much higher than yours." Upon hearing this, Marco's fury intensified. How could a mere intern have a higher bounty than him? He leaped from the pit, spotting Xia Hao beside Kazuki Odin, and without a word, he dove forward, transforming into a clawed, human-shaped projectile, Crane Claw, aiming a kick at Xia Hao's head. Was Xia Hao calm and collected? He even found time to jest. What a large pineapple you are! The moment was enough to ignite Marco's fury. All right, pineapple, he exclaimed. Let me tell you, that brat Xia Hao is quite the trickster. He is downright ruthless. With a swift motion, Marco's Fong Tianhua halberd spun rapidly, easily intercepting Marco's full-force kick. The ground beneath them cracked with a resounding snap, yet Xia Hao remained utterly unmoved. Is that all the strength you possess? He tilted his head, his tone as nonchalant as if he were merely inquiring about lunch. Why don't you find someone else to play with, Pineapple Head? My sights are set on someone else. His gaze had already drifted to the imposing figure of the man, known as Guangyue Odin, not far away. You dare to look down on me? Marco's face flushed crimson, adrenaline surging through him as he activated his full beast transformation mode, unleashing a flurry of frenzied claw strikes and powerful kicks at Xia Hao. Though his speed was commendable, Xia Hao effortlessly dodged while commenting, well, it ends here. 8 gates of Duanjia, 3rd gate, open. With a sharp command, green energy enveloped Xia Hao. His skin flushed, and his power and speed surged to unprecedented heights. Just moments ago, he could still perceive Marco's attacks. Now, Marco could only see a series of afterimages. As Marco grew increasingly alarmed from his aerial position, his stamina waning, he noticed the young man below remained unfazed and composed. Unyielding, he soared hundreds of meters into the sky, transforming into a blazing azure flame as he prepared to unleash a powerful move. Phoenix Mark. The descent resembled a meteor crashing down. In response, a colossal blood-red wolf had materialized before Xia Hao, its jaws wide open, and with a resounding boom. It absorbed Marco's most potent blow without so much as a dent in its defense. Marco was momentarily dumbfounded, suspended in mid-air, disbelief etched across his face. Dragon-slaying magic, Crimson Lotus explosive flame blade. Xia Hao wasted no time, summoning a massive magical circle beneath him, flames igniting upon his Fong Tianhua halberd as he swung it toward Marco. A sword-like blast of explosive flames surged toward the pineapple head's visage, just as calamity seemed imminent. A burly man clad in a diaper leaped into action, his figure flashing as he positioned himself before Marco, crossing 2 renowned blades. Odin's dual blade style, Flame Cleaver. The 2 sword energies collided, forcefully cleaving through Xia Hao's flames. Guangyue Odin has finally arrived. Marco exclaimed. This monster is now my responsibility, Odin declared without a backward glance. You go assist Teach. Those 2 brats from the Roger Pirates are besieging him. With that, Odin's gaze bore into Xia Hao, the previous exchange having warranted his full attention. Young man, your opponent is me. Oh, what an honor. Xia Hao, equally a battle enthusiast, slammed his Fong Tianhua halberd into the ground, brimming with fighting spirit. Without further ado, Odin enveloped his dual blades with a pitch-black coating of haki, vanishing in a blink, reappearing above Xia Hao, delivering a downward strike with peach blossom white cascade. Not to be outdone, Xia Hao's halberd crackled with lightning as he countered with a thunderous crescent slash. The clash echoed mightily, both combatants locked in a stalemate, unable to best one another. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates were left agape. Their second captain, Guangyue Odin, was a formidable force that even their father could scarcely restrain, yet here he was, evenly matched against a mere intern from the Roger Pirates. The world had truly gone mad. Then, Xia Hao executed an even more audacious maneuver. Clapping his hands together, would clone technique. With 2 sharp claps, 2 identical clones sprang forth, surrounding Odin. Odin, momentarily taken aback, exclaimed, Ninjutsu? Isn't that exclusive to Wano? However, being a pragmatic fighter, he quickly dismissed the thought, opting to engage directly instead. The 2 wood clones charged forth with spears in hand, but Odin swiftly wielded his dual blades, effortlessly sending the clones flying. Realizing that the battle needed to be resolved swiftly, he glanced around and noted the dire situation. Aside from their father and Roger's battlefield, The Whitebeard pirates were being thoroughly suppressed. In a sudden burst of urgency, a terrifying aura erupted from Odin. Black-red lightning crackling wildly in the air as he unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, fully awakened. Nearby, Rayleigh, having pushed back his opponent with a single sword strike, couldn't help but glance over. Conqueror's Haki. Whitebeard, Newgate chuckled heartily, turning to Roger. Gurara, Roger, that brat of yours is something else. I wonder if he can withstand Odin's full power assault. Roger roared with laughter. Never underestimate my crew. Is Conqueror's Haki truly that powerful? XiaHao grinned widely, his expression brimming with arrogance. Do I possess it too? With a thunderous eruption, and equally formidable, if not more ferocious, pressure exploded from Xia Hao's form. The heavens darkened. Fierce winds howled, and the trees within several kilometers bent under the weight of his aura. Newgate's smile faded into shock, his face a mask of disbelief. That brat has it too? The clash of Conqueror's Haki reverberated across the battlefield, directly impacting the struggle on the other side. Blackbeard Teach, locked in a fierce combat with Shanks and Buggy, was momentarily stunned by the overwhelming presence of the two Haki users. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Buggy seized the opportunity. His fragmented arms slammed against Teach's chest, an eerie energy surging within. Teach snapped back to reality, feeling as though his insides were being torn apart, a scream of agony escaping his lips. Did you finally recognize my prowess? Buggy proclaimed triumphantly, hands on his hips, brimming with pride. Teach, gritting his teeth in pain, spat out a venomous curse. Damn, that red-nosed bastard. Who are you calling a red-nose? Buggy erupted, brandishing his two small blades in a furious retaliation. Shanks, sensing the malevolent energy emanating from Teach, quickly pulled Buggy behind him. Teach, now serious, vanished in a flash, appearing before Shanks with claws poised to strike. Shanks raised his blade to block, but was forced back by the overwhelming force. At that moment, Buggy's counterattack arrived. His hands shot forth like cannonballs from two deviously angled positions, targeting Teach with ruthless precision. The angles were particularly treacherous, aiming straight for his most vulnerable spots. Teach's expression shifted dramatically. One hand shielded his vital areas while the other defended against the incoming assault, his gaze seething with fury as he glared at Buggy, who seemed hell-bent on ensuring his downfall. Meanwhile, the battle between Xia Hao and Odin had reached a fever pitch. With his right hand, Xia Hao pressed down on Odin's dual blades, while his left hand propelled a blazing punch forward. The flames coalescing into a dragon claw shape. Dragon slaying magic, fire dragon's claw. The punch connected solidly with Odin's face, sending him hurtling backward for hundreds of meters, carving a deep trench into the earth, a sizable lump swelling on his visage. As Odin struggled to rise, Xia Hao bellowed once more. Would release. House-building technique. The ground erupted with countless wooden beams, forming a massive wooden structure that ensnared Odin. From the walls, a multitude of wooden spears shot forth like a rainstorm. Odin's dual blade style, pedal dance. Odin twirled his dual blades in a seamless motion, creating a protective barrier of sword energy that cleaved through all the wooden spears. With a mighty shout, he swung one blade, cleaving the entire wooden structure in two. Just as he burst forth, gasping for breath, he found himself alone as Xia Hao's figure vanished. Flying Thunder God technique. Having marked him during their first encounter, Xia Hao reappeared like a specter behind Odin, delivering a devastating punch imbued with Haki straight to his side. With a resounding thud, Odin was propelled away like a cannonball, crashing through everything in his path, finally embedding himself into a small hill with a resounding thump. Such incredible speed. Odin coughed up blood, yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Truly durable. Xia Hao marveled at Odin's resilience, impressed that he could still move. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vice Captain Rayleigh was wreaking havoc with unparalleled ferocity. Marco attempted a surprise attack, only to be thwarted by a mere fingertip, and a swift counterstrike nearly severed his wing. The combined efforts of the three captains, Bista, Diamond Jozu, and Marco, barely managed to engage Rayleigh in a back-and-forth confrontation. At the heart of the battlefield, Xia Hao unleashed his ultimate technique, Wood Release, Wood Dragon technique. A colossal wooden dragon, stretching over 100 meters, roared as it erupted from the ground, claws bared, lunging at Kazuki Odin, rather than cowering in fear. Odin trembled with excitement, recalling the legend of the dragon-slaying samurai from Wano. With the move, Togen Flying Dragon Slash, he infused the cursed blade Enma with an endless supply of haki, unleashing a sword aura that seemed capable of cleaving through anything, sending the wooden dragon soaring away. The two engaged in an escalating exchange, transitioning from skillful techniques to pure physical prowess and swordsmanship, their movements so swift they left only afterimages behind. The battle raged for 3 consecutive days and nights. Suddenly, Roger and Whitebeard simultaneously called for a ceasefire. Moments later, Roger's hearty laughter echoed across the island. Everyone, it's time for a feast. Let us drink, let us drink. I tell you, it's bewildering how pirates can transition from a cataclysmic battle to jovially linking arms to celebrate in the blink of an eye. Kazuki Odin was equally baffled, but upon hearing of the feast, he perked up immediately, enthusiastically recommending his specialty, Odin, to everyone. He even sought out Xia Hao for a drinking contest, curious about how he had become such a prodigy at such a young age. Xia Hao shrugged, sincerity evident on his face. Just luck, really. I run a bit and do some sit-ups. Odin rolled his eyes in disbelief. Just then, a tipsy, rosy-cheeked Buggy stumbled over to corroborate. It's true. I can attest. Ever since he boarded the ship, Xia Hao has been exercising daily, and I've been watching. Xia Hao exclaimed, "What the heck? That's absurd. No wonder I felt like someone was spying on me." He instinctively shifted away from the drunken Buggy. The revelry continued with laughter, drinking games, and boastful tales, until many collapsed in a heap. 3 days later, on the final day of the feast, Buggy perched atop a rock, his large, glistening eyes fixated on an individual not far away. "Hey, Shanks," he nudged the shoulder of Shanks beside him, his voice hoarse from lack of sleep. "The black, stout fellow we battled earlier is no ordinary person. He might also be a monster, having gone 3 days and nights without sleep." Shanks was momentarily taken aback. "Really? How do you know?" The intensity of Buggy's gaze seemed to scrutinize the stout man thoroughly. "I'll tell you, that clown Buggy was fired up, his chin held high with pride. Of course. I've been watching him for 3 days and nights." Shanks' lips twitched, his expression conveying disbelief at Buggy's leisure. However, once he confirmed Buggy was serious, both were astounded. Buggy, as if discovering a new continent, pulled them closer and whispered, "I heard this guy hasn't slept since boarding Whitebeard's ship. Do you think he is even human?" They exchanged glances, intrigued, and decided it was worth sharing with Xia Hao. Shanks pondered for a moment before adding, "I heard Marco mention his name is Marshall D. Teach. D? Is there a significance?" Buggy mused, touching his red nose, recalling, "I think Captain Rogers' name also has a D in it." They agreed to find an opportunity to ask their captain. However, I must say, the intensity of Buggy's stare was so blatant that it rendered Teach unable to eat. I witnessed Teach's face darken like a charred pot bottom, and his gaze was piercing enough to kill. Yet, in the next moment, he took a deep breath, all emotions dissipating, reverting to a cheerful demeanor. His emotional control was astonishing, surpassing even the AI of 2025. Buggy rolled his eyes at him, dismissive, not regarding him at all. After some time, Buggy revealed this astonishing secret to me. I couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Buddy, the world is vast. There are many races that don't sleep. The people of the snow country die if they fall asleep. What is the big deal?" I casually shared the theories I had read in my previous life about Teach's unusual physiology, narrating tales of how some individuals could potentially consume multiple devil fruits. Buggy exploded at that, eyes widening, pointing at me, shouting, "Wait. Xia Hao, you can't possibly be one of those, right? Didn't you say you control plants? What was that fire during the fight a few days ago? Did you eat 2 fruits? I shot him an incredulous look, replying, "Come on, buddy, friction generates heat. It's physics. With your fragmented fruit, you can conjure fireballs too. Besides, who even eats a burning fruit? No strong individual in the new world can't generate a spark." Buggy regarded me with skepticism. I patted my chest in assurance. "Absolutely. Who are we to each other? Would I deceive you?" I chuckled inwardly, knowing I had an advantage. It was incomparable. Meanwhile, on the other side, Our captain and his crew were experiencing something far more explosive. Roger, Whitebeard, and Kazuki Odin from Wano were sharing drinks atop a small hill. Roger suddenly produced a rubbing of the poneglyph, inquiring if Odin could comprehend it. Odin nodded, and I must tell you, Roger erupted with excitement. Clutching that piece of parchment, he danced about, exclaiming, "I knew it! The endpoint of the record pointer is not the end at all. There must be a final island beyond it. This redstone is the map." His fervor was so infectious that even the typically laid-back Whitebeard was momentarily taken aback. Odin quivered with excitement, likely thinking, "What kind of deity is this fellow?" Then came the most explosive moment of all. Roger gazed at Whitebeard, his expression serious to the point of intimidation, stating, "Newgate, lend me your man for a year. Just 1 year." I was stunned. He was asking to borrow Kazuki Odin. Whitebeard turned pale, veins bulging, the tremor of his fruit threatening to shatter the very fabric of space. He roared, "Roger, do you intend to take my family from me?" And you won't believe what happened next. Roger, our fearless captain, suddenly knelt before Whitebeard. Bowing his head, he summoned every ounce of strength to plead, "I beg you. This is a once-in-a-lifetime request." Our crew was in an uproar, Jabba shouting from afar, "Captain, what are you doing? Don't bow your head." Odin was equally shocked, wanted to help him up. But amidst this tension, Odin, too, was a resolute character. He boldly spoke to Whitebeard, "White-G, I wish to see, just for a year." This sent Whitebeard into a fury, his conqueror's haki spiraling out of control, shaking the entire island. He bellowed, "Nonsense! Of course I refuse. You are my brother." Yet Odin remained steadfast, gazing at him with sincerity. In the end, Whitebeard relented. The next day, the Roger pirates prepared to set sail. Alone on the shore, Whitebeard brooded, his demeanor reminiscent of an emo elder. His subordinate reported, "Old man, Roger and his crew left all their treasure on the ship as a token of gratitude." Whitebeard's expression softened slightly, his lips nearly betraying a smile. The subordinate continued, "And they left all their food as well." Upon hearing this, Whitebeard exploded, leaping 3 feet into the air, roaring, "Damn you, Roger. What about my son Odin's family? Hurry, return all the food to them." Thus, as our ship was about to set sail, we observed a horde from the Whitebeard pirates charging towards our dock, hollering. Roger turned pale, shouting, "Set sail quickly. Newgate has changed his mind." It was utterly hilarious. I nearly burst into laughter at the prospect of revealing the truth to him. The ship finally sailed away, and Luo Jia let out a long sigh of relief. However, he immediately changed his demeanor, wrapping an arm around Guan Yu Yudian's shoulder and laughing heartily. "Ahoy, brothers. Let us welcome our new companion, Guan Yu Yudian." In response, Yudian, who was rather straightforward, curiously asked Buggy, "Why is your nose so red?" This question ignited a powder keg. Buggy instantly exploded with anger, grabbing Yudian by the neck and gritting his teeth. "I detest it when others comment on my nose." Fortunately, Shanks hurried over to tickle Buggy, which made him loosen his grip. I patted Yudian on the back and warned him, "Buddy, that S Buggy is taboo. Next time he might truly go all out against you." The atmosphere on the ship quickly became lively. Yudian's wife, Tenjetsu, a woman of striking elegance, along with the subordinates, including the later stowaways Inu Erishur and Nico Mamushi, 2 fluffy little ones, joined us. The group of us young lads soon became familiar with one another, gathering daily to feast on meat, drink, and boast. While our ship was bustling with joy, the outside world was far from peaceful. I heard that Barrett, who had departed earlier, had engaged in a fierce battle with a fellow named Crocodile, fighting for a day and night without a clear victor. The Navy, upon witnessing this formidable sand crocodile matching Barrett, decided to recruit him, offering him a position as a warlord of the sea to assist in their endeavors. On our ship, I watched Yudian's son, Mamanasuk, a little rascal who, at just 2 years old, clung to his mother's chest, his eyes darting mischievously, clearly not the innocent type. Yudian proudly boasted, "My son is clever, just like me." I couldn't help but think, indeed, that rascal was quite reminiscent of you. After sailing for a while, Luo Jia noticed something amiss with our course. The compass needle pointed to an uncharted territory. The sea became increasingly tumultuous, with winds and waves that were quite alarming. I understood the implication. This was a journey toward the Sky Island. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Old Man Garp was engaged in a heated argument with Admiral Sengoku, stubbornly refusing to accept a promotion to Admiral, insisting he would rather pursue Luo Jie than serve as a bodyguard for the Celestial Dragons. Back aboard our ship, the storm at sea intensified. In a flash, a colossal sea current surged skyward, connecting with the clouds. We all stared in disbelief, but Luo Jie grinned widely, pointing to the sky, exuberantly proclaiming, "Brothers, let us ascend." "No, Captain," Buggy cried out, but his protests went unheeded. The ship was swept into that soaring current, shooting upward like a rocket, the speed so fierce that it felt as though it could blow a person away. Yudian, inexperienced on the ship, collided with the mast. Shanks and Buggy clung tightly to me, holding onto a tree that had been transformed from wood release, screaming in fright. As for me, I secured myself to the deck, watching the world below shrink into an endless expanse of blue ocean. I must say, the view was spectacular. Even Luo Jie nodded vigorously, acknowledging the grandeur of the scenery. Our vessel soared upward, propelled by that immense current, unstoppable. I lost track of time, but we were nearly at the stratosphere, 7,000 to 8,000 meters high, and turning back was impossible. Eugene's wife remarked that continuing to fly like this was quite romantic. Remarkably, Eugen nodded seriously, stating that since leaving Wano, the outside world felt like an endless source of entertainment, with new delights every day. At this juncture, I must interject. While we ascended, the new world was not idle. A reckless young man, who would later be known as Old Sand, Crocodile, thought himself invincible and attempted to challenge Whitebeard. The result? In less than half an hour, he was knocked down by a single punch from Whitebeard, lying on the ground, coughing blood, resembling a battered sack. Despite this, he stubbornly declared that whether he lived or died was up to them. Whitebeard didn't even regard him as a threat. He glanced at him, akin to a roadside stray dog, before turning away with his crew, mumbling something about dung beetles searching for food, an act that was more humiliating than harmful. Old Sand was left seething with rage, pounding the ground in frustration, scaring away all the birds and beasts on the island. After that, he slinked back out of the new world, likely seeking a place to regroup and recover. Returning to our own situation, once we reached over 7,000 meters, the air grew thin. Buggy and Shanks, the two young lads, began gasping for breath, with Buggy, resembling a limp shrimp, draping himself over my shoulder, exclaiming that I was a monster, completely unfazed. Shanks nodded in agreement, his eyes filled with envy, perhaps feeling that I had stolen the spotlight from him, harboring a desire to surpass me. I teased them, pointing ahead, "Look, there are fish in the sky." Upon hearing this, Buggy sprang to life, rushing to the edge of the ship. Just then, a massive shadow, larger than our ship, suddenly emerged from the cloud beneath us. With a deafening crash, the entire vessel was lifted into the air. Countless massive, sticky tentacles reached up from below, coiling toward us like giant pythons. When the creature revealed itself, we realized it was a colossal octopus, comparable to a sea king. Without hesitation, Jabba leaped into action, wielding two large axes, swiftly dispatching the octopus, with pieces raining down from above. At that moment, a single thought crossed my mind. Would this make for an exquisite teppanyaki? Buggy, startled by my comment, grew pale, exclaiming that this was not the time to be thinking about food. However, Captain Luo Jie overheard us, laughing heartily. "Exactly. Quick, gather some fresh ingredients for the kitchen. Who has ever feasted on sky octopus?" Before long, the giant octopus transformed into our delectable takoyaki. I must admit, it tasted quite delightful. As the ship continued its ascent, we sailed through a sea of shifting clouds, until finally, with a resounding boom, we broke through the last layer of clouds. To our amazement, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, there was indeed a city. Everyone was astonished. The island above the clouds resembled a paradise. Eugen was particularly excited, exclaiming that this voyage was incredibly worthwhile. While we marveled at the sight, an elderly man with a white beard appeared, accompanied by a group of followers, proclaiming himself the deity of this realm, named Gonfuer. At the mention of a god, Buggy shuddered in fear, darting behind Shanks, likely recalling the celestial dragons. I hastily clarified that he was merely the island's caretaker. Buggy then relaxed, regaining his usual haughty demeanor. Luo Jie and Ganfu were engaged in conversation, while Yudian's attention was completely captivated by a single-person speedboat called Weiba. He hopped on and attempted to pilot it, but just 100 meters out, with a resounding crash, he and the boat plunged into the clouds. The nearby island residents erupted in laughter, declaring that one could not operate that vessel without at least a decade of practice. Yudian, frustrated, protested vehemently, insisting he would prove them wrong. Feeling adventurous, I declare my intention to give it a try. Utilizing my wood release, I bound myself to the Weiba, ensuring a physical safeguard against falls. As I took control, I found the experience incredibly smooth. I became one with the vehicle, drifting gracefully upon the cloud sea, causing Yujian to watch in envy. Buggy, seeing the fun, insisted on joining in, and for the next half hour, I became their driving instructor, teaching these two mischief-makers how to maneuver the Weiba. After we had our fun, Ganfu informed Luo Jie that the special stone he sought was located in a sacred domain ahead called Apiado. Upon hearing this, we all became invigorated. Adventure awaited. We eagerly made our way toward the sacred domain. However, as I employed my observation hockey, I sensed something was amiss. A formidable creature lurked within the forest. Indeed, as Buggy ventured in, he soon felt a chilling sensation at the nape of his neck. Turning around, he was met with the sight of a snake's head the size of a millstone, its lantern-like eyes fixed intently on him, drooling foul saliva onto his head. "Help!" Buggy was startled, his whole being shattered into pieces as he turned and fled. The enormous serpent, stretching several hundred meters, relentlessly pursued him, crashing through countless trees and causing the earth to tremble. Buggy clung to Roger's leg, weeping pitifully. Roger glanced at the colossal snake, took a step forward, and calmly uttered, "Beast, begone." In an instant, a terrifying aura of Conqueror's haki erupted. To my astonishment, the snake had no time to react. Its eyes rolled back, and its massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash, defeated in an instant. Buggy and Xiang Kasi beheld this spectacle with wide, admiring eyes. I too was struck by awe. Was this the oppressive presence of a true powerhouse? Rayleigh patted my head and chuckled, reassuring me that Roger had been playing in the mud at my age. We ventured deeper, finally arriving at the sacred depths, where a resplendent city of gold awaited us. Gold City. Xiang Duo Laba G's eyes transformed into dollar signs as he dashed forward, stuffing gold into his bag with a greedy fervor. I instinctively took out my camera to capture the moment, causing Buggy to clutch his loot tightly, fearing I intended to share in his spoils. Xiang Kasi chimed in, requesting a copy of the photos, perhaps reminiscent of the fleeting days of Captain Roger, which seemed to cast a shadow of melancholy over him. Beneath the Golden City, we discovered a historical text, though it was not read. Yu Tian approached to decipher it, revealing the inscription, "Conceal the true meaning in your heart," in harmony with the chimes of the great clock tower. I looked up, and there it was, the colossal clock tower, crowned with immense vines. We climbed the vines and indeed found a gigantic golden bell. Buggy's excitement surged once more, inquiring how we might transport such a treasure. Roger chuckled, indicating that he had little time left and that they could retrieve it themselves once they had a ship. At that moment, Rayleigh pulled Yu Tian aside, informing him of Roger's illness, stating that the captain had a terminal condition, with at most a year to live. Yu Tian was taken aback, unable to fathom that the mighty Roger could be afflicted by illness. Roger beckoned Yu Tian over to interpret another historical text beneath the clock tower. As Yu Tian began his interpretation, I silently chanted, "System, copy card, activate." With a chime, I was rewarded with the ability to read and write historical texts. Yes, this was simply fantastic. Yu Tian read aloud, revealing that the stone recorded information about the ancient weapon Poseidon. Upon hearing this, Roger requested Yu Tian to engrave a message on the clock tower. "Here shall guide this text to its ultimate destination. Pirate, gol di Roger." With our mission accomplished, we prepared to return to Qinghai. After bidding farewell to Ganfu Air, the Jackson set sail downwards through the cloud sea. Midway, An octopus hot air balloon appeared, enveloping our ship with its tentacles and slowly descending. I must say, at that moment, Buggy and Xia Hao thought their demise was imminent, only to discover it was a parachuting craft, leaving them slumped on the deck in relief. However, just a few meters above the ocean, the octopus suddenly began to deflate. With a loud pop, our ship plummeted into the sea like a free fall. The waves roared, drenching everyone and turning them into wet chickens. Of course, I was prepared. I swiftly employed the wood release for pillars technique, creating a small wooden shelter for myself and Xia Hao, perfectly shielded from the water. Poor Buggy stood outside, soaked to the bone, pointing at us with a pitiful expression that was utterly comical. Not long after we returned to the sea, Buggy and Xia Hao began to argue over whether it was colder in the Arctic or the Antarctic, eventually resorting to blows until Rayleigh subdued them with a single punch each. After sufficient commotion, it was time for serious matters. Roger announced that our next target was the end of the Grand Line. However, we still needed to gather 4 pieces of red historical texts. What do you think happened next? Ution revealed that one was located in Wan no Kuni. Inu Arashur and Nico Mamushi also chimed in, stating that their homeland, Zo, had another. Roger's face darkened, a mixture of excitement and frustration as he bellowed. Why didn't you scoundrels mention this earlier? Xia Hao calculated and declared that we now possessed information on 3 pieces. Roger's smile widened as he exclaimed, "No, it is 4. I know where the last one is." At that critical moment, Jabba rushed up from the cabin, announcing both good and bad news. The bad news was that our ship had malfunctioned after plummeting from 10,000 meters above. The good news was that it could still hold out for a while longer. Roger decisively stated, "Then we shall repair the ship first. Destination, Water 7, to find Tom." 3 days later, we arrived at Water 7. Ution entered the city like a country bumpkin, marveling at everything. We traversed a graveyard of abandoned ships and located Tom's shipyard. Roger embraced Tom heartily, while Xia Hao and Buggy greeted him like long-lost family, one clinging to his leg and the other climbing up his neck, displaying great affection. I also caught sight of a younger iceberg who exuded a cool, aloof charm. Roger eagerly inquired of Tom, "Is the sea train I've been longing for completed?" Master Tom chuckled, explaining that it was still in the design phase and not ready yet. Roger grew impatient, shouting at Master Tom to hurry, emphasizing that our ship had fallen from the sky. He gestured dramatically, as if to ensure we understood he had been to Sky Island. Master Tom, grasping the situation, replied, "Ah, I see. You fell after having a good time on Sky Island? Leave it to me." While the old friends reminisced, I kept my eyes peeled, scanning the shipyard. To my astonishment, I spotted none other than the future cyborg, Frankie. At that time, he was still a boy, clad only in shorts, diligently working away. Ution, noticing him, scampered over and exclaimed, "Kid, are you that dedicated? Are you an orphan? Want to join us as pirates?" Family members, who understands this approach to flirting? Frankie didn't even look back, bluntly retorting, "Scram, you're my way." He then added, his tone as frigid as the Siberian chill, "I was just thrown away by pirates. Don't bother me." Ution, having met with rejection, walked away in disappointment. Observing this scene, I thought to myself that Frankie, despite his foul temper, seemed fairly normal at that age, completely unlike the eccentricity he would later exhibit. An idea struck me, and I dashed behind Frankie, calling out, "Hey, Frankie." Ution was astonished. "XiaHao, you're interested in this kid too?" To him, I was a remarkably mature and disciplined intern, never engaging in frivolous pursuits. I smiled without elaborating. Frankie, irritated by our disturbance, whipped around, threw his wrench to the ground, and glared at us, demanding, "What do you want? Leave me alone." I retrieved a blueprint from my pocket, actually taken from the system backpack, a design for a laser pistol. I presented it to him, saying, "I heard you enjoy weapon research. This is for you. Don't refuse just yet. Take a look. I promise you'll like it." Frankie initially intended to scoff and decline, but upon laying eyes on the blueprint, his expression lit up. It was as if he had struck gold, radiating enthusiasm. Yet, recalling his earlier brusqueness, he hesitated, wanting to return the blueprint to me. I waved my hand dismissively. "It's a gift. It's of no use to me." If you manage to create it, just send me one as a return gift. This was merely a casual investment. Who knows? If he truly developed it, perhaps it could save Tom when he was captured, which would be a significant return. Frankie, genuinely moved, bowed deeply to me, exclaiming, "Thank you, Xia Hao." 2 days later, the ship was repaired, and we bid farewell to Tom and his apprentices, setting sail once more. Roger stood at the bow, raising his hand in a grand gesture. Set sail. Destination: Sabaody Archipelago. Upon arrival at Sabaody, the sight was breathtaking, bubbles floating everywhere. Tianyu, holding a child, gazed in wide-eyed wonder. Beside me, the fellow named Tao Jishu was quite the sight, perched atop Tian's neck, nearly drooling as he gazed at the voluptuous ladies around us. I could only roll my eyes, thinking to myself that this lad would never amount to much. As the ship docked, Rayleigh commenced the work of coating the vessel, his deft hands revealing his expertise as a seasoned professional. Buggy, ever the opportunist, approached eagerly, urging me, "XiaHao, let's head ashore for a feast." I shot him a sideways glance, retorting, "You're treating. Why should I foot the bill?" "Shanks, it's on you." Shanks, with an air of indignation, replied, "I'm broke. Who told you to gather so much gold on Sky Island?" The two were on the brink of a quarrel when I sighed. "All right, I'll pay. If not for the gold I secretly stashed, I'd be as broke as you." Frankly, as interns, our meals and lodgings were covered, but we lacked pocket money. Upon hearing that I would treat, the two jesters instantly transformed, their faces lighting up with joy as they hurried off towards the entertainment district. Buggy craved curry rice. Shanks desired chocolate, and I made a beeline for the market, purchasing a cart full of ingredients: geese, potatoes, scallions, and ginger. Having been cared for like a child during our time aboard, today I was determined to showcase my culinary prowess with a traditional dish from my hometown: iron pot braised goose. Buggy stared in disbelief at my haul, exclaiming, "XiaHao, are you cooking for yourself?" I replied with an air of mystery, "Of course. The delicacies from my homeland will surely delight your taste buds." However, as I made my way back, a band of brazen pirates leaped out from an alley, brandishing knives and smirking menacingly. "Hey kid, with all that loot, you must be rich. Hand it over." My good mood was soured by their interruption. I raised my chin, my gaze icy. A pack of cowards too frightened to venture into the new world. Scram. My words struck a nerve, and they charged at me, knives drawn in a fit of rage. I didn't even bother to move. I merely glared, unleashing the formidable presence of my conqueror's hockey. With a resounding hum, every pirate in the alley fell unconscious, foam frothing at their lips. Shanks, witnessing this, clenched his fists in excitement. "XiaHao, your conqueror's hockey has grown even stronger." I smiled. "You get there too." But then, Buggy, clearly perturbed, stormed off in a huff, stomping on the fallen pirates before pushing his cart away. I exchanged a bewildered glance with Shanks, wondering what had just transpired. 3 days later, with the ship's coating complete, we prepared to dive. My geese were now perfectly stewed, and just as I served the first dish, Buggy snatched a piece and yelped in surprise from the heat, mumbling, "Delicious. So good." I was about to caution him to take his time, but before I could utter a word, the entire pot of goose vanished in an instant. Roger's crew devoured it as if they hadn't eaten in days, leaving me in disbelief at their voracious appetites. Half an hour later, the deck was littered with satisfied sailors, each cradling their bloated bellies. Buggy, still savoring the taste, proposed, "XiaHao, shall we buy more?" I flatly declined. "No way. I'm exhausted. You all are stuffed while I didn't get a single bite." Seeing that the atmosphere was ripe, Roger stood and waved, "Listen up. Prepare to set sail for Fishman Island." The ship, the Jackson, began its descent into the depths of the ocean. Just then, Roger's expression shifted, and he turned to Rayleigh. "Did you hear that sound?" Rayleigh looked puzzled. "What sound?" "We're in the deep sea." But then Tian, with a grave countenance, interjected, "No, there is definitely a sound." My heart raced. It was happening. As they focused on locating the source of the sound, I quietly murmured to myself, "System, copy for me." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the special skill, listening to the voice of all things." Yes, I wanted to celebrate with a fist pump, elated at acquiring another extraordinary ability. What Roger and Yution heard was the conversation of two colossal sea kings. It is about to be born. Our king is about to be born. Soon, an island enveloped in a massive bubble appeared before us. Fishman Island had arrived. However, as we approached, we were encircled by a group of Fishman warriors. A colossal figure wielding a trident emerged from the island, his voice chilling. "Humans, what is your purpose here?" Roger hurried to the bow of the ship, waving. "Hey, it's me, Roger. Neptune." Upon recognizing him, Neptune broke into a cold sweat, recalling some unpleasant memories. Though his expression darkened, he allowed us entry. It turned out there was a prophecy about someone breaking the gate of Fishman Island, and he had assumed it would be Roger. Roger, exasperated, responded, "Come on, Neptune, do you really think I would do such a thing?" Just as he finished speaking, a guard rushed over. "Lord Neptune, the Sea Kings have broken the gate." Well, the prophecy was accurate, just misdirected. With the misunderstanding cleared, Neptune sought out the 3-year-old prophet, XiaHao. In her innocent voice, she declared, "The Sea Kings are waiting for the birth of the mermaid princess." This revelation caused an uproar, with the fishmen murmuring excitedly about the king's impending child. Neptune, however, was taken aback, exclaiming, "Wait, I'm not even married yet. Where would a child come from?" Just a few months into his reign, he was still a naive youth, but at the mention of Odoheim's name, his face flushed. Later, we discovered the historical text in the sea forest, and Yution deciphered it, revealing it to be an apology from Joy Boy, which proved inconsequential. Roger inquired whether it mentioned the ancient weapon Poseidon. Upon hearing this, Neptune combined XiaHao's prophecy with the legend, explaining that every few hundred years, a mermaid capable of communicating with sea kings would be born, fearing that the ancient weapon was indeed his future daughter. Roger was equally astonished and rushed to ask XiaHao, "When will the mermaid princess be born?" XiaHao extended her tiny hand, holding up 10 fingers. 10 years. Roger sighed, realizing he would not live to see it. To ease Neptune's worries, Rayleigh quickly clarified, "We are here for treasure, not to steal your daughter." With the commotion settled, we set forth once more. Upon departing Fishman Island, Roger's health deteriorated again, and he vomited blood alarmingly. I once again offered to use my cells to prolong his life, but he refused, insisting he wanted to live and die freely. As the ship emerged from the water, Roger patted Yution's shoulder. "Yution, we're heading to your homeland. Crew, set sail for Wano." The closer we approached Wano, the more taciturn Yution became, radiating an aura of unease. Just as we neared, Shanks burst from the cabin, shouting, "Mr. Yution, Lady Timor has fainted." Yution was genuinely alarmed. The ship's doctor, Kurokas, examined her and stated that Timor was under immense mental strain and needed to recuperate in Wano. Inuzuka and Nico Mamushi resolved to stay behind to care for her and the child. Yution hesitated, but Timor, struggling to sit up, looked him in the eye with determination, saying, "Yution, is this the extent of your adventurous spirit? If you dare to stop, I will sever our ties." This admonition silenced everyone. Ultimately, Yution chose to continue his quest. We escorted Timor and the child to Wano, where Kin Eamon and his retainers wept upon seeing Yution. Just as they were about to report on Wano's dire state, Timor halted them, insisting they not distract Yution. I couldn't help but interject, "Mr. Yution, we can resolve your issues without taking much time." However, Yution declined, stating that Wano did not welcome outsiders, and with Roger's time running short, he needed to swiftly obtain the final piece of the historical text. An hour later, we secured the rubbings and prepared to leave. On shore, Kin Eamon and the others cried out, pleading for Yution to stay. On board the vessel, Yution stood with his back to Wano country, eyes closed, his body trembling slightly. I knew that no one was suffering as deeply as he was. Roger observed him and taunted him deliberately. "You truly are an irresponsible man." In an instant, Yution erupted, shouting, "Bastard! Who do you think I'm doing this for? Without me, you wouldn't even be able to enter the land of fur. Moreover, I want to see with my own eyes what lies on that final island." Roger fell silent, finally uttering, "Thank you, Yution." The ship sailed through the boundless ocean, soon entering a thick fog. As we sought our direction, A colossal shadow loomed before us. Guan Yue Gu Tian exclaimed with excitement. That is not an island. It is an elephant. We were all taken aback. Spending a considerable amount of time climbing onto the elephant's back, guided by the messages left by Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, and ultimately encountered the Duke of the fur tribe of this era. This Duke, upon seeing us, could hardly contain himself, tears flowing as he exclaimed that it was wonderful to know that Inuarashi and Nekomamushi were still alive. The scene was overwhelmingly touching. He then led us to climb the enormous whale tree. I must say, the higher we ascended, the more uneasy the expressions of Captain Roger, Gutian, and I became. It felt as though a pair of immense eyes were watching us from below, sending chills down our spines. Roger turned to Gutian and said, I understand you. At that moment, the two exchanged a silent acknowledgement. I certainly understood as well. The voice of all things resonated within me. The sound of that giant elephant felt like a concert in my mind. Upon reaching the tree's summit and entering the whale's tail, we indeed found the last piece of the red historical text. Gu Tian gasped and exclaimed, I never expected that our Guan Yue family and the fur tribe are truly brothers. Roger, even more ecstatic, jumped up like a 200-pound child, shouting that they had found the last piece. The commotion was so great that I feared he might cause the tree to collapse. As we descended, a little figure sprang out from behind us. It was a small member of the fur tribe named Pedro. Clenching his tiny fists, he earnestly declared, I want to set sail with you. Roger immediately began to pour out motivational words, saying, Listen well, Pedro. Everyone has their own time to shine. I stood by, nearly rolling my eyes at the absurdity of it all. I knew the fate that awaited this little leopard, and hearing Roger's words stirred a mix of emotions within me. Unable to resist, I ruffled his little head and encouraged him. The child sweetly calling me Xia Hao Gidge melted my heart, and I silently vowed that I would never allow him to walk the same path as before. Upon returning to the ship, the atmosphere grew tense. We spread the information from the 4 rubbings across the map, and for 3 days and nights, Gutian and Rayleigh did not sleep, diligently calculating and drawing. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters, Garp, I must say, had an uncanny sixth sense. After a year without news from us, he sensed something amiss and told Sengoku that Roger must be planning something big. Sengoku was skeptical, but Garp stormed into the marshal's office, insisting that they set sail to find us. Just then, Gutian shouted, We found it. The entire ship erupted with excitement. Roger waved his hand and commanded everyone, set sail for the final island. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a loud crash sounded and Buggy collapsed. Goodness, he turned bright red, resembling a boiled shrimp, and had a fever. At such a critical moment, he faltered, adding a dramatic twist. Shanks, nearby, teased him, Are you still a child? Buggy, infuriated, jumped up to confront him, shouting with a red face, Who are you calling red-nosed and big-headed? I couldn't help but chuckle at how, even in his delirium, he remained sensitive about his nose. Ultimately, Roger made the decision to leave Buggy behind. When the day came to depart, Shanks and I exchanged glances and decided not to go. I told Roger that we were still young and wanted to sail on our own ship. Roger, upon hearing this, looked immensely relieved and waved us off with a smile. As we returned to the inn, Buggy pretended to sleep, but tears streamed down his face, likely cursing us for being foolish. To be honest, only we could forsake witnessing history for the sake of a brother. A few days after bidding farewell to Roger and the others, I slipped away alone. I directly sought out Whitebeard, who upon seeing me exclaimed, Aren't you that kid from Roger's crew? Did your captain abandon you? I didn't bother with pleasantries and immediately informed him of the impending crisis in Wano country. I mentioned that Gutian was fine and had even fathered a daughter, but that Kaido was eyeing Wano. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard exploded with rage. His conqueror's haki shattered the space around him, causing the ocean to rise in tumultuous waves. I spoke only briefly before jumping into the sea and using wood release to create a small boat to escape. I knew that Kaido was about to face dire consequences. Sure enough, not long after, the world went into a frenzy. The headlines read, Roger reaches the final island. Upon arriving at that location, Roger and his crew discovered that the treasure left by Joy Boy was a tremendous joke, and they all laughed until they could hardly stand. Roger named the island Laughtail. When this news broke, the entire world erupted. The Pirate King, GOLD, Roger was born. Whitebeard chuckled as he read the paper. But when he thought of Wayno, his expression darkened, and he promptly dispatched Marco and Izang to provide support. The Golden Lion, Shiki, roared in anger, declaring Roger his enemy, and rallied a fleet to confront him again. Even the Devil Fruit, Descendant Barrett, could not sit idly by. The Marines and the world government were in a frenzy, sending Garp across the globe to hunt us down while urgently notifying the newspapers to remove the D from Roger's name. The implications were heavy, as they feared the revelation of the secrets of the D clan. Just as the world anticipated a grand confrontation, Roger hosted a final banquet aboard the ship. He raised his glass and solemnly expressed his gratitude. Then, taking a deep breath, he announced, "The Roger Pirates are disbanded." Although I had sensed this outcome, the moment he uttered those words, the fierce men aboard the ship, who could silence the cries of children in the New World, wept like children. It was profoundly upsetting. Following this, we returned Gutian to Wayno country, watching him stride toward the land shrouded in black smoke, vowing to open the country. I could only silently wish him good fortune. Afterward, the crew disembarked one by one at various islands, each going their separate ways. In the end, only Rayleigh and I remained. Near Log Town, I too disembarked and bid farewell to Rayleigh, watching the Jackson vanish over the horizon. I planned to rest for a year in this dilapidated place called Shiyu Island. With a small piece of gold in hand, I headed to a pawn shop, exchanging it for 100 million berries. The owner, bowing and scraping, ushered me out the door. The sudden wealth immediately attracted unwanted attention. I could sense several menacing gazes upon me. Feigning ignorance, I strolled into a narrow alley, and with a swift motion, vanished from sight. The group of simpletons trailing behind me was left bewildered, wondering where I had gone. Did he sprout wings and fly away? I perched atop the wall above their heads and softly inquired, "Hey, are you looking for me?" They were startled, and then the leader with yellow hair arrogantly demanded I hand over my money. I retorted, "Why should I?" As they realized their attempt to rob me was futile, they prepared to attack. A burly man resembling a bear asked the yellow-haired one, "What should we do, Big Yellow?" The yellow-haired thug, exasperated, seemed to be thinking that with these muscle-bound fools, robbery was their only option. Finally, gritting his teeth, he decided on the old method and shouted, "Let's go. Just be careful not to kill him." With a dozen men, they charged at me with sinister grins. At that moment, I placed my bag on the ground and thought, "This is perfect." You wouldn't believe it. I vanished with incredible speed, as if I had activated the ghost step, disappearing right before their eyes. The hulking brutes widened their eyes in disbelief, still processing the situation while I had already circled around them. I must tell you about my fingers. Wrapped in a commanding aura, firm as iron, and with a mere touch upon the chest of each adversary, a sudden burst of crimson erupted like a fountain, and they fell one by one, akin to a line of dominoes. In an instant, the alley was awash in red. I shook my head, lamenting their weakness. As it barely served as a warm-up, I picked up my bundle and strolled towards the stunned youth with yellow hair, patting him on the shoulder, intending to impart a few lessons. To my astonishment, a sudden gust of wind surged from behind. A youthful voice cried out, "Don't you dare leave." A small fist, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, charged straight for the back of my head. Without a glance, I raised my hand and, with a resounding impact, caught that punch. Goodness, the force was formidable. My entire being sank, and the stone pavement beneath me cracked as my legs sank into the earth. Quite intriguing. My arm tingled slightly as I turned to see a child, whom I shall refer to as a Xing, staring at me, pale-faced in disbelief, realizing that he had encountered a true opponent for the first time. Undeterred, he yelled and swung his arms like the wheels of a whirlwind, raining down punches upon me like a deluge. The commotion was lively, yet he was left dumbfounded. Why? Because his fists were now bloodied and bruised. Striking me felt akin to hitting a steel plate. At last, he understood, turning to his fallen comrades and shouting, "Retreat! Quick retreat! We cannot afford to provoke this individual." With that, he bolted away. I chuckled. Did he think he could simply strike me and flee? Such a notion was too naive. The lad ran like the wind, having covered over 100 meters when I appeared beside him in a flash, lifting my foot and sending him flying. A Xing collided against the wall like a cannonball, causing it to splinter like a spider's web. Then, with a clang, a small black bundle fell from his grasp. Was that not the gold I had yet to exchange? Well done, lad. I approached, picked up the bundle, and smiled at him, impressed by his ability to engage in battle while also pilfering. However, did he not understand the consequences of stealing from pirate? Upon uttering those words, a Xing appeared as though struck by lightning. One moment filled with despair. The next, his face beamed with joy as he suddenly knelt before me, exclaiming, "Great captain, I humbly bow before you. Please allow me to join your pirate crew." I was utterly bewildered. What kind of divine intervention was this? Such a seamless shift in attitude. When had I declared my intention to recruit anyone? My own crew was but a distant dream. 10 minutes later, we found ourselves in a stalemate, staring into each other's eyes. "So, you wish to join my pirate crew?" My mind felt overwhelmed. "Yes." A Xing nodded vigorously. "Captain Xia Hao, becoming a pirate is my lifelong dream." Yet, I had yet to establish a crew, and he was far too weak. I scoffed. His eyes glimmered with tears as he gazed at me. "I will strive to grow stronger, Captain Xia Hao." By heavens, he even called me captain. His audacity was remarkable. Unable to withstand his pitiful gaze, I sighed. 1 year. "I will grant you 1 year. If you can impress me after that time, I might consider it." "Yes, I will work hard, captain." In an instant, he was revitalized. Thus, he clung to me like a stubborn gum. Over the course of that year, with ample time on my hands, I taught him a variety of skills, martial arts, the ways of hockey, and even the fundamentals of the 8 gates. I discovered that a Xing was indeed a gem, possessing innate high defense, remarkable recovery, and strength akin to that of a young giant. By year's end, he was effortlessly capable of defeating a bounty of 10 million. Meanwhile, I had drawn numerous beneficial items from the system, feeling as though fortune had graced me, my spirits soaring high. Just then, a Xing rushed in, clutching a newspaper. Urgency etched across his face. "Captain, major news. Pirate King Roger has been captured by the Navy. He is to be publicly executed in Lowtown." My heart sank. The inevitable had arrived. Captain Roger, the man who had rescued me from the sea and introduced me to the wonders of the world, had ultimately met this fate. Though I understood his surrender was a sacrifice to usher in a new era, the heaviness in my heart remained. Upon the announcement, the world erupted. Shiki the Golden Lion, the legendary pirate who was both foe and ally to Roger, stormed the Navy headquarters at Marineford, proclaiming that Roger had been betrayed by the Navy and demanding his release, asserting that if anyone were to end his life, it would be him. The ensuing battle, it is said, obliterated half of Marineford. A week later, in East Blue, Lowtown was teeming with people, a throng of pirates eager to witness the end of an era. A Xing and I blended into the crowd. Finally, the bells tolled as Roger, adorned in shackles, ascended the execution platform step by step. His face bore no trace of fear. In fact, he appeared quite serene as he addressed the executioner. "Come now, finish it quickly." Just as the blade was about to descend, a voice from the crowd, resembling that of a herald, cried out, "Hey, Pirate King, where have you hidden your treasure? The great treasure, One Piece." Every ear perked up. Upon hearing this, Roger fell silent, then suddenly erupted into laughter, his mirth echoing throughout Lowtown. At last, with all his remaining strength, he proclaimed that legendary line, "Do you want my treasure? If you seek it, you may have it all. Go and search for it. Everything is there." No sooner had he finished speaking than 2 swords pierced his body. In that moment, the world froze for a few seconds, then erupted. The shouts of "Set sail! Set sail! I shall become the Pirate King!" seemed to rend the very heavens. Thus, the age of great pirates was born from Roger's sacrifice. Everyone frantically rushed toward the harbor, preparing to hoist their sails. After the crowd dissipated, I found Shanks and Buggy, both of whom were weeping uncontrollably. Shanks wanted Buggy to join him, but Buggy, filled with anger, refused and stormed off. I understood. Buggy was upset that Shanks had inherited the captain's straw, yet was unwilling to pursue that ultimate dream. Shanks departed, and so did Buggy. I gazed at their receding figures, feeling quite reflective. I said to Shanks, "Let us meet at the pinnacle." Once most had left, I proceeded to business. I instructed Shing to steal a set of Navy uniforms and, employing would release, performed a spectacular transformation, altering my appearance and aura completely. I aimed to manipulate the situation, teleporting directly onto the Navy ship carrying Captain Roger's body. The ship was heavily guarded, but clad in a Navy uniform. I strode confidently inside. As I neared the Captain's remains, I was halted by a guard. "Halt. Which division do you belong to?" Alas, I had hoped to avoid conflict. Sighing, I uttered a few words, "Dragon Slayer magic. Corrosive poison mist." Instantly, a green poison mist erupted from my being, corrosive enough to eat through the deck, creating a gaping hole. Taking advantage of the Navy's confusion, I seized Captain Roger's body and, employing another teleportation, vanished without a trace. Later, I heard that the Navy was terrified, believing they were haunted. Admiral Sengoku received reports and was infuriated, ultimately ordering a news blackout, publicly declaring that Roger had been buried. Old Man Garp was equally furious, scouring the seas in fear that someone might use the Captain's corpse for nefarious purposes. I carried the Captain's body to a deserted island. I retrieved 2 treasures from the system. One is called Mujixin, which provides an endless supply of vitality. And the other is the Shirshu and Nijuan Daekoran, capable of reversing the forces of yin and yang, granting new life. I placed these 2 items upon the captain, encasing him within a colossal wooden box crafted through Muduan, and then summoned the arrival of the Tree Sea. In an instant, the entire island sprouted a vast forest that obscured the sun, burying the wooden box deep within the earth. "Farewell, Captain," I whispered, hoping for a day when we might meet again. Having completed this, I returned to Logatown. Aishing was squatting in an alley, counting money, evidently having acquired it through dubious means. I patted him on the shoulder and said, "Let us go. Pack up. We are setting sail." Upon hearing this, Aishing nearly leaped with excitement. "Really, boss? Are we truly going to sea?" Indeed, we depart for the Grand Line. We purchased a small boat, and thus began our journey. Aishing stood at the bow, embracing the sea breeze, exuberantly shouting with joy. Watching his naivete, I chuckled. However, my laughter soon faded, for in the distance, a colossal pirate ship was bearing down upon us, and it was clear that their intentions were far from benevolent. At the bow stood a burly figure resembling a bear, his gaze fixed upon us with palpable hostility. Hostile? Allow me to elaborate. His glare seemed to perceive us as freshly roasted crispy pork belly, just shy of sprinkling us with cumin. The hulking captain waved his hand, his voice booming like a broken gong. "You lot, seize those 2 brats and drag them back to clean the toilets." Instantly, one of his underlings jumped forward, as if racing to be reborn, accompanied by 5 or 6 others, sliding down the ropes toward our humble vessel. Their expressions suggested they were toying with us, and it was understandable given that this was the East Sea, reputed to be the weakest of all seas, where peace reigned to the point of mushroom growth. I remained nonchalant, leaning against the side of the boat, nodding toward Aishing. "This is your moment. Stretch those limbs." Inwardly, I mused, what audacity to challenge me with such pitiful scoundrels. Aishing was brimming with excitement, clenching his fists and grinning widely. He had only dealt with petty thieves before, but now he was facing real pirates, an experience delivered to him on a silver platter. The pirates, upon seeing Aishing's slender figure step forward alone, erupted in laughter. One of them, swaggering, waved his knife and mockingly asked, "Hey kid, have you ever seen a blade?" However, upon hearing the word blade, Aishing's thoughts drifted to a butcher's knife, which then led him to reminisce about the braised pork I had prepared a few days prior. Lost in thought, drool began to trickle from the corner of his mouth, presenting an absurd sight. The pirate, infuriated, exclaimed, "Are you mocking me?" His expression was one of fury, as if he wished to swallow both of us whole. After all, their captain had a bounty of 800,000 berries and was accustomed to ruling the East Sea with impunity. But guess what? The response he received was not words, but Aishing's fist. With a resounding thud, it landed squarely. The pirate had barely finished his taunt when Aishing's punch sent him reeling, his knife slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground, where Aishing deftly caught it. Holding the knife, he tilted his head and innocently asked, "Is this what knife feels like? I wonder how fast it is." With that, he swung the blade, and blood gushed forth as the pirate's arm was severed, his scream echoing in anguish. I stood by, observing without interference. After all, this was the world of pirates. If you do not unleash your wrath, others will feast upon you. The remaining pirates, witnessing their comrades' demise, were consumed by rage and charged at us. Yet, Xing moved with the agility of a monkey, and within 3 minutes, the entire crew lay sprawled on the deck, groaning. The captain, the hulking bear-like figure named XiaHao, turned a shade of green with fury, cursing, "You worthless fools." Then his gaze fell upon our small vessel, and he revealed a cruel smile, commanding, "Sink that boat." This was no mere game. Xing's face paled as he saw the massive ship barreling toward us like a rampaging bull. "Boss, what'll we do? If we lose the ship, we'll be fish food." I patted his shoulder, maintaining my composure. "Fear not. I have a plan. You take care of that big guy." Upon hearing my words, Xing's demeanor shifted. His eyes glimmered with determination as he tightened his grip on the knife, fixating on XiaHao. With a clap of my hands, I summoned the technique of Muqiao. You cannot imagine the spectacle that unfolded. Our small vessel erupted with countless wooden planks, rapidly shooting toward the pirate ship. And in the blink of an eye, a 5-meter-wide bridge spanned the gap between the two ships. Next, I executed another technique, Jingji. Instantly, the deck of their ship was pierced by numerous thorny vines, impaling the remaining pirates, blood cascading down like a macabre waterfall. Captain XiaHao stood frozen, trembling in fear, having never witnessed such a phenomenon. He must have thought, "It's over. I've encountered a devil fruit user." As a mere bounty hunter, why would he provoke such a formidable being? In his moment of shock, Xing dashed across the wooden bridge, delivering a swift strike that sent XiaHao staggering back, collapsing into a pool of his own blood. Mission accomplished. I surveyed the pirate ship, significantly larger than ours, and nodded in satisfaction. Approaching the terrified survivors, I offered a friendly smile. "You lock and sail, correct?" They nodded vigorously, as if fearing that a negative response would result in them becoming a potted plant on the deck. Having dealt with these scoundrels, I turned to the still exhilarated Xing, gesturing for him to tone it down. "Let's not be too reckless. We are in the East Sea. If that man sees us, we'll be in trouble." Upon hearing this, Xing's curiosity piqued. "Boss, are you referring to the marine hero Kapu?" "Who else?" I replied. "You can't take him on, can you?" After some contemplation, I responded earnestly, "Currently, I'd say it's a 50-50 chance." Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement, but I followed up with a caveat. "I have 4. He has 6. At that moment, Xing's expression was one of disbelief, a 12-year-old boy believing he had a 40% chance against Kapu, a man who had cornered the pirate king Ruji. Seemed nothing short of divine. I patted his astonished face, saying, "All right, enough for today. We shall begin training you in hockey tomorrow." "Yay! Long live the boss!" Xing exclaimed, instantly revitalized, bouncing with joy. While we basked in our triumph, a monumental event was unfolding on the Grand Line. The former crewmate of the pirate king Ruji, a ruthless individual named Daejalasai Baylite, driven mad by Ruji's death and lack of purpose, began wreaking havoc. Ultimately, he provoked the world government to issue a demon hunt order. The scene was chaotic. 5 naval warships, 5 vice admirals, accompanied by thousands of elite marines, surrounded an island. Baylite, a madman, did not flee but laughed maniacally, proclaiming that breaching the demon hunt order would prove he had surpassed Ruji. What followed was hours of cannon fire, nearly reducing the island to rubble. Yet, miraculously, Baylite emerged unscathed from the smoke, leaving the naval admirals in shock. However, the demon hunt order employed a strategy of sheer numbers. 5,000 marines encircled him, engaging in a war of attrition. Ultimately, Baylite, despite his defiance, succumbed. As soon as the news broke, the entire ocean erupted with excitement. By chance, a newspaper was swept onto our ship by the sea breeze. I reached out to catch it and saw the headline. "The Devil's Descendant, Barrett, was captured after failing to challenge the demon-slaying order." I sighed, reflecting on how a man who relied solely on his own strength ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming numbers of his opponents. Just as I was pondering this, Aixing shouted from the side, "Boss, look, an island." Following his pointing finger, an immense island appeared before us. I immediately activated my Kinbunchaku haki, and a map of the island's vast expanse materialized in my mind. After gauging the strength of the life forms on the island, a plan formed in my heart. I decided to make this island Aixing's exclusive beginner village. We would set sail only after he had defeated all the creatures residing there. Poor Aixing was still bouncing with excitement over discovering new land, blissfully unaware of my clear intentions. Ah, the essence of growth through companionship. What else could I do? Once I dealt with the minor threats, Aixing's confidence soared, believing himself to be remarkably strong. I gave him a light tap on the forehead and chided him. "What are you thinking? This is merely a small pirate in the East Sea. In the Grand Line, he wouldn't even be qualified to carry someone else's shoes as cannon fodder, understand? We just set sail. We cannot let him get carried away." Aixing, clutching his head, exclaimed in disbelief, "Really, boss?" After contemplating my extraordinary existence, he quickly regained composure and declared resolutely, "Boss, I also want to become strong as you." Seeing his earnest expression, I smiled and began to enlighten him. There are many ways to become strong, the quickest being to consume a devil fruit. However, this comes with side effects. Once consumed, you become a landlubber and will weaken upon contact with seawater. Of course, one can also grow stronger without eating a fruit. Take Pirate King Roger, for instance. He reached the pinnacle of the world through martial arts, swordsmanship, and hockey. Aixing, intrigued, inquired, "Hockey? What is that?" His curiosity was fully piqued. I patiently explained the three categories of devil fruits: Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia, while internally critiquing the unfortunate crocodile. A powerful Logia user who was defeated by the newly emerged Luffy with a mere bucket of water. A truly absurd turn of events. Having concluded my explanation, I elegantly waved my hand, using wood release to summon a large tree on the deck, for which 5 boxes appeared. I had conveniently stored a few fruits here. Choose one. Remember, you can only eat one. Eating 2 will result in an explosion, and the death will be quite gruesome. Aixing's eyes lit up like 2 bright bulbs. "Boss, I love you," he exclaimed, eagerly opening the boxes to reveal 5 oddly shaped fruits. The ironclad tortoise fruit, the ancient side dragon fruit, the bomb fruit, the swift fruit, and a Zoan-type mythical beast fruit in the shape of a wind god wyvern. I pointed to the last fruit and said, "Aixing, if you were to choose, select this one." The mythical beast type is rarer than the Logia type and comes with special abilities, offering boundless potential. Without a second thought, Aixing nodded eagerly, saying, "Hee boss, you must be right. I want this one." He grasped the fruit while I watched in anticipation. "You seem a bit shy, asking, boss. Why are you staring?" I cleared my throat and replied solemnly, "It's nothing. Since it's your first time eating, I'm worried you might have an accident. So I'll provide protection. Truthfully, I just wanted to see for myself if the legendary devil fruit truly tasted as foul as rumored." "Aixing touch," said boss. "You're so kind." He then opened his mouth wide and took a bite. 3 seconds later, his excited expression twisted into one of sheer agony, his features contorting. Just as I was about to say something, he waved his hand dismissively and declared, "Boss, don't say anything. For the sake of becoming strong, this little hardship is nothing." With that, he closed his eyes and, with a few crunching sounds, devoured the entire fruit. I looked at the empty fruit peel and sighed. Actually, I wanted to say that you only need to take the first bite to gain the ability. The rest is unnecessary. Aixing immediately fell into despair, his face a mask of sorrow as he lamented, "Boss, why didn't you say so earlier?" I cleared my throat, swiftly vanished from sight, and left behind a remark. The past is unalterable, but the future can be shaped. "Aixing, try out your new ability." With a resigned sigh, Aixing began to sense the power within him. As he concentrated, a pair of enormous wings unfurled behind him, and with a powerful flap, he slowly ascended into the air. An hour later, his delighted screams echoed through the sky as a colossal wyvern circled above our ship. We soon landed on the Beast Island. I scanned the area with my Kinbunchaka haki and found that although the island was teeming with beasts, none posed a threat to me. However, it was a perfect training ground for Aixing. I then declared, "Aixing, we shall reside here from now on. We will set sail again only when you have subdued all the creatures on this island. What? Aixing's face fell instantly. Boss, how many formidable foes are on this island? I extended 5 fingers, then added one more, stating calmly, 501. Just moments ago, I sensed a fleeting danger. Though it was faint, I trusted my instincts and included it in my count. Aixing was utterly petrified. I patted his shoulder, encouraging him, go on, young man. Tonight's dinner depends on you. As I watched Aixing walk into the jungle, frequently glancing back with a forlorn expression, I secretly clapped my hands, summoning a wood clone and a massive wooden figure behind me. It was a joke. How could I truly send him into danger alone? Should he perish before accomplishing anything? It would be quite a challenge to find another capable crew member. Just moments after Aixing entered the jungle, a tremendous roar resonated through the air, shaking the ground. He looked up to see a bear as large as a small mountain, standing upright, its enormous paw descending upon him like a tempest. Aixing panicked, flapping his wings to evade, narrowly escaping as the bear's paw swept past his nose. This encounter shattered his composure, and he roared, wind blade thrust. The barrage of wind blades rained down like a rapid-fire assault, transforming the massive gray bear into a sieve, blood gushing like a fountain until it collapsed, lifeless. I leapt into the air, exclaiming yes. We won. Oh, how exhilarating it felt to wield such power. What followed was a complete rout. I swept through the area like autumn leaves in the wind, clearing every beast in my path, leaving a mountain of corpses behind in anticipation of my feast. Just as I was reveling in the thrill, a mighty roar erupted from deep within the forest, resonating in my ears. Suddenly, the world before me sharpened into a vivid clarity, akin to 4K resolution, accompanied by a radar map in my mind, displaying numerous light points scurrying about as if they had seen a ghost. I paused for a moment before bursting into laughter, realizing I had unlocked the legendary Kinbunchika Haki while battling these minor foes. Excited, I transformed into a half-beast form and charged toward the source of the greatest commotion, eager to discover the identity of the massive light point that had sent all the others fleeing in terror. The scene was chaotic, with beasts stampeding and trees being uprooted as if a demolition crew had invaded the animal kingdom. Clearly, my captain, Xia Hao, sensed the disturbance as well and vanished from the beach, hurrying toward the commotion. As I arrived first and cast my gaze from the heavens, I must say, I was utterly astounded. Below, a fellow was engaged in a fierce confrontation with a colossal tiger king, towering at nearly 50 meters. Each blow resonated with flesh and blood. And I thought to myself, is this truly a human? This must be a humanoid Gauta. The Tiger King, too, was incensed. Consider this, just a year prior. When this man first set foot on the island, he was merely a novice, capable only of chasing small wild boars, having been sent fleeing by a single swipe from this beast. And now, he not only returned, but brought along his subordinates and his own son, which was simply intolerable. Thus, he had to be taken down. The scene unfolded as a one-sided massacre. The Tiger King swatted down with a paw that resembled a small mountain, sending the man flying with a thunderous crash into a hill, creating a human-shaped crater. I thought surely this would be the end, but to my astonishment, he staggered out from the rubble, spat blood, his teeth stained crimson, and grinned, refreshing. No wonder you are the island master. I, Mengshan, acknowledge you. I was left with the expression of an elderly subway passenger engrossed in their phone. This is unbelievable. Immediately, Mengshan tightened his muscles, and with a crack, the ground beneath him split open as he launched himself like a cannonball. With a move he called the cracking mountain fist, his fist, as large as a sandbag, collided directly with the Tiger King's paw. A sharp crack echoed, and the Tiger King let out a pained roar, unable to lift its paw. Mengshan, riding the momentum, charged forth with a flurry of combination punches, his fists raining down upon the Tiger King like a torrential downpour. Just as he prepared to deliver the finishing blow, the Tiger King unleashed its tail, sweeping it across with a whip-like motion, sending him flying once again. Seizing the opportunity, the Tiger King opened its gaping maw to bite, and I could smell the stench from above. But guess what? This muscular man, with veins bulging from his arms, forcibly seized the Tiger King's tusks, roared, and executed a one-handed shoulder throw, lifting the 50-meter beast and slamming it to the ground. I exclaimed in awe, "Who is truly the beast here?" Seeing the Tiger King dazed, Meng Shan prepared to deliver a coup de grace. However, the cunning Tiger King feigned death, and, as Meng Shan approached, it suddenly coiled its tail around him and clawed at him, inflicting 5 deep gashes that sprayed blood everywhere. I thought surely this would frighten Meng Shan, but instead, it only seemed to invigorate him, his eyes gleaming with madness. The two monsters stood off against one another once more. From my vantage point above, my heart raced. Either of them could obliterate me in an instant. I knew I had to step in. Just then, the voice of my leader, Xia Hao, echoed beside me. Impressive strength. Xing, did you see that? Compared to this fellow, that so-called grand pirate from days ago is as weak as a chick. I turned to find him perched atop a tree, having arrived unnoticed. Understood, Captain. I nodded, recognizing his concern that I might get carried away. With a smirk, he continued, "Once this fellow wins, you shall spar with him. If you hold your own, I would like him to join our crew." Who would have thought we would encounter such a rare hybrid of the fishmen and giants? Fascinating. Upon hearing this, I thought, fishmen and giants? No wonder he appears to be on a different level. My anticipation grew. I was eager to see how I measured up against such a formidable opponent. My captain, observing me, likely reveled in the irony of my own unique heritage, his expression betraying a mischievous delight. The battle reached its climax as both Meng Shan and the Tiger King neared exhaustion. Suddenly, Meng Shan bellowed, "Fishman, empty-handed fist, 5,000 vortex punch." In the blink of an eye, he appeared above the Tiger King's head, delivering a punch that struck with the sound of a watermelon exploding, resounding with a crispness that echoed in the air. The Tiger King's eyes rolled back, and it fell lifeless. Meng Shan stood triumphant, laughing uproariously for a full 3 minutes before abruptly raising his gaze, his eyes sharp as blades directed at my position. "Since you're here, come forth. Hiding away is no mark of a true warrior." My heart skipped a beat. He could see me from such heights? As I turned to inform my captain, I found he had vanished. I was thoroughly impressed by this captain's whimsical nature. With no other choice, I steeled myself and descended, transforming into my half-beast form. Upon seeing me, Meng Shan's eyes lit up. A new breed of monster? Without hesitation, he assumed a fighting stance. I dared not engage in close combat. Instead, I distanced myself to unleash a barrage of wind blades with a technique called Wind Blade, Dance of Demons, raining down countless wind blades. Yet, this fellow reacted with remarkable speed, uprooting a large tree to hurl at me like a spear. Had it not been for my observation hockey providing a timely warning, I would have been skewered. Almost immediately, he began launching trees at me as if they were arrows, leaving me in a state of frantic confusion. Realizing this was untenable, I decided to unleash my ultimate technique. Wind's Extreme, Giant Blade, a colossal wind blade, over 40 meters long, materialized in the sky, aimed directly at him. To my astonishment, Meng Shan snorted dismissively, lifted a boulder the size of a small hill, and hurled it upward. The two formidable attacks clashed in midair with a thunderous explosion, annihilating each other. In the aftermath, he simply shrugged, turned his back, and walked away, leaving me bewildered. Hey, the battle isn't over yet. At that moment, my captain, Xia Hao, appeared before Meng Shan in a flash. Upon seeing my captain, Meng Shan immediately sensed a powerful aura, his eyes gleaming once more as he tossed aside the head of the Tiger King, ready to engage. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xia Hao, a pirate. You possess great potential. Would you like to join my ship?" Meng Shan shook his head. "Pirate? Boring, too weak." My captain chuckled. "Weak? How about we wager? If I win, you join my ship. If I lose, we leave immediately." Meng Shan's interest piqued, and he readily agreed. No sooner had he spoken than Meng Shan launched a cracking mountain fist at my captain. Xia Hao raised a hand, executing wood release, wooden plank wall, conjuring several layers of wooden barriers that absorbed the force of Meng Shan's punch, which broke through 3 layers before losing momentum. Sensing he had gauged Meng Shan's strength, my captain unleashed his ultimate move, 8 gates. 6th gate, open. To my astonishment, a green light enveloped Xia Hao, and in an instant, he vanished, leaving only an afterimage. Meng Shan was caught off guard, receiving a relentless barrage of punches that left him dizzy and entirely on the defensive. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows for a staggering 5 hours. 5 hours. I was aghast from my vantage point. Did my captain possess infinite stamina? Was he even human? Ultimately, Meng Shan made a misstep, and my captain seized the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow to his head, resulting in a knockout. As Meng Shan crawled out from the rubble, he surrendered, declaring, "I concede." He likely could not fathom how my captain managed to fight like an unyielding machine, unwearied. Thus, our Haotian pirate crew welcomed our third member, Meng Shan. My captain gazed at the 6'6" Meng Shan with palpable envy, for he himself possessed merely 6-pack abs while Meng Shan boasted 8. "Captain, should we have a name for our crew?" I suggested. After some contemplation, my captain declared, "Let us call ourselves the Haotian Pirate Crew." From that day forth, our grueling training commenced. My captain first enlightened Meng Shan on the essence of hockey, then personally instructed him. Demonstrating observation hockey, my captain navigated through Meng Shan's torrential onslaught with ease, untouched by any strike. Illustrating armament hockey, a single punch from my captain sent Meng Shan, along with his fist, flying, fracturing bones in the process. A year later, I, as Xing, in my half-beast form, delivered a punch infused with armament hockey, obliterating the skull of a prehistoric giant crocodile. This year of training was nothing short of inhumane, yet I felt empowered enough to take on 100 versions of my former self. On the other side, at D District's Meng Shan, facing a towering mountain that seemed to pierce the heavens, I took a deep breath, channeling all my might into my clenched fist, and unleashed a reinforced version of the split mountain fist, sending shockwaves through the air. The scene was nothing short of spectacular, as if thunder had erupted from the ground, causing the entire mountain peak to tremble and vanish under my fist gale. The 19-year-old Meng Shan was so exhilarated that he laughed and cried like a child. Our leader, not far away, nodded in satisfaction and opened his system panel, deciding to gamble all the points he had accumulated over the past year on a lottery. I tell you, the luck of our leader was so phenomenal that not buying a lottery ticket would be a missed opportunity. He drew a tailor-made heavy gauntlet for Meng Shan, a skill called Songlong Breaks the Heavens, a thunder of annihilation magic, and even a collection of photographs featuring the Pirate Empress. Most impressively, he obtained a card for a gigantic warship. An hour later, we stood by the sea, utterly astounded. Can anyone comprehend the concept of conjuring a luxurious 3-deck pirate ship out of thin air? This ship, the Haotian, could sail not only with sails, but also harness the power of thunder and lightning, placing it leagues ahead of any vessel. The three of us excitedly boarded the ship, and our leader filled it with energy using lightning power. The Haotian shot forward with a whoosh, as if it were flying. 5 days later, we adjusted the ship's speed to normal and leisurely admired the scenery on the ocean. Suddenly, Meng Shan pointed ahead and shouted, "Boss, it looks like there's a naval warship ahead." Upon hearing this, I sprang up from my lounge chair, and, as I followed his gaze, my once sunny disposition was instantly overshadowed by clouds of dread. Can anyone fathom the significance of a ship adorned with a dog head? This was serious trouble. I must say, there's only one naval warship with such a decoration in the entire world, and its captain is an old man named Garp, a hero of the Navy. He could shatter an island with a single punch and had chased the pirate King Roger across the world, making him a top-tier lunatic. To be honest, I had no desire to confront him. My fragile physique would surely crumble under a single blow. Just as I was about to urge Meng Shan to turn and flee, a sharp whoosh echoed by my ear. A massive black iron projectile hurtled towards us. I focused my gaze and, to my horror, realized it was a cannonball. Would release, wooden spear. Reacting swiftly, I raised my hand and conjured a wooden spear, throwing it without a second thought. I heard a satisfying thud as the cannonball was pierced right through, exploding with a thunderous roar not far from our ship. The shockwave rocked our vessel, and a pungent smell of gunpowder quickly permeated the air. But this was merely the beginning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another barrage of cannonballs rained down upon us, relentless, as if they were free. It seemed that Garp had truly set his sights on us. He probably thought our ship was too grand, suspecting it was a den of pirates. Would release, wooden barrier. I clapped my hands together, and several thick wooden walls sprouted from the bow of the ship, firmly blocking the incoming cannonballs. Boom, boom. The explosions were incessant, shaking the Hao as if it were caught in an earthquake. On the opposing ship, Garp, seeing his cannonballs thwarted, became invigorated. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he ordered his subordinates to bring forth another volley of cannonballs, hurling them at us one after another like shot puts. I couldn't help but think, was this old man here to demolish our ship? Mengshan, witnessing the chaos, was filled with adrenaline and mimicked me, punching 2 cannonballs away with sheer force. The heavy recoil exhilarated him, and his eyes gleamed with battle intent as he gazed at Garp. I quickly restrained him, urging him to calm down. If we truly angered that old man, we would meet our end here. Impressive indeed. Bring forth my secret weapon. Garp, noticing his ammunition depleted, shook his shoulders and shouted. A minute later, I beheld an absurdly massive iron ball aboard the opposing ship, rendering me speechless. Truly, although I had prepared myself mentally, witnessing this monstrosity in person was akin to physics being ground into the dirt. I turned to Mengshan, who was brimming with eagerness, and asked, "It's up to you. Are you ready for this?" "Absolutely," Mengshan exclaimed, bursting with fighting spirit, as he stepped forward, fixating on the incoming iron ball. He took a deep breath, channeling his haki into his fist, which caused the air around it to warp, enveloped in a flowing aura. 7,000 fists to the tiles. As the iron ball approached, Mengshan's towering figure suddenly dipped, and he launched himself like a cannonball, soaring to the same height as the iron ball. He closed his eyes, feeling the power in his fist, and then struck out with incredible force. Although the fist and the iron ball were separated by half a meter, time seemed to freeze for a moment. Then an invisible shockwave slammed into the iron ball. In the next instant, that iron ball, larger than a house, was flung away as if swatted by an unseen hand, hurtling far off and crashing into the sea, creating towering waves. The naval ship on the opposite side erupted in chaos. He blocked it. You must be kidding. That's Vice Admiral Garp's secret weapon. Who exactly is aboard this ship? Could it be a new monster, a newcomer? My companion, Xing, could no longer contain himself. His fists clenched tightly. Boss, I can't hold back any longer. Let me join the fray. Observing his eagerness, I didn't stop him but merely cautioned. Go ahead, but take care. That's the Navy hero Garp over there. I'm on it. Xing grinned, unfurling his wings that spanned several meters, and with a powerful flap, he vanished in an instant, reappearing above the naval warship. Blade of the wind. Xing ascended to 100 meters, surveying the dense ranks of the Navy below. With a powerful beat of his wings, countless blades of wind cascaded down like a torrential storm upon the dog-headed warship. Below, Garp narrowed his eyes, his expression turning grave. He made no move, merely gestured lightly with his hand, and his silent adjutant, Bogard, instantly understood. The man drew his sword with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible, executing a flawless motion of drawing and sheathing within a second. Following this, dozens of crescent-shaped sword energies shot skyward, colliding fiercely with Xing's wind blades. A terrifying explosion ensued, sending shockwaves that rocked the warship. Xing, witnessing his attack effortlessly neutralized, was not surprised. I must say, this was precisely the reason I sent him. It was a lesson in reality. After a year of smooth sailing, this lad had grown a bit cocky. It was time for him to learn that there are always greater beings beyond oneself. He was not deterred. Instead, he soared higher, preparing to unleash a grand move. Wind Dragon Emperor, a colossal storm dragon, over 100 meters long, formed behind him, claws bared, and a sense of overwhelming pressure emanating from it. With a mighty roar, the wind dragon surged toward the naval ship. Many ordinary sailors below were immediately brought to their knees by the sheer force of its presence. And what happened next? The adjutant, named Bogart, merely furrowed his brow, enveloped in hockey, and leaped into the air. One sword style, flying dragon slash. An even more fearsome sword energy ascended to the heavens, effortlessly cleaving a Xing's 100-meter wind dragon to smithereens. A Xing, suspended in the sky, stared in disbelief. His most powerful attack had been dismissed with such ease by a mere adjutant. He silently committed Bogart's appearance to memory, and without a word, turned and fled back. This encounter was a wake-up call, effectively curing him of his online addiction, and his inflated ego was swiftly deflated. Ha ha ha, what an amusing fellow. Garp laughed heartily below, having recognized that a Xing was merely testing the waters. With a grand gesture, he commanded the warship to pursue at full speed, clearly enjoying the thrill of the chase. What a troublesome individual. I observed the relentless pursuit of the dog-headed ship, feeling overwhelmed. Stepping onto the deck, I summoned my Fong Tianhua Ji, which instantly appeared in my grasp, and began to spin it rapidly, dragon absorbing water. With a powerful sweep of my halberd, a small tornado erupted forth, drawing in water as it rapidly ascended, transforming into a towering water vortex of 40 to 50 meters, roaring toward Garp's ship. The naval forces across the way were thrown into disarray. What is happening? The ship is immobilized. The currents have all been absorbed. Calm down. Do not panic. Garp exclaimed, shaking his neck and cracking his knuckles, the joints popping audibly. He stared at the colossal waterspout before him, a grin spreading across his face as he unleashed a powerful punch into the air. An invisible, domineering force rushed forth, instantly obliterating my waterspout. Torrents of seawater cascaded down, creating a localized downpour. Maximum speed, let us move. I shouted towards Mengshan. If we did not flee, that old man would truly ensnare us. The performance of the Hao Yin was formidable. With Mengshan at the helm, our vessel shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. The pursuing navy could only watch in astonishment as we dwindled into a mirrored, ultimately vanishing over the horizon, each of them left in stunned disbelief. Garp, however, did not pursue, but instead stood at the bow of his ship, laughing heartily, as if anticipating our next encounter. A week later, we had evaded Garp and arrived at the island of O'Hara in the West Sea, gazing upon the enormous, all-knowing tree that overshadowed the island center. A tumult of emotions swirled within me. This place was a sanctuary of knowledge, yet it was on the brink of annihilation. Captain, we've spotted several Navy warships approaching from 100 nautical miles away, a Xing announced as he descended from the sky, bearing the news I dreaded most. They have come. Haven tea, they? I sighed. Let us head to the island. I hope it's not too late. I leaped from the ship, racing towards the heart of the island. In a small grove at the center, I saw a young girl quietly clutching a book as she hurried along. Behind her, 4 sniveling children stealthily followed, tomatoes clutched in their hands. Throw them all, the leader commanded, and the tomatoes flew towards the girl. I could not abide such schoolyard bullying. Just as the girl was about to panic, I appeared before her with a flash, catching all the tomatoes effortlessly in my hand, taking a bite of one. Not bad. Mengshan and a Xing soon arrived, dragging the 4 little rascals along and tossing them to the ground amidst their wails. Silence. Cry again, and I'll toss you into the sea to feed the fish. A Xing bellowed. I pointed at the children, coldly instructing, apologize to her. Soda. One child began to protest, but faltered under my gaze. Louder. Soda. The 4 children cried out in unison. I waved them off dismissively. Hello, I am Robin. Thank you. The girl timidly introduced herself. I am Xia Hao. Robin, could you do me a favor? Take me to the all-knowing tree. I need to see Dr. Clover. After a moment's thought, Robin agreed. As we made our way, the townspeople pointed at Robin, but Mengshan's towering presence silenced them instantly. I turned to Robin and casually inquired, have you ever seen a giant before? No, never. She denied repeatedly, though her fidgeting betrayed her. I smiled knowingly. It seemed that Saul had indeed drifted to this island. Before long, we reached Dr. Clover. Who are you? He asked, his demeanor shifting to one of caution. We are pirates, I stated directly. Dr. Clover's wariness escalated. Fear not. We are not the type of pirates who engage in pillaging and murder. I am here to rescue you. The world government has discovered your research on historical texts. The extermination order is about to be executed. Dozens of warships are surrounding this island, and in no more than half an hour, it will be reduced to rubble. What? The scholars present erupted in disbelief. A Xing scoffed nearby. What isn't it for me to deceive you? Your lives are the best proof. Not only will you perish, but the greatest library in the world will be reduced to ashes. I believe you. At this critical moment, Dr. Clover made a decision. He instructed all residents to evacuate immediately by boat. However, he and the other scholars resolved to stay behind, vowing to protect the all-knowing tree at all costs. I appreciate it, but who understands? These old scholars are as stubborn as they come. They would sacrifice their lives for mere paper? I reminded them, 20 minutes left. If we do not leave now, it will truly be too late. Just then, with a resounding crash, the door burst open, and a silver-haired woman rushed in, panic evident on her face. Doctor, we must leave now. The world government has discovered this place. Olivia, Dr. Clover exclaimed in shock. Mom, Robin cried out, rushing towards the woman. What a reunion it was. But the agents of the world government pursuing Olivia had already set foot on the island. Dr. Clover, we must leave. I can take some people and books, but in return, you must provide me with all information regarding your historical texts and the century of blankness. I propose my terms. Very well, I agree. Dr. Clover had no other choice. I quickly directed a Xing to maneuver the ship to the backside of the island for our retreat, while Mengshan assisted in transporting the most crucial books. At that moment, a scholar stumbled in, breathless. It's bad. The world government has landed and is heading this way. I will draw them away, Olivia declared resolutely. This is troublesome. My head was spinning. You all hurry up. I'll handle them. I dashed out of the library, only to collide with the forces of the world government. They had already captured numerous civilians. Who are you? How dare you obstruct the world government's affairs? That is a capital offense. An official shouted, pointing a finger at me. I cannot be bothered to waste words and launched into combat. With 2 swift punches, I incapacitated 2 CP-9 agents rushing at me. To them, my speed was akin to slow motion. In a flash, I appeared behind the official, knocking him unconscious. Just then, on the ocean, the Navy's extermination order commenced. Boom, boom, boom. Countless cannonballs rained down on O'Hara Island, igniting the all-knowing tree in a conflagration. My transponder snail began ringing frantically. It was a Xing. Captain, the Navy has opened fire. We've been discovered. None of the scholars are willing to leave. Oh, and Robin's mother knocked her out and gave her to us to take away what? Where's she? Mengshan, where is that little girl? On the other end, Mengshan's oblivious voice replied, I don't know. Aren't you supposed to be watching her? My blood pressure skyrocketed in frustration. What a moment of incompetence. Forget it. I'll go find her. I disconnected the call and sprinted through the chaos of artillery fire. Meanwhile, on the island's west coast, Robin wept as a towering figure grasped her tightly. It was the giant Saul. Olivia refused to leave with her, insisting that Saul forcibly take her away. Alas, they were intercepted. A tall, languid man stood before them, the air around him crystallizing with frost. Saul, it would be utterly ridiculous if the extermination order were thwarted by the former Navy. Kazan. Saul's expression darkened as he turned to flee with Robin in his arms. He knew he could not contend with this man, the future admiral, Akiji. Iced-on capsule. Akiji leapt high, a terrifying chill instantly enveloping Saul, freezing most of his body in place. Saul collapsed heavily to the ground, unable to move. Kazan, you wouldn't even spare a child? Saul cried out in despair at his former comrade. Let me tell you, Akiji replied, his demeanor unfazed. Justice is merely a matter of perspective. I do not concern myself with your sense of justice, but these scholars have committed crimes and must face the consequences. As for this little girl, ISN, she a scholar too? Before he could finish, an explosive sound erupted. I turned in shock to see the evacuation ship had exploded. Saul and Robin were equally astonished, their expressions akin to the sky crashing down upon them. However, to their relief, the ship remained unscathed, for Xia Hao had arrived. I must tell you, Xia Hao landed directly on the vessel, gazing at the distant naval warships with a frown so severe it could crush a fly. Is this the justice of your navy? Not even sparing ordinary citizens? Before him stood a colossal wooden wall that fortuitously intercepted a cannonball. From the opposing ship, a figure engulfed in magma, a Kainu, bellowed, "Who knows if there are scholars hidden inside? Better to kill wrong than let one escape. What are you anyway?" His gaze was ferocious, as if he were ready to devour a human. Xia Hao shrugged, displaying an expression of indifference. "Me? Just an ordinary passerby." In that moment, a young naval soldier rushed over to report, "Vice Admiral, we have located him. This man is Xia Hao, an intern aboard the ship of the former pirate King Roger, with a bounty of 150 million from 3 years ago." Upon hearing this, Akainu's expression darkened, his murderous intent intensifying. "Humph, remnants of pirates." Xia Hao immediately retorted, "What's wrong with being a pirate? Compared to your cold-blooded justice that even targets civilians, I find myself far more relatable." He then turned to the terrified individuals on the lifeboat, shouting, "What are you all waiting for? Run. Next time, no one will come to save you." Only then did the crew react, pleading with their captain to set sail immediately. Akainu would not allow their escape. His arms began to emit magma, and I assure you, the temperature transformed the entire deck of the warship into a sauna. He let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a fiery assault. 2 massive fists of magma were hurled skyward, exploding into a torrential downpour of molten meteors that blanketed the vicinity of the lifeboat for miles. Xia Hao's lips curled into a smirk as he conjured a Fong Tian Hua Ji in his hands. Infused with azure energy, he unleashed a resounding dragon's roar, summoning a colossal azure dragon that coiled above him. Azure Dragon breaks the heavens. In that instant, as the rain of magma threatened to descend upon the ship, the dragon's silhouette darted through the air, shattering all the magma in an explosive display, which fell into the sea without even causing a ripple. On the island, Akiji observed this spectacle, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Oh dear, a remarkable creature has arrived." He had always disdained Akainu's absolute justice, and now someone had come to challenge it, bringing him immense joy. At this moment, Saul hurriedly urged the terrified Robin beside him. "Robin, we must flee." Robin's sobs were heart-wrenching. I don't want to be alone." "Saul, let us go together." Saul, in desperation, shouted, "Listen, you must go. I have reached my limit. Use the little raft I made for you. You may be alone now, but one day you will find your companions. No one will truly be alone forever. Run." Robin, tears streaming like pearls from a broken string, turned and fled. Just as she had not gone far, Akiji made his move, raising a hand towards Saul, invoking the Ice Age. A chilling aura enveloped Saul, encasing him from head to toe in solid ice. On the sea, Akainu watched as the lifeboat drifted further away, furious enough to tear off his coat, fixating his glare on Xia Hao, a mere pirate, so audacious. Inagami Noboshi. His arm transformed into magma, morphing into a colossal dog's head that lunged at Xia Hao. Xia Hao, with the Fong Tian Hua Ji enveloped in armament hockey, executed a thunderclap crescent slash. The magma dog's head shattered upon contact, crumbling like tofu. Following this, Xia Hao clapped his hands, causing numerous thorny vines and a large tree to sprout on the deck of Akainu's warship. From the tree, wooden wolves leapt down, unleashing a fierce assault upon the navy, leaving Akainu helpless, unable to unleash his might, merely watching as his crew was battered. Meanwhile, Robin sprinted desperately to the shore, only to find Akiji already waiting for her. He had created an icy path across the sea, stating, "I shall let you go. I wish to see what kind of flower will bloom from the seed that Saul fiercely protects. Follow this path, and it will not melt for 3 days and nights. But remember, I am not your ally. Should you commit another offense, I will personally capture you." Robin wished to inquire about her mother, but Akiji interrupted. "No one will survive on this island. Once the extermination order is issued, not even that person can save everyone." As she watched Akiji depart, Robin sat alone on the small raft, weeping inconsolably before bursting into an eerie laughter, her small figure drifting towards the boundless sea. Just as Akiji thought the matter concluded, Xia Hao suddenly appeared before him. "Ah, Vice Admiral Kazan, merely passing by, saw nothing at all." Akiji was taken aback. having clearly sensed Xia Hao still engaged in battle with the Kainu. How would he appear here? He contemplated whether to eliminate the witness. Xia Hao waved his hand. Rest assured. My lips are sealed. I have seen nothing. With that, he vanished. Meanwhile, the Xia Hao battling a Kainu abruptly transformed into a piece of wood, leaving a Kainu furious as he realized he had been tricked, nearly erupting into a human volcano, roaring towards the sea. Xia Hao, do not let me see you again. Xia Hao, however, had already returned to his ship, gazing at the obliterated O'Hara with a sigh. Though formidable, he could not protect an entire island. Saving the lifeboat and smuggling out a portion of books from the Tree of Knowledge was the utmost he could accomplish. Later, it was reported that after the Navy landed, they discovered a mountain of books beside the Tree of Knowledge, but the clumsy soldiers failed to recognize their value and did not report it. Subsequently, a man named Dragon, the future leader of the Revolutionary Army, arrived at the ruins of O'Hara and encountered Vegapunk. Their conversation led Dragon to resolve to instigate a revolution, while Vegapunk hurried off to pursue a group of giants who had stolen books. A month later, while dining on an island called Hanakuni in the West Sea, we overheard gossip from a nearby table. Have you heard? This is the 8th wave this month. Another group of pirates attempted to seize the Qingjiao family's treasure, only to be frozen in glaciers. Indeed, the Qingjiao family was formidable, had it not been for their leader's conical head being flattened by the naval hero Garp. They would be even more terrifying. Shoo, lower your voice. Mentioning Garp and the Navy is courting death. No sooner had the words left his lips than a dozen robust men burst in, seizing the man who had just spoken. Dare to defame Lord Qingjiao. Take him away. The man immediately knelt, pleading for mercy. Axing could no longer bear to watch and scoffed. What skill is it to bully the weak? If you possess courage, go seek revenge against Garp. The squad leader, initially intending to retort, faltered upon witnessing the towering figure of Mengshan beside us, swallowing his words instead, and with forced bravado declared, "This is the territory of the Qingjiao family. Those who know better should leave quickly." At that moment, XiaHao spoke, releasing a subtle yet potent conqueror's haki that rendered the group weak in the knees, as though standing before a prehistoric beast. They dropped their captive and fled in terror. Just as we finished our meal and stepped outside, we found ourselves blocked once more. The earlier fleeing individuals had returned with a throng, occupying the entire street. Axing fumed. These rascals have indeed gone to report us. Mengshan merely snorted, causing those facing us to tremble in fear. One man, appearing to be an officer named Trill, pulled out a din mushy and began summoning reinforcements. An elderly voice erupted from the device. Capture them. I shall arrive shortly. Trill hung up, gesturing onward. He too began to transform, becoming a monstrous creature, half man, half goat, with dark, gleaming horns. Axing chuckled. A brawl? My favorite. With a powerful flap of his wings, he conjured a fierce tornado that sent the approaching minions tumbling. The formidable Telier charged through the wind towards Xing, only to be effortlessly seized by Mengshan, who grasped him as if he were a mere chick, and then hurled him skyward with a vigorous swing of his arm. At that moment, two figures darted past and caught Telier midair. Lao Kai, Abu. Upon seeing his reinforcements, Telier regained his bravado. The one named Lao Kai, known for his explosive temper, wasted no time and lunged at Xing, declaring, "Those who strike our Babao water army must pay the price." XiaHao surveyed the escalating situation and commanded, "Mengshan, take action. Seize all the treasures beneath the ice." I must tell you, chaos ensued. Xing and Lao Kai clashed fiercely, while Mengshan faced off against Abu. Abu unleashed a barrage of punches, the wind from his strikes scattering pebbles across the ground. However, Mengshan, unfazed, met the onslaught with a fist imbued with armed color, executing the crack mountain fist. With a thunderous impact, Abu was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing through several buildings. Emerging from the rubble, he stared in disbelief at his swollen fist, realizing the overwhelming strength of the giant race, who possessed an innate, unyielding power. As the four of them engaged in their tumultuous battle, XiaHao strolled forward leisurely. The remaining members of the Qingjiao family mustered their courage and charged at him with fervent cries. With a clap of his hands, XiaHao invoked Mokutan. Multiple with clone technique. Instantly, over 20 clones of Xia Hao appeared, mercilessly beating down the 100-strong mob, resulting in a one-sided massacre. Meanwhile, Xia Hao himself approached the beleaguered Telier, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying, then casually grabbed a hapless victim, coldly demanding, "Tell me, where is the treasure beneath the ice?" Terrified, the unfortunate soul spilled the beans, revealing that it lay 10 miles past the nearby mountain. I couldn't help but chuckle, patting him on the shoulder and commending him before tossing him back at Telier's feet like a sack of potatoes. Telier's face turned green with rage as he glared at his cowardly subordinate, torn between the urge to kick him and the frustration of being unable to do so. Ultimately bellowing, "Get up! You've disgraced the Ba Bao Water Army." On the other side, the Xing and Lao Kai were locked in a frenzied brawl, their blows exchanging in a spectacular display, leaving the ground fractured for hundreds of meters, neither able to gain the upper hand. Yet, amidst their commotion, my side was a veritable slaughter. Telier watched helplessly as his forces were decimated by me alone, his fists pounding the ground in frustration, bloodied and furious. Just then, a languid voice echoed, "Hey, what a lively scene." Turning around, I was met by a seemingly affable rotund man who strolled forward. Behind him, a throng of over 1,000 fully armed individuals followed, signaling the arrival of the main force. This portly gentleman was the 12th generation pillar of the Ba Bao Water Army, Qing Jiao. Upon his arrival, his gaze cut like a knife as he proclaimed, "How dare you rascals rampage in my land? Do you think I can't wield my blade simply because my spearhead has dulled?" I couldn't help but grin, my eyes gravitating toward his bald, smooth head, reminiscent of an airstrip. This glance ignited his temper. He loathed reminders of his head, which had been flattened by a punch from Garp. I, ever the provocateur, shrugged and replied, "Spearhead? Impressive, is it? It was flattened by Garp, wasn't it? Old man, a loss is a loss. You seek death." Qing Jiao's composure shattered as he lunged at me like a cannonball, his forehead enveloped in armed color. I welcomed the challenge. Responding with armed, rising dragon fist, I too had no qualms. My entire arm surged with armed color as I met his descending forehead with a powerful punch. The impact was monumental. Our fists collided, unleashing a clash of conqueror's haki that erupted in a storm of black-red lightning. The sky darkened, and a wave of terrifying pressure enveloped the battlefield. The 1,000-strong force led by Qing Jiao, caught off guard, collapsed like dumplings, leaving only a few officers standing in bewilderment. Lao Kai was equally astonished, halting his fight to gaze at us in disbelief. The collision of conqueror's haki. This guy possesses it too. Qing Jiao, now serious, fixed his gaze on me and demanded, "State your name." "Xia Hao, captain of the Haotian pirate crew," I replied nonchalantly. Telier quickly snatched a wanted poster, rifling through it until he shrieked in horror. "Found it. Xia Hao. Bounty. 320 million berries." The atmosphere fell silent. Abu, in the midst of battle, was distracted by the bounty announcement and was promptly struck in the face by Meng Shan, losing several teeth in the process. Qing Jiao, witnessing one grandson knocked away and the other subdued, wore a grim expression. He inhaled deeply, clearly preparing to unleash his full power. Chung Fist Ultimate. No spike dragon, no spike nail. He soared into the sky, channeling all his strength and shockwaves into his flat forehead, descending with the force of a meteor. I gazed at the increasingly radiant orb above and smiled. It was time for them to witness true power. The 7th gate opened, the 8 gates of death unlocked, unleashing a torrent of power within me. Boundless vitality surged through my body, blue steam billowing forth, and the aura was so formidable that it even startled me. A Xing cheered from his side, "Boss, you're incredible. Defeat this old man." Ignoring the astonishment of those around me, I clasped my hands in front of me, compressing the air with fervor. "Day Tiger," I roared, directing my fist towards the descending Qing Jiao. A white, ferocious tiger formed from compressed air erupted forth, charging straight at Qing Jiao's forehead. Boom! The moment of impact shook the entire world. The ground beneath us cracked dramatically as a tempest engulfed everything. Qing Jiao's aged visage contorted in desperation as he fought to suppress my day tiger. Yet it was futile. In the seventh gate state, my strength was overwhelming. With a surge of power, the day tiger opened its maw wide, clamping down ferociously. What happened next was astonishing. I could hardly believe my eyes. With a thunderous crack, Qing Jiao's head, once flattened by Garp, was miraculously reshaped by my punch, a sharp spearhead sprouting anew. The entire audience was left dumbfounded, mouths agape at the absurdity of the scene. My singular thought was, this is not mere combat. It's live medical enhancement, a physical heightening. Qing Jiao himself rolled his eyes back and fainted, his head plunging downward. The newly formed spearhead embedding into the ground and carving a massive fissure over 1,000 meters long, splitting the opposing forces apart. Let us go. I dispelled the blue steam enveloping me, beckoning A Xing and Meng Shan to follow. Meng Shan seized the dazed Telier, as one would a chick, prompting him to lead us to the treasure. 2 hours later, we arrived at the location, gazing at the mountain of gold and silver treasures hidden beneath the thick ice. A Xing was nearly drooling. Telier, still stubborn, declared, "Dream on. No one can open this ice layer except for leader Qing Jiao." I couldn't be bothered to respond. I simply drew my Fong Tianhua Ji, enveloped it in Conqueror's Haki, and with a flash of lightning, I swung it down. With a sharp crack, the seemingly indestructible ice layer instantly fissured, creating a gaping chasm of unfathomable depth. A Xing jubilantly exclaimed as he hoisted a burlap sack and leapt into the abyss. We toiled tirelessly for a full 10 hours, completely depleting the entire treasury. It is said that upon hearing this news, Qing Jiao was so enraged that he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted once more. At that moment, an alert rang in my mind. The system notified me that my wealth had surpassed 1 billion, and the exchange shop was now open. I hastily clicked to investigate and found a delightful array of items categorized into devil fruits, tools, and skills. While the offerings were indeed enticing, the prices were utterly exorbitant, with a complete version of the Marine 6 styles costing a staggering 500 million. After some contemplation, I decided to redeem the 6 styles, intending to teach Meng Shan and a Xing, and I also purchased a disposable flying device. Glancing at the remaining 300 points, I succumbed to temptation and executed a triple draw. The results yielded an infinite power refrigerator, an infinite power water dispenser, and an infinite power ice cream machine. I was momentarily struck dumb. Who among my family could comprehend this? After all my struggles, was it merely to attain the freedom of ice cream? A month later, I reclined on the deck, savoring a blueberry sundae, truly delightful. A Xing rushed over to chastise me for indulging and reported, "Boss, we've arrived at the South Sea. The next island is Batai Lila Island." I swallowed the last of my ice cream and rose to my feet. Batai Lila Island, the birthplace of Ace. Calculating the time, I realized I still had a chance. To alter history? Now that would be intriguing. I instructed a Xing and the others to remain on the ship, while I alone soared towards the island with Moonwalk. Upon inquiry, I serendipitously discovered that 2 individuals were seeking the location of the Lu Jiu household, and that she was about to give birth that very day. I hurried to the small dwelling, pushed open the door, and found Garp solemnly cradling the newly born Ace, gazing intently at the frail Lu Jiu. Ignoring Garp's murderous glare, I approached Lu Jiu directly. "I am Xia Hao, an apprentice crew member of Captain Roger. You must replenish your vitality immediately, otherwise you will perish. Surely, you do not wish for Ace to grow up without a mother?" After much explanation, Lu Jiu ultimately accepted my treatment, and I utilized my wood release abilities to pull her back from the brink of death. Naturally, Ace was eventually taken away by Garp, as it was the safest choice. However, while Garp's intention was to preserve Ace's life, my desire was to offer him a life entirely different from the one he was destined for. Outside, Garp, holding Ace, warned me that he would surely capture me upon our next encounter. I smiled and executed the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from sight and returning to the ship, leaving Garp bewildered in the wind. 3 days later, as our ship sailed across the sea, we unexpectedly spotted a massive fleet adorned with the insignia of the world government. Accompanied by naval warships, using my observation haki, I assessed the situation and realized it was none other than the fleet transporting the treasures of the heavens. Observing those vessels, I licked my lips. We were in need of funds, and fortune had come knocking. Xing, even more exhilarated than I, exclaimed, "Boss, shall we make a move?" "Not so fast," interrupted. "Did you not notice the 5 pirate ships lurking nearby? Let them take the lead. We shall adopt the strategy of the clam and the snipe, letting the fishermen benefit." We observed from a distance as a corpulent king, oozing with greed, groveled before the officials of the world government, while his country's citizens appeared gaunt and emaciated. The naval soldiers aboard gazed at this scene with expressions filled with confusion and indignation. I tell you, my fist clenched in anger. These gluttonous individuals, draining the lifeblood of the common folk, still fancied themselves as deities. Soon enough, the 5 pirate ships launched an assault, cannon fire erupting as they clashed with the Navy. This battle raged for a full 5 hours. Although the Navy emerged victorious, they suffered heavy losses, each soldier bearing wounds. The commanding Vice Admiral, Weasel, sensed the shift in the tides and urged the officials to hastily depart. Just as they believed they were safe, I chuckled. "Let's engage." Xing instantly transformed into his pteranodon form, unleashing a colossal wind blade that descended from the heavens, crashing down and cleaving a naval warship in twain. He joyfully shouted from the skies, "Boys, we struck gold." Then, like a meteor, he hurtled towards the government flagship laden with heavenly treasures. Alarms blared aboard the ship, and Vice Admiral Weasel, sensing my aura, turned pale and immediately called for reinforcements from headquarters. "Captain Xia Hao of the Haotian Pirates. Latest bounty, 535 million berries." The informant's voice trembled with trepidation. Weasel glared at me, who had appeared on the deck unannounced, and barked, "Xia Hao, seizing the heavenly treasures. You are declaring war on the world government." I feigned innocence, digging in my ears and looking at him with a bemused expression, then pointed at the government ship, which was rapidly taking on water and sinking, smiling as I said, "Heavenly treasures. What is that?" We merely happened upon a sinking ship and extended a hand of humanitarian aid. I tell you, as soon as I uttered those words, the scene was nothing short of breathtaking. Our towering giant, Meng Shan, 7 meters tall, charged forth like a rampaging behemoth, shaking the earth with each step. He seized the naval warship, his veins bulging, and with a mighty heave dragged that several thousand-ton vessel inch by inch from the depths of the sea to the shore. My calm demeanor remained as I gestured. "See, how compassionate we are." The Vice Admiral Weasel's face turned a sickly green, likely cursing under his breath. Is this a devil? First, they destroy the ship, then feign kindness dragging it ashore, all while expecting thanks. He drew his sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy towards me. However, Meng Shan stepped forward, booming with authority. "You wish to harm my captain? Have you consulted my fist?" With his iron-gloved fist, he unleashed a strike of unparalleled power, shattering the sword energy effortlessly. The residual force carved a deep gash over 100 meters long in the grove behind Weasel. Weasel, glancing down, appeared utterly dumbfounded, likely contemplating whether even the giant clan would need to address him as brother. Meanwhile, Xing was in his element. With the absence of formidable opponents, he unleashed his full fury upon the naval soldiers, who fell like ripe fruit. The high-ranking official, Fried, paled in terror, watching helplessly as his subordinates were dispatched in mere minutes, relying solely on the assistance of CP9. However, what transpired next? CP9 members attempted to showcase their moonwalk skills, leaping about in front of Xing. Xing smirked. "Moonwalk? I could do that too." In an instant, he teleported behind one of the CP9 agents. The man, foolishly believing he could withstand Xing's might, attempted to block with iron-hard skin, but I could only chuckle. Did he think himself Garp? Xing, empowered with armament hockey, sent the man flying, crashing into a tree and rendering him unconscious. Fried, now trembling with fear, retreated, quaking in his boots, nearly crying out, "Please, don't come any closer." Xing dispatched the last blocking CP9 member and seized Fried by the collar, treating him like a human cannonball, hurling him towards Weasel. Just as Weasel was engaged with Meng Shan, a shadow hurtled towards him, nearly cleaving him in two. Upon realizing who it was, he erupted in curses, accusing Meng Shan of treachery. Our innocent Meng Shan replied, "What does this have to do with me? I didn't throw him." At that moment, I casually strolled around the naval vessel, leisurely reminding, "Let us end this swiftly. The Navy reinforcements are on their way." As soon as I spoke, Meng Shan's previously jovial expression turned serious, his aura radiating like that of an ancient beast. He unleashed a triple rock-splitting fist, imbued with armament hockey, smashing Weasel's attack to pieces and landing a solid blow squarely on Weasel's face. Weasel was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through several trees before finally embedding himself into a large boulder, sprawled out in defeat. This was the moment we had stirred a hornet's nest. In the sky, the golden flag was seized, and the 5 elders of the Holy Land, Mary Geos, were utterly infuriated, issuing orders for the Navy to apprehend us. During their meeting, they expressed growing unease about my captain, who had once been an intern aboard the Rogers ship, declaring that he must be eliminated. Meanwhile, at Navy headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku faced a tirade of criticism, deeply troubled. Ultimately, Vice Admiral Garp proposed sending the most ruthless individual, Akainu, to handle the situation. A day later, at sea, we found ourselves encircled by 5 elite naval warships, led by Akainu, whose face radiated an unwavering sense of justice. Without uttering a single word, he commanded fire. Countless cannonballs rained down upon us, but my captain swiftly clapped his hands, executing a wood release technique. Multiple wooden pillars emerged, forming a double-layered wooden wall that deflected all projectiles, leaving our ship unscathed. Xing, taken aback, transformed into his pteranodon form and soared into the sky, channeling his energy to form a swirling wind sphere the size of a basketball in his claws. He named this technique the Wind Roar Cannon. The Navy fired furiously at him, but the bullets were repelled by the sphere's force field. Realizing the impending danger, Akainu attempted to shout for a retreat, but it was too late. Xing thrust his hands forward, and the Wind Roar Cannon struck a naval vessel, exploding upon impact. The violent winds tore the ship apart, creating a massive whirlpool on the surface. Akainu, his expression darkened, hastily ordered the remaining ships to withdraw. Then, it was his turn to strike. Lava erupted from his body, the temperature soaring as he unleashed a colossal magma fist, more terrifying than a volcanic eruption, aimed directly at us. But suddenly, a massive column of water erupted from the sea, its apex shaped like a fist, as Xing executed the triple tsunami fist, colliding with the magma fist. With a hissing sound, water and fire merged in a steam cloud, ultimately extinguishing the magma fist, which transformed into stone and sank into the ocean. Our companion, Meng Shan, emerged from the water, revealing his role in the defense. Before the Navy could react, my captain executed a flying thunder god technique, instantly darting around their fleet. In less than 5 minutes, he single-handedly dismantled 4 warships, leaving only Akainu's flagship afloat. Akainu, his eyes ablaze with fury, glared at my captain. With a grin, my captain unleashed his ultimate attack, the Dragon Extinction Spell, Crimson Lotus Flame Blade. A massive flame blade, over 100 meters long, materialized and cleaved through Akainu's flagship, igniting it in a conflagration. There was no recovering from this. Akainu, trembling with rage at his burning ship, found himself at a loss. As a devil fruit user, losing his vessel meant he could only escape on a lifeboat. Xing, still airborne, cackled menacingly, unleashing a barrage of wind blades at the floundering Navy. Just as Xing reveled in his triumph, a suffocating aura descended upon the scene. Xing was abruptly hurled away by an invisible force, and the drenched Navy personnel erupted in jubilation. The Admiral has arrived. I glanced up to see a towering figure aboard their lifeboat, the Marine Admiral Fujitora. This man was also formidable, known as the Slaughter Admiral. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he vanished, reappearing on our deck in an instant, delivering a punch aimed directly at my captain's face. The murderous intent was palpable. My captain activated his demon god transformation, his power and speed surging, countering with a flurry of punches. To my astonishment, the Admiral transformed into a colossal white tiger, a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit user. My captain's strikes felt like hitting a steel plate, producing resounding thuds without breaching the Admiral's defenses. The Navy watched in rapture, shouting in despair at the pirates. Realizing physical attacks were ineffective, my captain shifted tactics, invoking the dragon extinction spell, Plague Poison Dragon. The Admiral's expression changed, likely contemplating, "This kid plays dirty. If I can't withstand his blows, why is he employing poison?" Instantly, a fierce battle ensued, my captain wielding the Fong Tianhua-ji, clashing with the Admiral's claws. Sparks flying in every direction. As the conflict escalated, the Admiral unleashed a laser-like roar, the White Tiger's roar, and my captain retaliated with the Azure Dragon breaking the heavens, summoning a massive Azure Dragon that coiled around his weapon, charging forth. The two forces collided in midair, nearly shattering the heavens. The most astonishing part? As they fought, my captain executed a six powers technique, the shave, utilizing the Navy's own skills with greater finesse. Akainu, watching from a distance, was rendered speechless, murmuring, "This is impossible. Absolutely impossible." This clash lasted 5 long hours. The Admiral was left panting, while my captain appeared unfazed, casually wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. Eventually, the Admiral realized this was futile. He stood no chance. If he continued, the ships he brought would be dismantled by A Xing and Meng Shan. With a grimace, he reluctantly bellowed, "Retreat!" As the Navy fleet vanished in disgrace, A Xing and Meng Shan surrounded my captain, showering him with praise. "Boss, you're incredible." My captain waved his hand dismissively, urging modesty, though the upward curve of his lips spoke volumes. Just as we began to celebrate, alarming news reached us from Impel Down. The notorious pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki, had escaped. This man was truly formidable. To break free from Seastone shackles, he had severed both his legs and strapped his famed swords, Kurigane and Sakura 10, to his stumps. 10 days later, he swaggered onto the Whitebeard pirate's ship, cigar in hand, taunting Whitebeard. "Hey, without me and Roger, you've become the star of the era." Whitebeard, taking a swig of liquor, shot him a sidelong glance. "If you're just here to chatter, I'll toss you into the sea right now." Golden Lion laughed heartily before his expression shifted to seriousness. "This sea is far too quiet. I will disappear for a while, and then I shall show this warm, new era the true terror of pirates." At that moment, I was lounging aboard my ship, the Hao Yin, perusing the newspaper when I stumbled upon the news of Golden Lion's escape. I couldn't help but think, this guy is remarkably straightforward, a true pirate, yet also a quintessential misfortune. Why must he compete with Captain Roger in this era, bringing trouble upon himself? In the end, he merely became fodder for Luffy's growth. As I pondered this, A Xing's boisterous voice echoed from the bow. "Captain, we've arrived at Sabaody." So many bubbles. He dashed off the moment the ship docked, as if he had never seen the world before. Stretching, I decided to pay a visit to some old acquaintances, as it had been many years since our last meeting. Guided by memory, I whistled and strolled toward a specific location. 20 minutes later, I found myself at the entrance of a small tavern, the sign reading Shucky's Bar. Yes, this was the place. Upon pushing the door open, I was greeted by a haze of smoke, filled with pirates drinking and boasting. Behind the counter, a captivating proprietress was smoking, smiling at me. Well, handsome young man, here to drink?" I took a seat at the bar and got straight to the point. "I'm here to find someone." "Find someone?" She exhaled a smoke ring. "This is just a small tavern. Where would I find someone, little brother?" Without wasting words, I simply uttered 2 words, "Rayleigh." The moment I spoke, the atmosphere around the proprietress, Shucky, shifted dramatically. An aura of menace enveloped the entire tavern, and the temperature plummeted several degrees. The rough men at the nearby table, indulging in drink, shivered inexplicably and cast puzzled glances outside. Oddly enough, on this sunny day, a chill had suddenly descended. As for me, I remained unfazed, casually picking up the water jug beside me to brew myself a pot of tea. I was well aware that with Xia Qi's formidable intelligence network, she must be fully cognizant of my relationship with Rayleigh. This was merely a demonstration of her authority. "Ha ha, It seems Mr. Rayleigh truly enjoys his retirement here. I took a sip of tea and chuckled. Upon noticing my calm demeanor, Xiaqi's hostility dissipated, and she sighed. Xia Hao, Rayleigh now seeks a tranquil life. If you intend to lure him back to the sea, that would be unwise. Rest assured, Aunt Xiaqi, I quickly waved my hand. The times have changed, and I have my own companions now. I simply came to visit him after a long absence. After all, a young man ought to have his own stage, shouldn't he? A genuine smile finally appeared on Xiaqi's face. You rascal, just as Rayleigh described, you are quite amusing. That old fellow probably ran out of money for drinks and sold himself to the auction house, I suppose. Auction house. My mind suddenly brightened. Goodness. The vice captain of the Pirate King from the previous era, the Dark King Rayleigh, sold himself for drinking money? I found this operation to be quite abstract and couldn't help but laugh, shaking my head as I inquired about the address and proceeded there. The auction house was indeed grand, backed by Doflamingo, as those in the know would understand. I paid for an entrance fee, and upon entering, I was greeted by a room filled with wealthy nobles. The auctioneer on stage was animatedly presenting item after item. As I nearly dozed off waiting, finally, a scruffy old man was pushed onto the stage. The audience showed little interest, sporadically bidding until he was ultimately claimed by a rather rotund man, resembling a pig, for 100,000 berries. I shook my head in disbelief, silently mourning for that poor fellow for 3 seconds. Then I quietly rose and slipped into the backstage, following a delivery guard. The backstage resembled a labyrinth. Yet I had a clear objective, heading straight for a heavily guarded area. At a corner, I swiftly took down a guard with a precise strike and immediately utilized my wood-release ability to create an identical clone of myself. This new guard marched with indifference to the treasure room's entrance, and just as the 2 guards were about to inquire, they fell with a resounding thud. The entire process was seamless, worthy of applause even from the surveillance. Approaching the massive iron door, I ignited a crimson flame in my right hand, and with a swift motion, melted the lock, pushing the door open to reveal a dazzling sight, gold and silver treasures. Unable to contain my excitement, I placed my hands on my hips and laughed aloud. Hee hee mine all mine. With a grand sweep, I collected all the treasures into my system space. 5 minutes later, I whistled as I exited the auction house, amidst the chaotic shouts behind me. Without looking back, I concealed my achievements. I could only imagine the owner's face turning as green as the Hulk upon discovering the empty treasure vault. Meanwhile, Rayleigh had just emerged from a narrow alley. Patting the wallet he retrieved from the pig-faced buyer with satisfaction, ready to indulge in a drink. After taking a couple of steps, he suddenly turned around sharply. Who? The alley was deserted. Just as he relaxed his guard, I emerged from behind him, grinning and waving. Mr. Rayleigh, long time no see. Upon recognizing me, Rayleigh chuckled. Xia Hao, what brings you here? I've assembled my own pirate crew and am preparing to venture into the new world. I thought it prudent to stop by Sabaody for a visit, only to stumble upon such, peculiar circumstances. Rayleigh's face flushed with embarrassment as he coughed awkwardly. It was an accident, purely an accident. He quickly pulled me along towards Xiaqi's tavern, eager to change the subject. Inside the tavern, Rayleigh and I chatted over drinks. He inquired about my plans for the new world. I laid it all out for him. The new world currently belongs to Whitebeard, right? Therefore, I plan to challenge the strongest man in that world as soon as I step in. Regardless of the outcome, this battle will ensure that the name of the Haotian pirates resonates throughout the new world, making it easier to recruit comrades. Rayleigh laughed heartily, still as audacious as ever. Young man, however, I must caution you, Whitebeard is not Roger. To challenge him, one must be prepared to face death. His words, though cautionary, conveyed a palpable confidence in my abilities, as he had witnessed my growth over the years. We chatted away the day, reminiscing about the initial encounters and eventual disbandment of the Roger Pirates. 5 days later, the Haotian ship gleamed on the shore, its coating completed. I stood on the deck, waving goodbye to Rayleigh with vigor as the ship gracefully submerged into the deep sea. Upon descending into the depths of 10,000 meters, we were surrounded by colossal sea kings, each several hundred meters long. A Xing, the glutton, couldn't contain his excitement, his eyes sparkling with anticipation Wow. Captain, this must taste amazing when braised. I swiftly delivered a slap to the back of his head. Do you wish for our crew's demise? In 10,000 meters of deep sea, you still crave meat? Xing chuckled sheepishly, rubbing his head in silence. The ship swiftly passed through Fishman Island, and as we resurfaced, we were immediately surrounded by several pirate ships for a welcoming ceremony. My mood had been quite pleasant until this group of blind fools irked me. I glared, unleashing my conqueror's haki, which resonated outward. In an instant, the pirates collapsed like wheat cut at harvest, rolling over with glazed eyes. The few captains who managed to remain standing found their legs giving way, collapsing in supplication, pleading, "Please spare us. We will give you all our treasures." I waved my hand dismissively, scram. Just as they gratefully attempted to flee, Xing coldly interjected, "You can leave, but the ships stay?" A swift wind blade sliced through, severing their mainmast. The captains turned pale, but dared not utter a word as they hurriedly piled their crew onto a small lifeboat, rowing away faster than dogs paddling. Disappearing in a flash. With our treasures secured, we continued onward. In these waters, weakness is a sin, and there is little to discuss. However, we had not traveled far when a resounding explosion echoed. Several nautical miles away, a large ship was ablaze on the verge of sinking, with pirates floundering in the water. Not far off, a young boy in a small wooden boat gazed leisurely at his handiwork. The pirates in the water yelled in fury, "Bomb, thief. I'll kill you." The boy ignored them, casually tossing another dart ball. It was a bomb. "Get down." The pirates scrambled in terror. Another deafening explosion erupted, sending waves crashing and leaving them disoriented. Just then, taking advantage of the chaos, another group of pirates surged forth on a large ship, unleashing a barrage of cannon fire upon the small boat. The boy, realizing he was ambushed, displayed a moment of determination and pressed a switch on his boat. A piercing alarm sounded, and the surrounding pirates turned pale. "Madman, he wants to take us down with him." Observing from distance, I found it amusing. What an interesting character. This boy, named T, was a ruthless bomber. Seeing his willingness to risk it all, I felt there was potential for gain. I happened to have a paramecia-type bomb fruit in my backpack, perfectly suited for him. Without delay, I hurled a specially crafted shuriken, activating the Flying Thunder God technique to appear above Ti's boat, then instantly shunpoed behind him. In his bewildered expression, I lifted him off the ground and activated the Flying Thunder God once more. The next moment, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated through the sky, a massive whirlpool consuming that band of wild beast pirates along with their ship. As I returned to the Haotian ship with T, he remained wary, his hand subtly reaching for a bomb in his pocket. Xing, displeased, remarked, "Hey, what s with that expression? My superior is indeed your savior." T curled his lips in disdain, saying, "Who asked you to save me? That was my most exquisite work of art." Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but chuckle. Art is merely an explosion? Can that truly be called art? Blowing up a few insignificant fish with bounties just over 100 million is hardly impressive. T, if you can blow the entire St. Mary Joa to the heavens, then that would be the epitome of perfection in art. This statement left T utterly bewildered. Blow up Mary Joa? He thought I was insane, yet there was a fervent yearning gleaming in his eyes. Seizing the moment, I cast out a tempting bait. "Do you know about the devil fruits? Join us, for I possess a bomb fruit. Consume it, and as long as your imagination is boundless, obliterating an island will be a trivial task." Instantly, T's eyes sparkled with excitement. After a moment of hesitation, he suddenly looked up at me with utmost seriousness, declaring, "I agree to join." "Captain Xia Hao." I smiled as I retrieved the fruit from my backpack and handed it to him, saying, "From now on, we are comrades." "It's merely a fruit, take it." Overwhelmed with emotion, T immediately began to gnaw on the unpalatable fruit, with a new companion joining us. A celebration was in order, a tradition among pirates. However, after just a bowl of wine, the two fledgling pirates, Xing and T, turned as red as a monkey's backside and collapsed on the deck, snoring away. Observing them, I found their naivety and love for play endearing. 5 days later, We arrived at a place called Xia Hao to resupply, only to discover that the island was teeming with pirates. As a Xing T and I set foot on the island, we were immediately surrounded by over 300 pirates. What happened next? Mere minutes later, all 300 lay sprawled on the ground. We stormed their lair, and when a Xing beheld the abundant provisions in the warehouse, his mouth nearly split to his ears. As it was far more than we could consume, I directed them to haul all the food and treasures onto our ship, and upon counting, we found a total of 150 million berries. I scoffed, what a bunch of poppers. However, even the smallest morsel counts. So I waved my hand and collected their meager spoils. With enough provisions in my system bag to feed 1,000 for a year, I felt an overwhelming sense of security. A full stomach brings peace of mind. As the ancients rightly said, back on the ship, a Xing gazed at the towering pile of treasures and food with his eyes nearly sparkling, akin to a country dog seeing the world for the first time. He remarked that this was the first time he had effortlessly acquired such riches, feeling as though his life had been turned upside down. Leaning closer, with a mischievous grin, he whispered to me, "Boss, I just heard those captives mention a formidable brotherhood led by the devil pirate crew, who are quite notorious in these waters, having taken over 5 islands. The one we just flattened was the weakest of them all. Their captain has a bounty exceeding 450 million. It sounds thrilling." Observing the glint in his eyes, I knew he was up to something. With a deep sigh, I acquiesced. All right then, let's go for it. Gazing out at the vast expanse of ocean before us, I decisively declared, "Let us strike them down and sound the first cannon shot of our Haotian pirate crew in the New World." Damn it, I was once an intern on Roger's ship, but now I'm a captain. The world must recognize me anew. Yay! A Xing leaped up, jubilant as a child weighing 300 pounds. Meanwhile, D pulled out a few glossy black orbs from his pocket, licking his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Perfect. I just developed a new type of bomb that I haven't had the chance to test yet. Meng Shan, the simpleton, boldly clenched his fist. I'm ready. Boss. The hockey and 6 styles he taught me. I feel like I could take down 3 versions of my former self now. This fellow's aspirations had shifted. He was constantly pondering how to single-handedly halt a battleship, yearning for an opportunity to put it into practice. With our objectives aligned, the Haotian ship surged forward at full speed towards the second island. I assure you, the ensuing spectacle was nothing short of devastating. A Xing, Meng Shan, and D charged towards the island's heart, like 3 ferocious tigers among a flock of sheep, facing no resistance whatsoever. I remained aboard, sipping tea, and 20 minutes later, a colossal explosion echoed from the island's center, signaling the end of it all. Then, I saw Meng Shan dragging a wooden raft larger than a truck, piled high with gold and silver treasures, returning from the island like a beast of burden. A Xing shook his head beside him, likely questioning whether his Zoan fruit's durability was somewhat lacking. As we gazed at the increasing wealth within the ship's hold, we couldn't help but grin ear to ear, reveling in the delightful sensation of affluence. A Xing licked his lips and mimicked a villain from the television. Next. 3 hours later, at the 3rd island, we annihilated it in 30 minutes. 4 hours later, at the 4th island, it took us an hour this time, mainly because D upgraded his bombs. Good heavens, one shot leveled a kilometer radius, rendering it barren, the shockwave raising the sea by several meters. Boss, this is the last one, a Xing exclaimed, pointing at the largest island in the distance, his voice trembling with excitement. I reminded them, be cautious. Those with bounties over 400 million in the New World are certainly not to be trifled with. They must possess formidable hockey or devil fruit abilities. Yet, the 3 of them exuded confidence. A Xing patted his chest. Don't worry, boss. Victory is assured. Meng Shan eagerly rubbed his fists together. Perfect. This is a great chance to test my current strength. D conjured a transparent bubble in his hand, grinning ominously. I've developed a new type of air bomb. He'll be the first to try it out. All right then, you 3 are impressive. I'll wave my hand, go ahead. I'll provide support from behind. As soon as they set foot on the island, they were surrounded by a throng of minions. Halt! Who goes there? What the hell? Are they attacking us immediately? Don't they know this is the territory of the devil pirate crew? Our captain is Lord Sta's son. Quickly, inform Lord Sta, son of the invasion. Are they giants? Goodness, what is there to fear? Even if they are giants, they are merely adolescents. There are only 3 of them, while we have over 200 brothers. The advantage is ours. Open fire. The gunfire erupted like a torrential downpour, bullets raining down. Yet, before the observation hockey, it was akin to a mere tickle. None found their mark. At that moment, D made his move. He raised his hand, compressing a transparent orb in his palm, drawing in the surrounding air. I tell you, the energy radiating from that thing made even Xing and Meng Shan instinctively step back a couple of paces. D is a complete madman when it comes to bombs. Whoosh! The transparent orb slowly drifted into the mass of pirates. The fools wore expressions of confusion, only to be met with a blinding flash of white light the next second. I felt the entire island tremble. When the light dissipated, a massive pit, 50 to 60 meters deep and over 500 meters in diameter, had formed. Oh, family, you should know that the ground around was cracked like a spider's web, and the coastline had been set ablaze with a tsunami. All the fauna on the island fell silent in an instant. Xing turned pale, yelling at D. What the hell? Could you at least give me a heads up about the blast radius next time? You almost blew me up too. D innocently pondered, huh? Got it. But it's fine. I had it under control. Besides, I didn't use my full strength. Not full strength. Xing pointed at the enormous pit, cold sweat trickling down his brow. D stroked his chin, evaluating with utmost seriousness. I probably used about a quarter of my power. Alas, this explosion wasn't perfect. I can only give it a 6 out of 10. Listening to him made me want to slap him. A 6? Do you think achieving a 10 requires sinking the entire island? As the 3 of them engaged in conversation, a cloud of dust arose from the distance, with 500 to 600 pirates charging forward with fierce intensity. The leader, standing over 3 meters tall and wielding a spiked club, bore an unseemly appearance. You little brats, are you here to challenge me? The boss, known as Stavin, glanced at the massive pit on the ground, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise, yet his words remained defiant. Physical damage is useless against me. Xing immediately retorted. Challenge you? Who do you think you are? We are here to seize your treasure. Hand it over promptly, and I may spare your life. Seeking death, Stavin erupted in fury, swinging his spiked club toward Xing, the weapon gleaming with a strange light. Xing sensed the looming danger, but stood firm, enveloping himself in the protective aura of Haki and raising his hand to intercept the blow. With a resounding clang, sparks flew. The peculiar energy from the spiked club attempted to penetrate Xing's body, but was entirely repelled by Haki. Impossible. Stavin's face turned pale, realizing that his normally invincible devil fruit power had failed. In an instant, he deduced a possibility. Haki, you see, in a new world, without Haki, you can't do anything. Seizing the opportunity, Xing unleashed a blade of wind, creating a gaping wound in Stavin's chest, blood and flesh scattering. Swift, wind god cannon. Xing offered no respite, inhaling deeply as his mouth expanded, unleashing a colossal wind cannon aimed directly at Stavin. How could this happen? I'm not ready to accept this. Stavin's desperate cries were drowned out as the wind god cannon engulfed him, leaving nothing behind. Simultaneously, his crew was swiftly dispatched by Meng Shan and D. The first mate and the officers faced the direst fate, evaporating under D.I's explosive power. 3 days later, the entire new world was abuzz with the news that our Haotian pirate crew had obliterated a notorious pirate crew with a bounty exceeding 400 million upon our arrival. The elders at Navy headquarters convened, their expressions grim, as if I had desecrated their ancestral grave. They lamented that I was a descendant of Roger's crew, inherently wicked and must be dealt with severely. Consequently, our bounties were issued. I, Captain Xia Hao, 600 million. Xing, 160 million. Meng Shan, 110 million. D, 80 million. The total approached a staggering 1 billion. A Navy rear admiral exclaimed, truly terrifying. Of course, who would expect anything less from pirates? They also mentioned the Revolutionary Army and dispatched a Kainu to handle the situation, as it was all just a series of troublesome affairs. The news spread like wildfire. Whitebeard also caught sight of the newspaper, laughing heartily, declaring that this little brat, had finally emerged. Marco stoked the flames, suggesting I had proclaimed my intention to challenge him. Whitebeard, however, seemed unfazed. Let him come. I am Whitebeard. Yet it was rumored that due to me, he decided to intensify the training of his sons, likely causing them to face hardships. My old acquaintances, the clown Buggy from the East Blue, Shanks from the West Blue, and the elusive Shiki the Golden Lion, all noted the newspaper. Each had a different reaction, but they all remembered me, especially Shiki, who likely recalled the terror of being dominated by my conquerors hockey years ago. As for me, I remained blissfully unaware of the uproar I had caused outside. I was leisurely lounging on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze and sipping a cold drink. With time on my hands, I opened my system shop, browsing akin to shopping on Taobao. My eyes were immediately drawn to 3 skills: Swift, Turtle Breath, and one called Father of the Ship. Adults do not choose. I wanted them all. 600 million was merely a trifle. Once I acquired the skills, I stood up to test them. The Swift skill was exhilarating, allowing me to vanish in an instant. When I reappeared, I hovered above a small island, gazing down at our ship, which looked no larger than a matchbox. And I felt immense satisfaction. This speed, I wondered who would be faster, me or Kizaru. Then I dove into the sea to try Turtle Breath. To my astonishment, it allowed me to breathe underwater like a fish. Since I was there, I seized a deep-sea fish nearly the size of a sea king, wrapping my polearm with hockey and piercing it cleanly. When I returned to the ship with the fish, my speed was such that A Xing and the others had yet to register my absence. A Xing, looking bewildered, asked, "Boss, when did you go out?" I shot him a glance. "Just now." "That can't be true. I didn't feel a thing. Perhaps your observation hockey is still lacking." I dismissed his protests and urged him to prepare the fish. A Xing, looking disgruntled, entered the kitchen. Little did they know, A Xing's cooking was akin to the dark culinary arts. It smelled delightful, but was a perilous endeavor. If this continued, I felt my life would be formatted. I resolved to find a proper chef. Suddenly, I recalled Uncle Rayleigh mentioning a culinary sanctuary in the New World called Hankakura Island, where the world's top chefs resided. All right, let's head there. We turned our ship towards Hankakura Island. However, en route, the log pose required us to stop at an island to store magnetic energy. As we approached, I sensed something was amiss. The island radiated an ominous aura, its trees devoid of birds, reminiscent of a spider's lair. A Xing and the others, however, grew excited, as if injected with adrenaline. I found myself exasperated, pondering what sort of battle maniacs I had gathered. All right, everyone quiet down. Let's dock and investigate. I waved my hand. With my current strength, very few could instill fear in me over these waters. As our ship docked, we noticed a group of pirates on the shore. Their cruel smiles revealed their intentions upon seeing our small crew. Yet, among them, a tall young man with a scarf, Katakuri, furrowed his brow. Sensing the situation was more complex than it appeared, I recognized him as Charlotte Lean-Lean's second son. So, this is the Big Mom pirate crew? Be cautious. It may not be ordinary. Katakuri warned his companions. At that moment, a man resembling a candied hawthorn skewer scoffed disdainfully. Likely his older brother Perispero. Not ordinary? Is our big MOM pirate crew considered ordinary? I couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, the big MOM pirate crew was anything but ordinary, characterized by their bizarre appearances. As soon as the words left his mouth, a younger sister pointed at me, shrieking as if she had seen a ghost. Katakuri, it's him. The bastard who infiltrated our home to steal the historical text. Upon hearing my name, Katakuri's eyes transformed, his aura exploding with intensity as he locked onto me like a predator. Hey buddy, it's just a matter of lost face from years ago. Is it really necessary to hold a grudge this long? He quickly warned his siblings that I possessed Conqueror's hockey. Of course, would I dare roam the new world without it? I was too disinterested in banter and raised my hand in greeting. Hey, long time no see, Katakuri. We're merely passing through to store a log pose. There's no need to be so fiery. However, Perispero, emboldened by their numbers, surrounded us with over 200 pirates, declaring that the grudge for stealing must be settled. Xing immediately transformed partially into a beast, howling and ready to fight. I waved my hand to stop him, thinking it unnecessary to waste words. Perispero, seeing our indifference, commanded an attack. Bullets rained down like a storm, but I raised my hand, summoning a wooden wall that arose from the ground, blocking every shot. I turned to D and said, in the spirit of reciprocity, "Let us serve them a hearty dish." D grinned mischievously, pulling out a dark iron ball and hurling it towards them. "Katakuri, can you foresee the future?" His expression changed abruptly, and he bellowed, "Retreat, quickly." Alas, it was too late. With a thunderous roar, a small mushroom cloud erupted, sending the opposing side into disarray. Crying out in distress, just as the battle was heating up, the entire island began to shake. I pondered who was causing such a commotion, only to discover the main event had arrived. Big Mom, resembling a moving mountain, appeared with a newfound clarity in her gaze. Upon realizing the situation, she charged directly towards me. She wasted no time and loftily demanded, "Life or death?" A soul-searching inquiry, was it? "My apologies, dear lady, but such threats hold no sway over me." Seeing my lack of reaction, this old woman became thoroughly enraged, transforming her hat into a sword. The nearby little son swiftly enchanted it, and with a single strike of her flame of the Blade Mother, a torrent of fire surged towards me. I couldn't help but laugh. My comrades, who could understand, knew that by 2025, playing with fire had long since become obsolete. I took a deep breath and, before everyone's eyes, swallowed the flames whole. It was all about a balanced diet. The onlookers' eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, and even Big Mom herself was left dumbfounded, likely having never witnessed such a feat in her lifetime. What followed was a clash of titans. My heavenly halberd entwined with the Conqueror's haki, crackling with black and red lightning, while Big Mom unleashed her formidable attack, Royal Might. The two forces collided with a resounding boom, plunging the sky into darkness. The shockwave of the Conqueror's haki swept through, toppling numerous foot soldiers like a field of wheat being harvested. At that moment, my ally, Daidetai, unveiled a new contraption, claiming it to be a compressed air cannon infused with haki. Katakuri's face turned pale as he shouted to his brother to flee. The elder, having just encased himself in candy, was caught in an explosion that was nothing short of catastrophic. He survived, but one of his legs was lost. Xing, ever the commentator, scoffed, "Its power is lacking." He didn't even explode. Daidetai nodded earnestly. "Indeed, we are still far from achieving our goal of obliterating the Red Soil continent." I must say, the expressions on Big Mom's subordinates turned grim, undoubtedly questioning the sanity of those aboard their ship. Chaos ensued as my ally, Xing, sent Katakuri, who had attempted to ambush Daidetai, flying with a single swipe. Mengshan single-handedly held off 3 of their commanders. Meanwhile, I activated a buff, Demon God Possession, doubling my speed and strength before teleporting behind Big Mom. With a single strike, I cleaved downwards, creating a gaping wound in her balloon-like body, sending her crashing onto her own ship, which splintered under the impact. Though it merely breached her defenses, it was precisely what I aimed for, striking her pride. Enraged, she merged her 3 weapons into one, unleashing a devastating laser cannon. I met her challenge with my own attack. Azure Dragon breaks the sky. After a day and night of battle, we emerged unscathed. The following day, headlines across the world heralded my name, with a bounty of 1 billion. Xing, clutching the bounty notice like a child, bounced with glee, while I remained unfazed. After all, it was merely a string of numbers. Having drifted at sea for several days, I caught a whiff of an extraordinarily delectable aroma. Following the scent, I was astounded to find an entire island made of food. The ground was chocolate, the trees were candy, and rivers flowed with juice. My gluttonous companions went wild, devouring the land greedily, leaving a trail of bite marks along the shore. In the center of the island stood a magnificent food castle, hosting the 108th World Chef Competition. There, we encountered a stunning young woman named Maina, tall and striking, wielding a knife that made her appear less like a chef and more like a swordsman. Upon learning I was a pirate, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she expressed her lifelong dream of setting sail. Seizing the moment, I proposed a deal. If she placed in the top 10 of the cooking competition, she would join my crew as a chef. Without hesitation, she agreed, confidently asserting she would secure a spot in the top 5. However, she revealed that she needed a main dish for the finals, a luminescent fish found at a depth of 1,500 meters in the deep sea, known as the shining golden fish. It swam with lightning speed, and she had failed to catch it several times, narrowly escaping a sea king in her last attempt. Deep sea? XiaHao furrowed his brow, seeking Mengshan's input. What do you think? Are you confident in capturing it? I'm not sure. We can only find out by trying, Mengshan replied, glancing at his own massive physique, clearly indicating the challenge. The larger the size, the greater the water resistance. Even with the swimming ability of Fishman, speed would diminish significantly in the depths. I shall accompany you, XiaHao stated with a calm seriousness, pondering whether the combination of the skill speed and turtle breath might yield extraordinary results. Are you willing to assist me? Of course. You are now a designated member of the Haotian pirate crew. It is only natural for comrades to help one another. Hooray! I will give it my all, Mena exclaimed, her small fists clenched in excitement. 10 minutes later, XiaHao's party, guided by Mena, arrived at a rocky outcrop on the southern side of the island. Gazing at the deep, azure waters, Xing and Dai observed from a distance, as those with devil fruit abilities seem to possess an innate aversion to the sea. Wait, why isn't the captain afraid of the sea? Xing slapped his forehead, watching as XiaHao submerged himself halfway into the water. Indeed, isn't the captain also a devil fruit user? Dai echoed, equally perplexed. After all, Xing was the first to join XiaHao. Perhaps he had insight into the matter. Speaking of which, we still don't know what type of devil fruit power the captain possesses. Or perhaps it is not a devil fruit ability at all. Xing's remark left Dai and Mengshan in thoughtful silence, recalling that XiaHao had never introduced his powers. The moment arrived. This was when the shining golden fish was most active. Diving into the deep sea now grants us a significant chance to encounter it, Mena stated, glancing up at the sun above. Understood. Mengshan, let us dive into the ocean together. Understood. Good luck, Captain XiaHao. After a brief farewell, XiaHao plunged into the sea, activating his turtle breath skill. A wave of mysterious energy surged through him, granting a sense of freedom in the water, as if he could frolic and breathe effortlessly. In the depths, XiaHao tore off his oxygen tank, maximizing his observation hockey, searching for the shining golden fish based on the images he had seen earlier. After all, bioluminescent creatures stood out starkly in the dark waters. Split up, XiaHao directed, glancing at Mengshan's towering form. Half an hour later, having scoured a 2-mile radius, XiaHao was still without a glimpse of the shining golden fish, his spirits dampened. Just as he contemplated switching areas, a golden flash darted past him. Finally, it had arrived, my precious ingredient. XiaHao observed the shimmering fish zipping about, a smile creeping onto his lips. Utilizing his observation hockey, he began to predict its next movement. At last, when the fish was within mere meters of him, he seized the opportunity. Speed. XiaHao's figure flickered, creating several afterimages in the deep sea. He reappeared exactly where the shining golden fish was about to pause. And in an instant, he decisively struck, his powerful arm gripping the thrashing fish tightly, rendering it unable to escape. Just as XiaHao prepared to call Mengshan to retreat from the seabed, a sudden rift appeared in the once tranquil ocean floor, sending sand and debris swirling upward. A pair of enormous, lantern-like eyes fixed their gaze upon the shining golden fish in XiaHao's grasp, poised to strike. A sea monster. As he gazed upon the towering octopus, standing at least 10 meters high, XiaHao clenched his fists with determination. At that very moment, the colossal creature suddenly extended a robust tentacle, attempting to ensnare him. However, under the influence of his Kenbunchika haki and his remarkable speed, XiaHao instinctively evaded the attack, moving with a swiftness that was indistinguishable from that on solid ground. Swift, multiple finger guns. Armed with Busashoka haki, he swiftly wrapped it around his fist and then extended a single finger, his figure flickering as he lunged towards the massive octopus, unleashing a barrage of strikes so rapid that they were imperceptible to the naked eye. Before long, through his mastery over the beast, He delivered a relentless onslaught that ultimately vanquished it. With a resounding thud, the enormous body plummeted to the ocean floor, stirring up a cloud of silt. "Boss, I didn't catch the Shanshan golden fish, but I did manage to capture a large tuna," Mengshan declared, cradling the 3-meter-long fish as he sought Xia Hao to regroup. "Excellent. Let's ascend. I have caught the Shanshan golden fish." Xia Hao revealed a specialized fish cage from his bosom, a dazzling golden light emanating from within. With the sound of splashing seawater, the trio of Xing awaited eagerly as Xia Hao and Mengshan returned triumphantly. "What do you think? I have succeeded. This will surely bolster my confidence in the cooking competition," Mena exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she beheld the Shanshan golden fish within the cage. 3 days later, after overcoming numerous challenges, Mena successfully advanced to the finals of the cooking competition. Xia Hao and his companions, seeking leisure, arrived at the island's center as enthusiastic spectators. "Wow, how radiant! What kind of dish is this? I have never encountered it before. Is this truly the Shanshan golden fish that resides at a depth of 1,500 meters?" The crowd was astounded at the rare sight of such a precious ingredient, a treasure worthy of admiration even in death. "Is this for real? This fish moves through the depths like lightning. The average person would scarcely catch a glimpse, let alone capture it. Indeed, I had the rare fortune to witness President Mondo of the Chef Alliance prepare a dish with it decades ago. That very dish secured his victory. Is that true? How remarkable! But who is this little girl? Can she truly prepare such a dish without wasting such a precious ingredient?" Rest assured, for President Mondo is her grandfather, and Mena is someone I have watched grow up. Her culinary talent is exceptional. "Oh wow, it looks incredibly delicious. Boss, should we not offer the remaining 10 Shanshan golden fish to Sister Mena, allowing her to prepare them all?" Xing's eyes glimmered with anticipation as he caught a whiff of the alluring aroma wafting from the pot before Mena. Such delicacies must not be consumed all at once. "Let's keep some in a tank for future voyages. We can catch more before we depart," Xia Hao remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Xing. For Xia Hao, what others could scarcely obtain was merely at his fingertips, a testament to his formidable strength. "Boss, let's arrange it without hesitation. Regardless of Mena's standing in the competition, we must invite her aboard." Xing's insatiable appetite was undeniable, yet the allure of exquisite cuisine was irresistible. Xia Hao remained silent, observing the many chefs on the competition stage, a sea of elderly faces, as thoughts began to form in his mind. Although they were chefs, not combatants, a robust physique was essential for navigating the treacherous Grand Line. In the days of interaction, Xia Hao discerned that Mena was not only skilled, but also possessed commendable talent as a swordsman. While she may not yet have reached the level of a master swordsman, she was more than capable of handling ordinary pirates. Furthermore, with dedicated one-on-one instruction, her prowess would surely ascend to new heights. 3 hours later, the cooking competition reached its climax. Following a series of evaluations, Mena flawlessly executed a dish with the Shanshan golden fish using her grandfather's recipe, earning a perfect score not merely due to Mondo's reputation, but because the dish's exquisite quality and flavor were undeniable, as evidenced by the voracious expressions of the judges savoring every bite. "I am the champion." Mena's face radiated joy as she gracefully approached the podium to accept her award. One could not help but admire the beauty of the world. Each person seemed to possess a unique charm, varying in height and stature. Just as the celebration of the cooking competition reached its zenith, a discordant voice pierced through the merriment. "Everyone freeze. This is a robbery. Robbery. The sharp pirates are here. Run." A cry echoed through the crowd, and chaos ensued as everyone began to flee. Suddenly, the gunshot rang out, followed by a gruff voice commanding, "Whoever moves shall die. Foolish humans, hand over your treasures." The captain of the shark pirates, Manjalai Shark, brandished his firearm with menacing intent. As the fishmen surrounded the crowd, a palpable fear swept through the onlookers. Each chef here was worth a fortune, with many dishes valued in the thousands of berries, and those seated at the judges' table were worth millions, having prepared banquets for numerous kingdoms. "Hey, little girl, hand over that golden spatula and iron pot. I won't show you any mercy," Manjalai Shark sneered, his greedy eyes fixated on Mayna's championship prize, a medal of pure gold, with a monetary reward of 100 million berries. Pirates! Mayna's gaze darted towards Xia Hao, recalling his earlier mention of belonging to a pirate crew. Yet, the contrast between the fearsome pirates and Xia Hao's striking visage was stark. Mayna, given the medal, it is merely a trinket. Your life is far more valuable, an elderly judge whispered, recognizing the importance of preserving life over material possessions. Master Dolong, I appreciate your concern, but this is my first ever medal. I refuse to relinquish it to anyone, let alone a band of villains. Mayna's expression hardened as she clutched the medal, unsheathing her sword, ready to resist to the bitter end. How foolish! Ah, Dolong sighed, hoping that someone would quickly bring reinforcements. Even the shark pirates would think twice in the presence of a powerful ally, who merely demanded a small protection fee each year. Ha ha ha! It seems the little sister is asking for punishment instead of respect. Kill her, Manjalai Shark commanded, signaling two of his fishmen henchmen, who grinned wickedly as they advanced. Weapons raised, prepared to eliminate any human who dared resist. This was not their first foray into such villainy. Fishmen had long been captured and sold into slavery, and it was only natural for humans to meet a similar fate at their hands. In that instant, Mayna's figure flickered as she executed a swift series of elegant sword strikes, severing the weapons from the hands of the fishmen, rendering them useless as they fell to the ground. Is that all you have? Pathetic. How dare you? Attack together and eliminate her. Manjalai Shark growled, tightening his grip on his great sword as he charged forward, embodying the ferocity of a tank, intent on crushing all opposition. With a single strike, an overwhelming force sent Mayna hurtling through the air, her petite frame crashing down heavily. Just as she was about to hit the ground, XiaHao appeared behind her, catching her effortlessly and gently placing her on the ground. Hey, this is the chef I painstakingly found. What she gets hurt? XiaHao remarked coldly, casting a furious glance at the nearby fisherman pirate crew. Huh, what is this guy saying? Ha ha ha, just a foolish and weak human, Monturi Shah sneered, dismissing the notion of injury as inconsequential. You are right. Weakness is indeed a sin. Thus perish. XiaHao slowly raised his head, unleashing his conqueror's haki like a ferocious wave upon the shark pirate crew. The oppressive aura bore down on them like a mountain, causing the vast majority of the feeble fishmen to collapse, their spirits drained. You please don't kill me. This is all a misunderstanding. Spare me. Faced with this ominous situation, the seasoned Monturi Shah knelt, abandoning any pretense of dignity in favor of self-preservation. A misunderstanding? I rather enjoyed your earlier defiance. Do try to maintain that spirit. Remember to keep a low profile in your next life. XiaHao patted Monturi Shah's shoulder, and the magic of poisonous annihilation surged into his body. Moments later, Monturi Shah lay still on the ground, transcended. How formidable! Is this the strength of XiaHao? Mayna exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. As an aspiring chef with dreams of traveling the world and exploring every corner to create exquisite dishes, she recognized that alongside top-tier culinary skills, formidable strength was equally essential. After all, many ingredients required great power to procure. No wonder Grandpa never let me venture out alone. Are the people outside truly that strong? Mayna mused. Monturi Shah thought, no, such a monstrous strength among humans is rare. Not everyone can wield conqueror's haki. Hee boss. I took a good look around the fisherman pirate ship and gathered some excellent ideas. A Xing floated down from above, grinning as he addressed Xia Hao. Ideas? Soon Mayna will understand. A Xing did not answer directly, aware that his interpretation of gathering ideas diverged slightly from its literal meaning. Up ahead, Lord Owen. Please save the people on the island. I am willing to serve the Bigmum pirates for 10 years without charge. At the coast, colossal pirate ship docked. An elderly man with a flowing white beard urgently spoke to a robust figure with orange, fan-shaped hair, donned in an orange cloak. Oh, it's a deal. I believe Mama will be thrilled by your arrival. Esteemed president of the Chef Association, Owen replied, fully aware of how much Bigmum cherished culinary delights. He recalled how she would go berserk if deprived of specific foods during certain times, causing his burly frame to tremble at the thought. The group hastily made their way toward the island's center. Owen had already gathered all the necessary intelligence. It's merely the Fishman pirate crew, whose bounty has just exceeded 100 million. They are hardly a threat and can be dispatched with ease. Stop, you wicked pirates. This island is under the protection of the great pirate Bigmum. Leave at once. A frail, elderly man, Mondu, shouted with all his might from 100 meters away, before even arriving at the competition venue. It's President Mondu back. Reinforcements? Has the president found someone to protect this island? Really? We can finally retire here. I was just thinking of leaving and returning to my homeland to settle down. However, we have already defeated the invading pirate crew, a sudden, sobering voice interrupted, causing the entire venue to fall silent. Indeed, the pirates have been driven away. The greatest threat from previous years is no more. There is little need to seek refuge from the pirates. After all, pirates are generally viewed as villains. As the crowd murmured among themselves, the sound of heavy footsteps approached rapidly. The imposing Owen led members of the Bigmum Pirates, quickly surrounding the entire competition venue. "Grandpa, what are you doing?" I questioned, bewildered, as I observed President Mondu allowing the pirates to encircle the competition area. "Of course, I am here to save you. Quickly, hide behind me," Mondu shouted, his small eyes darting around anxiously. "Save us. Grandpa, the invading shark pirate crew has already been captured. Look." President Mondu glanced in the direction of his granddaughter's gaze, spotting the subdued pirates, bound and motionless. "Really? That's wonderful," President Mondu exclaimed joyfully, laughing heartily. Yet, his expression soon shifted to one of gloom as he remembered his promise to serve the Bigmum Pirates for 10 years. Now that the enemy had been vanquished, how would he explain this to them? Had he known that the enemy was a pirate crew far more formidable than the shark pirates? Like the crew member beside him whose bounty had reached 200 million berries, he would have acted differently. It is easy to invite a god, but challenging to send one away. What to do now? Ha ha ha. It seems all problems are resolved. However, President Mondu, do not forget your promise. Owen reminded with narrowed eyes. Promise? Grandpa, what promise did you make? Mena asked anxiously. We requested that you eliminate the invading pirates and save everything on this island. After the matter concluded, we would serve the Charlotte family for 10 years without charge. Owen explained casually, showing no concern for unforeseen consequences, knowing that no one on this island could withstand Bigmum's wrath. But before you came, the crisis on the island had already been resolved. And so what? You don't think I wasted several hours playing with you all, do you? Owen's tone turned cold, his fiery temperament evident from the crimson hue of his skin. Lord Owen, how about we each take a step back? The Chef Association can offer 200 million berries as compensation. I implore you to show mercy and pretend this never happened. Mondu pleaded, lowering his stance, astonished by how the situation had escalated. Show mercy? Are you challenging the Bigmum Pirates? An overwhelming aura emanated from Owen, pressing down upon everyone nearby. What if we challenge the Bigmum Pirates? At that moment, Xia Hao, who had been observing, suddenly appeared beside Mena, calmly addressing Owen. Captain of the Haotian Pirates, Xia Hao, why are you here? Owen's expression shifted dramatically. The news of Xia Hao's tie with Bigmum had sent shockwaves through the entire Charlotte family. Yet, reality was undeniable. This former intern of the Roger Pirates had grown to a point where he could no longer be overlooked. Leave this place. It is not where you should be. Bigmum Pirates. Xia Hao's conqueror's haki coalesced into an invisible blade that struck fiercely toward Owen's head, enveloping him in a potent and oppressive aura that felt like a needle piercing his nerves. Within moments, cold sweat began to trickle down Owen's face, his gaze toward Xia Hao filled with trepidation and fear. Owen, undeterred by defeat, coldly snorted and departed. It was not out of fear, but rather the realization that engaging in conflict with Xia Hao and his companions was simply unnecessary. Indeed, it was utterly superfluous. Yea, the villains have all been driven away, Mena joyfully exclaimed, extending 2 fingers and smiling broadly. 3 days later, Mena successfully persuaded Old Man Mondo to join the Haotian pirate crew. In pursuit of her dream to travel the world and savor the culinary delights it has to offer. Thus, The beautiful swordswoman set sail aboard the Haotian ship with her companion, Ro. Xia Hao, you must ensure that Mena does not suffer even the slightest grievance. Otherwise, I shall not rest until I have avenged myself. Fear not, old man Mondo, for she is our crew's most cherished treasure. We shall not allow any harm to befall our chef. Departing from the culinary paradise of Hankarila Island, the Haotian ship swiftly navigated the currents towards the next island. Gazing out at the boundless azure sea, Mena stood at the bow, her light yellow dress billowing gently in the sea breeze, a look of contentment gracing her features. At last we are at sea, she exclaimed joyfully, cupping her hands around her mouth to shout, her sweet voice echoing across the waters. Observing this, XiaHao shook his head with a light chuckle, then opened the system panel, curious about whether new treasures awaited him. After much accumulation, XiaHao now possessed 2,300 points of dimensional energy and 800 million berries. It was time for a grand draw, and, without hesitation, he wagered all 2,300 points in a single stroke, causing the system's lottery page to whirl with excitement. Ding! You have acquired a breath of air from the holy land of Mariewa. What nonsense is this? Air is a prize? Is the air of Mariewa so fragrant? Can it grant immortality? Please maintain decorum, esteemed host. We must uphold civility and cultivate a fresh ethos, becoming a beacon of hope within the pirate world. Very well, XiaHao replied, exasperated yet resigned. I'm not amused. Congratulations, esteemed host. You have obtained a bottle of clear spring water from Small Hill in the holy land of Mariewa. Enough, I implore you. Congratulations, esteemed host. You have received a Zoan-type cockroach fruit. Congratulations, esteemed host. You have received a Zoan-type zebra fruit. Congratulations, esteemed host. You have received a Zoan-type ancient crocodile fruit. Congratulations. Esteemed host, you have received a Paramecia-type bird fruit, pigeon form. Goodness gracious, is this a wholesale of devil fruits? XiaHao exclaimed, dumbfounded. After 23 draws, aside from the useless air and water, he had received 15 devil fruits, 10 Zoan-type, and 5 Paramecia-type. What use are these to me now? He pondered, striving to calm his emotions. For XiaHao, typical devil fruits held no value. With his formidable life force and regeneration from Mo-Katan, combined with the mastery of Conqueror's Haki, he was poised to ascend to the pinnacle of this world. Master Kaido once remarked, only Haki holds true power. It is only through mastering supreme Haki that one can attain ultimate strength. The draw concluded, and XiaHao turned his attention to the system shop page, eager to inspect the latest items. In the skills section, nothing piqued his interest. In the devil fruit category, his gaze blurred from the overwhelming inventory, lacking any appealing options. Let me take a closer look. There seems to be something remarkable. Magic Blade Qianren, a formidable weapon composed of thousands of shards. With a black handle and a blade adorned with blue patterns that depict malevolent spirits, capable of luminescence. Public opinion, Magic Blade Qianren, an offensive weapon with no defensive capabilities. Priced at 500 million berries? I can afford it. With this powerful sword, I can employ the skills I replicated when burying the captain. Subtracting 500 million berries from his wealth, XiaHao raised his hand, and the magic blade, Qianren, materialized instantly. Feeling the blade's subtle tremor, he resolutely infused it with potent armament Haki. Soon, you shall transform into a black blade, and I will wield you to slay foes, ensuring your name reverberates throughout the world. With a sudden surge, XiaHao intensified the Haki he infused into the sword, causing the previously calm sea to roil violently. Waves rising higher and higher, a thunderous roar accompanying their ascent. Divine avoidance. XiaHao swung the blade, unleashing a powerful sword aura that cleaved through the sea as if it could obliterate anything in its path, carving a deep trench into the ocean. The overwhelming Haki rendered the waters unable to return to their original state, and an unfortunate sea king happened to pass by, meeting its demise as it was severed in two, instantly staining the waters crimson. Sensing the sudden outburst of terrifying Haki, Xing and the others quickly emerged from the cabin. What transpired? Boss, are we engaging in battle? Xing inquired, his wide eyes scanning the surroundings, excitement sparking within. No foes have invaded. I was merely practicing, Xia Hao clarified. Oh, boss, that sword looks impressive, a Xing remarked, his enthusiasm waning upon realizing there was no battle. However, his attention quickly shifted back to the magic blade, Qianren, intrigued by its striking appearance. Do I really need to tell you? Xia Hao rolled his eyes. By the way, we just captured a sea king. Let us bring it aboard so Mena can prepare a feast. Xia Hao gestured towards the deceased sea king. Wow, it's so big and thick. Mena exclaimed joyfully, marveling at the size of the fish. Speaking of which, Mena, you have been aboard for several days now, and, as captain, I have yet to present you with a gift. Here, take this sword, Xia Hao said, retrieving the famed blade eyes from his bag. After spending so much time together, Mena had come to appreciate her captain's extraordinary capabilities and was not surprised. It's so cold, Mena exclaimed, grasping the hilt, a wave of intense chill washing over her, as if everything around her might freeze. Famed blade ice, capable of unleashing the power of frost. The stronger the user, the more potent the freezing capability. Although it pales in comparison to a nature-type devil fruit, it possesses 1/5 of its power. Do you like it? Yes, I love it. Thank you, Xia Hao, Mena replied, nodding enthusiastically. Her primary role was as a chef, but she also embraced her identity as a swordswoman. By the way, I have several devil fruits here. Take a look and see if any appeal to you. If not, you can choose next time. As Xia Hao laid out over a dozen devil fruits on the table, the others were dazzled by the sight. So many, more than last time. Mena's eyes sparkled with excitement. Devil fruits? The ones that grant immense power when consumed. Indeed. Allow me to introduce you. This is the Zoan-type cockroach fruit. Upon awakening, you can transform into a cockroach, gaining the resilience of a cockroach that never dies. If developed properly, it can rival the recovery abilities of even ancient or mythical Zoan types. Absolutely not. I refuse, Mena exclaimed, waving her hands in alarm. This is the Zoan-type hedgehog fruit, with abilities that are quite unique. An hour later, Mena gazed at the array of devil fruits before her, torn between choices that others would consider rare treasures. Isn't it infuriating? There are simply too many options. Do not fret. You can always choose later. Hee all right. The Haotian ship continued its voyage along the navigational pointer, sailing smoothly without incident. Soon, Xia Hao and his crew arrived at the next island. Upon reaching the shore, they docked the ship and officially disembarked onto the new island. How eerily quiet it is, mused Dai. Is this truly a deserted island? No, it cannot be. I can smell the scent of explosives, and they are of a rather crude kind. At most, I would give it a mere 2 points. Furrowing his brows, Dai inhaled deeply, the acrid aroma of gunpowder filling his nostrils, quickly leading him to conclude that there were indeed people on the island. They had not yet departed. The explosion must have occurred no more than half an hour ago. After a moment of contemplation, Dai articulated his assessment. Let us proceed and discover what has transpired. XiaHao took the lead, for where there was the presence of an explosion, it was certain that a conflict had unfolded on this island. Judging by the disarray surrounding them, it seemed to be a one-sided suppression. One day, a once tranquil village was suddenly invaded by a band of ruthless villains. XiaHao pondered, finding the scenario increasingly plausible. Boom! 10 minutes later, a tremendous cannonade reverberated across the entire island, the forceful shockwave radiating outward in a circular pattern. The intense wind pressure battered everything in its path, and the sudden detonation drew the attention of Xia Hao and the others to its source. Xia Hao glanced at a Xing, who immediately understood the cue and transformed into his half-beast form, soaring into the sky with remarkable speed towards the origin of the sound. The rush of wind signaled his swift departure, and in an instant, a Xing vanished from sight. Is this the power of a Xing's devil fruit? He can actually fly. Mena gazed in awe at a Xing's transformed state, her eyes sparkling with admiration and her small fists clenched tightly, deepening her yearning for the powers of the devil fruit. 5 minutes later, a Xing descended from the sky, his expression one of disbelief, yet he recounted what he had just witnessed. The soldiers of this kingdom are slaughtering innocent civilians. A single utterance from a Xing sent shockwaves through the hearts of all present. The notion that the kingdom's soldiers would massacre civilians was unfathomable. Yet, a Xing had witnessed it firsthand. It was an undeniable truth. "Boss, what do we do?" A Xing cast a questioning look at Xia Hao. "What shall we do?" "If you wish to take action, a Xing, remember that we are pirates pursuing freedom, unbound by any constraints. We must act according to our own convictions." Xia Hao observed a Xing's hesitance and continued, affirming a Xing's desire to rescue the island's populace. "After all, saving a life is worth more than constructing a grand edifice." "Ha ha, then I shall proceed without hesitation, boss." A Xing's eyes sparkled with determination as he heard Xia Hao's words, his black irises radiating in astonishing light. In an instant, he vanished like a shooting star, his speed leaving onlookers in astonishment. "Let us follow." Upon Xia Hao's command, he too dashed forward, racing towards a Xing with such velocity that it appeared as if he were flying, his feet barely touching the ground. In the southwestern corner of the island, what once was a peaceful village had transformed into a desolate ruin. At the village's entrance, hundreds of ordinary villagers knelt in desperation, pleading for their lives before the soldiers. "Spare us, please. We are innocent," they cried. "There are no rebels in our village. We truly do not understand what has transpired, but we would never betray our country." "Kill them all." The command rang out. "Execute them. It is better to mistakenly kill than to let a single soul escape." For they dared to attempt an assassination on His Majesty the King. Anyone associated must die. The kingdom's general spoke coldly, his brutish demeanor betraying his violent nature. And with a swift motion of his sword, a palpable aura of death enveloped all present. Though the soldiers were reluctant to carry out such orders, they felt bound by duty and could not defy the command. "Raise your weapons." A loud shout startled the trembling villagers, who gazed up at the merciless general and the cold barrels of the guns. Among the villagers, a member of the rebel forces steeled himself and stood up. "Do not fire. I have something to say." "Speak. I am one of the rebels." "Release them, and I will come with you." "Arrest him." Upon hearing the admission, a flicker of emotion passed over the general's impassive face as he gestured with a wave of his hand, sending several soldiers towards the rebel. Soon, 5 rebels hiding among the civilians were captured, shackled heavily, and made to kneel. "Kill them," the cold voice echoed. And the rebels had hoped that their sacrifice would save the others, only to realize that their hopes were in vain. "No, no, no. You cannot kill them. You promised to spare the innocent." One rebel cried desperately. "Ha ha ha. Spare them? What did I ever say such a thing?" The general laughed mockingly. These foolish civilians dared to harbor criminals today. Tomorrow, they would dare to assassinate the king. I am merely nipping the trouble in the bud. As the third general of the Philisade kingdom and a direct descendant of King Phyllis, General Mo was acutely aware of his position. He sought to eradicate any opposition to King Phyllis. This widespread rebellion was a direct response to the king's tyrannical rule, often disregarding the welfare of the populace in favor of his own whims, imposing exorbitant taxes that left nearly 98% of the citizens impoverished. Thus, under the leadership of the righteous, a war of resistance was ignited. "Open fire." General Mo glared at the soldiers who hesitated, delivering a swift kick to one of them to spur them into action. "What a brutal kingdom," XiaHao observed as he watched soldiers indiscriminately slaughtering the helpless, innocent villagers, shaking his head in dismay. At the moment the soldiers raised their weapons, an overwhelming conqueror's haki erupted, engulfing the entire island in a terrifying aura. The oppressive pressure caused the soldiers, who had been poised to pull the trigger, to roll their eyes back and succumb to unconsciousness, collapsing heavily to the ground. "What is happening?" General Mo exclaimed, his face filled with shock as he witnessed his soldiers incapacitated in the blink of an eye. A profound sense of fear gripped him as he scanned the surroundings, searching for the source of the overwhelming pressure. Bang! At that moment, a Xing descended from above, the tremendous force stirring up a cloud of dust. Observing the panicked civilians and the visibly shaken General Mo a Xing strode forward, grasping the general by the collar. With a swift punch, he struck the general's cheek. "The likes of you are the very scum I despise." Boom! A Xing's fist collided with the massive frame of General Mo the sheer force bending him backward as if he were a shrimp. sending him crashing dozens of meters away, colliding with the wall of a nearby building. Cough, cough. Who are you? General Mofela Nguyev. His face a mask of terror. Such formidable strength was well known throughout the kingdom, yet Xing was not among those he recognized. We are the Haotian pirate crew, and I am Xing, he proclaimed proudly, nostrils flared with arrogance. He held disdain for those who preyed upon the weak and helpless. True strength should be challenged against those who are stronger. Pirates? You're pirates? Do you not realize that the Phylisade Kingdom is a member of the world government? Are you not afraid that His Majesty will summon the Navy to hunt you down? Upon learning that they were pirates, the general's demeanor shifted, emboldened by the knowledge that this was a matter internal to the kingdom. Few pirates would risk their safety to defend a group of impoverished villagers. After all, pirates gain little from such endeavors. For this destitute village, treasures? Do not jest. They have nothing but stones. The Navy? Ha ha ha. I find myself truly apprehensive. Xing remarked with exaggerated jest, before delivering another kick that sent Mo Fei La soaring through the air, the immense force causing him to spew blood and cough violently, as though his entire body were disintegrating. Well, the Navy, even if an admiral were to personally intervene, they would inevitably return in failure. For we are the Haotian pirate crew, Xing said dismissively, asserting their dominance upon this boundless sea. Unless 3 admirals were dispatched with numerous naval vessels to encircle us, the Haotian pirate crew would harbor no fear. Though few in number, each member is a formidable warrior, akin to a monster, in genuine combat. Ordinary naval forces are utterly outmatched. Moreover, our limited numbers confer an advantage in agility. Just 3 or 5 individuals could find refuge on an uninhabited isle for a time, leaving even the world government unable to locate us. Most importantly, Xia Hao and his companions have no ties to the world that could be exploited as leverage by the world government. Let us proceed and observe further, Xia Hao said with a calm demeanor as he regarded the 2 confrontants, expressing a willingness to intervene since fate had brought them together. Understood, boss. Xing responded loudly, subsequently delivering a powerful blow that rendered General Mo Fei La unconscious. Thank you. Thank you. But our village is impoverished, esteemed sirs. We possess no treasures to offer you, and we beseech you to spare us. Upon witnessing the effortless defeat of the royal army by Xia Hao and his companions, the leader of the surviving rebels immediately knelt, trembling with fear as he pleaded for mercy from Xia Hao. After all, he had just heard that Xia Hao was a pirate. For most commoners, pirates are regarded as embodiments of evil, often engaging in plunder and violence, instilling dread among the populace. What are you doing? We are not mere, ordinary pirates. Furthermore, sir, we have no interest in your meager treasures, Xing said with a glance at Xia Hao, stepping forward. Plundering treasures? What wealth do these commoners possess? If we are to act, let it be for something grand, such as the treasure vaults of other pirate crews or the protection fees paid to the celestial dragons by various kingdoms. Really? Of course. We are a principled pirate crew, Xing assured, thumping his chest. Witnessing this, the surviving villagers exhaled a long sigh of relief, their previously taut nerves dissipating as they nearly collapsed to the ground from the strain of heightened tension. Hey, do not hide. Come forth. Otherwise, we shall take action. As the surroundings fell silent, XiaHao's gaze focused on a particular direction, his tone grave. Do not engage. We are not the royal army. In truth, we are here to liberate the people of this kingdom. The Revolutionary Army's advance team, hidden in the distant woods, quickly emerged to explain their presence. This is no jest. With Mr. Dorag and several cadres absent, should XiaHao's group attack, their fate would be sealed. It is better to clarify our intentions. Though we are pirates, the Revolutionary Army sensed no malice from Xia Hao, particularly evident in his treatment of the villagers. The Revolutionary Army? Dorag's forces? Xia Hao inquired, looking at them. Yes, indeed. We are from the Revolutionary Army, led by Chief Dorag. Captain Xia Hao, do you know our leader? I suppose so. Xia Hao nodded, well aware of Dorag's background. The son of the naval hero Garp, the father of Luffy, who may one day become the Pirate King, and the leader of the Revolutionary Army, soon to be termed the world Army's most notorious man by the world government, compared to the imposing pirate crews of the seas. The Revolutionary Army, led by Dorag, poses a far greater threat, as the ideology he promotes undoubtedly undermines the absolute rule of the world government. Moreover, the Revolutionary Army incites the common people to rise against the regimes of kingdoms worldwide, thereby challenging the authority of the world government. The upheaval of kingdoms and the successful rebellion embarrass the world government, which, despite its proclamations of peace, requires a semblance of balance to maintain control over the world. Otherwise, an overly stable existence breeds discontent and the desire to challenge divine authority. The notions of freedom and equality are intolerable, as the celestial dragons are deemed descendants of gods, a testament to their exalted status. Given the Revolutionary Army's presence here, the subsequent arrangements for resettlement shall be your responsibility, Xia Hao stated earnestly, directing his attention toward the Revolutionary Army. Although the Haotian pirate crew had decisively vanquished the royal forces, such measures only address symptoms, not the root cause. Since the Revolutionary Army dares to engage in the political transformation of this kingdom, they surely possess methods suited to this endeavor. Ah, yes, indeed. The Revolutionary Army's squad leader nodded repeatedly, recognizing the necessity of caution in the presence of such formidable individuals. Let us proceed to the capital of this kingdom and witness the transition of royal power. It is a rare opportunity for observation. XiaHao turned to Xing and the others. Captain XiaHao, the capital lies on the largest island, 100 nautical miles away. Here is a log pose that has accumulated magnetic energy. The Revolutionary Army's captain eagerly produced a log pose from his pocket and handed it to Xia Hao. Indeed, would it be possible for us to accompany you? Our vessel has been damaged. No problem, let us depart. Marvelous. We shall finally reunite with our leader. The members of the Revolutionary Army's advance team exclaimed with excitement. 3 hours later, on the core island of the Phyllis Yade Kingdom, Feiste Island, the capital situated at the heart of the island, the Haotian ship had scarcely docked when a tremendous explosion echoed from the coastline. Simultaneously, anguished screams erupted as fierce gunfire transformed the once splendid island into a scene of devastation, with towering buildings reduced to ruins, and countless civilians fleeing from the billowing smoke of battle. War, whether just or unjust, invariably inflicts suffering upon the most helpless and downtrodden commoners. Observing the chaos from a distance, Xia Hao could not help but lament, unaware that his words sparked a glimmer of enlightenment in the eyes of the Revolutionary Army's squad leader behind him, recognizing the profound strength coupled with such deep insight. If only we could enlist him into the Revolutionary Army. Although the core of the Revolutionary Army revolves around ideological transformation, urging the oppressed to take up arms against their oppressors, they too require formidable power as a trump card. If it were not for the cadre led by Dorag, the Revolutionary Army would have long been extinguished by the world government. While I understand that I should not trouble you further, I must implore you and your companions to assist my comrades. Many lives have already been lost in this conflict. The Revolutionary Army's squad leader, witnessing the casualties on both sides, could no longer restrain his plea. Though hope seemed faint, he wished to make an attempt. What if it succeeds? In such a large-scale battle, even if he led his squad to provide support, the impact would be negligible. No problem, however. Please understand that our assistance comes at a price. For our first collaboration, it shall be 100 million berries, Xia Hao declared, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing above the battlefield where the Revolutionary Army and the royal forces clashed. Hey, I cannot decide this, brother. The Revolutionary Army's squad leader was distraught. 100 million berries was not a trivial sum. Even selling himself wouldn't suffice. Hey, combatants on both sides. Grant me a favor, would you? Let us cease hostilities. If the fighting continues, both of you will suffer significant losses. A sudden voice resonated from above, and both sides, previously embroiled in fierce combat, instinctively paused, gazing upwards toward the source of the sound. Who are you? A cadre of the Revolutionary Army? Open fire, eliminate him. As the second in command of the kingdom of Phileas Ade, Meng Pai furrowed his brow in concern. However, upon noticing that Xia Hao had positioned himself slightly closer to the Revolutionary Army, his fury ignited, and he immediately ordered the cannons to fire. Indeed, they were a volatile bunch, quick to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Such individuals govern the nation. What else could one expect but its destruction? Unfazed by the rapidly approaching cannonballs, XiaHao shook his head and sighed. Kekekek, we will blow you to smithereens. What audacity to challenge the kingdom of XiaHao. Just wait. His Majesty has already reported to the esteemed officials of the world government, and a vice admiral from the naval headquarters will personally come. You are doomed. Meng Pai Li, seeing XiaHao remain motionless, assumed he was paralyzed with fear and mocked him mercilessly. Such wretched, lowly artistry, how convoluted! Dita T appeared beneath the Revolutionary Army's formation, slightly raising his hand with the palm, facing the incoming artillery shells, and then swept it downward. The cannonballs, originally aimed at XiaHao, halted momentarily before swiftly redirecting toward the Royal Army. During their descent, the cannonballs expanded rapidly, growing over 30 times their original size. With a resounding explosion that sent Meng Pai Li into a state of terror, the violent shockwave shattered the entire Royal Army camp, indiscriminately sweeping through everything and leaving thousands of soldiers either dead or grievously wounded. It seems my reputation is still not substantial enough. I must learn from that fellow Shanks when I encounter him. XiaHao shrugged before descending from the sky. Remember, 100 million berries. Make sure to pay up. XiaHao said earnestly as he passed by the revolutionary squad leader. 100 million berries. What is going on? Asked Lindbergh, the Southern Army commander of the Revolutionary Army, perplexed. Well, Commander, here's the situation. The squad leader began to explain the events rapidly, his rugged face displaying a pitiful expression that made XiaHao frown. This fellow was indeed rather nauseating. All right then, that sounds acceptable. After all, Captain XiaHao has helped us tremendously. However, I trust Captain XiaHao understands that our Revolutionary Army is relatively impoverished, so you intend to renege on the payment? XiaHao interjected. Cough, of course not. We can offer other forms of compensation, such as a devil fruit or a treasure map pertaining to a certain kingdom. Lindbergh quickly waved his hands in denial. After a brief introduction, Lindbergh had come to understand XiaHao's identity, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 1 billion berries, who had once challenged the invincible Big Amoan pirates. Such a formidable individual would even command respect from the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Drago. The Revolutionary Army, still in its infancy, could not withstand further devastation. Lindbergh was unwilling to gamble and certainly would not allow their cause to gain another enemy over a mere sum of berries. Agreed. XiaHao pondered momentarily before nodding in agreement with the proposal. Brul, 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 gada. Lindbergh, how are things on your end? A voice crackled through the transponder snail, exuding a carefree and charismatic tone. Although it was merely a voice, XiaHao could still discern the grandeur of the speaker. Indeed, it was quite impressive. Betty, of course we succeeded. I am Lindbergh, after all. Really? When did you become so capable? Now that the battle is over. Hurry to the central town for a decisive victory. According to intelligence, Admiral Feng Yun is on his way. We have only 1 day, exclaimed Betty, the commander of the Eastern Army, her tone serious. Understood. I will go immediately, Lindbergh replied, his expression turning serious as he promptly ordered the troops to prepare and head for the central town. Rest assured, our Revolutionary Army will not go back on our word. We will reward you once the battle concludes. Just as they were leaving, Lindbergh suddenly turned back and assured XiaHao loudly. After all, the Haotian pirates were no ordinary crew. I still have faith in the credibility of the Revolutionary Army. XiaHao smiled calmly. Great achievers do not lack vision. Boss, what shall we do next? Xing inquired curiously. To here. XiaHao produced a map and pointed to a location. Here? Is there anything special about it? Nothing particularly special. It merely contains the lifetime wealth of the second-in-command of this kingdom, XiaHao remarked, glancing at the gruesomely mangled body of the second-in-command of the kingdom of XiaHao, shrugging his shoulders. Hee, then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry, Xing exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the mention of treasure. Let us set off. In the heart of the kingdom of XiaHao, under the leadership of Betty, the commander of the Eastern Army, the revolutionary forces launched a frenzied assault. With the aid of the Inspire Fruit's ability, every revolutionary soldier fought with fervor, growing increasingly formidable. Meanwhile, within the opulent palace of the kingdom, King Phileas trembled, stealing a glance at the raging inferno outside the city gates, before hastily taking his seat upon the throne. Inside the grand hall, all the kingdom's ministers hung their heads low, fearful to utter a word, for a certain general had just met his demise. 2 of the main generals had already perished in battle, leaving only the kingdom's foremost general to struggle against the tide. Now, they dared not speak for fear of incurring the wrath of the enraged king. Useless, a bunch of worthless fools. How could you not defeat a mere revolutionary army that has only been active for 2 or 3 years? What use are you to me? King Phileas's face contorted with rage as he violently slammed his hand on the table, the sound of shattering glass echoing throughout the hall. The onlookers lowered their heads even further, frozen in place as if playing dead. Who would have thought the name of the Revolutionary Army would reach the ears of King Phileas? Quite a rarity. A sudden voice echoed through the hall as a man clad in a cloak strode forward, addressing the king with a cold demeanor. "Who are you?" demanded King Phileas, his expression darkening. "Me? Did you not just mention me?" The cloaked man advanced step by step, as the once clear sky turned ominous, the bright hall fluctuating in light. A solemn face emerged before everyone's eyes. It was none other than Drago, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. "You are from the Revolutionary Army. How'd you get in here?" "Soldiers! Soldiers! Throw this man out." King Phileas's complexion paled as he realized the gravity of the situation, while chaos reigned outside. Everyone speculated where the Revolutionary Army's commanders were directing their actions, never expecting one to appear within the palace. "Don't bother calling for them. You have no soldiers left." Drago's voice was cold and unyielding. "The kingdom of Phileas Ade, due to your brutal, greedy, and foolish rule, has plunged your entire nation into an abyss of despair, with hundreds of thousands starving to death each year. King Phileas, I hereby declare your execution. Immediate execution." Drago's gaze remained steady as he regarded the king, who was retreating in terror, filled with dread. The invisible pressure he exuded made everyone in the hall tremble uncontrollably, paralyzed by fear. "No, it cannot be. I am the king of Phileas Ade, a ruler acknowledged by the world government. You cannot kill me. You lack the authority." King Phileas cried out in his final struggle, his twisted face screaming in desperation, utterly devoid of the arrogance and brutality he once displayed, resembling a dying lamb. "Remember to be a good person in your next life." With those words, Drago appeared behind King Phileas, gently pulling the trigger, bringing an end to the tyrant's 30-year reign over the kingdom of Phileas Ade. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us begin to recommend a suitable heir to the throne. Remember, it must be a new king who cherishes peace and cares for his people as his own children." Dorj's calm voice resonated like a thunderclap in the ears of the numerous ministers of the kingdom, causing all to tremble slightly. Indeed, one who could effortlessly incite more than half of the populace to revolt, allowing the Revolutionary Army to silently infiltrate the kingdom and stroll into this palace, clearly indicates that this nation has long been thoroughly infiltrated by the revolutionaries. It is evident that the choice of a suitable prince to ascend the throne has already been made by the revolutionaries. In this moment, all the ministers began to scour their minds for any prince known for his virtue and benevolence, spending a full 10 minutes contemplating every notable prince, only to find none suitable. The late King Phileas had been notoriously cruel and arrogant, and his offspring were hardly any better. Were they to change the royal bloodline? A bold thought inexplicably emerged in the hearts of all the ministers. But if not the Phileas bloodline, who else could be chosen? "Ahem, esteemed lords, I have thought of someone." A minister stationed at the periphery cleared his throat and spoke. "Who?" "The son of the former emperor's most despised, the commoner Lady Xia. Prince Phileas Luxor. Him. According to the established principles, he indeed stands as the most fitting candidate among the princes. Yes, indeed, regardless of being a legitimate heir. He possesses the blood of the Phileas royal family." Subsequently, other ministers voiced their agreement with this recommendation. For the majority, the identity of the future king mattered little. And if the new monarch were kind-hearted and devoid of a penchant for executing ministers, it would be even better. Indeed, it is said that Prince Luxor often gives away his meager possessions to the downtrodden. Commoners. He is truly a benevolent soul. Yes, Prince Luxor is the people's choice. We agree he shall inherit the kingdom and become the 36th king of the fearless Yade kingdom. So do I. Ha ha. Since you have all found a suitable candidate, I shall not disturb your deliberations any longer. In 3 hours, I hope to attend your esteemed kingdom's coronation ceremony. Upon hearing the choice, Dorage's serious expression finally revealed a hint of a smile, though it swiftly faded. According to intelligence, Prince Felis Luxor is indeed a commendable choice, kind-hearted, a lover of peace, and possessing a commendable attitude towards the common folk. Most importantly, and a point overlooked by these lofty ministers, he harbors a deep loathing for evil, is decisive in his actions, and detests the rampant corruption and injustices within the Felis Yade kingdom. Should Luxor ascend the throne smoothly, it is believed that this nation will undergo a profound transformation. As for the ministers present, Dorage believes that most will not witness the dawn of the next day. The new emperor's ascension and the purging of disobedient old ministers is a historical pattern. Most crucially, this presents an opportune moment to firmly grasp control of the kingdom, providing various justifications to eliminate undesired individuals, and the relatively weak Luxor will require a sweeping change, aided by the revolutionary army's cleansing. Unbeknownst to the ministers, the amiable prince they have chosen for the common people is a figure of terrifying ruthlessness towards evildoers, destined to become a nightmare that they will never escape. Dorage, hee. Sweet dreams, everyone. Soon, the coronation ceremony of the Felis Yade kingdom officially commenced, with Luxor ascending the throne amidst the jealousy, hatred, and even murderous glares of numerous princes and princesses. Then, the slaughter began, as an audacious commoner warrior dared to accuse the regent minister during the coronation. After presenting all the evidence, Luxor promptly ordered the royal army to arrest him and executed him on the spot, establishing a grim precedent. Before long, this coronation ceremony transformed into a righteous trial, a scene of carnage, with nearly 70% of the ministers slain. And even 20% of the royal princes and princesses met the same fate, while 50% were imprisoned and 25% were stripped of their titles, reduced to commoners. In merely half a day, Luxor accomplished a bloody reform of the Felis Yade kingdom, replacing all leaders of the royal army with loyalists. Thus, good luck, Luxor. We must take our leave. Remember, we do not know you. In a secluded garden within the palace, revolutionary leader Dorage bid farewell to the new king. I understand, leader Dorage, until we meet again, 2.5 hours prior, atop the roof, not far from the coronation platform. TSK, what a terrifying group. Witnessing the strategic battle between revolutionary leader Dorage and the new king Luxor firsthand, XiaHao couldn't help but exclaim. Seeing this scene, even at the cost of his life, XiaHao would not believe that Luxor had not received aid from the revolutionaries, nor had he privately trained or cultivated his own loyalists, all while waiting for this day to arrive. Boss, are you saying all of this was premeditated? Oh, Xing inquired, tilting his head. Indeed, it was all planned. It's just unclear how many years the groundwork has been laid. No wonder he is regarded by the world government as the most malevolent man. For the D family harbors no honest souls. XiaHao nodded, squinting his eyes at the high platform ahead. Almost simultaneously, Dorage's gaze shifted towards XiaHao, recognizing him. Indeed, he can see me. XiaHao grinned. As a strong individual possessing advanced Kinbunchika haki, it was only natural for him to be unsurprised by this. The Haotian pirates? Captain Xia Hao once interned with the pirate crew of the Pirate King Roger. Indeed, they're a group yearning for freedom, unrestrained in their desires, Dorage murmured to himself. Having received news from Lindbergh a few hours prior, which mentioned the situation regarding the Haotian pirates. Though surprised at their presence in this kingdom, Dorage was more concerned about Xia Hao's demeanor. A notorious pirate with a bounty of 1 billion berries is not an easy opponent. Should a full-scale battle ensue, this coup d'etat could very well end in failure. The Navy's main forces were already en route, and Dorage dared not gamble. For this was the hard-wrought result of 2.5 years of revolutionary planning. The newly emerging revolutionary army desperately needed a significant victory, and this transformation could not afford to fail. Most importantly, the Haotian pirates bore no hostility. In fact, they had assisted the revolutionaries on numerous occasions, albeit in exchange for mutual benefit. This was their first encounter, and although separated by 1,800 meters, George felt they would meet again in the future. Returning to the present, Xia Hao and his crew hurried towards the Haotian ship, laden with numerous bags, among which Meng Shan was directly carrying a massive treasure chest filled to the brim with gold and jewels, the entire horde of the second-in-command of the feeless Yade Kingdom. After deducting the collective expenses of the Haotian pirates, XiaHao's system account had gained an additional 800 million berries. Truly, one cannot achieve wealth without seizing opportunities. Appropriating the fruits of others' labor is one of the swiftest means to acquire riches. Half an hour later, the Haotian ship swiftly set sail, departing from this place of turmoil, embarking on new adventures. In a new world, at the Holy Land, Mariehua, the revolutionary army has unexpectedly grown to such an extent in a moment of negligence. It is indeed troubling. To orchestrate a kingdom in just 2.5 years is almost unbelievable. Have we identified who the revolutionary leader is? Not yet. The information is too scant, rendering even the CP organization unable to proceed. We must swiftly ascertain his identity. The revolutionary ideology poses a grave danger. For the wretches of this world do not deserve such noble concepts as freedom. The notification reached the warring states, commanding the Navy to spare no effort in completely annihilating the revolutionary army. I do not wish for this matter to arise again. Furthermore, the CP9 shall also mobilize collectively. All wickedness must be extinguished in its cradle. The 5 elders of the world government were utterly enraged by the revolutionary army's treasonous actions. In an instant, the Navy and the world government's intelligence organizations were all dispatched, intent on capturing the revolutionary army. However, they could not foresee that after the coronation ceremony in Phylisi Luxuo, under Dorag's leadership, they had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Upon the boundless sea, the members of the Haotian pirate crew resumed their leisurely lives, each engaging in their preferred activities. Similarly, Xia Hao, reclining on a deck chair, opened the system panel to indulge in his favorite lottery activity. The 2 stunning displays of power from the Phylisi Aid Kingdom had granted Xia Hao 500 points in the secondary dimension. Although many individuals were present at the time, the weak and feeble group did not contribute any points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill Golden Bell Shield. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill Iron Cloth. Golden Bell Shield and Iron Cloth. Why must they be given separately? Could they not be combined into one? XiaHao sighed, rubbing his forehead. Recently, he had noticed that the system had become increasingly mischievous, dividing rewards that could have been given at once into 2. Ding! Host's reasonable suggestion detected. Skill fusion successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill Golden Bell Shield and Iron Cloth. XiaHao exclaimed in frustration. How audacious. If you have the ability, do not mute me, little system. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the superhuman shield fruit. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the immortal body. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill Beast Mastery. Immortal body, huh? Splendid indeed. In light of the immortal body, I shall refrain from cursing you. Truly, XiaHao muttered as he rapidly clicked to use the skills. In an instant, a warm current flowed through his body, causing him to involuntarily exclaim, so refreshing. There's also a Beast Mastery skill. I wonder how powerful it is. By the way, does the ability of a Zone-type Devil Fruit user count as a beast? XiaHao pondered, stroking his chin. If so, then it would be like a small cow taking a flight, truly impressive. It will be worth a try, who knows? Filled with excitement, XiaHao gradually drifted into slumber. 2.5 hours later, a melodious voice rang out aboard the Haotian ship. Dinner is ready. Here it comes. Here it comes. I am first, Sister Mena. A shadow zipped past, and Xing cheerfully seated himself at the dining table, calling out. Meng Shan and Di Dadi also emerged from their respective quarters. Thankfully, the Haotian ship was spacious enough, and fortunately, Mengshan did not possess 100% giant race genes. Otherwise, there would be no place to sleep. XiaHao, get up for dinner. Mena gently nudged Xia Hao, who was still asleep, with her delicate hand against his well-defined abdomen. Unexpectedly, Xia Hao turned, pinning her hand beneath him, making it impossible for her to withdraw. Feeling the firmness of Xia Hao's abdomen, Mena's face flushed, and she unconsciously scratched her hand. Her pretty face turned as red as an apple, and she thought shyly, "Am I being inappropriate?" However, the sensation is truly delightful. "Boss, hurry up and get up for dinner. We're just waiting for you." At that moment, a Xing's penetrating voice echoed throughout the Haotian ship, waking Xia Hao from his slumber. He slowly walked over to the dining table, observing his companions. "Eat, eat, eat. One day, you'll end up fat." Xia Hao glanced at a Xing and the large bowl before him, speaking. He fat? That's impossible. I have a non-fat physique. No matter how much I eat, I won't gain weight. A Xing replied proudly with a grin. "Ah, this is so delicious. Tomorrow, I want to eat the shimmering goldfish." "2 pieces, Sister Mena," a Xing exclaimed while devouring his meal, addressing Mena, who was serving food. "All right, but if others find out that you treat the shimmering goldfish as a staple, they might go crazy. This is a rare treasure of the sea." Mena chuckled, shaking her head. Only the Haotian pirate crew would dare to indulge in such extravagance. I remember the first time I boarded the ship and saw nearly 100 shimmering goldfish in the enormous aquarium. I almost dropped my jaw. However, upon recalling Xia Hao's monstrous strength, it seemed rather reasonable. An hour later, the members of the Haotian pirate crew lay back on the deck, rubbing their round bellies. Basking in the satisfaction of their meal, everything felt so wonderful. Suddenly, a ferocious beast's roar resonated from a distance. Xia Hao and his companions sensed the formidable power in the sound, their eyes gleaming with excitement. A Xing raised his hand, unleashing a powerful wind blade that sliced through the mist nearby, revealing an island lush with towering trees. This island was intriguing, with an abundance of ferocious beasts far exceeding those encountered in the Gasca Islands by Mengshan and a Xing. There were even 2 presences that seemed as formidable as legendary beasts. One could only wonder what they were. XiaHao sprang up from the deck, his previously round belly visibly shrinking until it returned to normal. This was the ability he had unconsciously awakened since arriving in this world, life restoration. "Whoa, boss, how did you suddenly revert to your original form? Just moments ago, you were as plump as I." A Xing gazed at XiaHao's tall and slim figure, his face filled with grievance as he spoke, his eager gaze causing XiaHao's heart to tremble. "All right, in the future, I will teach you when the opportunity arises. However, this skill is not something everyone can learn." XiaHao shook his head, already aware that a Xing would seek to learn. "There are many powerful beasts on the island. We must be cautious. Mena and D-Deity, you stay on the ship and familiarize yourselves with the abilities of the devil fruits you have chosen. Okay, be safe." "XiaHao," Mena called out to the retreating figures of Xia Hao and the others, waving her delicate hands. "Sister Mena, I will also go into seclusion to study new bomb art," D-Deity said earnestly, glancing at Mena. "Go ahead." Mena waved her hand. "I must strive harder and harder. Who says women are inferior to men? Who says a chef cannot possess combat strength?" Mena clenched her small fists, drawing her sword, Han Bing, which instantly unsheathed. She gazed out at the endless sea, vigorously swinging her arm. A wave of terrifying cold air erupted, instantly dropping the surrounding temperature by dozens of degrees. A nearly 100-meter-long frozen dragon formed on the surface of the sea, with thick ice extending down several meters, resembling an iceberg. "How powerful!" Mena exclaimed joyfully as she admired her treasured sword. Han Bing, delighted to possess a blade capable of unleashing such formidable icy power, something beyond the reach of an ordinary blade. Meanwhile, Xia Hao and the others swiftly ventured into the depths of the forest, encountering a chaotic battle among beasts. 3 saber-toothed tigers, towering at over 4 meters, surrounded a gigantic elephant whose stature reached the clouds. Yet, the damage inflicted was minimal. The massive elephant's rock-like hide offered formidable defense. "Wow, what a towering elephant!" A Xing shielded his eyes with his hand, looking up in astonishment. Even before entering the island's core, they had encountered a creature that had once ruled the Gasco Islands. One could only wonder how powerful the beings deeper within were. Indeed remarkable. I wonder how many punches it could withstand. Mengshan rubbed his hands together, excitement glimmering in his large eyes, and a fierce battle spirit erupted, causing the saber-toothed tigers, originally engaged in hunting, to shift their focus. Their sharp gazes scanned the surroundings until they finally spotted Xia Hao and his companions. Bowing their heads, they emitted low growls, the threat in their demeanor unmistakable. What a stubborn bunch. Mengshan, it's up to you, Xia Hao instructed, observing the three saber-toothed tigers who bared their teeth and remained in a predatory stance. Hee. Don't worry, boss, I excel at battling beasts. Mengshan responded, patting his iron-like skin, producing a thunderous sound. Just leave them half alive. I have use for them alive. Understood. Boss, I want to let them die. Mengshan replied seriously, turning to Xia Hao. As the robust Mengshan approached with confidence, the saber-toothed tiger trio felt an unprecedented pressure. Instinctively, they surrounded Mengshan, growling menacingly. Lei Shanqian, Zhongji, Mengshan shouted as he swiftly raised his right hand. Just as one of the saber-toothed tigers lunged to bite his chest, Mengshan's fist, the size of a sandbag, came crashing down. With a resounding impact, Mengshan's fist made contact with the saber-toothed tiger. 3 minutes later, the once ferocious trio lay subdued on the ground, unable to move, the lingering pain from the recent blows immobilizing them. Homao? The three large, saber-toothed tigers lay obediently, looking up at Xia Hao and his group with fear. The recent agony from Mengshan's punches left them momentarily confused about who the true predator was. Saber-toothed tigers, you say? They appear rather impressive, Xia Hao mused, gazing down at the fully submissive trio. He recalled having a beast-taming skill and randomly opened his system panel. Yu Shou. As Xia Hao's calm voice resonated, a golden halo enveloped the heads of the saber-toothed tigers, scattering glimmers of light across their formidable frames. Feeling a warm sensation, the three beasts could not help but stretch lazily, emitting a soft sound. Meow purr. Rise now, and become the pets of the Haotian pirate crew. XiaHao Gen Li Go Set. Upon hearing his words, the saber-toothed tigers felt the heavy pressure dissipate, and they lowered their heads, nuzzling against Xia Hao. Let's go. Take me to the depths of the island. Xia Hao patted the head of the lead tiger, Da Hu, signaling him to lead the way. What is wrong? This is? A Xing, observing Da Hu and the others cowering, inquired with confusion. They had not shown such fear even after their defeat against Mengshan. Fear not, with us around. Everything will be fine, Xia Hao assured, smiling as he patted Da Hu's head. Even the mightiest beasts are merely beasts, and compared to the monsters of the New World, they are hardly noteworthy. With his observation hockey, he sensed the immense power emanating from them, yet it paled in comparison to the extraordinary beings he had encountered before. Ho! Upon hearing Xia Hao's reassurances, Da Hu, with his lantern-like eyes, turned towards the deeper parts of the island and marched forward with confidence. Da Hu thought to himself, indeed, I now have a background and support. What is there to fear? Half an hour later, the three companions and three tigers stood before a creature towering over 15 or 16 meters and measuring over 40 meters in length. The once inflated confidence of Da Hu and his brothers deflated like puncture balloons, their expressions shifting to one of terror. A Xing, curious, pondered whether such a massive beast will be delicious if prepared by Meina. Mengshan, on the other hand, was serious and excited, eagerly anticipating the encounter, as it was the first time he had seen such a formidable beast. How intriguing. I never expected such exotic creatures to exist in this world, Xia Hao thought, gazing at the imposing two-headed tiger king before him, though he recalled the massive elephant lord on the island, and it seemed manageable. Moreover, there were also gigantic sea kings in the ocean, capable of dragging the Ark of Noah. Roaring fiercely, Mengshan's battle spirit surged, causing the two-headed tiger king to turn its gaze. The tiger's eyes, as mesmerizing as a deep abyss, captured the soul, and a thunderous roar erupted, as if a tempest had swept through, filling the air with an unbearable stench. Its sharp teeth radiated a menacing aura, resembling the scythes of death. Impressive strength. You will make an excellent first pet for the Haotian pirate crew. Xia Hao evaluated, nodding in approval. Would release, 4-pillar prison. Would release, tree-binding funeral. As Xia Hao clapped his hands together, the ground around the two-headed tiger king cracked open, towering wooden walls sprouting from the earth, swiftly encasing the beast. Thick roots began to grow rapidly from the wooden walls, curling toward the two-headed tiger king. Ho! The sudden assault caused the beast's expression to change dramatically as it swung its sharp claws to sever the encroaching roots. However, the sheer number overwhelmed it. After acquiring the sage body, Xia Hao's wood-release fusion rate had reached a staggering 88%, rendering his chakra for wood-release seemingly inexhaustible. Natural energy continuously flowed into him, akin to a water pump that never ceased its operation. Wood-release. Wood golem technique. With another clap of his hands, a robust wooden giant gradually emerged from the thick walls, shouldering a dragon and exuding a formidable presence. At that moment, the two-headed tiger king noticed the wooden giant and instinctively opened its mouth to bite. Yet, it found that its massive jaw had been ensnared by the roots, trapping it and leaving only its nostrils exposed. Seizing the moment of distraction, the wood giant strode forward, forcefully prying open the tiger king's mouth. The overwhelming strength threatened to tear its jaw apart, and no amount of struggle proved effective. Would release, death entanglement. Countless vines erupted from the ground, writhing like agile serpents, binding the two-headed tiger king as if it were a gigantic zongzi. I haven't even attacked yet. Is this how it ends? The tiger king thought. Under normal circumstances, even if Mengshan were to battle the two-headed tiger king, it would not be a quick defeat. However, the tiger king had encountered Xia Hao, whose formidable wood release left it with no chance to retaliate. The enhancement of wood release fusion rate significantly bolstered the strength and resilience of the resulting constructs. Submit or perish? Xia Hao inquired, observing the still struggling two-headed tiger king. Instantly, his conqueror's haki surged forth, crashing into the tiger king's fragile psyche, swiftly overpowering it with the authoritative pressure of a ruler, compelling the once proud beast to bow its head, for it understood that it was no match for Xia Hao. Resistance would only lead to a banquet of tiger meat hot pot. Quite good. One who recognizes the times is a hero. Follow me from now on, Xia Hao declared, activating his beast-taming skill, a light yellow halo enveloping the two-headed tiger king's head, softening its once ferocious gaze. Would release. Release. With the vanishing of the vines and wooden giant, the two-headed tiger king collapsed onto the ground, its massive frame stirring up a cloud of dust. From now on, you shall be called Dato, Xia Hao decided after a moment of contemplation, looking at the two-headed tiger king. Dato. Aixing gazed at his leader with an expression of exasperation, lamenting the utter lack of creativity in naming. Big Head? What a ludicrous name, utterly devoid of grandeur. Roar. With a resounding thud, the name was settled. Observing Big Head's protest, Xia Hao swiftly employed a method of affectionate correction to ensure compliance, demonstrating a true might of persuasion. There we go, he exclaimed, noticing that Big Head no longer objected, a grin spreading across his face. Boss, this size is rather excessive. How are we to set sail? It seems the XiaHao cannot accommodate it. Aixing pondered, glancing at Big Head's mountain-like form. With a glimmer of hope, he inquired. Let me check. Xia Hao activated the system panel, recalling the existence of an upgrade card for the XiaHao. He found it, but the price of 1 billion berries was exorbitant. Xia Hao frowned at the marked cost, feeling as though the system intended to exploit Big Head. Ding! This system never deceives. Please, host, examine the details thoroughly. Details? Wasn't it simply about enlarging the ship? Xia Hao muttered to himself. Yet he clicked to view the complete description. A minute later, he exclaimed, wow. All right, I admit my voice was a bit loud just now. I apologize. Ship upgrade card. Upon upgrading, the vessel will expand 100 times its original size, incorporate an automatic defense system, add 2 laser cannons, enhance submarine capabilities, increase the number of cabins to 5, and include 3 standard ships. Let us go. We found a solution. Really? Aixing, taken aback, scratched his head in disbelief. His leader had come up with a solution after merely pondering for a moment? Of course. Just don't blink, Xia Hao chuckled. Then in a flash, he appeared atop Big Head's massive head. With a thunderous rush, Big Head sprang into action, moving with the swiftness of a gale. As clouds danced like dragons and tigers raced with the wind, Xia Hao wondered if there was a treasure that could grant Big Head special powers. Perhaps a devil fruit? He shook his head, dismissing the thought, deciding to wait for a potentially better solution. On board the XiaHao, Mena was preparing lunch when a cacophony erupted from the island, trees being uprooted and dust swirling in chaos. It was as if a colossal creature was charging toward the XiaHao. Habitually, Big Head, who had just reached the shore, let out a roar. Roar. The thunderous tiger's roar sent Mena's face into a pale hue. D, who had been engrossed in explosive artistry, rushed out of the lab, his expression grave as he regarded Big Head. He cautiously raised his hand, preparing to unleash an air cannon to test its effect. Calm down, we are family now. Xia Hao's calm voice resonated as he gently lifted Big Head's right head, earnestly advising roar. Big Head, observing Xia Hao's seriousness, nodded vigorously, his large eyes shifting to Mena and D, as if committing their faces to memory. Xia Hao, what is happening? Mena finally caught sight of Xia Hao's diminutive figure atop Big Head's head, her face a mask of surprise. Oh, this is my newly acquired pet. The king of this island, named Big Head. Big Head, Mena exclaimed, utterly exasperated. You named such a massive tiger Big Head? By sheer size, it rivals a dinosaur. This creature truly lives up to its size, running at remarkable speed, Aixing remarked, appearing from the sky, astonished by Big Head's enormous physique. A minute later, Meng Shan and who emerged from the forest, and upon learning that the king of the island was now Xia Hao's pet, Dahu approached Big Head with a smile, emitting a soft roar to signify their newfound camaraderie. Roar. Big Head, upon hearing the roars from below, slowly lowered his massive head to regard Dahu and the others with disdain. They had once feared to tread into the central region of the island, and now they stood at his level. Smack! Big Head raised his paw and swatted Dahu and the others aside, the king of beasts effortlessly overpowering them like a giant bullying children. Enough of this. From now on, they will be your subordinates. Just give them orders. But in times of danger, you must protect them, Xia Hao cautioned, watching Big Head's dismissive demeanor. Roar, roar. Boss, let us get started. I can already smell the delicious food Mena is preparing. Aixing flew over to Xia Hao, exclaiming, All right. Mena and D, please come down. I shall perform a marvelous magic trick for you. Xia Hao gestured with his hand. Magic? Mena and D exchanged glances, but chose to trust their captain. Both jumping from the XiaHao. Now, system, commence the use of the ship upgrade card. Ding! The item card is now in use. The upgrade will take approximately 10 seconds. Boss, nothing seems to have changed. Shoo! Watch closely. What is this? Impossible. It can't be the XiaHao. How enormous. Now, Big Head can certainly fit. Before them stood the newly upgraded XiaHao, spanning 5 kilometers in length and 2 kilometers in width, boasting 5 levels. Aixing and the others were utterly astonished, their eyes wide in disbelief. Truly a product of the system, it is magnificent. Even Xia Hao, who had prepared himself for this moment, was awestruck by the tangible impact of the scene before him. Wait, boss, Mena's food isn't gone, is it? Aixing's comment sent a wave of dread through Xia Hao's expression amidst the excitement of the ship's upgrade. It shouldn't be, right? 5 minutes later, Xia Hao and his companions beheld a dining hall that was over 30 times larger than before, with smiles unyielding on their faces. The delightful aroma wafting from the kitchen brought even more joy. Let us eat. Afterward, we shall familiarize ourselves with the new XiaHao. Also, everyone needs to register at the identity verification station. The new XiaHao has an automatic defense system. Those without identification cannot enter. If anyone attempts to breach it, they will face the system's countermeasures. Xia Hao succinctly explained the ship's new features, leaving Aixing and the others agape, stunned by the unprecedented capabilities of this new pirate vessel. How formidable! I adore you, boss. Indeed, while it may not rival my explosive artistry, it is still a remarkable masterpiece. This kitchen is everything I have ever dreamed of. Mayna's voice rang from the kitchen, her joy evident as she beheld the brand-new, energy-efficient kitchen appliances. Hee, finally, I can enjoy a comfortable sleep, Meng Shan shyly remarked, recalling how the previous XiaHao had been too small, forcing him to make do with a tent on the deck. Roar! Outside, big head, feasting on a fish-shaped sea king, echoed a joyful roar, relishing the vast space in which he could frolic. Roar, brother is right, brother is wise. Dahu and the others chimed in at Big Head's feet. Ahoy, everyone! Set sail! XiaHao's figure flashed as he took his position at the bow, calling out with enthusiasm. Upon receiving the command, the Haotian ship prepared for departure. Please set the sailing speed and destination, Summer Hao instructed, glancing at the recording pointer in the command room. The Haotian ship's autopilot possessed capabilities akin to that of the recording pointer, automatically storing magnetic data before embarking on its journey. It would likewise chart maps based on the magnetic conditions of each island, completing the necessary markings, allowing for future navigation by simply searching for these points. Summer Hao named this innovative creation the Xin Shiji Yaditu. 5 days later, in a certain maritime region of the New World, Captain, I've gathered intel. This group claims that the Whitebeard pirates are resting on the island ahead. We should reach them in time, Aixing declared, having incapacitated a pirate with a swift kick before reporting back to Summer Hao. What are we waiting for? Let us set sail. The colossal Haotian ship surged swiftly towards the island where the Whitebeard pirates were located. Its rapid speed rendered it akin to a swiftly moving isle, with its towering structures standing majestically against the sea breeze, as if a magnificent beast rampaging through the boundless ocean, unstoppable and fierce. At that very moment, the defeated pirates, having exerted their last ounce of strength, managed to contact a Den Mushi. A voice filled with confusion answered on the other end. What is happening? Xiao Lu. Captain Marco, we were just defeated by a group of pirates who seized our map and are now heading towards the Moby Dick ship. They claimed they are here to challenge Dad. Xiao Lu relayed, coughing as he recounted the recent events. Challenging Dad? How many of them? Marco inquired further. Although this sea was now referred to as Whitebeard's era, Marco remained prudent and sought specific details. As a ship's doctor, he was acutely aware of Dad's deteriorating health. In the past, Dad had been in peak condition, concealing underlying ailments, but with the passage of time and the usage of the Gura no Mi, the toll on his body had increased significantly. Years prior, after Roger was executed, the Whitebeard pirates, acting on information from Summer Hao, engaged in a fierce battle with Kaido of the Beasts to protect Wano from harm. Although Dad emerged victorious, the formidable regenerative abilities of Kaido's Zoan fruit had inflicted significant injuries on the Whitebeard pirates. Thus, while the crew did not fear anyone, they understood the importance of caution and thorough preparation. I wonder how Itsong is faring now. Marco Pandev. 2 years prior, during a conflict in Wano between Komatsu Yoda and Kurizumi Orochi, one of the calamities of the Beast Pirates, Jack was present. Marco and Itsong intervened, teaching Jack a lesson before expelling Orochi from Wano. However, the isolationist policies of Wano made its people wary of outsiders, while Orochi spread falsehoods, accusing Yoda of treason and disrespecting ancestral traditions. Consequently, under pressure, Marco had to leave Wano while Itsong remained. May all be well. Marco Saith, believing that the carefree Yoda might encounter trouble. Though they had only met briefly, Marco sensed the malevolence and cunning of the Kurizumi clan. Captain Marco, look over there. A lookout from the Whitebeard pirates exclaimed, snapping Marco from his thoughts. He turned to see an astonishingly massive pirate ship sailing across the sea for the first time. Could it be a pirate ship? Are they here to challenge Dad? Marco recalled the alarming information from the Den Mushi, deducing the identity of the vessel, its colossal size suggesting an overwhelming number of pirates on board. Hundreds, perhaps thousands. Alert everyone. Prepare for battle at the highest level. I will inform Dad. Marco swiftly organized the crew, his gaze resolute as he hastened towards the center of the island. Dad, enemies are approaching. Judging by the size of their ship, this will be a fierce battle. Marco proclaimed as he reached the island's heart, where Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, was enjoying a drink. Huh, Gururara. A challenge? It has been a while since I've had any action. Whitebeard chuckled heartily, draining a barrel of liquor in one go. "Dad, a massive pirate ship has docked." A voice urgently called out as a member of the Whitebeard pirates rushed over. Given the sheer size of the Haotian ship, one might easily assume it harbored thousands of pirates. At the shoreline, the Haotian ship anchored steadily, utilizing Kenbunshiku haki. XiaHao discerned the general distribution of formidable adversaries on the island. Hey, this is the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. You need to leave at once." As soon as XiaHao disembarked, he was confronted by members of the Whitebeard pirates, yet he showed no fear, knowing that regardless of their strength, they were shielded by the might of the world's strongest man. "Wait here, I will return shortly." With a casual wave, XiaHao strode confidently forward, his intention merely to reminisce with Whitebeard and engage in a friendly bout. Despite his escalating power, he found that most foes were not a match for him. Thus, he focused his attention on Whitebeard, a man who had fought evenly with the Pirate King, Roger. "Stop, or we will open fire." "Stand azide. I'm not here to fight you." XiaHao calmly raised his gaze, unleashing his Conqueror's haki, which enveloped an area of 100 meters. The first victims of this overwhelming aura were the members of the Whitebeard pirates, who collapsed under the immense pressure, unable to withstand such might. As XiaHao advanced, he paid no mind to the fallen pirates, quickening his pace. Employing one of the Marine's 6 powers, Shave, he darted through the forest like a shadow. The overwhelming presence of his Conqueror's haki spread for miles, exuding a domineering, majestic, and oppressive weight that seemed to blanket the entire island. Conqueror's haki. Such a familiar sensation. Who could be so audacious? Whitebeard paused mid-drink, slowly lowering his cup, squinting at the approaching figure. Whoosh! With a swift gust, XiaHao appeared before the members of the Whitebeard pirates. "Yo, Saxi Bulidana, Uncle Whitebeard, my apologies for the intimidation upon arrival." "Ha ha ha." XiaHao greeted with a broad smile at the middle-aged Whitebeard pirates. "No wonder the familiar Conqueror's haki. It's you, little brat. You've grown stronger," Whitebeard remarked, observing XiaHao's impressive stature with admiration. In just a few short years, the reputation of the Haotian pirates had spread throughout the New World. After Roger's demise, it seemed that XiaHao was among the few from Roger's crew, still making waves. "Ha, indeed. Therefore, I have come to challenge you, Uncle Whitebeard," XiaHao declared with unwavering determination, his powerful aura igniting a frown on Whitebeard's face. "Is this little brat looking for trouble today?" "Gururara, are you certain?" XiaHao, Bai Huzu no Gaitura, regarded the earnest Xia Hao, his demeanor shifting dramatically. "After all, since Captain Roger's demise, the mightiest man in the New World is none other than you." Whitebeard Nyogaita. A slight smirk graced Xia Hao's lips, and in the next moment, an overwhelming surge of Haoshiko haki erupted from him. An aura so formidable it enveloped the entire island. The ferocious shockwaves spread unrestrained, a tempest howling around them. As members of the Whitebeard pirates instinctively raised their hands to shield themselves from the onslaught. "Gulalala, you're quite something." Witnessing Xia Hao's initial assault, Whitebeard Nyogai to realize that a confrontation was inevitable. He could not allow word of this encounter to tarnish his reputation. With a swift motion, he grasped the blade Tsung Yinxia at his side, unleashing his own Haoshiko haki. Dark red, lightning crackled as it entwined around the weapon. And casting a glance at the unyielding Xia Hao, while also observing his sons struggling against the haki-s pressure, he let out a soft sigh. Boom! The Tsung Yunxia descended rapidly, causing the very air around them to tremble. As the weapon approached, Xia Hao resolutely swung his Feng Tianhua Ji to meet it. The two titanic forces of Haoshiko haki colliding with cataclysmic intensity. Yet neither weapon made contact, resulting in a stalemate. No contact. Marco, watching the confrontation unfold, felt a grave weight upon him. Why had he, and in turn, become so strong? He gazed at Xia Hao, who was of a similar age, speechless, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. Observing Whitebeard Nyogaita on the battlefield filled him with guilt. Why did external threats compel his father to confront them personally? Marco, what's wrong? You look pale. Diamond Jozu rushed over, sensing something was amiss. It's nothing. I just feel utterly powerless. Why does everything require Dad to resolve? Is it truly impossible for some to catch up? Are you referring to Xia Hao? Jozu sighed as he noticed Marco's unwavering gaze fixed on the battlefield. Did he not wish to share the burden with their father? Yet, witnessing Xia Hao, who appeared to match their father in strength, Jozu's expression darkened. Sometimes, talent was undeniably crucial. As with Haki, which appeared only once in a million. Only those with kingly qualities could maintain such a peak. The disparity between Haoshiku and ordinary Busashoka Haki was immense. We cannot give up. The use of devil fruit abilities is not without its drawbacks. No matter how formidable the human body, it cannot withstand the terrifying force of natural catastrophes. Our father's body harbors many hidden ailments. Marco expressed his concerns, recalling how Xia Hao had once revealed these truths to him. Although he was reluctant to admit it at the time, during a prior battle, when he treated Whitebeard Nyogaita, Marco discovered the concealed injuries. His healing abilities as a phoenix could not eradicate them completely. Truly, he was the strongest man, a true monster. Xia Zitgo Waibut Night there, who matched him in power, his expression turning grave. How could he, possessing strength akin to that of a giant, not gain the upper hand? He recalled Kaido's description of Whitebeard Nyogaita as an absurdly powerful old man. With a crack and a rumble, the two titanic forces of Haoshiko Haki collided, shattering the previously serene sky, causing clouds to roll back as if the heavens themselves were tearing apart. As the violent shockwaves dissipated, the colliding energies erupted, obliterating the thick clouds and revealing a clear blue sky. Would release. Vinebind. The Haki test concluded. Xia Hao clapped his hands, fracturing the ground beneath him as vines shot forth from the earth, twisting and turning to ensnare Whitebeard. Boom! Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed as Whitebeard, planting Tsong Yunxia firmly, slammed his arms outward. The ensuing shock waves obliterated the attacking vines, uprooting the earth and creating a deep pit. Well, it seems this won't work. Xia Hao shrugged as he observed his assault effortlessly dismantled, then vanished, reappearing behind Whitebeard Nyogaita, activating the Flying Thunder God technique. His speed was so astonishing that even Whitebeard Nyogaita, who perpetually maintained his Kinbunchika Haki, struggled to detect it. With a grin, Xia Hao reveled in his cunning success. Thunder Half-Moon Slash. Damn it, he dodged, Xia Hao exclaimed, astonished at Whitebeard's sudden crouch that allowed him to evade the subsequent attack. The prolonged battle had honed Whitebeard's instincts to react with remarkable speed. What a cunning little rascal. Although Whitebeard Nyogaita had evaded the strike, he was deeply astonished by the acceleration that surpassed Kinbunchika Haki. It was a first for him. Is this a devil fruit ability? He wondered, but soon dismissed the notion, having never heard of any devil fruit that combined teleportation with the capacity to manipulate wood and plants. Indeed, he lives up to his title as the strongest man. Uncle Whitebeard, I shall get serious. Avatar of the demon god. Xia Hao's eyes shot wide open, an almost tangible pressure radiating from him as he surged towards Whitebeard Nyogaita like a beam of light. His Fong Tian Hua Ji once again enveloped in potent Haoshiko Haki, his veins bulging with renewed strength. Slash! Feeling the overwhelming pressure above, Whitebeard Nyogaita's expression became grave as he activated the tremor of the Gura no Mi, condensing a translucent sphere atop the blade of Tsong Yunxia. Boom! The Fong Tian Hua Ji collided fiercely with Tsong Yunxia, the destructive force of the tremor clashing against the mountain-like weight of Xia Hao's assault. The sound of shattering space resonating once more as cracks spread like a spider's web. Gulalala! Is this where it ends, Xia Hao? Of course not. Whitebeard Nyogaita laughed heartily, observing Xia Hao take a few steps back. Is this where it ends, Xia Hao? Of course not. I'm not that weak. A slight smile crept onto Xia Hao's face, his arms igniting with searing crimson flames, transforming the seemingly ordinary Fong Tian Hua Ji into a blazing, formidable weapon. Dragon Slayer Magique, Crimson Lotus Explosion Blood. The terrifying flames quickly coalesced atop the Fong Tian Hua Ji, raising the surrounding temperature to nearly 100 degrees in an instant, warping the very air with the intensity of the flames. Fire? What is happening? How can Xia Hao produce flames? No way. Fire? What kind of devil fruit user is he? Marco Panderth, Aterlivi Wilderth. He had never encountered a devil fruit with such diverse abilities. Truly, he was an extraordinary and inexplicable individual, appearing monstrous since their first meeting. From their initial encounter, XiaHao had fought fiercely against Kazuki Oden, sustaining battles for days without showing signs of exhaustion. It appeared as though a relentless monster, terrifying in nature, was not merely a special creature possessing the abilities of a mythical beast or a demon fruit user. However, as time progressed, Maru could discern that this was not the case. What could it possibly be? Xia Hao. Maru observed Xia Hao, who was confronting his father, clenching his fists tightly. His combat prowess was still inadequate to assist his father. That damn bastard has grown stronger again. In a dim corner of the Whitebeard Pirates, a toothless Marshal D. Teach glimmered with a cold light in his eyes. Yet, this soon vanished, for he understood that before acquiring what he desired, he must endure. Even if such endurance were to last a lifetime, he deemed it worthwhile. To live either flamboyantly or to lead a mundane existence was utterly uninteresting to him. Thus, he awaited the arrival of his era. On the battlefield, witnessing the scorching flames of attack rushing towards him, Whitebeard, Nyogaita, furrowed his brow. The sword known as Tsong Yinxia spun in his hand dozens of times before he swung it forcefully with one hand, successfully blocking the attack. Observing the residual flames upon Tsong Yinxia, Whitebeard inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly, as if a tempestuous wind extinguished the remaining fire. You're merely relying on flashy abilities, Whitebeard Nyogaita remarked, his expression sour as he looked at Xia Hao, faintly sensing that he had been utilized as a mere tool for Xia Hao to test his strength. How could that be? I have always approached combat with utmost seriousness, Xia Hao retorted, a slight smirk upon his lips as he deftly spun his Fong Tianhua Ji. In the next moment, he vanished before the eyes of the onlookers, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he rapidly sought out Whitebeard Nyogaita's weaknesses, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Such incredible speed. Youth is indeed filled with vigor. However, I have captured you now. Whitebeard Nyogaita unleashed his observation haki, enveloping the entire space in his control. In the fleeting instant that Xia Hao lingered, the powers of the Tremor fruit struck with swiftness. Watching the fist the size of a sandbag, Xia Hao's expression changed drastically as he attempted to block the assault. Yet, he was struck, his body sent flying like a cannonball. Upon seeing Xia Hao hurtle through the air, the crew of the Whitebeard Pirates erupted in jubilant cries, believing his defeat was inevitable. Yet, only Whitebeard Nyogaita wore a grave expression, sensing that matters were not so simple, though he could not pinpoint any irregularities. What a formidable combat awareness! However, this time the advantage lies with me. As Xia Hao was sent soaring, he transformed into a cloud of white mist with a resounding thud, reappearing behind Whitebeard. The technique of Flying Thunder God demonstrated its might once more. Receive my strike. Lushan, Rising Dragon. I knew it wouldn't be so simple. This young one possesses exceptionally cunning techniques, unlike anything Roger taught. Gazing at the Fong Tianhua Ji ascending from below, even the world's strongest man, Whitebeard Nyogaita, broke into a cold sweat. He swiftly swung Tsong Yinxia downward to intercept the crucial strike, pouring all his strength into the motion, forcefully suppressing Xia Hao's assault. Cough! In battle, one must naturally adapt flexibly. After all, it is the victors who remain the eternal champions. Xia Hao, noting Whitebeard Nyogaita's peculiar gaze, coughed lightly, resolutely refusing to admit that he had acted out of mischievous intent. With lessons learned from previous encounters, Whitebeard Nyogaita took the initiative to launch an assault, his conqueror's haki wrapping around Tsong Yinxia as he began a relentless onslaught against Xia Hao, complementing the powers of the Tremor fruit. In an instant, Xia Hao found himself overwhelmed by Whitebeard Nyogaita's barrage, relying on his speed that surpassed human limits to evade the attacks. Ding! Sensing the host's formidable battle intent and will, the fusion degree of wood release began to rise, incrementing to 88, 89, 90. The voice resonating in his mind brought joy to Xia Hao's face as he felt the relentless surge of power and cellular vitality within him. In that moment, His strength escalated rapidly, surpassing 90 in the fusion degree of wood release, marking a significant qualitative leap. Let this world witness my latest abilities. As he stood, the Fong Tian Hua Ji firmly upon the ground, Xia Hao swiftly formed seals with his hand for the first time, his handsome visage adorned with mystical lines as the energies of nature surged into his body. The Sage mode officially commenced. Sage art, true thousand hands. As Xia Hao's voice resonated, the entire island began to tremble violently, the earth beneath him fracturing instantly, creating deep chasms that extended hundreds of meters. Clouds of dust enveloped the surroundings for miles, and behind Xia Hao, a colossal statue resembling a 1,000-armed guanyin, towering 300 meters high, emerged like a mountain. Indeed, lacking experience in my first attempt, it turned out so small and feeble. Xia Hao gazed at the true 1,000 hands he had summoned, reminiscing about the memories of the massive form that could obscure the sky, where each hand was comparable to a small mountain. He let out a soft sigh. Yet, what Xia Hao failed to perceive was the utter chaos that had engulfed the entire Whitebeard pirates. The crew stared, wide-eyed and at a loss, at the 1,000-armed guanyin summoned by Xia Hao. A monster! This guy is truly a monster. What kind of joke is this? Am I still dreaming? Is such a colossal entity truly summonable by a human? I refuse to believe it. Damn it. Father should be able to handle this. For the first time, a crew member of the Whitebeard pirates spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Rest assured, Father will never lose. It's merely a large piece of wood, Marco said, though worry gnawed at his heart. Looks like I need to get serious. Whitebeard Nyogaita, equally astonished by the 1,000-armed guanyin, did not cower. Instead, he felt an exhilarating surge of battle spirit, reminiscent of a long-lost sensation. What an astonishing youth. Roger, you lucky bastard. Whitebeard couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, gazing at the hand larger than the Moby Dick itself. He gripped Song Yinxia tightly, then slashed forward, unleashing a terrifying wave of sword energy that rapidly soared towards the descending hand. Ding! Boom! The crisp sound of clashing steel resounded through the heavens as the armed attack, infused with haki, severed the hand of the 1,000-armed guanyin. The massive wooden palm plummeted like a sinking ship, the rushing winds from above creating a pressure that forced the Whitebeard pirates below to squint against the gale. Bang! How solid! Observing the descending wooden palm, Baisita swung his dual swords with all his might, yet without the enhancement of haki, he merely left a faint white mark. The shockwave reverberating through his body caused him to shudder, prompting an involuntary exclamation. Rose dance slash. Baisita gazed resolutely at the wooden palm before him as his haki rapidly enveloped his dual swords, emanating a powerful aura that resonated in the surroundings. He charged forward and unleashed a fierce slash. Duong. The wooden palm, created by wood release, was cleaved in two, the fingers measuring over 10 meters quickly toppling aside. The size of the wood, as thick as a tree, left Marco and his companions in sheer astonishment. Is this the disparity? Baisita gripped his swords with all his strength, speaking with a tone of dissatisfaction as he observed the smooth cut of the wrist. He finally comprehended the vast gulf that existed between him and his father. Similarly, the effort required to sever the arm instilled a sense of despair in Baisita as he glanced at Xia Hao. Once ensnared, there would be no escape. Thousands of colossal palms would simultaneously strike down. Even a large sea king would be reduced to mere pulp. Forget it. There is no point in comparing myself to that monster. Marco consoled from the side. At this moment, the battlefield was filled with a truly absurd ability. Could it be that this young lad has awakened the powers of his devil fruit? Whitebeard threw back his head in laughter, gazing at Xia Hao, who stood atop the towering figure of the 1,000-handed guanyin, deep in thought. Here it comes. 1,000 hands dance. Observing Whitebeard Newgate examining him from below, XiaHao took the initiative to launch his attack, unleashing a torrent of hands that descended from the heavens, creating a thunderous roar that filled the air. Whitebeard Newgate's expression grew increasingly serious. Quake Star, he uttered, his calm tone resonating. At the same time, an aura of terrifying might began to emanate from him. As he advanced, the sound of shattering space echoed around his towering, muscular form reminiscent of glass breaking. With each step, the area of his Jun Goshirk abilities expanded rapidly, and massive hands the size of ships rained down. However, as these hands collided within the confines of Whitebeard's and Jun domain, the powerful tearing force shattered the oncoming arms of the thousand-handed Guanyin, causing more and more wooden arms to explode. In a matter of moments, thousands of arms dwindled to just 100, and the Sage mode began to fade. Simultaneously, Whitebeard Newgate, who had been exerting his devil fruit powers at full intensity, found his stamina rapidly depleting, and his Jun Nungli began to wane. If only it had lasted a bit longer. The fading of Sage mode left Xia Hao feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Had it persisted, perhaps he would have emerged victorious. Yet, Whitebeard Newgate truly lived up to his title as the world's strongest man. Xia Hao sensed that continuing the battle would yield no clear victor, even after 3 days and nights, unless he unleashed his true, complete version of the Thousand Hands. What a little monster! I nearly capsized today. Whitebeard Newgate regarded Xia Hao, who sat on the ground, utterly devoid of dignity, and his expression grew serious. In this moment, the pirate world, where power reigned supreme, positioned Xia Hao on equal footing with Whitebeard Newgate. It was also at this juncture that Whitebeard acknowledged Xia Hao as the captain of the Haotian pirate crew, rather than merely an intern of the Roger Pirates. No more fighting, no more fighting. Uncle Whitebeard, the next time we meet, the victor will surely be me. Xia Hao lay on the ground, gazing up at the blue sky and white clouds, speaking with a tone of earnestness. Tisish, you little brat, if you wish to surpass me, you'll need to hone your skills for over a decade. Whitebeard Newgate replied with a serious demeanor, though reluctant to admit it, given Xia Hao's growth trajectory. It would not be long before he surpassed him. Keep boasting. Ultimately, the sparring match between Xia Hao and Whitebeard Newgate concluded in a draw amid their banter. An hour later, the entire Haotian pirate crew arrived on the island to commence a grand feast with the Whitebeard pirates. The instigator of this celebration was none other than Xia Hao, perhaps influenced by Roger, as he had grown increasingly fond of hosting banquets and thriving in lively atmospheres. Xia Hao, I need your assistance. During the festivities, Marco, with a grave expression, approached Xia Hao and earnestly pleaded for help. Had it not been absolutely necessary, Marco would never have humbled himself before a rival pirate crew in such a manner. Assistance? What kind of help? You are one of the mightiest pirate crews upon the seas, Marco, Xia Hao exclaimed, taking a hearty bite of chicken leg, his mouth full. To treat father's hidden ailment. Hidden ailment? Xia Hao regarded Marco with a calm gaze, pondering deeply. After all, they were rivals. The fact that one of them bore a hidden illness, while still being so formidable, was noteworthy. If Whitebeard had no such concerns, his strength could potentially ascend to greater heights. No problem, but there is no such thing as a free lunch. The medical fee is 10 billion berries. 10 billion berries? Are you trying to extort me? Marco's face darkened. Had he not been outmatched by Xia Hao, he would have pummeled him to teach him a lesson about the value of money. Extort? Impossible. It's not that easy. Xia Hao shrugged with a grin. I'll figure out the medical fee, but you must ensure that father is treated first. After some contemplation, Marco ultimately conceded. No problem. I trust your integrity. But you will need to personally speak to Uncle Whitebeard. In a sense, we are rival pirate crews, and we just engaged in a fierce battle. Additionally, this treatment must remain confidential among the three of us. No one else can know. Understood. Let us go. I'll convince father. Although Marco was perplexed, he nodded in agreement with Xia Hao's proposal. Inside the Moby Dick, Whitebeard Newgate lay on his seat, unwillingly, with a pout on his face, looking quite petulant. When Marco mentioned that Xia Hao would treat his hidden ailment, he was initially resistant. It took Marco, acting as the ship's doctor, considerable persuasion before Whitebeard finally agreed to the treatment. Father, as long as you are here, the Whitebeard pirates are the true Whitebeard pirates. As family, I do not wish for any misfortune to befall you. Marco earnestly expressed his feelings to Whitebeard Newgate a little over 10 minutes ago. 2 days later, Xia Hao successfully healed Whitebeard Newgate's hidden ailment, restoring the vitality of his lifeless cells using the formidable regenerative properties of the wood release. The cells within Whitebeard became more vibrant than ever. Xia Hao, thank you very much. Marco beamed as he expressed his gratitude to Xia Hao. No need for thanks. The medical fee is 10 billion berries. Pay up. Xia Hao extended his hand, straightforward as ever. The heartfelt moment evaporated. This greedy rascal. Marco's expression darkened as he watched Xia Hao turn on his heel in annoyance. After taking a few steps, he called out loudly, "Follow me, I'll give you everything. You greedy ghost. He'd steal you, Marco. Mengshan, come along too." Xia Hao snapped his fingers, signaling Mengshan to join. After all, 10 billion berries is no small sum. If it were in gold, it would be fine, but if it were in paper currency, he would need Mengshan's assistance. "Oh, I'm coming." Hearing Xia Hao call for him, the massive Mengshan stood up abruptly, his giant frame shaking the ground with each step. 10 minutes later, Xia Hao and Mengshan emerged from a cave on the island, laden with bags, while Marco trailed behind, looking both helpless and heartbroken. He glared at Xia Hao's retreating figure, silently vowing to intensify his training, so that next time he could team up with his father to defeat him and seize all the treasures of the Haotian pirate crew. Where is that hostility coming from? Xia Hao furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings, but finding no one else present. He scratched the back of his head, utterly perplexed. After all, as a friendly and helpful young lad, Xia Hao believed no one could possibly dislike him. Who could possibly harbor ill will toward a kind-hearted person? He placed the 10 billion berries, which he had cleverly obtained from Marco, into the Haotian's treasure vault. After a simple lunch, the crew began their respective training sessions. As the Haotian, equipped with an autopilot system, did not require manual navigation. Thus, the Haotians swiftly sailed across the boundless ocean, charting a course for the next island based on its automated navigation system. 2.5 hours later, Xia Hao, who had been napping, was jolted awake by the sound of cannon fire as shells rained down upon the Haotian. However, all were thwarted by the protective barrier activated by the automated defense system. The audacity of that reckless individual to launch a surprise attack on me. Xing, fuming with rage, dashed out from the cabin, his fierce gaze fixed on the direction from which the cannonballs were approaching. What is this? It appears to be the fleet of the world government. Mei-Na observed through her telescope, her voice grave. Throughout our journey, Mei-Na's greatest delight has been to indulge in literature, immersing herself in the diverse cultures of the world, savoring the culinary delights recorded across various regions, and acquiring profound insights into the major powers that govern our realm. Consequently, she has also developed a deep understanding of the tyrannical world government. The fleet of the world government? It certainly aligns with their notorious behavior. However, typically, the world government's vessels do not engage in wanton attacks on pirate ships, as maintaining peace upon the seas and eradicating pirates is primarily the responsibility of the Navy. The personnel of the world government act merely as the lapdogs of the celestial dragons, unless commanded by the five elders. They generally refrain from participating in the capture of pirates. Moreover, given the current notoriety of the Haotian pirate crew, it is implausible that they would be oblivious to our presence. Xia Hao stroked his chin, beginning to analyze the situation, but regardless of the reasoning. Since they dared to aim their cannons at me, they must be prepared for a life-and-death duel. Bring the ship closer. I wish to see who is truly fearless. Xia Hao gazed calmly into the distance, raising his hand as the Haotian began activating its defense systems, charging towards the fleet of the world government. The sound of slicing air echoed across the ocean, an unstoppable force, as the powerful impact caused the surrounding waters to churn violently. Could it be? We are not about to collide with this monstrous ship, are we? The speed is too great. The cannonballs cannot possibly lock on. What should we do? We must stop them. We cannot allow Morgan Rose to suffer even the slightest harm, or we shall all perish. At this moment, the world government official in charge of the operation spoke with grim determination. If the celestial dragon is harmed, regardless of the assailant's fate, the world government personnel who fail to protect the celestial dragon will undoubtedly endure horrific tortures, living a fate worse than death, perhaps even reduced to slavery. Hence, as the words of the world government official fell, one of the warships accelerated, initiating cannon fire while charging forward, attempting to use the entire vessel to obstruct the advance of the Haotian. Oof, a mere mayfly shaking a tree. Since war has been chosen, we are prepared for death. Prepare the cannons. Obliterate them. Xia Hao gazed coldly at the approaching world government warship and commanded. Just watch, Captain. This shall be a magnificent work of art. Dai Daitai smirked slightly, swiftly making his way to the helm, maneuvering the massive cannon of the Haotian to gather power. As the world government warship drew within 100 meters, a blinding white beam of lightning shot forth, illuminating the entire ocean as the terrifying energy pillar raced across the surface, parting the water in its wake. Waves crashing violently to either side. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion reverberated throughout the sea as the once menacing world government warship was engulfed in light, the shockwave dissipating. Leaving the once mighty vessel vanished beneath the surface, a massive pit several dozen meters deep remaining in its stead. Facing death head-on, they indeed succeeded, leaving not even a trace behind. What was that? One cannon obliterated an entire warship? Surely I'm not dreaming. Run, they are coming for us. Damn it. Hurry and protect Morgan Rose. This band of pirates has gone mad. Witnessing the emptiness left behind and the colossal Haotian barreling towards them like a ferocious beast, despair gripped the hearts of all within the world government. What is happening? Why is it so loud? At that moment, a celestial dragon, grotesque in appearance and clad in a bubble helmet, emerged from the cabin atop a slave. The slave, towering in stature, appeared to have once been the captain of a pirate crew, now battered and on the verge of collapse. Morgan Rose, please leave this place at once. This mad pirate crew intends to attack our vessel. The world government official urged anxiously. A mad pirate crew? The celestial dragon, Morgan Rose, exhibited no fear, believing that no one in this world would dare lay a hand on the scion of the gods. Furthermore, the world government's actions against the Haotian were his command, for the Haotian was far more magnificent than he. You go, make them surrender and become my slaves, and I might consider sparing their lives. Morgan Rose declared arrogantly. You go, compel them to disembark and surrender, obediently relinquishing this vessel to me, or let them suffer a fate worse than death. Upon hearing their master's words, the world government official broke into a cold sweat, realizing that the pirate crew across from them was truly reckless. As outlaws, most pirates would never yield unless defeated and captured. Though pirates typically avoid provoking the celestial dragons, fearing retaliation from Navy, they would fight to the death when their lives were threatened. The world government official shuddered at the thought of the chaotic rocks era over 30 years ago, when even celestial dragons were slaughtered like livestock. Though ultimately quelled by the Navy hero Garp at God Valley, the former crew members of Rocks have since become notorious pirates in the New World. Hurry, do you wish to defy the command of a celestial dragon? Morgan Rose raised his pistol, aiming it at the head of the world government official, threatening to fire at the slightest sign of dissent. Despite being merely a weak celestial dragon, the world government official dared not resist, for their lives were entirely at the mercy of the world government. Even their families were under the watchful gaze of the world government. Defying a celestial dragon? What a ludicrous notion, in the eyes of the world government officials. Such a thought was laughable. Having once glimpsed members of the celestial dragon's Knights of God, they knew that, despite their small numbers, each exuded an aura of power akin to a beast emerging from a mountain of corpses. Their strength was undoubtedly on par with that of Navy admirals. The world government, having ruled for 8 centuries, could not be toppled by a mere individual. Halt the ship. This is the fleet of the celestial dragons. Do you wish to die? Striving to calm his racing heart, the world government official strode forward, grasping the megaphone, and began shouting with all his might. Celestial dragons? Ha ha! Even the king of heaven would falter. How dare you fire upon us with cannons? I trust you are all prepared for death. No sooner had he spoken than A Xing materialized above the world government warship in his fully transformed beast form, his massive wings fully unfurled. A 50-meter silhouette instilling despair in the hearts of all aboard the vessel. A user of a devil fruit, and it appears he is no ordinary one. The expression of the world government official darkened as a fellow member hurried over, breathless and filled with terror, unfurling several wanted posters. The Haotian pirate crew? Captain Xia Hao has a bounty of 1 billion berries. We are done for. We have truly stirred a hornet's nest. No wonder the name Hao-Ian Pirate Crew sounded so familiar. But what is this pirate ship? The world government officials sighed heavily. This situation could not be resolved lightly. Gazing skyward at A Xing, he immediately issued the command for all personnel to prepare for battle. Hao-Tian Pirate Group, according to intelligence. Captain Xia Hao was once an intern in the Roger Pirate Group, had appeared during the execution of the demon-slaying order at O'Hara, and had engaged in a stalemate with the infamous pirate Big MOM. Observing the documentation in his hand, the officials of the world government have already prepared for a desperate struggle. Under no circumstances can the celestial dragons be harmed. Captain Xia Hao, do you truly intend to assault the celestial dragons? Taking a deep breath, the world government officials resolved to make one last stand. An attack on the celestial dragons? How absurd. A high-ranking official of the world government, reduced to such petty tricks? I was peacefully asleep, and you have disturbed me. Thus, I shall unleash my wrath upon you. And as for the celestial dragons, I have not seen them. Xia Hao's figure flickered as he appeared at the bow of the Hao-Tian ship, his gaze cold and indifferent, fixated on the world government officials before him. Engage them. Leave none alive. Xia Hao recognized the distinctive emblem of the world government fleet. Understanding this was a special vessel, reminiscent of the ship that once seized the golden treasures from the heavens, and he could not help but salivate at the thought, for he was in dire need of funds. Although the Hao-Tian Pirate Group aims to follow an elite path with a limited core crew when the moment is ripe, Xia Hao would still recruit numerous subordinates and affiliated pirate crews, aspiring to contend for the title of Pirate Emperor. As for whether the outcome would result in 4 emperors or 5 emperors, that was not a concern for Xia Hao. How infuriating. Protect St. Morgan Rose. All hands on deck. St. Morgan Rose, please return to the cabin. Fire, fire. Upon hearing Xia Hao's last command, a Xing dove down from above, his swift descent creating a sonic boom as the very air seemed to twist. Witnessing the Hao-Tian Pirate Group's readiness to strike, the world government personnel could only passively defend themselves, a hail of bullets raining down upon a Xing. However, at a mere meter from his form, the gale surrounding him in the form of the wind god Wyvern effortlessly deflected all the bullets, which fell from the sky like hail. TCH, the bullets are utterly useless. Now it is my turn, wind god destruction slash. A furious whirlwind gathered upon the claws of the wind god Wyvern. A terrifying blade of wind forming at an alarming speed, transforming the previously calm sea within a radius of several kilometers into a tempestuous turmoil. Waves reaching 10 meters crashing against the ships, causing the world government warships to sway perilously. With a hum, the wind blade struck with lightning speed, and the world government personnel lacking superior combat ability could not withstand it, their faces etched with fear and confusion as they looked up, awaiting their doom. A deafening explosion resounded as the razor-sharp wind blade cleaved the world government warship in two, the anguished screams echoing through the air as torrents of seawater surged in. In no time, the entire warship was engulfed by the ocean. As for the celestial dragons, though fortunate to have survived, they were left drenched like drowned rats. Had it not been for the intervention of the world government personnel, they might have sunk to the ocean floor. This is no power possessed by mere mortals. Is the Hao-Tian Pirate Group composed entirely of monsters? The disparity between humans is staggering. The world government officials wore grim expressions, yet they fought desperately to shield the celestial dragons. Foolish lower beings, how dare you assault the celestial dragons? You are doomed, though submerged in the sea. St. Morgan Rose found it hard to believe and was seized by fear. But recalling his identity as a celestial dragon, he regained his arrogance. The world government members thought, it seems survival is not an option. They had not anticipated that this celestial dragon would be so foolish, unable to perceive the current situation. They were the ones awaiting slaughter. Hey, you have reported to the Gorsi via Den Mushy, haven't you? If so, then ask again, how much is a celestial dragon's head worth? XiaHao remarked with a grin at the world government officials in the water. 10 minutes. And if I do not receive a satisfactory response, you shall all perish. Not far away, another warship was heard, the voices of Meng Shan and Mei Na resonating. Xia Hao, this is a slave ship. Mei Na gasped, covering her mouth as the cabin opened, and over 100 slaves emerged. Humans, fishmen, and even young giants. What is this? The Pirate Empress? How fortuitous. Xia Hao's gaze scrutinized all the slaves aboard the vessel, and amidst the crowd, he spotted the future Pirate Empress Hancock and her two sisters. At Mary Gios, the Gorasiai's expressions darkened as they received the transmission. The situation is as follows. The Hao Tian pirate group has destroyed 3 world government ships, capturing slaves. We have all been captured, and the slaves have been freed by Xia Hao, who demands I inquire of the Gorasiai how much St. Morgan Rose's head is worth. The world government official spoke in a low, fearful tone. As an official who had navigated the world government for many years, he knew well the storm that awaited him from the Gorasiai. If he survived this ordeal, he planned to resign and return home, if that were possible. What did you say? The slave ship was raided, and St. Morgan Rose has been captured. The Hao Tian pirate group? What the hell does that rascal Xia Hao intend to do? That accursed pirate. How to deal with this? It has been over 30 years since a celestial dragon was captured by pirates. The last time was when that scoundrel Rox dominated the New World. Let Sengoku handle it. If one admiral is insufficient, we shall send 2. We cannot allow the pirates to run rampant any longer. I concur. We must not allow the Hao Tian pirate group to continue their arrogance. This time, we must teach them a lesson. What about St. Morgan Rose? This little brat Xia Hao is a madman. If we take too hard a stance, St. Morgan Rose could very well meet with misfortune, and the Morgan family will certainly voice their discontent. Let us first observe Xia Hao's attitude. I hope he does not overestimate himself. The world government is the true ruler of this world, and the celestial dragons are the genuine sovereigns. Within Mary Gios, the furious voices of the Gorasai reverberated throughout the castle, while the world government guards outside trembled in fear, dreading that calamity might befall them at any moment. Striving to diminish their presence, maintaining a blank expression as if they were mere watchdogs. For them, survival is the best future. At the Marine headquarters, Marineford, in the Marshal's office, sigh, there truly isn't a moment's peace. Marshal Sengoku put down the Den Mushi with a look of helplessness. The recent call from the Gorasiai had filled him with pressure. The Hao Tian pirate group, though small in numbers, should not be underestimated, or they would suffer greatly. Especially with the recent news of Xia Hao's formidable strength, having gone undefeated against the great pirate Big Moam and Whitebeard Newgate, his reputation soared in the Grand Line. Sengoku felt that the bounty of 1 billion berries no longer matched Xia Hao's current prowess. However, for the sake of stability and peace, Sengoku chose not to raise the bounty. Sometimes, an excessively high bounty can be detrimental to the Navy, as it would encourage the Hao Tian pirate group to recruit numerous affiliated pirate crews, rapidly expanding their influence and jeopardizing the world government's control and the Navy's efforts to maintain peace in the New World. Yet now, the Gorasiai informed Sengoku that the slave ship had been seized by the Hao Tian pirate group, and Celestial Dragon Morgan Rose had been captured. This was pure chaos. Ha ha ha, Sengoku. Ever since you became marshal, your face has been wrinkled like a dumpling every day. Cheer up. Things will eventually resolve themselves. On the sofa in the marshal's office, a robust man clad in slippers was munching on rice crackers, occasionally picking his nose and smearing it on the couch amid a furious expression reminiscent of Zhanghua. Kapu, you scoundrel. Zhanghua thought of his daily toil, which left him breathless, and upon witnessing Kapu's carefree laughter, his discontent grew. He quickly approached Kapu, snatched the rice crackers from his hands, and devoured them in one go. Kapu, those were my rice crackers. They're all gone now, Zhanghua scoffed, brandishing the empty wrapper. Observing Kapu's disgruntled face, his mood lightened considerably. TCH, I was going to give him to you anyway. Kapu retorted, rolling his eyes and retrieving another large bag from behind him, resuming his joyful snack. Zhanghua, I am utterly exasperated. This old rascal, Kapu, the 5 elders just called. The slave ship was attacked, and the celestial dragons are in peril, facing life-threatening dangers. They ordered our Navy to rescue them immediately, and I intend to send you as well. Me? No way, it's just trash. Let them die. Kapu replied disdainfully. How dare you utter such words? Zhonghua thundered in fury. My apologies, disregard what I just said. Kapu shrugged nonchalantly. The celestial dragons should be saved by an admiral. Let Feng Yun and the others handle it. I have no time. I plan to take a leave to the EC. Leave? Well, it's about time. My grandson is about to be born. I'm going to be a grandfather. I intend to train him to be the strongest marine warrior in history. Kapu exclaimed, bursting into laughter and animatedly sharing his plans with Zhonghua. Go on. The sooner you leave, the sooner you return. I've heard that the Buggy pirates have been causing a ruckus in the East Sea. It might be worth checking out, Zhonghua suggested. Understood. I'll consider it later. The East Sea is known as the weakest sea among all pirates. With this time, you should focus on other seas instead, Kapu said, rising slowly and casting a disdainful glance at Zhonghua. Get lost. Hey, I can't even speak the truth anymore. Some people are just too high up. Kapu's sarcastic voice echoed in the office and down the hallway. This old rascal. Notify Admirals Feng Yun and Zhou Yin to accompany me. This time, we must rescue the celestial dragons safely. Zhonghua commanded the communications officer with a serious expression. Yes, Marshal Zhonghua. In the New World, the slave ship was liberated by Xia Hao, and most of the individuals escaped on the world government warship's lifeboats. They understood that attacking the celestial dragons was a death sentence. If they didn't leave, they would not escape. After expressing their gratitude to Xia Hao and others, they departed swiftly. Xia Hao, however, was indifferent, waving his hand for them to hurry away. Are you leaving? The Navy admirals will arrive soon, he remarked blandly to the remaining crowd. We won't leave, Lord Xia Hao. We were originally pirates, and our previous crew has been destroyed. We wish to pledge our allegiance to you. A burly man spoke up. Yes, we all wish to follow you. Please accept us. Over 30 fearsome-looking pirates knelt in unison, sincerely pleading for Xia Hao's acceptance. Very well, Xing. Please familiarize them with the rules of our Haotian pirates. Understood, boss. Xing glanced at Xia Hao, immediately grasping the situation. A few days prior, when Xia Hao had planned to expand the pirate crew and recruit affiliated pirate groups, he had already established the rules. All members of the Haotian pirates must be united and supportive, never attacking fellow comrades, or they would face the entire crew's wrath. Xing began instilling these principles into the minds of the newly allied pirates. And you? Why aren't you leaving? Xia Hao turned his gaze to the three sisters, Hancock and her siblings, who were undeniably adorable in their youthful pirate attire. We don't know the way home. The slave traders captured us secretly, and a few days ago, the celestial dragons forced us to consume 3 bizarre fruits. Unsure if they were poison, Hancock said, her face filled with sorrow. Rest assured, those are not poison. Rather, they will grant you terrifying powers. They are the cursed devil fruits of the sea, Xia Hao explained. However, I cannot send you back just yet, as there are matters to attend to. Once this incident concludes, I will have Xing escort you back to Amazon Lily. Really? Xia Hao, brother, the timid and not yet plump Boa Marigold spoke softly. Of course, trust me. I have some ties to Amazon Lily, Xia Hao shrugged, alluding to the connections between Captain Xia Qi of the Kuja Pirates and Uncle Rayleigh. Wonderful, we can finally go home. The most robust of the 3 sisters, Boa Sandersonia, with her vibrant green hair, was now bouncing with excitement. Thank you, Xia Hao, brother. Hancock's dark eyes sparkled with admiration, influenced by the atmosphere of her strong kin. She developed a faint yet profound affection for Xia Hao, who had saved her and instilled fear in the world government officials. Although Amazon Lily typically shunned men, the young Hancock, enamored by Xia Hao's imposing demeanor, clenched her delicate hands, silently vowing to become stronger and take control of her own fate. If it weren't for the Haotian pirates destroying the slave ship, she might never have returned home. Go rest for now. Mena, please take them to their rooms. Xia Hao instructed, turning to Mena. Okay, just leave the outside to you. Mena nodded, fully aware of her current strength. Although she had grown significantly stronger, the upcoming battles were beyond her capability to participate in. A day later, after drifting at sea for an entire day and night, the surviving members of the world government and the celestial dragon Morgan Rose Saint found themselves utterly weakened, glaring with hatred at the revelry aboard the Haotian ship. Especially Morgan Rose Saint, who had lived a sheltered life, never experiencing hunger. But now a group of vile, lowly pirate scum had left him adrift in the ocean without a morsel to eat. Initially, he had been furious, but the cold, murderous glares and intimidation he received only heightened his despair. Truly worthy of being a celestial dragon, how can you withstand hunger? If the world government does not arrange for a ransom soon, I may lose my patience, Xia Hao said, squatting at the bow of the ship, looking down at the celestial dragon in the water with indifference. You bastard! I will never forgive you. Morgan Rose Saint's previously calmed heart ignited again, filled with rage as he shouted with all his remaining strength. Humph! It seems you still fail to comprehend your predicament. As Xing appeared beside Xia Hao, holding 5 or 6 small black spheres, his tone laced with mockery. I'll send you a little gift. As Xing shook the small spheres in his hand and then hurled them downwards, the black spheres sailing towards the crowd. Small balls. What the hell? Unclear, but I have a bad feeling about this. Quick, get away, don't approach them. As the initial chaos unfolded, members of the world government began to frantically distance themselves from the landing site of the ominous black sphere, while the remaining individuals grew increasingly agitated, acutely aware that the pirates would harbor no compassion for them. The moment the sphere struck the ocean's surface, a blinding radiance erupted, sending shockwaves that churned the surrounding waters violently. Although the explosive orb was relatively small, its destructive force far exceeded that of a typical cannonball, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent the once arrogant celestial dragons tumbling amidst the crashing waves. Had it not been for the support of other world government members, they might have succumbed to the depths below. While Xing amused himself by tossing cannonballs, a deafening sound cut through the air from a distance. Upon looking up, he spotted a rapidly approaching object resembling a fiery red flame, seemingly aimed at the Haotian pirate crew. A fellow devil fruit user capable of flight. How intriguing. I shall engage you. Xing lifted his gaze, his grand wings unfurling instantaneously, revealing his striking appearance in the form of Feng Shanilo. With a slight descent, Xing launched himself towards the flaming mass in the sky. Wind blade slash. Even before reaching his target, Xing unleashed a flurry of wind blades toward the fiery orb, their curved shapes carving elegant arcs through the air as they converged for both sides. Truly, a band of brutish pirates. As Feng Yun aptly remarked, every member of the Haotian pirate crew operates without regard for rules. Above, observing the oncoming wind blades, Admiral Jiao Yin snorted coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he glared at the colossal Haotian pirate crew on the sea. As an animal-type mythical Zoan user with the form of a fire phoenix, Jiao Yin possessed a notoriously fiery temperament, driven by an unwavering sense of justice. He sought to subdue all pirates with his flames. Blazing inferno, flames rapidly coalesced around him, distorting the space in his vicinity as the searing heat erupted violently, obliterating all incoming wind blades. Hey, we intend to fight later. For now, I am here to inform you. Release the celestial dragons. Otherwise, the Haotian pirate crew will bear the full wrath of the world government. This is your final ultimatum. How tedious. Our captain has made it clear. Bring the ransom, and all will be well. Otherwise, even the celestial dragons risk being torn apart if we are not careful. Quickly, present the ransom. Let me see what a celestial dragon is worth in the eyes of the world government. Xing, watching Admiral Jiao Yin come to a halt, flapped his wings and positioned himself opposite, eyeing the situation with keen interest. Ransom? You expect the world government to pay a ransom for you? What lunatics you are. No wonder, even without the protection of Mariehua, they wish to annihilate the Haotian pirate crew entirely. Jiao Yin mused internally, but he did not take it to heart. For not far from the Haotian ship, 5 warships led by Admiral Feng Yun had already gathered. Hey, you fat celestial dragon, did you hear that? The world government doesn't give a damn about you, so why not just die? Upon hearing Jiao Yan's words, Xing immediately lowered his head. A mocking smile plastered across his face. Damn it, damn it. Morgan rose, the enraged celestial dragon, pounded the surface of the sea. His expression contorted with fury as he thought, when I return, all of you will become my slaves. Haha, how absurd. It seems the world government and the Gorsi are intent on seeing you perish. How pitiful, a proud celestial dragon facing such a fate. What a shame. A Xing taunted mercilessly, observing the darkened expression of Morgan Rose, whose fury seemed ready to explode. Since that is the case, let me extend a welcoming gift to the world government. A Xing, offer them an arm. Gazing at the encircling naval vessels, Xia Hao spoke with an icy tone. I have eagerly awaited this, Captain. A Xing grinned widely, and with a tempestuous gust, the celestial dragon was swept up by a tornado. A resounding, tearing sound echoed, and the once furious celestial dragon's expression shifted dramatically as intense pain surged through him, a heart-wrenching scream resonating across the sea. It hurts. I'm dying. You naval bastards. Scum, lower-class beings. Why aren't you saving me? When this is over, I will reduce all of you to slaves, you bastards. As he clutched his bleeding arm, Morgan Rose glared towards the naval ships, unleashing a torrent of crude insults. On the naval warships, Admiral Xia Hao remained silent, his expression grim as he observed his subordinates. Their faces darkened as they gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes reddened with rage. If not for the unbearable consequences, they would have long desired to raise their firearms and put an end to the celestial dragon. Truly, you remain as haughty as ever. Xia Hao narrowed his eyes, silent as he had long protected the outer security of Mariehua. He understood the celestial dragon's nature, arrogant and disdainful, looking down upon all. As descendants of the 20 royal families that established the world government, they often refer to themselves as progenitors or deities. However, as agents of justice, the Navy must exert every effort to rescue the celestial dragons. This is their duty, the execution of the highest orders from the world government. Haotian pirate crew, do you truly wish to wage war against the world government? You dare to harm the celestial dragons. Xia Hao addressed everyone aboard the Haotian ship, his tone stern and authoritative. Vagava? No. We are merely a small pirate crew. How can we possibly oppose the world government? I have stated, the celestial dragons can be relinquished, but we require treasures in exchange. Thus, allow me to inquire once more. How much is a celestial dragon worth? As long as the ransom is satisfactory, we can hand over this fellow, who is as grotesque as a pig. XiaHao remarked disdainfully, gesturing towards the unconscious celestial dragon. Morgan Rose, you truly only seek a ransom? Of course, I have reiterated this numerous times. You provide the treasures, we release the captive. Very well. I need to report this to Admiral Sengoku. After a moment of contemplation, Admiral Xia Hao recalled Admiral Feng Yun's previous assessment of Xia Hao. If a conflict could be avoided, it would be best. Otherwise, he could not guarantee the celestial dragon's safety. Should the celestial dragon perish during the rescue, he too would face repercussions. You have 1 minute. All right. With a final glance at Xia Hao, Admiral Xia Hao began communicating with the anxiously awaiting Admiral Sengoku at Naval Headquarters through the transponder snail. Admiral Sengoku, perhaps we can rescue the celestial dragon without bloodshed. However, but what? At Naval Headquarters, upon hearing the transponder snail's voice, Sengoku furrowed his brow and inquired urgently. The Haotian pirate crew demands a ransom to release the celestial dragon. Admiral Xia Hao replied solemnly. Ransom? The Navy paying a ransom to rescue a celestial dragon for pirates. What will this do for our reputation? That scoundrel. Sengoku's face turned ashen with rage, his powerful hand gripping the table edge, shattering the wooden surface with terrifying force. Has Xia Hao indicated how much ransom he requires? However, as a strategist, Sengoku quickly regained control of his emotions, striving to suppress his inner fury. No specific amount. Rather, Xia Hao asked us how much a celestial dragon is worth. On the other end of the line, Admiral Xia Hao sighed as he conveyed the information amidst the clamor echoing through the transponder snail. 100 million berries. Probe his intentions. Understood. However, the world government requires that Sengoku withstand the pressure. The strength of the Haotian pirates may greatly exceed previous intelligence assessments. If war truly breaks out, relying solely on my power alongside Feng Yun may not be enough to vanquish them. What? Even with 2 admirals coordinating with 5 naval warships, We cannot subdue them. Jiuyan, do you comprehend the implications of this? Upon hearing the voice transmitted by the Den Mushi, even Sengoku could not help but feel a tremor within. He had expected that dispatching 2 of the Navy's highest combat powers would suffice. Yet Admiral Jiuyan's evaluation of the Haotian pirates was unexpectedly grave. Indeed, I suspect that the Haotian pirate member A Xing is also a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Merely comparing the powers of devil fruits does not confer me an overwhelming advantage. Hearing Sengoku's astonished voice, Admiral Jiuyan could only offer a wry smile. Understood. I will withstand the pressure from the Gorosei, Sengoku replied, shaking his head in resignation. Hey, have you reached a consensus? We do not possess the patience to wait for you to complete your encirclement. Observing the incessant chatter from Admiral Jiuyan aboard the naval warship, Xing could not help but interject. The potent wind element rapidly coalesced upon his wings, aiming its assault at the celestial dragons. Celestial dragon. It has nothing to do with me. I have not uttered a word. Xing, irrespective, I find you displeasing. What will you do about it? Celestial dragon. Ugh, I am exhausted. Do not save me. Let us perish together. 100 million berry for the celestial dragon. Admiral Jiuyan locked eyes with Xia Hao's profound gaze and proclaimed loudly, 100 million berry? Ha ha! What a paltry sum for a celestial dragon. Hey, Navy, if that is the case, I will offer 1 billion berry. Capture 10 celestial dragons for me. Upon hearing Admiral Jiuyan's response, XiaHao mocked brazenly, his derisive laughter echoing across the vast sea. Aboard the Haotian, Meng Shan and Dai Daitai joined in the laughter. Indeed, I never anticipated that celestial dragons could be so inexpensive. 100 million berry. How utterly hilarious. In the sky, a Xing spun in midair, clutching his stomach as the whirlwind surged forth, colliding with the naval warships. In that case, let's forfeit the 100 million berry. A Xing eliminate him. The laughter abruptly ceased as Xia Hao regarded Admiral Jiuyan with an icy demeanor, casting a glance at a Xing and issuing his command. No problem, Captain. I am always prepared. Alas, how regrettable that the lofty celestial dragons are valued at a mere 100 million berry. It seems the world government and navy have abandoned you, you snot-nosed fat fool. A Xing remarked derisively, glancing down at the celestial dragon who had succumbed to unconsciousness in the sea. No, how could this group of scoundrels abandon me? How dare they abandon me? I possess wealth. Morgan Ross, Saint, gazed at a Xing, who was poised to unleash a wind blade upon him, and felt his mental defenses shatter. In that moment, he sensed that these pirates were truly a band of reckless lunatics, ready to silence him. His identity as a celestial dragon held no weight here. Stop. No. Witnessing the Haotian pirates' intent to take serious action, Admiral Jiuyan's expression darkened as he hurriedly called for a halt. If the celestial dragon were to perish before him, the situation would spiral out of control. The ransom is negotiable, or tell us how much you require for his release. Let us simply settle on 1 billion berry. After all, celestial dragons are never short of treasure, XiaHao remarked nonchalantly. 1 billion berry? That is quite an audacious demand. The Haotian pirates could purchase the lives of 2 pirate kings, Roger, with that amount. What do we do? 1 billion? Our navy has no funds for that. How infuriating that a mere pirate crew of 10 has left 2 admirals at a loss. The Fengyan admiral's warship has also arrived. Can we not launch a direct assault before these nefarious pirates execute the celestial dragon? Observing the grave expression of Admiral Jiuyan, the soldiers on deck murmured among themselves, casting glances toward the imposing figure ahead, voicing their thoughts. Silence. Admiral Jiuyan bellowed, and the clamor subsided instantly, all naval soldiers straightening with determination. 5 minutes later, the naval warships encircled the Haotian. Yet, not a single ship or soldier dared to move freely. During this time, world government officials attempted to sneak the celestial dragon away, only to be obliterated by Dai Daitai's cannon fire, transforming the sea into a crimson tableau, rapidly spreading through the waters. 1 billion berry. This is our negotiated outcome. Captain Xia Hao, there is no need for you to stand completely opposed to the world government. If possible, the world government wishes to invite you to become a warlord of the sea. Admiral Juyin regarded Xia Hao with a calm demeanor. This was the result of discussions between Marshal Sengoku and the Gorosei, representing the most considerable concession. If that does not suffice, then this incident can only conclude with the brutal murder of the Celestial Dragon at the hands of the Haotian pirates, with the Navy dispatching 2 admirals in a futile pursuit. All responsibility will fall upon the Haotian pirates, thus providing a resolution for both the Navy and the Celestial Dragons, even if such an explanation may be unacceptable to some Celestial Dragons. The world government is the supreme authority that governs the world. It cannot be continually coerced by a pirate crew. Consequently, upon receiving the order, both Admiral Juyin and Admiral Fengyun discreetly began preparing their soldiers for battle. 1 billion berry? I suppose we shall begrudgingly accept it. When will the ransom be delivered? Tell your Navy that my patience is limited. Pretending to contemplate for a moment, XiaHao nodded in agreement. Ah, yes, we agree. Observing how easily XiaHao acquiesced, Admiral Juyin and Admiral Fengyun exchanged glances, sharing a resigned smile, realizing they had been deceived. However, there is no need to join the warlords of the sea. I am accustomed to the free-spirited life of a pirate, and do not wish to be shackled or become a pawn of the world government. Thus, let anyone who desires to be a warlord do as they please. Truly, the same old story, XiaHao. Admiral Fengyun shrugged, thinking to himself that a man possessing conqueror's haki could never bow his head. Those who wield such rare power cannot submit. By the way, you must hasten to deliver the ransom, for the Celestial Dragon cannot endure much longer. Should any unforeseen incidents arise during this process, there will be no returns. XiaHao remarked, glancing at the Celestial Dragon, who was now ensconced in a floating bag, his complexion ashen, eyes bloodshot, teetering on the brink of life and death. This fellow is truly infuriating, Admiral Juyin said, striving to restrain his inner rage, his voice low. The once hot-tempered Admiral Juyin found himself continually suppressing his anger due to the Celestial Dragon's situation, fearing that one misstep could lead to the Celestial Dragon's elimination at the hands of the Haotian pirates. 3 hours later, a naval warship dispatched from the nearest naval base delivered 1 billion berry into Admiral Juyin's hands, completing the exchange without any sudden attacks from either the Haotian pirates or the Navy, as the repercussions of battle could potentially result in the Celestial Dragon's demise. Once the Celestial Dragon was aboard the naval warship of Admiral Juyin, the previously silent Celestial Dragon suddenly regained consciousness, his face contorting at the sight of the colossal Haotian. Kill them. I want them to be my slaves for eternity. Morgan Ross, Saint shouted hoarsely, his eyes filled with boundless malice as he glared at Xia Hao, wishing to consume him alive. However, this mission is to rescue you, Morgan Ross Saint. Now that the task is complete, it is time to return. Engaging in a scuffle with pirates could jeopardize your safety, a world government official stated solemnly. Get lost, you scoundrel. With the protection of Admiral Morgan Ross. The audacious Morgan Ross once again displayed his arrogance, forcefully kicking the world government personnel before him, his demeanor fierce and domineering. Humph. A cold snort resounded like thunder in Morgan Ross's ears. The moment his eyes met Xia Hao's, his body trembled uncontrollably, as if it were a sieve. Kill them. The Celestial Dragon, frightened into a state of quaking by a mere glance from Xia Hao, raised his hand and stammered his command. Make your move, Juyin, create chaos. I will personally protect Morgan Ross. The Admiral contemplated for a moment, gazing at the Haotian ship surrounded in the center of the warship before speaking. All right, I have long wished to witness the might of this young pirate with a bounty of 1 billion berries. Fiery flames erupted rapidly from his body, the terrifying heat instantly causing steam to rise from the sea for several kilometers around, rapidly elevating the ambient temperature. A battle? Ha, enjoy yourselves. I do not wish to waste time. Xia Hao laughed heartily, and under his command, the Haotian ship swiftly unleashed a transparent shield, activating its defensive system. Then, to the astonishment of all present, it charged forward in a single direction, the overwhelming force shattering the naval warship into fragments, scattering debris across the vast ocean. The Haotian ship sailed away, leaving a group of dazed naval officers behind. 2 days later, The ubiquitous seagulls over the ocean dropped newspapers and bounty notices from the sky. On the Haotian ship, everyone awaited with curiosity and anticipation as Xia Hao prepared to announce the latest intelligence and new bounties. This news was connected to the Haotian pirate crew, who had captured a celestial dragon and extorted 1 billion berries from the world government, stirring up a massive wave in a world that had just settled into calm, and the infamous name of the Haotian pirate crew resounded across the globe once again. Gulalala, what a restless little rascal, causing another ruckus. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard Newgate shook his head with a wry smile as he read the news on the paper. One could only say that the vigor of youth is formidable. With XiaHao's current strength, there is hardly anyone who could defeat him single-handedly. Unbeknownst to him, the former intern on Roger's ship had now become a rival of sorts. Time flies so swiftly. Roger, it's been 5 years since you passed away. Whitebeard Newgate gazed out at the endless sea, feeling a wave of nostalgia as he recalled the battles fought on these waters with old friends, letting out a long sigh. 15 billion berries. That rascal Xia Hao's bounty has increased again. Marco clenched his teeth as he looked at the information on the bounty notice. It seemed that his desire to meet Xia Hao again for a confrontation was becoming increasingly elusive. From today onwards, training will double. Marco glanced at Whitebeard Newgate, tightening his fists and silently vowing. The actions of the Haotian pirate crew in the New World, kidnapping a celestial dragon, had also reached the ears of various powers worldwide, eliciting mixed emotions. Some rejoiced, others remained indifferent, and still others were furious. In the East Sea, in a certain maritime area, a pirate with a red nose laughed heartily as he read the bounty notice in his hand. As expected of you, Xia Hao, a bounty of 15 billion berries. It won't be long before you catch up to that old man Whitebeard. Buggy's lips curled upward as he reminisced about the days spent with Xia Hao and Shanks and Roger's pirate crew, then shook his head to cast aside the memories. Now is not the time for him to set sail. Moreover, compared to the struggle for supremacy, Buggy preferred treasure hunting. Over the past 5 years of low-key development in the East Sea, Buggy had amassed a fortune of 500 million berries, instilling fear in the East Sea pirates with his formidable strength and the terrifying power of the chop-chop fruit, leaving none daring to challenge him. However, Buggy had recently heard that Garp was returning home. Thus, he led his entire pirate crew out to sea and arrived at a deserted, remote island. Buggy understood just how terrifying a man who had once cornered Roger multiple times could be. Even with Xia Hao's assistance in developing the chop-chop fruit's abilities to an absurd level, Buggy still lacked the confidence to confront the naval hero Garp. Furthermore, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Combat was not the only solution. As long as he hid away until Garp set out to sea again, he could use this time to study the treasure map he had recently obtained, preparing for the next treasure scheme. In the New World, aboard the Haotian ship, Xia Hao began to announce the bounties of all the members of the Haotian pirate crew. A Xing, bounty of 500 million berries. Didati, bounty of 100 million berries. Meng Shan, bounty of 200 million berries. Mei Na, bounty of 50 million berries. Wow, 500 million berries. Hee hee. As expected of me. Now I can consider myself a grand pirate. A Xing took the bounty notice from Xia Hao, carefully admiring it, a wild grin spreading across his face. He secretly resolved to hang these notices in his room for daily admiration, as they were a testament to worldwide recognition. By the way, Captain, let me see what your bounty is. A Xing quickly rummaged through the bounty notices and soon spotted Xia Hao's striking and domineering portrait. After confirming the bounty amount multiple times, a Xing exclaimed in astonishment, 10, 15 billion berries? No way, is it really just this little? Captain, the world government can't be mistaken, can they? It is not a mistake. 15 billion berries is substantial. Moreover, the bounty does not signify much. Possessing true strength is what truly matters. The world government and the Navy base the bounty amount on influence. Currently, the Haotian pirate crew is not numerous, so the bounty cannot be excessively high. However, once we stabilize and expand the Haotian pirate crew's influence, the world government and the Navy will naturally adjust the bounty accordingly. At that time, we will be on par with the great pirates of today, Xia Hao explained, observing a Xing's disgruntled expression. Before Captain Roger became the Pirate King, His bounty was far less than that of Whitebeard Newgate and Goldline Shiki, as neither the number of pirates nor the level of threat posed to the world could compare to those two crews. Truly a case of not recognizing talent. Captain, let's quickly find a suitable island to serve as our territory. A Xing huffed, his eyes gleaming with eagerness as he looked at Xia Hao. Let us continue our adventures. If a suitable island truly exists, we shall see, Xia Hao pondered aloud. For safety's sake, he desired to find a sparsely populated island with treacherous terrain, a place where outsiders would struggle to reach. This way, they would have ample time to defend against enemy attacks. It would be even better if the island could move freely. All right, a Xing pouted, somewhat reluctantly. Cheer up, today is a joyous day. Gather everyone together for introductions. After all, we'll be living aboard this pirate ship from now on, Xia Hao said, patting a Xing on the shoulder and glancing toward D. I will go call everyone now. D nodded and headed toward the outer living quarters of the Haoyan ship, where the newly joined pirates were temporarily residing. 5 minutes later, gazing at the deck of the Haoyan ship, now bustling with 50 to 60 people, Xia Hao felt a sense of excitement. He raised his hand, and the ship fell silent. All the newly joined members of the Haoyan pirate crew gazed at Xia Hao with fervent eyes. The world is indeed complex yet straightforward. For pirates, strength is invincible. With formidable power, a mere wave of the arm will naturally command countless followers. Greetings, esteemed members of the Yalu, and welcome to the Haoyan pirate crew. Let us commence the banquet. The festivities have begun. A resounding cheer for our captain, Xia Hao. Amidst the jubilant atmosphere, Hancock and her three sisters joined the crowd, fervently shouting in unison. The melodious strains of Binksake echoed aboard the Haoyan, filling the air with mirthful song. Soon, a Xing and the newly joined pirates became acquainted, engaging in lively banter and drinking games. The following morning dawned bright and clear, with the sun shining brilliantly upon the Haoyan's deck, where the sounds of deep slumber could be heard as numerous burly men lay sprawled across the deck. What a splendid day it is! Xia Hao stretched languidly, exhaling deeply as he prepared for his daily training. The expansive deck of the Haoyan provided him with a comfortable space for his practice. However, upon witnessing the disheveled scene before him, his brow furrowed. As someone with a hint of obsessive cleanliness, he found the disorder quite unsettling and quickly approached a Xing. Hey, what are you doing? A Xing waved dismissively, turning over to continue his slumber, clearly still under the influence of last night's revelry. Just as Xia Hao contemplated his next move, Mena stormed out of her quarters, an expression of indignation upon her face and a gong in her hand. Then, with a resounding bang, the sharp clang of the gong reverberated throughout the Haoyan, rousing the slumbering crew from their stupor. Who on earth is making such a racket so early in the morning? Mena, what is the emergency? A Xing exclaimed in irritation, rising to confront the source of his disturbance. However, upon opening his eyes, he was met with Mena's presence, his anger dissipating instantly, replaced by a fawning demeanor. This sudden transformation left the new crew members taken aback, bewildered by the shift in a Xing's attitude. What were you about to say, a Xing? Mena inquired with a playful smile. Yet, a Xing found himself rendered immobile, for Mena was the only female aboard and the ship as chief cook. A veritable darling of the crew. Even when the captain was angered, it was wise to avoid inciting Mena's wrath. For while angering the captain might only result in a reprimand from Xia Hao, angering Mena could invite the ire of the entire crew. I was going to say anything, a Xing replied hastily. Well then, look at you all. Last night was far too indulgent, resulting in a ship full of refuse. What shall we do? Am I to clean it all by myself? And no, we'll handle it ourselves. Why are you all just standing there? Get to work, for goodness sake. A Xing turned to the others with a look of sheer disdain. What? The crew gasped collectively, but the newly inducted members quickly grasped the hierarchy aboard the Haoyan. Aside from Captain Xia Hao, Mena took charge of the day-to-day affairs, while significant decisions were seldom made without her input. Even Xia Hao often refrained from contradicting Mena's wishes. With an understanding of their roles, the crew members dispersed with renewed vigor, eagerly addressing the sanitation of the Haoyan. Xia Hao observed the proceedings with a satisfied smile before retreating to his quarters. 10 minutes later, Xia Hao meticulously placed a letter into an envelope and called out, Xing, come in for a moment. What is it, Captain? What do you need? I have a task for you. Deliver this letter to Mr. Rayleigh and escort Hancock and her sisters to Sabeti Archipelago. Mr. Rayleigh will know what to do, Xia Hao instructed, glancing at Xing's hands, which are now dirty from cleaning. Huh? Delivering someone? Xing's previously excited expression dulled, as he had anticipated a more favorable assignment, only to be tasked with escorting young girls. Make haste there and back. After all, you're the only one in the Haotian pirate crew capable of flight. Once you deliver them, you can return swiftly. This task is uniquely suited to you. Xia Hao reassured him. Indeed, I'm the only one who can fly for extended periods, Xing said, puffing out his chest with pride, his earlier disappointment forgotten. Off you go. The sooner you leave, the sooner you return. Understood, Captain. Xing made an okay gesture and dashed out. Really? We can go home? That's wonderful. Can we truly go home? The sisters exclaimed excitedly, embracing each other. Hancock smiled sweetly at her exuberant siblings, though her bright eyes unconsciously drifted toward the direction of the quarters. Her alabaster neck flushing red as a shy expression crossed her beautiful face. Safe travels, Hancock, until we meet again. Maina approached the trio, bidding farewell. She felt a deep sympathy for their plight, well aware of the brutality and cruelty inflicted by the celestial dragons. Grateful that they had encountered Xia Hao and the Haotian pirate crew, their lives had transformed for the better. Farewell, Hancock. Farewell, Sandersonia. Farewell, Marigold. You are welcome to visit any time. The crew waved their arms in farewell, their hearts heavy for the young sisters. We will definitely return to see you all. Sandersonia, the lively second sister, exclaimed, waving her tiny hand with all her might. I will strive to grow stronger, and one day I shall catch up to you, Hancock declared. Her small fists clenched tightly as she searched the crowd for Xia Hao, who was notably absent. Let us depart, little sisters. We are setting sail, Xing announced, breaking the poignant moment as he piloted a smaller version of the Haotian, equipped with all necessary amenities and designed for swift pursuits or escapes. 5 days later, at a tavern on Sabeti Archipelago, Rayleigh read the contents of a letter while glancing at Hancock and her sisters. He quickly grasped Xia Hao's intention, realizing he was being treated as a mere tool. Still as laid back as ever, that's Xia Hao, Rayleigh remarked, tossing the letter into the flames. He then turned to Xing and said, Now that you've delivered them, you may leave. Your captain is waiting for you to set sail again. By the way, the letter mentioned you should leave the ship behind and fly back. Fly back? Captain, you have truly put me in a bind. Xing's face fell as he understood the implications of the task, recalling the earlier warning to prepare for flight. Meanwhile, in an uncharted sea of the New World, the Haotian glided through the boundless ocean. With the addition of new crew members, many tasks no longer required the direct involvement of the seasoned pirates, and the newly inducted members were eager to prove their worth. After all, being weaker in strength, their survival depended on the Haotian pirate crew. As former captives of the world government, they had no space to exist outside of its watchful gaze. Captain Xia Hao, we are just 50 nautical miles from the next island, reported a robust new pirate with utmost seriousness. Increase speed, set course south. Indeed, Master Xia Hao, in the room, then clenched his fists with excitement, for he never expected that Xia Hao would remember his name, which was a tremendous honor. Tonight, he could boast about it all night long. With a rumble, the Haotian ship accelerated under Nan's command, swiftly moving like a small island. While the sea churned violently on both sides, waves towering over 10 meters crashing against the surrounding waters. Approximately 10 nautical miles away, 3 pirate ships, adorned with the same flag, gazed hungrily at the grand, yet sparsely populated Haotian ship. The warlord pirate crew, who had long ruled the nearby islands in isolation, conceived a bold idea to seize the Haotian ship. Big brother, we are ready, declared Fortis, the second in command of the warlord pirate crew and a Zoan-type ancient species devil fruit user, with a lick of his lips brimming with excitement. For nearly 100 nautical miles around, it was their territory, and many smaller pirate crews dared not approach upon hearing the name of the warlord. Only those ignorant of danger or disoriented merchant ships ventured here, only to be harvested by the warlord pirate crew. The renowned pirates of the world paid them no heed. Thus, the warlord, being of moderate strength, was confident about this operation. Let the assault commence. After a moment of contemplation, Xia, the captain and leader of the warlord pirate crew, a zoan-type ancient species armored dinosaur devil fruit user, waved his hand to issue the command. Although a faint sense of foreboding hung in the air, Xia remained unafraid, relying on the formidable regenerative abilities of the zoan devil fruit. Even a powerful pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries could contend with him. In this era of transition, 500 million berries represented a formidable power. The three pirate ships charged fiercely toward the Haotian ship, their shouts echoing across the sea, excitement palpable in their roars. Master Xia Hao, pirates are attacking. A lookout on the Haotian ship alerted upon spotting the warlord pirate crew initiating their assault. This was the first encounter with an enemy since joining the Haotian pirate crew. It was imperative to perform well. Prepare for battle. Xia Hao commanded his crew, observing the aggressive approach of the warlord. To grow and strengthen his influence, it was essential to recruit more subordinates. The quickest way to gain followers among pirates was, of course, to vanquish opponents and claim them. I hope you won't disappoint me. It would be best to engage in a good fight. Xia Hao observed the fully prepared members of the Haotian pirate crew, a faint smile gracing his lips, hinting at his anticipation. Should their strength prove adequate, Xia Hao intended to recruit them as a subordinate crew to the Haotian pirate crew. Though success would depend on his assessment. With a powerful crash, the warlord ships collided with the outer wall of the Haotian ship, the automatic defense system effectively thwarting the attack. As the two pirate vessels drew near, Xia Hao proactively deactivated the identification defense system, allowing the warlord crew to board seamlessly. Otherwise, the defense system alone could have rendered the pirates helpless upon boarding the Haotian ship. Like Lu Lao Lao wandering through the Grandview Garden, the warlord crew gazed curiously at the opulent Haotian ship, their hearts racing. However, soon their expressions shifted to sheer joy, for from that day forth, this ship would belong to them. Charge! Eliminate these foes. As the warlord crew boarded, a deafening roar erupted from the Haotian ship, signaling the counterattack led by Nan. The battle raged fiercely, with no clear victor emerging. It was only when Fortis, the second in command of the warlord, joined the fray that the situation began to subtly shift. Ordinary crew members of the Haotian ship started to retreat, unable to withstand the terrifying power of Fortis in his animal form. With 3 or 5 men sent flying by the force of his onslaught. Meng Shan, go meet him. Xia Hao, observing his faltering subordinates, furrowed his brow and nodded toward Meng Shan. Just watch, boss. As a zoan-type, ancient species devil fruit user, I have yet to find an opportunity to test my strength. Meng Shan said with a grin, his muscles rippling as he charged into battle, resembling a heavy tank, effortlessly tossing ordinary members of the warlord crew aside. A giant race? This is intriguing. Hey, you must be the captain of this ship, big guy. Fortis exclaimed, having just sent a member of the Haotian crew flying, then transformed into his hammer dragon form, charging straight at Meng Shan. Come at me, Meng Shan replied, lowering his stance and preparing to defend. In that moment, he felt the formidable, beastly aura emanating from Fortis, as if transported back to his solitary training days on the island. Crack mountain fist, heavy strike. A tremendous sound resonated across the sea as Fortis, like steel with a spiked tail, collided with Meng Shan's colossal hands. The ear-splitting clash reverberated, sending invisible shockwaves rippling outward, bending the small trees planted on the Haotian ship. Not bad for a zoan-type devil fruit user. Your strength is commendable. But this is where it ends, Meng Shan declared, his armed haki enveloping his arms as his massive form leaped high and struck down toward Fortis. In an instant, a powerful storm swept across the Haotian ship, a terrifying pressure radiating from Meng Shan, and a colossal beastly apparition flickered behind him. The fierce tiger emerges from the mountain. With a resounding roar, Meng Shan's fist, the size of a sandbag, descended from above, accompanied by a soul-stirring tiger's roar that left Fortis momentarily stunned. Feeling as though he were facing a tiger as massive as a small mountain, its gaping maw threatening. The overwhelming force of the punch released earth-shattering power. Just as Meng Shan's fist was about to land, the captain of the warlord pirate crew intervened, transforming into his fully beastified armored dinosaur form to block the attack. Although the strike was deflected, the terrifying power of the giant race sent Lakeel flying. The massive armored dinosaur rolling across the Haotian ship before crashing heavily against the ship's edge, creating a dinosaur-shaped dent in the railing. Impressive. We've hit a hard wall this time. Fortis, find an opportunity to retreat. Lakeel quietly instructed, his expression grim as he surveyed Fortis. In just a single blow, Lakeel realized that Meng Shan was not an opponent he could contend with. Continuing the fight could lead to the demise of the entire crew, for this was a chaotic new world where the weak and the defeated held no rights. No way, big brother. I can't leave you behind. We are brothers. Even if we die together. As long as we join forces, even the giant race cannot defeat us. We must retreat together. Fortis scanned the battlefield, ultimately concluding that Meng Shan was indeed the captain of this pirate ship, for only a giant could command such a massive vessel. Thus, Futisi believed that the two of them had a definite chance of victory. At the very least, they could safely escape from the Haotian ship. However, an inexplicable intuition warned me that there were more terrifying beings aboard this vessel. Therefore, we must hasten our departure. Otherwise, it will be too late. One of us must survive. Rakir furrowed his brow and spoke with a grave seriousness. More terrifying beings? Impossible, brother, do not deceive yourself. We are the Zhanlong pirates. You are still a formidable pirate with a bounty of 450 million berries. Futisi directly dismissed Rakir's suggestion, gripping his hammer tightly. His face contorted with anger as he charged at Meng Shan. He had merely been careless earlier, and this time he would reclaim his honor. No, Rakir exclaimed in shock, attempting to intervene, but Futisi had already closed in on Meng Shan. Lei Shanqian, Zhongji. Observing Futisi in his half-beast form, Meng Shan displayed an expression devoid of emotion. For Meng Shan, Futisi, who had initially faltered in their first encounter, no longer posed any challenge. As a powerful blow struck, a thunderous sound erupted from the void. Watching the approaching fist, Futisi swung his hammers in a desperate attempt to defend himself. Yet, at the moment of contact, he was immediately met with an intense pain in his arm and an overwhelming pressure, as if his massive frame were being crushed, collapsing directly onto the ground. Fortunately, the Haotian ship was produced by a system. Otherwise, the deck would have been shattered by such immense force. You are becoming increasingly disobedient. Rakir observed Futisi being overwhelmed, shaking his head and letting out a heavy sigh. Nevertheless, the next moment he charged towards Meng Shan, for he had vowed to protect his younger brother at all costs. He would always shield his brother from harm, a promise he had made. Just as Rakir prepared to engage in a 2-on-1 confrontation, XiaHao's figure suddenly appeared beside him, slowly raising his right leg and delivering a kick that sent him flying. The immense power caused Rakir, in his half-beast state, to feel a sweetness in his chest, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Wiping his lips, he scrutinized Xia Hao. Indeed, you are the true captain aboard this pirate ship, Rakir slowly spoke. This was merely a misunderstanding. I hope you, esteemed sir, will not hold it against us and spare our lives. If you allow us to survive, we will relinquish all the treasures we have accumulated over the years. Gently touching his chest, still feeling the lingering effects, Rakir gazed at Xia Hao's utterly indifferent expression and could not restrain his plea. For living meant hope. Spare you? If we lacked any strength, I am certain the entire Haotian ship would have already been seized by you. At that time, who would have reasoned with you? The only paths before you now are submission or death. Xia Hao disregarded Rakir's plea, instead forcing him to make a life-or-death decision. Rakir hesitated, but just then, a shadow flew in from the side, crashing onto the deck. The imposing figure allowed Rakir to recognize the newcomer. Futisi. Rakir looked at his brother, lying motionless on the ground, drenched in blood, a wave of helplessness rising within him. This was the sorrow of the weak. Rakir rushed over to lift Futisi, beginning to assess his injuries. To witness someone capable of incapacitating an ancient Zoan-type devil fruit user, in such a short time was a first for Xia. However, it further emphasized that unless Xia Hao nodded in approval, the Zhanlong pirates had no chance of escaping the Haotian ship. "Have you made your decision?" Xia Hao inquired, observing Xia's sorrowful countenance. "I choose life. From this day forth, the Zhanlong pirates shall serve you, esteemed sir." As Xia's words fell, the weight that had burdened his heart lifted, and the oppressive aura enveloping the space dissipated. "Welcome aboard. You shall become the first affiliated pirate crew of the Haotian pirates." Upon hearing Xia's declaration, a faint smile graced Xia Hao's face. "Now, my friends, let us commence the banquet. Let us joyfully welcome our new comrade." Xia Hao raised his right hand, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Hooray, long live the captain. The banquet has begun. Hey, brother, that move you performed earlier was impressive. Do teach me sometime." "Sure, no problem. We're all family now. Your black tiger heart-pulling technique is formidable as well. Let us find time to spar." As the song of the pirates echoed aboard the Haotian ship, a joyous atmosphere enveloped the entire sea. The world of pirates is remarkably simple and unrefined. Following their declaration of allegiance to the Haotian pirates, the Zhanlong pirates began to integrate into the crew. During the banquet, Xia Hao also learned about Xia and Futisi's devil fruit abilities. What a splendid beginning. 2 days later, the fleet of the Haotian pirates, led by the Haotian ship, commenced its journey across the New World, with the 3 ships of the Zhanlong pirates serving as subordinate vessels, appearing diminutive beside the Haotian ship, akin to 3 small trinkets. "Kik, I, Xing, have returned. Did you all miss me?" On a bright morning, a peculiar cry echoed above the Haotian ship. Upon hearing that familiar yet exasperating voice, one could easily discern the identity of a newcomer. "Xing, you rascal, you've finally returned." Mengshan looked up at the enormous shadow soaring over 10 meters above, a look of joy illuminating his face. For so many days, Mengshan had no one to spar with. Although Xia and his brother had engaged him in combat practice over the past 2 days, they were far too weak and did not dare to unleash their full strength, fearing they might knock him unconscious. After all, they were now all family. It would be unfortunate to sustain injuries. "Ha ha, Mengshan, you are still the best. Take this." "9天师弟唯我独尊封神爪." A Xing shouted with a broad smile, announcing a rather ostentatious name before vanishing with a swoosh from the sky. His wind god-winged dragon launching a powerful claw strike toward Mengshan. "Hee, a Xing is still amusing." "Lei San Qian, Yun Xing." Mengshan's body sank slightly, his colossal fist rearing back, the surrounding air beginning to swirl violently, an ominous aura radiating outward. The pressure from his fist rapidly coalesced. As the onlooking members of the Zhanlong pirates raised their arms to shield themselves from the ensuing tempest, the nearby sea surged with colossal waves, battering against the Haotian ship. The once clear sky was suddenly shrouded in a heavy, oppressive atmosphere as the 2 formidable auras collided with tremendous force, a deafening crash reverberating throughout the Haotian ship. Neither side able to gain the upper hand. "What is this?" Xia inquired quietly, casting a glance toward the Xing. He had thought Mengshan to be fearsome, only to discover another individual of comparable strength. Were all members of the Haotian pirates monsters? Ah, that is Lord A. Xing, a user of the Zoan-type devil fruit, with a bounty of 500 million berries. An old crew member of the Haotian pirates replied, excitement and desire gleaming in his dark eyes. "In a world that reveres strength, who wouldn't he wish to grow more powerful?" 500 million berries. Futisi exclaimed in astonishment. How could someone of such immense strength only have a bounty of 500 million berries? Futisi was baffled by the world government's reasoning. However, recalling Mengshan, who had a bounty of only 200 million berries and had relentlessly pursued him and Xia, he could only shrug in disbelief. Bounty does not always equate to strength. One cannot fully trust it. It is utterly misleading. The sparring between Mengshan and Xing continues, leaving the newly joined members of the Zhanlong pirates, particularly Zhang, astonished by the ferocity of the battle. Such terrifying power. Can it truly belong to mere mortals? Even the notorious pirates of the New World seem to pale in comparison. Mused Lakier, who had previously witnessed the battles of the Shichibukai and felt they were not vastly different. As he pondered, Lake Ear's gaze shifted toward the direction of the Haoyan ship's cabins, wondering just how formidable Captain Xia Hao might be. 2 hours later, the match concluded in a draw, and both Mengshan and Xing stood grinning on the deck. Mengshan began to introduce the latest members of the Zhanlong Pirates. Oh, splendid. I never anticipated our Haoyan pirates would boast over 100 members, including those with the powers of Zoan-type devil fruits. We ought to have a friendly sparring session. Xing cheerfully proposed to the Lake Ear brothers. Lake Ear chuckled, while Fortis nervously remarked, I wish to live a few more days. The two brothers exchanged nervous smiles. Having witnessed Xing's ferocity, which rivaled that of Mengshan, if not exceeding it, even with the remarkable regenerative capabilities of Zoan-type users, who would willingly take a beating. After all, they were not masochists. By the way, where's the captain? Xing inquired of Mengshan. After training, he should be fishing around this time. Mengshan replied after a moment's thought. Fishing? Really? Xing scratched his head and followed Mengshan toward the back of the Haoyan ship. What greeted their eyes was a massive fish over 10 meters long, caught by Xia Hao with a fishing rod, which he then dispatched with a single punch before casually tossing it onto the deck. Behind him, several burly members of the Haoyan pirates swiftly carried it into the ship's large refrigeration room. Xia Hao, who had taken a liking to fishing, would spend 2 hours each day after training using Kinbunchika hockey to fish. Currently, the enormous fish tank and refrigeration room were filled to the brim, even housing 2 large sharks. I'm back, Captain. Ah, it's good to have you back. You know, on my way back, I stumbled upon an intriguing island. Haven't we been searching for a suitable territory? I think this one is quite promising. Xing excitedly described the peculiar island that floated in midair. If it weren't for needing to fill the record pointer's magnetic charge, I would have returned sooner. He pulled a record pointer from his pocket, his excitement palpable. An island in the sky? It doesn't seem like it. A floating island due to a unique magnetic field. How interesting. XiaHao smiled at Xing's vivid depiction. Then our next destination shall be Murphy Island. If it proves suitable, we will establish it as our base in the New World. XiaHao stowed his fishing rod and casually tossed it aside, where a subordinate quickly caught it. The crew then marched toward the bow of the ship. Set sail. At XiaHao's command, a thunderous cheer erupted from the Haoyan ship, marking the first collective venture of the entire crew. If Murphy Island truly is, as Xing described, easily defensible, with the main island floating 300 meters above the sea, surrounded by 4 subsidiary islands in the cardinal directions, and encircled by a windless sea, then it is indeed a perfect locale for the Haoyan pirates' expansion. Meanwhile, in a kingdom rife with oppression, the banner of the Revolutionary Army fluttered throughout the capital. Under the leadership of their commander, Dragon, they succeeded in ousting the cruel king, replacing him with a new ruler chosen by the common folk and the kingdom's armed forces. Amidst the jubilant cheers, the Revolutionary Army withdrew, allowing the ideals of peace, liberation, and opposition to injustice to quietly spread throughout the realm. The actions of the Revolutionary Army incited the fury of officials within the world government, especially the 5 elders, who raised Dragon's bounty to an astonishing 20 billion berries, branding him the most nefarious criminal in existence. Unbeknownst to the 5 elders, today marked the birth of the world's most infamous criminal's son, who would be named Monkey D. Luffy, in a small village in the East Blue. Garp beamed at the sight of little Luffy in his cradle, his smile stretching wide as his jubilant laughter echoed throughout the village. Ha ha ha! I have a grandson. I shall nurture you to become the strongest marine warrior, Luffy. 3 days later, the Haoyan ship finally arrived at the location indicated by Xing's record pointer. The 3 pirate ships of the Zhanlong pirates had temporarily entered the vast docking bay of the Haoyan ship, unable to navigate the windless zone. There really is an island in the sky. How marvelous! Is this to be the base of the future Haoyan pirates? Truly magnificent. A base? Everything awaits Master Xia Hao's word. However, I feel this island is exceptionally suitable. In the future, Master Xia Hao and his crew will reside on the floating island while we, the Zhanlong pirates, will occupy one of the islands on the sea to ensure its security. Indeed. Captain, what do you think? As the surrounding crowd voiced their agreement, A Xing looked at Xia Hao with a beaming smile, eager for his response. Let's go take a look. If it is indeed suitable, we shall establish it as the Haotian pirate stronghold in the New World. However, our adventures upon the sea shall not cease. Now is not the time for retirement, and we must not stagnate. At the very least, we will not halt until we have circumnavigated the Grand Line. XiaHao gazed upward toward the floating Murphy Island, his tone resolute. XiaHao's plan to traverse the Grand Line was not merely to reach the final island, Raftel, but to navigate through the East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, and North Blue, experiencing the vastness of the world firsthand aboard his ship, the Haotian. Of course, Captain, you know me well. I cannot bear to remain stagnant in one place. A Xing grinned widely at Xia Hao's words. Me too. Mengshan nodded in agreement. I have only just set sail, and there are countless delectable ingredients still waiting for me to discover. I recently read about a mythical ocean that gathers the waters of all seas, called All Blue, which is said to contain food, fish, and vegetables from every corner of the world. Mina furrowed her brow, speaking earnestly. Wherever you all go, I shall follow. It won't interfere with my explosive artistry. Moreover, during our voyage, I can seek out fresh inspiration. Daidatai shrugged nonchalantly, driven by his pursuit of creativity. Let us ascend and take a look. XiaHao smiled slightly, clapping his hands together. Suddenly, an enormous wooden staircase materialized from thin air on the Haotian ship, stretching hundreds of meters high with 500 or 600 steps, leading directly up to Murphy Island. Is this the power of Master Xia Hao? Hey, creating something out of nothing and growing wood to hundreds of meters high? Such monstrosity. The wooden structure was terrifyingly strong, comparable to steel. Even when Fortis struck it with his formidable strength, only a faint scratch appeared. Fortis, astonished, regarded Xia Hao with newfound respect. 10 minutes later, Xia Hao and his crew climbed the wooden staircase to arrive at the floating Murphy Island, where they were greeted by a lush green meadow devoid of any animals. At the center of the island stood a massive tree stump, atop which rested a large animal nest, but at that moment, it was empty. Standing at the edge of the island, Xia Hao gazed down at the sea, his vision unobstructed, surveying the small mountains in the distance. The Grand Huatian ship appeared diminutive at this moment. Murphy Dao, let it be a temporary residence for the Huatian pirate crew. However, the island felt too desolate and required transformation. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Hao activated the system store in his mind, eyeing a luxurious building construction card worth 200 million berries. Without hesitation, he made the purchase. Step aside, I have something magnificent to unveil. Xia Hao waved his hand, signaling the others to stay back, and in the blink of an eye, he utilized his speed skill to reach the center of the island, dozens of kilometers away. Manifesting the building card, he named it Huatian Palace. Upon activation, an imposing shadow emerged from Murphy Dao, and after a few flickers, a magnificent, grand, and majestic palace appeared at the center of the island, adorned with crimson walls and golden tiles, radiating brilliance. Above the palace, 2 fierce golden dragons played with pearls. Intricately carved beams and exquisite decorations embellished the structure, while numerous vividly sculpted beasts perched atop the roof. Flanking the main entrance stood 2 formidable stone lions, glaring at the onlookers with an intimidating presence. A miracle! A miracle! Has such a colossal and splendid palace truly manifested out of thin air? Is this something mere mortals can achieve? The members of the Huatian pirate crew marveled at the sight, acknowledging Xia Hao's formidable prowess. Capable of conjuring such an evocative palace in an instant, befitting a warrior who could contend with the great pirate Whitebeard Newgate. How could this be accomplished? An illusion? Impossible. No one can create from nothing, unless they possess divine abilities. Boss, you're incredibly impressive. I wish to learn too, a Xing exclaimed, filled with longing as he gazed at Xia Hao. You cannot, for this is the power of a devil fruit user. Xia Hao shook his head, conjuring a relatively reasonable explanation, as revealing the truth about the system's auxiliary powers was out of the question. Fine, a Xing pouted, somewhat disheartened, lamenting that he should have chosen a paramecia-type devil fruit. With the main structure established, Xia Hao contemplated the need for ordinary living quarters. After a moment of thought, he surveyed the layout of Murphy Dow and clapped his hands decisively. Would release multi-house building technique. The ground of Murphy Dow cracked swiftly, fissures appearing as a multitude of wooden walls emerged from beneath the surface. In an instant, houses rose from the ground, intertwining under Xia Hao's powerful control, resulting in over 100 wooden houses appearing before the astonished eyes of his companions. The speed of the construction left everyone in awe, their gazes towards Xia Hao filled with determination. Well, this looks promising. A little more variation in form would enhance it further. Xia Hao nodded, then raised his hand to manipulate the nearest wooden house, transforming it into an adorable, rabbit-shaped structure. How cute! Mayna exclaimed joyfully at the sight of the charming wooden rabbit house. Boss, I want one too. A large wooden house shaped like a wind god wyvern. Xing raised his hand excitedly. I also desire a wooden house, preferably large. And then another, and another. Meng Shan began to describe his aspirations, and thus the house-building festival commenced. In a new world, on the 5th day of their stay at Murphy Dow, Xia Hao maximized the auxiliary capabilities of wood release. The main island and its 4 sub-islands underwent a remarkable transformation under his mastery, turning what was once a desolate island into a bustling hub, alive with activity. Towering wooden structures adorned the island as all members of the Huitian pirate crew engaged in the fervent construction. It was truly astonishing. Who could have imagined that just 5 days prior, this place was a barren isle? Lord Xia Hao is extraordinary. I believe even the current great pirate Whitebeard Newgate pales in comparison. Indeed, I concur. One day, our Huitian pirate crew will surpass all others and become the strongest in the world. I firmly believe the next pirate king will undoubtedly be Lord Xia Hao. As the crew transported wood and whispered excitedly about the miraculous events of the past few days, their admiration for Xia Hao reached its zenith. In that moment, even if he commanded them to attack the world government, they would surely comply, willing to risk their lives without hesitation. Boss, the island is still too barren, and the Huitian pirate crew is still too few in number. We need fresh blood to invigorate it, Xing suggested, observing Xia Hao seated at the main throne. Under Xia Hao's control, the primary island of Murphy Dow had been connected to the sub-islands by 4 stairways, each supported by massive trees with roots intricately intertwining beneath the surface, ensuring safety. Very well, let us recruit new members. Xing, you and the others shall follow the Zhanlong pirate crew and subjugate all nearby pirate crews within a 500-mile radius. From now on, the Huitian pirate crew shall rule this domain. Xia Hao stroked his chin, contemplating the battle plan. Within 3 days, we shall expand our affiliated pirate crew to 1,000 members. For now, I will entrust the management of this place to the Zhanlong pirate crew. Rakiel, here are 5 animal-type devil fruits for you. Otherwise, I cannot trust you to venture out to sea. After all, navigating the Grand Line will take several years. With a wave of his hand, several wooden boxes appeared on the table before the somewhat nervous captain of the Zhanlong pirate crew. Devil fruits, Rakiel exclaimed, astonished. Having once managed to secure 2 devil fruits to dominate a small expanse of sea with his brother Fortis, the fact that Xia Hao presented 5 in a single gesture bewildered him. Was he truly treating these treasures as mere cabbages? Such extravagance. Ultimately, Rakiel could only conclude that Xia Hao's strength was indeed earth-shattering, and acquiring a few devil fruits was no remarkable feat. I will ensure the safety of Murphy Dow. They shall not step foot on this island unless they cross over my corpse. Rakiel declared solemnly. There is no need for such bravado. If you encounter an insurmountable foe, your life is paramount. Retreat while you still can. As long as the mountains remain, we need not fear a lack of firewood. Furthermore, you are part of the Huitian pirate crew. If you face an unresolvable issue, report it via the Den Mushi, and I shall personally eliminate the source of the problem, regardless of who it may be. Observing the serious expressions on the faces of Rakiel and his brother, Xia Hao smiled slightly. After more than 10 days of interaction, he had grown to trust their loyalty, no longer fearing betrayal. As long as Xia Hao continued to grow stronger, none would desire to leave the Huitian pirate crew. Unless, of course, He chose to disband the crew like Captain Roger one day. Now go act swiftly. The more personnel we have, the better. Xia Hao waved his hand, prompting Rakiel and his brother to depart post-haste. Rest assured, boss. With me here, everything will be in order, and the Hoi Tian pirate crew will be bustling with activity. Mengshan clenched his fist and nodded earnestly, saying, Boss, await good news. I have recently developed a new type of artistic bomb, and, coincidentally, no one has experimented with it yet. Daidai's lips curled into a subtle, enigmatic smile, causing Aixing and Mengshan to instinctively move further apart. This was due to Daidai's notorious madness. There were times when Aixing pondered if one day he might indeed create a bomb capable of obliterating the entire red Earth continent. The superhuman-type devil fruit powers possess no practical limits. Theoretically, as long as one's imagination is vast enough and development is profound, one can wield an overwhelming force beyond the capabilities of even the natural-type devil fruits. The mere thought of such a world-destroying bomb being developed by Daidai was spine-chilling. Such power would surely be insurmountable by anyone, even the man known as the world's strongest, Whitebeard Newgate. 50 nautical miles east of Murphy Island, a thunderous explosion erupted as a large pirate ship was obliterated, sending 50 pirates plunging into the sea like drenched chickens. Observing Daidai aboard the Zhanlong No. 1 pirate ship, the members of the Heishan pirate group, including their captain, were filled with terror and unease, swallowing hard as they awaited judgment. After all, as the defeated side, they had no voice in this matter. All treasure shall belong to you. We shall leave the new world immediately and never return, Captain Heishan declared solemnly. Having barely entered the new world for less than a week, who could have anticipated encountering a formidable and twisted individual like Daidai? Before the battle even began, several pirates had already submerged beneath the waves to plant over a dozen explosives beneath the Heishan ship. Had it not been for Xia Hao's desire to expand the pirate crew and his insistence on capturing rather than killing, none would have survived. Even then, Daidai had reduced the bomb's power by dozens of times. Leave? It is not that simple. This is the new world. You cannot come and go as you please. As if playing house, Fortis chastised Heishan with a serious expression. Capture them all. If they refuse to surrender, we shall hand them over to the Navy for a bounty. I have acquaintances at the nearest Navy base. Fortis grinned widely, gesturing grandly, while the pirates aboard Zhanlong No. 1 began joyfully binding all the captives from the sea. Behave yourselves, or you will learn why flowers bloom so red. A series of authoritative shouts and physical reprimands quelled the Heishan pirate group, compelling them to lower their heads and proceed cautiously. Meanwhile, Aixing acted alone, observing a pirate ship adorned with a skull and crossbones shaped like a hammer, which was in a state of disrepair. The vessel creaked in the sea breeze, seemingly on the verge of collapse. On the deck stood a pair of remarkably similar twins, their expressions stern and hostile. The older brother wielded a long sword, appearing as a swordsman, while the younger brother brandished a massive iron hammer, renowned for its formidable defense. He absorbed Aixing's powerful claw strike with merely a shallow scratch on his skin, from which a trickle of blood emerged. Interesting. Could it be a devil fruit that enhances defensive abilities? Aixing squinted, gazing at the twin brothers on the pirate ship, a smile of delight spreading across his face. Their strength was indeed impressive, making the prospect of their recruitment all the more enticing, especially during the adventurous travels of the Haotian pirate group's core members, which would better safeguard Murphy Island from harm. On the deck of the Steel Pirate Group's ship, the two brothers exchanged glances, both sensing shock in each other's eyes. The elder brother, Mo Dong, understood that his younger brother, Mo Shi, was a superhuman-type Momo fruit user, with skin harder than ordinary steel. Even a sword strike would leave no mark upon him. Yet just moments ago, after a mere collision, Mo Shi had sustained a scratch, and blood began to seep from his skin. The look in his eyes turned resolute and serious, knowing this would be an unprecedented hard-fought battle. Could it be? Mo Shi has been injured. What a terrifying individual. Just a glance nearly made my legs turn to jelly. Why is he attacking us? We have not provoked him at all, and we do not even know who he is. Silence. The most crucial aspect of this battle is whether Mo Shi and Mo Dong can achieve victory. Everything else is secondary. Moreover, we are in a new world, where conflict among pirates is commonplace. Just recently, we dealt with a pirate crew with a bounty of 100 million berries. An elder member of the Steel Pirate Group, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, intently observed the unfolding battle, shaking his head as he spoke. But there are no buts. In the new world, strength reigns supreme. We can only pray that our two captains emerge victorious. Otherwise, it will be perilous. Emodong, go for it. Emoshi, give it your all. Brother, are you all right? Hearing the cheers of encouragement from his crew behind him, Emodong looked at his younger brother, who was gripping his hammer tightly and glaring fiercely at Xing with concern. I'm fine, but this guy is incredibly strong. We must exert 100% of our strength, or we may very well fall here. Montauk Elf replied, grinning foolishly at the sound of his brother's caring voice. Wind God Devil Slash. As the swirling wind blades descended from the sky, Emoshi's words barely left his lips when the massive wind blade struck, leaving no time for the brothers to deliberate. The terrifyingly sharp gusts surged forward. In an instant, Emodong and Emoshi swiftly retreated, the ferocious wind blades slicing through the ship's mast with ease, as if cutting through tofu. Shave, finger gun, wind god finger. As the brothers dodged, Xing's figure flickered, appearing behind Emodong. In the span of a second, he unleashed over 10 attacks, his hardened, sharp finger guns piercing Emodong's chest, causing blood to erupt forth like a small pump, quickly staining the deck crimson. Brother, how dare you injure my elder brother? You scoundrel! If you have the guts, come down here. I will kill you. Emoshi cried, witnessing his injured brother, his hand trembling even as he clutched his sword. His eyes blazed with fury, his previously dark skin flushed bright red, wisps of white smoke emanating from his body. Come down, as you wish, but if you lose, you must agree to one condition. Xing remarked calmly, observing the furious Emoshi. Emoshi, no, this is not good. I accept your terms, but if you lose, I will throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Emoshi retorted with a cold sneer, tightly gripping his hammer as he launched himself like a cannonball towards Xing, creating a rush of white airwaves that expanded outward. Chaos Heavy Hammer. Come on, let me see if your true strength measures up. Winds of Destruction. In his beast-human form, Xing raised his hand slightly, causing the surrounding wind elements to rapidly converge, forming a basketball-sized wind sphere that spun at high speed, howling towards Emoshi's massive hammer. Boom! The collision unleashed a terrifying force as the swirling wind sphere twisted Emoshi's hammer, overwhelming power causing him, who was typically so strong, to be sent reeling. His formidable physique was swept away by the raging winds, relentlessly battering against his impervious skin. As a wielder of the Chow Run series Pi Fruit, possessing a formidable defense that surpasses ordinary individuals by dozens, even hundreds of times, I have never encountered defeat since my debut. Until today, when I faced the creature known as a Xing. It appears I have triumphed. Observing Emoshi, who lay on the deck struggling to rise without success, a Xing said with a beaming smile, "Humph, do as you wish. If that is the case, then you too join the Hao Tian Pirates and become an affiliated pirate crew." What? Join the Hao Tian Pirates? The very same crew that deceived the world government out of 1 billion berries? Is this true? So, the reason Lord Xing attacked us was actually because the Hao Tian Pirates sought to expand their ranks? Cough. Indeed, a Xing replied after a cough. We have encountered other pirate crews along the way, but they were all too weak. Many of the pirates aboard their ships could not even withstand a wind blade attack, and were sent away along with their ships, sinking permanently into the depths of the sea. For a Xing to become an affiliated crew of the Hao Tian Pirates, one must possess considerable strength. In just a few days, the population of Mo Fei Island increased several-fold. Observing the lively pirates on the island drinking and reveling, XiaHao revealed a faint smile. Meanwhile, the large-scale recruitment of the Hao Tian Pirates also attracted the attention of the Navy headquarters. However, due to the lack of errors, no intelligence indicated that all of this was orchestrated by Xia Hao and his companions. Instead, the frequently active Zhanlong pirates became the focus of the Navy headquarters. and the bounty on the Lockyer brothers inexplicably doubled. At the Navy headquarters in Marinfander, in the Marshal's office, the Zhanlong pirates, led by the Lockyer brothers, were both animal-type devil fruit users. Moreover, they were relatively rare ancient-type animal devil fruit users. With a bounty of 450 million berries, they had always remained stable, firmly holding their territory. Yet recently, for reasons unknown, they have rampantly attacked nearby pirate crews, utilizing their overwhelming strength to merge 7 or 8 pirate crews in just 3 to 4 days. Now, the Zhanlong pirates boast no fewer than 1,000 members. Marshal Zhanghua, I believe we cannot allow the Zhanlong pirates to continue their expansion. Otherwise, that windless zone will transform into a lawless and chaotic pirate territory. A major from the Intelligence Department of the Navy headquarters suggested seriously as he closed the document. Send a vice admiral to warn them not to go too far and to remain obediently in the new world without crossing lines. Otherwise, the Navy will spare no effort to eradicate them completely. Marshal Zhanghua tapped the table thoughtfully for a moment before speaking. A pirate crew of over 1,000 is no longer something the Navy can simply eliminate at will. Moreover, Zhanghua felt that something was amiss. After all, such actions did not align with the typical behavior of the Zhanlong pirates. They were far too reckless. Among the crews they had absorbed was one with a bounty of 300 million berries. Did the Zhanlong pirates not fear being backstabbed? Yet at present, Zhangua's full attention was on the Revolutionary Army, as one kingdom after another fell to rebellion, causing an unprecedented sense of panic among many kingdoms, prompting them to contact the world government's 5 elders, pleading for protection from the Navy headquarters. However, all of this came at a cost, and coupled with personnel issues within the Navy headquarters, Zhanghua had not rested for a moment during this period. Meanwhile, on Mo Fei Island, XiaHao was arranging tasks. The core members of the Hao Tian pirates were about to set sail again, and this matter needed to be entrusted to the Zhanlong pirates. The devil fruit is merely a means to enhance strength. In the time to come, in addition to developing their devil fruit abilities, the Navy's 6 styles and hockey are essential courses for everyone, requiring at least 2 hours of practice each day. XiaHao looked at Lockyer before him and said in a deep voice, "Rest assured, Lord Xia Hao, I will supervise them well. During your absence, I will personally lead all affiliated pirate crews in training. I guarantee that when we meet again, everyone will be rejuvenated." Lockyer patted his chest and spoke earnestly. "Ha ha ha, I believe in you. Do your best." XiaHao patted Lockyer's shoulder. The developments during this period and witnessing them firsthand made XiaHao have great confidence in Lockyer's governance abilities, as he possessed an innate strength for unity and leadership. An hour later, the Hao Tian ship prepared to depart from the waters near Mo Fei Island's first sub-island. A dense crowd gathered along the island's shore, their eager and excited gazes fixed on XiaHao and his companions. After some time together, they all understood precisely whom they were now following. The rapidly rising supernova of recent years not only seized the Celestial Dragon's golden treasures, but also stood undefeated against formidable pirates such as Big Moom and Whitebeard Newgate, and even dared to provoke the world government and the Celestial Dragons, boasting a bounty of 1.5 billion berries. The super pirate, Lord Xia Hao. "Everyone, we are leaving. The development and security of Mo Fei Island will depend on you." XiaHao smiled slightly at the recently affiliated pirate crew members on shore. Raising his right hand earnestly, the Zhanlong pirates, Steel pirates, Black Mountain pirates, and several other pirate crews totaled over 1,200 members. A sudden eruption of shouts filled the air, their spirited voices resonating throughout the Mo Fei Islands. The excited cheers rang out continuously as the framework of a large pirate crew began to take shape, and the foundation of the Hao Tian pirates slowly took root and sprouted in this place. "Lord XiaHao, rest assured, we will protect Mo Fei Island. With us here, even a mosquito attempting to land on the island will be required to register in advance. Wishing you a pleasant journey, Lord XiaHao. Whoa, Lady Mei Na, thank you for your recipes. I will surely carry them forward. Lord Mengshan, I will strive to learn the boxing techniques, and next time we meet, I will surely withstand 3 punches. Lord Aixing, The Zhanlong pirates will undoubtedly become the strongest dinosaur-type ability user pirate crew. By then, you will be the Beast Admiral, the King of Dinosaurs. Lord Didati. I will surely create art bombs that will astonish you as well. Ever since I witnessed the art bombs, I have found them truly remarkable. This is the greatest work in history. Shouts echoed among the crowd, as each member of Xia Hao's party found their own group of enthusiastic fans. The Hao Tian ship slowly sailed into the deep sea, its massive pirate vessel gaining speed, soon becoming smaller and smaller in the sight of La Chier and the others until it vanished completely. Brothers, let's begin training. Next time we meet, we will surely surprise Lord Xia Hao. La Chier turned to look at the members of the affiliated pirate crew, tightly clenching his fists and raising them high, shouting loudly. As the head of the affiliated pirate crew appointed by Xia Hao himself, La Chier's command was paramount during the absence of the core members. Roar, let's train. Keek, brothers. Let's compete in strength once more. This time, I will surely knock you down. Who is afraid of whom? The ultimate victor will definitely be me. Black Mountain brothers, shall we spar? Captain Mo Dong of the Steel Pirates glanced at the dark figure of Black Mountain, who was so shadowy he could not be seen even in the night, and spoke plainly yet seriously. I have the same intention. The reputation of the swordmaster Mo Dong is indeed well known. Black Mountain nodded in agreement. To rapidly elevate one's swordsmanship, one must engage with swordsmen of equal or even greater caliber. Likewise, the name of the swordmaster Black Mountain also resonates throughout the New World. Mo Dong smiled slightly and replied, Art bomb, here I come. A hall-level dish, truly worthy of its origin from the sacred land of chefs, Lady Mei Na. I will strive to create worthy culinary masterpieces. Let us go. Meanwhile, at the nearest naval base to Ma Fei Island, a naval warship sped towards the island. Commanded by the base commander, Admiral Moke, who personally led the team to execute the orders of the Warring States Marshal. However, Lakier and his companions remained oblivious to these developments. As for those aboard the Hao Tian ship, including Xia Hao, they were currently 100 nautical miles away from Ma Fei Island, joyfully singing a sea shanty on the deck, their buoyant voices ringing melodiously. Look, what is that? Is it a bird? But it seems too large for a bird, exclaimed a crew member. Lord Xia Hao, come quickly, I've spotted a peculiar creature. Hearing the perplexed voice from the lookout tower, Xia Hao, who had been fishing, swiftly appeared at the bow of the ship and gazed forward. Bring the ship closer. He waved his hand, and the Hao Qian moved quickly towards the location of the unidentified flying creature. As they drew nearer, a strange bird with a wingspan exceeding 30 meters came fully into view. Its feathers were striking blue, and it sported a head resembling that of a rooster, with long, fleshy tendrils hanging down on either side. Its glistening claws reflected light in the water. When the Hao Tian was 100 meters from the creature, the rolling waves tossed the bird, which had initially appeared lifeless, back to life as it flapped its wings desperately against the water, trying repeatedly to take flight. Yet, its wings, drenched and overly heavy, would not lift it into the air. Help! Help! The panicked cries echoed as the enormous bird gazed at the colossal Hao Tian, perceiving it as a terrifying beast. Since its birth, it had never encountered such a fearsome creature. Doomed. I never imagined my first playful venture would lead to this. The creature chirped incessantly, its tiny eyes filled with despair and sorrow. Observing the distressed bird, Xia Hao activated his ability to hear the voices of all beings. Under the enhanced version of his system, he could comprehend the thoughts of sentient creatures. The bird as frantic squawking transformed into intelligible speech. Mengshan, capture it. Sai Hao, Gongman. Understood, Captain. Mengshan extended his arm, seizing a large fishing net from the Hao Tian and skillfully threw it, ensnaring the creature. Let me go. Let me go. Cursed humans, release me. The bird shrieked, its cries translating into Xia Hao's ears. As Mengshan roughly deposited the captured bird onto the deck, Xia Hao approached slowly. What do you want from me? The bird trembled, shrinking in size, its massive form quaking with fear as it regarded Xia Hao, who emanated a dominating aura. Silence. If you make another sound, I shall cook you. Xia Hao flickered to a position just 50 centimeters from the creature, his overwhelming presence stunning it, before he raised his fist and struck the bird's head. Please don't. I can tell you where I came from. Clearly, I'm not a creature from the Grand Line. Xia Hao spoke softly. The bird tilted its head, puzzled, unable to comprehend the situation. I hope I can return home. It lamented, gazing skyward. Release it, Xia Hao instructed Mingshan, patting the bird on the head. What a pity. This could have been an unprecedented delicacy, lamented Mena, who had just emerged from the kitchen, holding a knife and fork, her culinary aura instilling fear in the bird. The creature sensed countless formidable presences emanating from Mena, realizing that it was now surrounded by potential threats. As Mingshan removed the net, the bird cautiously eyed Xia Hao and his companions. Taking tentative steps backward, it shook off the water from its feathers and flapped its wings with renewed vigor, its body lightening as its claws lifted from the ground. Run, it squawked, flapping its wings vigorously and soaring into the sky, vanishing from sight in an instant. Keep up with it, Xing. We may have discovered an intriguing place, a mystical island above the skies, an empty island. Xia Hao mused, stroking his chin. Got it, Captain. Xing replied confidently, transforming into his full beast form, the powerful wings of a wind god propelling him in pursuit of the bird's trajectory. 2 hours later, the sound of a telephone bug conveyed Xing's excited voice. Captain, there really is an island in the sky. I circled around and found it teeming with ferocious beasts, with hardly any place for humans to thrive. Oh wait, I think I saw a stone tablet with the name of this sky island. Fela Wuli Sea Island. Is that so? Wait for us, we're on our way. Xia Hao exclaimed joyfully, for an empty island was a rare adventure. He had only visited the sky island of the Golden Country with the Roger Pirates. With a deep breath, Xia Hao activated the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly transporting the Hao Tian to Fei La Wuli Sea Island, where the previously frightened bird was animatedly recounting its experiences in the Grand Line to its kin, basking in their admiration and adoration. However, just as the creature was about to continue its tale, it vanished from sight. Simultaneously, the Hao Tian, anchored in the Grand Line, also disappeared. At that moment, the marked bird and the Hao Tian underwent a spatial transition, leaving the bewildered creature staring at the endless azure sea. Where am I? How did I come back? I was just boasting to my kin, the bird thought, recalling the adoring gazes of the young maidens. Unconsciously, it began to flutter its wings and ascended towards the sky. With a thunderous roar, the Hao Tian descended upon Fei La Wuli Sea Island, its massive form akin to a small mountain, generating a cacophony that transformed the previously wild and natural ambience of the island. From the nearby forest, pairs of crimson eyes fixated on the Hao Tian, their oppressive presence palpable. Xia Hao's black eyes glimmered with a hint of red as his observation haki enveloped a radius of several kilometers, assessing the strength of the threatening beings. Insignificant foes. Hardly worth worrying about. They're coming, Xia Hao remarked softly as he sensed the approaching oppressive aura. The forest erupted with discordant shrieks as an increasing number of crimson eyes emerged, accompanied by rustling sounds as a horde of enormous, mouse-sized rodents charged towards the Hao Tian. Is this for real? Are these rodents? Why are they so enormous? What should we do, Captain? There are too many. Should I blow them up? I just developed a new type of air bomb. Just a horde of minions. Wait for me. Xia Hao gazed intently at the swarm of mice rushing towards him, narrowing his eyes and revealing a faint smile. He took a slow step forward, and the previously tranquil atmosphere became overwhelmingly heavy. A fierce, terrifying, and domineering pressure emanated from his being, and suddenly, Xia Hao opened his eyes wide. An invisible aura of the Conqueror's haki enveloped the area within several kilometers. Dark red, lightning crackled in the void, accompanied by a series of sharp sounds. The once ferocious tide of mice abruptly halted its advance as a powerful shockwave swept through, causing thousands of rodents to collapse to the ground, their little legs straightening out as they fainted on the spot. The rudimentary application of the Conqueror's haki was perfect for clearing out the minions. Wow, Master Xia Hao is so handsome. Even I, a grown man, find myself somewhat enamored. What? How did I not notice your abnormality before? Stay away from me. What are you thinking? No one would ever like a weakling like you. You cold ball. Though it was not their first encounter, each time they witnessed their leader's conqueror's hockey, excitement surged within them, hormones racing to their heads. What intoxicating power. Aixing looked at Xia Hao's figure with admiration. That domineering silhouette was the one he wished to follow for a lifetime. Unfortunately, the conqueror's hockey appeared only once in a million. He wondered if he possessed such a talent, or if there was still hope at 18. Was this truly the conqueror's hockey? It was his first encounter, and no wonder it was revered as the ticket to the pinnacle of the world. It was truly terrifying. Mayna's mouth, resembling a cherry, remained agape for quite some time. Although Xia Hao did not target her, the pressure he exuded left her dazed, especially as she attempted to perceive him with her newly learned observation hockey. It felt as if she were being watched by a monstrous entity that obscured the sun. All right, let us go. After clearing the minions, Xia Hao led the way into the depths of the island. Perhaps due to the proximity to the mice's territory and the recent cleansing by the tide of rodents, there were no other creatures within several kilometers. As time passed, the Haotian pirate crew drew closer to the island's core area. Suddenly, a vast sea of white clouds obstructed their path. Xia Hao's dark eyes fixed on the cloud sea, and he activated his observation hockey. At that moment, a gigantic shadow swiftly emerged from the cloud sea. A thick, slime-covered tentacle shot out, aiming to seize a member of the Haotian pirate crew. Goodness, how thick! Wow, how enormous! Yikes, it's so slimy. With a shake of his head, Xia Hao retrieved the famed sword Xiaofeng from his system backpack and gently waved it forward. The previously calm space erupted into a tempest. As he wielded Xiaofeng, several razor-sharp wind blades sliced through the attacking tentacle, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds, leaving a dozen writhing tentacles on the ground. These appear to be octopus tentacles? But why is there such a colossal octopus monster? Is the air on the Sky Island that nourishing? Mayna exclaimed, her confusion evident. Perhaps it truly is. Xia Hao shrugged, recalling the colossal azure serpent of the Golden Land on another Sky Island, which had grown to unimaginable proportions. A sword? When did you learn to wield a sword, boss? Aixing's attention was fixated on the sword Xiaofeng in Xia Hao's hand, his expression brimming with excitement. Swordsmanship? It's merely a matter of having hands. A simple sword or a slash, akin to the strikes of a Feng Tianhua Ji, is quite easy to master. Xia Hao performed a graceful flourish with Xiaofeng, sheathing the blade with remarkable dexterity, speaking in a calm tone. Such is talent. The average person cannot replicate it. With a thunderous crash, the enormous octopus claw was cleaved in two by Xia Hao's strike. The agonizing sensation forced the creature into a wild thrash, causing the once placid cloud sea to churn violently. A thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the clouds. Soon, a monstrous black octopus, towering over 100 meters, emerged from the cloud sea, charging ferociously towards the Haotian pirate crew. The tentacles that had been severed by Xia Hao began to regrow slowly. As it approached within 100 meters, its massive form changed color, and black venom erupted from its body, cascading down like a fierce water column. Wood release! Wood block wall. Xia Hao clapped his hands, summoning a wooden wall from the ground to intercept the venom. The sound of sizzling echoed as the toxin eroded 1/3 of the wall's thickness, revealing the terrifying nature of the gigantic octopus. Once it arrives, it shall not depart. Wood release! Tree bind. With the venom blocked by the wooden wall, the attack had little effect, and the octopus prepared to retreat into the cloud sea. However, Xia Hao would not allow it to escape so easily. Cracks appeared on the ground, and numerous branches erupted from the earth, quickly launching towards the octopus. It was as if living wooden serpents were attacking and ensnaring the creature. As the branches bound its body, the colossal octopus struggled fiercely, but each tentacle was firmly anchored to the ground. Its black form trembled violently, and soon, purple toxins filled its entire body, followed by indiscriminate spraying of venom. Before long, the entire area was suffused with thick toxic gas, drifting towards the members of the Haotian pirate crew. What potent toxins! However, they have no effect on me. Xia Hao observed the rapidly corroding surroundings, a slight smile gracing his lips. Possessing the dragon slayer magic of poison, He could easily consume the toxins as sustenance. Yet, glancing at the octopus's monstrous form, he sighed softly. What a pity, I have no fondness for your toxins. It's best to grant you a swift end. He instructed Aixing to unleash a powerful gale, instantly dispersing all the toxic mist. After all, without an antidote, Xia Hao was unwilling to put everyone at risk. Stop. Do not kill it. The Calamity Octopus is the rarest beast on this sky island. At that moment, a frantic and anxious voice rang out from nearby. A chubby figure with small wings hurried towards them, nervously eyeing Xia Hao. Ah, there's someone living on this sky island? I thought it was only inhabited by bizarre beasts. Aixing remarked, surprised at the sight of the chubby figure sheltering the Calamity Octopus behind him. Wings? Are those real or merely decorative? Mayna inquired curiously, unable to resist the urge to reach out and touch the small wings. Kid, step aside. No matter how precious a creature is, it remains a creature. When it attacked us, the defeated must pay with their lives, Xia Hao stated sternly, looking at the small figure who resolutely shielded the Calamity Octopus. No, spare it. If you let it go, I will grant you any one request. The small figure replied earnestly, My name is Tala, and I have lived on this sky island since childhood. I am very familiar with it. If you need my help, just ask. Any request. Your promise holds little value, and this alone will not persuade me to relent. Must it truly be killed? Can it not be granted a chance at life? Can you entrust it to me? I have a way to ensure it won't harm others. You have a method. Show me. Hearing Tala's words piqued Xia Hao's interest. After all, it was nice to witness a performance while idling. Really? Watch me, Tala exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. Let me showcase my abilities. Observe closely. Hearing the voice of Xia Hao, Tala joyfully hopped over to the side of the Calamity Octopus, completely unfazed by its frenzied appearance. Instead, she gently crouched down and extended her chubby, fair hand to touch the tentacles of the Calamity Octopus. Be good, listen now. Tala softly murmured to the Calamity Octopus, and an invisible, special energy marked its body. A circular energy ring rapidly formed within it. The once ferocious and unruly Calamity Octopus suddenly quieted down, its bloodthirsty gaze becoming eerily calm, as its thick tentacles gently brushed against Tala's small hand. At that moment, a sudden chorus of bird calls resonated from above. The members of the Haotian pirate crew collectively looked up to see a massive bird vigorously flapping its wings, unleashing a powerful storm that forced some weaker individuals to stagger backward. Kong, you came, Tala exclaimed joyfully upon hearing the familiar bird call, waving her little hand. The large mutated sea eagle dove down from the sky, its claws creating deep gorges in the ground, stretching for over 10 meters. Finally stopping in front of the chubby Tala, allow me to introduce my first pet and dear friend, Kong. Tala beamed as she introduced her companion to Xia Hao and the others. A devil fruit user, perhaps? It seems so, but I remain uncertain of the exact nature of the ability. Xia Hao mused, glancing between the enormous sea eagle, Kong, and the Calamity Octopus, then at Tala, as clarity dawned upon him. I wonder if the same effect applies to fully beastified animal-type devil fruit users. If so, it would undoubtedly be an incredibly sharp weapon. Tala, would you like to go out and play? This world is vast beyond imagination. The Sky Island is merely a small part of it. Beneath the Sky Island lies an endless ocean teeming with a rich variety of wild beasts, Xia Hao remarked, casting a deep glance at Tala before recounting the beauty of this world and the thrilling adventures that awaited on the Grand Line. Experiences that would never unfold atop the Sky Island. Really? So many animals I have never heard of. Unlike the Sky Island, where there are only a handful of fierce beasts, Tala's eyes sparkled with curiosity and admiration as she listened to Xia Hao's vivid storytelling. Of course, didn't you promise me a favor? That favor is to join the Haotian pirate crew and embark on an adventure on the Grand Line with me. Go on an adventure on the Grand Line? Can I really go? That's wonderful. Tala's eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling with excitement. Yes, of course. However, before we set off, make sure to say a proper farewell to your family. Xia Hao Gidge, I don't have any family. I've been alone since I can remember. So, let's set off directly. On this island, Kong Kong is my only good friend. Now, I have another one. Yaporojitse, Tela. I was unaware of your situation. However, from now on, we shall be one family. And these people will be your family, Xia Hao said, extending his arm and ruffling Tla's little head, his tone becoming somewhat serious. It's all right. I'm used to it. Tla beamed with a broad smile, seemingly unbothered. In fact, when she heard Xia Hao refer to them as family, her heart swelled with emotion, and tears of joy welled up on her chubby face. An hour later, at the edge of Fei La Wu Li Sea Island, the Haotian ship rested steadily. Wow, what an impressive pirate ship. XiaHao Gidge, is this our ship? It's really enormous, Tla exclaimed in shock, gazing at the pirate ship that was as large as a small island. Yes, from now on, this will be your home. XiaHao replied with a smile. Mena, please take Tla to familiarize herself with the Haotian ship. All right, come along, little brother Tla. Sister will take you to explore the Haotian ship, and I promise you'll be utterly amazed, Mena said, extending her arm and taking Tla's little hand, leading her toward the garden of the Haotian ship. Watching Mena and Tla gradually disappear from view, XiaHao swiftly made his way to the bow of the ship. He closed his eyes, beginning to sense the location of the nearest flying thunder god technique mark. After 3 minutes of silence, he suddenly opened his eyes, a wild grin spreading across his face. Flying thunder god technique. XiaHao's lips parted slightly, and the colossal Haotian ship vanished from its spot. Simultaneously, in a new world, a massive dark shadow descended from the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar as ferocious waves crashed violently to the sides. New world, we have returned. The Haotian ship, a colossal behemoth, plunged heavily into the water, creating towering waves on either side and a cacophony of crashing sounds. Just as XiaHao was preparing to set sail once more for the next adventure, his Kinbunchika Haki suddenly picked up on a series of ferocious auras. Looking up, he saw several hollow gun barrels aimed at the Haotian pirate ship. A naval base? How unfortunate! XiaHao surveyed his surroundings. Noting the seagull flag fluttering in the wind and the armed Navy soldiers atop the city walls, his expression filled with resignation. Who would have thought that being randomly transported from Sky Island would land them in a naval base? However, after some contemplation, XiaHao quickly reconciled with the situation. After all, it was only natural for the wooden board marked with the flying thunder god symbol to drift with the ocean currents. It was merely a stroke of bad luck. Boss, are we surrounded by the Navy? Xing rubbed his eyes, astonished. But upon sensing the enemies around them, his expression quickly settled. Through his Kinbunchika Haki, he discerned that only 2 individuals warranted caution. The rest were merely foot soldiers, with nothing but firearms. They could not inflict harm on Xing. His physical defense, bolstered by the wind god Wyvern, would easily withstand their attacks. Indeed, but it's nothing to be afraid of. Charge forward, my comrades. XiaHao nodded, grinning widely as he issued the command under the heavy gaze of the naval base's rear admiral, Tulin. No problem, boss. They're merely a bunch of weaklings. Watch me. Upon hearing XiaHao's order, Xing leaped high into the air, transforming into his half-beast form and soaring into the sky. The howling winds followed as razor-sharp wind blades began to indiscriminately assault the naval base's defensive positions. At that moment, on the walls of the naval base, thousands of Navy soldiers raised their guns, aiming at Xing, attempting to bring him down. Meanwhile, Rear Admiral Watlin's face turned grim as he listened to his subordinate's report. Are you serious? This is the emblem of the Haotian pirate crew. Yes, Rear Admiral Watlin, this ship indeed belongs to the Haotian pirate crew, the latest vessel. And through our binoculars, we have confirmed that the individual aboard is the formidable Xia Hao, the strongest pirate of the new generation. With a bounty of 1.5 billion, the Navy major reported the latest intelligence with a serious demeanor, oblivious to the tears that had unknowingly begun to stream down his cheeks, dropping onto the ground in a steady rhythm, his body tense with anxiety. This was the awe displayed in the face of a formidable opponent, comparable to a natural disaster in terms of combat prowess, beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. Even the pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million would pose a significant challenge to capture. Damn it. Why is such a character appearing in the South Blue? Wasn't the intelligence organization saying that the Haotian pirate crew was still causing havoc in the New World? In response, the Grand Marshal of the Navy, Zhangguo, was incensed. Vice Admiral Waddling let out a heavy sigh, for he lacked confidence in overcoming such a fearsome pirate force. If the EC is deemed the weakest of the four seas, then the South Sea is a close second in weakness. Situated in the first half of the Grand Line, it is devoid of formidable pirate factions. After all, the New World serves as the true battleground for the kingship contest, a place where countless pirates flock. Thus, Vice Admiral Waddling believed his strength was sufficient to maintain the peace and stability of this jurisdiction. However, the sudden emergence of the Haotian pirate crew shattered this tranquility. The thought of annihilating them was beyond his imagination, for he was acutely aware of the disparity in combat power. Should a battle erupt, the inevitable outcome would be the total annihilation of the South Seas naval base. The Haotian pirate crew, capable of rivaling admirals and even matching the legendary pirate Whitebeard, was truly akin to a natural disaster, an almost insurmountable challenge for Vice Admiral Waddling. Yet, as a just naval officer, he could not stand idly by while the Haotian pirate crew departed. A thunderous crash reverberated from the naval base as the seemingly impregnable walls were shattered by the overwhelming force of the Haotian ship, the Xia Hao. The gates of the naval base crumbled to the ground. Simultaneously, a barrage of bullets from the naval soldiers rained down upon the crew of the Xia Hao. No matter the circumstances, they were determined to fight back. Wood release, wooden pillar wall, a wall of wood as hard as steel, rose from the ground, intercepting all the bullets. The sound of clashing echoed continuously, with the terrifying defensive power leaving only shallow white marks on the surface of the wall, mere accidents of intrusion. Are you planning to wipe us out, Navy? Xing cast his gaze downward, observing the relentless barrage of bullets raining down from the Xia Hao. The ricocheting bullets left the surrounding sturdy walls riddled with countless pits. Windblade, dance of chaos. Xing, noticing the Navy's intent to detain the Haotian pirate crew, furrowed his brow. The immense power of the wind coalesced upon his wings. With a mighty flap of his wind god wings, elongated blades infused with a terrifying aura surged forth, indiscriminately assaulting everyone at the naval base from the air. The sky filled with wind blades fell like a tempest, their cutting force striking terror into the hearts of the once confident naval officers, who now scrambled to evade the onslaught. Yet the relentless wind blades left them with no refuge. And soon, the survivors on the ground were left battered and bloodied, every inch of their bodies marred, blood seeping from their wounds, staining the earth below crimson. This is outrageous. A Zoan-type devil fruit user of the mythical beast form. Vice Admiral Waddling's complexion darkened as he surveyed Xing, realizing they were facing an adversary he could not contend with. The rare flying devil fruit ability was exceedingly difficult to counter on the boundless ocean. Moreover, Xing was a formidable pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, making it nearly impossible to catch him off guard. What should we do, Vice Admiral? Arrange the warships to encircle the peripheral waters. We only need to hold them for 3 hours. I have already reported the situation regarding the Haotian pirate crew to Grand Marshal Zhangguo. The nearest Admiral, Jiao will personally lead the warships to capture them. Vice Admiral Waddling commanded with a furrowed brow and a serious tone. Although the Haotian pirate crew appeared invincible to him, Waddling possessed a sense of justice that prevented him from allowing Xia Hao and his crew to escape. Furthermore, having just communicated with Grand Marshal Zhangguo, Waddling was aware that Admiral Jiao was vacationing in nearby waters. If he were to lead all the warships from the adjacent naval base, capturing the Haotian pirate crew would still prove to be a formidable challenge. In Vice Admiral Waddling's mind, each admiral represented the pinnacle of naval strength, true monsters in their own right. Thus, the most crucial task at hand was to delay the Haotian pirate crew, preventing their exit from the naval base and buying time. Boss, these guys are attempting to surround us and annihilate us in one fell swoop, Xing remarked as he surveyed the naval ship's position below. Surround us? What absurd notion. They truly do not comprehend their own insignificance. Let the Haotian Hao charge through them. Let them witness what a true monster is, Xing declared. his voice echoing as he observed several naval vessels blocking the exit of the base, their long cannon barrels aimed directly at the XiaHao, seemingly waiting for Vice Admiral Waddling's command to unleash their assault. Charge out! With Xia Hao's command, the helmsman of the Haotian pirate crew swiftly set the course, propelling the massive XiaHao towards the exit with increasing speed. The colossal ship transformed into a genuine behemoth, unstoppable in its momentum. What is that monstrous vessel? No way, it is charging straight at us. It's too fast. If it doesn't stop, we'll be crushed to pulp. Run, change direction. However, the Vice Admiral had ordered them to contain the Haotian pirate crew for 3 hours. If they fled, all members of the Haotian pirate crew would escape. What should they do? Their lives were at stake. They had to flee on the naval warships at the harbor entrance. As they witnessed the relentless advance of the XiaHao, despair etched itself onto the faces of the naval soldiers. The cacophony of voices filled the air, each person wearing a different expression. Retreat. This mission is a failure, and I will bear full responsibility. The captain of the warship, aligned perfectly with the path of the XiaHao, glanced at the youthful faces surrounding him, ultimately letting out a heavy sigh, unable to bear the thought of their demise. Faced with the island-sized XiaHao, few vessels on the sea could rival its size. The naval warships paled in comparison, mere minions before its might. If the naval warships did not retreat, they would only meet their tragic end beneath the crushing weight of the XiaHao, forever submerged in the depths of the sea. The XiaHao surged towards the harbor entrance with thunderous speed, unimpeded by the feudal naval vessels, exiting the naval base with ease. Damn it! As Vice Admiral Waddling watched the XiaHao escape effortlessly from the naval base, he inexplicably felt a sense of relief wash over him. The tension that had gripped him loosening at that moment. His gaze remained fixed on the receding silhouette of the XiaHao, shrouded in mystery. 3 hours later, within the South Sea Naval Base, in the office of the Vice Admiral, Waddling lowered his head as he began to report the situation. What? They got away. Damn it. When did these scoundrels even appear in the South Sea? Why was there no prior intelligence? Infuriating. At Marine Headquarters, Marineford, Grand Marshal Jean-Gui's veins bulged as he slammed his right fist onto the table, shaking his head with a sigh, feeling a sense of helplessness. What were the casualties? Grand Marshal, 150 of our men were injured, but there were no fatalities. 0? Are you certain? Of course, Grand Marshal. You may find this hard to believe, but the Haotian pirate crew descended from the sky. Vice Admiral Waddling coughed, cautiously glancing at Admiral Jiao beside him. Speaking with utmost seriousness, it seems they inadvertently entered the naval base. Hence there were no intentions of engaging in combat, resulting in no casualties. From the sky? Waddling? What nonsense are you spouting? How could ships possibly descend from the sky? Are you implying that Xia Hao came down from an island in the sky? Just as Jean-Guo was about to reprimand Waddling for his absurdity, a memory surfaced in his mind, reminding him that sky islands did indeed exist. If that is indeed the case, then the appearance of Haotian in the South China Sea can be elucidated. After all, the whereabouts of most sky islands have always been elusive. Wandering from the New World to the Grand Line is certainly within the realm of possibility. Sengoku stroked his chin, contemplating a relatively reasonable explanation for this phenomenon. It is essential to closely monitor the movements of the Haotian pirate crew. This fellow is undoubtedly a lunatic, and the peace and stability of the South China Sea rely on your maintenance. Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I assure you I will fulfill this mission. I am a man of justice and will not allow evil pirates to run rampant, Tuolin replied, his body tense with resolve. Jiao, I appreciate you making this trip. The air fell silent for a moment as Sengoku pondered. It is no trouble. However, this vacation has been shortened by half a day. General Jiao remarked with a hint of melancholy. Ahem, let's extend the vacation by 2 days. Sengoku said with resignation, well aware of his old companion's nature. After a lengthy journey, near an unnamed island in the South China Sea, the Haotian gradually approached the shore, docking the ship. Observing the chaotic town before him, XiaHao furrowed his brow, sensing an underlying instability. Nevertheless, in the face of absolute power, all phantoms and monsters dissipate. The recording pointer is expected to store magnetic data for 2 days. During this time, everyone is free to roam. However, remember the rules of the Haotian pirate crew and do not attempt to break them. Otherwise, no matter where you flee, you will be pursued relentlessly by the entire Haotian pirate crew. Looking at the exuberant crew, a smile emerged on Xia Hao's face. Yet he maintained a serious tone to offer a reminder. Hooray, I smell coconut milk, my favorite. Boss, I'm off. As soon as Xia Hao finished speaking, a Xing appeared before him with a beaming smile, uttered a brief farewell, and swiftly vanished from sight. Well, I shall join as well. I wonder if I can find some artistic inspiration, Daidatai thought before heading towards the town. I hope to encounter some rare ingredients or dishes. Maina adjusted her attire and led her small team of 3 chefs towards the town. Mengshan, what about you? Are you not coming? Seeing Mengshan remain still, Xia Hao turned to inquire. I will not go, boss. I still need to practice my punches. I will wait here for you. After all, someone needs to keep watch. Mengshan said with a simple grin, scratching the back of his head. Very well, then you can hold down the fort here. Observing the excitement of the Haotian pirate crew ahead, Xia Hao chuckled and shook his head. It seemed they had grown weary on the Sky Island. And it was the rich life of the Grand Line that the pirates truly desired. Tala, let us go. I will show you around. Xia Hao smiled down at his new companion. Oh yes, I have never been to a place with so many people before. Moreover, I smelled delicious food. A fragrance I have never encountered. The chubby Tala exclaimed, bouncing with excitement, his little nose twitching eagerly. 10 minutes later, the duo found themselves inside a ramen shop, where 2 large bowls of steaming noodles awaited them. Wow, it smells divine, boss. Look at this noodle. So large and wide, slurp, it's so delicious. Tala lifted an enormous, thick noodle with his chopsticks and, with a gaping mouth, devoured it in a storm of delight, the fragrance filling his senses. For Tala, who had never tasted noodles before, it was a heavenly experience. Before long, 1 large bowl of ramen was consumed by Tala, who now stared wide-eyed at the second large bowl before Xia Hao, involuntarily drooling at the sight. Ahem, shall I order another bowl? Absolutely. Actually, my appetite is quite small. It's just that I couldn't resist this deliciousness, Tala admitted bashfully. No worries, being able to eat is a blessing. Boss, another bowl of ramen, please. Xia Hao waved to summon the waiter for another serving. Just a moment, it will be ready shortly. 5 minutes later, boss, another bowl of ramen. Half an hour later. Boss, can I have one last bowl? Xia Hao gazed at Tala with uncertainty, glancing at the towering stack of bowls, incredulous at the thought of having recruited a gluttonous crew member. He felt his pockets, realizing they were rather light on berries, wondering if returning the purchase was still an option. Are you truly certain this is the last bowl? Before Tala could respond, the shopkeeper approached him quickly, gripping his rolling pin tightly, his tone serious. Though delighted by the profits, serving over 30 bowls in rapid succession had nearly wrecked the old man's back. Thus, he had a love-hate relationship with the chubby boy before him. If it weren't for the principle of the customer being king, he would have long since given up. Ahem, indeed, it is truly the last bowl, solely because of your superb skills, dear sir. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to consume this much, Tala hastily assured, sensing the peculiar atmosphere and the piercing gaze of the shopkeeper. Wait a moment, it will be ready soon. With the affirmation, the shopkeeper sighed in relief, finally able to rest a moment. After so many years in the business, it was the first time he had been troubled by the prospect of making money. 15 minutes later, Tala rubbed his round belly and couldn't help but let out a satisfied burp, stretching lazily with a delightful sigh. Today has been wonderful. Thank you for treating me to ramen, boss, Tala said cheerfully to Xia Hao. All right, let us go check the goods district for any necessary supplies. Xia Hao slowly stood, settled the bill, and walked out of the dining area without looking back. Finally, we are safe. Boss, wait a moment. The little chubby Tala panted as he hurried to catch up. Was that instantaneous movement just now? Boss, instantaneous? No, it was merely a simple technique known as one of the Navy's 6 styles, Sogo. To save time, I utilized Sogo instead of walking, Xia Hao explained. Oh, that is impressive, boss. Can I learn it too? Tala exclaimed with excitement. Of course, if you wish to learn, I will teach you. Xia Hao smiled and nodded. It is always a good thing to strive for strength, as acquiring new skills will provide an edge in future battles. However, for the next few days, focus on training and building a solid foundation. You are still quite young and need to grow stronger. Talop pouted slightly, feeling a bit wronged. He simply couldn't see his feet when looking down. Having a big belly is also a blessing. Some people can eat endlessly without gaining weight. Humph. XiaHao replied. That kind of blessing is hardly necessary. Suddenly, stop right there, little brat. How dare you defy me? Do you know who I am? Hand over your treasures, or neither of you will leave here unscathed. As Xia Hao and Tala strolled down the street, an angry voice rang out, followed by the sounds of objects clashing. How despicable. These funds are earned by my brother and me through hard work. Why should we give it to you? In an alleyway, a small red-haired boy stood defiantly against a group of over 10 burly, menacing men surrounding him. Why should I? Ha ha! This little brat dares to ask why. Just because my fists are larger than yours and my strength exceeds yours. Kid, you wouldn't T1 your brother to lose a leg, would you? As the notorious bully of the island, he had the upper hand against the two brothers. After all, could a mere 4-year-old truly turn the tables? Jide furrowed his brows. His small hands clenched into fists, while nearby iron objects trembled as if governed by an unseen force. Hey there, little one, how adorable you are. Threatening others at the drop of a hat. That's hardly the behavior of a true man. Came a voice tinged with mockery from Xia Hao as he stepped into the alley, just as Jide was preparing to make a bold move. Who are you? Jide's bravado was interrupted, and the rough features of the gang leader contorted in anger as he turned to glare at Xia Hao and Terra. Humph, kid, are you sure you want to meddle in this? The gang leader scrutinized the lean figure of Xia Hao, bewildered that someone dared to challenge his authority. After all, it was merely a tall young man and a chubby boy, nothing to fear. It's just an injustice I can't ignore. What's the point of bullying a child? Let me have a go at you. As soon as Xia Hao's words fell, he vanished from sight. In the next instant, a fist the size of a sandbag crashed into the gang leader's grotesque face, sending him sprawling, his hefty body colliding against the wall of the alley like a ball. With just one blow, the gang leader was dispatched, leaving all onlookers gazing at Xia Hao in trepidation. They were accustomed to bullying ordinary people, but this one was evidently different. Run! Someone shouted, and the once menacing gang members turned tail and fled. The unconscious gang leader, now embedded in the wall, was of no concern to them. After all, they had plenty of leaders to spare. Thank you. Kira, who had been hiding behind Jide, timidly expressed her gratitude, her blonde hair obscuring half her face. No need for thanks, XiaHao chuckled, ruffling the hair of the two little ones. Kira shrank back shyly, while Jide, with a hint of pride, puffed out his chest, clearly disliking the gesture. Quite a character, but mere personality without strength is of no use for protecting your brother. Besides, your devil fruit ability is still underdeveloped, XiaHao remarked, casting a glance at the defiant Jide with a calm tone. How do you know I possess a devil fruit? Jide retorted. Because I, too, am someone with special abilities. XiaHao snapped his fingers, and a sturdy branch sprouted from the ground, rapidly growing to a height of 3 to 5 meters. Wow, so sturdy, Jide exclaimed, knuckles rapping against it as he blushed in frustration while glaring at XiaHao. Little brat, can't even break through my defenses, XiaHao teased. Meanwhile, he glanced at the perfected abilities of the magnet fruit, grinning widely. What are you laughing at? I challenge you. Jide's anger flared as he perceived XiaHao's joyful expression as mockery of his own weakness. Clenching his small fists, he declared his intent to challenge XiaHao. Challenge me? Are you certain, kid? XiaHao replied, surveying the surroundings before taking a seat on a clean chair, maintaining an indifferent gaze upon Jide, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Of course, even though you just helped us, I still want to challenge you. Bring it on. XiaHao beckoned, igniting Jide's fighting spirit. Regardless of age, he was Jide, destined to become a figure of fear, a man who would one day be the next great pirate. Take this punch, Jide exclaimed, determination in his eyes as he swung his small hand toward XiaHao. Simultaneously, 2 steel pipes emerged at his sides, glinting ominously before shooting toward XiaHao with breathtaking speed. Not bad for such a young age, developing unique techniques with your devil fruit abilities. XiaHao noted with a hint of admiration in his gaze as he observed Jide's petite form executing a frontal assault while attempting a side attack, realizing he was not entirely reckless. However, his attack power was far too feeble. As the iron rods approached, XiaHao effortlessly raised his hand, pinching them between his fingers. With a flick of his wrist, the pipes flew from his grasp, piercing through the nearby wall. The sheer force left a multitude of cracks spreading like a spider's web around the impact zone. The overwhelming display of power left Jide momentarily stunned, wide-eyed at the wall that had just been breached by the iron rods. Shaking off the surprise, he focused resolutely on XiaHao, retrieving another iron rod. In the blink of an eye, XiaHao vanished again. Sensing the sudden disappearance, Jide halted his advance, scrutinizing his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Crack! A sudden sound echoed above Jide's head, leaving him bewildered as he failed to spot his opponent. The iron rod he had intended to use as a weapon was effortlessly swatted away by XiaHao. Crack! Another strike followed, leaving Jide's expression darkened with frustration. His initial confidence in the challenge had evaporated, replaced by a deep-seated anger as XiaHao toyed with him. At that moment, the power of the magnet fruit surged within Jide, causing all magnetic objects in the vicinity to coalesce and levitate around him, transforming into a colossal sword. Impressive, but ultimately superficial, XiaHao remarked, observing the massive weapon Jide had conjured. A subtle smile gracing his lips as he bent down to pick up a small iron ball controlled by the magnetic field. Miniature electromagnetic cannon. With a forceful toss, the seemingly unremarkable iron ball shot forth, zipping through the manipulated magnetic field, crackling with energy, and the resulting sonic boom shattered Jide's painstakingly constructed giant sword, leaving a gaping hole in its wake. With a resounding explosion, the once formidable weapon exploded before Jide's astonished gaze, scattering countless iron objects across the ground. Then, with a gentle snap of his fingers, all iron items in the alley began to tremble, the air thick with the magnetic field XiaHao had unleashed. In an instant, a weapon composed of iron objects, towering 5 or 6 times Jide's height, materialized between the two. Given the limited items in the narrow alley, XiaHao mused, "This is the pinnacle of what I can achieve here. Why do you possess such abilities as well?" Jide exclaimed, staring in disbelief at the colossal, sword-shaped weapon. Stretching over 10 meters long, his once formidable pride was now shattered. He was no match for XiaHao, the entire encounter akin to an adult playfully teasing a child. "Care to learn?" XiaHao replied, shaking his head without directly answering the question, instead returning the inquiry. Such extraordinary capabilities were not something he could openly discuss. Who would believe him anyway? "I do." Jide's eyes widened as he glanced between XiaHao and Kira, who was happily munching on a lollipop behind Terra. He nodded emphatically. For both his and Kira's sake, Jide yearned to learn from XiaHao, to develop new skills. Only through this could he grow stronger, wielding a power capable of intimidating foes with just a glance. He longed for strength, a life of freedom unfettered by mockery. Most importantly, XiaHao's electromagnetic cannon technique was undeniably impressive and striking, the epitome of what he envisioned for a formidable pirate. In light of this, let us commence without hesitation, unleashing all our might. I shall now elucidate the intricacies and methodologies of the electromagnetic cannon technique. Do not rush. Follow along step by step as XiaHao shares his insights. After 3 hours by the coast, under the expansive canopy of a colossal tree conjured from wood release, XiaHao, Tila, and little Gila joyfully indulged in delectable cuisine. Meanwhile, Kid, under the blazing sun, endeavored to master the small iron ball in his grasp, repeatedly assaulting the wooden wall ahead, beads of perspiration cascading down his cheeks. Yet, due to his tender age and limited control over the powers of the magnet fruit, he had yet to leave a single mark on the imposing wooden barrier. Nevertheless, Kid, undeterred, relentlessly practiced the techniques of the electromagnetic cannon, yearning for the formidable power XiaHao had effortlessly demonstrated hours prior. "I shall become stronger." Kid clenched his fist, casting a glance at XiaHao and the others lounging in the shade of the tree. Although tempted by the feast, his pride forbade him from conceding. "Brother Kid, take a break and have a chicken leg." Just as Kid attempted to divert his attention from the tantalizing food, Gila scampered towards him, clutching a large chicken leg. "What are you doing, Gila? Come back. Kid said you can't eat until you learn this technique. You mustn't disturb him, right, Kid?" XiaHao's calm, yet teasing voice made Kid retract his outstretched hand, his expression turning serious. "I'm not hungry. You go play." "Really? Then I'll eat it myself." Gila, convinced by Kid's words, opened his mouth wide and began devouring the chicken leg in front of Kid, his face smeared with grease, blissfully unaware of Kid's contorted expression. Kid exclaimed, "Gila, you little rascal. I said I'm not eating. You won't shove food in my mouth. Am I not allowed?" "You said you weren't hungry," Gila retorted. As moments ticked by, dusk descended swiftly, and the sun nearly vanished from the horizon. Xia Hao and his companions reclined on the sandy beach, comfortably basking in the sea breeze, drifting into slumber, utterly content. "Ha ha, I've done it. If it succeeded. Gila, look, I've done it." Kid's ecstatic voice broke the tranquility, prompting Gila to roll over and continue sleeping. "Therefore, love will dissipate, right?" Kid pondered aloud, his spirits seemingly low. Sensing his mood, XiaHao softly spoke, appearing before Kid and surveying the marks left on the wooden wall. Observing the iron ball embedded within the wood and the countless iron balls scattered on the ground, he felt a surge of admiration for Kid. Despite his fiery temperament and brash demeanor, one could not deny his relentless effort. Perhaps it was the absence of a protagonist's aura and background that relegated him to a supporting role in this new era alongside Luffy. If I were to guide Kid's mastery of the magnet fruit in an unprecedented direction, perhaps the future could be altered. A man capable of controlling magnetic fields could be remarkably formidable. Manipulating local magnetic fields could enable flight and enhance physical agility and endurance, while electromagnetic induction could activate cellular vitality and facilitate healing. It could be said that, with sufficient imagination, the powers of a paramecia-type devil fruit are boundless. Should the magnet fruit be developed to its utmost potential, controlling the world's magnetic fields, Kid could navigate the pirate world with ease. He could even rectify the chaotic magnetic zone of the final stretch of the Grand Line, restoring it to order. The future is indeed promising, young one. Xia Hao affectionately patted Kid's head, provoking a wave of dissatisfaction and resistance, swiftly quelled by Xia Hao's firm hand. "Enough, you practiced all day. Let's treat you to a grand feast." Xia Hao glanced at Tila, instructing him to awaken the slumbering Gila. The four of them made their way to a lavish restaurant in town, steps light with anticipation. "Wow, this place is enormous. It's my first time here." Upon entering, Gila was awestruck by the opulence of the restaurant, a first in his life to dine in such a grand establishment. Kid, though silent, radiated excitement, his gaze towards Xia Hao reflecting a subtle shift, his large eyes swirling with unspoken thoughts. An hour later, the dining table overflowed with an abundance of delightful dishes. Kid and Gila, never having tasted such exquisite food, voraciously devoured the culinary delights, their small bellies swelling round. They only paused when they could eat no more. "Do not overindulge. Beware of your stomach," Xia Hao remarked with a hint of exasperation as he observed the two little ones. I was too excited. It's my first time tasting such delicious food. I couldn't help but eat a bit more," Gila replied sheepishly. This is just a small amount. If I had the chance, I could devour 3 bowls of rice," Kid proudly proclaimed, basking in his own bravado. "Huh, a glutton indeed, a foolish little brat. Anger solves nothing. You are too weak. I shall take you as my disciple. Master, please accept this humble bow." In response to Xia Hao's jest, Kid did not react with anger this time. Instead, a smirk crept onto his face as he knelt seriously before Xia Hao, performing a respectful bow. "What? You wish to be my disciple? You jest." The unexpected display left Xia Hao momentarily bewildered. However, observing Kid's earnest demeanor, he furrowed his brow. Accepting him as a disciple? It was not out of the question. It merely represented a serendipitous investment akin to Shanks placing his bets on Luffy in the future. Kid lacked the protagonist's halo, but if he could be molded into something formidable, intriguing events would undoubtedly unfold. "Very well, but you shall only be a nominal disciple for now, as you are still quite weak. It would be rather embarrassing to disclose." Xia Hao scrutinized Kid with a hint of disdain in his tone. Really? Ha ha ha. I finally have a master. Kid laughed heartily, elated. Despite Xia Hao's constant ribbing, Kid recognized the formidable strength and terror Xia Hao possessed, yearning to become a powerful pirate since childhood. Do not celebrate too soon. I am quite strict. From this moment forth, I shall rigorously train you. You shall have no time for rest in the days to come. Xia Hao warned, dousing Kid's excitement with a bucket of cold water. The first lesson in training would be to temper Kid's reckless and prideful nature. Due to the sudden decision to take on a disciple, XiaHao instructed Tila to return ahead and relay the news to the other members of the Haotian pirates, allowing them a few more days of leisure on the island while postponing their adventure. As for when they would set sail, XiaHao intended to assess Kid's aptitude first. The following day, within the Haotian pirates' ranks, Tila recounted the recent events in detail. What? The captain has taken on a disciple? Is that true? Xing inquired incredulously, fixating his gaze on Tila, eager to ascertain the veracity of the news. Indeed, I confirm it. Moreover, he is a devil fruit user capable of controlling magnetism. Tila affirmed with a nod, a testament to his own experience. Hey, I must meet him when I have the chance. I wonder how powerful the one chosen by the captain truly is, Xing mused contemplatively. A disciple, you say? Time truly flies. The captain has already taken on disciples. Perhaps I should also seek a student to accompany me in practicing martial arts. Mengshan stroked his chin, a tone of sentimentality in his voice. It becomes rather dull to cultivate alone. Aside from Xia Hao aboard the Hao Tian, none can compete purely in strength, making it impossible to engage in sparring. The captain's disciple, you say? I shall prepare an amusing gift for him upon our departure, Dita T casually remarked, raising his head slightly. 5 days later, in a serene grove, XiaHao nodded while observing the numerous hollow marks on the wooden pillar. I must admit, Kid's talent and comprehension are quite commendable. He is akin to a reckless individual like Luffy, only becoming agile in thought during battle. Kid, come here, XiaHao beckoned, signaling him to approach. The foundational teachings and the hypothetical direction for the magnet fruit have been established over the past few days. As for how far one can develop, that depends on the user's initiative. Master, upon hearing XiaHao's call, Kid immediately halted his attack and hurried over. Their few days together had fostered a deep admiration in Kid for XiaHao, akin to the relentless flow of a mighty river. At this moment, Kid would comply with whatever XiaHao instructed. In his leisure time, XiaHao would also train and offer guidance to Jira, as he possessed some knowledge of swordsmanship, making it quite effortless to teach a child. Having imparted all necessary teachings, the path ahead must be traversed by you alone. The Hao Tian pirate group has lingered here for too long. Remaining could potentially attract the Navy. Observing Kid, who bowed his head in silence, XiaHao decided to speak frankly about their farewell. Ah, we are departing today, Kid exclaimed incredulously, feeling a sudden pang of reluctance, having come to regard Xia Hao as a true family member during this time. Yes, you must take good care of Jira. A true man does not shed tears, even when bleeding. I will, master, Kid nodded earnestly, determined not to let his brother suffer any grievances. 2.5 hours later, near the waters where the Hao Tian was docked, Xia Hao appeared with Kid and Jira not far away. Upon witnessing such a colossal pirate ship for the first time, both Kid and Jira stood in stunned amazement, their eyes wide and unblinking as they gazed at the Hao Tian. Is this really a ship? Kid's mouth fell agape, as if it could accommodate an egg, his tone uncertain due to its sheer size. Indeed, this is the Hao Tian, my ship, Xia Hao affirmed with a nod. Come, let me show you around before we set sail. As Xia Hao led Kid and Jira on a tour, they were akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden, brimming with curiosity, exploring every nook and cranny, their laughter resonating throughout the vessel. Here, this is a gift for you, and remember to train diligently. Do not bring shame to the captain. Dita T emerged from the research room, glancing at Kid before presenting him with the recently developed destruction water cannon and briefly explaining its usage before returning to the lab. Another 2.5 hours later, at the coastline, Kid vigorously waved a small hand alongside Jira to bid farewell to the crew of the Hao Tian pirate group as they set sail. Kid, when we meet again, do not disappoint me. I hope to see a confident and powerful version of you. Xia Hao smiled from the bow of the Hao Tian. I will strive hard, master. 3 days later, in an unknown sea area of the South Sea, the Hao Tian sailed merrily, its massive hull stirring up waves. Not far from the Hao Tian, 3 large vessels drifted aimlessly, showing no intent to navigate. Captain, we have spotted a special vessel ahead. Shall we make a move? A Xing rushed to Xia Hao's side on the deck, excitement evident on his face. A special vessel? Xia Hao furrowed his brow, having never encountered one before. Yes, this is what Da Hei mentioned. It appears to belong to the king of usury in the dark world. He claims it bears the mark of the king of usury, who controls over 90% of the world's usury, a fortune rivaling nations. A Xing relayed all the information he knew after some contemplation. The king of usury, Duffield, sounds intriguing. As one of the dark world's monarchs, he must be wealthy. I think we shall borrow a bit to alleviate our immediate needs. Xia Hao stroked his chin, a smirk curling his lips as a flicker of crimson light glinted in his dark eyes. Steer the ship closer. With a wave of his hand, Xia Hao commanded, and the Hao Tian swiftly altered its course, racing toward the drifting vessels of the king of usury. The rapid movement created a series of piercing sounds across the sea, and as the island-sized Hao Tian approached, the crew of the king of usury, who had been resting peacefully, were jolted awake, rushing to the deck, their eyes fixed fearfully on the horizon. When they finally beheld the Hao Tian, their faces went pale. How could they resist such a behemoth? Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Before they could react, D-to-Ti's cannon fire had already been unleashed, piercing through the once majestic ship and creating a gaping hole. Following this, a terrifying energy erupted from within, the immense shockwave obliterating the vessel, which was quickly inundated by the sea and began to sink. Sir, this is bad. We must flee. This is the ship of the notorious Hao Tian pirate group, led by the wanted Captain Xia Hao, with a bounty of 5 billion berries, beyond our capability to confront. Really? Of course, that's their wanted poster. It was indeed a dreadful day, and, as the leader of this convoy, he was merely a pirate employed by the king of usury, with a bounty of 300 million berries. Facing the Hao Tian pirate group was utterly impossible. At most, they could forego their escort fee. Ha ha ha, what a bunch of cowardly souls. They let us seize their treasure so easily. A Xing transformed into his half-beast form, soaring above the king of usury's fleet, intending to unleash a wind blade attack, only to discover that all the escort personnel had fled, leaving only a handful of core members desperately holding their ground. With a disdainful smirk, a Xing dove down from the sky, directly snapping the mast of the ship beneath him. Kill him. He is but one man. As one of Duffield's most capable aides, the formidable fighter, Cabon Charlie, who had previously slain a pirate with a bounty of 350 million berries, brimmed with confidence, believing that the only formidable member of the Hao Tian pirate group was Xia Hao, while the rest were insignificant. Even if he could not achieve victory, he could still retreat safely. The treasure chest in his possession must not be lost. Otherwise, Duffield would not let him off easily. The thought of the dark, brutal prison and its tortures made him tremble. Above him, the king of usury, Duffield, possessed a trump card, having single-handedly destroyed a pirate crew with a bounty of 630 million berries. Even in the assassin domain of the dark world, he was among the top 3 terrifying figures. Unaware of their own demise, a Xing observed the defiant crowd below, his brows furrowing as a cruel smile emerged. The wind blade coalesced wildly on his wings, the overwhelming energy distorting the surrounding space momentarily. A crescent-shaped blade of wind, over 10 meters long, rapidly formed, with a sweep of his wings. It traced an odd arc in the air, targeting the sole surviving vessel. Ah, help! Why does the attack curve? How long will this pursuit last? Alas! Why pursue only me? I shall not cease until the enemy vanishes. A Xing gazed at his creation, a subtle smile gracing his lips, filled with joy as he finally unleashed the techniques he had developed without reservation. After all, they were foes, and there was no need for restraint. Witnessing the reckless slaughter, Charlie deux expressions d'arcade. Especially as the Hao Tian approached ever closer, he could no longer hold back. if it did not act to repel Xing. Once Xia Hao and his companions arrived, there would be no escape. I shall give my all. Charlie secured the treasure chest firmly upon himself, his expression grim as he fixed his gaze upon Xing's back, his right hand transforming into a drill in an instant. As a user of the Sueran-type drill fruit, he possessed immense destructive power, rendering nearly all defenses vulnerable. Thus, should he succeed in his ambush, he could injure Xing and swiftly escape in the ensuing chaos. However, Xing, with his mastery of Ken Bunchika Haki, sensed an overwhelming threat and swiftly retreated, evading the drill's assault before it could reach him. Seeing Xing's figure vanish in an instant, Charlie's face fell. He could not believe that his reliable ambush had failed. As he beheld the Hao Tian pirate ship drawing near, his countenance turned ashen. The devil fruit granted him formidable power, yet also rendered him incapable of swimming. Thus, he had no means to leap into the sea for escape. How despicable to resort to an ambush against me. Xing glared down at Charlie from above, shouting in fury as he furrowed his brow. A long blade of wind descended from the heavens, ruthlessly aimed at Charlie, its speed so great that it was nearly imperceptible. With the ripples of space distorting, the terrifying wind blade struck in an instant. Boom! Sensing the impending threat, Charlie raised his arm to defend himself. His drill-like arm, akin to steel, was mercilessly assaulted by the wind blade. The tremendous force compelled him to stagger backward, sparks flying from his drill arm as the sound of clashing metal echoed. Ah, not bad, but can you withstand what comes next? Noticing that his wind blade had been blocked, Xing nodded in acknowledgement, then began to fervently flap his massive wings. A torrent of wind blades rained down from the sky, resembling a dense fishing net. This time, how would you respond? By the heavens, this fellow is no mere mortal. With no escape in sight, Charlie gazed up at Xing, his face pale. This creature was an anomaly, with a penchant for wicked amusement. Rumble. The ship beneath him began to crack and crumble under the barrage of wind blades, seawater flooding into the hold as it crept onto the deck. Seeing this, Charlie hastily retreated a few steps. Simultaneously, the Hao Tian pirate crew charged forth like a colossal beast toward the teetering vessel, their overwhelming force demolishing the ship. Witnessing this, Charlie steeled his gaze, his legs slightly bending as he leapt toward the Hao Tian, the massive ship granting him ample room to maneuver. Perhaps there was still a chance to survive. Yet, everything was too optimistic. Just as Charlie soared high, preparing to descend, Meng Shan advanced with great strides, his haki enveloping his immensely powerful arms. The sound of whistling wind filled his ears as a fist, the size of a sandbag, hurtled toward him. Charlie could barely register the blur before the colossal fist, infused with terrifying strength, made contact with his head, sending him crashing to the ground like a cannonball. Cough! Cough! What monstrous strength is this? Charlie spat out a mouthful of blood, staring at Meng Shan's imposing figure, his mind reeling. Was this a member of the giant race? 10 minutes later, Charlie was unceremoniously cast into the sea by Xing. As for the treasure he bore, it remained, revealing before Xia Hao and the others a treasure map, a prize that even the Dark World's emperor would covet. 3 days later, within a resplendent palace somewhere in the Grand Line, the Dark World Emperor Du Fei Heir received reports from his quaking subordinates, his expression darkening to an unprecedented degree. How dare a mere child attempt to seize my possessions? Cursed be it, I shall issue a dark bounty. Whoever captures a member of the Hao Tian pirate crew alive shall be rewarded handsomely. I will demonstrate to the world the consequences of inciting my wrath. Du fait de proclame de wise furie. Throughout the Grand Line, the incident of pirates seizing treasures quickly escalated, sweeping across the seas like a tempest. Coupled with Du Fei Heir's substantial bounty on the Hao Tian pirate crew, countless inexperienced pirates stirred with excitement, even with an exorbitant bounty. And despite being renowned as formidable pirates of the New World, many in the South Sea believed that if they united, their overwhelming numbers would lead them to victory. In their eyes, the prospect of immense wealth awaited them, oblivious to the vast chasm of strength that lay between them and the true powers of the New World. At this moment, Dozens of pirate crews in the South Sea conspired on a small island to devise plans for the eradication of the Hao Tian pirate crew. In a certain region of the South Sea, aboard the Hao Tian, the crew gathered around a table, which bore a massive treasure map. Hee, a treasure map. Boss, I wonder what riches await us. A Xing exclaimed, grinning at the spread of the map. Who knows? Let's find out. It can't hurt to check, and it seems promising, especially if it has caught the attention of the Dark World's Emperor. XiaHao replied thoughtfully. Indeed, boss. What are we waiting for? Let us set sail along the map's trajectory. Upon hearing XiaHao's reasoning, a Xing seized the treasure map and dashed towards the helm, instructing the navigator to chart a new course. Accelerate forward. A Xing joyfully waved his arms, laughing heartily on the deck. Feeling the gentle sea breeze as memories of his first voyage flooded his mind, an unparalleled joy washing over him. The entire crew of the Hao Tian reveled in the delight of acquiring the treasure map, blissfully unaware that they were being watched by dozens of pirate ships and that they had drawn the ire of the lone shark king, Du Feierda, who had issued a staggering bounty. However, even if the crew were to learn of this, it would likely not alter their spirits. As free-spirited pirates, they were unbound by external constraints. Moreover, they regarded their adversaries as mere lowly pirates, unworthy of concern. The weak band together, while the strong walk alone. The current Hao Tian pirate crew had no need to ally with external forces. One day later, the Hao Tian carved a graceful arc across the ocean. Even its massive form could drift upon the waves, generating sonic booms at medium sailing speed as the vessel's wake stirred the waters behind it. Captain, we are just 50 nautical miles from the treasure map's location. 50 nautical miles? That is ample time, XiaHao murmured in response to Xing's words. Ample time? What do you mean? Some trash has followed us. We need to clear them out, or they will dampen our spirits. In an instant, XiaHao appeared at the ship's bow, honing his kinbunchika haki to detect the hostile intent emanating from the nearby pirate ships, as well as gauging the distribution of their strengths. Trash? Xing, upon hearing XiaHao's words, cast his gaze towards the distance. In the form of the animal system Wind, God, Pteranodon, Devil Fruit, Xing's vision became extraordinarily enhanced, allowing him to see everything clearly within a kilometer radius. His eyes swept over the distant sea, where he finally discerned dozens of small black dots swiftly approaching the Hao Tian ship. The captain has become even stronger. Xing gazed deeply at XiaHao, feeling his admiration for him rise to new heights. The captain, who continuously grew stronger, was truly impressive. Xing wondered when he might attain such formidable prowess. Prepare for battle, XiaHao commanded with a decisive gesture, awakening the members of the Hao Tian pirate crew from their slumber as they hurried to assemble on the deck. They looked at XiaHao, who was intently focused on the approaching sea, filled with questions about what was happening. A group of foolish low-ranking pirates seeks to seize the treasure map. The captain is angry. Let us see how to respond. What do you all think? Xing explained to the rest of the Hao Tian crew. Seizing the treasure map? We shall see if they possess the strength for that. My fists are itching for action. I have recently developed a new fighting technique. Let us put it to the test against them. Meng Shan remarked seriously as he observed the pirate fleet taking shape in the distance, his fists clenched tightly. Art is an explosion. Just in time, I have successfully developed a new type of underwater bomb. Later, I shall treat you all to a fireworks display. D casually tossed several bombs into the sea, where they drifted away with the waves, under his maximum control, heading towards the pirate fleet that was coming to besiege them. A battle? I shall sit this one out. I've recently crafted a new dish. Once you achieve victory, I will prepare it for everyone. Mena reflected briefly before glancing at Xing and the others, who radiated confidence and formidable energy, and shook her head in response. Although she yearned for battle, her primary identity was that of a chef. Such professional matters were best left to professionals like Xing and his companions. ZZ, you should assist as well, but be cautious of D-Ti's bombs, Terra instructed as she pulled the Calamity Octopus from behind. At Terra's command, the Calamity Octopus leaped into the sea, swiftly swimming towards the distant pirate ships. As it submerged, its massive form fully emerged, transforming into a terrifying sea monster. On the Hao Tian ship, every member showcased their unique skills, demonstrating to the encroaching pirates that the Hao Tian pirate crew was not to be trifled with. Captain, something seems to be drifting our way. Due to the generous rewards offered by the King of Loan Sharks, Duffield, 31 ordinary pirate crews from the South Sea had united into an alliance, with the tank pirate crew positioned at the center. Their captain was a bounty of 200 million berries, a user of the superhuman tank devil fruit. What's the fuss? It's quite normal for things to drift on the sea, isn't it? However, I just heard a strange sound. It feels like something significant is about to occur. Captain, should we consider returning? Return? What nonsense! Do you think I am someone to be afraid of? They are merely a pirate crew. The captain of the tank pirate crew replied dismissively. But I've heard that those who can stand firm in the new world are truly formidable beings. Silence. Boom. With an enraged roar from the captain of the tank pirate crew, Dita Ti's bomb followed suit, quickly adhering to the ship's bottom, leading to a thunderous explosion that left a massive hole in a nearby pirate vessel. The tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the sea. As the 10 special tracking bombs released by Dita T drifted beneath the ships of the attacking pirate crew, detonating simultaneously, unleashing a series of deafening blasts. The once calm sea was now tumultuous, waves rolling and crashing as the powerful aftershocks pushed the accompanying pirate ships aside. The initial clash resulted in the destruction of a significant portion of the Alliance attempting to besiege the Hao Tian pirate crew, leaving them in stunned silence as they gazed at the massive Hao Tian ship, which loomed like an island. A sense of inexplicable dread permeated their hearts. Could they truly conquer such a terrifying adversary? Do not fear. All ships maintain some distance. I refuse to believe he can produce such explosive power indefinitely. The captain of the tank pirate crew shouted, his voice booming, gradually instilling resolve in his previously fearful crew. Indeed, this attack must be a hidden tactic. Let us all charge together. If we can land on the Hao Tian ship, our numbers, 600 against 30, will give us the advantage. Exactly. Think of the substantial bounty from the King of Loan Sharks. What is there to fear? Let us go for it. The Black Rose Tavern awaits us. Yes, together. Aside from Xia Hao, the rest pose little threat. We all have bounties in the millions. We can do this. Fire. Fire. Let us suppress them with our artillery. I do not believe they can withstand the bombardment from more than 10 ships. Indeed, such a massive vessel is a prime target. Charge. Let the pirates of the New World witness the terror of the South Sea pirates. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Cannonballs were launched from the Alliance's pirate ships, raining down like a myriad of candies, whistling through the air as they targeted the imposing form of the Hao Tian ship. I shall take this opportunity to test my abilities. Just as Xia Hao was about to clap his hands to activate his wood-release defense, Mayna's voice rang out beside him. She swayed gracefully to the bow of the ship, placing her delicate hands upon it, conjuring a transparent defensive shield that enveloped the front half of the Hao Tian ship. Shield defense. The thunderous sounds of cannon fire erupted in the visible range. All cannonballs seemed to explode mid-air, their powerful impact having no effect on the Hao Tian ship, which remained unshaken. No, this is impossible. What sorcery is this? The cannonballs were blocked? Damn it, what just happened? What do we do now? The cannonballs are ineffective. How can we launch an offense? That guy in the sky is infuriating. Simply resisting the wind blades is already taxing. The once confident alliance of pirate crews, witnessing the destruction of a significant portion of their ships, began to waver. They had lost half their fighting capacity before even engaging the enemy up close. How would they proceed to battle now? They struggled to comprehend that all pirates in the New World were this fearsome. Launch the attack, observing the hesitant allied fleet. Xia Hao smirked coldly and waved his right hand. The Hao Tian ship surged forward like a legendary beast, charging towards the fleet. If they wished to see the island, how could he deny them? Yet, whether they would survive remained a matter of chance. As the massive shadow of the Hao Tian ship loomed closer, the remaining members of the alliance were struck with panic, their mouths agape in terror as they contemplated fleeing. However, the supersonic Hao Tian ship surged forward in an instant, crashing through the Alliance's ships as if they were made of paper, annihilating them without a single contest. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. The captain of the tank pirate crew, witnessing the towering Hao Tian's ship, remained resolute. His arms transformed into enormous cannon barrels, firing volley after volley at the Hao Tian's ship, but alas, it was all in vain. After the Hao Tian ship was shielded by mana, it became invincible, easily withstanding mere cannonballs that posed no threat to its defenses. The Hao Tian ship effortlessly crushed the tank pirate crew's vessel, sending the once excited captain of the tank pirate crew flying. His body transformed into a meteor under the terrifying impact, vanishing in the blink of an eye. TCH, how boring. They're far too weak. I expected a more thrilling battle. Xing's figure slowly descended from the sky, landing on the deck, his expression one of dissatisfaction as he pouted. Suddenly, a ringing sound echoed from the sea, the unmistakable call of a din-din mushi. Looking in the direction of the sound, it originated from the deck of a pirate ship. Xia Hao swiftly waved his hand, and a wooden branch flew toward the source of the noise, transforming into a small wooden box to bring the din-din mushi aboard. Gada! Xia Hao answered the din-din mushi. Hello, Captain Tank. How is everything going? A man's voice emerged from the din-din mushi, cold and indifferent, causing Xia Hao to furrow his brow. Who are you? Xing interjected first. Who are you? On the other end of the line, in a quiet tavern, a lively party was taking place, and the king of loan sharks, Dufielder, instinctively inquired upon hearing the unfamiliar voice. Oh, how forgetful the wealthy can be. Just moments ago, you arranged for 1,000 pirates to hunt us down with a hefty bounty, and now you've forgotten so quickly, Mr. Dufielder. XiaHao's chilling voice resonated, causing Dufielder's previously jovial expression to shift dramatically. He had assumed that a mere rookie pirate crew could be easily subdued by the overwhelming force of 1,000 pirates. However, the outcome had been disastrous. It seemed the entire crew had been annihilated, leaving him completely exposed to the gaze of the Hao Tian pirate crew. I must say this is a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? Dufielder paused, a hint of amusement in his tone as he attempted to explain. A misunderstanding? No. The distinction of whether it is a misunderstanding is no longer pertinent. Since you dare to oppose the Hao Tian pirate crew, be prepared for retaliation. The long-stable dark world is due for a territorial reshuffle, and I am confident that there will be many interested parties, XiaHao remarked seriously, a slight smile gracing his lips. As time ticked by, a full minute passed before Dufielder's voice broke the silence from the other end. I concede this time. To show my sincerity, I will offer 2 billion bari to resolve this misunderstanding. I hope you'll accept it, Captain Xia Hao. Dufielder's voice was low and earnest. 3 days. I will wait in this sea for 3 days, and I hope you will keep your word. Otherwise, I will take matters into my own hands. Xia Hao contemplated for a moment, realizing that his earlier threats were merely a bluff. To his surprise, compensation was offered, and such a substantial sum at that. It was no wonder Dufielder was one of the wealthiest individuals in the dark world. 3 days passed, and the Hao Tian ship remained anchored, motionless, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Lone Shark King's payment. To pass the time, under Xia Hao's leadership, the crew transformed into avid anglers, catching fish with fervor, leading to an almost overwhelming daily fish feast that nearly drove them to madness. No way, Captain, it's already the 3rd day, and not a single ship has passed. That bastard wouldn't dare deceive us, would he? Damn it. Xing's expression darkened as he gazed at the empty sea, suspecting that it was all part of Dufielder's scheme, and he was ready to confront him. Stay calm. Until we have conclusive results, do not jump to conclusions. Xia Hao shook his head, recognizing Xing's impulsive nature. As time continued to pass, just as dusk began to settle, a massive transport ship sailed toward them from a distance, swiftly approaching the Hao Tian pirate crew's position. See, it's finally here, Xia Hao exclaimed cheerfully, and Xing smiled, his gaze fixed on the approaching vessel. Captain Xia Hao, my apologies for the delays. We encountered some minor troubles on the way, but resolved them swiftly. No one defies Lord Dufielder's orders, said Vassilid, Dufielder's steward, fully aware of his master's character. Thus, he was intrigued by the pirates before him, wondering what had compelled them to humbly seek reconciliation. After all, this was something even the great pirates of the New World had not achieved, yet a rookie pirate crew had managed to do so, which was remarkable. Indeed, exceptions exist in all matters, do they not? Even the Emperor of the Dark World cannot cover the sky with one hand, XiaHao replied with a smile, dismissing Vaslid's words as insignificant. He was merely an Emperor of the Dark World, and XiaHao could make him vanish at will. That's true. Vaslid cast a deep glance at Xia Hao before departing on the transport ship. Meanwhile, the crew was elated by the dazzling treasures on the deck, especially Xia Hao, who had been eyeing several system items but lacked the funds to acquire them. Now, with 2 billion berry on hand, he could purchase a considerable array of goods. 5 days later, in a tumultuous sea, waves surged higher and higher. At that moment, half of the Haotian ship was amidst the chaotic waters, while the other half floated serenely on the surface. Are you sure the record pointer is directing us here? A Xing cast a skeptical glance at the helmsman in the cockpit. Yes, indeed, Lord A. Xing. The record pointer is accurate. We are proceeding as directed. The helmsman promptly assured in response to a Xing's dissatisfied inquiry. Charge in. I must see what lies within. XiaHao began to sense the aura ahead using his Kinbunchiko haki. However, he detected nothing, observing the swirling vortexes of water around them. His desire to uncover the mysteries of the storm deepened. He had an inkling that this venture would yield abundant rewards. Understood, Lord XiaHao. Since the captain has issued the command, we shall proceed. The crew in the cockpit responded eagerly. They activated the Haotian ship's defensive mode, and the vessel erupted with astonishing speed, booming sounds echoing through the air as it navigated through the tumultuous waters, skillfully avoiding spiraling whirlpools and obstacles until finally breaking free from the chaotic zone. Boom! The Haotian ship, as large as a small hill, gradually reduced its speed, the waters on either side being pushed aside, waves crashing against the ship's hull. I never expected that at the center of this stormy chaos lies an island. Didati's voice resonated across the deck. As his words fell, Xia Hao and the others followed his gaze, spotting a strangely shaped island emerging in the distance. From afar, the island resembled a spoon, with a colossal tree, slightly withered in color, towering at its center, casting shade over most of the island's expanse. Prepare to disembark, everyone. As the Haotian ship approached the island shore, with Xia Hao's command, everyone leaped off the vessel, landing on the island's land. As the crowd settled, a gentle breeze wafted through the island, carrying with it an array of peculiar scents. Instinctively, the individuals inhaled deeply, and 2.5 minutes later, the ordinary crew members of the Haotian pirate group began to sway unsteadily, their eyes clouded with illusions. Eventually, after traversing several meters, they could no longer withstand the effects and collapsed one by one, lying on the ground. Captain, that scent was problematic. It seems we have been poisoned, Didati exclaimed, struggling to open his eyes as he addressed Xia Hao. Among the official members of the Haotian pirate group, he was the weakest in physical prowess. Even younger Tra-La surpassed him, and now he could hardly maintain his composure. Poisoned? It does not appear so. It seems more akin to a narcotic. I am uncertain whether it is a product of the island's natural environment or a result of human interference, XiaHao mused, although he too had inhaled the peculiar air. His Sharon body and the wood release ability rendered him largely immune to such mists, as any toxins would be purified by his formidable power. Half an hour later, a dense fog suddenly enveloped the island. As the breeze carried it closer, Xia Hao sniffed gently, recognizing the scent as identical to the previous one. He glanced at the snoring Meng Shan beside him, shrugging in resignation. Alas, it seems danger lurks everywhere. The path to true invincibility remains a long journey ahead. He sighed deeply. At that moment, footsteps echoed from afar. Xia Hao observed a Xing, who was teetering on the brink of slumber but fought to remain awake with sheer willpower. Without hesitation, he struck a Xing on the head, rendering him unconscious, before succumbing himself to the ground. Before long, a girl of ample stature and dressed in a physician's attire approached gracefully, shaking her head as she beheld the fallen members of the Haotian pirate group. From her chest, she retrieved a small vial and proceeded to administer drops of the liquid into the nostrils of each crew member. This is the Forbidden Island. You should leave quickly upon regaining consciousness, for this place does not welcome outsiders. Ah, the Forbidden Island? How intriguing. It seems to share similarities with the Land of Harmony, both being secluded realms reluctant to accept outsiders. XiaHao reflected, keeping his eyes closed while utilizing his Kinbunchika haki to sense the retreating presence of the beautiful doctor. Abruptly, he opened his eyes wide and slowly sat up. He held the remaining healing potion in his palm, employing his wood release to absorb and discern its effects. He found it possessed properties of purification and clarity. Glancing at his slumbering comrades, he could not help but show a wry smile as he lifted his foot and delivered a swift kick to rouse them. 10 seconds later, Xing and Mengshan were the first to awaken, rubbing their heads and rear ends in confusion, pondering why they felt pain after merely taking a nap. Hurry and wake everyone. We must vacate this area swiftly. Remember, never underestimate anyone. If the inhabitants here had malice, you would be sold before you knew it. There are many ways to achieve victory. It is not solely through brute force that one triumphs, XiaHao admonished, his tone serious as he regarded the bewildered expressions of Xing and Mengshan. Another 10 minutes passed, and thanks to the effects of the healing potion, everyone regained consciousness rapidly. XiaHao began to recount the events that had transpired. Had it not been for my formidable Shen body and would release, we might all have fallen victim. Understood? No one should be underestimated. Otherwise, you may suffer greatly, XiaHao reiterated, observing the pallor on his comrades' faces. Understood, Captain. This will never happen again, they replied in unison. Indeed, the mist is a form of enthralling artistry. If only it could be combined with explosives, deity mused. Seemingly enlightened, the others thought, what a peculiar fellow deity is becoming. We nearly faced dire consequences, and he still covets the mist's power. The deeper we venture, the thicker the fog becomes. Captain, it appears our only recourse is to rely on the wind fields we can create to shield ourselves from the mist, Xing observed, frowning at the surrounding whiteness. The healing potion's effects seem to only support our journey towards the shore. The closer we get to the edge, the lower the mist's concentration, reducing its incapacitating effects. However, to delve deeper into the island, one glance at the impenetrable fog reveals that we could hardly endure 100 meters. Very well. If that is the case, you all should return. Xing and I will proceed alone. After all, in this mist-laden realm, no one knows what may transpire. Bringing too many will not yield significant benefits. XiaHao contemplated, stroking his chin before speaking. XiaHao's unique physiology enabled him to autonomously purify the fog's incapacitating properties, while Xing could create a special zone to facilitate his breathing using his wind field. Even in the event of an unforeseen skirmish, they would remain largely unaffected. As for the others, they currently lacked self-protective measures. Moments ago, Mena had utilized her shield fruit ability to conjure a protective barrier. While it could mitigate some of the fog's encroachment, its effectiveness was not long-lasting due to the nature of devil fruits. It seems this is our only course of action. You all should return to the Hao Yin. Xing and I will suffice. Xing declared proudly, his excitement palpable, particularly as he glanced at Mengshan, reveling in his recent victory over their previous stalemate. How dull! Mengshan rolled his eyes dramatically and turned away towards the Hao Yin, refusing to give Xing further opportunity to boast. Having spent considerable time together, Mengshan understood that acknowledging Xing would only lead to endless bragging. Huh, you are merely envious. All right, let us set forth, XiaHao remarked, shrugging at the childish banter between the two. Coming, Captain, Xing exclaimed, his demeanor shifting in an instant as he cheerfully followed Xia Hao towards the island's core. The Forbidden Nation must harbor secrets unknown to the outside world, Xia Hao mused, walking briskly with a strong sense of direction, navigating confidently without losing his way. Half an hour later, Xia Hao and Xing finally reached the heart of the island. Here, the thick fog dissipated, revealing an exceptionally bright area. Looking up, they beheld a massive, somewhat withered tree, its thick roots intertwined, branches casting a vast shadow over a kilometer radius. The sight of a tree so large that it required more than 10 people to encircle it left Xia Hao and a Xing in awe. What a colossal tree. I wonder how many years it has taken to grow to this size. A Xing exclaimed in wonderment. Indeed, it is immense, but its vitality appears to be waning, as if it has reached its end. Without intervention, it may soon perish and wither completely, Xia Hao observed, his professional gaze fixated on the colossal tree. Really? Captain, will this tree die? That would be such a pity. It has lived for so long, a Xing lamented, his expression dimming slightly at Xia Hao's words. However, there is a way to help it survive, though it may entail some complications, Xia Hao replied, his brow furrowing slightly as he spoke in a calm tone. Cough. Can you truly revive the Tree of Legacy? Just then, an ancient voice emerged from the side, turning towards the source. They saw a frail old man being supported by a tall, voluptuous doctor, who was helping him navigate through the mist. His expression filled with excitement as he gazed at Xia Hao. Ah, there are indeed people living on this island, a Xing exclaimed in surprise. Did you not see it with your own eyes? Xia Hao's lips curled into a subtle, almost imperceptible arc before he spoke. Young friend, I beseech you to enlighten me. Can this tree indeed survive? Observing the hushed conversation between the two individuals, the elder hastily inquired once more. It can be revived. I possess the means to restore it. However, why should I undertake such a task? What are you willing to offer in return? XiaHao replied with a slight smile, continuing, a price? I have heard that outsiders are fond of glittering treasures. If you enable the survival of the Zhichuan tree, everything shall be yours. Let be as you say. XiaHao remarked while glancing at the Zhichuan tree. In a flash, he appeared at its roots, gently placing his hand upon it. A vibrant green light emanated forth, enveloping the tree in its glow. The emerald energy swiftly coursed through Xia Hao's arm into the massive roots of the tree, infusing it with potent life force. As Xia Hao channeled vitality into the Zhichuan tree, the once withered and yellowing branches gradually transformed into a lush green, the aura of impending death dissipating in an instant. The once curled branches unfurled rapidly, alive once more. Look, it has revived. Truly miraculous. The Zhichuan tree symbolizes hope for us all. If it had perished, I would have been heartbroken. This is a divine intervention, sent to save us. I had lost all hope, yet here we are. The Zhichuan tree has indeed been restored. Laughter erupted. This time, it must be right. I am certain I shall pass the physician's examination. The joyous chatter swelled around them, as the previously desolate area filled with people, all donned in medical attire, leaving a Xing astonished at the sheer number of inhabitants on the island. For a full half hour, the wilted leaves of the Zhichuan tree vanished entirely, replaced by a vibrant canopy of greenery. In mere minutes, the interwoven branches thickened, the powerful life force causing them to swell in girth. The restoration is complete. Xia Hao clapped his hands, turning his gaze to the elder in front of him, a confident smile gracing his features. Thank you, young friend. Thank you, the elder exclaimed, visibly elated, taking several cautious steps forward before reaching out with his frail, bony hand to gently touch the Zhichuan tree. I never imagined I would witness the Zhichuan tree in its prime in my lifetime. I can die without regret. Hurry, gather the life water. The elder suddenly turned, his eyes locking onto the dazed crowd nearby, his voice booming with urgency, resonating throughout the area. The previously stunned individuals sprang into action, frantically retrieving their tools and approaching the Zhichuan tree's branches to collect the crystalline dew that dripped from its leaves. What is this? Xia Hao furrowed his brow, glancing inquisitively at the elder. Ha. This is the life water crucial to the vitality of everyone on our island. Thanks to you, young friend. Reviving the Zhichuan tree, you have saved us all. The elder laughed heartily, his gaze towards Xia Hao brimming with gratitude. I am Mo Xian, the chieftain of this island. I am deeply grateful for your life-saving grace. Should you make a request, I shall do everything in my power to fulfill it. Greetings. I am Xia Hao, a pirate who fortuitously passed through this maritime expanse and found my way ashore. Xia Hao began recounting his encounter with a Xing and the others, causing Mo Xian's brow to furrow. No wonder you are so formidable. You are a pirate. Many years ago, I encountered a band of pirates, each possessing monstrous powers capable of wreaking havoc. However, I later heard they were disbanded for various reasons, and I lost track of that pirate crew. Mr. Mo Xian, what do you mean by saving all your lives? Xia Hao pondered for a moment before inquiring. The life water cannot possess such a formidable name without reason. Ah, I knew you would ask. This tale is rather lengthy. In truth, everyone on this island is both a patient and a healer. A century ago, a group of terminally ill youth embarked on a ship, filled with hope, in search of the legendary life tree that cures all ailments. Eventually, they arrived at this island, where they discovered that the dew from the Zhichuan tree could heal diseases and significantly delay the onset of symptoms, granting the dying a chance at life. Thus, they settled here. However, on a moonless night, this tree, which embodied the hopes of all, transformed into a harbinger of death, releasing a narcotic mist that caused everyone to fall into a deep slumber, with most never awakening again. Mo Xian began to shake his head, sighing as he recounted the historical events of the island's inhabitants. Now, everyone on this island suffers from hereditary diseases, surviving as long as they can, relying daily on the dew from the Zhichuan tree. However, 6 months ago, the tree unexpectedly suffered a calamity. Its leaves withered en masse, and the roots began to rot, causing the production of dew to dwindle from several dozen liters a day to half, and as time passed, it became increasingly scarce. In an instant, all vitality faded until today, young friend Xia Hao, when you arrived, a tree that embodies both life and death. How intriguing. Indeed, every endeavor carries its risks, Xia Hao mused, shaking his head in disappointment. Initially seeking a qualified ship doctor, he found himself amidst a community of fragile lives. Moreover, without the support of the Zhichuan tree's dew, no one could ascertain how long they might endure after leaving the island. What a pity. A lineage of healers spanning centuries, yet not a single one can venture out to sea. Do you require a physician? Mo Xian, who had remained silent, lifted his gaze to Xia Hao. Then his eyes turned to his eager granddaughter, Kuli. A sudden determination crossed his face as he spoke. Indeed, while I have never fallen ill, a pirate crew is too vast. Not everyone can remain unscathed. Thus, a competent ship doctor is of utmost importance, especially during prolonged adventures. XiaHao nodded earnestly. Then, let Kuli accompany you on your journey. What? She's coming with us? Kuli exclaimed. I am the most exceptional student of grandfather Mo Xian. No peer can rival my medical skills. How dare you doubt me? Her indignation flared as she nearly blinded Xia Hao with her dazzling white skin. Ah, it is not a question of your skills. Merely a concern that without the Zhichuan tree's dew, you may not endure long at sea. Ha! Fear not, young friend Xia Hao. Kuli is an exceptional anomaly on this island. 3 years ago, she playfully ventured to the coast and stumbled upon a peculiar fruit, what you might refer to as a devil fruit. Upon consumption, she gained the ability to control viruses. Thus, the hereditary ailments that plagued her vanished entirely. How remarkable! So, beautiful lady, would you care to join me on my ship for an adventure along the Grand Line? Xia Hao promptly extended an invitation. Well, considering grandfather Mo Xian's favorable opinion of you, I shall agree, Kuli proclaimed, her neck arching gracefully like that of a swan, her expression rife with pride. Such an audacious young lady. However, at last, the Haotian pirate crew has secured a competent ship doctor. Xia Hao chuckled, watching Kuli sway her head. After a day, Kelly finally completed her packing. As she gazed at the towering stack of medical books, Xia Hao felt a mix of emotions, unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow. Throughout the day, he learned from old master Mo Xian about Kelly's dream of becoming the world's most skilled physician, traveling the globe, and developing a special medicine to cure the hereditary diseases plaguing Mozirio Island. Xia Hao, you must take good care of Kelly. If not, I shall not spare you, even if it costs me my life. Old Master Mo Xian said solemnly, looking at Xia Hao. After all, Kelly had been raised by him since childhood, akin to a beloved granddaughter, and had never faced any grievances. With this departure, who knows how many years it would be until they met again. The world is unpredictable, and fate can be as twisted as a long intestine wrapped around a small one. Rest assured, Mr. Mo Xian, the entire Haotian pirate crew is one big family. and Kelly will never suffer any injustice. After all, she is our precious ship's doctor. Xia Hao nodded earnestly at Old Master Mo Xian's admonition, feeling the love and concern akin to that of family. Ha ha ha, I believe in you. Old Master Mo Xian patted Xia Hao's broad shoulder, a genuine smile finally gracing his face, as if he had truly let go. After all, children grow up and develop their own dreams. The world is vast, and exploring it can be beneficial. Perhaps it might even help Kelly resolve her long-held worries. If one day the peculiar hereditary disease on the island could be cured, he would be able to share the good news with his old comrades in the afterlife. Xing, it's up to you. As Kelly approached the two with a beaming smile, XiaHao turned his gaze toward Xing and spoke in a calm tone. No, no way, hurry. Xing, feeling exasperated by Xia Hao's unwavering gaze, rubbed his forehead in resignation. Ultimately, he relented, and in his fully beastified form as a Fengshan Elong, a massive flying dinosaur with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters emerged. The overwhelming presence of this creature instilled fear in the hearts of the residents of Mozirio Island, who looked on in trepidation at the sudden appearance of the colossal beast. Is that the same young man from before? Old Master Mo Xian trembled as he pointed at Xing, speaking cautiously. Indeed, like Kelly, he possesses the abilities granted by devil fruit. However, Xing consumed a Zoan-type devil fruit that allows him to transform into a Fengshan Elong, which is more combat-oriented, XiaHao explained with a smile, observing the terrified crowd. Ah, I see. The outside world is truly marvelous. Old Master Mo Xian exclaimed in astonishment, then bravely reached out his frail arm to touch Xing's remarkably muscular thigh. Young man, you are quite strong, reminiscent of my youth. XiaHao, Xing, and Kelly. Hey, this old man is quite bold. Ahem, Mr. Mo Xian, farewell. XiaHao pretended to cough a couple of times, then patted Xing's sturdy back. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind erupted as Xing soared into the sky, leaving behind a cloud of dust that caused Old Master Mo Xian to cough incessantly. These little rascals have no respect for their elders. Old Master Mo Xian chuckled, tears streaming down his face as he watched Xia Hao and the others grow smaller in the distance until they became mere specks. 10 minutes later, a massive shadow loomed over the Haotian, revealing the trio of Xia Hao, Xing, and Kelly. As they gazed down at the eager crowd below, Xing couldn't help but let out a loud roar, while Xia Hao waved cheerfully. Huff, huff. Xing landed on the vast deck of the Haotian, and the crew stared in astonishment at the addition to their ranks. Indeed, there were people on the island. Not only that, but their captain had brought someone back with him. Captain, who is this? Tila asked, looking at Kelly with a hint of confusion. This is our new crew member, Kelly, a highly skilled doctor. She will be our ship's physician from now on. Moreover, Dai Tai, if you wish to elevate your explosive artistry, you might seek Kelly's assistance. She is a paramecia-type virus fruit user. Although she cannot create the unique mist that exists on the island, she can produce other potent toxins. Whether Kelly will collaborate with you depends on your sincerity. XiaHao briefly introduced Kelly to the crew, emphasizing their bond as shipmates. Hello, my name is Mena, and I am the chef aboard this vessel. Mena looked at the voluptuous Kelly with a hint of envy, pondering why someone so young could be so well-developed. Hello, Sister Kelly. I'm Tila, a combatant and part-time pet caretaker on this ship, Tila said with a beaming smile directed at Kelly. Hello, my name is Mingshan. I am Dai Tai, a man who enjoys studying explosive art. I have recently become fascinated with new gas bombs. I look forward to working with you. Greetings, Lady Kelly. I am Datu, the ship's helmsman. Lady Kelly, I am a lookout, and my greatest passion is observing distant landscapes. One by one, everyone aboard the Haotian introduced themselves. Kelly, initially nervous, felt her heart calm in the warmth of their enthusiasm and proceeded with a detailed introduction of her medical journey. 2.5 hours later, as the sky gradually darkened, Mena declared, Everyone, to celebrate Kelly's arrival, I have decided that tonight's dinner will feature the dazzling starlight fish feast. Really? Long live Sister Mena. I can finally enjoy this delicacy again. Tila exclaimed, jumping with excitement, nearly drooling. The last time I tasted the starlight fish was when I first joined the Haotian pirate crew. Starlight fish, what a delicious name I haven't heard in ages. I want too, Sister Mayna, a Xing shouted, raising 2 fingers in excitement. The best food. I would call it the strongest culinary delight in the fish kingdom. It is a magnificent artistic dish, Dai Deitai praised earnestly. Hearing you all say that, I must indulge in 2 as well, Kelly responded, her eyes sparkling at the sight of a Xing and the other's enthusiasm. Ha ha, you must savor it well. This fish is a rare treasure, found in special sea depths, and is difficult to catch. XiaHao glanced at the crew with a hint of helplessness, thinking, it's just a fish. Why such a frenzied attitude? By the way, Captain, where are we heading next? To the East Sea. I have something I need to do, XiaHao replied, his gaze fixed towards the East Sea, his expression serious against the sea breeze. The East Sea? The weakest sea? Tila exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Xia Hao's words. As time passed, Tila, hailing from Sky Island, had learned about the hierarchy of pirate power along the Grand Line, and the East Sea was often regarded as the weakest. Even the legendary pirate King Roger was referred to as such. The weakest sea? Kelly inquired, puzzled. Indeed, the weakest sea. There are many rumors surrounding this label, but I believe it mainly stems from its location in the first half of the Grand Line, where the general strength of pirates is low. Additionally, there is an exceedingly powerful marine officer who frequently returns home. Thus, there are hardly any large pirate crews, as even the former pirate King Roger would not choose to engage in a fierce battle here. Xia Hao sighed, explaining to Kelly, who appeared bewildered. It is merely a title. Well, the weakest sea. The East Sea has given rise to the legendary pirate king, Roger, who ushered in the era of great pirates. One day, I, too, shall become a man capable of astonishing the world. Xing scoffed. Hailing from the East Sea, he despised when others referred to it as the weakest. In his eyes, the East Sea was the mightiest of all maritime realms. After all, why else would it produce notorious pirates who incite excitement, fury, and even fear across the globe? Well, for ordinary folk, the label of the weakest sea is rather endearing. It symbolizes peace. To the outside world, we pirates are seen as evildoers, and being from the weakest sea is not inherently negative. The external opinions hold little weight. It is our own strength that will silence all dissenting voices. Xia Hao observed Xing, whose expression was somewhat agitated, and spoke in a calm tone. I understand, boss. Now, let's attend to our own matters. After dinner, we must set sail for the East Sea without delay. Xia Hao waved his hand, shattering the previously somber atmosphere. He then grabbed a fishing rod from nearby and made his way to the bow of the ship, a pastime he indulged in during moments of boredom. Wait, boss. I want to join you. I have yet to catch a sea king. This time, I shall certainly succeed. Tella exclaimed, eagerly trailing after Xia Hao. Time slipped away like sand through fingers, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. The East Sea, typically a tranquil expanse, was today shrouded in ominous black clouds. As the formidable silhouette of the Hao Tian approached, a cheerful shout rang out, announcing, Lord XiaHao, we have arrived in the East Sea. This joyous exclamation jolted Xia Hao from his meditative state. He swiftly appeared at the grand bow of the Hao Tian, gazing at the calm sea, a subtle smile gracing his lips. What a long-awaited sensation. Xing emerged from the cabin, rushing to the bow with excitement. Let us proceed. This is not our destination. After taking in the scenic beauty, Xia Hao began issuing commands to the Azure Ocean. Understood, Lord Xia Hao, just watch. We shall arrive in record time. The two nodded vigorously, then hastened into the Hao Tian's cockpit to set sail, once more according to Xia Hao's new coordinates. The Hao Tian continued forward, and after an hour of sailing, the lookout called out from the mast, Lord Xia Hao, a pirate ship has been spotted 30 nautical miles ahead. The captain appears to have a peculiar red nose. A red nose? Are you certain? Xia Hao's expression shifted in surprise as he hurried to the front of the Hao Tian, using a telescope to peer into the distance. At that moment, he caught sight of a familiar figure, his face breaking into a joyous smile. Ayo, bring the ship closer. A sudden wave of mischief washed over him, and he began directing with enthusiasm. The previously steady course of the Hao Tian accelerated rapidly, charging directly towards the pirate crew ahead. Meanwhile, aboard the Buggy pirate cruise ship. Buggy, one of the interns of the legendary pirate King Roger, was gleefully examining a treasure map, his latest masterpiece acquired from a formidable pirate crew. "Treasure, here I come," Buggy thought with satisfaction. "Captain Buggy, trouble is brewing. A pirate ship is approaching." A frantic voice interrupted Buggy's musings. "A pirate ship? Umph. Do they not know who I am in the East Sea?" Buggy scoffed dismissively, unperturbed by the news. But what? Kabaji and Machi. You two go and handle this." Buggy waved his hand, cutting off his subordinate's words. "Umph. We shall return swiftly, Captain Buggy." It is truly surprising that there are still those in this sea who are unaware of the Buggy pirate crew. Such insolence. 3 minutes later, Kabaji, Machi, and the lion Ricky looked upon the colossal Hao Tian from Buggy's ship, their expressions sorrowful. They turned to their fellow pirate, eyes filled with despair. "Damn it, why didn't you say something sooner?" Kabaji shouted in frustration. "Captain Buggy, we must run. This is no ordinary pirate crew. It is enormous, resembling an island." Machi exclaimed in a panic as he rushed into Buggy's cabin, breathless. "What? Are you joking? How could such a pirate ship exist? I refuse to believe it." Buggy glared at Machi, then angrily tucked the treasure map beneath his chest and stormed onto the deck. Seizing the lookout's telescope, he took a look for himself. "No, this is terrifying. Ao, retreat at full speed," Buggy commanded, instructing his crew to escape as swiftly as possible. Watching the Buggy pirate crew abruptly change course to flee, XiaHao's smile widened. "Truly, Buggy, you remain as agile as ever. However, after all these years apart, I cannot allow you to escape." XiaHao's body sank slightly, lifting his hand to harness the magnetic force, rising gracefully into the air before activating his speed skill. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the Buggy pirate cruise vessel. 3 seconds later, aboard the Buggy pirate cruise ship, Xia Hao beamed down at Buggy, exclaiming, "Buggy se sai biulidana. Buggy, sasibulidana." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Buggy looked up and immediately spotted Xia Hao, whose striking features melded seamlessly with his memories. "Is that a ship in the distance? Why does it resemble a small island?" "Xia Hao, how did you end up in the East Sea?" Buggy asked, a mix of excitement and confusion in his voice. "I had matters to attend to and thought I would check on you, Buggy." "It seems you've been doing quite well over the years," Xia Hao remarked, surveying the vessel's decorations and interior with a smile, utilizing his observation hockey. It appears Buggy's strength has improved significantly, several times greater than when they parted, yet still slightly inferior to his own. "Of course. Do you not inquire about my dominion over this region? Within a radius of 500 nautical miles, I am the law," Buggy declared proudly, patting his chest, clearly reveling in his prosperous life. "Ha ha ha, I see. But it seems your strength hasn't grown much, and your 2 recruits are a bit lacking," XiaHao teased, grinning at the unabashedly pleased Buggy. "Cough. You think anyone can be as monstrous as you? Their abilities under the tutelage of me, the great Buggy, have become formidable in the East Sea." Buggy's expression darkened, gazing at Xia Hao with a mix of exasperation and admiration. In recent years, Xia Hao has indeed made quite a name for himself in the New World. Reflecting on their days in the Roger pirate crew, Xia Hao's renown has eclipsed that of the other 2 interns, with a bounty that is the highest among them. As for Shanks, that rascal's reputation has dwindled, and he has yet to create any major incidents, still some time away from seizing the gum-gum fruit. "You are correct. I am indeed strong. Ha-ha." Xia Hao narcissistically agreed with Buggy's assessment, determined to pursue the path of invincibility and become the mightiest man. "Boss, you are far too fast. Why do you not wait for us?" At this moment, a Xing's voice resonated as the colossal Haotian pirate ship cast a vast shadow over the entire Buggy pirate ship. The 2 vessels standing side by side, resembling the juxtaposition of a grandfather and a grandson. "Ha ha, it has been many years since we last met, my dear friend," Xia Hao remarked, waving his hand. "This ship is truly magnificent, Xia Hao." "It is utterly terrifying," Buggy expressed, gazing in awe at the behemoth before him, his mind swirling with emotions. "Shall we go for a tour?" "Absolutely, lead the way," Buggy exclaimed with delight, and in the next instant his upper half detached, soaring towards the Haotian ship. What on earth is this? Xing stared in astonishment at the dismembered Buggy, his eyes wide open. Truly, he was a friend of their captain, displaying an absurdity that indicated he must be a formidable man. Oh no, Captain Buggy has left his lower half behind again. Kabaji shrugged helplessly, watching Buggy's upper half land on the Haotian ship. He quickly gathered his lower half and leapt aboard, only to be taken aback by the opulence and splendor before him. Was this truly a pirate ship meant for adventure, rather than a mere sightseeing vessel? Meanwhile, Mochi, who had just jumped aboard riding a lion, stood with his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate a basketball. Welcome, esteemed members of the Buggy pirate crew, XiaHao said cheerfully, leading the way. Mena, I must trouble you again today. Please prepare a grand feast for the entire crew. We must celebrate our reunion. Understood, Captain, Mena replied, glancing at the multitude of pirates before her, shrugging in resignation. Thankfully, she had many assistants in the kitchen now, as she usually only catered to core members. Otherwise, she would be overwhelmed with the rhythm of constant celebrations. The treasures amassed by the Haotian pirate crew were largely hoarded by Xia Hao, while the remaining opportunities were spent on feasting. Thank you for your hard work. Speaking of feasts, our last one was during the captain's farewell. How swiftly time has passed. 4 or 5 years have gone by. Buggy mused, reminiscing as he observed Xia Hao's spirited demeanor. Indeed, time flies. We have both pursued our dreams aboard our respective vessels. Xia Hao nodded in agreement. Now lift your spirits, Buggy. Remain steadfast in the grand line. Perhaps the future holds surprises beyond your wildest dreams, he added with a subtle smile. Surprises? Have you acquired Captain John's treasure map? Buggy pondered, his eyes lighting up with excitement as he considered this possibility. Well, not exactly, XiaHao shrugged. Only you could make such a leap to treasure maps. Perhaps in some hidden corner, it might indeed come into your possession, XiaHao replied, patting Buggy's shoulder. However, the treasure map is most likely in a new world. Are you truly not considering returning there? It is not yet time. You know my situation. My strength is still insufficient. Just witnessing the monsters of the new world. Like Whitebeard is daunting. I once boasted about dyeing his beard red, but I fear I would be soundly defeated if I ventured there. Buggy spoke with a somber tone. Although Xia Hao's guidance and training had significantly enhanced his abilities, he still felt insecure about entering the new world. He had never engaged in a battle without confidence. Not yet time. Indeed, I seem to have hit a bottleneck. Once I break through it, I believe I can ascend to a first-rate combatant. At that point, I shall naturally venture to the new world, Buggy stated earnestly, extending his hand as the tranquil air around them began to crackle like shattered glass. Yet, Xia Hao sensed that the power was not overwhelming. He could easily defend against it with sheer physical strength, even without hockey. Well then, I wish you luck. However, Buggy, if you remain in the East Blue, should someone with a straw hat appear in your territory, remember to. Really? XiaHao, I assure you I shall. Buggy interrupted, astonished. But has your Kinbunshiku hockey developed to the point of predicting the future? Truly remarkable. Buggy's mind raced as he realized he could no longer keep pace with Xia Hao. Predicting the future? Even Captain Roger seemed unable to achieve that, he mused. Unbeknownst to Xia Hao, Buggy had already envisioned him as the world's foremost individual. Come now, Buggy. Let me treat you to delicacies retrieved from the depths of the sea, rare treasures that few can savor. Xia Hao, oblivious to Buggy's lofty perception of him, led the way to the dining area, where the enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. Really? I must savor this. By the way, you truly know how to indulge, don't you? I am in dire need of a cook aboard my ship. I shall certainly hire one tomorrow. Buggy inhaled deeply, reveling in the delightful scent, though unaware of the implications of his words. An hour later, aboard the expansive deck of the Haotian, nearly 100 pirates joyfully feasted, the song Bink Sake resonating throughout the sea. In the distance, several vessels spotted the striking pirate flag and quickly retreated from the area, hastily spreading the news, resulting in a prolonged absence of ships for over 10 days. However, the Haotian pirate crew and the Buggy pirate crew remained blissfully unaware of this, showing no interest in the matter, for Xia Hao was indifferent to it. The banquet continued for an entire day and night. As Xia Hao and Buggy reminisced about their time as apprentices in the Roger pirate crew, sharing laughter and moments of silence. The name Shanks frequently surfaced in their conversation, revealing Bucky's enduring regard for him. Let's strive together, Buggy, for our dreams. Xia Hao raised his cup, clinking it forcefully against Bucky's. The crimson liquid sparkled in the sunlight, resembling a beautiful painting. At that moment, both Xia Hao and Buggy wore genuine smiles, celebrating a long-awaited reunion and cherishing the wonderful memories of their time in the Roger pirate crew. For our dreams, cheers! Buggy gazed at his cup and downed its contents in one gulp. If you plan to venture into the New World, you must pass through Sabaody Archipelago. Be sure to visit Mr. Rayleigh. He is now a renowned coding master on the island. Xia Hao recounted a peculiar incident involving the world-famous Silvers Rayleigh, recalling how he had once sold himself. Ha ha ha. Typical of Mr. Rayleigh. He certainly has a knack for the bizarre, which brings back fond memories. Buggy laughed heartily, reminiscing about amusing times. A day later, standing aboard the Hao Qian, Xia Hao smiled as he waved energetically at Buggy on his ship below. Buggy, see you in the New World. Indeed, see you in the New World, Xia Hao. As he gazed at the increasingly distant Hao Qian ship, Buggy let out a deep sigh, his expression returning to normal. He turned his attention to Kabaji and Moshi, speaking earnestly. From this day forth, everyone must intensify their training and strive for strength. I, Buggy, shall make a grand entrance into the New World. The New World? I've longed to venture there. Rest assured, Captain Buggy, I will exert my utmost effort. I once aspired to be a great swordsman, Kabaji exclaimed, casting aside his unicycle and gazing fervently at the sword in his hand, his face serious. I feel the same way, Captain Buggy. I will become an even mightier beast master. When the time comes, I shall certainly capture 2 sea kings to assist you. Moshi pledged, thumping his chest. Yahaha! With you 2 exceptional talents by my side, I am filled with joy. Wait for me, New World. I, Buggy, shall return. Buggy announced excitedly, waving the pirate flag in his hand, addressing the eager crew below. Long live Captain Buggy. Let us break into the New World and show those great pirates that Captain Buggy is the strongest. As soon as Buggy's words fell, the pirates erupted into a fervent cheer, their voices rising with excitement. None could have anticipated that Captain Buggy was not only acquainted with but also friends with prominent figures of the New World. Due to the secretive nature of Xia Hao and Buggy's conversations, the members of the Buggy pirate crew were unaware that Buggy had once been an intern in the Roger Pirates alongside Xia Hao. They assumed he was merely speaking of friends from his travels. Nevertheless, this knowledge was enough to incite wild enthusiasm within the entire Buggy pirate crew. For the reputation of the Hao Qian pirate crew was formidable. On the deck of the Hao Qian ship, Xia Hao lay on a lounge chair, resting with his eyes closed, the gentle sea breeze caressing his face. He felt an immense sense of joy as he unconsciously absorbed the natural power from the air more rapidly. We must accelerate. We must reach Dawn Island's windmill village before nightfall. In the cockpit, the idle Aixing was fervently directing the helmsman, as the monotony of a long voyage was proving tedious. This speed is already quite swift, Lord Aixing, but to further enhance it, we would require Lord Xia Hao to personally unlock the permissions. Otherwise, there is little I can do, the helmsman replied helplessly, shrugging. Ahem, there is no need for that. This speed is quite satisfactory, Aixing remarked. Casting a glance at the napping Xia Hao, a shiver ran down his spine at the thought of waking him. Aixing had once attempted to rouse Xia Hao from slumber, an experience that haunted him ever since. Even in his sleep, Xia Hao had unleashed formidable attacks that were utterly unpredictable, nearly resulting in Aixing's demise by the poisonous dragon vanishing magic. In Aixing's mind, Xia Hao was an unfathomably powerful man. As moments ticked by, the Hao Qian ship finally arrived near Dawn Island, and after a brief inquiry, they set their course for Windmill Village. 3 hours later, the Hao Qian ship leisurely sailed along the coast of Windmill Village, powerful waves crashing against the shore. Xia Hao gazed at the charming village before him, a smile gracing his face as he prepared to step onto the land. Just then, a thunderous crash of waves announced the emergence of a colossal creature resembling an enormous loach, magnified thousands of times, the king of the near sea. With a fearsome roar, it opened its massive maw, lunging toward Xia Hao. Just as the stench of its mouth was about to engulf him, a razor-sharp wooden spear pierced its body. Blood dripping into the sea, staining the water crimson. Now for a feast. Tonight's dinner will be the roasted king of the near sea, Xia Hao declared, observing the lifeless creature. He crafted wooden skewers and expertly prepared it for cooking, tossing the once mighty beast onto the deck to await Mayna's culinary magic. Yay! Barbecue is my favorite, Tila exclaimed, bouncing with joy upon hearing Xia Hao's words. Since arriving in the Grand Line, Tila had been utterly captivated by the local delicacies, far surpassing the monotonous flavors of Sky Island. The king of the near sea? What kind of title is that for such a feeble sea creature? Aixing murmured to himself, watching Xia Hao at work, feeling perplexed. In Aixing's understanding, a king must be extraordinarily powerful, akin to the pirate king. Yet this so-called king of the near sea was defeated in a single blow, leaving him bewildered. Ha ha, do not dwell on it. Aixing, trust your judgment. This title is merely a jest. Xia Hao smiled, sensing Aixing's disbelief. The king of the near sea? It is simply a playful title. For in the future, it will be the same creature that bites off a limb of the red-haired Shanks, marking the origin of the gamble in the New World. Oh, I see. You startled me there, Captain. I thought I had misjudged. Aixing chuckled, redirecting his gaze toward the king of the near sea, patiently waiting for the feast to be prepared. You all stay anchored here for now. I will explore the island alone and return before dinner. Xia Hao instructed the crew of the Haoyan pirates, then vanished from sight, reappearing on the streets of Windmill Village. He observed the bustling thoroughfare filled with vendors, calling out to passers-by, and made his way forward, eager to inquire about the specific location of Gerbo Mountain, needing to consult the local residents. After all, based on his recollection, Xia Hao only had a vague sense of direction. Gerbo Mountain? What do you want to go there for? There are terrifying mountain bandits who devour people and spit out bones. Young man, are you courting death? A ramen shop owner warned, his expression changing upon hearing Xia Hao's inquiry about Gerbo Mountain. Just curious. Could you point me in the right direction? I'll take a look from the outside. Xia Hao replied with a wry smile. Sigh, these young folks never listen. Just keep walking straight, and after a kilometer, turn right for 500 meters, then go forward for 3 kilometers, the ramen shop owner instructed, leaving Xia Hao feeling overwhelmed. Climbing a mountain shouldn't be this complicated. Should it? Did you understand? Ahem, perhaps you could give me a general direction instead. Just a straight line will do. Just head toward that mountain in the right front. Follow that direction, and you'll arrive. Is it that simple? Why didn't you say so earlier? Xia Hao scoffed internally, exasperated, then set off toward Gerbo Mountain. After walking just a few dozen meters, he heard the ramen shop owner mutter quietly. This kid is young, yet not very bright. It's not like he has to navigate through 56 sharp turns and 49 slight bends. How could he not understand such a clear route? You're quite the character. Xia Hao smirked, grateful for the detailed directions. Meanwhile, in a certain kingdom along the Grand Line, a significant and treacherous event unfolded. A band of audacious and reckless pirates had brazenly attacked the capital city, imprisoning all the soldiers and threatening the king with their lives, demanding he relinquish the throne. Since the dawn of the great pirate era, these pirates had pursued their dreams, driven by the final words of the pirate King Roger. They flocked to the Grand Line in search of the wealth, fame, and power he left behind, aspiring to become the next man to conquer the world. However, the harsh reality struck them hard, as the monstrous beings of the New World instilled a sense of despair within their hearts. Since the moment they witnessed the formidable Whitebeard, Newgate, shatter a pirate ship with a single punch, unleashing a cataclysmic tsunami that engulfed the surrounding sea for dozens of kilometers. The notion of becoming the pirate king seemed irrelevant to them. Instead, the tangible wealth before their eyes held far more allure. Thus, these powerful individuals set their sights on a small kingdom within the Grand Line, scheming and biding their time for 2.5 years until today, when they finally seized their opportunity. The entire pirate crew launched into action, employing cunning to imprison 500 soldiers of the kingdom, using them as leverage to threaten the king. Everything proceeded smoothly until the moment the king, unable to endure any longer, sought to relent. Suddenly, a dark figure surged forth from the distance at an astonishing speed. As a gentle breeze swept through, a pirate felt a chill at his neck, followed by a torrent of blood spraying several meters away as he fell to the ground, his face contorted in disbelief. "Qui-Gong," a youthful voice echoed among the pirates as a brash pirate collapsed, blood gushing forth, transforming the ground into a vivid and cruel sea of crimson under the sunlight. "Who goes there?" The captain of the pirate crew bellowed, halting the previously unrestrained shadow of death. Before them stood a young boy, his expression cold and devoid of mercy, his aura as terrifying as a bottomless abyss, causing all the pirates to tremble in fear, frozen in place by the sheer intensity of his murderous intent. "Umph, you must be the world government personnel summoned by that old king. Leave this place at once, for I hold 500 soldiers in my grasp. Otherwise, they shall perish, and the world government would not want the news of their slaughter to reach the world. Would they?" The pirate captain threatened brazenly, but the next moment, he beheld an unimaginable scene. "Pootsie, Pootsie, you bastard! As a member of the world government, you dare to kill the soldiers of the kingdom." The chaos erupted as the pirates screamed in disbelief, witnessing the white-clad boy, Rob Lucci, the strongest intern of CP9, unleash a relentless wave of slaughter upon the kingdom's soldiers. "Now it is your turn," Rob Lucci smirked, his gaze fixed on the demoralized pirates as he flickered through the crowd, swiftly dispatching one with a single thrust of his finger. 3 hours later, the capital of the kingdom lay drenched in blood, with both pirates and soldiers slain. Thus, the pirate coup d'etat came to an abrupt end. Unbeknownst to the climbing Xia Hao, this significant event concerning Rob Lucci was unfolding. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him, for genius and prodigies could never surpass those who relied on sheer luck. Suddenly, XiaHao paused, sensing two weak yet resilient auras clashing in the distance. "Jisoo," he whispered, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he ascended towards a mountaintop. In an instant, he found himself perched upon a dense tree, concealing his presence as he observed two young boys engaged in a spirited exchange beneath him. Ace and Sabo, both destined to be renowned representatives of their generation. "Ha ha, Ace. Taste my move, monkey steals the peach." Sabo suddenly laughed, his delicate hands forming a gesture of deceiving intent. "Ace, you scoundrel. Look out." Sabo's sudden ambush startled Ace, who leaped aside in terror. "Damn it, Sabo. Take this." Ace retaliated with his signature attack, the invincible fire wheel, spinning his water pipe rapidly, creating a fierce wind that roared through the air as it surged toward Sabo. Impressive. Ace has secretly developed such a powerful technique, Sabo thought, his expression grave as he prepared to counter Ace's assault, determined not to be a passive target. Dragon emerges from the hole. Bang! Their attacks collided, generating a powerful shockwave that caused Ace and Sabo to be thrown back by the force. 10 seconds later, Ace stood panting heavily, while Sabo lay unabashedly on the ground, gazing up at the sky. "Unbelievable. Ace, you've defeated me again," Sabo exclaimed, clearly frustrated. "Umph, another victory brings me joy." "Ha ha ha," Ace chuckled, reveling in his triumph as he noticed Sabo's disgruntled demeanor. "Next time, I will develop an even stronger technique to defeat you," Sabo vowed defiantly. "I'll be waiting, Sabo, but remember, victory will ultimately belong to me. Sooner or later, I will surpass that man and become the strongest in the world," Ace declared, his gaze resolute against the gentle breeze. "The strongest in the world? Ha ha, such arrogance." XiaHao finally interjected, mocking Ace's bold claim. "Who?" Both Ace and Sabo instantly shifted into combat mode at the unexpected voice. It was evident that both possessed an innate instinct for battle. "Do you think you could become the strongest in the world without even knowing when I arrived? You truly are audacious, Ace. Who are you? How do you know my name?" Ace asked suspiciously, scrutinizing XiaHao's unfamiliar face, his mind racing with possibilities. Could this be an enemy of his father? Isn't it normal to know your name? In fact, I saw you shortly after your birth on a small island in the South Sea, where your mother hailed from. You could say I was instrumental in ensuring your safe arrival into this world," XiaHao replied, smirking at Ace's hostile gaze. "I don't believe you," Ace retorted, though a part of him was swayed by Xia Hao's words. Don't believe me? Very well. Let me share the story of my past and our connection. Unfazed by Ace's skepticism, Xia Hao sat down and began to recount his tale. Ace, why not listen to what he has to say? Sabo suggested, intrigued by the opportunity to learn more about his friend, who he had come to respect despite the shocking revelation of Ace being the son of Pirate King Roger. After all, who wouldn't enjoy a free story? Then, allow me to share my story, Xia Hao said with a smile, his calm voice resonating through the forest as he began the narrative from the moment he was rescued by Roger. As time passed unnoticed, 3 hours slipped away, and the sky gradually darkened. Ace, once indifferent, now listened in awe, his expression shifting to one of disbelief as Xia Hao's story unfolded, a tale he had never imagined nor dared to consider. Is that true? Ace asked, gazing intently at Xia Hao's serious demeanor, his voice barely a whisper. Indeed, however, old man Garp's intention for you to join the Navy was for your own good. Because aside from the two of us, no, now 3 of us, there is no 4th person in the world who knows you are Roger's child. Thus, becoming a Navy officer serves to protect you, and when the time comes, you will emerge as a new hero of the Navy. Even if the world government were aware of the truth, they would not act hastily. You old fool, how could you? Upon hearing Xia Hao's conjecture, Ace was unable to contain his tears. After enduring 3 long hours of Xia Hao's reminiscences, Ace gradually began to believe in Xia Hao's narrative. Therefore, becoming a Navy officer does indeed have its merits. No, even if I have misunderstood my scoundrel of a father, I still wish to be a pirate. I yearn to witness the scenery that this fellow has seen in the new world and to discover the ultimate treasure that drives this world into madness. Ace sniffled and firmly declined. Being a pirate is no easy path. One misstep could be fatal. Xia Hao shook his head, affirming that many things are indeed predestined. I fear not death. Ace retorted defiantly. In that case, during my time on Dawn Island, I shall teach you combat techniques. Observing Ace's resolute determination to become a pirate, Xia Hao stated earnestly, whether it be as a pirate or a Navy officer, he had already devised an appropriate training method on the way here. Really? Ace exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Yes, indeed. You two can come at me together. Let me witness your prowess. With a playful gesture, Xia Hao smiled. But be careful. Ace and Sabo exchanged glances, instinctively coordinating to surround Xia Hao from both sides, their water pipes spinning once more, this time directed at the same opponent. Swish, swish, bang, bang. 3 seconds later, Ace and Sabo were sprawled on the ground, clutching their heads in agony, tears streaming uncontrollably from their eyes. Ouch, that hurts. Why are your fists so painful, just like that old fool? Ace screamed in despair. Ha ha, these are fists filled with love, little ones. Xia Hao laughed heartily. These fists are indeed filled with love, little ones. Watching the 2 youngsters roll around in pain, Xia Hao couldn't help but reminisce about his days with the Roger Pirates. Recalling a fellow who aspired to be the strongest and challenged Captain Roger daily, only to be utterly defeated each time. That fellow is likely honing his skills in Impel Down now, the devil's offspring, Douglas Bullet. 10 minutes later, Ace and Sabo, their heads adorned with swollen lumps, gazed at Xia Hao with resentful expressions, nearly giving him goosebumps. Ahem, where are those looks? This was merely to test your true abilities, Xia Hao coughed, feeling a bit guilty. I see you're doing this on purpose. Sabo scoffed, rolling his eyes at Xia Hao, clearly doubting his words. He is not a mere 3-year-old child. After all, he and Ace are both 5 years old this year. How could this be? It was truly just preparatory education. Now that the test is concluded, let us formally commence our training. I will begin by teaching you a martial art derived from the Navy's formidable techniques, known as the 6 powers, which consist of 6 skills: shave, iron block, paper drawing, moonwalk, gale foot, and finger gun. Xia Hao smirked and redirected the conversation towards combat. Both Ace and Sabo possessed an innate fervor for battle. All right, Ace and Sabo, observing the seriousness in Xia Hao's demeanor, sat cross-legged, attentively focusing on him, wide-eyed and clenched fists as they memorized every detail. Let's start with shave, a technique that enhances speed by rapidly stomping the ground with both feet to generate explosive reactive force for swift movement. As Xia Hao spoke, His figure vanished from Ace and Sabo's sight, his speed rendering him seemingly absent. Zulfust, has he truly disappeared? Ace and Sabo's eyes widened in astonishment, rubbing their eyes vigorously in an attempt to dispel the illusion. Yet upon reopening them, he remained elusive. He has genuinely vanished from view. Brother Hao, I want to learn this. Sabo's eyes sparkled, his face flushed with excitement as he raised his hand and exclaimed loudly, "You wish to learn? I shall teach you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have mentioned it." XiaHao replied with a smile. Ace, what about you? If you do not learn, you will have no chance against Sabo in future sparring sessions. I want to learn too. XiaHao, please teach me. Ace glanced at XiaHao and Sabo, ultimately unable to resist the temptation, for he was still just 5 years old. I can teach you, but first, address me as Brother Hao. XiaHao said with a playful grin. Hao, Brother Hao, Ace murmured shyly. Ha ha ha, splendid. XiaHao laughed joyfully, patting Ace on the head, which prompted a playful tilt of his head in protest. Now, let the training commence. As XiaHao's words fell, his figure vanished once more. Powerful hands reaching out to the two youngsters, the immense force causing the surrounding air to resonate. Smack! Smack! The two boys, wide-eyed and astonished, were directly sent flying by XiaHao's strikes, crashing heavily against a nearby tree, the force of the impact causing them to cough uncontrollably. Brother Hao, what was that for? Sabo inquired, bewildered. Skill teaching. Cough. Brother Hao, are you sure we can learn this? Although Sabo had never taught anyone, he was astounded by XiaHao's instructional methods. Of course, I believe you both possess great talent. XiaHao said with a slight smile, his expression earnest. Do not lose focus. Truly feel the essence of one of the 6 powers, shave. The first to master it will be rewarded with a grand feast, one that you have never tasted before. And you will also get an advanced lesson on the next skill. XiaHao's enticing proposition solidified Ace and Sabo's resolve, their attention sharply focused on him. Now, this is the spirit. Let us continue the training. After 2.5 hours, darkness enveloped the sky. Yet Ace and Sabo had yet to grasp the essence of the technique, merely sensing something elusive, unable to break through. All right, let's take a break. Mastering the Navy 6 powers cannot be accomplished in a day. Come, I shall take you to enjoy a feast. XiaHao observed the two who were still diligently training, extending his hands to grasp the napes of their necks, slightly bending his body, and with a thunderous sound, the ground cracked, creating a pit over 10 meters deep, with spiderweb-like fissures extending nearly 100 meters around it. With that, XiaHao whisked the two away like a fleeting ray of light towards the direction of the Hao Tian ship. Their faces contorted with excitement as they struggled to keep their eyes open against the rushing scenery, their hearts filled with both shock and exhilaration. Sabo thought to himself, if only I could become this strong one day. As for Ace, he tightly clenched his small fists, gazing steadfastly at XiaHao's strikingly handsome face, silently vowing that one day he would catch up to and surpass XiaHao, becoming a world-renowned pirate. Whoosh! XiaHao, focused on the journey, remained oblivious to their thoughts, his gaze sweeping across the vast ocean as the Hao Tian ship rapidly loomed larger in his sight. Boom! Descending gracefully, XiaHao landed firmly on the deck of the Hao Tian ship, while Ace and Sabo, wobbling unsteadily, dashed towards the trash can, unable to suppress the feeling of dizziness and nausea any longer. Cough, cough. You two are rather weak, aren't you? Just this little speed can leave you dizzy. It appears that we must enhance our training. Xia Hao jested seriously as he observed the two who were sprawled on the ground. Oh no, how devilish. Upon hearing Xia Hao's voice, Ice and Sabua could not help but roll their eyes, internally lamenting. Boss, what is this? Xing inquired, gazing at the two little ones Xia Hao had brought along. Oh, these two should barely be considered my new half-apprentices, Xia Hao replied thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Half-apprentices? Xing scratched his head in confusion, but he knew that the boss had his reasons, and it was not for him to question. Wake up, or else the grand feast will be gone, Xia Hao said as he approached Ice and Sabua, gently patting their little heads. A feast? It smells delightful. Wow. Sabua, I'm off. Upon hearing of the delicious food, Ice and Sabua's previously exhausted eyes widened, and they eagerly inhaled the enticing aroma before racing towards the dining table. The scene left Xing and the others utterly flabbergasted. Indeed, the power of gluttony was unparalleled. So delicious, so delightful. At the table, as they gazed upon the array of dishes exuding captivating fragrances, Xi and Sabua could no longer contain themselves. Rubbing their flat bellies and voraciously devouring the food, their round mouths making indistinct sounds as they ate. Ah, it's so fragrant. Once I set sail, I must find a chef like Mei Na who can craft various culinary delights, Sabua proclaimed, taking a hearty bite of chicken leg with a satisfied expression. Ha ha, Sabua, I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiment. The essence of being a pirate is to relish joy, and food is an indispensable part of that. Mei Na is a chef I went to great lengths to invite, Xia Hao said with a proud smile. Xi remained silent, yet his slowed eating pace revealed that he was intently listening. Half an hour later, Xi and Sabua lay contentedly on reclining chairs, patting their little bellies in bliss. This was undoubtedly the best meal they had ever experienced, even for Sabua, who hailed from nobility. For over 10 consecutive days, after every training session, Xi and Sabua would rush to the Hao Tian ship to indulge in food and drink. From initially being dragged by Xia Hao by the nape of their necks to now racing against each other in a competitive frenzy, their speeds had vastly improved. Through rigorous training, Xi and Sabua had begun to grasp the nuances of the moonwalk technique, and with another month of practice, they were confident in mastering this skill. At Garp, Xi and Sabua engaged in their usual sparring. As their training progressed, their speeds had transformed remarkably compared to before. The rudiments of one of the Navy's 6 styles, were beginning to take shape, with their small figures darting between the trees, accompanied by the sounds of impacts. As their duel intensified, they fought their way from one side of the mountain to the other. However, unbeknownst to them, danger was quietly approaching. A pirate ship, fortuitously passing by, docked on the shore, and a throng of 30 to 40 menacing pirates rushed down from the vessel, led by the fearsome captain, Dabong Wadi Si, whose rugged, scarred face bore a cruel grin. Lads, take a quick rest. We set sail at night to loot all the food and treasures on this island. Wadi Si's voice was chilling. Hooray for Captain. Captain Wadi Si is incredible. Hee, I can't wait to seize everything on this island. The band of pirates brazenly discussed their impending heist, clearly accustomed to such practices. Yet, as the pirates awaited the cover of darkness, the innocent shouts of Xi and Sabua captured their attention. Wadi's Si's cold, emotionless gaze turned toward the source, where he saw Xi and Sabua tumbling down the hillside, heading straight for the pirates. Bang! With a loud crash, Xi and Sabua halted, their dark eyes surveying the menacing pirates surrounding them. Cough, cough. Xi, it seems we have encountered trouble, Sabua whispered. I never expected pirates to be lurking in a place like this, Xi replied, gripping his water pipe tightly, his expression turning tense due to the overwhelming number of foes before them. What should we do? Sabua inquired. Let us give it our all. It's a perfect opportunity to test my newly learned techniques, Xi resolved, his black eyes glimmering with determination as he prepared for battle, his water pipe spinning in his hands. I'll accompany you. Sabua shook his head, though somewhat frightened as a brother. He could not let Xi face danger alone, stepping forward with a serious gaze directed at the pirate crew. Ha ha ha, where did these little brats come from? Don't you value your lives? Scram, one pirate sneered. They must be the island's original inhabitants. Let us capture them and sell them for money. Oh, that is a splendid idea. Little brats, don't resist. It will be over soon. The pirates grinned cruelly at the diminutive figures of Xi and Sabua, as a burly man clenched his fists and approached Xi, seemingly intent on teaching him a lesson. Just as the giant hand was about to grasp Xi, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind the burly pirate, his water pipe whirling as he struck the pirate's head with tremendous force, creating a resounding crack in the air. In the next moment, the once intimidating pirate was sent crashing to the ground, his eyes glazing over as he collapsed. Pathetic, too weak, Xi remarked, licking his lips with satisfaction. Damn brat, everyone sees him. We'll teach him a lesson today. Captain Wadi seethed with fury at Xi's audacity. signaling for all the pirates to charge at him. As Xia and Sabua exchanged glances, they sought to retreat back up the mountain, for Xia Hao was there. Thinking of escaping? Not so easy. A pirate raised his gun, targeting the retreating Sabua and Xia. Just then, a terrifying pressure descended upon them from afar, reminiscent of a blood-soaked battlefield. The pirate who had just raised his weapon was instantly overwhelmed by the shockwave, his eyes glazing over as he fainted. One by one, the pirates fell under the weight of the terrifying Hao Shi, leaving only Captain Wadc, whose face was filled with horror and dread as he gazed forward. My apprentice does not require your pitiful education. Xia Hao's figure flickered several times before appearing before Wadc, his tone utterly devoid of emotion. Bang! Xia Hao lifted his right foot and delivered a heavy kick to the grounded Wadc, sending him flying like a cannonball. 2 hours later, aboard the Hao Tian ship, Xia Hao convened a brief meeting. The following day, under a Xing's leadership, the Hao Tian pirate crew commenced a large-scale sweep, instilling fear in all pirate crews within hundreds of kilometers, compelling them to flee the area in terror. The Haotian pirates, with their formidable strength, conducted a thorough cleansing of the waters surrounding Liming Island. Under the leadership of a Xing and his companions, numerous pirate crews met their demise or fled in terror. For an entire week, all pirates within a radius of 300 nautical miles were driven to hide, designating this area as a forbidden zone they would never dare to revisit. They were acutely aware that this maritime domain was dominated by a terrifying pirate crew that had returned from a new world, possessing a monstrous power far beyond that of ordinary pirates. Moreover, this region was not resource-rich, and thus, no reckless pirates dared to venture here. Compounding their fear was the presence of a formidable governor on the island, who frequently returned home. Though he showed little interest in these young individuals, there was always the possibility that he might, on a whim, lead the Navy in a large-scale purge, resulting in disaster for all pirate crews. Truly remarkable, Mengshan. You can obliterate a pirate ship with a single punch, and you possess 8 impressive abdominal muscles. Allow me to feel them. On board the Haotian, Sabo gazed at the incredibly well-built Mengshan, a broad smile gracing his face as he approached, mischievously reaching out to touch Mengshan's abdomen. Ha! With diligent training, you too can achieve such prowess. Sabo, Mengshan chuckled, affectionately ruffling the back of his head, his voice gentle. Absolutely. I will strive with all my might, Sabo declared, shaking his tiny fists with determination. During their recent endeavors with the Xing, they had relentlessly hunted down pirate crews, significantly enhancing their combat skills. Furthermore, they had gradually mastered one of the Navy's 6 techniques, the Soru. The two were now poised to learn new techniques. Is this the strength of pirates in the New World? Every individual appears as terrifying as a beast, particularly Xia Hao, a former crew member of the scoundrel ship who can now command a legion of monsters. How formidable must he truly be? Ace sat on the deck, his gaze flitting between the members of the Haotian pirates. The recent voyage had exposed him to the harsh and brutal reality of the pirate world. Any pirate with a bounty could easily overpower him in his current frail state, a reality Ace found difficult to accept. The sole option before Ace for rapidly enhancing his strength was to diligently follow Xia Hao and learn from him. Xia, Brother Hao, I wish to grow stronger. Please teach me. Though his request might seem greedy, Ace longed to acquire abilities beyond the Navy's 6 techniques. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his courage and approached Xia Hao with utmost seriousness. Very well, but under one condition. Within a month, you must master all 6 techniques of the Navy. Otherwise, I shall not teach you, Xia Hao replied, observing Ace's earnest expression with a calm demeanor. I will succeed, Ace declared, clenching his fists with unwavering resolve. Ha! I shall await your success. Complete it within a month, and I will teach you how to wield the power that leads to the pinnacle of the world. Xia Hao encouraged loudly, impressed by Ace's confidence. I also want to learn, Sabo exclaimed as he hurried over, flailing his short legs in excitement. A month later, observing the 2 small figures darting through the forest, Xia Hao smiled with satisfaction. Truly, the blood of a captain flowed within them. Their capacity to learn was remarkable. They mastered the 6 techniques of the Navy in just a month. If Garp were to discover such talent aspiring to be pirates, he would undoubtedly be furious. Ha ha ha. Soru. Shurgon. Tekai. Ace and Sabo shouted in unison, their hardened fingers striking each other's abdomens, the sound ringing like clashing steel. The powerful impact forced both to retreat several steps, momentarily unable to determine a victor. Sabo, I have one. You retreated 3.5 meters, while I only retreated 3.3 meters. This marks our 365th match, with a final score of 185 to 180, Ace said, measuring the distance with a serious expression, a smile spreading across his face. TCH, it was merely luck, Sabo retorted, turning his head away defiantly. Luck? That is pure skill. It was luck. Skill. Luck. Skill. The two, once exuding an air of strength, devolved into bickering children, shoving each other and playfully pinching one another's faces until they became a tangle of limbs, soon appearing muddy and disheveled. All right. You are no longer 3 years old. You are 5. How childish. I had intended to teach you the powers that only adults can master, but it seems it is still too soon, XiaHao said, observing the disheveled pair. As soon as he finished speaking, Ace and Sabo, who had previously been unwilling to yield, instantly ceased their antics and, utilizing the Soru technique, swiftly appeared before Xia Hao, standing at attention with eager expressions. Enough with those looks. The power I am about to teach you is not something that can be mastered in a short time. I have never heard of anyone mastering it at the age of 5. Therefore, you must first remember the method to control this power, so that even in my absence, you may continue to learn and train. XiaHao spoke seriously to Ace and Sabo, intent on imparting the knowledge of Haki to them. This power is known as Haki, the latent strength within all humans, a natural ability. Yet, many individuals traverse their lives without ever mastering it. Haki is divided into 3 types: Kinbunchika Haki, Busashoka Haki, and the rare Conqueror's Haki, which awakens in only 1 out of a million individuals. Deep in the forest, there was a small tiger that could serve as a perfect subject for their experiment. Ace, Sabo, stay close and observe closely. XiaHao, using Kinbunchika Haki, quickly located the beast king of Galbo Mountain and dashed in its direction, his speed increasing as Ace and Sabo struggled to keep up. 10 minutes later, panting heavily, Ace and Sabo collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath as they watched Xia Hao, who seemed effortlessly at ease. They could not help but think, wow, Brother Hao is indeed a monstrous being. A thunderous roar echoed throughout the forest, and the powerful sound waves, along with the beastly aura it exuded, heightened Ace and Sabo's alertness as they fixed their gazes on the source of the sound. The tiger is enormous, they both exclaimed, swallowing hard as they watched the massive creature charging toward them. With a mighty roar, the tiger lifted its muscular paw and aimed it at Xia Hao's head, sensing him as the primary threat. Brother Hao, be careful. It's all right, just watch and learn, Xia Hao replied calmly, not turning around. As the tiger's paw descended upon him, he merely tilted his head slightly, evading the strike effortlessly. The tiger, enraged, let out a furious roar and continued its assault, its speed increasing to the point of creating afterimages. Yet, each attempt seemed to be predicted by Xia Hao, as he effortlessly dodged every strike. This spectacle left Ace and Sabo in awe, their eyes sparkling with admiration and desire, their faces flushed with excitement. Incredible! He can evade all attacks without even looking, Sabo exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. How strong! I want to learn. Ace gazed at Xia Hao, whose calm confidence steadied his previously turbulent heart, inspiring within him a desire to embody Xia Hao's self-assured and carefree demeanor. This is the manifestation of Kinbunchika Haki, which allows one to perceive the next move of their opponent and gauge the intensity of their life force, thereby enabling preemptive judgment to evade attacks. However, the full potential of Kinbunchika Haki can only be harnessed when a user maintains a tranquil state of mind. As Xia Hao evaded the onslaught, he elucidated the application of Kinbunchika Haki. With a fierce roar, the formidable tiger, witnessing all attacks rendered futile, could no longer contain itself and lunged at Xia Hao's head. its razor-sharp teeth glistening ominously under the sunlight, exuding an aura of intimidation. Armament, Xia Hao bellowed decisively, as an invisible layer of Busashoka haki enveloped his arm, and he swiftly turned around, continuing his explanation in a calm tone. This is Busashoka haki, a technique distinct from the iron block of the Marine 6 styles. While both serve defensive purposes, Busashoka haki primarily enhances offensive power and grants the ability to interact with the elemental forms of Logia-type devil fruits. It plays an essential role in the battles of the New World pirates, with the strength of Busashoka haki requiring the user to transcend their physical limits, evolving towards greater power. As Xia Hao spoke, he raised his arm, seemingly prepared to withstand the tiger's ferocious bite, just as Ace and Sabo stared in disbelief. A crisp sound resonated. Crack! In that instant, Ace and Sabo's eyes widened in astonishment as they beheld the shattered teeth strewn on the ground. The tiger, capable of severing a tree as thick as a person's embrace, had its fangs fractured by Xia Hao's arm. The tiger's agonized roars echoed, its gaze towards Xia Hao now a mix of fear and ferocity, having never experienced such humiliation since its birth. Fueled by rage, the tiger prepared to unleash its ultimate technique in a desperate gamble. Lastly, there exists the Conqueror's Haki, a rarity found in one among a million, a power that only those who possess it can ascend to the pinnacle, the most likely candidates to become the next pirate king. As Xia Hao articulated this, his previously calm aura transformed into something terrifying, akin to an abyss, radiating an oppressive presence that sent shockwaves across several kilometers. The once determined tiger, poised to strike, suddenly broke into a cold sweat, its majestic demeanor crumbling under the pressure of the Conqueror's haki. After a few faltering steps, its massive head rolled back, eyes glazing over, before it collapsed heavily to the ground, unconscious. Is it fainted? How formidable is this, the Conqueror's haki? I wonder if I possess such power. Ace gazed at Xia Hao, his eyes aflame with fervor, silently clenching his fists. This is the fundamental application of haki, while deeper levels of mastery require diligent progression. Now, Ace and Sabo must strive earnestly. Time flows like a fleeting shadow, and a year later, by the coast, Ace and Sabo cast reluctant glances at Xia Hao and the members of the Haotian pirates aboard the ship. After a year of camaraderie, Ace and Sabo had fully integrated into the Haotian pirate crew, forming deep bonds with everyone aboard, one a chatterbox, the other aloof. Most importantly, their displayed combat prowess astounded all, as they quickly learned any skill or technique. Particularly in the practice of haki, many had doubted them due to their tender age of 5, believing their physical development insufficient to master such abilities, even beyond the reach of adults. Yet, Ace and Sabo succeeded, attaining proficiency in both Kinbunchaku and Busashoka haki after a year of training, albeit with limited duration. Nonetheless, it was enough to astonish the world. Mastering 2 forms of haki at the age of 5 was nothing short of extraordinary. Xiaoge, ha ha, cheer up, it's not like we won team meet again. You both must work hard, and one day you will possess your own pirate ship. We shall meet again upon the seas, XiaHao said earnestly as he patted the tearful Sabo on the head. Throughout the year, XiaHao provided Ace and Sabo with specialized training. The high-intensity regimen transformed the exceptionally gifted youths into formidable beings. They not only mastered the Marine 6 styles, but also developed their techniques, and in their haki training, they gained proficiency in the basic applications of Kinbunchaku and Busashoka haki. XiaHao's arrival had allowed Ace and Sabo to grasp haki ahead of schedule, slightly altering the course of history, potentially changing the future in unprecedented ways. Ace, Sabo, until we meet again, XiaHao waved, as Xing and the others followed suit, bidding farewell, their eyes glimmering with tears of reluctance. However, when a separation must occur, it is resolved decisively. XiaHao commanded the Haotian ship to set sail, swiftly navigating into the depths of the ocean. Xiaoge, thank you for this past year. Watching the Haotian ship venture further into the sea, Ace exhaled deeply, then cupped his hands around his mouth, shouting with all his might towards the departing vessel, his face reddening from the exertion. Upon hearing Ace's fervent call from the shore, A smile crept onto Xia Hao's lips. He had done what was necessary, with Ace mastering hockey and possessing formidable martial skills. It was easy to envision the scene that would unfold upon his departure over a decade later, a powerful supernova rising, perhaps due to Xia Hao's intervention. Many events would experience unprecedented transformations. Xia Hao raised his right hand, giving a gentle wave, bidding farewell to Ace and Sabo. If all goes well, their next encounter could be over a decade in the future. The Hao-Ian ship drifted farther from the island, soon becoming a mere speck on the horizon, disappearing from Ace and Sabo's sight. "Captain, will we meet Ace and Sabo again?" A Xing inquired, gazing at the now vanished island, a hint of melancholy in his voice, having grown accustomed to the playful antics of the two youngsters over the past year. "Indeed, we shall meet again," XiaHao replied, observing the eager, anxious expressions of those around him, his tone resolute. "Let us focus. We have our own voyage to embark upon, and in the future, Ace and Sabo will set sail as well, potentially surprising us all." "Surprising us? Ha! I look forward to it. Ace has always wanted to defeat me and then challenge you, Captain." A Xing chuckled, his hearty laughter echoing across the sea. During the past year, Ace had consistently carved out time to challenge a Xing, testing his growth daily. Thus, a Xing was most aware of Ace's astonishing progress. In the East Blue, a small vessel glided across the waves, where a red-haired man appeared near the edge of a small island. This man was Shanks. "Oh, a small boat? Is it a traveler? How curious." At that moment, a muscular man lounged on the shore, boredom etched on his face as he observed the approaching Shanks with a puzzled expression. "Greetings. I have come seeking a man named Jesus Burgess. My name is Shanks, a pirate, and I am looking to form a crew, inviting him to set sail with me." Shanks addressed the man before him. After years of silence, Shanks finally began recruiting his core partners, preparing to venture into the new world, as if he had been ready all along. "Pirate." On the shore, a robust man cast a glance at Xiang Kusi, his previously languid demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as he began to scrutinize Xiang Kusi. After a prolonged silence, he spoke. "I am Yisu Bu. To become a pirate? That is indeed an intriguing choice. Therefore, Captain Xiang Kusi, I look forward to your guidance in the future." Upon hearing Xiang Kusi's words, Yisu Bu's heart, once shrouded in silence, surged with passion and vitality. He rose to his feet, briefly explaining his reasons to Xiang Kusi before turning to return home to gather his belongings, bidding farewell to his wife and son, Wu Suo Pu. As for the reason behind his choice, perhaps in this age, no man who yearns for freedom could resist the call of the Jolly Roger. "Very well. I shall await you by the coast." Xiang Kusi had not anticipated the invitation to proceed so smoothly. He couldn't help but recall a saying from the past, suggesting that perhaps he could traverse the seas relying solely on his charisma. Shaking his head, he envisioned the faces of Xia Hao and Buggy. News of Xia Hao now spread like wildfire across the world. Once he entered the new world, he was certain they would meet again. With his formidable strength, there was no need for concern, and as for Buggy, it was said he was still searching for treasure in some corner of the EC. Xiang Kusi mused that Buggy might still harbor grievances against him. With a wry smile, he dismissed these chaotic thoughts, for Xiang Kusi had his own considerations and plans. Otherwise, he would not have spent these years quietly amassing strength, all in anticipation of the future that Captain Roger had foretold. An hour later, Yisu Bu appeared before Xiang Kusi, fully equipped and ready to set off, carrying a firearm on his back. "Welcome aboard, Yisu Bu." Xiang Kusi smiled, extending his hand to the sight of the prepared Yisu Bu. "Captain Xiang Kusi, I am now yours." Yisu Bu's hearty laughter echoed across the shore, for he could discern at first glance that this man before him was no ordinary individual, possessing monstrous strength. The red-haired pirates were thus initially formed, with Xiang Kusi and Yisu Bu setting sail toward the new world under Xiang Kusi's leadership. At this moment, XiaHao remained unaware of these developments, as there was still some time before the major event orchestrated by Xiang Kusi would unfold. On the Red Earth continent, in the holy land of Mariehua, a tranquil day was shattered by a runaway slave, prompting the world government soldiers to launch a widespread search. The reason was that a fishman slave had escaped from his cell and was currently missing. At this moment, within Panga City, the Gorosei gathered, their expressions darkening upon receiving the report from their subordinates. Incompetent fools! How could you let a mere slave, who can barely feed himself, escape under your watch? One of them scoffed. Execute all the officials responsible for guarding these slaves. It is an absolute disgrace for the world government, which has endured for 8 centuries, to face such an absurd incident. Have the celestial dragons been harmed? Otherwise, the families of the celestial dragons will surely cause an uproar. Indeed, it is a tumultuous period. One cannot find peace anymore. Ever since Roger's demise, pirates, the Revolutionary Army, and even some kingdoms have grown restless. Do they truly believe that a mere group of scoundrels can shake the world government's 800-year dominion? Thus, the Gorosei began to deliberate on the implications of this slave escape incident. We must suppress this news. Would we want the entire world to learn of such humiliation? One Gorosei suggested gravely. With their decision made, the incident of Fisher Tiger's escape from the Holy Land of Mariewa was declared to be over, and outside Mariewa, all remained undisturbed. However, at this moment, the Fishman Island, nearly 10,000 meters beneath the sea, was stirred by Fisher Tiger's return, creating a tumultuous wave. For a person escaping from Mariewa was unprecedented. Fisher Tiger's appearance also galvanized the ruffians of Fishman Street, while within the Dragon Palace, King Neptune met with Fisher Tiger. After an in-depth discussion, an audacious decision emerged from Fisher Tiger's lips. To liberate all slaves in Mariewa. Are you certain? That place is the domain of the celestial dragons. It is already a stroke of luck to have escaped. King Neptune inquired, astonished, as he gazed at the benevolent yet formidable human before him. Yes, I have made up my mind. Once I recover from my injuries on Fishman Island, I shall set forth, Fisher Tiger asserted, looking steadfastly at the anxious King Neptune. Their conversation was overheard by Jinbei, the captain of Neptune's army, who resolved to make a bold decision. Since you are resolute, then, Mr. Tiger, I wish you good fortune. Neptune sighed, raising his cup to toast Fisher Tiger, his expression complex. Fortune? I believe my luck is quite favorable. Otherwise, I would not have escaped this time. Your Majesty Neptune, this world should not bear such painful oppression. The world government, which has ruled for 800 years, could not have imagined the darkness that exists if it were not for my capture. Slaves? They are merely a pitiful lot. This time, I shall be fully prepared to rescue all fishmen. They shall regain their freedom. And I will ensure that the world knows just how dark the world government, which professes justice and peace, truly is, Fisher Tiger declared passionately, clenching his fist. At the Navy headquarters, in a vice admiral's gathering room, Garp, who was busy breaking records for donut consumption, felt his expression shift from cheerful to stormy upon hearing the intelligence from his aide, Bogart. The mouth that had been savoring donuts suddenly closed tightly. That little rascal. How dare he go my hometown? He truly is unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Garp's face burned with fury upon learning that the Haotian pirates had docked at Dawn Island, his forehead veins bulging. As for the true reason behind his anger, only Garp himself understood. Bang! With a serious expression, Garp slammed the door and strode directly toward the admiral's office. What has transpired, Bogart? Just then, the newly promoted vice admiral, Xia Hao, inquired, his face filled with confusion. In his mind, Garp had always been carefree, happily consuming donuts, rarely exhibiting anger. Yet, every event that could genuinely incite Garp's wrath was undoubtedly a significant occurrence that shocked the world. If this were the case, then something monumental must have transpired to stir Garp. The Haotian pirates had appeared near Dawn Island and had been slaughtering nearby pirate crews, establishing dominance in the area. Most importantly, Garp's hometown was located in a village on Dawn Island. Observing Xia Hao's keen interest, Bogart relayed the information he had gathered. Such simple news would soon be known by all. Is it true? The Haotian pirates? The very same crew that has rapidly risen in recent years, daring enough to challenge even the celestial dragons. Xia Hao exclaimed, astonished and filled with doubt. How could this be? The Haotian pirates are not in the New World. Why are they in the East Sea? Are they here to exact revenge on you, Vice Admiral Garp? Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Xia Hao furrowed his brows, voicing his speculation. After all, it was well known that Xia Hao had once been an intern in the Roger Pirates. It would be entirely reasonable for him to seek vengeance against Vice Admiral Garp, who had captured Roger. After all, pirates are notorious for being reckless and malevolent. As Admiral, He Zhong murmured to herself. Her understanding of Garp led her to believe that what Bogart had said would not provoke such fury and urgency in him. The absence of any mention of his hometown or family in the intelligence reports indicated that there was no imminent danger. Yet, Garp remained anxious. Thus, it was clear that there were matters concerning Dawn Island that deeply concerned him. Outside the marshal's office, Garp hurriedly pushed the door open and strode in, finding Sengoku engrossed in arranging operational tasks. Without preamble, Garp declared, "Sengoku, I need to take a month off to return home." His tone was casual. "A month off? I cannot approve that. The new world is in chaos, and the Navy needs you." Sengoku, who had been smiling while organizing tasks, darkened at Garp's words. As old comrades, Sengoku felt increasing frustration as he observed Garp idling away, especially since Sengoku had become more burdened with responsibilities since his promotion to admiral, leaving no time for idleness. At times, he found himself envious of Garp's carefree demeanor. Disapproval? "Sengoku, I am merely informing you. Your opinion is irrelevant. I am leaving." Garp shot Sengoku a glance before turning to walk away, leaving no opportunity for Sengoku to respond. "Garp, you rascal! How dare you disregard the face of the Navy's admiral?" Sengoku's face flushed with anger as Garp's blatant dismissal echoed throughout the Marine headquarters in Marineford. In the corridors, the roars from the marshal's office sent shivers through many Navy officers who hastily distanced themselves from the scene, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. The quarrel between Garp and Sengoku was nothing out of the ordinary. Indeed, the entire Marine headquarters had grown accustomed to their dynamic. Meanwhile, Garp had reached the docking area. Gazing at the colossal vessel, the Doghead, memories flooded his mind, accompanied by the incessant image of that man's infuriating smile. Set sail for Dawn Island. Shaking his head to dispel the phantoms from his thoughts, Garp leaped aboard the Doghead battleship, gesturing for the ship to swiftly raise anchor and depart. 15 days later, in a remote corner of the East Sea, a group of unfortunate pirates encountered Garp, who was returning home, and promptly turned to flee. However, in a state of unbridled rage, upon hearing of the pirates' presence, Garp's dark eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson. "Quick, bring all the cannonballs on board," Garp commanded, and the Navy swiftly began preparing munitions. Several carts laden with cannonballs appeared behind him. Meteor shower of fists. Garp hefted a cannonball in his hand, his gaze fixed on the panicked pirates fleeing before him and the billowing pirate flag in the wind, his rage intensifying. With his muscular arms bulging with tension, he hurled the cannonballs toward the pirate crew. One by one, the cannonballs rained down upon the pirate ship like droplets of rain, descending amidst the terror-stricken crew. Boom! Boom! Damn it! Why is the legendary Navy appearing in the East Sea? Why must we be the ones to encounter them? The unfortunate captain of the pirate crew slumped to the ground, realizing that they had met their doom without even leaving the East Sea. 10 minutes later, gazing at the splintered remnants of their ship, the captured pirate captain felt an immense ache in his heart. Yet under the eaves, he had no choice but to bow his head. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would spend many years in prison. Having concluded his activities, Garp shook his wrist and let out a hearty laugh, his anger from the earlier incident with Summer Hao dissipating somewhat. "What do you truly intend to achieve, Summer Hao?" Garp murmured, staring towards Dawn Island. Unable to penetrate Summer Hao's intentions, Garp recalled the time Summer Hao had suddenly appeared to rescue Ace's mother, Roger's wife, Rouge. Garp could only perceive it as an act of safeguarding Roger's widow and heir, with rumors suggesting that Summer Hao had once been saved by Roger. Yet, after all these years, Summer Hao had resurfaced from the New World and sought out Ace in the East Sea, leading Garp to suspect that everything was premeditated, perhaps far more complex than he initially believed. "I hope it is not as I fear. Ace, becoming a Navy officer is the best choice." Garp pondered as the Doghead battleship drew ever closer to Dawn Island's windmill village. Should Ace truly be taken by Summer Hao, The fragile peace of these waters would once again be disrupted, likely provoking unprecedented turmoil. The world government and the Navy, adhering to the principle of rather killing 1,000 innocents than allowing even one to escape, had ensured that Roger's bloodline would not survive. This was due to the possibility that the pirate king, Roger, might pass on the great treasure, One Piece, to his descendants or leave the location of the final island, Raftel, through some special means for his progeny. Thus, any potential future threat or disaster to the world government stemming from Roger's legacy prompted them to eradicate everything associated with him. Meanwhile, atop Mount Galbo, Ace and Sabo were diligently training in the Navy's 6 powers in hockey, oblivious to Garp's furious approach. In a remote area of the East Sea, the Hao was swiftly navigating away from Dawn Island, charting a new course along the Grand Line based on the treasure map they had acquired, located near the Kingdom of Alabasta. Thus, a new adventure began. Captain, it seems a brutal battle has taken place up ahead. The devastation is immense. Almost all the ordinary people on the island have been slaughtered, and the buildings have been completely destroyed. A Xing descended from the sky, pointing towards the distant island shrouded in smoke, his expression grave. Even with his typically stoic demeanor, witnessing such horrific scenes impacted him deeply. Can we identify the perpetrators? Summer Hao inquired, sighing slightly at a Xing's account. The world was far from the idyllic portrayal in storybooks. The powerful, born from such dire circumstances, often exhibited brutality. The virtuous could hardly survive in such a reality. I captured a soldier and inquired politely a few intimidating threats, and the leader is a general from the Laburacat Kingdom, responsible for the slaughter of his own citizens. The reason for the massacre? The civilians of this island are too impoverished to pay the required tributes, prompting the furious king of the Laburacat Kingdom to order the abduction of strong, able-bodied men to sell as slaves. However, the oppressed islanders, unwilling to be subjugated, ultimately revolted. The result was catastrophic, a group of unarmed civilians against fully armed soldiers, leading to their inevitable defeat. After nearly 30% of the population was slaughtered, the remaining islanders lost all hope of resistance and were captured. A Xing recounted the grim news with a weighty heart. Though he had once been a fierce combatant and the local gang leader, he had never engaged in indiscriminate slaughter. Moreover, the act of slaughtering one's own people was akin to a tyrannical leader ruthlessly executing his own followers. Such actions would only lead to a loss of public support, ultimately resulting in dire consequences. How can the king of this kingdom be so cruel? These are his own subjects. A tyrant, a tyrant. A nation devoid of compassion is destined for destruction. What shall we do, Captain? My esteemed leader, I propose we replace the king and orchestrate an artistic explosion in his royal capital, heralding a fresh beginning. Observing the furious members of the Haotian pirate crew, XiaHao felt a similar rage brewing within. A kingdom that disregards its common folk does not deserve to persist. Thus, XiaHao resolved to undertake a monumental endeavor to transform this realm. As a pirate, one who yearns for unbridled freedom, he desires to act as he pleases. First, he would deal with the scoundrels here, and then he would assess the capital of this kingdom. Should it prove irredeemable, a more suitable candidate shall be appointed. XiaHao turned to the members of the Haotian pirate crew and spoke with grave seriousness. Our leader is formidable. Indeed, this was the course of action. These rascals must face consequences. Once more, let us seize the heavenly gold. A Xing licked his lips, revealing a cruel smile. Previously, a single world government warship escorting the heavenly gold had filled the coffers of the Haotian pirate crew. Imagine the riches to be gained from seizing the heavenly gold forcibly extracted from the celestial dragons of one or even several kingdoms. An unimaginable fortune, beyond the grasp of ordinary minds. Such an endeavor is a far swifter means of acquiring wealth than hunting for treasure maps. Upon hearing this, XiaHao could not suppress a smile. Lord Xia Hao, the Haotian ship has anchored. Understood, XiaHao nodded, then cast his gaze towards the island's interior, engulfed in chaos, and proclaimed, blood for blood, leave none alive. Ha ha ha, I can hardly wait to eliminate this filth. A Xing immediately transformed, his beastly form exuding an aura of ferocity. This would be a perfect explosion of artistry. D to T withdrew several green bombs from his pocket, each marked with a symbol of danger. This time, I shall fight alongside you. Hanbing, join me in purging this world of garbage. Mena gently caressed the blade Hanbing, her beautiful eyes glinting with a cold light. I shall crush them all with my fists. Meng Shan glared with eyes as large as saucers, speaking in a deep, rumbling voice. We shall do the same, Lord Xia Hao. The ordinary members of the Haotian pirate crew raised their hands in agreement. Let's set forth. With a wave of his hand, Xia Hao led the entire Haotian pirate crew swiftly into the depths of the island. Each face was alight with fury, unrestrained and unabashedly releasing their inner ferocity, resembling a pack of ferocious beasts. Meanwhile, at the island's center, the brutal royal army continued to besiege the defenseless islanders. They administered cruel punishments to those who dared to resist, hanging them from trees and mercilessly whipping them with thorny lashes, causing excruciating pain that elicited anguished cries. Witnessing their fellow islanders, who had once lived in harmony as a family, subjected to such torment ignited a fire of rage in everyone. However, upon glancing at the armed soldiers, their newfound courage dissipated, replaced by profound fear and reluctance. How dare these lowly peasants defy the king's command? If they were not of some use, I would have them all executed. Captain Lattice of the Labalikit Kingdom glared menacingly at the trembling islanders, his demeanor cold and unyielding. Captain Lattice, all prisoners have been gathered and await your orders, a nervous soldier of the royal army reported as he approached Lattice. Yes. Proceed quickly to meet with the slave traders. The king can no longer wait. Castor commanded, for the celestial dragons were dispatching envoys to collect the heavenly gold. Thus, no mishaps could occur during this crucial time. However, unbeknownst to Castor, XiaHao stood a mere 100 meters away, coldly observing the scene before him, his expression darkening further. Though he had anticipated such cruelty, witnessing it firsthand incited a fury within him. These individuals were unworthy of being called soldiers. Such vile behavior could only be expunged through death. What shall we do now, Brother Xia? Should we strike immediately? Meng Shan inquired, his massive arms bulging with tension, his lantern-like eyes blazing with fury as he gazed upon the royal army, preparing to board the ship with the captured islanders. Hearing Meng Shan's words, XiaHao's gaze returned to his crew, his eyes icy. Commence the operation, and take care not to harm the innocents. The Haotian pirate crew responded in unison. With that, XiaHao led a few of his crew forward. Their synchronized footsteps, coupled with Meng Shan's imposing figure, drew the attention of Castor. Who goes there? Castor barked sternly. It appears to be members of the Haotian pirate crew. As XiaHao and his crew approached the vessel transporting the islanders, one of the royal soldiers recognized them, exclaiming in shock, "What did you say? The Haotian pirate crew, the very pirates who have been causing unrest lately? But why are they here? This is dreadful." Castor's expression shifted dramatically, a sense of foreboding surging within him. He was aware of the Haotian pirate crew's reputation. They were a group of reckless pirates, and he hoped for no unpleasant encounters. Kill. Without further ado, XiaHao responded coldly, disregarding any explanations. As soon as his command was issued, a Xing, who had been awaiting orders, transformed into a streak of light and dove towards the densely packed royal troops, akin to a wolf among sheep. Amidst the panic and fear of those present, he unleashed a horrifying wave of slaughter, and screams filled the air. Fire! Fire! Castor, the captain, was the first to react, retreating behind his men while issuing loud commands. Firearms? They are of no use to me, unable even to breach my defenses. Windblade, ninefold gale slash. A Xing, reveling in the sound of bullets ricocheting off his body, wore a smile of excitement. A ferocious tempest descended from the heavens, the savage wind striking in a bizarre arc towards the royal soldiers below. Ah, no, help me. The soldiers, stricken with terror, could only watch as a Xing's overwhelming strength instilled fear, prompting many to falter in their resolve. At that moment, a barrage of green bombs rained down from above. Upon impact, they erupted, releasing plumes of green smoke that enveloped the royal soldiers. Within moments, the sounds of bodies collapsing echoed as the remaining soldiers, gripped by fear, retreated frantically, desperate to avoid contact with the noxious mist. "Huh, take this punch, Lai Shan," as Meng Shan exhaled forcefully like a fist the size of a sandbag. His fierce gaze turned toward the remaining soldiers of the kingdom, unleashing an overwhelming punch that generated a terrifying shockwave, indiscriminately sweeping away everything in its path. Hundreds of kingdom soldiers were hurled into the air, their heads lolling to one side as they succumbed to unconsciousness. The battle raged on for 2.5 hours, during which the Haotian pirates, exhibiting monstrous combat prowess, thoroughly crushed the nearly 1,000-strong kingdom army. The islanders, who were originally destined to be sold into slavery, were liberated. 2 days later, in the holy land of Mary Geos, at Pangu City, the faces of the 5 elders darkened to a hue akin to that of a charred pot. 2 days prior, on an ordinary island belonging to the Labulacat kingdom, nearly 1,000 souls had been annihilated by the Haotian pirates, and the promised heavenly gold had vanished without a trace. What do you all think? Once again, it's the Haotian pirates. That rascal Xia Hao can never seem to find peace. In my opinion, since they are evil pirates, they should all be exterminated. If one naval admiral is insufficient, then let it be 2 or even 3. We cannot allow their madness to continue. Otherwise, what face will the world government have? Today he dares to attack 1,000 soldiers on an island. Tomorrow he might slaughter an entire nation's army. We cannot deploy all naval admirals at once, as doing so would incite global panic. This matter requires careful deliberation. Indeed, all of this turmoil stems from the heavenly gold. If word spreads that a kingdom resorts to selling its citizens as slaves for wealth, the negative repercussions for the world government would be monumental. This incident, I believe, must be suppressed. Within Pangu City, the 5 elders began to voice their opinions, some advocating for war, others for peace, and one remaining neutral. The discussion continued, unbeknownst to Xia Hao and his companions. Even if they were aware, they would remain indifferent. For the forthcoming actions of the Haotian pirates would only incite further madness and fury from both the world government and the navy. In a certain maritime expanse of the Grand Line, the Haotian pirates sailed swiftly, their destination set for the Labulacat kingdom. At this moment, the furious crew transformed into noble knights, intent on overthrowing this chaotic and brutal kingdom. Indeed, Xia Hao planned to seize the royal capital by force and appoint a suitable new king. Time passed swiftly, and half a month later, at Fishman Island, Fisher Tiger bid farewell to numerous Fishman subordinates in Fishman Street. Today, he was to undertake a monumental task, one unprecedented in history. 2.5 hours later, Fisher Tiger gazed at the towering red Earth continent, steeling himself as memories of his oppressed and persecuted kin surged in his mind, filling him with strength and a surge of hormones. To prevent calamity from befalling his people, I must succeed. Fisher Tiger clenched his fists tightly, rallying his spirits. Thus, a man with red skin began his ascent. Meanwhile, the celestial dragons in the holy land of Mary Geos remained blissfully ignorant, indulging in their revelries as carelessly as ever. For no one had ever dared to attempt the ascent of the red Earth continent, nor had anyone even contemplated such an endeavor. Ordinary folk, aware of the celestial dragon's affairs, would go to great lengths to avoid entanglement, fearing the repercussions of provoking them. Provoking a celestial dragon would summon the Navy's most formidable admirals. This is a well-known fact in this world. Aside from a few elite pirate crews, the rest have no desire to attract an insurmountable trouble. Time flew by, and during his journey, Fisher Tiger utilized a hoe to dig out resting spots in the middle of the red Earth continent, regaining enough strength before continuing his climb. At long last, after an indeterminate amount of time, Fisher Tiger looked up at the sun in the sky and the visible edge of the red Earth continent, revealing a joyful smile. Finally, he had ascended. Fisher Tiger was overwhelmed with excitement, yet his exceptional self-control compelled him to suppress his inner exhilaration, fearing that a minor slip could undo all his efforts, an outcome he would never forgive himself for. As dusk settled and darkness enveloped the sky, Fisher Tiger exhaled deeply and climbed onto the red Earth continent. With a tense demeanor, he surveyed his surroundings before sprinting toward the cells where slaves were imprisoned, guided by the memories etched in his mind. As he drew closer to the cell, his heart raced with anticipation. His footsteps grew lighter as he stealthily approached the cell's edge, patiently awaiting the guard's shift change. Each guard would oversee the cell for 5 hours, presenting the greatest opportunity. As time passed, the moment of the new shift arrived. "Hi, Lao Wan. It's time to switch. Hurry home to find your wife. Otherwise, you might find someone else in her arms." "Cough, what nonsense are you spouting? With my capabilities, how could your wife ever look elsewhere? It's always her begging me to stop." "I don't believe it." "Neither do I. Just hurry up, Lao Wang. We'll handle the latter half of the night." "All right, I'm leaving. It's not like I have much to do anyway. You two can get some rest. I've heard the higher-ups are furious about the Haotian pirates, so be extra cautious. If the higher-ups catch wind of this, it'll be the end." "Understood, Lao Wang." Fisher Tiger watched as the guards changed shifts. The new guards circled the cell before closing the door and heading to the guard station to doze off, utterly lax. For no one ever thought that chaos could erupt in the holy land of Mary Geos. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as the world underestimated a man's resolve, particularly that of the fishman race, endowed with strength several times that of an ordinary human. Fisher Tiger surveyed the drowsy guard, approached the post stealthily, and, with a steely resolve, plunged his hoe into one guard's heart. With a sickening sound, blood gushed forth, and before a cry for help could escape, the guard was dead. At that moment, another guard, returning from the restroom, was caught completely off guard. Upon witnessing his lifeless comrade, a bloodied hoe descended from above, striking his head with overwhelming force, splattering a grotesque mixture of liquid as he fell, filled with regret and terror. Recalling the image of Lao Wang's enchanting wife before his demise, no one noticed how splendid. Fisher Tiger exhaled deeply, swiftly extracting the keys from the guard's body before making his way to the cell that had once imprisoned him. With a click, the cell door creaked open, and all the slaves within opened their eyes in an instant, trembling with fear. For every time the door opened at such a late hour, someone would inevitably meet a tragic fate, becoming a plaything for the celestial dragons. Yet, when they discerned the figure at the door, disbelief washed over their faces. Especially among the fishman slaves, one timidly inquired, "Brother Tiger, is it truly you? Is this not a ghost?" "Of course it's me." "Enough with the nonsense. Hurry and follow me. I'm here to rescue you. While we have time, we can all escape." Fisher Tiger spoke with a grave tone, briefly explaining how he had ascended. "Wow, Brother Tiger, you're amazing. I knew you wouldn't forget us. Brother Tiger, let us hurry. I know where the other brothers are imprisoned. I'll lead the way." "All right, but we must be cautious. This is the territory of the celestial dragons. If we draw the attention of the divine guardians, none of us will escape." Fisher Tiger's expression darkened as he seemed to recall something, issuing stern instructions. "We all know, Brother Tiger." 2.5 hours later, all the members of the Urine clan were rescued. At that moment, Fisher Tiger's gaze fell upon the imprisoned humans, and his heart was tumultuous. The relationship between the Urine and humans was exceedingly delicate. Alas, it was a matter of compassion. "You may leave first. I shall release the human slaves as well. After all, they are but a group of pitiful souls." "Brother Tage, humans are not friendly towards us. Most of us were captured by human traffickers," a Urine exclaimed with fury. "Indeed, Brother Tage, humans are ungrateful wretches. They are beyond salvation." Despite the dissenting voices, Fisher Tage remained steadfast in his resolve, gesturing for the Urine to flee swiftly while he approached the cell holding the human slaves, unlocking the door. With a series of clicks, the doors swung open one after another. Soon, a vast throng surged forth, triggering a cacophony of chaos that attracted the attention of the world government's guards. Alarms blared as the guards rushed to the scene, brandishing their weapons to suppress the uprising, with gunfire echoing through the air. However, the sheer number of slaves overwhelmed the situation. Fisher Tage distributed keys to those humans who had companions or family, and through their combined efforts, nearly all the slaves were liberated, creating a dense crowd that rushed to escape, rendering the world government soldiers unable to regain control. Unfortunately, some of the slower individuals fell victim to stray bullets, collapsing in agony, their faces etched with despair, having squandered their hard-won chance at freedom. Nevertheless, some, having been forcibly fed devil fruits by the celestial dragons, utilized their newfound powers to resist, causing considerable trouble for the world government soldiers. The slaves have escaped. As the exclamations echoed across the Red Earth continent, Mary Geos descended into utter chaos. The celestial dragons, who were on the brink of slumber, awoke in a panic, glancing at the heavily guarded entrance, their minds gradually regaining composure. For the lofty celestial dragons, it was inconceivable that these slaves would dare to lay a hand on them. A night passed, and as they surveyed the disarrayed holy land of Mary Geos, the five elders wore solemn and grim expressions. Their anger intensified upon learning that Fisher Tage had climbed up from the depths of the Red Earth continent. The edges of the Red Earth continent had never been fortified, and no one had ever considered it a viable approach to Mary Geos. How infuriating it was that a mere Urin managed to ascend to the holy land of Mary Geos by sheer determination and liberated all the slaves. This was a blatant provocation against the world government. Execute the guards responsible for this lapse and demote all their superiors. Such disgrace has not befallen the world government in 8 centuries. The immediate priority was to minimize the repercussions of this incident. Otherwise, the world government would lose face entirely. It was too late. The intelligence department had reported that news of the slave escape from Mary Geos had already spread, and they could only attempt to contain its further dissemination. Spread? Could it be that Morgan's fellow? Indeed, but regrettably, this individual cannot be of use to us. No one has ever seen his true face, and CP9 cannot track those around him based on this information. Moreover, he is exceedingly cunning, never placing himself in perilous situations. Truly, a tumultuous time, with troubles arising one after another, necessitating a decisive course of action. Otherwise, where would the dignity of the world government lie? The 5 elders convened once more due to the latest events, gathering more frequently than the past month, each occasion proving to be a day of frustration and anger. As time passed, the incident of the slave escape from Mary Geos reverberated throughout the New World. In the land of the Amazon lily, Hancock and her sisters gazed at the information in the newspaper, their thoughts drifting to Xia Hao and the Haotian pirates. Without Xia Hao and the others, it was unfathomable to consider the calamities they would have faced, even if they managed to escape. What of it? The stigma of being pursued by the flying dragon would haunt them for life. It is truly tragic. Sister, a quarter of the slaves were killed. Indeed, it is dreadful. If we were captured, we cannot be certain we would escape safely. I have heard that the world government and the Marines are actively offering bounties for the capture of escaped slaves, and some unfortunate souls have already been slaughtered. Yes, I must find a way to repay Brother Xia Hao. On the Grand Line, at the coast of the capital island of the Liburicate Kingdom, the Haotian ship rested steadily. The crew of the Haotian pirates gazed at the opulent capital town. The anger that had diminished within them ignited once more from the depths of their hearts, a terrifying aura emanating from their beings. Truly, this was a tyrant of extravagant and absurd excess. Such a person need not continue to exist. Let the kings take turns. Tomorrow, we shall replace the next one. Today, I shall accomplish something monumental. A coup d'etat, a thought never before entertained. Xia Hao contemplated the capital ahead, murmuring to himself, his figure accelerating as he surged forward, with Xing and the others closely following. A few hours later, within the capital of the Liburicate Kingdom, all the kingdom's soldiers stood before the formidable presence of the Haotian pirates, their expressions grave, having been the first to report the breach of the city walls. Merely half an hour had passed, and they had swept through, none proving to be a match. What is happening? Why are the infamous pirates of the New World here? Quickly, summon a general from the Marine headquarters. The king of the Liburicate Kingdom, hearing the clamor and gunfire outside, turned pale with fright, feeling as though he had been drained of all strength. The once vibrant hall now felt as silent as a grave, with no one daring to speak. With a thunderous crash, the heavy doors were smashed open by a single punch from Meng Shan, and amidst the terrified gazes of the onlookers, the entire Haotian pirates' crew, led by Xia Hao, made their entrance. In the next moment, Xia Hao vanished, reappearing with one hand gripping the king of this nation. Choose life or death. This kingdom is no longer fit for you. It requires a new ruler. Xia Hao impatiently tapped the head of the Laburikit Kingdom's king, his tone icy. Life. I want to live. In that case, abdicate, former king. Now then, your majesty, hasten to issue the order for the abdication ceremony. Do not entertain any tricks. Even if a general from the Marine headquarters arrives, if I desire it, you shall still perish. Observing the hesitant king of the Laburikit Kingdom, Xia Hao pressed further. I understand what I must do. Pirate Lord, the king of the Laburikit Kingdom bowed his proud head. For the man before him was a ruthless pirate, one who had never shied away from bloodshed, feared even by the celestial dragons. 2.5 days later, news of the former king's abdication and the ascension of the new king spread throughout the Laburikit Kingdom. Particularly upon hearing the new king's name, everyone was taken aback. For it was not the name of the previous king's heir, but that of a rebel leader who had long sought to amass strength for a revolt. One who wished for all the people of this kingdom to have enough to eat. The entire Laburikit Kingdom erupted in jubilation, for they glimpsed a bright new future. At the very least, life would not be as unbearable as it had been, with food and resources in short supply. I never expected that, as a pirate, I would accomplish such a noble deed. Truly, I am remarkable. A Xing, poised to set sail near the shores of the Laburikit Kingdom, stood on the deck of the Haotian ship, exuding self-satisfaction. Ah, it is all about you, a Xing. Your thick skin is commendable, Mengshan remarked, covering his face, feigning ignorance of the man. As an honest person, Mengshan has never uttered a falsehood. Indeed, a Xing, are you not a tad too narcissistic? Taila remarked while cradling the mutated Hai Dongqing, his little tongue sticking out. As for the others, although they remained silent, their synchronized eye rolls spoke volumes about their inner exasperation. Humph, you all are merely envious of me. If I had not uncovered the secrets of this kingdom, could we have ushered in a benevolent king? Could we have elicited genuine smiles from these ordinary folk? A Xing smirked, unfazed by Mengshan and others' retorts. Instead, he cast a pitiful glance towards Xia Hao. Boss, do you not think I have contributed? Ahem, yes, this time you're the main contributor, Xia Hao replied, unable to suppress a shiver upon meeting a Xing's forlorn gaze. This fellow is becoming increasingly peculiar. Could it be that he has had clandestine conversations with Didati? You're the best, boss. You are all just jealous of me. A Xing proudly turned his head and sauntered towards the cabin. The group exchanged resigned shrugs. Let us continue our adventure, Yalu de Men, as we proceed towards the destination marked on the treasure map. XiaHao declared from the deck, surveying the members of the Haotian pirate crew, raising his right hand with a smile. Adventure is my favorite. Treasure map, I wonder how much treasure awaits us. Let us set sail, boss. I can hardly wait. The crew erupted into joyous cheers upon hearing Xia Hao's words. No one despises treasure, and certainly, no one is indifferent to it. At the very least, within the ranks of the Haotian pirate crew, composed of commoners, this holds true. At the Marine headquarters in Marin Fander, within the marshal's office, a loud bang resonated. Damn it! That scoundrel Xia Hao has dared to infiltrate a kingdom and instigate a regime change? The anger of the Gorosei had reached its zenith. They commanded the Navy to spare no effort in delivering a severe lesson to the Haotian pirate crew. Fengyan General, you will lead this mission. I will ensure that the strongest young talents of this generation accompany you. Marshal Sengoku hung up the transponder snail and spoke with a somber expression. Are you suggesting that Sakazuki, Kazan, and Polysolino go together? Fengyan General inquired, astonished. These three individuals are the future pillars of the Navy, already possessing the strength of prospective admirals, and each is a rare and formidable user of natural-type devil fruit powers, their combat capabilities exceeding expectations. Yes, no matter the cost. We cannot allow the Haotian pirate crew to continue their reckless rampage. Otherwise, the Navy's reputation will be tarnished. Sengoku sighed, feeling weary. The onset of the Great Pirate Era has led to a staggering increase in the number of pirates, and the rising talents are formidable enough that the Navy cannot afford to overlook them. Consequently, they introduced the warlord system, selecting 7 powerful and relatively newly renowned pirates to serve. However, as of now, they have yet to fill all positions. Only Crocodile, Moonlight Moria, Don Quixote Doflamingo, and the great swordsman Mihawk have been appointed. Crocodile was invited by the world government after his victorious challenge against the Devil's descendants, while Moonlight Moria once faced the fearsome Kaido. Although he was defeated, his formidable strength is undeniable, far beyond that of ordinary pirates. As for Don Quixote Doflamingo, he secured his position as a warlord through coercion and his previously unique status, while Mihawk earned his place solely through unmatched prowess, as the Navy sought to ease tensions with him. After all, he is known as the Hunter of the Navy, a persistent headache for the Marine headquarters. Yet, his overwhelming strength renders them powerless. They once dispatched naval warships to capture him, but the terrifying range of his sword strikes effortlessly cleaved through the vessels, sinking them into the depths of the sea, making it impossible to approach. Over time, the Navy had no choice but to compromise. In the Grand Line, within an uncharted sea, a massive whirlpool relentlessly devoured all surrounding entities. Countless shattered ships were drawn into the abyss, and its terrifying pull sought to ensnare the Haotian. However, the Haotian, resembling a small island, remained steadfast atop the waves, unmoving despite the tempestuous currents. "Boss, there's an island across the whirlpool, but no signs of human habitation have been found. However, the island is teeming with exceptionally large and ferocious beasts." After a brief glance, Xing noted over a dozen towering red elephants, some 50 to 60 meters tall, engaged in battle with a pride of formidable lions, exuding an aura of terror. If we were to engage in one-on-one combat, only 3.5 members of the Haotian pirate crew could prevail. Xing landed gracefully, his tone serious as he addressed Xia Hao and the others. "Really? This could be a marvelous training ground, but only 3.5. How did you arrive at that number?" XiaHao chuckled. "Ahem, you see, D2T rarely engages in direct confrontations. If he merely employs his devil fruit powers to create a massive bomb, victory would be assured. However, in close combat, he may not stand a chance." Xing coughed, somewhat embarrassed, casting a wary glance towards D2T, anxious that a mishap might occur with the bomb placement. Close combat. Indeed, we must strive to improve. The new world is rife with formidable foes, and our physical prowess and hockey cannot be lacking. After all, devil fruits are not without their imperfections, XiaHao remarked seriously. "Regarding didati, apreciating singesse suggestion. I shall endeavor to improve, boss, as this is part of my journey toward perfecting my art," D2T replied, nodding in agreement. "Then, you loot him in, let us disembark. You loot him in, let us all land on the island." XiaHao rallied, and the Haotian set course towards the island beyond the whirlpool, breaking the sound barrier as they surged forward. The lion pride and the giant elephants engaged in battle on the unknown island only felt a resounding blast echoing from afar, followed by the very ground trembling beneath them. Combat ceased instantly as they beheld the colossal vessel rapidly approaching, a fearsome shockwave sweeping across the area. Countless thick trees were uprooted with ease, and the two herds were thrown aside, terrified as they caught sight of the Haotian, hastily fleeing the shoreline. Meanwhile, the immense hull of the Haotian crashed onto the island, appearing as an organic extension of the landscape, impervious to the relentless waves. "What a resource-rich island," XiaHao mused, his lips curling into a smile. With his observation hockey, he distinctly sensed the presence of nearly 1,000 ferocious beasts, alongside the 3 members of the Haotian pirate crew, XiaHao, Xing, and Mengshan, who could not engage in close combat. Additionally, 10 titanic beasts, their formidable presence comparable to that of Mengshan and Xing, populated the area. "This is indeed an exceptional training ground. I have decided. The entire Haotian pirate crew shall rest here until we achieve satisfactory results." As XiaHao's words echoed, the Haotian rapidly generated a transparent protective shield, isolating everything outside of the crew. "Oh, splendid. I wonder how delicious the roasted skewers made from the island's beasts will be," Xing remarked cheerfully, eyeing the massive creatures ahead, a hint of drool escaping his lips. "Why not catch one? I've been itching to unleash my strength," Mengshan replied earnestly, clenching his fists. Due to the nature of the giant race, He often consumes a meal equivalent to that of 5 or 6 members of the Haotian pirate crew. He frequently indulges in private feasts, which leaves Mengshan somewhat embarrassed. However, within this vast island teeming with ferocious beasts, there is no need to worry about the availability of ingredients. Thus, Mengshan eagerly wishes to capture a beast to test its flavor. Indeed, let us go and see. XiaHao nodded in agreement with Mengshan's proposal, striding forward with purpose. What towering trees! They seem to stretch endlessly. Kelly, bouncing alongside Mena, gleefully exclaimed, her curiosity piqued as this marks her first journey away from home. As they walked, Kelly soon became captivated by the herbs on the ground, transforming into a little herbal princess, fervently gathering them. In no time, her backpack was brimming with medicinal plants. As the Haotian pirate crew ventured towards the island's center, a fearsome roar reverberated through the air, shaking the very earth beneath them. A terrifying aura emanated from the depths of the forest, causing the previously noisy beasts to fall silent. The deep growl of the tiger grew nearer, and before the crew stood a formidable, muscular Xiaojing who, its sharp teeth glinting coldly in the sunlight. Even under the scorching sun, the air around them felt suddenly chilled. What a stroke of luck, a gift delivered right to our doorstep, XiaHao thought as he observed the fearsome tiger, a smirk forming on his lips before he vanished from sight. It's up to you all. Consider it the first trial upon landing on the island. He, no problem. Captain, just watch, a Xing declared, immediately shifting into his half-beast form, powerful wind blades swirling around him as he charged at the tiger. He refrained from utilizing the powers of the devil fruit, relying solely on haki and physical techniques, which was XiaHao's intent for this training, to refine their skills and enhance their capabilities. With a fierce roar, a Xing charged towards a massive tiger, compelling it to adopt a defensive stance. As a Xing's fist was about to strike, the tiger tilted its massive head slightly and swiftly raised its right paw, colliding forcefully with a Xing's punch. The tremendous force of the impact sent shockwaves that wreaked havoc on everything nearby. So strong, a Xing murmured, astonished by the tiger's unyielding stance. I'll lend you a hand. Mengshan grinned, his right fist gathering energy rapidly, creating a small whirlwind of force. He then leapt high into the air, resembling a meteor plummeting towards the Xiaojing. Roar! The giant tiger emitted an enraged roar, withstanding Mengshan's powerful blow, which sent it crashing through several massive trees before colliding heavily with a boulder, causing spiderweb-like cracks to spread across its surface. Shaking its massive head, the Xiaojing regained its senses and glanced at XiaHao, who had remained passive. Its desire to attack diminished significantly. After a lingering gaze, it turned to flee, but XiaHao would not permit such an escape. Would release multiple binding technique. XiaHao clapped his hands together, and roots burst forth from the ground, snaking towards the tiger, entangling it with ferocity. In an instant, the branches twisted around the Xiaojing, tightening their grip as it struggled, reducing the once mighty beast to a pitiful state. What a large chunk of tiger meat! I've never tasted such before. Indeed, but soon we shall savor it. Captain, could we refrain from killing it? I wish to see if I can tame it. Tara's gentle voice chimed in, her wide eyes fixed earnestly on XiaHao. Tame it? Are you certain? Yes. I'd like to try. Didn't you mention that the paramecia-type devil fruits have no limits? I believe I can grow even stronger. If I can successfully tame this Tiger King, the combat power of the Haotian pirate crew would increase significantly, Tara stated with unwavering determination. She raised her hand gently, releasing an invisible energy soul ring that floated towards the Xiaojing, whose head. With a soft push, the transparent soul ring settled atop the tiger's head, merging seamlessly. Sensing something unusual, the Xiaojing who let out a startled roar. Meow? What? A tiger trying to meow? Ha ha! Tara, have you truly altered this bee species? XiaHao pondered, observing Tara closely. It seemed she had just employed her devil fruit powers, possibly granting her the ability to control the souls of living beings. XiaHao could only think of two such powers, Big Mom's Soul fruit and Brooke's Revive fruit. If Tara's abilities were similar, her future potential would be remarkable. Hey, little Jian. These individuals are my comrades. We are now one family. Tara beamed as she approached the saber-toothed tiger, gently stroking its cheek, her joy evident. With this new pet, Tara truly embodied a triad of capabilities across land, sea, and air, enhancing her combat prowess significantly, a formidable beast capable of withstanding a Xing and Mengshan's assaults. With ample room for growth, it appears our luck is quite favorable. Upon landing on the island, we have acquired a powerful companion. However, Tara, how many pets do you think you can tame? This island is abundant with ferocious beasts, and the Haoyan ship has ample space. Forming a bee squad would be quite beneficial, Xia Hao inquired, his tone calm. I'm unsure. I haven't sensed any restrictions on my abilities. However, the stronger the creature, the greater the consumption of stamina and mental energy. For instance, the control soul ring I just placed on little Jian will take 5 days to fully recover, Tara explained, observing the curiosity on the faces of her companions. Then it is settled. We shall establish a beast squad. Each member of the Haoyan pirate crew will train here, with the ultimate task being to capture a beast of equal rank to the saber-toothed tiger and present it to Tara for taming, thereby strengthening the Haoyan pirate crew. XiaHao concluded, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Capturing a beast? A splendid task, Captain. Watch me accomplish it within a day. A Xing exclaimed, confident in his ability to subdue a beast without difficulty, though he opted for the most formidable target, an ancient giant elephant, to heighten the challenge. I'll do the same, Mena declared, gripping her sword, Hanbing, tightly, feeling both anxious and exhilarated. After a deep breath, she reassured herself, realizing she had companions by her side. XiaHao and I. As a ship's doctor, must I also fight? Kelly's timid voice piped up from behind, drawing the attention of the others. Traditionally, ship doctors and cooks are logistical roles, seldom involved in direct combat. Certainly, every member of the Haoyan pirate crew is destined to become an independent powerhouse in the future. The ship's doctor can also wield remarkable strength, much like Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, who is a formidable ship's doctor. Moreover, Kelly, your devil fruit ability, if properly harnessed, can become incredibly fearsome, rivaling even the natural-type devil fruit users. The paramecia-type virus fruit can not only heal ailments, but also serve as a means of defense. XiaHao cast a thoughtful glance at Kelly and began to explain. While having a kind heart is commendable, XiaHao does not wish for Kelly to become a naive saint, nor does he desire for her to lack self-defense capabilities. After all, the adversaries XiaHao will confront in the future will grow increasingly terrifying. If the day comes when he stands against the rulers of this world, XiaHao hopes that every member of the Haoyan pirate crew will be his strength, not his weakness. I understand, Brother XiaHao. I will diligently learn combat skills, Kelly declared, clenching her small fist against her chest, inspired by XiaHao's serious demeanor. Captain, you need not worry about me. I have no issues, Didati interjected, eager to select a powerful beast as a mount to save time for his research on bomb artistry. He promptly raised his hand to express his intent and resumed sketching and writing, delving into new artistic bomb designs. As time passed, mere explosive power no longer satisfied Didati. When XiaHao casually mentioned that fireworks could convey various texts and patterns upon detonation, Didati was consumed by a fervent creative drive, determined to develop his unique artistic expression. Then, my comrades, the training begins. XiaHao smiled slightly at the unanimous agreement among the group, raising his hand to signal an offensive gesture. Ja, Captain. I'm off. A Xing transformed into his wind god-dragon form and soared toward the most formidable beast detected by his Kenbunchika haki, creating a powerful gust that drew the ire of the remaining crew. I'm going too, Captain, Mengshan exclaimed, observing a Xing's unorthodox method of gaining an advantage through flight. He then sprinted forward like a human tank, seeking another fearsome beast, clearly eager for a challenge. We're joining as well, Captain. A year later, all 10 of the most powerful beasts on this uncharted island have been tamed by the Haoyan pirate crew. Simultaneously, the soul rings crafted by Tara securely bound the spirits of all the beasts as a secondary safeguard. The 10 beasts included Tara's saber-toothed tiger king and an ancient mammoth, while Mena and Kelly acquired a flying wyvern each, Dadadi obtained a bizarrely shaped, swift giant tortoise. Mengshan tamed a massive and robust gorilla. And Xing captured a rare western dragon capable of breathing fire. As for the remaining 3 beasts, they were marked by Terra's soul rings and left to roam freely. For the core members of the Haotian pirate crew were not numerous, and Xia Hao currently had no desire for pets. After a hearty meal and leaving behind a colossal beast skeleton on the shore, the Haotian ship set sail, embarking on a new adventure. Not long after departing the coastline, the roars of excitement from the island's beasts echoed, relieved that the grim reapers had finally departed. Otherwise, staying another year might have resulted in a shortage of food for the beasts. 3 days later, the Haotian ship returned to the main route of the Grand Line, spotting a pirate ship with a distinctive and familiar flag fleeing swiftly in the distance, pursued closely by 5 naval warships. As the pirate ship drew nearer, familiar faces emerged before Xia Hao. Is that the Sun Pirates? Indeed, the Sun Pirates, Xia Hao exclaimed, recognizing the crew aboard the ship. Recalling the legendary figure of Fisher Tiger, the champion of the fishmen who liberated the slaves of Mariewa from the world government. Run! The Navy is after us! Fisher Tiger called out in alarm as he spotted the stationary Haotian ship. Despite his astonishment at the sight of such a massive pirate vessel, larger than the legendary Atom from Fishman Island, his innate goodness compelled him to urgently warn of the pursuing navy. The current naval commander, Admiral Sakazuki, a user of the natural-type magma devil fruit, posed a significant threat, nearly annihilating them with a single encounter. This pursuit stemmed not only from the Sun Pirates being led by Fisher Tiger, a criminal who liberated slaves, but also from the Haotian pirate crew's disappearance from the seas a year ago, infuriating the 5 elders. The Navy dispatched 2 admirals without success, leading to their wrath being directed at pirate crews across the Grand Line. Over the course of the year, the number of captured pirate crews surged, with reports suggesting that the underwater impelled down cells were nearing capacity. Consequently, the Haotian pirate crew became a target despised by the world government, the Navy, and pirates alike. Tiger, this pirate flag seems to belong to the Haotian pirate crew, Jinbei exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise as he addressed Fisher Tiger. What? The Haotian pirate crew? The one that has enraged the world government for a year without any success? Fisher Tiger was equally taken aback at Jinbei's revelation. Yes, there is no mistaking this flag. Curse it! Are these the scoundrels that have caused us to be pursued by the Navy for an entire year? A cold voice filled with anger interjected from behind Jinbei, belonging to a young fishman named Arlong, who would later become the leader of Fishman Street, but was then merely a subordinate in the Sun Pirates. Arlong, quiet down. The bounty on the Haotian pirate crew far exceeds that of the Sun Pirates. Do you wish to invite unnecessary trouble and endanger our comrades? Jinbei admonished, despite his own frustration at being chased by the Navy for a year. As a mature individual, he prioritized thoughtful consideration over impulsive reactions. Jinbei, Arlong protested, his face darkening in discontent, feeling hurt by Jinbei's reprimand. In Arlong's heart, Fisher Tiger was his utmost respect, while Jinbei held his second place. Arlong, Jinbei is right. Fisher Tiger sighed, attempting to mediate the dispute. At that moment, the Haotian ship and the Sun Pirates vessel drew within a mere 100 meters of each other, gazing at one another from a distance. Fisher Tiger, I have long admired your reputation, yet I never imagined we would meet under such circumstances. XiaHao harbored great respect for the fisherman hero who dared to resist the institution of slavery and attacked Mariewa to rescue his kin. Unfortunately, his demise, caused by human greed, ultimately deepened the divide between humans and Fishman Island. Humph, Arlong huffed, displeased as he glared at the members of the Haotian pirate crew. Long admired? I dare not accept such praise. Captain Xia Hao is the true luminary known across the world. I am merely a pitiful soul forced into a corner. Fisher Tiger humbly replied, though he could not help but feel a glimmer of appreciation for Xia Hao, who did not exude the arrogance often associated with notorious pirates. And his words seemed genuinely heartfelt. Tiger, we must leave now. The Navy is closing in, Arlong urged, glancing anxiously at the approaching naval vessels. What do you mean? The main character has appeared? Are you referring to us? Ah, how forgetful the esteemed are. A year ago, you overthrew a kingdom and installed a new king, inciting the ire of the world government's 5 elders. The Navy headquarters dispatched 2 admirals and 3 admiral candidates to pursue you. Yet, at that critical juncture, your entire pirate crew vanished. Consequently, the Sun Pirates bore the brunt of this turmoil. Were it not for the vastness of the sea, we would be uncertain how many members of the Sun Pirates would remain today. In a fit of anger, Along directed his words at Xia Hao, lamenting how the Sun Pirates had changed ships numerous times over the past year, compelled to abandon their vessels and flee due to relentless naval pursuit. Is that so? XiaHao replied, scratching the back of his head with a hint of embarrassment. Who could have anticipated such a twist of fate? Since our actions have led to your persecution by the Navy, let it be the Haotian pirates who confront this pursuit. Please, allow us to proceed first. What? A long urge, come on, Brother Tiger, it's just an admiral candidate. Can the renowned Haotian pirates truly be unable to withstand such a challenge? He observed Tiger's hesitation with a sardonic tone. In contrast, XiaHao merely smiled, unaffected by the tension. However, a Xing could not contain himself. Had it not been for XiaHao's subtle shake of the head, he would have already launched himself at a long. Not far away, the Navy battleships, in pursuit of the Sun Pirates, trembled at the sight before them. Particularly, the familiar pirate flag aboard the vessel sent shivers through the ranks of the Navy. Major Sakazuki, it is the flag of the Haotian pirates. They have returned after a year. A lookout rushed down from the crow's nest, breathless with urgency. The Haotian pirates? After a year of silence, they dare to show themselves. Sakazuki's rugged and serious demeanor shifted to one of cold indifference as molten magma surged over his hands, the intense heat causing the temperature in the surrounding area to rise dramatically. As a Navy officer who believed in absolute justice, Sakazuki could not permit such lawless individuals to exist. What an overwhelming presence. It seems a formidable Navy officer has arrived, a Xing remarked, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the nearby Navy battleship. It's so hot. The temperature is rising rapidly. Mena wiped the sweat from her brow and looked up at the sun, which did not seem to be particularly scorching. The arrival was undoubtedly a monster, a Logia-type magma fruit user, Admiral Candidate Sakazuki, one of the Navy's 3 strongest of the new generation. This man harbored an intense hatred for pirates and upheld the doctrine of absolute justice. Hearing the voices of Xing and Mena, XiaHao shrugged. An Admiral Candidate? Indeed, he possesses some strength. A Xing nodded in agreement. Although he could now contend with Navy admirals, he was still a distance away from being a top-tier warrior. Nevertheless, the unique powers of the Zoan-type devil fruit, when properly harnessed, could rival those of the Logia type. There are no worthless devil fruit abilities, only those who cannot wield them. Consider the likes of Don Quixote da Flamingo, who utilized a mere thread to its utmost potential, creating a birdcage that even Admiral Fujitora could not sever. The Haotian pirates? How unexpected. Surrender now, for Impel down awaits you. Sakazuki glared at Xia Hao and his crew, his fury escalating. Could a mere pirate confront the Navy without fleeing? Such insolence was the gravest affront to justice. He would not allow such lawlessness to persist. Today, the Haotian pirates would be apprehended. Surrender? Ha ha. Major Sakazuki, do you possess the strength for that? XiaHao scoffed, a mocking tone lacing his words. You scoundrels, just a bunch of sea refuse, daring to challenge the righteous Navy. Sakazuki's anger boiled over, the molten magma roiling around him, the cigar in his mouth visibly shortening, his Navy cloak billowing in the breeze. Great fire. The seething magma swirled and coalesced into a massive, fiery fist, hurtling toward the Haotian ship like a miniature sun. The searing heat instantly evaporating the seawater and shrouding the area in thick steam. Such was the terrifying power of the Logia-type devil fruit. Yet, the wood release's fire resistance and defensive capabilities were not to be underestimated. Wood release, super strong wooden barrier. As the molten fist approached, XiaHao clapped his hands, summoning a sturdy wooden wall that appeared above the Haotian ship, forming an impenetrable shield to protect everyone on board. Wood? How arrogant. Can you withstand magma that exceeds several hundred degrees? Sakazuki scoffed at Xia Hao's wooden barrier, his expression one of disdain, believing it would easily be reduced to ash. Is that so? Then you should watch closely. Boom! In an instant, the searing magma, imbued with tremendous force, crashed against the wooden wall. The Navy soldiers aboard the battleship, witnessing this scene, displayed excited smiles, for they believed that even an admiral's attack could not be met head-on. However, 1 minute passed, and the once menacing magma fist lost its initial ferocity. After penetrating the wooden barrier several meters deep, it came to an abrupt halt. In contrast, the wooden barrier remained remarkably resilient. Is it blocked? How is that possible? As Sakazuki's magma failed, Jinbei the fishman pirate stared wide-eyed, astonished at the sight of the magma firmly ensnared by the wooden barrier. They had previously encountered Sakazuki, using the ocean's advantages in fishman karate to defend against his attacks. For water can quench fire, but wood? If memory serves, ISNT would fuel? Or could it be that the wood utilized by Xia Hao is imbued with moisture? On the other side, the Navy soldiers were equally astounded, their earlier excitement quickly dimming. This was the first time they had witnessed an attack from Major Sakazuki being thwarted by the enemy. Wood release, 1,000-step technique. Wood release, wooden giant technique. Amidst the astonishment, Xia Hao called out successively, conjuring a staircase stretching hundreds of meters from the surface of the sea. Following this, towering wooden giants, each over 50 meters tall with dragon-like features, emerged, brandishing wooden weapons as they charged toward the Navy battleship. What is that? Is it a devil fruit ability? So enormous. These giants dwarf even the giants. How infuriating. There are so many of them. What should we do? The Navy soldiers fell into disarray, instinctively gripping their weapons as they beheld the approaching wooden giants. Remain calm. Do not panic. They are merely animated wood, Sakazuki retorted with a cold huff, his powerful aura radiating outward, instantly calming the previously anxious soldiers as their focus shifted to him, their steadfast leader. Indeed, we have Major Sakazuki. Exactly. They are merely wooden constructs. Fire. Fire. I refuse to believe this. With Sakazuki's presence, the Navy soldiers regained their confidence, swiftly pivoting their cannons to fire upon the advancing wooden giants, unleashing a relentless barrage of cannonballs. The thunderous sound of continuous cannon fire echoed, as an incessant barrage of shells relentlessly struck the wooden figure. The explosive force of the blasts caused the wooden figure to slightly slow its pace. Yet it bore no substantial effect. How infuriating. Is this truly wood? Such resilient timber. Could this be the infamous pirate with a bounty of 15 billion berries? It is indeed challenging to contend with. The naval soldiers, witnessing the unharmed wooden figure, found themselves engulfed in confusion and astonishment. Nevertheless, driven by their sense of justice, none dared to retreat. As elite soldiers of the Navy headquarters, they possessed combat power several times greater than that of ordinary sailors. Canine bite of the Crimson Lotus. Sakazuki's expression darkened as he observed the approaching wooden figure. His right arm rapidly transformed into magma, and a massive canine head of molten rock elongated swiftly. Under his command, it sank its teeth into the shoulder of the wooden figure, and with a powerful swing of his arm, the colossal wooden entity was yanked into the sea. The number of wooden figures diminished by 2 in an instant, as Sakazuki prepared to unleash his previous technique to destroy another wooden figure. A wooden dragon coiled around the shoulder of the wooden figure lunged forward, clamping down on the incoming magma canine head, leading to a stalemate. Simultaneously, the seemingly clumsy wooden figure leapt into the air, vaulting over its predecessor and directly assaulting the naval warship. In the next moment, a massive spiked mace descended with terrifying force, the shockwave sending several naval soldiers flying. You scoundrels! Observing the 2 wooden figures wreaking havoc upon his comrades, Sakazuki's fury surged. Were it not for the vast ocean, he might have fully elementalized himself. Alas! Surrounded by the boundless sea, if the magma were to obliterate the warship, even he might not survive. Great fire, like a volcanic eruption. Scalding magma erupted from his left hand, exuding an overwhelming force that sent the wooden figures tumbling from the wooden staircase. The terrifying impact shattered the staircase, and the wooden figure plunged into the sea. Sakazuki turned his gaze towards the two wooden figures rampaging on the naval warship. In an instant, he dashed forward, delivering a powerful punch to the wooden figure's head, obliterating it entirely, the intense heat scorching a gaping hole into the remaining body. He then prepared to eradicate the last wooden figure. However, at that moment, the wooden figure before him suddenly vanished. Concurrently, XiaHao's figure aboard the Haotian vanished as well. While creating the wooden figures, XiaHao had marked them with the indelible flying thunder god technique, intending for this very moment to spar with the future admiral of the Navy. Upon seeing XiaHao materialize before him, Sakazuki was momentarily taken aback, then swung his magma-clad fist downwards with greater force, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. Dragon Slayer magic, Crimson Lotus Inferno Blade. As XiaHao beheld the approaching magma fist, a slight smile graced his lips and flames erupted around him. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a figure of fire, the raging flames morphing into a colossal curved blade, clashing fiercely with the incoming magma canine head. The question of supremacy between flame and magma is subjective. However, in XiaHao's eyes, there is no strongest force, only a stronger one. With an all-out eruption, the temperature of his flames intensified, causing the surrounding naval soldiers to leap into the sea to escape the unbearable heat. Remarkably, even the naval warship, crafted from special alloys capable of withstanding extreme temperatures, began to melt under the heat, a vessel solely possessed by Sakazuki, designed to withstand the madness of a day when the ship would perish before the battle even began. Ordinary vessels could not endure the thermal shock of magma. Yet now, all bore witness to the unimaginable spectacle. The warship was melting. The cause was not Sakazuki, but Xia Hao, who had long been perceived as wielding the powers of wooden attributes. Both the Navy and the Fishman pirate crew found their worldviews profoundly shaken. It is common knowledge that one can only possess the power of a single devil fruit throughout their lifetime. Yet what does this scene signify? Is XiaHao not human? Otherwise, how could he wield two distinct abilities? Or perhaps, XiaHao shares a similar heritage to Kaido of the Beasts, possessing a special mythical Zoan-type devil fruit ability. For only such fruits grant such extraordinary powers. Compared to the former, everyone was more inclined toward the latter hypothesis. It was somewhat easier to accept. The mastery of flames? Sakazuki regarded the erupting pillars of fire with furrowed brows, astonished as the emanating heat caused the surrounding air to crackle, as if on the verge of shattering. Fire Fist. Without granting Sakazuki an opportunity to retaliate, XiaHao propelled a punch forward, unleashing a torrent of crimson flames. The surging heat engulfed the entirety of the naval warship, with Sakazuki at the forefront, surrounded by flames. Indeed, he was a monster. Mere flames could not possibly inflict real harm upon him, could they? Sakazuki's cold, unemotional voice emerged from the inferno, followed by a towering shadow emerging from within. As he approached, unaffected by the flames, XiaHao furrowed his brow. Could it be that flames truly posed no threat to magma? Or was the temperature simply insufficient? Otherwise, everything would burn, including magma itself. Canine bite of the Crimson Lotus. Sakazuki's form flickered and vanished from sight. Suddenly, XiaHao sensed a dangerous aura behind him, and in the next instant, a magma canine head hurtled towards him with astonishing speed. Just as Sakazuki believed he had the upper hand, a subtle distortion appeared in the space surrounding XiaHao, and he vanished entirely. Simultaneously, the formidable magma canine head descended, striking the deck of the naval warship, leaving a massive, gaping hole on its surface. What a ferocious navy! XiaHao reappeared behind Sakazuki, glancing down at the wrecked vessel, smirking slightly. He extended his hand, enveloping his arm in armament hockey, then activated one of the 6 forms of the Navy, Shave, creating afterimages in the surrounding space. Invincible Strike. As XiaHao's voice resounded, a series of colossal phantom fists surged forth, their powerful aura overwhelming. Sakazuki, witnessing the incoming assault, responded with his own punch, molten rock bubbling violently. Xia Hao's armament hockey-imbued fist easily made contact with Sakazuki in his natural elemental form, propelling the admiral back several steps. Conversely, Xia Hao remained firmly rooted in place. Demon God Possession. Taking a deep breath, Xia Hao summoned the Fong Tian Hua Ji, spinning it vigorously before locking his gaze upon the unarmed Sakazuki. With his legs slightly bent, he launched himself forward like a cannonball, entering close combat. In the state of Demon God Possession, his speed, strength, and defensive capabilities surged exponentially. What is this? Sakazuki stared at Xia Hao, who radiated an overwhelming aura reminiscent of a demon god, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Thunderclap, half-moon slash. As Xia Hao swung the Fong Tian Hua Ji, a slashing force extending over 100 meters materialized before Sakazuki, who, sensing the terrifying power emanating from it, made a choice. With the current strength and forces at his disposal, capturing all the pirates was impossible. Moreover, the naval warship capable of unleashing his full might had been utterly destroyed. Thus, though reluctant, Sakazuki resolved to retreat. As the strike descended, Sakazuki's figure flickered, appearing on the remaining naval vessels. The moment Sakazuki retreated, the warship, already partially melted, was abruptly cleaved in half by the slash, sinking into the depths of the sea. Kakik, is this the naval rear admiral you praised for his formidable destructive power? He seems rather weak, doesn't he? A Xing mockingly chortled, clutching his belly as he observed the Navy warship disappearing beneath the waves. His derisive tone instantly darkened Sakazuki's previously calm demeanor. If it weren't for the limited space on the sea, unleashing his full power could lead to mutual destruction. How could he have only exhibited 70% of his true strength? Let us go. Sakazuki cast a lingering glance at Xia Hao, fists clenched tightly, producing a series of crisp, bone-cracking sounds. If they were to meet again, he would pursue the entire Haotian pirates to an island before engaging in battle. This way, he could unleash his full potential, ensuring that even the Haotian pirates, with their Zoan-type flying abilities, could not escape. Sakazuki felt confident in this plan, especially since the impulsive Admiral Kyuan had recently pursued the notorious pirate Kaido, suffering significant losses. The Navy headquarters was currently deliberating on a new admiral, and he was among the top 3 candidates for the position. As the naval warship departed, cheers erupted from both the Haotian pirates and the Fishman pirates, particularly among the Fishman pirates, who had witnessed Xia Hao repel the formidable natural type, Vice Admiral Sakazuki, after a year of relentless pursuit. Their faith in Xia Hao's strength was unwavering, their eyes filled with respect. This was the reverence the pirate world held for the powerful. Fishman pirates, until we meet again. Xia Hao noticed the fishman's gaze and smiled as he spoke. Until we meet again, Fisher Tiger and Jinbei responded with smiles, while in a corner, Fishman Arlong stared intently at Xia Hao. Although he harbored a deep-seated dislike for humans, Xia Hao's overwhelming strength ignited a yearning within Arlong, who revered martial prowess above all. If only he could become as powerful one day. Then, with the innate advantages of the Fishman race, he would unleash a furious reprisal upon the world government, the Navy, and the pirates, making all humans experience the bitter taste of being sold into slavery. But at that moment, Arlong felt an inexplicable, terrifying pressure enveloping him. Following the source of this sensation, his gaze met Xia Hao's calm eyes, and in an instant, it felt as if a weight of 1,000 pounds bore down upon him, an aura reminiscent of facing a legendary beast, causing cold sweat to cascade down Arlong's brow. Suddenly, an absurd thought crossed his mind. Could Xia Hao see into people's hearts? Impossible, absolutely impossible, no matter how powerful a human might be. They could not possess such terrifying abilities. It was beyond mortal strength. The Haotian ship continued its steady course through the ocean, and as the pirate ships drifted further apart, the once overbearing pressure slowly dissipated. Arlong, feeling liberated, gasped for breath, inhaling the fresh air with a sense of having survived a calamity. Arlong, what's wrong? Why are you sweating so much? Jinbei noticed Arlong's pale complexion and inquired with concern. In Jinbei's eyes, Arlong was merely a rebellious younger brother who needed guidance. With proper direction, He could become a great asset to the Fishman pirates in the future. I'm fine, Jinbei, Arlong replied, feeling a warm surge as he looked at Jinbei's caring expression. Though often scolded as a fool, Jinbei would always be his good older brother. That's good to hear. Tiger, let's hurry and leave. The current Fishman pirates are no match for the formidable navy. Jinbei, relieved by Arlong's words, turned to Fisher Tiger, who was gazing into the distance from the bow of the ship. Indeed, well said, Jinbei. It is time for us to depart. Reflecting on the past, I realized I had taken things for granted. Peace and liberation cannot merely be spoken into existence. Without formidable strength, it is utterly unattainable, Fisher Tiger nodded, his tone tinged with melancholy as he gazed at the Haotian pirates, who had vanished from sight, as if he had made an important decision within. 5 days later, the Haotian ship sailed steadily across the sea. Looking ahead, a thick fog enveloped the area, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. XiaHao, shall we turn back? Mena trembled as she spoke, recognizing the ominous fog from her love of reading adventure tales. Turn back? Haha, Mena, you don't really think there are ghosts in there, do you? XiaHao remarked, bemused, as he noticed Mena's anxious demeanor. To think that the fearless Mena would be afraid of ghosts. Rest assured, it's all just rumors. The Devil's Triangle is merely a place where ships collide and sink due to the dense fog obscuring their path. The Haotian ship possesses automatic navigation capabilities, and even if we were to collide with other vessels, do you really think the size and durability of the Haotian ship would be affected? XiaHao continued to explain. XiaHao, you know about this place? Hearing his reassurances, Mena's anxious heart began to calm. However, nearby, Kelly's bright eyes gleamed with hidden excitement upon hearing the mention of ghosts. I heard that ghosts don't feel pain. If only I could catch one for experimentation, then I could confidently proceed with researching the universal antidote. While the others remained oblivious to Kelly's thoughts, they were destined to be disappointed. There were no ghosts on this island, only possibly a perverse skeleton. Let us move forward, according to the treasure map. We have 3 nautical miles left. XiaHao commanded the helmsman of the Haotian ship to continue sailing, having plotted the course after glancing at the marked endpoint on the map. Speaking of the numerous shipwrecks in the Devil's Triangle, it likely held countless treasures as well, a splendid opportunity to recommend to Buggy later. Thank you so much, XiaHao. You're quite a decent fellow, Buggy exclaimed. As the Haotian ship continued its journey, the fog thickened with each passing moment. However, within the ship, illuminated by bright lights thanks to its protective shield, there was no impact whatsoever, resembling a massive light bulb racing through the mist. Suddenly, eerie sounds echoed around them. The creaking of wood resonating before a deafening crash announced the collision of a dilapidated pirate ship against the side of the Haotian vessel. Yet for the Haotian ship, it was as inconsequential as an ant trying to move an elephant. Phew, that scared me. Just now, several dark figures sped past, and I thought I saw a ghost ship. Mena exclaimed, dramatically clutching her chest. A ghost ship? Impossible. It was merely a drifting pirate vessel. XiaHao shrugged in response. Is that so? Thank goodness. I thought, how could there possibly be ghosts in this world? Mena's heart settled upon hearing XiaHao's words. In stark contrast, Kelly, who had heard that ghosts were a fabrication, wore a look of disappointment. The Haotian ship pressed on, and after 10 minutes of sailing, they finally glimpsed land up ahead. Yet they were still a kilometer away from the treasure's destination. XiaHao took a glance at the map, leaped down, and set foot on the fog-laden island. Mena, if you're scared, you can stay on the ship. Mengshan, you should stay too, while the rest can choose freely. XiaHao addressed the remaining crew on the Haotian ship after a moment of contemplation. I find myself aboard the ship, resolved not to venture anywhere. Mena promptly raised her hand to signal, then dashed into the resting quarters of the Haotian, striving to calm her racing heart, beginning to delve into a book. For out of sight, out of mind. After all, with the formidable defense system of the Haotian and the presence of the hulking Mengshan, there was little to fear. Brother XiaHao, I wish to take a look, Kelly exclaimed, waving her small hand energetically. Are you going too? Very well, but you must stick with the main group. Do not wander off alone. None can ascertain whether this island harbors strange creatures. Observing Kelly's eager expression, XiaHao raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself how remarkably bold this child was a true potential in the making for a future doctor. 10 minutes later, Xia Hao, Xing, Kelly, and Tara embarked on their treasure-seeking journey, while Daidatai remained aboard the Haoyan, drawing inspiration for new artistic creations through the mist. The quartet swiftly followed the designated route towards the treasure's location, but scarcely had they traversed 100 meters when rustling sounds erupted from the ground around them. Suddenly, a grotesque horde of bandaged zombies emerged from nearby pits, scrambling toward Xia Hao and his companions with outstretched arms, eager to grasp him. "Zombies!" Kelly gasped, her eyes widening in shock. After a moment of surprise, she began to scrutinize the approaching monstrosities with newfound seriousness. Bang! 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 Xia Hao, witnessing a zombie nearing his ankle, conjured a sturdy, massive wooden club in his hand, resembling a baseball bat, and swung it down with great force. A series of explosive sounds erupted as he dispatched the advancing horde, their heads bursting forth like balls, rolling away with a comical bounce. "Wait, I am a zombie. Aren't you afraid?" In that instant, the zombies appeared bewildered as they watched their bodies grow distant, their eyes filled with confusion. It was not until one of their heads collided heavily with a massive rock, producing a tremendous crash, that silence enveloped the area, leaving the zombies in a daze. How astonishing that our heads can fly away. Even without a head, we continue to exist? Brother Xia Hao, why don't we capture one to keep in the Haoyan's warehouse for medical experiments? Mayna suggested, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the sight of a headless yet animated zombie. As she approached Xia Hao with an eager expression, "Absolutely not. Such a notion is utterly revolting," Xia Hao retorted, his expression darkening at the mere thought of harboring a zombie, especially one so grotesque. However, the appearance of zombies hinted that the island was likely a lair for one of the 7 warlords, Moonlight Moria, though it remained uncertain whether he was alone or accompanied by a formidable undead army. After a brief contemplation, Xia Hao shook his head, realizing he had fallen into a misconception. For the Haoyan pirate crew, Moria, whether solitary or commanding a legion, posed no significant threat due to his feeble strength. Another 10 minutes passed, and at last, Xia Hao and his companions arrived at the treasure map's final destination. They dug into the ground, unearthing a small box. Upon opening it, they discovered yet another treasure map, which could be pieced together with the one in Xia Hao's possession. Royal Navy treasure map of the kingdom. Upon seeing the assembled text, Xia Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. A royal adventure treasure from centuries past must be quite bountiful. Let us return. The true treasure point lies elsewhere. After confirming their destination, Xia Hao stood slowly, preparing to lead Xing and the others back. Just then, a rustling noise echoed from not far away. As a mass of shadows approached, upon closer inspection, it became clear that they were a diverse horde of zombies, armed with an array of weapons. Charging toward Xia Hao and his group, among them 2 towering giant zombies, nearly 10 meters tall. How shameful it would be to let the zombie army I painstakingly assembled over 2.5 years depart unscathed. The figure of Moonlight Moria gradually came into view, his cold voice resonating across the island, radiating an aura of lethal intent. In a matter of moments, the zombie horde surrounded Xia Hao and his companions. Peculiar and haunting cries erupted from the zombies, and at Moria's command, they charged fearlessly toward Xia Hao's group. "Everyone be cautious. Though this fellow possesses mediocre strength, his devil fruit ability, the shadow fruit, allows him to sever other shadows and attach them to corpses, granting them the formidable power and techniques of their original forms." Xia Hao observed the overconfident Moria, his brow furrowing slightly, perplexed by the source of the latter's audacity. Since his defeat against Kaido of the Beasts, Moria had lost faith in his own power, relying instead on external forces, with his zombie army serving as a manifestation of his insecurity. However, this was not a true undead army. They feared fire and salt. "Understood, boss. I will ensure he learns why the flowers bloom red." Xing clenched his fists, producing a crisp sound of bone cracking, before transforming into his half-beast form and charging into the horde of zombies. "Fear not death. Will you truly survive if torn to pieces by wind blades? Little sword, attack him," Tara instructed, observing a Xing plunging into the enemy ranks. As he patted the head of the saber-toothed tiger beside him, pointing towards the zombies. Roar! A resounding tiger's roar echoed, momentarily halting the imposing zombie horde. Before the massive brain axe of Little Sword barreled through, dispatching the zombies with ease, as if swatting flies, delighting in the chaos. How infuriating! Is this mockery directed at me? Moria fumed, witnessing Xia Hao's apparent nonchalance, perceiving it as an insult. All of you attack. Kill them, he commanded, his face darkening as he surveyed the battlefield filled with his beleaguered zombie army. Though those possessed by shadows felt no fear of being cut. Being shredded to pieces by a fierce gale would render them irretrievable. Thus, Moria was compelled to unleash his trump cards, the renowned swordsman Shimatsuki Ryuma, 2 giant warriors of his bloodline, and his loyal subordinate Absalom, who had concealed himself since the onset of battle, a user of the transparent fruit. A powerful wave of sword energy surged from Ryuma's blade, aimed directly at a Xing, who was wreaking havoc amongst the zombies. The fierce energy struck fear into a Xing, prompting him to swiftly evade the attack. However, the zombies poised to ambush a Xing were caught in the path of the sword energy, cleaved in two, collapsing in terror. Roar! Meanwhile, Little Sword found himself besieged by 2 giant warriors wielding spiked clubs. Yet, lacking their original power, they could not unleash their full potential against Little Sword. Having endured a couple of blows, the suppressed ferocity within Little Sword erupted. Within the Haotian pirate crew, all members were formidable. No single individual could pose a threat. Thus, he had held back, but now, facing even a single small giant who dared to provoke him, he felt undeterred. Once on an island, a team of 5 giant warriors sought to use the island's ferocious beasts as training subjects, only to be unitedly slain by those very beasts. Over 20 years had passed since then, and the grass on their graves had surely grown tall. 3 colossal figures collided with a thunderous roar, engaging in a sheer contest of brute strength. Yet, in the face of the towering giants, the mere presence of the diminutive Jian, measuring merely several dozen meters, rendered them insignificant, completely suppressing them. The tiger claws struck fiercely, forcing the 2 giant zombies to retreat repeatedly, one of them tumbling to the ground due to leg weakness. Seizing the opportunity, Jian lunged forward, aiming to bite down on its head with a terrifying force, splitting it in 2. However, owing to the shadow's influence, both halves continued to move, and soon a headless zombie stood up, wildly swinging its weapon. Witnessing the imminent annihilation of the zombie army, Yueguang Moria clenched his fists in anger, his powerful grip causing his nails to pierce flesh, blood oozing forth without a hint of pain. Absalom, it's up to you, Yueguang Moria thought to himself. Simultaneously, Absalom cautiously approached Xia Hao, utilizing the powers of the transparent fruit, his arm brandishing a poisoned dagger, glistening ominously. His intention was to capture the king by eliminating Xia Hao, believing that once he was slain, the others would falter. But was it truly that simple? Over the years, Xia Hao had honed his haki to surpass limits daily. His Kinbunshiko haki, Busashoka haki, and even the Conqueror's haki had vastly improved since departing from the Roger Pirates. Fire Fist. Just as Absalom drew within 10 meters of Xia Hao, a smirk crept across Xia Hao's lips as he unleashed a fiery attack. The searing flames twisted the very fabric of space, and upon witnessing the inferno appear before him, Absalom fled in panic, his transparent form vanishing in fright. "Who is this person?" Kelly exclaimed, her mouth agape at the sight of the fleeing Absalom. A despicable and shameless pervert who sought to ambush. Often using the transparent fruit to peep at women's baths, Xia Hao gritted his teeth, lamenting the power of the transparent fruit, a dream ability for every man. "How could it be? How did you discover me?" Absalom, singed by the flames, stared in terror at Xia Hao, unable to fathom how he had been found. Knowing well that his transparent fruit had previously ensured his victories under Captain Moria. "Take a guess," Xia Hao replied with a slight grin. In the next instant, he vanished, and as Absalom attempted to enter his invisible state, Xia Hao, empowered by his Conqueror's haki, struck with a forceful punch to his abdomen. The overwhelming impact, coupled with the Conqueror's haki, inflicted real damage, nearly causing Absalom's eyes to pop out. The excruciating pain compelled him to emit a heart-wrenching scream, his face turning ashen. In an instant, he was propelled away like a cannonball, disappearing hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Absalom, you wretched scoundrel! Witnessing his most loyal subordinate grievously injured by Xia Hao, Yueguang Moria could not contain his fury. Roaring in rage as his body transformed into a swarm of flying black bats, swiftly heading towards Xia Hao. Dragon Slayer magic, tracking type Crimson Lotus Flameblade. Gazing at the flurry of bats, XiaHao's expression remained cold. He raised his hand, releasing powerful Dragon Slayer magic flames from within, instantly heating the surrounding kilometers to an unbearable degree. In the next moment, countless fiery crescent blades sliced gracefully through the air, targeting the shadowy bats. As the blazing curved blades passed through, numerous shadowy bats were cleaved in two, plummeting to the ground. Truly fragile, Xia Hao mused, shaking his head in disdain. It seems the defeat at the hands of Kaido has left you in such a state. No wonder a mere child will eventually bring about your downfall. You have become a disgrace among the 7 warlords. He delivered the words with unrelenting scorn before teleporting using the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing behind Yueguang Moria. The red-black lightning crackled around his fist, enveloping it with the Conqueror's haki, and he aimed directly at the rotund belly of Yueguang Moria. The tremendous force bent Moria's body into a shrimp-like shape, his eyes bulging as he gasped for air, while threatening to erupt. His robust form traced an elegant arc through the air before crashing violently against a withered tree, the sheer force nearly rendering him unconscious. The fear in his gaze towards Xia Hao intensified, for in this clash he had been utterly powerless to retaliate. Even his prideful creation, the undead army, proved futile, further shattering his confidence. As Xia Hao approached step by step, Yueguang Moria felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Once, inspired by the words of Pirate King Roger before his demise, he had ventured into this tumultuous and unpredictable new world, becoming a notorious pirate feared across the seas. Who would have imagined he would fall to such depths? Has the once intern of the Roger pirates transformed into such a terror? Moria muttered, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Just as he resigned himself to his fate, a smoke bomb suddenly appeared before him, and Absalom, still in his invisible state, collided with him, hastily making their escape. The speed was astonishing, the fastest he had ever achieved in his life. Escaped? How utterly dull, XiaHao remarked, shaking his head, choosing not to pursue, for he found them too weak to pique his interest. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, Shuangyu Alongma and the giant zombie were swiftly dispatched by Xing and Jian. Following this, Xing retrieved the blade, Qiushui, from Longma, recalling Xia Hao's praise for its quality. Very good, let us depart. Ah, the famed blade Qiushui, the weapon of the dragon slayer, Shuangyu Alongma, from Wano, quite impressive. Xia Hao beamed as he held the blade, savoring its weight and craftsmanship. Let's go, we have gathered all the treasure maps. It is time to claim the treasure, he declared, striding purposefully toward the coastline. Xing, Taila, and Kelly exchanged glances and followed suit. Not far away, observing Xia Hao and his companions receding into the distance, Absalom and Yueguang Moria finally exhaled in relief. The recent moments had been perilously close to disaster. A mere breath away from being slain by Xia Hao. Haotian pirates, await my return. I shall be back. Yueguang Moria growled, his eyes fixed on Xia Hao's retreating figure, determined to expedite a plan he had long been devising. The next time they met, he vowed to exact revenge, ensuring that such a humiliating event would never occur again. On board the Haotian, Mengshan waved his arm vigorously at the approaching figures, a broad smile illuminating his face. Though accompanied by Xia Hao and Xing, he remained wary of unforeseen circumstances, keeping vigilant watch over the island's interior. Boss, how did it go? Pretty well. We found another fragment of the treasure map and have locked onto the final location. Soon, we shall reach the destination to claim the treasure, came the reply. Really? That's wonderful. Mengshan beamed, for who does not delight in the pursuit of treasure? The Haotian set sail through the treacherous waters of the Devil's Triangle, slowly navigating toward the marked location on the treasure map. After laboriously searching for an hour, they finally pinpointed the treasure's coordinates. However, gazing at the vast expanse of the ocean, XiaHao's brow furrowed slightly, disbelief washing over him. The final treasure is in the deep sea? Surely not in the ocean? Xing's excitement evaporated upon hearing XiaHao's words. If the treasure lay beneath the waves, he would feel utterly sidelined. When XiaHao first acquired the treasure map, Xing had celebrated for quite some time, yet the unpredictable whims of fate had rendered everything so abrupt. What about Mena? Are you really going to hide in the room all the time? XiaHao scanned the surroundings but found no trace of Mena and inquired. Boss. Mena said she was looking at magazines in her room. Mengshan scratched the back of his head and chuckled. All right, XiaHao shook his head. Speaking of the Devil's Triangle, the only one who had recently approached a non-human state was the great musician Brook. However, XiaHao had not encountered him, and currently, Brook was not captured by Moonlight Moria, having survived by lurking in the shadows. Brook must have been aimlessly drifting in this area. After all, one could no longer steer a shattered pirate ship. Mengshan, let us go down together. XiaHao glanced at the treasure map and said to Mengshan. Among the entire Haotian pirate crew, the best swimmers were Xia Hao and Mengshan, while the rest were all devil fruit users, a group of poor swimmers. No problem. Boss. Mengshan nodded happily and proudly glanced at Xing, his meaning clear. Bastard, how can you be so arrogant? Xing looked at the boastful Mengshan, gritting his teeth but feeling helpless. The drawback of acquiring the powerful abilities of the devil fruit was the inability to swim. Xing had once attempted to overcome his weakness in seawater, but had failed every time. 10 minutes later, XiaHao and Mengshan began their descent, moving swiftly. With the turtle breath skill, XiaHao could swim freely in the water without being affected by a lack of oxygen. And beside him, Mengshan, possessing the bloodline of the Fishman tribe, faced no such issues. Boss, look, it's a sunken ship. Mengshan pointed ahead at the enormous skeletal remains of ship on the seabed, speaking quickly. Let's go take a look. XiaHao surged ahead, hastening toward the wreck. According to the treasure map, the treasure should be here. What is this? Upon reaching the outskirts of the sunken ship, XiaHao saw one wooden chest after another, a faint smile appearing on his face. Indeed, hard work pays off. The treasure was finally in my hands. Let us bring them all up. XiaHao indicated upward, and the two began swimming toward the surface. Just then, a lurking sea beast with glowing red eyes surged forth from the depths, a massive underwater octopus. Its enormous tentacles quickly stretched out, attempting to ambush Xia Hao and Mengshan as they tried to escape. However, even underwater, Xia Hao and Mengshan remained incredibly agile, like loaches. What a nuisance. Can't you just stay in your lair? Xia Hao sighed helplessly at the aggressive octopus, placing the treasure chest into Mengshan's arms. He then vanished from sight, reappearing behind the octopus, his fist clenched tightly, and struck fiercely at the soft body of the gigantic octopus. The unparalleled strength propelled the colossal creature toward the surface, followed by a flurry of bubbles. Then, with a resounding crash, the ocean surged, and a small mound erupted, the massive octopus's body breaking through the water surface, tracing a graceful arc before landing on the deck of the Haotian. Half an hour later, XiaHao and Mengshan returned to the Haotian's deck, cradling overflowing treasure chests and revealing satisfied smiles at the sight of the scattered riches. Open the chests, with XiaHao's command. Everyone in the Haotian pirate crew began to clear the treasure chests. As the boxes were opened, dazzling gold and precious items almost blinded XiaHao's eyes, quickly piling up on the deck. Creak! XiaHao gazed at the last ornate locked chest in his hands, took a deep breath, and opened it directly, revealing an oddly shaped devil fruit within his view. What is this? Looks like luck is on my side. Indeed, it was a Zoan-type mythical beast devil fruit. XiaHao stared at the fruit, the system's description of it flashing in his mind, leaving him incredulous, his mouth agape in disbelief. Could such a devil fruit really exist? This must be a joke. The Zoan-type mythical beast, Nico no Mi, model, Swordsman Tom. Yes, indeed. What astonished and shocked XiaHao was the identification of this special devil fruit by the system, making him doubt whether the system had concocted such a name, as it was utterly ridiculous. This system is the honest little lord of the Tongzi realm. It does not deceive. Perhaps it has mutated. Mutated? Xia Hao frowned, glancing at the darkened waters, feeling troubled as the sea seemed to have become utterly repulsive. Had the celestial dragons been dumping waste again? Xia Hao quickly gestured for the Haotian's helmsman to navigate a new course. Since the treasure had been obtained, there was no need to linger any longer. 5 days later, at Marine Headquarters Marineford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku frowned as he reviewed the naval intelligence before him, realizing that the Haotian pirate crew had acted once more shortly after a brief lull. This time, they targeted one of the 7 warlords recognized by the world government, Moonlight Moria. Although he held no fondness for pirates, the 7 warlord system was one of the measures implemented by the world government and the Navy to counter the increasingly swollen pirate forces of the New World. He had intended to revoke their titles, but reconsidered upon realizing that the one behind the actions was Xia Hao. The 7 warlord system is a long-term endeavor. Can a group of lawless ruffians truly cooperate with the Navy to counter the monsters of the New World? Sengoku rubbed his forehead in exasperation, contemplating the current composition of the 7 warlords, which only added to his woes. The world-renowned swordsman Dracul Mihawk had once been a Navy hunter. Seeking tranquility, he had withdrawn to become an eccentric 7 warlord, as there were no swordsmen left at sea who could rival him. Gradually, many began to call him the world's greatest swordsman. Crocodile, the sand alligator, earned his place among the 7 warlords due to his enmity with the great pirate Whitebeard and being a powerful Logia-type devil fruit user, having fought to a standstill against the descendant of the devil, Douglas Bullet. But Sengoku was well aware that he was also an ambitious villain. Recently, he decided to scout for suitable candidates in the New World, as the 7 warlord system required 4 more members. With a sigh, Sengoku turned to the naval officer at the intelligence desk and instructed, "Yes, Fleet Admiral. All right, that will be all. You may go about your business." Sengoku waved his hand, signaling for him to leave, then turned his gaze to the languid Kuzan beside him. Recently, Akainu had encountered the Haotian pirate crew and failed to capture them. Not only that, but their specialized naval warship had also been sunk by Xia Hao. Indeed, Xia Hao, captain of the Haotian pirate crew, is suspected to be a Zoan-type mythical beast devil fruit user, possessing the ability to control plants and flames, though the specifics of the devil fruit remain unclear. Upon hearing Sengoku's inquiry, Kuzan's previously relaxed demeanor vanished, replaced by a serious recounting of the intelligence obtained. At this moment, the ideological divide between Kuzan and Akainu was not yet severe. Most importantly, the temperature of the flames released by Xia Hao was reportedly higher than that of Akainu's magma, with greater destructive power. Moreover, Akainu suspected that he had awakened and mastered the power of Conqueror's Haki. Kuzan continued with a grave tone. Conqueror's Haki? Currently, only Fleet Admiral Sengoku and that handsome old man possess it within the Navy. It is a power that only 1 in a million can attain, surpassing the masses. It could be said that possessing Conqueror's Haki opens up limitless possibilities. What a troublesome fellow you are, Roger. What sort of monster have you unleashed upon the world? Sengoku, feeling an inexplicable sense of helplessness, could only place the blame squarely on Roger's shoulders, especially since Xia Hao had previously been an intern in Roger's pirate crew. At this moment, Roger, buried in the earth, thought to himself, "I truly am at a loss. I wish I knew as well." Meanwhile, on the eastern side of Beihai's Haiyan Island, on Minion Island, 2 figures, one large and one small, were voraciously consuming their meal in a quaint wooden cabin. The middle-aged man, draped in black feathers and adorned with a clownish visage, held a cigarette between his lips while wearing a shirt emblazoned with pink hearts. He was none other than Don Quixote Rosinante, the brother of the notorious Don Quixote da Flamingo. Currently, he served as an undercover agent for the Marines, tasked with monitoring his brother, da Flamingo, under the command of Admiral Sengoku. Beside him was a pallid young boy wearing a black spotted cap, none other than Trafalgar Law, a future pirate of the most wicked era. Having witnessed the brutal murder of his family by the world government, Law was consumed with a desire for vengeance. However, due to Rosinante's influence, he had begun to harbor a flicker of warmth in his heart, albeit it was solely for Rosinante. "Law, I have inquired thoroughly. The Op no Mi is located on this very island. If you consume this devil fruit before your family arrives, you can cure your ailment. Razanani spoke gently, affectionately stroking Law's small head as he earnestly conveyed his words. But I have heard that the Op no Mi is in the possession of a group of formidable pirates. Law expressed his concerns, worry etched across his youthful face. Do not underestimate me. I am quite strong in my own right. A mere band of pirates poses no threat. Razanani replied cheerfully, feigning nonchalance. Yet deep down, he understood that his own capabilities were limited. His plan to seize the Op no Mi relied heavily on his devil fruit ability, the Shirku no Mi, which allowed him to stealthily procure what he desired. It was through this ability that he had gleaned information about Doflamingo's intentions regarding the Op no Mi Diaz barrels. A former Marine officer and student of Admiral Zephyr, aimed to sell the Op no Mi to the world government and the Marines for a staggering 50 billion berries. The Marines sought to ambush Doflamingo's pirate crew in this region. Thus, this moment represented Razanani's opportunity to secure the Op no Mi, ensuring Law would no longer suffer from his affliction. After a prolonged journey, the weary Trafalgar Law could no longer keep his eyes open and drifted into slumber. Observing the sleeping child, Razanani smiled softly, then glanced towards the distant town. With a gentle snap of his fingers, he enveloped the space around Law in silence, using his devil fruit powers before quietly exiting the room. The task of acquiring the Op no Mi was undeniably perilous, and Razanani could not permit the young Law to accompany him. Wait for me. Your illness will surely be cured, he whispered as he gently closed the door behind him. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he cast his gaze upon the snow-covered town and hurried off towards the location of the pirates he had learned about. At that very moment, in a brightly lit chamber, the pirates led by Diaz barrels were heartily indulging in drink and meat, completely oblivious to the events unfolding outside. The promise of immense wealth from the Op no Mi had clouded their judgment. 50 billion berries. That is an astronomical sum. Once this mission is accomplished, we can all return home. After years of piracy, this devil fruit offers more than we have ever gained, exclaimed a burly pirate, eagerly gnawing on a chicken leg. Indeed, with such riches, who would wish to continue as a pirate? Another pirate chimed in, a hint of mockery in his tone. Not that it holds much use for us simple folk. However, for a doctor, the abilities of the Op no Mi could provide solutions to all significant diseases in the world. It is said that previous users of this fruit have been physicians themselves, becoming the distinguished leaders of their time and esteemed guests in the courts of kingdoms. For the world government, the value of the Op no Mi far surpasses that of ordinary devil fruits, as it holds unprecedented power in their hands, Barrels explained, brandishing the heart-shaped Op no Mi. As a former Marine officer, Barrels was well aware of the internal dynamics of the Navy. Just as the pirates reveled in their fantasies of exchanging the Op no Mi for vast riches, Razanani, utilizing the powers of the Shirku no Mi, stealthily approached the door. Observing the darkening sky, he released a field of silence and raised his pistol, pulling the trigger towards the room's light bulb. With a series of rapid shots, he shattered the bulbs, plunging the room into darkness. The sound of breaking glass followed, and seizing the opportunity, Razanani dashed into the room, snatching the Op no Mi before forcefully knocking Barrels aside. He then leaped through the shattered window, executing his movements with fluidity as though he had rehearsed them countless times. Each day had been spent planning for this moment, and now it had finally arrived. As he jumped through the window, Razanani pulled out a grenade, offering a cheeky farewell. With the glee of a child, he sprinted back towards Law's dwelling. For a true man never looks back at an explosion. Thanks to the Shirku no Mi, the sound of the grenade's detonation did not escape the confines of the room. However, the pirates led by Barrels found themselves utterly disheveled, the devastating blast knocking them unconscious or worse. Razanani's pace quickened, remaining undetected due to the powers of his devil fruit. Yet, joy turned to despair as he slipped on the icy path, rolling several times in the snow, landing fortuitously before Barrel's subordinates. They swiftly raised their weapons, aiming at Razanani's head. Faced with the ominous barrels of guns, cold sweat trickled down his brow. He had faltered at the critical moment. "Seize him. Do not let him escape. The Op no Mi is in his possession," shouted the pursuing pirates. The urgency in their voices momentarily distracted the menacing figures before Rosinante, presenting him with a fleeting opportunity. With renewed vigor, he fought back, engaging in a fierce struggle. Though he ultimately triumphed, he sustained 2 gunshot wounds, yet he remained unfazed. Merely minor injuries, nothing to fear, he thought. The paramount objective was to return with the Op no Mi and ensure Law could consume it. Not only would his wounds heal, but with the devil fruit's unique properties, Law would thrive whether in the clutches of Doflamingo or under the scrutiny of Admiral Sengoku. Rosinante's mind echoed with the joyful laughter of Trafalgar Law, rekindling his resolve. Clutching his wounds, he raced towards the small town below. At the same time, the Marines had successfully encircled the periphery of Haiyan Island and Minion Island, led by Rear Admiral Tsuru. Whether to secure the Op no Mi or to ambush the Don Quixote family, both objectives lay within the Navy's plan. Should this mission succeed, the seas would be rid of a great menace. "General, he has completed the encirclement mission. The Navy soldiers stationed on the island are fully concealed, awaiting further orders." According to the latest intelligence, the pirate ship of Tian Yacha Doflamingo is now less than 100 nautical miles from Haiyan Island, expected to arrive in approximately 3 hours. Listening to the report from a female Navy soldier, General He's expression remained increasingly calm. After years of pursuit, General He is well aware of Doflamingo's cunning nature, for he has escaped her grasp on numerous occasions. Continue the tracking. You all understand how devious Doflamingo is. This mission must succeed. Yes, General He. Gazing at the distant Haiyan Island, General He crossed her arms, her mind recalling the strategies laid out by Admiral Sengoku before their departure. A slight furrow appeared on her brow. She wondered from where Sengoku had obtained his intelligence that allowed for such early preparations. On Minion Island, Corazon returned to the room where Law was sheltered, dragging his injured body. Upon opening the door and seeing the small figure of Law, Corazon swiftly grabbed him. He then forced the surgical fruit into Law's mouth, causing Law to roll his eyes and nearly choke. However, he ultimately managed to consume the fruit. Instantly, the miraculous powers of the devil fruit began to manifest within him. His entire body shuddered as excruciating pain radiated from within. The extraordinary powers of the surgical fruit began to combat Trafalgar Law's ailments, slowly restoring his frail body to normalcy. "Mr. Corazon, you're injured." As Law regained consciousness, he noticed Corazon's bloodied form, his tone filled with anxiety. "It's nothing serious, just a minor wound. Don't worry, once this ordeal is over, I will take you to a tranquil island where we can peacefully spend the rest of our lives together." Upon hearing Law's worried tone, Corazon offered a gentle smile. Speaking earnestly, Yes, Mr. Corazon, you will recover," Law replied, his determination to live quietly alongside Corazon shining through. "By the way, I just acquired the ability to heal all ailments with the surgical fruit. I can treat your wounds, heal you." However, despite his efforts, there was no effect. Watching Corazon grow weaker, Law placed a small hand on Corazon's body, tears streaming down his face as he cried out repeatedly. It was as if he hoped for a miracle, but having just acquired the surgical fruit, Law was still unable to harness its extraordinary powers. "Law, listen to me. Deliver this information to the Navy outside Minion Island. They will not harm you. Just survive." Corazon smiled warmly at the earnest and concerned Trafalgar Law, feeling that the hatred that once consumed this boy had transformed into love and friendship. Corazon felt that his life's efforts were not in vain. The Navy. Law paused at Corazon's words, but then recalled that Corazon had once called someone, presumably a Navy officer. Yet, none of this mattered as long as that individual could save Corazon for a few days. At this moment, for Corazon's sake, Law's loathing for the Navy and the world government softened slightly. "I will go find them, Mr. Corazon. Wait for me. You'll be all right." Law glanced at Corazon's increasingly frail form, speaking earnestly, before seizing the information and hastily making his way towards the island's perimeter, diligently evading pirate search parties along the way. Meanwhile, watching Law's retreating figure, Corazon's willpower finally waned, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. On the other side, Trafalgar Law wiped his tears and cautiously searched for the Navy. His small frame progressing through the snowy terrain, his gaze darting around in desperation. After all, Corazon's injuries were severe if medical attention was not timely. He could bleed to death before Doflamingo even arrived. Mr. Corazon, I will definitely find someone to save you. Trafalgar Law clenched his small fists. His gaze resolute as he pressed forward, his short legs filled with determination. Simultaneously, bearers crawled up from the explosion-ridden room, bloodied and surrounded by his men who had moments ago been boasting, reveling, and fantasizing about the immense wealth from selling the surgical fruit. The grenade had decimated the majority of them. Those who survived were grievously injured, and none remained unscathed. That wretched scoundrel dared to steal my surgical fruit. I will have him torn to pieces. Bearerus, bloodied and furious, rose from the ground, shaking his dazed head, his forehead veins bulging, his eyes filled with murderous intent. However, he was oblivious to the fact that the surgical fruit had already been consumed by Trafalgar Law. Even if he captured Law, he would have no chance of retrieving the original surgical fruit. Lord Bearerus, you are severely injured and need to rest. A subordinate pirate, attempting to support Bearerus's hefty frame, urged him. Hearing this, Bearerus's temper flared, and he roughly pushed the subordinate away. Get lost. That has 50 billion berries at stake. How dare that little thief take it? Gather everyone. We must find the fruit before the Navy gets wind of it. Yes, yes, Lord Bearerus. The terrified subordinate rushed out, and all pirate members began searching along the footprints. However, this process was bound to encounter the ambushing Navy on the island. Lord XiaHao, we are approaching Minion Island, but scouts have spotted 2 Navy warships concealed near the cliffs. A member of the Haotian pirates hurriedly reported to Xia Hao, his voice cautious. Although Xia Hao had never expressed anger towards them, his subordinates viewed him with utmost reverence. Even when faced with the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, they felt no fear. It could be said that all members of the Haotian pirates revered Xia Hao, believing him to be the most likely candidate to become the next pirate king due to his association with the Roger pirates and his formidable strength. This is the captain's will. If Xia Hao were aware of their thoughts, he would feel somewhat embarrassed. He could even comprehend the audacity of Roxdy. Zebek, when he confronted Whitebeard, unflinching in the face of the world's strongest man, seeking favor from him. Understood. Let the Haotian ship remain hidden here. Submerge 100 meters below the surface and await further instructions. Ashing, who among you will accompany me to explore the island? Upon hearing the report, XiaHao nodded and began arranging the next course of action. The surgical fruit, a legendary ability that could grant eternal life, was considered immensely powerful. XiaHao believed that the ruler of Mariawa, Imu, was likely able to live on account of an ability wielder performing the eternal life surgery. Eternal life? Indeed, it is intriguing, but living as an old monster holds little charm. XiaHao shook his head, clearing his chaotic thoughts, and then fixed his deep gaze upon the depths of Minion Island. On Minion Island, in the snowy expanse, Trafalgar Law cautiously evaded the pirate searchers and finally spotted a soldier clad in Navy attire. Summoning his courage, Law called out to the nearby Navy. You're the Navy, right? Someone is injured and urgently needs a doctor. Please help him and take him to a doctor. Indeed, here is a letter that, once delivered to the Navy, will affirm his identity. Trafalgar Law rushed before a robust Navy officer, his face etched with urgency as he spoke. Is that so? What is going on, young lad? Pray, enlighten me, came a voice from behind. A Navy officer turned, observing Law's youthful visage, and waved his hand, instructing the soldiers behind him to take position elsewhere. This is a letter for the Navy, Law recounted the tale of Corazon, oblivious to the malice of the world around him, as he produced a distinctive letter from his pocket to present to the officer before him, known as Virgo, the first red heart of the Don Quixote family, the previous Corazon. Your injuries appear grave. Allow me to carry you. Let us seek him, Virgo remarked, a cryptic smile gracing his lips as he lifted Trafalgar Law onto his back, proceeding towards Corazon's location. Everything seemed so idyllic, a well-meaning, justice-driven Navy officer responding to the plea of a child to aid a gravely wounded individual. Their elongated silhouettes gradually vanished into the snowy landscape. On Minion Island, at the shoreline, Xia Hao, accompanied by Xing and Kelly, embarked on a snow-laden path, gazing at the Haotian, which had activated its diving mode and was slowly sinking beneath the surface, nearly 100 meters deep. This journey was motivated by Xia Hao's internal desire for change. Hence, the small party sufficed, with Xia Hao and Xing's prowess deemed adequate. As the trio advanced along the path, they soon encountered a throng of irate pirates, brandishing firearms in search of the stolen Nomi. After all, it was a bounty of 5 billion berries that had been snatched right before their eyes. Could they not be furious? The most pressing matter was that Captain Ballarus had already delineated the distribution of wealth among the crew, ensuring that both officers and ordinary pirates would enjoy a substantial share. Yet now it was all lost. Stop right there. A furious shout erupted as the bewildered pirates spotted Xia Hao and his companions, directing their pent-up rage towards them. They charged forward, guns raised, encircling the trio with predatory gazes, now perceiving each of them as thieves of the Nomi. What do you want? A Xing scoffed, raising his chin defiantly at the pirates closing in. What do you mean? You three look suspicious. You must be the thieves. Search them. A pirate squad leader bellowed, his eyes narrowing menacingly at a Xing. Search me? With a gun pointed at my head? This is no ist. A man's life hangs by a thread in such moments. Are you fully aware of what you are provoking? XiaHao addressed the pirate, his tone calm, yet serious, his dark eyes fixed upon the man before him. Who do you think you're scaring? Let me tell you, I am, bang. Bang. Just as the pirate's arrogant words hung in the air, a Xing raised his firearm and executed a swift shot, killing him instantly. Following that, he vanished like a gust of wind, unleashing a torrent of razor-sharp wind blades that swiftly severed the necks of the surrounding pirates, resulting in their immediate demise. Thud, thud, thud. You refuse to heed caution. Firearms are not playthings for scum like you. Let us depart, a Xing, XiaHao remarked with a dismissive smirk, striding forward with determined steps. Meanwhile, Trafalgar Law, brimming with joy, guided Virgo to the location where Corazon had collapsed. Upon seeing the unconscious Corazon, Law called out excitedly, Mr. Corazon, reinforcements have arrived. This Navy officer has come to take you back with us. Hearing the commotion, Corazon opened his hazy eyes, attempting to lift his heavy head to gaze upon the man before him, initially wishing to explain himself to the Navy officer. However, upon raising his head, he was utterly flabbergasted. It was hard to believe that by mere chance, Law had found this man as a savior. Indeed, the whims of fate could be cruel, and today seemed to be particularly unfortunate. Virgo, it is you. Corazon's voice trembled as he spoke, for he was well aware of Virgo's formidable strength. A man capable of hardening his entire body with armament hockey. Most alarming was his ruthlessness, willing to go to any lengths to achieve his goals. Corazon, you dare to speak? Virgo expressed surprise at Corazon's sudden utterance. However, upon recalling the small child behind him and the intelligence in his grasp, a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. Oh my, Corazon, you've betrayed Doflamingo, betrayed the Don Quixote family. Virgo's tone sharpened as he scrutinized the intelligence, his gaze growing increasingly perilous. With a swift motion, he opened the document, studying it intently. This information is far too dangerous. You have divulged the family's operations and plans over the years. If the Navy were to obtain this, all of our schemes would be in vain, and the family's future would be obliterated. Virgo's fierce glare bore down on Corazon, who was clearly aware that betraying the family was utterly unacceptable. The choice of a young Doflamingo as their leader had stemmed from his awakening of Conqueror's hockey and his terrifying ambition. They believed that the future Pirate King would undoubtedly be Doflamingo. Virgo, hearing Corazon's voice, the fallen Law's face turned pale in horror. Memories of Corazon's tales flooding back to him. The second Corazon, Virgo's forehead veined with fury, instantly enveloped in armament hockey, he delivered a brutal kick to Corazon's abdomen. The sheer force, coupled with hockey causing blood to erupt from him, doubling him over in agony, his vision darkening as despair washed over him. He glanced toward Law in the distance, desperately waving his hand, urging him to flee. Yet, witnessing his beloved guardian Corazon being mercilessly attacked, blood gushing forth, the young Law could no longer suppress his rage. He began to pound his small fists against Virgo's body, but it was futile. Virgo seized him by the throat. As Law struggled for breath, Virgo hurled him aside. Then, Virgo resumed his relentless assault on the fallen Corazon, blood spraying as the once pristine snow rapidly transformed into a gruesome crimson. Observing Corazon's dire state, Law's eyes brimmed with fear and fury, yearning to intervene. Yet, he was met with another blow that sent him flying, tears streaming down his cheeks, feeling helpless and weak. "You fiend, release Mr. Corazon. Is there no one to save us?" Just as despair began to take root in Law's heart, three figures suddenly materialized from the previously empty backdrop. It was none other than Xia Hao and his companions. "Please, help save Mr. Corazon," Law implored Xia Hao through his tears, now disregarding who stood before him, only desperate for Corazon's life to be spared. After all, no situation could be worse than the one they faced now. "Very well, young one, but you owe me a favor henceforth." Yes, whatever you require, as long as you save Mr. Corazon." "Then let it be so, a Xing act." XiaHao gently parted his lips, raising a finger to gesture toward Wei Erji. "All right, boss." Upon hearing XiaHao's words, Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement. In an instant, he flashed to Wei Erji's back and delivered a powerful kick. Boom! Aware of the incoming threat, Wei Erji swiftly utilized his Ken Bunchika haki to defend, then stood up to face a Xing, as well as Xia Hao and Kelly. His heart trembled. As an undercover agent and intelligence officer, he was acutely aware of the formidable forces and terrifying combat abilities present on the sea. The captain of the Hao Tian pirates, Xia Hao. Why is the Hao Tian pirates here? This is infuriating. Wei Erji clenched his fists tightly. The staggering bounty of 1.5 billion berries weighing heavily upon his once unshakable confidence. He knew he was no match for Xia Hao, and even a Xing before him would not be easily defeated. Yes, the overconfident Wei Erji believed he could contend with a Xing. However, what troubled him the most were the rumors surrounding Xia Hao, having fought against the formidable Big Mom and the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, without defeat. It was evident that Xia Hao possessed unparalleled combat prowess. "Captain Xia Hao, I am a member of the Don Quixote family. We do not interfere in each other's affairs. Please show some leniency and do not involve yourself in this matter," Wei Erji implored, eyeing a Xing who was poised for action. "Show you some leniency? Huh. What's your face worth?" Before Xia Hao could respond, a Xing scoffed and unleashed a terrifying burst of speed and power, engaging Wei Erji in fierce combat. Their figures became blurs, leaving only flickering afterimages as the sound of massive collisions echoed throughout the surrounding area. "Kelly, please attend to Kellisong." Observing Kellisong, who was struggling for breath, Xia Hao turned to Kelly and instructed. "No problem, Xia Hao Gij." As soon as she spoke, Kelly hurried to Kellisong's side, retrieving various surgical tools from her medical kit. With a soft snap of his fingers, Xia Hao summoned a small wooden cabin that rose from the ground, providing shelter for Kelly and the others. The wintry weather posed a risk of illness, and with the intense battle between a Xing and Kellisong, Xia Hao wished to shield Kellisong, who was currently undergoing surgery to extract bullets from the violent air currents. "What is this?" Luo gasped in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the wooden cabin, her previously shivering body now warmed considerably. Like you. It's part of Xia Hao Gij's devil fruit ability," Kelly pondered before responding. "A devil fruit? I wonder if I can become that strong too." "Mr. Kellisong, now you're protecting me. When I grow up, I will protect you," Luo declared, her small face resolute as she gazed at Kellisong, who had succumbed to the anesthetic. "Ha ha ha. Fully armored hockey? You're something else." A Xing's arrogant voice echoed outside the wooden cabin. Watching Wei Erji, who was evenly matched against him, a Xing grew intrigued and swiftly transformed into his hybrid form, a hint of excitement gracing his features. Bang! With a resounding explosion, a Xing vanished, his speed so extraordinary that even Wei Erji's Ken Bunchiku haki struggled to track him. In that moment, a Xing extended a claw, enveloped in haki, from behind Wei Erji, aiming for his head. The sharp claws glimmered ominously and the terrifying aura sent his heart racing. He could not afford to underestimate this attack. "Block it!" Wei Erji shouted as he raised both hands to defend. The immense force caused deep fissures to form beneath his feet, and his gaze towards Xing was filled with trepidation. The intelligence in his mind recalled the Navy's reports on Xing, suspected to be a Zoan-type devil fruit user. He had fought numerous rounds against Marine admirals without a single defeat, boasting a bounty of 500 million berries. It is worth noting that Doflamingo's bounty at this moment was merely 340 million berries, primarily due to his ruthless and terrifying actions that attracted the Navy's attention. "Members of the Hao Tian pirates, this is merely our family matter. Do you truly wish to intervene?" Wei Erji wiped the blood from his mouth, a result of the powerful impact, fixing his gaze on Xia Hao, who stood nearby with a nonchalant expression. "Why bother with words? If a man wants to fight, he fights. Why all the fuss?" Xing remarked, slightly annoyed at Wei Erji's hesitance. Having encountered an opponent with fully armored hockey and one of considerable strength, he felt compelled to test his skills. Moreover, Xing observed that Kelly was already attending to the clownish man clad in black fur, realizing it was his captain's intent. He had heard rumors of a particularly bizarre ability associated with surgical fruits, the power of immortality. Although the validity of such claims was uncertain, they were enough to inspire envy and madness in many. Wei Erji's desperation grew as he witnessed Xia Hao's indifference and Xing's advancing claws. His expression turned frantic. If reason failed, he would have to resort to desperate measures. He resolved to kill Kelisong at all costs. If the traitor delivered news of the Don Quixote family to the Navy, everything would collapse, and he, Wei Erji, will become the family's greatest sinner. Shave. Wei Erji's figure flickered as he dashed towards Kelisong. Once he killed Kelisong, everything would be over. Whether he was killed by the Hao Tian pirates or captured by the Navy, it would no longer matter. "Huh, you think you're the only one who can do that?" Xing scoffed as he too utilized the shave technique, even outpacing Wei Erji. This prowess was honed through Xia Hao's rigorous training and battles against countless beasts on the Beast Island. How can this be? So fast, Wei Erji's heart raced, not only in fear of Xing's mastery of the shave technique, but also in astonishment at his superior proficiency. Wind God Winged Dragon Seal. A fierce aura of hockey enveloped Xing's claws as he unleashed a terrifying assault that surged forth uncontrollably. Just as Wei Erji approached the wooden cabin housing Kelisong and Kelly, Xing delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying. The force of the blow caused Wei Erji to tumble through the air before crashing violently against a massive rock, the impact seemingly shattering his very insides. He coughed violently, blood spewing forth and staining the snow a deep crimson. "How formidable! Doflamingo! It appears I shall not complete this final task. However, Hao Tian pirates, do not think you will escape unscathed. Lurking here is the Navy's Vice Admiral Tsuru." Wei Erji pulled a signal flare from his pocket and launched it into the sky, simultaneously activating a Din Mushi to report to the Navy about the Hao Tian pirates' concealment of the surgical fruit. Seeking death, Xing, witnessing Wei Erji's swift actions, was consumed by rage. He closed the distance and unleashed a relentless barrage of punches until Wei Erji lay motionless, devoid of life. "It seems history is about to change once more," Xia Hao mused, stroking his chin as he observed the scene unfold. On the coast of Miniong Island, Doflamingo and his entourage strode onto the island with an air of arrogance. Suddenly, they spotted a signal flare rising from the center of the town, causing their hearts to quake. The flare bore the distinctive intelligence mark of the Don Quixote family, which was only utilized in the face of insurmountable foes. This unique signal, reminiscent of those used by the Navy, could only be sent by one person, the undercover agent, the first Red Heart, Kelisong Wei Erji. "Trouble is brewing, Doflamingo." A middle-aged man, draped in a crimson cloak adorned with 2 facial tattoos reminiscent of a native, spoke with a serious demeanor. This individual was none other than Diamante, one of the highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family, a user of the superhuman type Hito no Mi, known for his ruthless nature and unwavering dedication to upholding Don Quixote Doflamingo's reputation. Deep down, he firmly believed that Doflamingo was a born destroyer. "Virgo, Doflamingo raised his gaze towards the signal flare within the island's interior, his brow furrowed and his tone grave. First, locate barrels and inquire about the whereabouts of the Ope no Mi. Doflamingo's eyes lingered on the distance for a long moment before he chose the course of action most beneficial to the family, acquiring the Ope no Mi. Yes, young master. Under Doflamingo's command, the group swiftly apprehended several pirates. Through a cordial exchange, they gleaned the information that the Ope no Mi had been stolen. Barrels. You fool, you actually lost the Ope no Mi. Doflamingo quickly tracked down Barrels and kicked him away. The fierce glare from Doflamingo instilled despair in Barrels, who had heard of the infamous reputation of the Don Quixote family and even collaborated with them in the past. Thus, he felt certain that he was facing certain death. Nevertheless, in a bid to survive, Barrels lowered his head. A bunch of fools. Let them fend for themselves. No one shall escape. Doflamingo snorted coldly, and a clone constructed from the string fruit materialized beside him. Delicate yet extraordinarily resilient threads ascended to the heavens, and upon reaching their apex, they began to descend towards the island's edges, forming a cage resembling an iron enclosure that encompassed the entire island. Simultaneously, a dense rain of threads descended upon Barrels and the others, binding them tightly. As Doflamingo's fingers danced, they were manipulated like marionettes, their faces filled with terror as they wielded their weapons against one another, engaged in a frenzied slaughter. In an instant, chaos erupted in the snowy expanse. The ground became soaked with blood, painting the area crimson. Barrels, filled with rage and confusion, gazed upon his fallen comrades, who had moments ago been like brothers, now reduced to lifeless bodies, leaving him utterly alone. Just as he believed Doflamingo would honor his word and spare him, a transparent thread sliced through his neck, blood gushing forth. Clutching his throat in disbelief and horror, Barrels looked at Doflamingo, an overwhelming sense of regret flooding his heart. Pirates, after all, were a bunch of unreasonable scoundrels. If he had not betrayed the Navy, he might have lived a peaceful life. Drake, you must survive. In the final moments of his life, Barrels recalled his young son, unwillingly closing his eyes. Continue the pursuit. Whoever has stolen the Ope no Mi must pay the price. Doflamingo coldly regarded the lifeless body of Barrels and stared into the vast white expanse of snow ahead. He aimed to eliminate all enemies on the island, unwilling to let any obstacle hinder his search for the Ope no Mi. Doflamingo held absolute confidence in the cage he had unleashed. Elsewhere, invigorated by Coley's exceptional medical skills, Corazon slowly regained consciousness, opening his eyes to immediately inquire about Trafalgar Law. Everything he had sacrificed was to ensure Law's survival. Mr. Corazon, you're all right. Upon hearing Corazon's voice, Law, who had been feeling drowsy, widened his eyes and rushed to Corazon's side, grasping his hand tightly as tears of joy streamed down his face. Mr. Corazon, it was the big brothers who saved us. Virgo has been defeated. Law joyfully recounted the events, filled with elation. Defeated Virgo? Corazon was taken aback by Law's account and struggled to raise his head to express his gratitude to Xia Hao. A wounded person should rest. No need to show off. If you die, this little one will be heartbroken, Xia Hao remarked with a shrug, speaking to Corazon with a mix of exasperation and concern. Moreover, saving you comes with conditions. The little one has acquired the Ope no Mi's powers and has promised us a favor. From now on, as long as it falls within his capacity, he cannot refuse our requests, Xia Hao stated, his gaze steady on Corazon. Sigh, I've only brought you trouble, Law. Corazon lamented sadly. Ha ha ha. You have no objections? Xing, curious, looked at Corazon, recalling that their captain's actions, while justified, had occurred under circumstances where adults were not fully aware, fearing Coley would refuse treatment. Objections? Even if I had any, you wouldn't agree, right? Captain Xia Hao of the Haotian pirates, with a bounty of 5 billion berries. What use is it to refute? Corazon replied with a bitter smile upon hearing Xing's inquiry. You know about us? Captain, it seems our reputation has spread worldwide. Xing exclaimed, excitedly pumping his fist in the air. Reputation? Xing, isn't the reputation of pirates usually a bad one? Coley interjected, unable to restrain herself. A bad reputation is still a form of notoriety. A Xing retorted defiantly. All right, enough bickering. A formidable group of enemies is approaching. Look to the sky. Xia Hao coughed and announced. Enemies? Where? Where? A Xing exclaimed, eyes gleaming as he rolled up his sleeves, ready for a fight. That S.A. birdcage. Corazon observed the intricate web of threads in the sky, his expression darkening. He had witnessed Doflamingo's abilities firsthand. Captain Xia Hao, the heavenly demon Don Quixote Doflamingo is here. Indeed. I'm aware. A mere superhuman type, string fruit user. To develop such powers to this extent, he must be a monster. Xia Hao nodded, acknowledging the threat. A Xing, you go test the waters. All right, Captain. Watch as I make them all disappear. A Xing eagerly rubbed his fists together, transforming into his half-beast form and soaring towards the sky, using his Kinbunchika haki to navigate towards the edge of the island. Is that wise? Corazon remarked, surprised. Although Doflamingo's bounty was not particularly terrifying, the thought of his family's officers being monsters made Corazon doubt a Xing's ability to handle them alone. Don't worry. Once I send you all away, I'll come to assist. Xia Hao reassured Corazon, sensing his concern. Send us away? Corazon was taken aback, as he believed the threads of the birdcage were unbreakable, a testament to Doflamingo's confidence. What? You don't believe me? No. It's just that you've heard that the birdcage made from the string fruit cannot be broken? Haha, don't worry. I have a way. Xia Hao shrugged, displaying indifference. Doflamingo was merely a minor concern to him. The power of haki surpasses all. Moreover, since I advanced my Conqueror's haki, I have gained new strength, and now is the perfect time to test it. Who goes there? In a threatening tone, at that moment, a Xing had already reached above the Don Quixote family, his overwhelming presence prompting Pika to shout out, and in an instant, all eyes were drawn skyward towards a Xing. Who just made that sound? Surely it wasn't you. You hefty fellow. A Xing laughed heartily, observing the surroundings before finally fixing his gaze on the burly Pika. As he watched Pika's face turn crimson, whether from embarrassment or rage, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. You scoundrel! Pika, unable to contain his fury at a Xing's unrestrained laughter, summoned the power of his devil fruit, merging with the stones beneath him to transform into a stone giant. He conjured a formidable stone weapon and hurled it at a Xing, aiming to bring him down. Ha ha ha! It seems you've truly lost your temper. This is the grand line, indeed a spectacle to behold, witnessing a rugged man produce such a sound. However, such a trivial attack cannot defeat me. A Xing roared with laughter, then summoned a terrifying blade of wind to cleave through the stone spear, shattering it into countless fragments that fell freely to the ground. As the stones clattered down, a Xing's figure hovered in the air, causing Doflamingo's forehead to bulge with veins, resembling a dense spider's web. Suddenly, he pointed a finger, and a transparent thread descended from above, attempting to ensnare Xing. The crisp sound of impact echoed as the thread struck a Xing's form, only to find his armed haki enveloping his wings completely. It was worth noting that such extensive application of armed haki was inspired by Virgo. He truly is a good man, killing my people while using my techniques, Virgo remarked. Failed. Doflamingo's expression darkened upon failing to ensnare a Xing instantly. The Zoan-type devil fruit user capable of flight was none other than the first officer of the notorious Haotian pirates, the Mad Dragon A Xing. This was the title noted on the bounty issued by the Navy, for in battle, a Xing resembled a frenzied demon, a Zoan-type user of the pterosaur form. Meanwhile, on the coast of Minion Island, Corazon was seized by Summer Haotian, who was leading him in law towards the birdcage. No, please. We'll be sliced in half. Corazon frantically clawed at the air, desperate to halt Summer's advance, but to no avail. Don't worry. It's merely a birdcage. Summer smirked confidently as he moved forward. In the next instant, the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's haki erupted from Summer, altering the very atmosphere. The previously calm sea surged into towering waves while the thick clouds above shattered. Centered around Summer, the Conqueror's haki manifested as a tangible force, forming a conical domain that surged into the narrow gap of the birdcage, expanding forcefully, rendering the supposedly indestructible cage asunder. With a calm demeanor, Summer proceeded forward. having acquired a unique ability from his enhanced Conqueror's Haki, gaining absolute control within this special space, which boasted formidable defensive capabilities akin to an impenetrable shield. Thus, under the domain of his Conqueror's Haki, Summer effortlessly breached the so-called unbreakable birdcage. Returning to the heart of the island, Xing faced off against the Don Quixote family. Since you are here, the Ope Nomi must have been acquired by the Haotian pirates, so kindly return it, as it rightfully belongs to our young master, declared a scruffy giant with a runny nose and a palm shaped like a plum blossom, glaring at Xing with a commanding tone. Your young master's possession? Huh. Truly, the arrogance of those with celestial dragon blood is unmatched. A mocking voice resonated in the air as Summer materialized before the Don Quixote family. Summer Haotian. Doflamingo's demeanor shifted to one of alarm upon seeing Summer, a man who could contend with the likes of Whitebeard without defeat. Even he felt an innate fear at this moment, for the world referred to this era as Whitebeards. Since Roger's execution, the Whitebeard pirates had soared to unparalleled heights, with many believing Whitebeard to be the most likely candidate for the next Pirate King. Do you know me? Then you should be aware of my capabilities. Will you truly not retreat, Doflamingo? Summer's gaze remained placid as he addressed Doflamingo. Ha ha ha, is that a threat? Regardless of how the world spins tales, only seeing with one's own eyes can one believe. Otherwise, retreating would leave me unsatisfied. Doflamingo chuckled ominously, signaling his subordinates to encircle Summer and Xing. 9 against 2. An advantage indeed. Launch the attack. Doflamingo commanded coldly, and his men swiftly formed a tightening circle, their predatory gazes fixed on Summer and Xing. It seems my strength is questioned, Xing. Step back. I shall demonstrate, Summer said, raising a hand to restrain the furious Xing, who was eager to retaliate. Boss, rest assured, what could possibly happen? I wish to witness the true strength of the so-called heavenly demon Doflamingo, Summer replied calmly, turning to Xing. All right, boss. Xing acquiesced, firmly focused on the battlefield, ready to leap into action should an unexpected situation arise. Ha ha! Indeed, a man with a bounty of 1.5 billion is filled with confidence. Doflamingo chuckled, his expression turning serious as he regarded Summer. In his mind, how could such a young man possibly rival the monstrous strength of Whitebeard? Even Kaido, who had become an untouchable beast, would hesitate to challenge Whitebeard and emerge victorious. This era, since Roger's death, was widely recognized as the Age of Whitebeard. A conceited man, Pika observed Summer, who seemed utterly dismissive of the Don Quixote family's presence. Suddenly, he melded into the ground, and the next moment, a colossal rock giant emerged behind Summer, followed by a massive stone arm lunging towards him. The overwhelming force of the wind caused the ground beneath Summer to fracture, spreading fissures like a spider's web for hundreds of meters. The wind is strong, Summer remarked, watching the rapidly approaching stone fist with a slight smile. From the cracks in the earth below, a tree as thick as 5 men embraced grew upward, its branches forming a gigantic hand that collided with the stone fist, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave that reverberated outward. The power to manipulate trees? A nature-type devil fruit user? Doflamingo muttered, fixated on Summer's abilities, lost in thought. Let us all attack together. How strong can one person's power truly be? Toripole suggested as he observed Pika's assault easily thwarted by Summer. Indeed, even a monster like Kaido could not easily defeat us, Diamante added. Baby 5, let's assist as well. Bafaro, with his rotund figure, approached Baby 5, his tone brimming with excitement. Ever since he joined the Don Quixote family, Bafaro had felt an unprecedented surge of confidence and authority, relishing this reckless sensation. His neck-mounted propeller whirred into action, and upon witnessing this, Baby 5's cheeks flushed. Bafaro had just asked for her help, and her petite frame felt a bit shy. Is this the sensation of being needed? How delightful. Baby 5 nodded vigorously in agreement, then leapt onto Bafaro's sturdy body, her arms transforming into compact machine guns. Rat-a-tat-tat, tot-a-tot-tot. An unending barrage of bullets erupted, flooding the area around Xia Hao within hundreds of meters, leaving no room for escape. Well done, Baby 5. Bullets? as he observed the incoming projectiles without employing his observation hockey to evade. The dense hail of bullets clanged against Xia Hao's body. However, mere centimeters from his form, they were all halted, unable to advance further, as an invisible golden bell enveloped Xia Hao. His previously acquired skill, the golden bell shield. Blocked? No, he was unscathed. Bafaro's eyes widened in disbelief and dread, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. At that moment, Xia Hao, situated at the center of the encirclement, suddenly vanished, reappearing behind the floating Bafaro to deliver a kick imbued with malice. Bang! Like a living cannonball, Bafaro and Baby Five were sent soaring through the air, tumbling towards Doflamingo. Observing the duo being flung away, Doflamingo's brow furrowed, and he raised a hand to weave a soft net to catch them. Is this little brat seeking death? Xia Hao's voice turned cold, and he vanished once more. This time, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear directly above Bafaro, unleashing a fierce conflagration from his arm. The searing flames erupted skyward, instantly raising the temperature of the surrounding air to an astonishing degree, evaporating the nearby snow on the once frosty island within mere moments. The raging inferno distorted the surrounding space, severing the net that supported Bafaro, who tumbled to the ground with a thud. The power of flame manipulation. Doflamingo's brow tightened further, his gaze at Xia Hao laden with gravity. Although they had yet to engage in direct combat, the sheer force of these two abilities had already cast a pall over the Don Quixote family's members. Hey, don't lose focus during the battle. An arm enveloped in armament hockey struck Diamante with a punch so swift that he could not even activate his devil fruit abilities, sending him hurtling backward, doubled over in agony. Damn it. Diamante, are you all right? Tori Pole inquired with concern. Cough, I'm fine, but be careful. This guy has bounty of 1.5 billion berries might be legitimate, not merely due to his status as a trainee of the Roger Pirates. Diamante coughed up blood, his expression grave as he regarded Xia Hao. I see. As long as we can restrain this extraordinary speed, the outcome remains uncertain, especially since Doflamingo has yet to make a move. Sticky cannon. Tori Pole flung droplets of viscous substance, resembling mucus, towards Xia Hao, enveloping him. While it lacked real damage, it was exceptionally adhesive. What a truly disgusting ability. However, it was too slow. Xia Hao observed the green slime, nearly retching his breakfast. Such a peculiar devil fruit power emanating from that source was indeed extraordinary. The Flying Thunder God technique is not merely about speed. Such mundane attacks would have no effect. Xia Hao's figure vanished once again, causing the members of the Don Quixote family to tense. Even Doflamingo refrained from acting casually. Venomous needle strike. Rigid fingers, as sharp as swords, plunged fiercely into Torpal's body. The potent armament hockey combined with the poison from the Dragon Slayer magic infiltrated his system, the black toxin wreaking havoc within. Poison! Tori Pole exclaimed in disbelief. Poison! Hearing Torpal's voice and witnessing his face turn purplish, the expressions of all Don Quixote family members shifted to one of incredulity. They never anticipated that the world-shocking pirate would resort to such base methods. Doflamingo's fury ignited, veins bulging on his forehead as countless threads danced chaotically around him, swiftly closing in on Xia Hao. For these individuals were his kin. No one should deride or disparage them, lest they face the consequences. Oh, so you finally come down to play. Xia Hao smirked, a hint of mockery in his tone. Meanwhile, outside Minion Island, Vice Admiral Tsuru led the Navy to encircle the entire isle. On the naval warship, Vice Admiral Tsuru wore a grave expression. Reports from the Marine station on the island conveyed alarming news. The captain of the Haotian pirate crew, Xia Hao, was also present. What a troublesome character. At Navy headquarters, Marine Ford, in the office of the Fleet Admiral. What? What did you say, Tsuru? This is no time for jokes. Sengoku's face darkened upon hearing Tsuru's serious words through the transponder snail. Xia Hao's presence on Minion Island signified that the Haotian pirate crew was nearby. The naval forces deployed to confront Doflamingo might suffice, but against Xia Hao, Sengoku could not guarantee success. After all, while Vice Admiral Tsuru was formidable, Her strengths lay primarily in strategy, and she paled in comparison to the anomaly that was Xia Hao. Based on previous reports from Admiral Fuang and Admiral Juyan, Xia Hao's strength was at least on par with that of an admiral, if not greater. Sengoku, who possessed Conqueror's Haki, understood the terrifying power it wielded. From the era of the Rocks Pirates to Roger, Whitebeard, and Big Mom, every formidable character possessed Conqueror's Haki, a prerequisite for standing at the pinnacle. Tsuru, cancel the operation to apprehend the Don Quixote family. You may decide the next course of action. Stay safe. XiaHao is no ordinary individual. Sengoku rubbed his forehead in frustration, his expression a blend of helplessness and anger. Why does this rascal always appear in such precarious situations? The transaction of the Op no Mi is exceedingly clandestine. Known but a handful. The more Sengoku pondered, the more infuriated he became, casting a glance at Garp, who was nonchalantly indulging in snacks in the office. What a disgrace. What's wrong, Sengoku? I've only got this one pack of donuts. Don't get too worked up about it, Garp remarked, sensing Sengoku's fiery glare. Garp, the seas are in turmoil, and you're still slacking off? Get out. Sengoku bellowed angrily. TCH, you're so uptight. I'm on my day off, doing whatever I please. Garp retorted, completely indifferent to Sengoku's wrath. What the hell do you mean by day off? Tsuru has encountered Xia Hao during this operation to ambush Doflamingo. Sengoku stormed over, snatching the donuts from Garp's hand and shoving them into his own mouth. Glaring at Garp with fury. What? Tsuru ran into Xia Hao. There wasn't any incident, right? As Kapu heard the voice of Zhanghua, he momentarily disregarded his sweet donut, his expression turning grave as he earnestly inquired of Zhanghua. There is still no news. But what is most surprising is why the Hao Tian pirate crew would appear on Niwang Island. The rumors surrounding the surgical fruit have never been leaked. Zhanghua spoke with a hint of anxiety. Should I go personally? Kapu asked with utmost seriousness. There is no time. I have entrusted the new battle plan entirely to Xiao He, hoping that the Hao Tian pirate crew does not escalate matters. Zhanghua sighed deeply. Strangely, he found himself increasingly disenchanted with the vibrant youth, lamenting that instead of darting around the world, they could find a territory and settle down in the new world, ensuring mutual well-being. Very well, Kapu nodded at Zhanghua's arrangement. Yet his mind wandered back to his last visit home, when he discovered that IC had been practicing the Marine Six Styles, a technique he had never taught him, and thus he attributed it all to Xia Hao. But how could a pirate learn the Marine Six Styles? It was utterly unfathomable, leaving him perplexed. Even during the reign of Roger, he had never heard of anyone mastering such a technique. Xia Hao. Guess how I learned it? On Niwang Island. Xia Hao looked down upon the battered members of the Don Quixote family, stepping closer to Doflamingo with an air of disdain. Is this all you've got? You can't even break through my defenses. How pathetic. A slight smirk played on his lips, disappointment evident on his face. In contrast, the Don Quixote family now bore no resemblance to their earlier arrogance, their faces twisted in terror as they gazed at the approaching Xia Hao, hunched over and coughing, blood pooling on the ground. Cough, cough. Is this truly the power that humans can wield? Doflamingo winced, recalling the recent battle where Xia Hao had stood like a war deity against the onslaught of the Don Quixote family, enduring their attacks with sheer physical resilience. Neither Torbol's sticky explosions nor Diamante's steel sword could harm him, as if he were invulnerable. It is worth noting that even Doflamingo had never been so beleaguered, having lost half of his subordinates to Xia Hao's might, with many severely injured. Only due to the peculiarities of his string fruit did he retain some strength. However, that too was dwindling. Aware of the encroaching navy, Doflamingo decided to dismantle the birdcage and ceased his offensive, opting instead for defense to shield everyone. Doflamingo! Torbol shouted in astonishment, for this was not the Doflamingo he recognized, one who had always been reckless, even in the face of Kaido. This time it was my misjudgment. Doflamingo sighed heavily. Let us go, Xing. Xia Hao observed the demoralized Doflamingo with disappointment, yet soon felt a sense of relief as his observation Haki detected a large contingent of Navy troops tightening the encirclement. He turned to Xing and said, Let us depart. Understood. A Xing transformed into his fully realized form of Feng Shun Ilong, soaring high into the sky, carrying Xia Hao away with ease. Is this monster actually leaving? Ba Fa Luo gazed at the retreating figure of Xia Hao, his chubby face filled with surprise. Fool! Isn't it better to be alive? Do you wish for him to return and kill you? Apologies, Mr. Diamante. Just as the Don Quixote family reveled in their narrow escape, the sound of marching footsteps from the Navy encircled them, led by Vice Admiral Hay. Doflamingo, surrender, she declared, her tone cold and serious. He, surrender? Is Vice Admiral Hay jesting? Doflamingo struggled to rise, his eyes filled with malice as they met hers. If that is the case, let us speak with strength. With her words, a fierce battle erupted between the Navy and the Don Quixote family, their once formidable cadres diminished in power due to Xia Hao's interference. Forced into a defensive stance. Doflamingo, go. Don't worry about us. Doflamingo, go. Leave here. Do not concern yourself with us. Torbol urged as he engaged the Navy, his sticky attacks attempting to pull Doflamingo back, his tone serious. Indeed, young master, do not mind us. As long as you remain free, everything can be rebuilt. Young master, woo, please leave first. As the encirclement closed in, the severely wounded members of the Don Quixote family pleaded desperately, for in their hearts, as long as Doflamingo retained his freedom, hope lingered. They believed that even if captured by the Navy, there was a chance for liberation. However, if both Doflamingo and they were captured, all hope would be lost. Fine, I understand. Seeing the urgent expressions of his family, Doflamingo steeled himself, entwining thin threads around the clouds above, swiftly flying into the distance, escaping the Navy's range in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, Ba Fa Luo, due to his inadequate strength, had been captured early on and had no opportunity to flee. Sacrificing the pawns to save the king? Truly ruthless. Vice Admiral Hay furrowed her brow at this spectacle, but had no choice but to abandon the pursuit of Doflamingo, as none among the Navy's encirclement could fly. What a pity that Borisolino did not come today. She lamented with a shrug, but with the Don Quixote family severely weakened, it was likely they would remain quiet for a considerable time. However, Doflamingo's escape was indeed a significant predicament. The Navy had long sought to uncover the forces behind Doflamingo and his machinations, yet to no avail. In the skies, Doflamingo, pulling the thin threads and soaring among the clouds, was consumed with rage, his face a mask of fury as he glared menacingly, unwilling to accept defeat, yet compelled to flee due to Xia Hao's prowess. This matter will not simply be left unresolved. Xia Hao. Doflamingo bellowed in furious defiance, clutching his abdomen where he had been injured by hockey, turning away without a backward glance. At this moment, 30 nautical miles away on the Hao Tian ship, Colossone gazed at Lo with immense gratitude, regardless of Xia Hao's true intentions for coming. Had it not been for Xia Hao's timely intervention, Colossone would have undoubtedly perished. Thank you, Xia Hao Ji. Tala Faga Lo gazed earnestly at Xia Hao, his youthful face filled with sincerity. For Colossone was everything to the young Lo, whose heart was filled with vengeance. It was Colossone who had rekindled his feelings and warmth. No need for thanks. This was merely a transaction of interests. Xia Hao replied calmly, patting Lo on the head. To him, it was merely a trivial act. Let us proceed. You too. Choose an island along the way, and I shall escort you. Cough, thank you. Colossone expressed his gratitude once more, recalling Jean Guis' evaluation of Xia Hao, a man shrouded in mystery. Since departing from the Roger pirate crew, he seemed to have liberated himself entirely. The Hao Tian ship continued its journey through the Grand Line, with Colossone, Kali, and Maynard delightfully showing Lo around. Thus, during Tala Faga Lo's constant astonishment, they took 3 days to complete their tour. Incredible! This enormous ship can even dive. Tala Faga Lo exclaimed in excitement upon learning of the Hao Tian pirate crew's submersible capabilities, his eyes sparkling like stars as he gazed at Maynard and Kali. The notion of submerging into the sea undetected by the Navy left the young Lo deeply impressed. It was the ultimate escape tool. I must build a ship like this when I grow up. Trafalgaro tightly grasped the delicate little hand, his tone earnest as he spoke. Well, you must grow up quickly. Mena chuckled lightly, dismissing his words, for he was merely a child. In a certain expanse of the Grand Line, 3 naval warships adorned with seagull flags sped through the waters. Even the passing pirate vessels had no intention of engaging in battle. A man over 3 meters tall, bearing a pair of sharp horns and donning a red mask that revealed only his glowing yellow eyes, was joyfully playing cards with his subordinates around a table on one of the naval warships. This warship was under the command of Fusif, a member of the CP-9 organization, proficient in the Navy's 6 styles, tasked with escorting a particular cargo. Upon the table lay an exquisite box containing what appeared to be a common, superhuman-type devil fruit. However, Fusif could not comprehend why the highest authority of the world government, the 5 elders, had specifically requested it, nor why they had dispatched a well-equipped naval force for its protection. Nevertheless, the order of the world government was absolute, and wishing to avoid complications and continuous service, Fusif was quite attentive to this mission. Yet, after a smooth passage, his vigilance waned, and with a burgeoning gambling addiction, he glanced at the calm sea and the pirate crews that had chosen to take alternate routes, feeling euphoric within. Indeed, apart from a few reckless individuals, ordinary pirate crews would not dare to provoke the Navy. Thus, he summoned his subordinates to gamble, engrossed in a card game, all attention diverted from the rapidly approaching massive pirate ship. "Captain, I heard that CP-9 personnel are personally escorting this naval warship. It must hold great treasures," Rakaloo exclaimed, biting into a large chicken leg and patting his round belly in delight. "If it's treasure, that would be splendid. Captain, it's been many days since we held a feast." Yesub, shouldering his spear, spoke with a tone of longing. "Captain, are we really going to attack?" Ben Beckman inquired seriously after exhaling a plume of smoke beside Shanks. "Of course, it's merely a naval warship. Moreover, compared to that fellow, I've set sail too late." The simplest way for a pirate to expand his reputation is to challenge formidable foes. Shanks thought of Xia Hao's visage, narrowing his eyes towards the naval warship. Along their journey, the news of the Haotian pirates had brought a smile to the corner of Shanks' lips. Yet, he firmly believed that one day, the two would meet at the pinnacle. With Shanks' command, the Red Force surged forward towards the naval warship. As they approached within 100 or 200 meters, Fusif, who had been reveling in his winnings, finally reacted. "What is this?" Fusif's face contorted with rage. He never expected a pirate crew would dare to attack a ship of the naval headquarters. This was a provocation of authority. "Damn it, they've come too close, fire!" Fusif bellowed, wanting to destroy the approaching red-haired pirates before they could get any nearer. The dark cannon mouths began to aim at the Red Force, unleashing a barrage of cannonballs as if they were of no cost. Boom! 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 Unperturbed by the incoming projectiles, Shanks remained calm while Yesub stepped forward, raising his spear to shoot, instantly destroying all the bombs midair in a series of explosions that sent powerful shockwaves churning the sea. "Charge!" Rakaloo shouted, then leaped forward, transforming into an agile figure as he rushed onto the naval warship. In an instant, it was as if the place were devoid of life, wreaking havoc as elite naval soldiers fell before him. "Are you seeking death?" Fusif was enraged. Failure to complete the 5 elders' orders would lead to his grim demise. Thus, faced with the formidable Shanks, he still sought to fight back, for he prided himself as the most talented among CP0. Activating his Zoan-type cat fruit, he transformed into a saber-toothed tiger, lunging ferociously at Shanks. However, in that very moment of his beastly leap, Shanks drew his sword, Divine Avoidance. Divine Avoidance. Observing Fusif's massive, saber-toothed tiger form, Shanks remained unfazed. Gripping his sword at his waist, he swiftly slashed, unleashing a wave of sword energy imbued with Conqueror's Haki that struck Fusif directly. The overwhelming force sent Fusif hurtling through the air, crashing heavily into the sea, where he flailed desperately before gradually sinking beneath the waves. How is this possible? Why is this guy so terrifying? Was that Conqueror's Haki? As Fusif descended into the depths, memories of the preceding moment flashed in his mind. He could not fathom that a mere pirate crew, having only set sail for a few years, could wield such formidable power. Upon seeing Shanks, Fusif recognized him as the man the world government and Navy headquarters had specifically instructed about in the past 2 to 3 years. Red-haired Shanks. Therefore, he did not underestimate the threat, opting to retaliate with his utmost strength. Yet, the disparity was far greater than he had anticipated. He was defeated in a single move. Red-haired Shanks. Fusif let out a reluctant roar within, succumbing to the encroaching waters as he slowly lost consciousness. On the naval warship, the red-haired pirates, having vanquished the entire crew, began frantically scavenging for treasure. After rummaging through the ship, they uncovered the box containing the devil fruit. "Captain, this is all we found." Rakaloo approached, cradling the box containing the rubber fruit, placing it on the table. "A devil fruit?" Shanks mused, gently opening the box to inspect its unique patterns. Narrowing his eyes in contemplation. "What type of devil fruit is this? Why was it so heavily escorted by the Navy?" Yesub stepped forward, gazing curiously at the fruit. "If I'm not mistaken, this is a superhuman-type rubber fruit. Nothing particularly special. What is the Navy up to?" Shanks pondered for a moment, his expression reflecting surprise as he scrutinized the rubber fruit, deep in thought. "Let us go" is still a game of sorts. "In time, we shall uncover its secrets," Shanks remarked, focusing intently on the rubber fruit for a while. The red-haired pirates returned to the Red Force with their spoils, and the devil fruit was placed in Shanks' quarters. The grand pirate ship set sail along the Grand Line, seemingly heading towards the East Sea. At Marine headquarters, Marine Admiral Sengoku was in communication with his superior, the Five Elders. He was furious over the theft of the surgery fruit and the rubber fruit, deeming the Navy's failure to heed the world government's orders as the cause of this significant loss and impact. Click. Upon hearing the telephone bug being hung up, Sengoku exhaled deeply, his expression grave. Regardless of the circumstances, these 2 operations had resulted in the Navy's incompetence, allowing pirates to seize the limelight. Xia Hao Shanks. I never imagined these 2 were both trainees of the Roger Pirates. It seems this ship has birthed 2 innate monsters. Sengoku rubbed his forehead, filled with helplessness. For according to intelligence, Fusif, renowned as one of CP9's strongest 6-style users, had been defeated in a single blow by Shanks. Moreover, based on the descriptions from surviving Navy personnel, Sengoku could ascertain that the technique Shanks employed was none other than the divine avoidance, once wielded by Roger. Another user of Conqueror's Haki. Zhanghua let out a sigh, his mind drifting back to the era of Luo Jie. With nothing but the terrifying power of the Conqueror's Haki, he had subdued countless foes and ascended to the title of Pirate King without the aid of a formidable devil fruit. Now, as time progresses, Zhanghua incredulously discovered that a single pirate ship boasted at least 5 users of Conqueror's Haki. Was the Luo Jie pirate crew truly a gathering of monsters? It is worth noting that the Conqueror's Haki is a rare power, possessed by only 1 in a million, capable of reaching the pinnacle of strength. To date, there are no more than 20 known users of this power across the vast Grand Line. Yet, the Luo Jie pirate crew alone accounted for at least 5. Luo Jie, you truly leave no peace even in death, having bequeathed such a colossal dilemma. Zhanghua glanced down at the 2 bounty notices in his hand, lost in contemplation. He must take decisive action regarding Xia Hao and Xiang Kusi. Otherwise, if this unrestrained development continues, will anyone be able to intervene? After all, compared to the formidable figures of Luo Jie's era, such as Whitebeard and Newgate, these 2 are still far too young. Kapu, stop idly watching the show. This time, you must take action yourself. Zhanghua called out loudly to Kapu, who appeared as though nothing had transpired, spending his days idling in the marshal's office. It was time for Kapu to contribute. He was currently in his prime, and even the formidable Feng Yun and Jiuyin generals dared not act arrogantly in his presence. For they were all from the same generation of the Navy and understood Kapu's terrifying prowess. A box of donuts. Kapu raised a finger, speaking lightly, completely oblivious to Zhanggua's expression, which resembled a pot bottom. "Why don't you go seize it?" "Kapu, seize it." "Zhanghua, what do you think this is?" "Get lost. If we cannot capture even one of them, don't think about going home to see your grandchildren. Kapu, all holidays are canceled." Observing Kapu's nonchalant demeanor, Zhanghua directly threatened him, using his position as marshal. Truly a cunning fellow. I concede defeat to you. Just tell me the location, and I will head there immediately. Upon hearing Zhang mention the cancellation of holidays, Kapu realized the gravity of the threat. Without going home, how could he train Luffy to become the strongest Navy warrior? A month later, in Donghai Fengshe village, the Red Force appeared on the outskirts of the small village, the enormous pirate ship drawing the attention of countless villagers. It was the first time many had seen such a colossal vessel, prompting them to come out and witness the spectacle. However, one elderly man furrowed his brow as he gazed at the pirate ship docked by the shore. Given that the East Sea symbolized peace, and due to Kapu's frequent visits home, Fengshe village had always been safe, rarely visited by pirates. I hope these ruffians do not cause trouble, the village chief thought as he observed the members of the red-haired pirates disembarking. He tapped his cane and found a spot to sit, watching with a calm demeanor. Hey, Captain, this village is quite nice, and I see a tavern. As soon as he stepped off the ship, Laji Lu began to survey the streets of Fengshe village, immediately spotting a small tavern and exclaiming with delight. Oh, haha, it seems fortune smiles upon us. Let the brothers know we will rest here, Xiang Kasi said. Remember, do not cause trouble. The East Sea has a formidable governor, Xiang Kasi instructed, recalling something. Yes, Captain, we are not that kind of people. The crew of Xiang Kasi began to make their way toward the tavern, entering to find Ma Chi Nua tidying up the tables. Upon seeing the boisterous pirates, Ma Chi Nua showed no signs of panic. What would you like to drink? Wine. Bring a bottle for everyone. Xiang Kasi waved his hand, taking the lead to the counter and speaking grandly. Captain, you are so generous. Laji Lu and the others cheered excitedly as they entered the tavern in an orderly fashion, for they were a polite group of pirates. Outside the tavern, the village chief shook his head at the calm and peaceful establishment, leaning on his cane as he departed, hoping that these newcomers would not cause any disturbances. Are you pirates? Just then, a small child in a t-shirt rushed in like a whirlwind, his eyes wide as he earnestly gazed at the leading figure, Xiang Kasi. The newcomer was none other than Luffy, still a crying little brat. I want to become a pirate too. Take me with you when you go. Luffy looked at Xiang Kasi with longing, excitement, and nervousness all at once. Haha, where did this little brat come from? Pirate? This is not a game of house. Xiang Kasi laughed heartily at Luffy's serious little face. Luffy, Ma Chi Nua hurried over to pull him aside, saying, if your grandfather finds out you want to become a pirate, he will surely spank you. Ma Chi Nua warned sternly. I don't want to be a Navy officer. I want to become a pirate. That is my dream. Luffy pouted defiantly. Yet Ma Chi Nua's mention of Kapu served as a deterrent, and she eventually sent him out of the tavern. However, Luffy had always been stubborn, returning the next day and every day after, relentlessly refusing to give up. A month flew by, and Luffy implored, Xiang Kasi, please take me with you to sea. I swim really well. Having become familiar with the red-haired pirates, Luffy comfortably sat across from Xiang Kasi, continuing his plea. No way, Luffy. Being a pirate is not as simple as just being a good swimmer. You are still too young. Hearing Luffy's relentless request to board the ship, Yi Subu interjected. I can fight too. I am strong. My fists are as powerful as guns. Luffy retorted defiantly, standing on a chair and throwing punches to demonstrate his strength. Is that so? Xiang Kasi's casual voice rang out, akin to thunder crashing in Luffy's mind, instantly overwhelming him. Damn it, Xiang Kasi. What do you mean by that? Luffy shouted angrily, his mouth agape, as if he were about to devour Xiang Kasi. Ahem, Luffy, to put it simply, you are still too small. The Grand Line is fraught with dangers that are not suitable for you. Laji Lu, taking a bite of chicken leg, expressed his honest opinion while looking at Luffy. Luffy, grow up well on the island. At your age, you are just as old as my kid. Yesu Buchaimin. I'm not a 3-year-old child. I'm 7 years old. Luffy pounded the table furiously, his face contorted with anger. All right. Don't be upset, Luffy. Have a glass of juice. Seeing the furious little Luffy, Xiang Kasi handed him a glass of juice, his tone softening. Thank you. Luffy took the juice and expressed his gratitude before hugging the cup and drinking heartily. Bang, bang, bang. Ha. And you say you're not a little brat. A glass of juice has already won you over. Xiang Kasi laughed heartily, slapping the table as a strange atmosphere filled the air. Xiang, you are too despicable, Luffy huffed angrily, turning away as if sulking. In contrast, Xiang paid no heed, thinking he's just a small fry. A piece of candy will win him over in a while. At that moment, the legendary mountain bandit king, who had defeated 2 of the 4 emperors, burst into the tavern, kicking the door open as a group of fierce-looking mountain bandits strode in. Is this what they call pirates? They seem to be a bunch of dullards. We are mountain bandits, but we are not here to cause trouble. Quickly, prepare 10 barrels of wine for us. The notorious bandit king, Xia, swaggered into the tavern, casting a scornful glance at the members of the red-haired pirates. Striding directly to the counter, he declared, I'm afraid we've run out of alcohol. Ran out. Then what are these pirates drinking? Xia retorted angrily, shifting his gaze to Shanks, who was engrossed in his meal. Oh, we've consumed all the wine, but if you don't mind, I can offer you this unopened bottle. Sensing hostility, Shanks extended the bottle toward the bandit, but to everyone's astonishment, Xia smashed the glass, dousing Shanks in the spilled wine. Is this what pirates are like? Pathetic. Shanks remained unfazed by the humiliation, crouching to clean up the mess. Do you fancy cleanliness? Xia observed Shanks, ignoring him, his brow furrowing as he unsheathed his sword and shattered the remaining bottles and utensils on the table, sending shards clattering to the ground. Just a bunch of cowards. I am the man with an 8 million berry bounty. With that, Xia strutted away. Ha! After Shanks let out the first laugh, the entire crew erupted into laughter, the previously tense atmosphere dissipating into thin air. Laugh. You can still laugh. Why don't you fight back? Just because the opponent seems a bit strong doesn't mean you should cower. Luffy shouted, his voice filled with indignation as he observed the disheveled Shanks and the laughter echoing throughout the tavern. The young Luffy failed to comprehend Shanks' nonchalance, feeling it was humiliating not to retaliate against bullies. Luffy, I understand your feelings, but it's merely a splash of water. It's nothing to fret about. Shanks gently explained, noticing Luffy's genuine anger. I'm not talking to you. Luffy huffed, turning away in frustration, his body bouncing as he sought solace in food. Just then spotting an open box on the table, he seized it and took a bite, perhaps guided by an unseen force. Shanks' expression suddenly changed as he stood up abruptly. Luffy, what were you just eating? Did you consume what was in that box? Spit it out quickly. Shanks flipped Luffy over, shaking him vigorously in an attempt to make him regurgitate the fruit. Unfortunately, it had already been swallowed. With a sudden jolt, Luffy's face met the ground as he was shaken. Do you know what you just ate? That was the gum fruit. Once consumed, you can no longer swim. Shanks thundered, his voice laced with urgency, knowing the dangers of the devil fruit from his time with the Roger Pirates. No. Please no. Upon realizing he could never swim again, Luffy's small frame crumbled, his mind overwhelmed by despair. Is this fate? Shanks sighed as he beheld the irreversible situation for Luffy. Luffy, the little figure crouched on the ground, tears streaming down his cheeks. All the swimming he had diligently practiced was rendered useless. All right. Not being able to swim is a drawback, but if you harness the powers of the devil fruit properly, you can become extraordinarily strong. Shanks patted Luffy's head, beginning to explain the intricacies of the devil fruit. Is that so? Luffy listened intently, his dark eyes regaining their spark as he wiped away his tears and adopted a more optimistic outlook. Of course. The next day, on the outskirts of a small village, a tiny figure was sent flying. Bang! Just when we were enjoying our drinks. What's this little brat doing? Bandit Xia glared at Luffy, who had crashed into a wooden barrel, his demeanor threatening as he approached Luffy. How dare you? Apologize to Shanks this instant, Luffy shouted defiantly, only to receive a heavy kick in return. Fortunately, due to the effects of the gum fruit, he had heightened resilience. Otherwise, such force would be unbearable for a child. Just as Xia was about to impart a memorable lesson, the village chief and Makino rushed over, their expressions grave as they beheld the subdued Luffy. Please spare him. He is just a child. If he has offended you in any way, I'm willing to offer treasures as compensation. The village chief knelt, pleading for Luffy's safety. As expected of an elder, you know how to read the situation. However, this little brat has provoked me. and he deserves a harsh lesson. Shiga glanced at the chief before drawing his sword to execute Luffy. At that moment, the red-haired pirates appeared behind the village chief, noticing the tavern was empty. I thought something terrible had happened. Isn't that the bandit from before? Shanks observed Luffy being held at sword point by Shiga, his usual jovial demeanor replaced by seriousness. Pirates? Are they still here? Have they been mopping the tavern all this time? Shiga sneered at Shanks, his brow furrowing. Luffy, isn't your punch as powerful as a gun? Shanks ignored Shiga's taunts and stepped forward, focusing on the struggling Luffy. Stop talking nonsense, Shanks. Luffy retorted angrily. I don't know what you're still doing here, but if you come any closer, I will turn your head into a beehive, you pathetic pirates. Shiga's voice dripped with menace as one of the bandits raised a gun, aiming it at Shanks' head. I told you not to approach, pirate. Watch your head. Hee, are you serious? A real man raises a gun at the cost of his life. Shanks regarded the weapon aimed at him, unperturbed, as he turned to pose a question to the bandit. Huh, what are you talking about? The bandit appeared confused, unsure of Shanks' meaning. I mean, if you draw a gun, you ought to wager your life. This isn't childish play, Shanks said seriously, pointing at the firearm. Bang! A sharp gunshot rang out as Locky, munching on a chicken leg, aimed at the bandit's head and pulled the trigger, ending a life due to ignorance. Everyone present gasped in shock, their mouths agape in terror. Did they just strike first? How despicable. Despicable? Yesaburu scoffed dismissively. Enough with your naive talk. Do you think your enemies are saints? Beckman observed the bandits with calm eyes. You stand before pirates. Shanks declared resolutely. Damn it, this has nothing to do with you. One bandit shouted angrily. Listen, bandits, whether you splash me with wine or spit at me, these are issues I can laugh off. However, I will not tolerate any harm towards my friends. Shanks was thoroughly enraged. Ha ha ha. You want to forgive me? You pirates are just a joke. Go ahead, boys. Take them down. Bandit Shiga laughed heartily, showing no concern, as he had fundamentally misjudged the situation from the start. Kill them. The mountain bandits erupted in excited roars, brandishing their long knives as they charged toward the red-haired pirate crew. One is enough, Ben Beckman declared as he observed the oncoming pirates, firmly gripping his spear and stepping forward. Bang! 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 Boom! In an instant of confrontation, all the mountain bandits were swiftly brought down. For Ben Beckman, they were merely a group of insignificant lackeys, easily dealt with a mere wave of his hand. However, this scene struck Sig, the mountain bandit, like a bolt from the blue. He had never anticipated that the seemingly feeble pirates from the tavern could possess such formidable strength. If you intend to engage us, at the very least, send a warship, Beckman stated with a grave tone. Damn it, Sig exclaimed in shock, secretly pulling out a smoke bomb from his pocket. Then, with a bang, a cloud of black mist enveloped the area for hundreds of meters, providing Sig the opportunity to escape with Luffy. What should we do? What should we do? Luffy has been taken, exclaimed the distraught captain. Don't worry, we'll find him together and bring Luffy back, said Riki, resigned. Meanwhile at sea, Sig, aboard a small boat, gleefully held the captive Luffy, reveling in his clever escape. Let me go, you filthy monkey, Luffy protested, throwing punches and kicks, though none landed. Worry about yourself, kid. Sig sneered at Luffy, then tossed him into the sea. Ha 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 ha. Sig laughed maniacally, but just then a massive head emerged from the ocean, swallowing him whole in a moment of sheer terror. Help, help! Luffy cried out in despair as he witnessed the same creature that had devoured Sig now turn its gaze upon him. Just as its gaping maw descended towards Luffy, Shanks appeared, swiftly pulling him into his embrace, though he lost an arm to the Sea King. Get lost! Shanks shouted at the Sea King, his eyes wide with intensity as his conqueror's haki overwhelmed the creature, which fled in abject fear. Shanks! Luffy cried, tears streaming down his face as he gazed at his one-armed savior. Days later, the red-haired pirates prepared to embark on their journey to the New World, and Luffy declared, I will no longer let you take me to sea. I have decided to become a pirate myself. A pirate? You? They laughed, dismissing him. Do not underestimate me, Shanks. One day, I will find companions who rival your crew, discover the greatest treasure in the world, surpass you all, and become the Pirate King. Luffy shouted with fervor. Luffy, Haven't you always wanted the straw hat? Now, I entrust it to you. It is my most precious possession. Shanks mused, placing the hat atop Luffy's head. After offering him a few serious words of advice, he departed aboard the pirate ship, leaving Luffy in tears. The departure of the red-haired pirates returned Windmill Village to its former tranquility, with one notable change. Luffy no longer played like a child, but instead diligently honed his skills, studying the powers of the Gomu no Mi. For they had promised to meet at the summit, a pact between Luffy and Shanks. On the Grand Line, amidst the calm waters of the North Sea, the pirate ship Haotian sailed steadily. On the open-air terrace of the third deck, Xia Hao was savoring the latest culinary creations by Mena with a smile. Delicious. Mena's culinary skills are becoming increasingly exquisite, he praised heartily, finishing his breakfast and casually picking up the latest newspaper featuring news events and the latest bounty for the red-haired pirates. Shanks is finally making his move, Xia Hao murmured, gazing at the now mature Shanks with a slight smile. Shanks, the very same who was an intern aboard Pirate King Roger's ship. Xing leaned in, observing the bounty in Xia Hao's hand, questioning its significance. Indeed, you are far from being his match at this point. Keep pushing forward, Xing, Xia Hao advised, shaking his head. The formidable powers of the devil fruit can surprise many, but as Roger's prized disciple, Shanks Conqueror's haki stands out, with terrifying power that can manifest as a tangible attack, making it nearly impossible for even battle-hardened pirates to confront him directly. Really? He asked that strong? Xing's face fell, feeling somewhat despondent. However, a thought seemed to ignite a spark within him, and he eagerly asked, who is stronger, Shanks or our captain? Us? That question is rather challenging. Back when we were part of Roger's crew, it might have been an 80-20 split in favor of Shanks due to his overwhelming power. However, after all these years without a rematch, it might be more of a 60-40 split now. Xia Hao contemplated, stroking his chin before sharing his assessment. 60-40? Xing exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I have the advantage. Although Shanks is exceptionally gifted and has grown at an astonishing rate, I do not feel I would lose. Through years of hard work, my physical prowess alone surpasses the defenses of many Zoan-type devil fruit users, especially with the passive abilities of the wood release. I am nearly invincible. Moreover, since embarking on the path of mastering the 3 types of haki, I have not neglected my training and may have surpassed many predecessors. The Conqueror's haki I possess has even developed into a realm-like strength, something few have ever approached. Train hard, you all. That individual beside Shanks possesses strength that is nearly on par with him. If you encounter him in the new world, you'll need to hold your ground. Xia Hao encouraged, patting Xing on the shoulder with a smile. His tone, brimming with trust, ignited a fire within Xing, who, after dinner, took Mengxian to practice on the deck. 5 hours later, as the sun cast its dazzling rays across the sky, Xia Hao, reclining in a lounge chair, suddenly opened his deep-set eyes, a flash of red light passing through them. Under the acute perception of his observation haki, an inexplicable aura of malice and threat emanated from a distant island. Alert! Target the island to the southeast. Xia Hao stood up, his voice resonating across the Haotian. In an instant, the supersonic Haotian transformed into a massive shadow, racing towards the island, the surrounding air cracking with the sound of its speed. Meanwhile, on the island towards which the Haotian sped, a man wielding a firearm changed his expression, pulling out a din mushy from his pocket to report the situation. A pirate ship is approaching the island? Is that the flag of the Black Tiger Pirates? On the other end, an elderly voice trembled, clearly filled with dread at the prospect of pirates landing. It's not the flag of the Black Tiger Pirates. It's a crew we have never seen before. The old man sighed helplessly, feeling utterly powerless. Situated in a remote area, Shunshi Island had not seen outsiders for decades. However, everything changed after villagers rescued a pirate who had nearly drowned a few days prior. Rather than expressing gratitude after recovery, the pirate, driven by greed for the island's rumored treasures, killed a villager and fled on a small boat. 3 days later, he returned with 300 to 500 pirates, intent on seizing the golden statue crafted by the ancestors of Shunshi Island, a treasure of immense value. Yet, The villagers of Shunxi Island were not to be underestimated. Each of them was a born sharpshooter. Whether wielding a bow or a firearm, one can swiftly master and adeptly utilize these weapons at an extraordinary speed, achieving remarkable accuracy, at the grave cost of sacrificing hundreds of lives. The villagers of Shunxi Island expelled the Heihu pirates. However, before departing, the captain of the Heihu pirates issued a chilling warning. "I shall return. Beware." The threat from the captain was taken very seriously by all the inhabitants of the island. Consequently, they formed a self-defense force, assigning patrols to monitor every direction of the island daily. Everyone prepared for battle, remaining vigilant regardless of whether the threat came from the Heihu pirates or elsewhere. The elder reiterated instructions through the Den Mushi. "Understood, village chief." Upon hearing the chief's command, the personnel from various locations quickly gathered. As they observed the colossal ship, the Hao Yin, drawing closer to the island, a deep tremor coursed through the hearts of the islanders. Having never ventured out to sea, they had never witnessed such a sight. It loomed before them like a steel behemoth, eclipsing the sky as it charged toward the island's shores. "Zhang San, what is this pirate ship that resembles a small island?" The captain of the Shunxi Island Self-Defense Force fell into silence, turning to the first person who had spotted the Hao Yin. "I don't know. I just caught a glimpse of this ship through the telescope. Its grandeur and imposing presence compelled me to take a closer look, and then it came charging toward us." Zhang San shrugged, bewildered. "Could it be that you were caught peering?" "Impossible. The pirate ship was 2 or 3 nautical miles away. How could they have seen me?" Zhang San retorted, unconvinced. "What kind of eyes could see that far? I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me." Similarly, the other villagers of Shunxi Island dismissed the notion, treating the arrival of the Hao Yin as a mere coincidence. "Oh wow, what a towering tree. Boss, was someone really spying on the Hao Yin?" A Xing gazed at the enormous tree soaring into the clouds on Shunxi Island and inquired. "Of course, my Kanbunchika haki cannot be mistaken. My perception is infallible," Summer replied, waving his hand resolutely. I just had to say it." A Xing chuckled at Summer's serious demeanor, then transformed into his half-beast form, the wind god dragon, and soared into the skies above Shunxi Island to gather information. This strategy had been devised by Summer after extensive exploration. Prior to any action, a Xing would conduct an information search to ascertain the enemy's precise location. 10 minutes later, a Xing returned from above Shunxi Island to the Hao Yin, recounting the information he had gathered. "Is there an ambush?" Kelly exclaimed, her little mouth agape in surprise. Realizing her voice was too loud, she began to scan the surrounding jungles, hiding behind Summer, leaving only her small head visible. "An ambush? Perhaps it is merely an island that does not welcome outsiders. After all, this place is quite remote, and it is likely that few have visited before." "A Xing, let's take a look together. If we cannot stay, we shall have to store the recorded magnetic pointer aboard the Hao Yin and set sail again." Summer embarked on this adventure to enhance his strength and expand his influence. Hence, barring any extraordinary events, he intended to journey along the Grand Line, visiting one island after another. In contrast to the relatively calm and serene East Blue, the North Sea was tumultuous and chaotic, making it easier to seek out formidable allies. After all, not everyone has the fortune of stumbling upon a free beginner's gift pack. At the very least, Summer felt he lacked such luck. "Who goes there? Halt, or we shall open fire." As Summer and a Xing landed on Shunxi Island, making their way along a narrow path toward the island center, more than 10 armed individuals appeared before them, their tone grave and unyielding. "We are a passing adventure pirate crew," Summer replied candidly. "Shunxi Island does not welcome outsiders. Please leave at once." The leader of the guard, Budenlin, spoke coldly, as all weapons were aimed at the heads of Summer and a Xing, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Just as they were at an impasse, a bloodied islander rushed over, panting heavily. "Captain Budenlin, the other side of the island is under attack by the Heihu pirates. It seems they have mobilized their entire crew, and our people are fighting back. However, a special individual among them seems immune to ordinary bullets. Impossible. How could bullets have no effect?" Budenlin immediately countered upon hearing this. "Everyone assemble. We must eliminate the Heihu pirates After contemplating for a moment, Budenlin shouted, unwilling to accept that there was no way to resolve the situation. He then turned his gaze towards Summer and Xing, instructing several members of the guard. Keep an eye on these two. Yes. Budenlin cast a deep glance at the Haotian before swiftly leading his subordinates toward the battlefield. As for Summer and the others, Budenlin did not yet sense any imminent danger. And with a formidable foe at hand, he had no choice but to press on. 3 minutes later, Summer and Xing each grabbed a member of the guard, their figures flickering through the forest at increasing speeds until they soon witnessed the fierce battle between the original inhabitants of Shunxi Island and the Heihu pirates. Surrender, weaklings. I am Harlock, the new vice-captain of the Heihu pirates, a paramecia-type steel fruit user. Ordinary bullets cannot even scratch my defenses. Harlock swaggered toward the defensive positions of the Shunxi Island villagers. What now? Curse it, a devil fruit? Isn't that something cursed by the sea? How could one possess such formidable power? The villagers, witnessing Harlock draw nearer, displayed expressions of panic. Yet one individual refused to yield, aiming their firearm at Harlock's head, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, the bullet sped forth, aimed directly at Harlock's head. However, contrary to expectations of a clean kill, the destructive bullet became lodged in his forehead, failing to penetrate further. Who? Come out! What is this sneaking about? Have the courage to attack openly. Harlock growled in fury, touching the embedded bullet in his forehead, and waved his hand, sending hundreds of pirates rushing toward the location for which the shot had been fired. Damn it, Blazer failed. He was supposed to be our strongest sniper of the new generation. I never anticipated things would escalate to this extent. What now? Must we all flee for our lives? I hit him squarely in the head, yet that accursed devil fruit ability thwarted my shot. How frustrating. The villagers began to murmur among themselves as the failure of the new generation's strongest sharpshooter, Blazer, instilled fear in the previously confident crowd, leaving them hesitant to advance. Budenlin, rushing over, observed the advancing Heihu pirates with a darkened expression, particularly troubled upon hearing that the pirates were impervious to blades and bullets. With a resigned sigh, he pressed on. Hey, do you need assistance? I can help you drive these people away on the condition that you allow us to land on the island. Just then, Summer's voice rang out from behind the villagers of Shunxi Island. In an instant, led by Budenlin, the islanders turned in unison. You? Do not worry. We mean no harm. And surely you do not believe that merely 2 individuals can keep me in check? Summer nodded affirmatively. All right, I trust you. Budenlin squinted at Summer, and after 10 or more seconds, he reluctantly nodded, realizing he had little choice in the matter. Kid, so you wish to play the hero? As the arrogant voice of Haoyuok faded, XiaHao's figure abruptly appeared behind him, delivering a powerful punch to his head. The robust figure was sent flying by XiaHao's terrifying strength, tumbling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, utterly motionless and lifeless. Too weak. Is there anyone stronger? What about the captain of the Heihu pirate crew? Xia Hao inquired as he stepped forward. The captain of the Haotian pirate crew, Xia Hao. Why would such a formidable figure be found in this desolate place? The Heihu pirate crew felt a sense of familiarity upon Xia Hao's arrival. While searching for information, a newly recruited subordinate was swiftly dispatched by a single punch. Moreover, he discovered the bounty notice regarding Xia Hao. Run, the captain of the Heihu pirate crew, witnessing the bewildered expressions of his subordinates, hastily fled towards their pirate ship in the sea, swiftly escaping into the depths of the ocean. Boss, I haven't even boarded the ship yet. They've escaped. They've truly fled the lawless Heihu pirate crew in this vicinity. Who on earth is this man that has frightened the captain of the Heihu pirate crew into a hasty retreat with just a glance? The residents of Shunxi Island watched the Heihu pirate crew flee in panic, filled with curiosity. Meanwhile, Budenlin, a member of the guard, regarded Xia Hao with a contemplative expression. He had seen the enormous presence of the Haotian ship and recognized Xia Hao as a pirate capable of instilling such fear in the Heihu pirate crew. It was evident that the pirate crew led by this man was exceptionally powerful, indeed astonishingly so. Thank you for your assistance. My name is Budenlin, the captain of the guard on this Shunxi Island. Greetings, I am Xia Hao, captain of the Haotian pirate crew, and this is my companion, Xing. Xia Hao responded with a smile as he observed the friendly demeanor of Captain Butenlin. In the 3 minutes preceding Xia Hao's intervention, he and Xing had been closely monitoring the battlefield, seeking an exceptional marksman. After all, it was said that everyone on this island was a sharpshooter, hence the island's name, Shunshot Island. However, even among the exceptionally gifted, disparities exist. Xia Hao required a man who could accompany him to the pinnacle, and he could not simply choose anyone. The Haotian pirate crew, it is truly the Haotian pirate crew, the notorious pirate Xia Hao, with a bounty of 1.5 billion berries, has unexpectedly appeared before me. Goodness, am I dreaming? Butenlin's companion, the tall and muscular Buggy, gazed at Xia Hao with fervor, his voice trembling slightly, akin to a fan encountering their idol. Ah, you know me. Xia Hao smiled at Buggy and inquired further. Of course. Since the first bounty was issued for the Haotian pirate crew, I have been following your exploits. I find you incredibly impressive, Xia Hao. Since then, I have collected every bounty notice and newspaper, Buggy declared proudly, as though he had accomplished something remarkable. Xia Hao shrugged. It was astonishing that the sharpshooter he had sought on the battlefield turned out to be a devoted admirer. Fate is indeed wondrous. It seemed that this recruitment should proceed smoothly. No wonder we were unaware of the Haotian pirate crew's activities. It appears you've been hiding your identity, Butenlin remarked. The bounty of 1.5 billion berries was well known, even in the secluded nation of Shunshot Island. The vice-captain of the Xia pirate crew had a mere bounty of 100 million berries, and the captain only 300 million. Yet, they operated lawlessly in these waters, having eluded the Navy on several occasions, which had attempted to apprehend them. It was unimaginable how formidable the Haotian pirate crew must be. Surely a renowned entity across the Grand Line. Is that so? Buggy, would you like to venture out to sea? Xia Hao asked, noticing his excitement. Out to sea? With you all? Yes, indeed. I am willing. Buggy exclaimed, his face flushed with exhilaration, breaking his usual calm demeanor for the first time. Really? Are we truly setting sail? Buggy, while I shouldn't deter a man from pursuing his dreams, the Grand Line is perilous. One misstep could lead to a watery grave, Butenlin advised with a sigh, eyeing his nephew's enthusiastic demeanor with concern. Fear not, Uncle Butenlin. If one day I truly meet my end at sea, it will simply prove that I was an insignificant man. I will not regret it. Never, as a man must stand by his decisions, even if it costs him dearly. Buggy stated firmly, clenching his fists with determination. Very well, then. Do as you wish, Butenlin conceded, nodding in acknowledgement of Buggy's resolve. Prepare yourself well. We shall depart shortly, Xia Hao said, a slight smile gracing his lips as he observed Buggy's eagerness. In a certain maritime region of the Grand Line, at the coast of Fuxiet Island, Fisher Tiger, the captain of the Sun pirate crew, descended from a massive pirate ship, holding the hand of a young girl as he made his way towards the town. For this was the hometown of the girl, Clara. Brother Tiger, may we accompany you? The fisherman Arlong called out, watching Fisher Tiger, who had not ventured far. No, it's unnecessary. Fewer people are more convenient, and I'm merely returning Clara home. What issues could arise? Fisher Tiger dismissed casually, striding forward. All right then, the sooner you go, the sooner you return, Brother Tiger. Arlong nodded, knowing it was just a relatively impoverished island. Unbeknownst to the Sun pirate crew, as Fisher Tiger traversed the small town, he became the target of the islanders' gazes. Given Fisher Tiger's substantial bounty, the islanders, who had never encountered such figures, were captivated by the prospect of wealth. Clara, let's hurry, Fisher Tiger urged, sensing the malevolent stares from the crowd. Simultaneously, Fisher Tiger was oblivious to the fact that the islanders had identified him and reported his presence via a din-din mushy. What? Are you certain of the accuracy of this information? Fisher Tiger, captain of the Fishman pirate crew, has appeared on Fuxiet Island. Understood. Ensure he is detained. The naval warship will arrive in 10 minutes. A naval rear admiral commanded sternly from the other end of the din-din mushy, following which he donned his naval cloak and departed hastily. Fisher Tiger, the instigator of the liberation of the Holy Land Mariewa, was a bane to many. A multitude of naval soldiers began to assemble, swiftly setting sail towards Fuxiat Island under the leadership of Rear Admiral Staloberry. Concurrently, they reported the plan to capture Fisher Tiger to Admiral Sengoku at Navy Headquarters. Navy Headquarters, Marineford. Have we truly located him? Sengoku inquired, his previously gloomy demeanor lifting considerably upon receiving the news. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. In that case, mobilize all forces for capture. This time we must succeed. Sengoku elaborated on the operational considerations as the naval warship set sail. 20 minutes later, Fisher Tiger, glancing at the pitiful Clara, resolutely turned away. However, just as he reached the center of the town, a glint of cold steel flashed, followed by the sound of gunshot. Although Fisher Tiger was in a state of tension, he was nonetheless prepared to evade the impending attack. However, no one anticipated that the Navy would take immediate action. Surrender. Fisher Tiger, Major Staloberry exclaimed, drawing two massive sabers from his waist, their cold gleam reflecting in the light. Seeing the bewildered expression on Fisher Tiger's face, he proceeded to explain the situation. What? It was the humans here who betrayed me. Upon hearing this, Fisher Tiger's countenance darkened, his spirits plummeting as he gazed at the encroaching Navy soldiers, the last remnants of hope within him shattered. For years, Fisher Tiger had harbored a dream of peaceful coexistence between humans and fishmen. Yet, the reality was that such an ideal was far too visionary. And despite his relentless efforts over the years, he had never succeeded. Betrayed? They were merely a band of vile pirates. What right did they have to utter such words? Trash should remain quietly in the refuse. Chafe, the dual-wielding technique, wind-cleaving slash. Major Staloberry, noticing Fisher Tiger's altered demeanor, seized the opportunity to attack. The long blade grazed his skin, blood gushing forth as Fisher Tiger, who relied on wit rather than brute force, suffered greatly. Staring at the blade protruding from his chest, his expression darkened. He scanned the surroundings. He could not die. He had to find a way to escape. The members of the Sun Pirates were idly seated on the deck, eagerly awaiting Fisher Tiger's arrival. But the silence was deafening. Suddenly, 3 Navy warships approached the shore, and without warning, began to fire upon them, seemingly intent on annihilating them all. The Navy? How can this be? How did they know we were here? Fishman Arlong exclaimed in astonishment, as this was supposed to be a casual outing, their route altered solely to return Claw home. Prepare for battle, Jinbei shouted, casting a glance at the Sun Pirates. As the second-in-command of the Sun Pirates, he bore the weight of responsibility. Under Jinbei's leadership, all fishmen began to retaliate, with many of them plunging into the sea to launch attacks from beneath the Navy vessels, capitalizing on their natural advantage. Yet Fisher Tiger, isolated and overwhelmed in the island town, felt utterly helpless and under immense pressure as he beheld the seemingly invincible Navy soldiers, his heart sinking. Surrender, Fisher Tiger, and accept the judgment of justice. Justice? Huh, what a joke. If this were truly justice, then why did you not appear when the accursed celestial dragons hunted down innocent civilians to enslave them? Why are the celestial dragons' crimes overlooked? Why does your notion of justice exhibit such blatant double standards? Or is the so-called righteous Navy merely a facade? Fisher Tiger clutched his bloodied chest, unable to contain his fury as he glared at Major Staloberry. Obstinate fool. Major Staloberry scoffed at Fisher Tiger's outburst, then swiftly swung his blades, vanishing from sight only to reappear behind Fisher Tiger, unleashing a ferocious onslaught that sent him crashing to the ground, bloodied and defeated. What a nuisance. Staloberry frowned, declaring, "Gather the troops. The mission is complete. We must retreat." As he gestured for the Navy soldiers to escort the incapacitated Fisher Tiger, a commotion erupted nearby, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Brother Tiger, after repelling the attacking Navy vessels, the Sun Pirates realized something was amiss. Their captain had been on the island for far too long without any sign of life. Under Jinbei and Arlong's leadership, they hurried towards the center of the island, only to witness the scene before them. "Bastard, I will kill you," Fishman Arlong roared, his eyes ablaze with fury as he beheld Fisher Tiger, bloodied and pale, on the brink of death. With his great sword raised, he charged forward, followed closely by the enraged members of the fisherman pirate crew. The town erupted into chaos, walls crumbling as the clamor of battle intensified. Ultimately, it was Jinbei's formidable fighting prowess that allowed them to rescue Fisher Tige from the Navy vessel. However, due to excessive blood loss, he fell unconscious, leaving Arlong frantic, pacing back and forth, filled with urgency. Jinbei, what should we do? Brother Tige needs a blood transfusion, but none of us are suitable. We can only use human blood. Fortunately, this Navy vessel we seized has human blood, Arlong exclaimed, slapping his forehead as he turned to Jinbei. That may be our only option, but we are uncertain of Brother Tige's choice, Jinbei sighed. Fully aware of the profound impact this incident would have on Fisher Tige. No, Irafuza. I will not accept human blood. While Jinbei and Arlong deliberated on how to procure blood for Fisher Tige, he groggily opened his eyes, summoning all his strength to refuse. Visions of humanity's grotesque faces flashing in his mind, deepening his sorrow. Since the establishment of the Sun Pirates, Fisher Tige had implored everyone to refrain from unjustly harming humans. Even those of opposing factions, his vision was of liberation and peace. Brother Tige, if you do not receive blood, you will truly perish, Jinbei and the others urged. No, absolutely not. Fisher Tige declared resolutely before succumbing to unconsciousness once more. Hours later, due to his refusal of a blood transfusion, Fisher Tige lost his life. On the deck, tears flowed freely from the members of the Sun Pirates, their hearts shattered. Amidst the crowd, Arlong kept his head bowed. Yet a flicker of red light glimmered in his eyes. Brother Tige, I will ensure that those filthy, despicable humans are punished. On the Grand Line, a significant news report emerged. To bolster the world government's control over the seas, the Navy headquarters had newly invited the pirate Empress Hancock, Queen of the Amazon Lily, to join the Shichibukai. Additionally, another peculiar piece of information revealed that Don Quixote da Flamingo, utilizing a certain item, had not only freed all his subordinates from confinement, but also found his name listed among the newly announced members of the Shichibukai in the Navy headquarters' latest newspaper. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2.5 years had passed. During this period, the Haotian pirates traversed the routes of the Grand Line, their growing renown attracting 3 subordinate pirate crews, all secretly sent by Xia Hao to the New World base for construction activities, unbeknownst to outsiders. Outwardly, the Haotian pirates remained a mere crew of 30 members. Though powerful, they were insufficient to challenge the foundations of the world government and the Navy. One fine day, under a radiant sun and clear skies, a colossal pirate ship sailed swiftly across the Grand Line. It was the Haotian ship. On board, the crew engaged in their usual training and cultivation, while Xia Hao rested on the second-floor balcony. At that moment, the call of seagulls echoed from above. Xia Hao slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the gull perched on the railing. After paying 50 berries, he received a newspaper from its satchel, then waved his hand, prompting the gull to soar away towards a distant island. What is this? Has it happened again? The catastrophic tragedy in Navy history, Xia Hao murmured to himself, furrowing his brow as he read the contents of the newspaper. Former Marine Admiral Black Arm Zephyr, while training new recruits, was ambushed by pirates, ultimately resulting in Zephyr losing an arm. Except for 2 crew members who survived the incident, the entire crew of a Navy warship was annihilated. That was the future of the Navy. In this world, one cannot survive without formidable strength. Even a slight disturbance in the sea can lead to countless fatalities. Indeed, age seems to impact one's prowess. Otherwise, a former Marine admiral could not possibly find himself in such a dire situation, even if he could still unleash the power of his youthful techniques. However, his endurance is undoubtedly inferior to what it once was. Regardless of whether one possesses special abilities, physical strength remains fundamental. It is regrettable. The Navy may soon cultivate a formidable adversary of its own. XiaHao shook his head and placed the newspaper on the table, resuming his rest. After all, the affairs of the Navy have little bearing on him as a pirate. In stark contrast to Xia Hao's calm demeanor, the Navy headquarters was in a state of turmoil. Unlike Garp and Sengoku, the Black Arm Zephyr had been cultivating a new generation of Marines ever since his dismissal as admiral, tirelessly training numerous successors, including the likes of Kizaru, Kuzan, and Akainu. It could be said that nearly all Marine officers were his pupils. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, within the conference room adjacent to the Marshal's office, an oppressive atmosphere lingered. Present were Garp, Vice Admiral Tsuru, Kazan, Kizu, Akainu, and others. What are everyone's thoughts regarding the recent attack on Zephyr? Sengoku inquired, surveying the room. Just a worthless pirate. Marshal Sengoku, arranged for a naval warship. I am confident I can capture him, Akainu declared, breaking the heavy silence. To him, any villainous pirate deserved to be obliterated by any means necessary. Capture? We have considered that, but according to intelligence, this pirate operates alone and has vanished from the seas following the incident. It will be arduous to locate him. Vice Admiral Tsuru remarked with a serious tone, her heart heavy. As a Marine warrior of her era, did she not desire vengeance for Zephyr? Indeed, we have done our utmost. This meeting primarily concerns the constraints on pirates in the New World. Perhaps the Navy has been too low-key and stable over the years, allowing some individuals to harbor grandiose ambitions. Therefore, we must take action. Starting today, within a week, we will commence a sweep operation, enlisting the 7 warlords' cooperation for a thorough purge. Sengoku declared, his expression darkened. This time, for both personal and professional reasons, he would not relent. As a result of this incident, the once tranquil seas were once again stirred into chaos. Some ambitious pirate crews, eager to seize the greatest treasure, were promptly captured by the vigilant Navy upon entering the New World. Those who resisted faced immediate cannon fire. In a moment, chaos ensued, and the undersea prison for commoners experienced an influx of inmates as countless pirates spewed curses, filling the previously desolate cells to capacity, their cries echoing relentlessly, only to be met with inhumane punishments. In a certain region of the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, the world's strongest man, Whitebeard Newgate, gazed at the newspaper in his hands, lost in thought. How unpredictable the world is. Who would have imagined that the once indomitable figure would lose an arm to the very pirate he despised? Throughout the Grand Line, seagulls soared, and the incident involving former Admiral Zephyr became a topic of conversation for all. As for the spread of this news, Sengoku had previously ordered severe consequences. However, as a prominent figure in the underworld determined to become the strongest journalist and frontline reporter, Morgans flatly refused. In the once bustling streets of Kafana Island, now reduced to ruins, the grand architecture of the former kingdom lay in tatters, while a group of burly guerrillas methodically searched for weapons. At that moment, a small, unassuming vessel gently docked by the shore. A tall, muscular man, exuding an air of dominance, stepped onto the island, his piercing, eagle-like gaze scanning the horizon as if attempting to see through the very essence of the island. This man was the renowned swordsman Dracul Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman. At that instant, the island's native guerrillas noticed the newcomer and brandished their weapons, charging towards Mihawk. In response, he unsheathed his black blade, Yuru, and with a single, effortless strike, a terrifying wave of sword energy surged forth, toppling all who opposed him. Instantly, cries of despair filled the air, and not a single guerrilla dared to obstruct his path again. In a chaotic kingdom within the Grand Line, the sounds of gunfire echoed through the skies as the royal army clashed with the rebel forces in a prolonged struggle. Yet, as the rebels comprised desperate commoners, they were soon overwhelmed by the armed royal troops, leaving the once hopeful populace disheartened. Just then, a group of individuals clad in black cloaks emerged, standing their ground against the advancing royal army, shielding the ordinary citizens behind them. "Step aside. Do not meddle," the general of the royal army, upon witnessing the silent black-cloaked figures, erupted in fury, reprimanding them. Had it not been for the armed figures aiming at him, he would never have spoken in such a manner. Is this the army of this nation? How cruelly they slaughter their own citizens. It is truly lamentable. However, we have arrived, and this nation shall embrace a new dawn of peace. From the front of the black-cloaked group, a cold, stern voice rang out. Simultaneously, the once clear sky darkened ominously, fierce winds whipping through the air, rendering it difficult for anyone to open their eyes. What does this mean? The general of the royal army, sensing impending doom, felt a chill run down his spine. The former king was tyrannical and merciless. The common people have suffered for far too long. Thus, we have come to ensure true equality and peace in this world. The old regime must be overthrown. The black-cloaked figures stepped forward, their eyes widening with a fierce intensity, a commanding aura emanating from them, spreading rapidly in a circular wave. The once mighty royal army found themselves shaken by this overwhelming presence, with many collapsing under the pressure of the conqueror's haki. In an instant, the National Defense Force suffered significant losses, leaving only the general barely able to maintain his composure, his heart filled with dread as he retreated, unwilling to accept the reality. The Revolutionary Army, you are the Revolutionary Army? The general of the Royal Army finally realized, staring incredulously at the black-cloaked figure. Have you figured it out? But that is of little consequence now. This kingdom cannot remain in decay, and it is time for the Revolutionary Army to step into the global spotlight. The leading figure, illuminated by a brilliant light, revealed a tall silhouette, his face marked with distinctive red lines. None other than Monkey D. Dragon, the founder and leader of the Revolutionary Army, and the son of Marine hero Garp. In the ensuing moments, under the guidance of the Revolutionary Army, the rebels followed closely towards the royal capital. This day marked the dawn of a new era, as the Revolutionary Army aimed to establish a world government within the kingdom. Dragon understood that, following this incident, the Revolutionary Army would become the target of the world government and the Navy, viewed as a thorn in their side. However, Dorag remains indifferent. Having witnessed the duality of good and evil in this world, he harbors a dream of transforming the entire realm into a just, equitable, and peaceful paradise. On this occasion, at the sacred Mary Geos, a world conference is convened, and invitations have been dispatched to various kingdoms, prompting a flurry of arrivals. As a result, what was once a relatively quiet day in Mary Geos now buzzes with activity. Yet, all attendees tread carefully, fearful of making a misstep. For this is the stronghold of the celestial dragons, where one miscalculation could lead to dire consequences. Within Panga City, the 5 elders scrutinize the intelligence reports in their hands, their expressions revealing a spectrum of emotions. It is uncommon for allied nations across the globe to unite against a common foe. The major kingdoms have collectively issued a demand for the eradication of the Revolutionary Army. It seems the recent incidents of regime change have instilled a sense of dread among the kingdoms. In the past year alone, 5 kingdoms have experienced upheavals as the Revolutionary Army toppled their rulers. The most recent incident involved one of the allied nations. Have we not yet ascertained the identity of the Revolutionary Army? No, it is exceedingly difficult to infiltrate the world government's undercover operations. Moreover, the newly joined members of the Revolutionary Army do not even meet their leader, and attempts to penetrate the core have yielded no results. Furthermore, apart from the core members, the rest possess no clarity about the headquarters, making total annihilation an unattainable goal. Regardless, since the kingdoms have beseeched the world government for intervention, it would be remiss to ignore their pleas. Thus, we shall assign Sengoku to dispatch the Navy for reconnaissance. There is no alternative. We cannot allow the Revolutionary Army to act with impunity, or else the world government's reputation will be at stake. The 5 elders, alarmed by the reactions of the allied kingdoms, regard the Revolutionary Army incident with utmost seriousness and are profoundly curious about Dorag's true identity. How could such a formidable and astute man have remained unnoticed until now? On the Grand Line, aboard the pirate ship Xia Hao peruses a newspaper, occasionally shaking his head or nodding in response. Notably, upon observing the world government's heightened interest in the Revolutionary Army's leader, Dorag, and the substantial bounty placed upon his head, he cannot help but smile wryly. Should I stir the waters once more? Xia Hao muses, contemplating that the more trouble he causes for the world government, the less they will be able to focus on his own actions, as all eyes will be fixed upon the Revolutionary Army. What course of action would ensure absolute success? He reflects, finding joy in the thought that as long as his enemies are discontent, he shall remain pleased throughout the day. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku also holds a report regarding the Revolutionary Army's significant events, his expression clouded with concern as he rubs his forehead. Just recently, The order from the five elders has arrived. Annihilate the revolutionary army. Sengoku feels overwhelmed by the gravity of the five elders' command. Knowing full well that the movements of the revolutionary army remain elusive and their combat prowess is formidable, any rash actions could lead to catastrophic consequences. Kopu, you glutton, can you not lend a hand in gathering information on the revolutionary army? As Sengoku grapples with his mounting frustration, he hears rustling from the sofa. He looks up to see Kapu happily indulging in donuts, entirely indifferent to the unfolding crisis. Ah, Sengoku, would you like one? The latest donuts are delightful. Kapu, oblivious, turns to Sengoku with a bemused expression, reluctantly offering a donut. Eat your nonsense. Look at you, Kapu. Sengoku's anger flares, and he abruptly rises, snatching the entire bag of donuts from Kapu and devouring them in one go. My donuts! I haven't even set a record yet. Sengoku, you scoundrel! Kapu's enraged voice echoes through the admiral's office. The meeting regarding the revolutionary army leader, Dorag, continues as the kings of various kingdoms convene to vote on how to address the revolutionary army, whose ideals and visions threaten the very foundations of their rule and that of the world government. The five elders concur and issue orders for Sengoku to lead the navy in capturing and eliminating them. However, at that very moment, the revolutionary army mysteriously vanishes. Despite the exhaustive search efforts, no trace can be found, as if they had never existed. Yet, the anxiety and tension among everyone, including the five elders, only intensify. For no one knows what the revolutionary army's next move will be. The recent actions of the revolutionary army clearly indicate that their threat far surpasses that of pirates. After all, to the world government, most pirates merely engage in petty theft and looting, often avoiding confrontation with the navy and the world government's vessels. However, the revolutionary army targets the very foundation, propagating ideologies in opposition to the world government. In no time, news of the revolutionary army spreads across the globe. As a month swiftly passes, the kings, now gripped by fear, return to their respective nations, promptly fortifying the defenses of their capitals. On the Grand Line, in the kingdom of Dressrosa, a grand conspiracy unfolds. The night demon, Don Quixote da Flamingo, leads the Don Quixote family into the capital, confronting the current ruler, King Riku, and demanding a tribute of hundreds of billions of berries under the pretense of waging war against the kingdom, desiring to spare his people from harm. King Riku reluctantly calls upon his citizens to relinquish their wealth to him in exchange for peace. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this is all part of Doflamingo's devious scheme. The previous night, the benevolent King Riku, known for his compassion, sought to negotiate peace with Doflamingo, but fell victim to his string fruit powers, which compelled him to commit acts of violence in the streets, resulting in the deaths of numerous innocent civilians and igniting a terrifying inferno. The chaos, compounded by the interference and propaganda of the Don Quixote family, swiftly transforms King Riku into a despised tyrant. At this juncture, the Don Quixote family emerges, presenting themselves as the champions of justice. Doflamingo intervenes, halting the tearful rampage of King Riku. With the backing of the Don Quixote family, who are of royal lineage in Dressrosa, the citizens soon come to accept Doflamingo as their new ruler. Thus, King Riku and the remnants of the royal bloodline are systematically purged and hunted down. King Riku, realizing that this entire scenario is a machination of Doflamingo against his kingdom, is powerless in the face of the overwhelming might of the Don Quixote family. He leaves in disgrace, for he knows that survival is paramount, and with many of his family members missing, he does not wish to suffer a fate that would sever him from them forever. Hey. Dressrosa has finally returned to the control of the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo stands atop the city walls, gazing down at the bustling town below, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Doflamingo, everything is ready. At that moment, Toribol approaches, wiping his nose, and gazes fondly at the young master, who has matured into a formidable figure. Let's commence. Doflamingo nods in agreement. As a man of immense ambition, he is determined to reshape the entire capital to his liking, and this is the opportunity he has been waiting for. Regardless of how he reforms the kingdom, He can always shift the blame onto the former ruler, King Riku. A dark hunt has commenced. The once peaceful and serene kingdom of Day, Lei, Si Luo, Sa, has been plunged into a state of chaotic madness due to the arrival of Doflamingo. Many have been captured and transformed into toys, losing their freedom. The civilians who have not been turned into toys are also subjected to a powerful brainwashing force that causes them to forget their past lives. An unprecedented coup has taken place, compared to the previous actions of the Haotian pirates, who forcibly overthrew a kingdom and installed a new king. Doflamingo's methods appear far more professional. The news of the royal succession in Day, Lei, Si Luo, Sa has attracted the attention of the world government and the marine headquarters. However, due to Doflamingo's unique identity and actions, both the world government and the Marines have chosen not to intervene too closely. 1 month later, 100 nautical miles off the coast of Day, Lei, Si Luo, Sa, the Haotian pirates are securely docked. Not far from the Haotian ship, a massive pirate vessel is swiftly approaching, its bow adorned with the imposing figure of a mammoth, radiating dominance and power. On the deck of the mammoth-themed pirate ship stands a remarkably robust man, his copper-sized eyes fixed intently on the Haotian ship. Lord Jack, it appears that this pirate ship ahead belongs to the Haotian pirates. Are we truly going to confront them? Lord Kaido instructed us to merely exchange arms with Tian Yacha and to avoid unnecessary conflict. One of the pirates cautiously remarks, glancing at Jack. One of the calamities of the beast pirates. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Jack's rugged face contorts with dissatisfaction as he casts a disdainful glance at his subordinate, then bellows loudly. If not for today's exceptional circumstances, I would have already tossed you into the sea to feed the fish. A mere Haotian pirates is hardly comparable to the beast pirates. They're just a small crew of fewer than 10 members. Today, Jack, the drought calamity, intends to test the capabilities of this bounty of 1.5 billion berries, Summer Haotian. After all, he has roamed the New World for years and only amassed a bounty of 1 billion berries. Thus, Jack is filled with defiance. As for the arms, they have long been stowed aboard the ship. They cannot simply vanish. On the Haotian ship, as the beast pirate's vessel draws nearer, a Shing furrows his brow and immediately transforms into his half-beast form, preparing for battle. Interesting, he truly lives up to the title of the ship king, exuding such confidence. It seems he does not regard us as a threat, Jack. Summer Haotian muses, his gaze sweeping over the pirate ship that is now within 500 meters. Prepare for battle, everyone, Summer Haotian shouts, and the crew promptly ceases their tasks, directing their attention toward the point he indicates. Prepare for battle, he commands again, adopting a defensive stance as Jack's ship approaches with ferocity. Just as the Haotian ship collides with the mammoth, a fleet of pirate ships flying the flamingo pirate flag halts their advance 2 nautical miles away. Damn it, why is the Haotian pirates here? Torpal's heart sinks as he gazes at the Haotian flag, memories of being soundly defeated by Summer Haotian on that island resurfacing in his mind. What should we do? Should we report this to Doflamingo? After all, if the Haotian pirates do not leave and engage the beast pirates, the arms we just sold could be seized. And we cannot bear Kaido's wrath. Diamante also frowns, his tone grave. It seems there is no other choice. I will report the situation here. Toripol sniffs and pulls out a din mushy from his pocket. In the royal palace of the capital of Day, Lei, Si Luo, Sa, Doflamingo, enjoying a swim, hears the din mushy ringing and swims toward the edge of the pool. He raises his hand, and the young baby 5 quickly jogs over to place the din mushy in Doflamingo's grasp before skipping away, satisfied. Is it confirmed that it is the Haotian pirates? Doflamingo queries upon hearing Torpal's urgent voice through the din mushy. Yes, I would recognize them, even if they turn to ash. The Haotian pirates are already clashing with Jack. Toripol replies, his voice fierce. The humiliation of that day is an indelible memory. Let us observe how this unfolds. Doflamingo finally states after a lengthy contemplation. Doflamingo has become a linchpin in the dark underworld, engaging in extensive arms dealings. The beast pirates serve as a significant trading partner and support. As for revenge against the Haotian pirates, Doflamingo harbors no confidence. The overwhelming and terrifying presence of Summer Hao-Ian from 3 years past still looms large in his mind. The two are simply not on the same level. However, what Doflamingo did not expect was that Jack would take action. Regardless of the outcome, the Hao-Ian pirates would inevitably offend the Beast pirates, and a confrontation is unavoidable. If the Hao-Ian pirates could provoke Kaido, that monstrous figure, perhaps eliminating Summer Hao-Ian would be effortless, allowing Doflamingo to finally avenge himself. In Doflamingo's eyes, Kaido, at the peak of his power, possesses a physique akin to a monster, making him a formidable opponent for anyone. Boom! The mammoth successfully collides with the Hao-Ian ship under Jack's command. However, it is akin to an ant shaking an elephant, having no effect whatsoever. Yet, Jack's eyes gleam with excitement. The larger and more powerful the Hao-Ian ship, the more he desires it. If he could seize this vessel to transport weapons and equipment, Mr. Kaido would undoubtedly commend him. A smile creeps onto Jack's dark face as he recalls the praise from his 3 older brothers. Hey, if you don't want to die, scram and hand over this ship to the Beast pirates. I want to kill you, Jack commands haughtily, looking down at Summer Hao-Ian and his crew, who regard him with indifference. Though Summer Hao-Ian has risen to prominence in recent years, in Jack's eyes, a mere bounty of 15 billion berries is inconsequential in the face of Mr. Kaido. Huh, hand it over to you? Fatty, who do you think you are? A Xing, in his half-beast form, cannot help but scoff, questioning how anyone could now trample upon the Hao-Ian pirates. To a Xing, neither the Beast pirates nor anyone else holds significance. It is Summer Hao-Ian who reigns supreme in his heart. Fatty, Jack, prepared to unleash his fury, is provoked by the insult. He glances at the Hao-Ian crew, who are watching intently, and brandishes his curved blade, charging forward with a fierce glare directed at a Xing. Wow, such a swift blade. A Xing observes Jack's approach, retreating to evade the attack. He then swiftly flaps his wings and lunges at Jack, his sharp claws enveloped in haki, delivering a powerful strike that collides with Jack's curved blade, causing Jack to stumble back under the immense force. This guy, Jack stabilizes himself, his expression serious as he fixates on a Xing, feeling an increasing pressure. He had anticipated a straightforward battle, yet a seemingly casual member of the Hao-Ian pirates has already imposed such heavy stress upon him. Glancing at the uninterested Summer Hao-Ian only heightens his agitation. This operation seems to be more reckless than he had imagined. However, even if he does not take the initiative to attack, Jack's intuition tells him that the arms will not be transported smoothly. As for the reason, he cannot ascertain. Windfall kill. A Xing, standing on the deck, seizes the opportunity to attack, a fierce wind blade swirling around his wind god dragon claws, appearing exceedingly sharp. Block this. As he observed the swiftly advancing Xing, Jack's expression sharpened, and he raised his dual curved blades in defense. However, the blades merely deflected the talons of the Fengshan Elong, while the swirling wind blades continued to slice mercilessly. Even a Zoan-type devil fruit user could not withstand the onslaught of the wind blades with mere flesh. Bloodstains appeared one after another, and the excruciating pain caused Jack, the drought, to furrow his brow in distress. He wished to retreat, but to his dismay, he discovered that he had been encircled by the Hao-Ian pirate crew without realizing it. What do you intend to do? Jack asked, his gaze fixed on the members of the Hao-Ian pirate crew, who glared at him like wolves. For the first time, he felt fear as an inexplicable sense of danger enveloped him. What are we going to do? We are here to send you home, Xia Hao stated, his tone calm yet serious, as he gazed at the imposing figure of Jack. He then vanished from sight, only to reappear right before Jack. With the terrifying force of a meteorite, his fist struck Jack, sending him hurtling through the air. Jack traced a graceful arc before plunging into the sea, slowly beginning to sink. Aboard the Mammoth, the pirates watched in alarm as their captain was defeated. Panic ensued, and they hurriedly relayed the news back to the Beast pirates through a den mushy, for only Kaido could save Jack and them. In the New World, within the castle of Ghost Island, a tall man clad in black, with wings of flame protruding from his back, abruptly ended a conversation on the den mushy, his expression grave, and headed towards Kaido's chamber. What? Jack was attacked by the Hao-Ian pirate crew, while collecting arms and has now fallen into the sea? Yes, Mr. Kaido. That brat Xia Hao wants to die, doesn't he? Kaido's furious voice echoed throughout Ghost Island, causing the previously overcast sky to erupt in chaos, clouds dispersing, revealing a clear blue expanse. Kaido's enraged roar shattered the clouds above, his terrifying conqueror's haki indiscriminately sweeping through the vicinity, causing several weaker members of the Beast Pirates to faint from the overwhelming pressure. Jean, go retrieve that reckless Jack, Kaido bellowed after downing an entire barrel of liquor. Directing his gaze at the cold and stoic enforcer, Yenzai Jin. Understood, Mr. Kaido. Yenzai Jin nodded, unfurling his massive wings that spanned over 10 meters, and soared towards the direction of Dressrosa. Jack is as reckless as ever, Yenzai Jin thought, recalling the information relayed by the mammoth, feeling an overwhelming sense of exasperation. Among the three calamities, only Drought Jack acted like a little brother, obedient yet exceedingly reckless. In the coastal region near Dressrosa, XiaHao's decisive strike sent Drought Jack plummeting into the sea. Instantly, panic gripped all the pirates aboard the mammoth as they retreated in fear, never expecting their captain, a figure they deemed monstrous, to be so swiftly defeated. Do not come any closer. We are members of the Beast Pirates. If you harm us, Lord Kaido will not spare you. Why, yes, have you heard of the Beast Pirates? We are one of the dominant pirate crews in the New World. The pirates aboard the mammoth trembled, shouting at Xia Hao in desperation, invoking the names of the Beast Pirates and Kaido in an attempt to intimidate him. However, they had chosen the wrong target. The Beast Pirates? Ha ha ha. I'm trembling in fear. Let that Kaido come. I shall give him a proper beating. Ashing scoffed at the cowardly pirates before him. You have two choices. Either jump into the sea voluntarily or sink with this pirate ship. XiaHao stepped forward, his tone icy and commanding, an imposing aura unintentionally emanating from him, causing the pirates aboard the mammoth to gulp nervously, their faces paling in terror. Yet, faced with the predatory gazes of the Haotian crew, they could only brace themselves and leap into the sea. After all, this way, there might still be a chance for survival, whereas sinking with the ship meant certain death. One by one, the pirates aboard the mammoth jumped into the sea, disregarding the arms on board. Surviving was their only priority. Indeed, wash away the shame for a true hero. Watching this scene unfold, a faint smile crept on XiaHao's lips. Captain, there are so many weapons, various firearms, and even 2 devil fruits. Just then, cheers erupted from Ashing and the others aboard the mammoth. Their figures suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Ashing, their eyes gleaming with joy as they beheld the ship brimming with weapons. With such an abundance of armaments, Xia Hao contemplated expanding the number of affiliated crews within the Haotian pirate crew. Although a small force may not hold much weight on the grand battlefield, the sheer number of personnel could reflect the strength of a pirate crew. After all, in this world, ordinary people still comprise the majority. Xia Hao was confident in elevating the overall strength of his subordinates. With loyalty and reliability, it would suffice to bolster their combat power using devil fruits. Over the years, Xia Hao had acquired hundreds of ordinary Zoan-type devil fruits and over a dozen Paramecia-type devil fruits, and with proper utilization, a formidable devil fruit pirate army could be formed. At that time, with Xia Hao as the backbone, this army would be able to traverse the seas of the New World with ease. Captain, are you suggesting expanding our numbers? Ashing exclaimed excitedly as soon as Xia Hao's proposal left his lips. After all, the powerful pirate crews in the New World boasted thousands, even tens of thousands of members, while the Haotian pirate crew currently numbered merely around 300. Most importantly, if the Haotian pirate crew were to recruit more members, Ashing could once again lead a team of hundreds or even thousands. The thought thrilled him, awakening the latent ambition within him. I am on board, whatever the captain decides. Monson chuckled innocently, not concerned about leading troops in the future, as he could train just as he always had. Really? Captain, if we expand, I will need several scientists, preferably scholars with expertise in explosives, Daidatai said seriously, looking intently at Xia Hao. He required not brawlers for close combat, but a cadre of scholars specializing in explosive studies. In that case, Let everyone speak freely about the types and characteristics of the divisions we will establish as the Haotian pirate crew expands. XiaHao's eyes lit up at Daidai's suggestion. As the crew grew, it would be essential to distinguish between leadership roles and division commanders among a Xing and the others. Otherwise, doing everything himself would be far too undignified. I will establish a sniper team dedicated to long-range attacks and support, Bruiser said, recalling his experience from the Sharpshooter Island. I will manage a medical team. No matter how severely injured you all become, I will ensure everyone is saved, Cully declared earnestly, patting her chest with conviction. As this was her area of expertise as a professional doctor, I wish to form a beast squad, ideally with each member taming a flying beast, responsible for aerial support. Tara exclaimed with delight as she petted her companions, Kong Kong and Xiao Jian. Each member articulated their respective specialties, and Xia Hao nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, the entire Haotian pirate crew engaged in planning for the future, dedicating a full 5 hours to envisioning their growth. Filled with confidence and dreams for the Haotian pirate crew's development. In light of the circumstances, let us proceed as follows. First, contact the captain of the Zhanlong Heizhechuan, Lakier, to dispatch a pirate ship to transport all the weapons back. Discussion concluded, XiaHao cast a glance at a Xing, indicating him to relay this message to Lakier. Understood. Captain. A Xing promptly retrieved a din mushy emblazoned with the emblem of the Haotian pirates from his pocket and initiated the call. For a full 10 minutes, a Xing animatedly communicated with Lakier through the din mushy. Rest assured, Lord A. Xing, I shall ensure the mission's success. Lakier, diligently training on Murphy Island in the New World, straightened his expression upon hearing A. Xing's command and the forthcoming reward, thumping his chest in assurance. Very well. Choose 3 of your most trusted subordinates to accompany you. The captain has promised you 3 devil fruits as a reward for your contributions during this period, a Xing continued. Noting the tremor of excitement in Lakier's voice, a slight smile gracing his lips. After all, having followed the captain for so long, one has learned the art of enticing promises. To motivate a horse to run, one must provide it with fodder. Captain, I have already informed Lakier. According to calculations, you should arrive near the kingdom of Dressrosa in about 10 days. We have agreed to meet at Balala Island. Ending the call, a Xing approached Xia Hao with light steps, his expression brimming with joy. Well done. Xia Hao nodded in approval, clearly satisfied with the Xing's communication, deeming him a competent officer. 3 days swiftly passed, and the Haotian had ventured further from the kingdom of Dressrosa, arriving at an island resembling an energy bar. At the center of this island lay a shimmering lake, sparkling under the sun, reminiscent of a radiant energy sphere. The surroundings were quite pleasant. Let us anchor the Haotian here. XiaHao's figure materialized atop a colossal tree on Balala Island, surveying the environment with a nonchalant tone. Above the capital of Dressrosa, a colossal shadow enveloped the palace of Doflamingo, an oppressive aura ruthlessly impacting the surroundings as a tempest swept through, uprooting numerous tables and chairs. Doflamingo, who had been resting within the palace, was startled awake, and through his pink eyes, he beheld a figure he wished not to see. Inazuma, one of the 3 disasters of the beast pirates, a man of terrifying prowess, akin to a true monster. Doflamingo. Inazuma swooped down, hovering 5 to 6 meters above the ground, casting a condescending gaze upon Doflamingo and the members of the Don Quixote family below, his voice dripping with arrogance. Inazuma. Doflamingo squinted at the looming figure, speaking in a calm tone, his usual bravado absent in the face of one of the 3 disasters of the beast pirates. After all, he knew he was no match in combat, especially with the invincible monster Kaido lurking behind Inazuma. Tell me the whereabouts of the Haotian pirates. Do not pretend you are unaware, Inazuma demanded. Doflamingo, unfazed by Inazuma's haughty demeanor and domineering words, understood the nature of the man before him. To prepare for such an encounter and the potential arrival of Kaido, Doflamingo had long arranged for surveillance of the Haotian ship, knowing that the entire Haotian crew was currently stationed at Balala Island. 100 nautical miles to the southeast, there lies a place called Balala Island. If all goes as expected, they will be found within. Doflamingo stated earnestly. Upon receiving the desired information, Inazuma's gaze turned cold as he scanned the surroundings before vigorously flapping his wings, soaring into the sky. Once he pinpointed the direction of Balala Island, he hastened toward the Haotian ship, unconcerned about the drought disaster Jack, aware of his unique resilience against drowning, likely rescued by his subordinates. 2 hours later, Inazuma hovered above Balala Island, his gaze fixed on the immensely large Haotian ship, a flicker of surprise crossing his otherwise stoic features. Though he had heard tales of the Haotian's colossal size, the sight before him was truly awe-inspiring. In that moment, Inazuma understood why his reckless brother Jack sought to seize the Haotian. Such an opulent pirate vessel was undoubtedly a tempting prize. Meanwhile, the Haotian pirates, reveling in a jovial camping feast upon Balala Island, suddenly found their merriment interrupted. Just as Xia Hao was about to sip his milk, his expression sharpened. Through his Kinbunchika haki, he sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching, brimming with malice, a clear harbinger of trouble. "Ah, how leisurely indeed, my dear Haotian pirates," Inazuma remarked coldly, observing the curling smoke of their campfire and the genuine cheers of the crew. "This figure looks familiar," XiaHao mused, his gaze fixated on Inazuma's black wings. "Ah, I recall now. Inazuma, one of the 3 disasters of Kaido. I wonder what brings you here?" XiaHao inquired with a calm demeanor. "What brings me here? Oof. You have pilfered our munitions from the beast pirates. Captain XiaHao, are you feigning ignorance?" Inazuma's icy voice resonated, the flames behind him intensifying as his gaze turned menacing. It was evident to Inazuma that XiaHao did not regard him as a serious threat, nor did he seem inclined to return the stolen arms to the beast pirates. Thus, only combat could resolve this dilemma. "What is it you wish to know?" XiaHao replied with an air of indifference. It was a mistake to engage in dialogue with you. Since words have failed, let us resolve this with strength." Inazuma's face, concealed beneath a mask, bore a handsome yet aloof expression as he abruptly ascended into the sky. Reaching a considerable height, he executed a swift dive, creating a powerful wind that extinguished the campfire and unleashed a tempest upon the island, disrupting the once joyous gathering of the Haotian pirates. "You scoundrel!" A Shing glared at Inazuma, who unleashed his wind pressure with abandon from above, a glint of determination illuminating his dark eyes. In an instant, a Shing transformed into his half-beast form, his legs bending slightly as immense power propelled him forth, directly confronting Inazuma. The battle between the wingless wyvern and the wind god wyvern unfolded, and Inazuma, taken aback by Shing's sudden appearance in his hybrid form, recognized that the individual before him was no ordinary Zoan-type devil fruit user, but rather possessed the abilities of an ancient Zoan. "Flame Emperor." Inazuma raised a hand, conjuring a mysterious flame that morphed into a small fireball, hurling it toward a Shing. The intense heat caused a Shing to furrow his brow. "Tempest." Rather than evade Inazuma's initial assault, a Shing rapidly gathered the chaotic wind elements into a spiraling sphere, releasing it just as the fireball approached, dissipating the flames in an explosive gust of wind, leaving only a gentle breeze in its wake. The first encounter concluded in a stalemate as the searing fireball was extinguished by a Shing's turbulent wind sphere. Observing this, Inazuma's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, directing his gaze towards Xia Hao, who remained composed on the island below. Inazuma realized that embarking on this solo venture may have been somewhat rash. The strength of the Haotian pirates far exceeded his expectations, and the man before him was undoubtedly more formidable than merely a bounty of 500 million berries. However, the die was cast, and he had no choice but to press forward. Defeating the foe before him would lead him directly to Xia Hao. "Hey, don't lose focus when battling me," Inazuma declared, initiating his assault with wind's annihilation. A Shing's excited voice resonated through the sky as a slender blade of wind sliced through the void, directly targeting Yenzai Jin with astonishing speed. Even the keenest observation could scarcely trace its trajectory. Just as the force of the wind blade was about to strike Yenzai Jin, the flames behind him suddenly dissipated. In the next instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing several hundred meters away, having evaded the attack entirely. Such speed! Is this what the boss referred to as a racial trait? Impressive indeed, a Xing thought, narrowing his eyes at the swift Yin Zai-jin. In that fleeting moment when he approached Yin Zai-jin, a Xing felt an inexplicable comfort emanating from the flames, as if being consumed by them would cause no harm. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought from his mind. Now was not the time for such musings. Although the boss had once mentioned that he might also belong to a rare race, wind rope, a Xing fixed his gaze on Yin Zai-jin, vigorously flapping his wings as two thick ropes of wind lunged toward him with ferocity, enveloping the surrounding space. In the next heartbeat, all the wind ropes surged forward, aiming to bind Yin Zai-jin's wings. After all, wind is not afraid of fire. It can extinguish flames. Fire Dragon Emperor. As the wind ropes drew closer, Yin Zai-jin's flames surged, growing fiercer and twisting the surrounding space. A torrent of flames coalesced into the shape of a dragon, rushing directly at the wind ropes with a fierce aura. In an instant, the searing heat dispersed all the wind ropes. Not only that, the fire dragon continued its relentless charge toward a Xing, seeking to deliver a powerful blow. The temperature is incredibly high. Is this the innate ability of the Lunalia clan? It is a pity that despite such strength, they were driven from their homeland, left like stray dogs, with their bloodline nearly extinguished. As a Xing felt the fire dragon draw nearer, a flash of sorrow flickered in his heart, as if it were a personal experience. In that moment of distraction, the fire dragon engulfed a Xing witnessing this scene. Xia Hao, who was observing from Balala Island, furrowed his brow, his deep black eyes seeming to pierce through everything to gaze upon a Xing amidst the flames. Although the Zoan-type devil fruit boasts formidable regenerative abilities, severe injuries still require extensive time to heal. Montan, prepare yourself. If a Xing cannot continue fighting, bring him back safely. I will personally deal with Yin Zai-jin, XiaHao said earnestly, glancing at Montan, who wore a similarly serious expression. I hope a Xing can surprise me. Did it hit? In the sky, Yin Zai-jin could hardly believe that a Xing had been struck by the fire dragon. After all, if such an attack could not be withstood, it would be too weak. He could only conclude he had misjudged, enveloped in the searing flames. A Xing initially thought he would have to rely on the formidable vitality granted by the Zoan-type devil fruit to endure, but unexpectedly, he found himself unharmed. He gently lifted a hand, and the flames swayed in response to his palm, with some even seeping into his body. In an instant, a sensation of indescribable ease coursed through him, enveloping him in warmth, as if submerged in a sea of soothing liquid. His bones crackled, not from breaking but from reinforcement. A Xing clenched his fists, feeling his strength intensify further. Fire? I can actually control fire now. A Xing's eyes widened in astonishment as he realized he had emitted a small flame from within. Though minuscule, it was undeniably a manifestation of his own power. With this thought, a Xing attempted once more to unleash the flames, producing a fireball the size of a basketball from his palm. Boom! A Xing's wings flared behind him, dispersing the surrounding flames. Furthermore, a flame erupted from his back, mirroring Yin Zai-jin's own. The Lunalia clan, indeed, seeing this transformation in a Xing. XiaHao could not help but smile. He had sensed a Xing's uniqueness from the beginning and now realized he was of the Lunalia clan. However, it seemed that he required the flames of other clan members to activate his powers, indicating a less than pure bloodline. Unlike Yin Zai-jin, who was a natural-born, how is this possible? The one most astonished was undoubtedly Yin Zai-jin, who had spent years searching for his kin, only to find himself the last of the Lunalia clan. To his surprise, not only had he discovered a fellow clansman, but it was also his adversary. This is utterly absurd. Surprised? I am too. I never expected to share a lineage with you. A Xing shrugged, glancing at the astonished Yin Zai-jin, feeling equally helpless. Who could have imagined that in the midst of battle, he would uncover kin? Nevertheless, differing loyalties meant the fight must continue. How unpredictable life is. Since we are the same clan, join the 100 Beasts pirate crew. I assure you, Captain Kaido will be thrilled. Yin Zai-jin hovered in midair, extending a sincere invitation to a Xing were it not for their shared Lunalia heritage. The The typically aloof Yin Zai Jin would never have spoken so much. No, the Haotian pirate crew is my home, a Xing replied decisively. Without Captain Xia Hao, he would still be a mere street thug, never having glimpsed such a vast, magnificent, and exhilarating new world. As for the so-called last bloodline of the Linoleum clan, how significant is that? A Xing had grown up as an orphan, raised on the kindness of others, without even knowing who his parents were. Bloodlines held little importance to him. Now, it was Captain Xia Hao who had given him a new lease on life. He would not serve two masters. A Xing was not a man to forget his benefactor. Moreover, in his eyes, Xia Hao was the one destined to change the world. As for Kaido of the 100 Beasts, he was a stranger to a Xing. What a pity. It seems I must compel you to yield through force. Yin Zai Jin's handsome features, concealed beneath a mask, betrayed a hint of resignation as the flames around him intensified. Huh, you think you can conquer me by force? Try it, a Xing retorted, his expression becoming serious. He raised his hand as the searing flames merged violently with the raging winds, amplifying each other. Wind Fire Dragon God, a colossal, flame-infused tornado formed between them. With a gentle push of his hands, the world transformed. The tranquil sea roiled violently, waves surging to heights of over 10 meters, crashing against Balala Island, sending sand and stones flying, while trees were bowled over. As the fiery tornado approached at breakneck speed, Yin Zai Jin's expression shifted dramatically, feeling a terrifying force tugging at him, as if it sought to tear him apart. Just as the fire tornado was about to engulf him, a horrifying flame descended from the heavens, striking directly at the tempest a Xing had unleashed. Heat breath, heat breath. A torrent of flames spanning several miles surged forth, swiftly countering a Xing's once dominant flame tornado. The two immense forces clashed violently, ultimately erupting in a cataclysmic explosion, sending shockwaves radiating outward. Yin Zai Jin, closest to the blast, was propelled away, flapping his wings desperately to regain his balance in midair. Simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming joy at witnessing such a familiar yet formidable attack. For this was the heat breath, still wielded by the captain of the 100 Beasts pirate crew, Kaido. Impressive power. Kaido's hearty laughter echoed through the skies. And soon after, a long, azure dragon figure flickered within the clouds. With a thunderous roar, the fully beastified Kaido of the 100 Beasts emerged before all. Not far from the shores of Balala Island, approximately a dozen nautical miles away, the Don Quixote family, under the leadership of Doflamingo, was observing the fierce battle between Yin Zai Jin and a Xing. Their intention was to take advantage of the chaos to reclaim their lost weaponry. However, they were taken aback by the unexpected arrival of the monstrous Kaido. Doflamingo harbored a deep-seated fear of Kaido, having previously witnessed his formidable power, which left him with little desire to resist. Keek. The monster Kaido has personally arrived. It seems the Haotian pirates are doomed this time. Doflamingo uttered in a low voice as he gazed at the colossal figure in the sky. In his eyes, XiaHao had no chance of victory. Currently, Kaido was at the peak of his strength, surpassing even the aged Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Master, does this mean the outcome is inevitable? Toripole inquired softly, nearly losing his composure at Kaido's appearance. I do not foresee any unexpected developments, unless what? Unless the rumors of XiaHao challenging Whitebeard are true, then there might be a slim chance of retreat. Doflamingo's eyes narrowed. He had intended to leave, but Torpole's words compelled him to remain and continue watching. On Balala Island, XiaHao was equally astonished by Kaido's emergence. The creature known as the strongest being across land, sea, and sky was someone XiaHao had long wished to confront, yet the opportunity had eluded him until today, arriving in such a manner. He believed that in the battle with Kaido, he could further amplify his haki. You are Kaido, a Xing exclaimed, displeased as his newly devised formidable attack was effortlessly dispersed by Kaido. Ororo, does it not appear so, little brat? Kaido's massive form rolled through the clouds. His enormous dragon head fixed its gaze upon a Xing. In the next moment, a heavy and domineering conqueror's haki surged towards a Xing, the intense shockwave crashing against a Xing's half-beast form. The power of the conqueror's haki was astonishing, rivaling that of their captain. In a single wave of haki, Xing realized that he was no match for Kaido and had no prospect of victory. "Hey, Kaido, are you bullying my people in front of me?" At that moment, XiaHao's voice echoed in Xing's ears. XiaHao made his move, countering with his own Conqueror's haki. This was the first full display of his enhanced haki, as red-black lightning flickered in the surrounding void. The two Conquerors' haki clashed violently, producing a radiant sphere that illuminated the entire space, stirring the calm sea into tumult. Centered around Xia Hao and Kaido, the water below was pressed down by the terrifying haki, creating a deep pit, while the clouds above churned as if the sky were splitting apart. The shockwave generated by the Conqueror's haki spread in a circular motion, overwhelming Xing and Yin Zaijin, forcing them to shield their eyes and retreat. Had they been less powerful, they might have been knocked unconscious and plunged into the sea. Incredible. Aside from that old man Whitebeard, this is the first time I have witnessed anyone withstand my captain's Conqueror's haki. On Balala Island, Mengshan clenched his fists instinctively. Recognizing the caliber of these top-tier fighters, he felt unworthy to even engage. "Go, Captain! Defeat that foul dragon!" Tela cheered enthusiastically, waving his arms. "You can do it, XiaHao!" Mina exclaimed, fervently waving her spatula, her confidence unwavering. At that moment, every member of the Haotian pirates rallied in support. No matter how formidable the enemy appeared, they steadfastly believed in their captain's ultimate victory. In the sky, feeling the cheers and encouragement from below, XiaHao glanced back momentarily before gesturing to Xing, signaling everyone to retreat from Balala Island, which would soon become the battleground between Kaido and himself. "Come, Kaido," XiaHao declared, brandishing his Fong Tianhuaji, which instantly became enveloped in Conqueror's haki, a formidable aura rising dramatically, catching Kaido's attention. "Ororo, let me see what the Roger Pirates in turn, praised even by that old man Whitebeard, is truly capable of." Kaido exclaimed with a gleeful roar, his immense dragon form igniting in flames as he charged towards Xia Hao like a streak of lightning. Fire Dragon's great torch. As Kaido barreled towards him, Xia Hao remained unfazed, swiftly manifesting a magic circle beneath him. The Dragon Slayer magic took shape, launching a flame-formed scimitar that moved erratically towards Kaido, striking with ferocity. The violent collision unleashed a cataclysmic explosion, the searing flames evaporating the seawater beneath, generating temperatures so extreme that the surrounding space twisted. Countless fireballs rained down from the sky, plummeting into the ocean, causing it to froth and smoke. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku received news of the battle between Kaido and Xia Hao. Enraged, he contemplated dispatching troops to apprehend the two. However, upon learning that only two individuals were clashing on an uninhabited island, he sank back into his chair, exhaling deeply as his tension dissipated. After all, stability and peace were of utmost importance to the Navy. The clash of two top pirate crews was not expected to spiral into chaos. In the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, the Whitebeard pirates were sailing steadily. At that moment, the board Marco received a newspaper from Seagull, detailing the confrontation between Xia Hao and Kaido. The source of such timely news was none other than Morgans, the king of the underworld and a prominent figure in journalism, known for his zeal in unearthing major stories. "Old man, the newspaper says Xia Hao is battling Kaido near the island of Balala, close to Dressrosa," Marco exclaimed, rushing to present the paper to Whitebeard, his expression one of astonishment. Who would have thought this was true? "Gururara, that kid Xia Hao is truly restless. Kaido is not so easily dealt with." Whitebeard recalled their previous encounters, shaking his head. As a former crew member of the Rocks Pirates, he had witnessed Kaido's rise firsthand. Yet, paths diverged and ambitions conflicted. The Rocks Pirates were a crew driven by individual desires, ultimately contributing to their downfall at the hands of Navy. "Indeed, but I believe Xia Hao will not be easily defeated," Marco nodded, recalling Kaido's monstrous resilience from their past skirmish. With his Zoan-type Devil Fruit, Kaido possessed an almost impossible recovery ability, making him a nearly indestructible force. However, Marco felt a sense of reluctance regarding Xia Hao. Due to their similar ages, XiaHao's strength had already begun to rival that of Whitebeard. In their last brief encounter, Marco had even viewed Xia Hao as a potential successor to the Pirate King. GOLD, Roger. Thus, this battle was poised to be a cataclysmic clash that would astonish the world. Gururara. Let's await the outcome. Whitebeard raised his cup, taking a hearty swig, his booming laughter resonating across the vast sea. At the same time, in the office of Marshal Marin Vando, the news reached Marshal Zhangguo, who promptly convened a meeting and ordered the nearest naval fleet to the kingdom of Daixiloosa to observe the situation. Furthermore, the naval headquarters dispatched 3 candidates for admiral, Sakazuki, Akiji, and Kizaru, due to certain extraordinary events within the world government, coupled with the advancing age of the current admirals, who have since resigned their positions to protect the celestial dragons in Mary Geos. It is anticipated that these 3 candidates may soon be officially appointed as the new admirals of the Navy. In the New World, on a picturesque island, the red-haired pirates were gathered for a feast. Shanks, reflecting on a recent battle between Xia Hao and Kaido of the Beast, chuckled, pondering how much stronger the formidable Xia Hao might have become over the years. He smiled slightly as he read the news on the newspaper, confident that when they meet again, his power will undoubtedly astonish Xia Hao. Xia Hao. Not many would dare call him a freak. Shanks. Is he truly strong? How does he compare to you? A deep voice interjected beside Shanks. If outsiders were to witness this, they would be astonished to find that the speaker was none other than the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Is he strong? Remove the last word, for he was able to match that monster, Barrett, even during his training days. In less than a year and a half, he managed to subtly overpower him. Would you not consider that strong? Shanks rolled his eyes, shrugging in exasperation. Moreover, it is said that when Captain Roger departed, Xia Hao had a private spar with him, returning unscathed. After a brief pause, Shanks continued, "Is that truly the case?" This time, it was Mihawk who expressed surprise. Although he considered himself the world's greatest swordsman, he acknowledged a disparity between his overall strength and that of the current strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Naturally, the same could be said regarding Pirate King Roger, who possessed not only overwhelming haki, but also remarkable swordsmanship that placed him in the ranks of great swordsmen. Indeed, in my understanding, whether in haki or weaponry, Xia Hao is remarkably strong. I truly look forward to our meeting. Mihawk commented seriously, swirling the red wine in his glass. Unbeknownst to Xia Hao, turmoil brewed outside, as Kaido of the Beast was more than enough to command his full attention. After countless exchanges, neither party had gained the upper hand. Ha ha ha, Xia Hao. As expected of a member of the Roger Pirates, your strength is impressive. Kaido, in his beast form, wielded his kanabo with a casual demeanor, assessing Xia Hao's calmness. You are not lacking either, Kaido. However, that does not give you the right to target my weapons. Besides, you even tossed Jack into the sea. You have gone too far, Xia Hao. Too far? Kaido, had not that reckless fool Jack attempted to seize the Hao Ian, I would not have bothered with this idiot. When one makes mistakes, they must face the consequences. Kaido, perhaps you should manage your subordinates more diligently, Xia Hao retorted sharply. If that is the case, then there is nothing left to discuss. Thunderbagua. Kaido, seeing Xia Hao's unwavering stance, felt his anger rise. Today he would test how Xia Hao compared to Whitebeard, the legendary powerhouse. Come at me then, I fear you not. Shintian. Xia Hao remained unfazed as the Kanabo rushed towards him, gripping his fanged Yanji firmly. His muscles tensed, and the demon god mode activated. An overwhelming surge of power filled his being, and his conqueror's haki surged forth, causing the very air around them to tremble. The clash of their weapons resonated as powerful shockwaves radiated outward, causing chaos around them. A deafening explosion echoed as the sea receded, forming a colossal whirlpool beneath them, deepening by the moment. Shintian. Kaido's expression faltered upon witnessing the familiar and formidable technique. He had seen Roger employ it during his battle with the Rocks Pirates, and was taken aback that Xia Hao had learned it. The two figures flickered through the air, increasing in speed with every exchange. Xia Hao had marked Kaido with the Flying Thunder God technique during their initial encounter, allowing him to appear before Kaido in an instant, striking fiercely with his fanged Yanji. As time passed, the two warriors fought tirelessly, their clash casting a menacing aura for miles around. Even the creatures beneath the sea fled from the overwhelming presence of their conqueror's haki, the crimson and black lightning illuminating the encroaching darkness. 3 days elapsed, and the two combatants, akin to relentless beasts, battled from dawn to dusk and dusk to dawn, each sustaining injuries yet persevering through sheer resilience. "Ha Xia Hao, I acknowledge your strength." Kaido gasped for breath, his eyes wide with respect as he regarded Xia Hao. "Indeed, you are the one hailed as the strongest creature across land. Sea and sky, Kaido. You are quite impressive yourself," Xia Hao replied, acknowledging the fierce determination of his opponent. Despite his formidable regenerative abilities, the intensity of their combat left Xia Hao mentally and physically drained. Standing among the world elite was certainly no easy feat. "Do we continue to fight, Kaido? At this rate, we shall achieve nothing," Xia Hao spoke calmly. Their encounter had purely been a contest of martial prowess and haki. Neither would release nor the 8 gates had been employed. "Ha, Xia Hao, the Navy is on the way. For now, I will let you off. You best find a way to escape," Kaido remarked, glancing at the approaching naval fleet, his voice dripping with disdain before he transformed and took flight. "The Navy, huh? How intriguing. Do they seek to play the role of the opportunist? However, I shall not allow them to succeed." Xia Hao observed the encroaching naval fleet, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he spoke calmly. "Xing, activate submarine mode on the Haoyan immediately. Now is not the time for a direct confrontation with the Navy," Xia Hao instructed his eager first mate. "What? We aren't fighting, Captain?" Xing inquired, bewildered. "Of course not. There are over a dozen naval warships, and given that the Navy is aware of my confrontation with Kaido, they certainly do not send ordinary soldiers. Even if you can fight with the others." Xia Hao rolled his eyes. Although the Haoyan pirates had gained significant notoriety, only Xing and Meng Shan could be considered high-level combatants. The rest needed further training and could not yet contend with the world's top powers. Why is the Navy considered a representation of justice? Is it due to their inherent goodness? No, it is because the Navy constitutes the strongest organization in this world. Neither Whitebeard nor Kaido could emerge victorious in a one-on-one confrontation. The world government has maintained its dominion over the world for 8 centuries, compelling kingdoms to submit and demanding tribute from all, owing to their possession of world-destroying levels of power. Near Balala Island, the Haoyan had successfully transitioned to submarine mode. At Xia Hao's command, the massive pirate ship swiftly descended, reaching depths of 500 meters beneath the surface in no time. Half an hour later, the naval fleet led by Sakazuki surged forward, yet in vain, as not a single soul was in sight. As he gazed upon the empty expanse of the sea horizon, Sakazuki's expression darkened. While the beast pirates led by Kaido could utilize the powers of their devil fruits to depart, what the Haoyan pirates? According to intelligence reports, the Haoyan ship was as large as a small island. How could it vanish without a trace? Damn it, how does CP9 gather intelligence? Sakazuki bellowed furiously, magma beginning to seep from his body as if he were on the verge of an explosive eruption. Witnessing Sakazuki's ominous demeanor, the entire Navy fell into a heavy silence. Fully aware that this candidate admiral adhered to an unwavering belief in absolute justice, and none wished to incur his wrath at such a precarious moment. At Navy headquarters in Marineford, in the office of the admiral, Sengoku sighed upon receiving the latest intelligence from the Marines at Balala Island. It appears that Xia Hao's is not so easily apprehended. What happened, Sengoku? You didn't catch Xia Hao's? Garp, munching on a donut, looked at Sengoku's troubled expression with a serious demeanor. Not only did we fail to capture him, but we didn't even catch a glimpse of him, Sengoku explained with a bitter smile directed at Garp. Impossible. I have seen the Haoyan ship. It is as massive as a small island. How could it just disappear? Garp expressed disbelief, as such occurrences had not been witnessed in years. It's true. I suspect the Haoyan ship possesses the ability to submerge, Sengoku remarked. Slapping his forehead as he unveiled a theory he was reluctant to accept. For if the Haoyan ship could indeed operate beneath the waves, the threat posed by the Haoyan pirates would escalate to a terrifying level. Unlike the once dominant ambitions of the Golden Lion, Sengoku still could not fathom what Xia Hao's truly intended. Enough, Let us put this matter to rest for now, Sengoku sighed, acknowledging the failure of their plans. 5 days later, in the latter half of the Grand Line, news emerged from the New World that sent the world into a frenzy. The Whitebeard Pirates, the Beast Pirates, the Big Mom Pirates, the Red Hair Pirates, and the Haotian Pirates were collectively referred to as the Five Emperors. The reason for the inclusion of the Haotian Pirates was that 2 days prior, the intelligence organization of the world government had discovered Murphy Island, where the pirate force had grown to a staggering 5,000 members, nearly causing a fainting spell. The highest authorities, the Gorosei and Admiral Sengoku, were thrown into disarray. None had anticipated that the immensely powerful Xia Hao was a cunning strategist. While outwardly presenting a crew of just over 30, he had secretly expanded his ranks to a level that could not be overlooked. Moreover, the affiliated pirate crews of the Haotian pirates were far from ordinary, each captain boasting bounties exceeding 100 million, with the highest reaching 450 million berries. The Five Emperors. This group of nuisances is becoming increasingly troublesome. Sengoku lamented as he observed the flurry of newspapers flying through the air, his expression growing ever more grim. The 5 major pirate crews had now divided the latter half of the Grand Line among themselves, leaving other pirate crews to survive in the crevices. Furthermore, the emergence of the title Five Emperors signified to the world that the Grand Line was now a tripartite struggle: the Navy, the Five Emperors, and the 7 warlords of the sea. On Murphy Island, the Haotian ship docked at the shore, and cheers erupted from Xing. "Boss, have you become the Emperor of the Sea? The title of Five Emperors is truly splendid," a Xing exclaimed, clutching the newspaper tightly. "I also find it quite agreeable." XiaHao nodded with a slight smile, for his involvement had drastically altered the course of history. In the New World aboard the Moby Dick, the hearty laughter of Whitebeard, Newgate, resonated across the vast ocean. Then, resting his chin on his hand, he gazed out at the distant sea, where the waves crashed with increasing vigor, a hint of a contemplative smile gracing his lips. Five Emperors? I quite like that title. Within a resplendent palace on Onigashima, Kaido scowled at the newspaper in his hands. He felt that Xia Hao's rise to prominence as one of the Five Emperors was merely a stepping stone upon which he had climbed. What Kaido did not anticipate was that the Haotian pirates had amassed a staggering 5,000 members. This cunning little brat. How dare he use me as a stepping stone? Kaido's furious roars echoed throughout the room, his voice laced with conqueror's haki, knocking out unfortunate pirates patrolling Onigashima, their eyes rolling back as their bodies trembled. Were they outmaneuvered? Or did XiaHao possess some foreknowledge? Enraged, Hinti Jean narrowed his eyes as he perused the information about the Five Emperors on the newspaper, lost in thought. The world outside believed XiaHao was following the elite path of the former Roger pirates, unaware that he had quietly amassed 5,000 followers. Murphy Island? That chaotic region of the New World? It is a place that is difficult to defend but easy to attack. Merely the turbulent currents can prevent 9 out of 10 pirate ships from entering. This was clearly premeditated. Similarly, in Wano, Big Mom frowned upon hearing the announcement of the Five Emperors, her expression darkening, especially as she recalled the day XiaHao had stealthily infiltrated the castle and injured Katakuri, imprinting the historical text. XiaHao. Big Mom's massive hand clenched the newspaper tightly, prompting Prometheus to swiftly fly over and snatch it away. For it did not share the naive disposition of Zeus. On a picturesque island, the red-haired pirates were engaged in team-building activities, laughter ringing out across the shores. One eager crew member sprinted toward Shanks, excitement radiating from him. Captain, big news. You have become one of the Five Emperors." "Five Emperors? What are you talking about, Rockstar?" Shanks inquired, still dazed from the recent festivities and unaware of the external developments. "The Whitebeard Pirates, the Big Mom Pirates, the Beast Pirates, the Haotian Pirates, and our red-haired pirates have been collectively referred to as the Five Emperors, signifying the 5 great pirate emperors ruling the latter half of the Grand Line." Rockstar exclaimed, his tone brimming with enthusiasm, foretelling the enhanced prestige of the red-haired pirates. "Yaha, that is a delightful title. I like it." Shanks smiled and nodded, then took the newspaper from Rockstar to read. "The Haotian pirates have 5,000 members. Surely this is a jest." Shanks, who had always maintained a calm demeanor, widened his eyes, fixating on the news about the Haotian pirates in disbelief. 5,000. Impossible. The rumors have always suggested that the Haotian pirates had a large ship, but few crew members. Indeed. I've heard there were only over 30 members. Ben Beckman remarked, taking the newspaper from Shanks and contemplating the implications. Ah, it appears you have truly outdone yourself, Xia Hao's. Every move is calculated to perfection. It seems the time has come for me to pay you a visit, my brother. Shanks grasped his wine bottle, facing the sea breeze with a smile as he gazed into the endless ocean. Are you considering establishing contact with the Haotian pirates? Shanks, the timing is too sensitive. The world government and the Navy do not wish for the two pirate crews of the Five Emperors to become too closely affiliated. Ben Beckman cautioned, contemplating Shanks's intentions. Perhaps in due time. There is indeed no need to challenge the authority of the world government and the Navy at this moment. I certainly do not wish to attract unnecessary trouble. Let us set that aside for now. Let us drink. Shanks exclaimed, slapping his forehead before casually waving his hand, leading the red-haired pirates to continue their revelry. Ben Beckman shrugged, recognizing that his captain remained as headstrong as ever. In the East Sea, within a tranquil expanse of water, a pirate ship adorned with a jester's emblem lay anchored steadily in the ocean. On board, a figure with a prominent red nose was vociferously directing his crew to plunge into the depths in search of treasure. This figure was none other than Buggy. Since seizing numerous treasure maps, Buggy embarked on the grand endeavor of treasure hunting. At that moment, a news bird soared through the sky, and a newspaper floated down, landing squarely on Buggy's face, causing his expression to darken as anger flared within him, prompting him to tear the paper away. However, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the content, especially the names of the Whitebeard pirates, the Haotian pirates, and the red-haired pirates, which caused him to straighten up in surprise. What? The Four Emperors? By heavens! Those two rascals have progressed remarkably, standing alongside that old man Whitebeard. Buggy scoffed, visibly displeased, yet internally acknowledged the truth. Although he had been guided by Xia Hao to develop the fragmented abilities of the devil fruit, the disparity in strength between himself and the monstrous Xia Hao and Shanks was still staggering. After all, as a member of the Roger Pirates, Buggy was acutely aware of the terrifying power of hockey. Both Captain Roger and Mr. Rayleigh were formidable without the aid of any fruit. Yet they stood at the pinnacle of the world. Alas, it was clear that the time to venture into the new world had not yet arrived. With a slight sigh, Buggy extended his right hand, and the nearby space emitted a cracking sound, though the area affected was limited to merely about a meter. In the new world, the chaotic waters of Murphy Island had now been declared the capital of the Haotian Empire by Xia Hao. Centered around Murphy Island and its 4 satellite isles, Xing swiftly led all pirate crews to incorporate dozens of nearby islands into the territory of the Haotian Empire, establishing an empire spanning nearly 100 nautical miles in just a day. Off the coast, a small warship flying the flag of the world government was anchored a few nautical miles away. On the deck stood 3 individuals clothed in white robes, their faces obscured by peculiar masks. Behind them, over 100 soldiers of the world government stood in a heightened state of alert, gripping their weapons tightly as they observed their surroundings with tense expressions. Caw. Members of the world government CP0 have personally mobilized. It seems the boss was correct. You have come to negotiate, haven't you? Xing, in his half-beast form, hovered in midair, his gaze unabashedly scrutinizing everyone below, as if attempting to see through them. Indeed, this visit is at the behest of the esteemed members of the world government, concerning the constraints and agreements between the world government and the 4 Emperors' pirate crews. Rest assured, it is merely a straightforward collaboration for mutual benefit, the squad leader of CP0 explained flatly, producing a document. Caw. Are we not the wicked pirates? The righteous world government is seeking to collaborate with us? Xing scoffed, his disdain evident. It was exactly as the boss had said. In this world, the definitions of justice and evil were human constructs. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, even history could be rewritten. Once skeptical, Xing now found himself a believer. Of course, for the esteemed members, pirates were also their subjects. As long as the benefits were substantial, cooperation with pirates was not out of the question. Huh, our boss has consented to this matter. We will not provoke the world government or the Navy without cause. However, do convey to the high-ranking officials of the Navy and the world government not to meddle with us, the Haotian pirates, nor to send their naval ships into the waters of the Haotian Empire, where the consequences will be dire. Xing coldly reiterated the message conveyed by Xia Hao upon hearing CP0's explanation. Whether or not they would truly oppose the Navy and the world government in the future would entirely depend on their mood. At that point, any excuse would suffice. For instance, should a core member of the Haotian pirates mysteriously vanish within the Navy's jurisdiction, it would undoubtedly be perceived as an abduction by the Navy. If they were to deny it, well, then there would be no recourse but to fight. I shall report to the esteemed members and hope you adhere to your words. Otherwise, even the four emperors will find the world government and the Navy fully capable of eradicating them. The expression beneath the mask of the CP0 members darkened at Xing's proposal. They had not anticipated the Haotian pirates to be so troublesome, especially since they had not even encountered Xia Hao himself, being halted at the threshold of negotiation. This left the members of CP0, affiliated with the world government's highest intelligence organization, quite displeased. However, faced with the four emperors, they could only swallow their frustration, as they were unable to contend with them, especially on their territory. Safe travels, Xing said, looking down at the individuals on the naval vessel, his tone devoid of warmth. With the task assigned by the boss complete, it was time to see them off. After all, pirates and the world government were adversaries. The world government's warship turned to depart, setting its maximum speed towards the open sea. As they gazed upon Murphy Island at the heart of the chaotic waters, along with the Haotian ship, which resembled a colossal island anchored steadfastly at the center, the faces of CP0 members darkened. Such formidable ocean currents would render any attempt to besiege Murphy Island nearly impossible, even if the day came when the Haotian pirates and the world government were at odds. They pondered how the Haotian pirates' vessels could remain so securely anchored in such tumultuous waters. Unbeknownst to CP0, Xia Hao and Xing were oblivious to their myriad thoughts. Even if they were aware, Xia Hao was unconcerned. After all, this was all thanks to their advantages. As long as treasures were plentiful, they could simply procure a few exquisite pirate ships produced by the system. On Murphy Island, Xing reported the recent negotiations to Xia Hao and then stood quietly to the side, awaiting further instructions. Xing, you have done well. As long as we are sufficiently powerful, even the Navy and the world government will think twice before acting rashly. A slight smile graced Xia Hao's face as he spoke. Gather everyone in the conference room. I have devised a plan for the future development of the Haotian pirates that requires everyone's cooperation. Xia Hao gestured toward the Xing understood. Boss, the Xing replied with a pat on his chest, assuring him. He then turned and hurriedly exited, promptly informing the others of Xia Hao's intentions. Everyone immediately set aside their tasks and rushed towards the conference hall on Murphy Island. Xia Hao had previously mentioned that when the Haotian Empire was established, each person would have the opportunity to become a captain leading hundreds, engaging in pursuits they cherished. In the East Sea, at Windmill Village, 100 villagers stood by the shore, watching as Ace rowed a small wooden boat into the ocean. Luffy, go back. Remember to train hard. I will set sail first. Ace waved his hands from the boat, while on the shore, a boy wearing a straw hat joyfully waved back. This boy was none other than Monkey D. Luffy, the child who had inadvertently consumed the rubber fruit stolen from Shanks. Yes, Ace, wait for me. In 2 years, I will come find you, Luffy exclaimed, filled with excitement as he watched his brother venture out to sea, wishing fervently to grow up quickly so he could sail as well. Ace began to navigate his small boat, riding the waves, gradually fading into the distance until he became a mere speck lost from Luffy's wide, deep-set eyes. As Luffy bid farewell to Ace, a group of mountain bandits, led by Dayton, stealthily observed from behind a building on the outskirts of Windmill Village, ensuring they did not disturb the villagers. Upon witnessing Ace's figure vanish into the distant sea, tears began to flow uncontrollably from Dayton's eyes. Boss, if you care for Ace, why didn't you show yourself to bid him farewell? Who cares about him? It is merely the wind and sand that obscure one's vision. Hearing his subordinates mercilessly unveil his disguise, the Dan turned his large head aside, his gaze instinctively drifting elsewhere, rendered speechless. Observing their leader's stubborn demeanor, the remaining bandits exchanged skeptical glances, their disbelief palpable. Over the years, the Dan has taken on the roles of both father and mother. Now, after finally nurturing the child to maturity, he must set sail alone. Can one not feel sorrow as a parent? At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Garp was diligently attempting to break the record for consuming donuts. Just as he was on the verge of surpassing his previous tally, his body trembled slightly, causing the donut in his hand to fall to the ground, abruptly ending his record-breaking endeavor. What has transpired? Why do I sense an ominous occurrence? Garp sighed softly, pondering for a long time, but failing to pinpoint the source of his inner turmoil, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. On the Grand Line, Ace gazed out at the boundless sea, releasing a resonant shout that echoed through the heavens. As he watched the sun descend, he paddled vigorously with his hands and feet, propelling his small wooden boat forward. The sea is fraught with peril, and he must find a safe haven before darkness envelopes the world. 3 months later, a new pirate crew named the XiaHao Pirates emerged on the Grand Line, garnering widespread notoriety for their formidable combat prowess. The captain, Portgas D. Ace, a user of the Mara no Mi fruit, showcased immense strength, challenging and triumphing over numerous pirate crews along the way, without fail. Consequently, the XiaHao Pirates caught the attention of both the Navy and the world government, recognizing the potential of such a powerful young force. The Navy dispatched envoys to negotiate with the XiaHao Pirates, seeking their induction into the Shichibukai, only to be met with a resolute refusal from Ace. Whoosh! The north wind howled as Ace led his crew through the biting cold toward the summit of a snow-covered island. "Ace, are you truly going?" inquired a masked man beside him. "Our current strength is insufficient to challenge the 4 emperors, particularly the inscrutable red-haired Shanks." "Challenge red-haired Shanks? Huh, certainly not. I have come here to express my gratitude, not to instigate conflict," Ace replied, turning to the members of the XiaHao Pirates with a smile. While Ace was confident in his abilities, the memory of a monstrous figure loomed in his mind, prompting him to reconsider his immediate desire to confront the top pirate crews of the sea. He still had much to hone. "Phew, is that so? You nearly scare me to death, Captain." That crew comprises the 5 emperors, and it is said that each member carries a bounty exceeding 100 million. Each one is formidable as a monster. "Captain Ace, we have been a burden along the way," the crew of the XiaHao Pirates murmured, glancing at Ace's calm expression with embarrassment. They had traversed the latter half of the Grand Line, primarily due to Ace's overwhelming combat strength, while the other members possessed limited capabilities, rendering them unable to assist against truly powerful foes. "What are you all saying? As your captain, I bear the responsibility of ensuring your safety. Strength cannot be acquired overnight. If you wish to grow stronger, henceforth, we shall train together daily," Ace said with a smile, observing the crew's slightly shamefaced expressions. For Ace, the quest for a like-minded crew to set sail with was paramount, even if his comrades were not particularly strong. As long as he grew powerful enough, he could protect them, ensuring that no one would dare to provoke them. "Captain Ace, you are truly heartwarming." "Wah, Captain Ace, you are the best in the world." The members of the XiaHao Pirates were moved to tears, rushing toward Ace. A group of burly men embraced him, leaving Ace in a state of bemusement. These fellows were exceedingly sentimental. All right, let us continue our ascent toward the snow-capped mountain. Wipe your tears, otherwise, one might mistakenly believe you were frightened by the red-haired pirates." Ace jested as the emotions of the group settled. "Ha ha, we cannot disgrace Captain Ace." At the peak of the snow-capped mountain, within a cave, the red-haired pirates were gathered around a bonfire, drinking and chatting merrily. Just then, a young pirate rushed in with a serious expression, ready to report when he spotted Shanks tossing him a drink. "Have a sip to warm yourself." "Thank you, Captain." "Captain, the rising star, the XiaHao Pirates led by Fire Fist Ace, has come to visit. He wishes to meet you," the young pirate said cautiously. "The XiaHao Pirates? Fire Fist Ace? Let him in," Shanks replied after a moment of contemplation. Before long, Ace and the XiaHao pirates appeared before Shanks, the atmosphere instantly thickening with tension. The crew of red-haired Shanks turned their gaze toward the XiaHao pirates, the heavy pressure causing its members to tremble and their faces to pale. A rising super rookie seeks an audience with me. What are his intentions? Does he wish to challenge me? Shanks looked up at Ace. An invisible aura of Conqueror-s hockey emanating from him, a formidable pressure bearing down on Ace. Yet, Ace remained unfazed. No, I am not here to challenge. I merely wish to pay a visit on behalf of my brother, Luffy, and to express my gratitude. This kid talks about your name every day, declaring that he wishes to set sail and find you when he grows up. Ace explained, waving his hand. Luffy, you say? Upon hearing the familiar name from Ace's lips, Shanks's previously stern expression transformed into a broad smile, and the oppressive atmosphere dissipated entirely. The members of the XiaHao pirates exhaled deeply, feeling as though they had survived a harrowing ordeal. In that moment, they experienced the staggering chasm that separated them from the top pirate crew in the world, an insurmountable gulf. They understood that in a true battle, not one of them could withstand the pressure against Ace. Simultaneously, upon learning that Luffy was Ace's brother, all members of the red-haired pirates smiled nostalgically, reminiscing about the little boy they had once adored. Shanks, in particular, held great expectations for Luffy, even entrusting him with his beloved straw hat. Ha! Come. Sit down and drink. Tell me all about this little rascal, Luffy, and how he has been these past years. Shanks said cheerfully, inviting Ace to join the gathering. The atmosphere brightened, filled with warmth and laughter. The XiaHao pirates, including Ace, found themselves at a loss amidst the red-haired pirates' exuberance. After much enthusiastic urging, the feast commenced. Before long, they were clasping shoulders, calling each other brothers. Meanwhile, Ace and Shanks shared drinks, recounting tales of Luffy's adventures. Oh, so Luffy is still shouting about becoming the Pirate King every day? Shanks remarked with a smile. Indeed, he has not ceased for a moment. However, I shall be the one to become the Pirate King. Even though Luffy is my brother, I will not concede, Ace declared, clenching his fist with a serious countenance, his voice brimming with confidence. Is that so? What do you plan to do? You must know that to become the Pirate King, one must confront the 5 emperors. Indeed, the sovereigns of the sea are indeed formidable. However, I aspire to take a direct approach, challenging the man known as the strongest in the world, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Once I defeat him, the name of the XiaHao pirates shall echo throughout the world. At that moment, one could directly join the ranks of those vying for the grand treasure. Ace's cheeks flushed as he animatedly described his unplanned adventures, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the person before him was also one of the 5 emperors. Ha! Since you have a detailed plan, I wish you the best of luck, Shanks said with a smile. As for Ace's challenge to Whitebeard, also known as Newgate, Shanks believed that it was not feasible at this moment. He was acutely aware of Whitebeard's terrifying power. Yaha, I will surely succeed, Ace mumbled, revealing the wooden bracelet on his ankle. What is this? Shanks inquired, recognizing a familiar aura that conjured the image of Xia Hao in his mind. The vitality of the wood, coupled with that familiar domineering strength, assured Shanks that his perception was accurate. What, then, was the relationship between Ace and Xia Hao? Shanks fell into contemplation. The following morning, under the bright sunshine, Ace awoke from his slumber, gazing at the empty cave with a bittersweet smile. Fortunately, the red-haired pirates were not enemies. Otherwise, given his deep sleep, he would have been sold without realizing it. It seemed that he needed to be more vigilant in this chaotic new world. Rubbing his aching head, Ace began to call out to his crew. 2.5 minutes later, all members of the Black Spade Pirates awoke, sheepishly scratching their heads. Let us set out. There are countless wonders in the new world waiting for us to explore. Ace waved his hand, and the crew of the Black Spade Pirates cheered in unison. This encounter with the red-haired pirates had instilled in them a profound sense of the terror of the 5 emperors, as everyone felt an unprecedented pressure. However, for the sake of Captain Ace's dream, the Black Spade Pirates resolved to strive even harder, embarking on a new journey. The Black Spade Pirates found their paths smoother than the historical trajectory, thanks to XiaHao's prior teachings on hockey. Not only that, But the fame of Fire Fist Ace also grew immensely, with his bounty soaring to an astounding 500 million berries, even before joining the Whitebeard Pirates. In the central palace of Murphy Island, within a 500-square-meter room designated as the Operations Center, the first thing that caught the eye upon entering was a colossal map of the New World, marked with the positions and information of the world government, the Navy, pirates, the 7 warlords, and various kingdoms. This information had taken Xia Hao a year to gather through the intelligence department of the Haotian pirates. On the left wall of the map, Xia Hao had marked the relationships of key figures within the world government and navy, starting from the 5 elders. On the right side of the map were the latest bounties of infamous pirates, led by Whitebeard, Newgate, and other emperors, covering an entire wall in dense detail, with every pirate having a bounty exceeding 100 million berries listed. Before Xia Hao on the table lay the bounty notices of the entire Black Spade pirates, with Fire Fist Ace's bounty set at 500 million berries and his first mate, Dias, at 130 million berries. Indeed, some discrepancies have emerged, but it is not a significant issue, Xia Hao remarked, his expression remarkably calm as he observed the bounty amounts. After all, the power of Haki is crucial for navigating the new world and countering various peculiar devil fruit abilities. With Ace's talent and lineage, his mastery of Haki must be commendable by now. Xing informed the brothers that this year we shall close our doors to visitors, unless absolutely necessary. Do not leave the territory of the Haotian Empire. This year, we must elevate the strength of all members to the next level. The specific plan will follow our previous discussions. The strongest fighter ranked first in the Haotian arena each month will have the opportunity to select a devil fruit and choose a fine weapon once. The second ranked will have the opportunity to select a fine weapon. The third ranked, understood. After outlining the plan, Xia Hao turned his gaze toward Xing. Understood, boss. Rest assured, anyone who dares to defy the orders will be personally expelled from the Haotian pirates. Xing confidently thumped his sturdy chest, producing a resounding sound. Good. Go ahead and be busy. Xia Hao waved his hand, signaling Xing to leave, while he resumed his contemplation of the information on the 3 walls. Pondering the next course of action, 3 days later, in the 4 cardinal directions surrounding Murphy Island, Xia Hao marked the central locations of the 4 subsidiary islands using the Flying Thunder God technique. The marking symbol was the striking skull emblem of the Haotian pirates, flanked by a halberd and a long sword. Xia Hao named it the Flying Thunder God Formation, from now on, whenever he wished. He could freely move the 5 islands centered around Murphy Island at will. Moreover, due to his unique abilities, whenever he activated his observation Haki, a map featuring red dot markers of the Flying Thunder God appeared in his mind, recording all the locations he had marked, spanning from the first half of the Grand Line to the New World. I should take the opportunity to secretly mark the Holy Land Mary Geos and the Navy Headquarters Marineford with a Flying Thunder God marker. When the time comes, I can go there at will, and no one will be able to stop me. Xia Hao mused, a broad smile spreading across his face. On the 4 subsidiary islands of Murphy Island, under Xia Hao's orders and Xing's supervision, all pirates began rigorous training, each aspiring to become the champion of the martial arts competition to earn a devil fruit and join the Devil Fruit Guard of the Haotian pirates. Once one entered the guard, they would hold substantial power, greater than that of the captains of the subsidiary pirate crews, commanding crews of fewer than 100 members. Master A. Xing, seeing such competitions and rewards, makes me want to participate as well. Captain Lakeal of the Dragon War Pirates gazed longingly at Xing, his tone tinged with envy. Cough, cough. I can't decide that. These are all orders from the boss. Why don't you go ask him? Xing said, taking a cautious step back at Lakeal's longing gaze. What kind of look is that? Is he going to do something strange? Lakeal thought, ultimately deciding to remain a captain, as Xia Hao had previously stated that even members of the guard could only command ordinary members of the Haotian pirates. For captains like them, only those with greater strength could command them. Otherwise, it would be a matter of whims. As each encounter with Xia Hao left Lakeal increasingly astonished, the overwhelming presence of the developing conqueror's Haki felt like facing an abyss or a legendary beast, making him hesitant to move. It was as if the Haki had materialized, invisibly suppressing everything. 1 year after Xia Hao's order for closed-door training, The Devil Fruit Guard of the Haotian pirates was formally established, now consisting of 15 members. Apart from the monthly champions, the remaining 3 members were those who already possessed devil fruits and had passed the assessments to join. During this year, Xia Hao also refined the systems of the Haotian pirates, assuming the dual role of captain of the Haotian pirates and king of the Haotian Empire. The highest authority was established, with the Xing and others designated as senior officers, beginning to form their core teams and recruit members from various subsidiary pirate crews. Moreover, Xia Hao generously rewarded the numerous captains of the subsidiary pirate crews, starting with Captain Lakiel of the Dragon War Pirates, providing multiple rewards and hockey training sessions, and granting opportunities to select a devil fruit as a reward to those who had made significant contributions, thereby enhancing the overall combat strength. During this year, Xia Hao exchanged all the treasures he acquired, purchasing an array of exquisite devil fruits and weapons from the system store. These valuable items were stored in the treasure vault of the imperial capital of Haotian Empire, Mo Fei Island. Each member of the Haotian pirate crew had the opportunity to exchange treasures or internal contribution points for any items they desired, which ignited a fervent ambition among all members. They eagerly sought to enhance their abilities, gather treasures, or complete tasks for the Haotian pirate crew to earn contribution points. In no time, everyone was filled with enthusiasm and harbored dreams of becoming core members of the Haotian pirate crew, renowned across the globe. In the Alabasta Kingdom, a man with a gloomy expression and narrowed eyes gazed coldly at the royal capital, taking a deep drag from a cigar and exhaling a cloud of smoke. He seemed to be waiting for something. This man was none other than Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a man with grand ambitions. Beside him stood a beautiful woman with dark skin clad in purple, none other than Nico Robin from the Scholar's Holy Land. For reasons unknown, the two had reached a cooperative agreement. Crocodile provided Robin with sanctuary, while she assisted him in deciphering historical texts to uncover the ancient weapon, Pluton, hidden deep within the Alabasta Kingdom. The Alabasta Kingdom had long battled against drought, and as the weather grew increasingly hot, the few remaining oases began to evaporate. Understanding the drought's implications, Crocodile discovered a peculiar item known as dance powder, which, when ignited, could attract dark clouds and induce rainfall. However, this item had a fatal flaw. Areas downwind of its use would experience drought, leading to conflicts between neighboring kingdoms. Consequently, the world government prohibited its use. Yet, as a pirate and one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile had means to acquire dance powder. Thus, a sinister plot unfolded. Within the assassin organization Baroque Works, he established. A killer possessed the power of the clone fruit, enabling him to mimic the appearance of others. This ability was pivotal to Crocodile's scheme. On a dark and stormy night, Crocodile ordered all members of Baroque Works to mobilize, kidnapping the king of Alabasta and using the clone fruit user, Mr. 2, to impersonate him in a town named Rapeseed Flower. He announced that he, as King Cobra, had commanded the seizure of the water that rightfully belonged to the town, utilizing dance powder as the method. Furthermore, he exploited Cobra's identity to issue orders for the royal army to fire upon the rebel leader, Cora. Consequently, Crocodile successfully incited an internal rebellion within the kingdom, all while remaining incognito to the outside world, as he appeared to others merely as an ordinary tavern owner. The Rapeseed Flower incident plunged the Alabasta Kingdom into unprecedented chaos, as the once peaceful realm suffered under the tyrannical actions of the false king. Meanwhile, in the New World, on a vast sandy beach, the Spade Pirates, led by Ace, encountered a fishman, Jinbi, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, while searching for the Whitebeard Pirates. 7 or 8 years prior, when Jinbi joined the 7 warlords, his bounty had already reached 430 million berries. Get out of the way, Jinbi. I must see Whitebeard, Ace declared, preparing for battle, having sensed through his observation hockey that this man was formidable. Impossible. I cannot allow a bloodthirsty kid to seek out Pops. Jinbi firmly rejected Ace, as he held great affection for the Whitebeard Pirates. Due to a certain incident, the relationship between the world government and Fishman Island had soured, while the fishmen themselves were coveted by the outside nobility. Additionally, as entering the New World required passing through Fishman Island, human traffickers grew increasingly rampant, plunging the island into turmoil and hardship for its inhabitants. Despite the Fishman Island Royal Army's relentless patrols, they were powerless to restore order. Then one day, the world's strongest man arrived, declaring Fishman Island to be his domain. From that moment on, the audacious human traffickers dared not act, for they would be challenging the fearsome reputation of the Whitebeard pirates. "Captain, this man is Jinbi, the Fishman," one member of the Spade Pirates exclaimed as Ace and Jinbi locked eyes. "Oh, a warlord of the sea?" Ace furrowed his brow, but was not particularly concerned, for the world government had once invited him to become a seven warlord as well. However, the comfortable life of a pirate was not his ambition. He aspired to be the Pirate King. "Though I am not a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, I will do my utmost to stop you. Fire Fist Ace," Jinbi declared, assuming a combat stance, his gaze intensely fixed on Ace. "It seems I must first defeat you," Ace responded, shaking his wrist, his aura surging dramatically as searing flames erupted behind him. In the next moment, Ace leaped high into the air, swinging his fist downward, shouting, "Fire Fist." The clash of their powers unleashed a thunderous explosion, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The crew of the Spade Pirates instinctively took several steps back, recognizing that this fierce battle was beyond their capacity to engage. It was clear that Ace was the sole powerhouse of the Spade Pirates. While the others were indeed stronger than ordinary pirates, they still had much to learn in the new world. As the two combatants tested each other's limits, neither held back, fully aware that any lapse in focus could lead to defeat. Thus, Ace and Jinbi fought with all their might, their formidable techniques colliding time and again, fire meeting water, their haki clashing fiercely. The remnants of their battle carved a massive crater into the earth, stretching hundreds of meters, while the shockwaves generated by their confrontation sent colossal waves crashing toward the distant horizon. At that moment, the members of the Spade Pirates stood in awe, having never witnessed Captain Ace exerting himself to such an extent since their departure. However, this also instilled a profound sense of concern within them. If one warlord was so terrifying, how fearsome would the pirate emperor, the man known as the world's strongest, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, be? Faced with a notorious pirate who had contended with the Pirate King, GOLD. Roger, did the Spade Pirates truly possess the qualifications to challenge them? As the vice captain and ship's doctor of the Spade Pirates, Dias found himself lost in thought. Being one of the earliest members to join the crew, he understood Ace's aspirations well. Yet, it was precisely this understanding that fueled his worries. As they progressed, their foes grew increasingly formidable. Without Ace's protection, would the rest of the Spade Pirates be able to stand on their own against the challenges to come? The new world was teeming with monsters and powerful adversaries. If it did not grow stronger, the Spade Pirates would inevitably face grave crises. On the new world SMO Fei Island, atop a towering lookout on the subsidiary island of Qinglong Island, a lookout for the Haotian pirate crew spotted a massive pirate ship gradually drawing closer. As the vessel approached, the pirate flag became increasingly discernible. However, as the lookout recognized the flag, his expression turned tense, and he hurriedly descended the tower. "Captain Lakiel, trouble is brewing. Something is wrong. Calm down and speak slowly. What could possibly be wrong?" Lockyer gazed at his sweating subordinate, his brow furrowing as he spoke. It is essential to remember that they are members of the Five Emperors pirate crew. Who would dare to provoke them? The red-haired pirates have arrived. They are just 3 seas to the east of the island. What did you say? The red-haired pirates? Are you certain you are mistaken? Lockyer's expression shifted, his tone filled with urgency as he sought confirmation. "And no, it's true. We have all been professionally trained by Lord A. Shing. We cannot possibly misidentify the flags of such formidable pirate crews. Moreover, being one of the 5 emperors, the red-haired pirates, the lookout affirmed, you may doubt his strength. But you cannot question his expertise, not even when it comes to our own captain. I understand. Continue to observe. I will report to Lord Xia Hao." Lockyer swiftly uttered, then retrieved a din mushy capable of contacting the palace on Mafu Island. "Brew, brew, 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 brew. Moshi, this is a Shing. Lord A. Shing. This is Lockyer. May I inquire if Lord Xia Hao is present? I have an urgent matter to report." Lockyer directly addressed the subject, his tone serious and solemn. "Yes. The captain is currently engaged in morning exercises. What is it? Xing glanced at Xia Hao, who was running, as he replied. Just now the lookout reported that ships from the red-haired pirates have appeared near the island. We are uncertain of our next course of action. Should we activate the defense system and prepare for battle? Lockyer cautiously inquired, his voice heavy with concern. After all, a clash between two crews of the Five Emperors would undoubtedly be a cataclysmic event, with the resulting shockwaves potentially obliterating Mafu Island. The red-haired pirates. I understand. Lockyer, do not act rashly. The captain and I will be there shortly. Xing, upon hearing that familiar name, made a decisive decision and commanded. Understood, Lord Xing. On the surface of the sea, 3 seas away from Qinglong Island, the ship Red Fox was slowly making its way toward Qinglong Island. The chaotic waters were making navigation increasingly difficult. Captain, we cannot proceed any further. The conditions in this area are far too complex. Proceeding blindly could lead to irreparable damage to the pirate ship, Lockyer declared as he clutched a chicken leg, standing behind Shanks. Very well, let's halt the ship. We have been detected, Shanks responded, his gaze returning from the distance. At that moment, the lookout on the Qinglong Island watchtower, who had been observing the red-haired pirates, was drenched in sweat, as if he had just endured a great terror. His hand trembled as he clutched the telescope, murmuring in disbelief, "This is terrifying. They're 3 seas away. How could they possibly notice me?" This area serves as a natural defense. Not even the mightiest naval fleets can exert their full strength here, and they can easily be swept away by the chaotic currents. I never expected Xia Hao to be so cautious. Beckman took a puff of his cigarette, scrutinizing the terrifying whirlpools in front of him as he analyzed seriously. Haha, Xia Hao has always been this way. He never engages in battles without certainty and never places himself in danger. He has always been one to strategize before acting. It's quite formidable. Shanks chuckled, recalling his time in the Roger Pirates, while secretly visiting the Haotian Pirates, merely for a nostalgic reunion. Is that so? I had no idea you held such an opinion of me. Shanks, you rascal. Xia Hao's voice suddenly echoed above the sea, as a figure appeared in the once clear sky. When did he? The members of the red-haired pirates were taken aback, as their Kinbunchikahaki had failed to sense Xia Hao's presence, as if he had materialized from thin air. In that moment, a tempest surged within the hearts of all the red-haired pirates, a wave of terrifying pressure enveloping them. Xia Hao's unconsciously emitted Haoshiko haki extended over several kilometers of sea, and the previously chaotic waters suddenly calmed significantly. Rascal, Xia Hao, you have grown even stronger, Shanks remarked, gazing at Xia Hao in the sky, his tone tinged with resignation. Ha ha, after all these years, one cannot afford to stagnate. Xia Hao's hearty laughter echoed as he swiftly appeared on the deck of the Red Fox, embracing the formidable Shanks. Come, allow me to show you around my empire. It has been far too long since we last met. We must indulge in a grand feast. Xing, swiftly prepare the banquet and drinks. Today, everyone is on holiday. Right away, Captain. Xing promptly nodded, unfurling his magnificent wings and soaring toward Mafu Island. Everyone, are you ready? We're about to set sail. Xia Hao marked the Red Fox with a flying thunder god technique and smiled. Ready, ready. Beckman and the others were left bewildered, unsure of what Xia Hao meant by ready. They turned to Shanks for clarity, only to find their captain had positioned himself at the mast, gripping a rope with one hand. Captain, what is happening? Do not speak. Quickly find something to hold on to. Do not fall. Shanks, recalling something, shouted earnestly. Upon hearing Shanks' serious tone, the members of the red-haired pirates sprang into action, having never witnessed their captain so grave, not even in the face of formidable foes. Just as the crew pondered the situation, the colossal Red Fox began to move. Suddenly, they felt a dizzying sensation, as if they were soaring at breakneck speed, the powerful air pressure slamming against them, creating a tearing sensation in their bodies. Then, in an instant, all negative sensations vanished, and the crew of the red-haired pirates opened their eyes to find the Red Fox had arrived at a massive town harbor, the calm waters indicating they had left the tumultuous seas behind. Where's this? Welcome to Haotian Empire. You are now within Qinglong Island. Xia Hao greeted with a smile. Inside Qinglong Island. What has transpired? Was that teleportation? To move an entire ship, This is Xia Hao's ability? Beckman mused, observing Xia Hao's calm demeanor, contemplating the implications if Xia Hao were to become an adversary. After all, as a laid-back captain, it was his responsibility as the vice captain and strategist to safeguard everyone. Still as terrifying as ever, Shanks thought, even with his Kinbunchika hockey at its peak. He did not detect anything unusual. It was just as inscrutable as in the past. Come, Shanks, let me show you my empire. Here in Qinglong Island, we primarily focus on weapon production. 2 days later, near the coast of Qinglong Island, XiaHao waved farewell to the red-haired pirates, watching as the red fox gradually shrank into a distant speck. He then withdrew his gaze, his figure flickering as he appeared on Mofu Island. Captain, the red-haired pirates are incredibly strong. If we were to engage in a life-and-death battle, victory would not come easily, especially with that vice-captain of the red-haired pirates, who is formidable. Seeing Xia Hao return, Xing and the others approached with serious expressions, their voices heavy with concern. Ha ha! Feeling the pressure, are we? Then let us strive harder. Beckman's strength is nearly on par with Shanks. In a certain sense, he could even rival a dual emperor pirate crew. Xia Hao chuckled, responding to Xing's gloomy tone. Rest assured, my leader, I shall surpass them all and let the world know that the Haotian pirate crew is indeed the strongest. Xing clenched his fist tightly, speaking with unwavering determination. Behind him, Meng Shan and the others nodded in agreement. They felt an intense pressure upon encountering the red-haired pirates, a sensation they had never experienced since becoming one of the 5 emperors of the sea. Indeed, the aura of the 5 emperors had instilled within them a slight sense of inflated pride. I believe in you, XiaHao replied with a nod, adding, I must step out for a while. Xing will be in charge of the affairs of the Haotian Empire during my absence. Leader, where are you going? Xing began to inquire, but before he could finish, XiaHao vanished from the spot, with a ripple in the surrounding space. He disappeared from the vicinity of Murphy Island. Off again for another secret escapade. Xing pouted, visibly displeased, lamenting that the leader had changed. He used to take him along on his ventures. In the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, the formidable Whitebeard Newgate, engrossed in his drink, suddenly felt a shift in the atmosphere. His gaze fixed intently on the empty deck before him. An inexplicable pressure enveloped the entire ship. The abrupt intensity caught the attention of Marco and others, halting their revelry as they rushed to Whitebeard's side, confusion etched on their faces. Dad, what's happening? Someone is coming. Who? Where? Marco frowned, perplexed. At that moment, the space before them twisted, an overwhelming force heightening Marco's vigilance as he eyed the deck just 2 or 3 meters away. Hello everyone. It's Sussy Belidana. XiaHao's figure materialized on the deck of the Moby Dick. Noticing the multitude of eyes upon him, he waved with a smile in greeting. XiaHao. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates was taken aback, astonished that it was he who had arrived, and in such an outrageous manner. Ahem, young man. I must say I am not fond of your entrance. Despite his surprise, Whitebeard Newgate, having roamed the New World for over 60 years, maintained a calm demeanor as he addressed Xia Hao with a serious tone. Apologies, Uncle Whitebeard. I came in haste and brought you just 2 bottles of fine wine. Xia Hao chuckled, disregarding the irritated glares of the others as he boldly seated himself a few meters away from Whitebeard. One does not visit without purpose. What brings me here? Whitebeard, observing Xia Hao's casual demeanor, could only sigh, realizing that the man renowned as the Emperor of the Sea was so at ease. A testament to his training under Roger. Well, this matter requires a private discussion, Xia Hao stated, shrugging lightly. Private? Were you scheming, boy? Whitebeard frowned, his expression one of confusion. Fear not. You are Whitebeard. I would never harm you, Xia Hao reassured him, prompting a scoff from Whitebeard. Marco, kindly escort everyone out. Must I stay as well? Marco asked, raising a finger with a puzzled look. Yes, because I fear your father may become enraged and attempt to cut me down. What could possibly frighten you? Marco replied incredulously. Nevertheless, regardless of your beliefs, please allow me to finish before you decide what to do. The reason is simply that I hold great admiration for Uncle Whitebeard. This matter concerns a certain pirate aboard your ship, one who has been with you for over 20 years. For a full hour, Xia Hao elaborated on the ambitions of a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, employing his foresight to reveal the potential future. And so it was, as he concluded, as for whether you choose to believe, that's up to you. Here, Marco, I present you with this image of the devil fruit. Without waiting for Whitebeard's reaction, Xia Hao vanished in a thin air, fearing that even a moment's delay might result in dire consequences. Marco, this matter is known only to us. It must not be disseminated. As for Xia Hao's prophecy, just remain vigilant. Whitebeard Newgate murmured, rubbing his temples, reluctant to accept Xia Hao's words. Yet, he refrained from rebuttal, for every word bore the weight of reality, and he understood the crew member's potential better than anyone. I understand, Dad. I will keep a close watch on the ship. Marco nodded resolutely, though he was hesitant to trust Xia Hao's prophecy. Yet, he knew that failing to heed such warnings could lead to irreparable harm to their comrades, a fate he would never forgive himself for allowing. Let us hope he does not bring upon himself the wrath of the Whitebeard Pirates. Otherwise, he shall find no refuge, no matter where he flees. A day had passed since Xia Hao's visit to the Whitebeard Pirates. Heeding Xia Hao's advice, Marco began checking in on each member of the crew, diligently monitoring their whereabouts, especially the individual Xia Hao had warned him about. For the Whitebeard Pirates were Marco's family. It was the presence of their father, Whitebeard, that had provided a haven for those scorned by the world, allowing them to roam freely in the new world under the illustrious name of Newgate. Dad, there are rampant rumors that the super rookie pirate, Fire Fist Ace, has clashed with Jinbei. The reason being, this young man wishes to defeat you. A regular member of the Whitebeard Pirates rushed to Newgate, urgency in his voice. Fire Fist Ace, Marco exclaimed, his tone tinged with surprise as he recalled recent intelligence regarding the Black Spade Pirates and their undefeated captain. Gururara, a challenge? These youngsters truly lack respect for their elders, always seeking to best me. Marco, prepare yourself. I must confront this reckless young man. Whitebeard Newgate's eyes glinted with a peculiar determination as he scanned the newspaper's contents. Moments later, the Moby Dick was ready for departure, the crew quietly awaiting Whitebeard's command. Set sail, Newgate declared, his heart swelling with joy at the bustling scene on deck, for this was the very essence of the home he had long cherished. 3 days later, in the New World, at the site of the encounter between the Black Spade Pirates and Jinbei, searing flames scorched the earth, and the devastating shockwaves from their fierce clashes shattered the once smooth sands, leaving fissures in their wake. How many days had it been? It had already been 5 days and nights. If this continued, both would surely perish. Ace Captain, what should we do? Should we intervene? The crew of the Black Spade Pirates observed the fierce battle unfolding between Ace and Jinbei. Worry etched on their faces, yet their limited strength rendered them helpless. On the battlefield, Ace and Jinbei exchanged powerful blows, the sheer force sending both combatants staggering back, panting heavily, their gazes locked in fierce determination, neither willing to yield. Bang! As the weary Shanji gazed upon the unsteady yet resolute figure of Ace, his mind drifted into a haze. The relentless combat that had persisted for 5 continuous days and nights left Shanji utterly exhausted, succumbing to a wave of weakness and dizziness before collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, Ace, observing the fallen sea hero, couldn't help but smile faintly. He understood that he had prevailed in this battle. However, as his vision dimmed and fatigue enveloped him, he too fell to the earth, embodying the spirit of competition that had driven him to seek ultimate victory. Captain Ace, the members of the Haitao pirate crew rushed forward, eager to assist their fallen leader. At that moment, a tremendous roar resonated across the ocean, and a colossal shadow emerged. The crew turned in unison to behold the imposing Moby Dick, and, as it drew nearer, the figures of the Whitebeard Pirates became unmistakable. The Whitebeard Pirates, one of the 4 emperors, the world's strongest man, Whitebeard Newgate. The Haitao crew's hearts raced with terror at the sight of their adversary. Nevertheless, they instinctively positioned themselves in front of Ace, determined to thwart the impending threat. I can handle this alone, Whitebeard Newgate declared to Marco and the others aboard Moby Dick, before leaping down with a formidable presence that stirred the earth beneath him, creating a deep crater upon impact. Protect the captain. The Haitao crew, witnessing Newgate's advance, gripped their weapons tightly and charged forward, their resolve strengthened. However, as they approached within 5 or 6 meters of Newgate, a powerful wave of Conqueror's haki erupted, sending them crashing to the ground. Everyone, how could this happen? Ace, summoning his dwindling strength, positioned himself before his crew. FlameNet. He raised his arm, conjuring a massive, terrifying web of fire that shielded his comrades from harm while he declared, "I will remain here alone as a condition for their safety." His gaze fixed intensely on Whitebeard Newgate, his voice resolute. "Gurura, that won't do, kid. If they leave unscathed, where would my reputation stand?" Newgate retorted, "In that case, I must defeat you." Upon hearing Newgate's words, an overwhelming force surged within Ace, and black and red lightning enveloped him as his Conqueror's haki erupted forth, relentlessly clashing against Newgate. Conqueror's haki? Interesting boy. Newgate observed Ace's display with a hint of amusement before launching a powerful punch in his direction. Smack! The swift fist struck Ace squarely in the back, the tremendous force driving him into the ground and creating a human-shaped crater. Ace lay there, eyes wide with disbelief, grappling with the reality of the vast disparity in their strengths. "Is this the man who competes with that guy?" "Gururara, you're quite impressive, kid. Come be my son and bear my name as you roam freely across these seas." Newgate extended his arm towards the prostrate Ace, sincerity in his expression. "What? Are you joking?" Ace's handsome face flushed with rage upon hearing Newgate's words. Gathering his strength, he enveloped his fist in searing flames and aimed it directly at Newgate. Then, with a resounding thud, Ace was knocked unconscious by Newgate's punch, and with a wave of his hand, Marco descended from Moby Dick, seizing Ace and carrying him back to the pirate ship. Meanwhile, the Haitao crew was embroiled in a fierce skirmish against a squad led by Marshal D. Teach. But they were hopelessly outmatched, and soon the entire crew was captured. 2 days later, Ace awoke from his slumber, stepping onto the deck of Moby Dick and gazing out at the vast ocean, feeling a profound sense of desolation. Though he understood the gap between his strength and that of the 4 emperors, he had not anticipated such a terrifying chasm. They were simply in different realms of power. "Ah, you're awake. Greetings. I am Sachi from the 4th Division, the chef of the Whitebeard Pirates." Sachi greeted him with a grin. "Why haven't you shackled me? Are you not worried I might do something dangerous?" Ace furrowed his brow, perplexed by Sachi's demeanor. "Haha, that's unnecessary. This is the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates, young man." Sachi laughed heartily, his tone brimming with pride. How could this be? Ace felt a flush of indignation at Sachi's words. The powers of the Mera Mera no Mi igniting within him, transforming him into a small fire person. No need for handcuffs. Such confidence is almost mocking. The implication was clear. Everyone believed Ace posed no threat to Whitebeard. That night, Ace heard the sounds of snoring emanating from the room. He stealthily entered to find Whitebeard Newgate fast asleep, his eyes narrowing with a fierce glint as he raised his weapon to strike. However, with a resounding crash, Ace was sent flying, colliding heavily with the deck, bloodied and battered, clearly struck by Whitebeard's fist in his sleep. One failure did not deter Ace. Rather, it fueled his determination. Each day, he sought opportunities to ambush Whitebeard Newgate, yet every attempt ended in failure, leaving him battered and unable to even ruffle a single hair on the legendary pirate. Hey, hasn't this guy challenged Pops over 100 times now? Definitely. I've lost count of how many times it's been. What a persistent fellow. Give it up, kid. You're 100 years too early to defeat Pops. Indeed, while you're quite capable, you're nowhere near Pops' level. The crew of the Whitebeard Pirates observed Ace being thrown back yet again, shaking their heads in disbelief. The title of the world's strongest man was not given lightly. Even the beast pirate Kaido, known as the strongest creature, dared not confront Whitebeard, referring to him as an old man with monstrous strength, clearly having learned from past grievances. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Ace leaned against the wooden wall of the ship in silence, his head bowed, his fists clenched tightly, producing a creaking sound. Throughout his life, aside from his encounter with Xia Hao, he had never felt so powerless. Presently, Whitebeard Newgate stood before him like an insurmountable mountain, utterly unbeatable. Have something to eat. Just as Ace was lost in thought, a bowl of rice appeared before him, and Marco's voice echoed in his mind. Hey, why you all call him Pops? Ace inquired. Because he calls us his sons. Quite strange, I assent it. We are all outcasts, devoid of family since childhood, when we were at our most helpless. Pops appeared and allowed us to live freely and joyfully under his banner. Thus, the Whitebeard pirates are our family, and Pops remains our patriarch. Marco responded, a nostalgic and blissful expression gracing his face, recalling those unforgettable memories. Ace, it is time to put an end to this. Do you wish to continue like this forever? The decision lies before you. Shall you set sail once more with the Spade Pirates, or shall you remain? Make your choice. Marco gazed at the bewildered Ace and sighed softly before speaking. I understand, Ace murmured as he heard Marco's footsteps fading into the distance. After a tumultuous internal struggle, the confusion in his eyes dissipated, replaced by a resolute determination. 3 hours later, the deck of the Moby Dick resounded with the jubilant laughter of Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. For Ace had just declared his intention to join the Whitebeard pirates and acknowledged him as his father. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate proclaimed, I told you, no one can resist my charm. Come be my son. Thus commenced a grand and joyous pirate feast. As the welcome ceremony unfolded, Ace became the center of attention. Unable to resist the sight of the sumptuous feast before him, he gulped in anticipation. Grasping a piece of meat, he devoured it heartily, inspiring the surrounding crowd to salivate. Slow down, Ace. No one is competing with you. Marco chuckled, watching Ace nearly choke, hastily offering him a bottle of water. Hee. The cool water glided down Ace's throat, bringing a refreshing sensation, rejuvenating him. Gulalala. Watching this lad eat reminds me of an old friend. Whitebeard chuckled softly, shaking his head. Following Ace's induction, the Whitebeard pirates were filled with laughter and mirth. A month swiftly passed. The news of Firefist Ace joining the Whitebeard pirates and his terrifying strength subduing nearby pirate crews spread throughout the world, leaving all astonished at the emergence of this formidable newcomer. As the crew's influence expanded, the Whitebeard pirates were regarded as the mightiest among the Yonko. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku furrowed his brow as he perused the newspaper. Yet, he did not overly concern himself, for it was merely a capable pirate catching the eye of Edward Newgate. However, Sengoku remained oblivious to the storm brewing beside him, where Garp's face was shrouded in darkness. His iron fists clenched tightly, deep in contemplation. Garp had once envisioned a glorious future for Ace as the strongest marine warrior. Yet, years prior, the rascal Xia Hao had instigated a turn of events, leading Ace to master hockey. Now, with Ace having joined the Whitebeard pirates, Garp felt as though everything had spiraled out of his control. Roger, you scoundrel, you left me with this monumental headache. I hope Ace does not engage in actions that draw the wrath of the heavens. Otherwise, I shall personally see to his capture. In a distant part of the New World, a gathering of pirates stared agape at the news of Fire Fist Ace, their mouths agape at the staggering bounty. All recognized that the New World would no longer be tranquil. At the very least, they resolved not to venture into the territory of the Whitebeard pirates for the foreseeable future. Damn, why is this young man so powerful? It seems the domain of the Whitebeard pirates is off limits for now. Indeed, we cannot afford the price of offending the Whitebeard pirates. They murmured. Fire Fist Ace appears to be another promising powerhouse for the Whitebeard pirates. By the way, I suggest everyone remain on the islands and refrain from venturing outside. I've heard that the Halcyon pirates are also expanding, led by that monstrous Mad Dragon, a shing compared to Fire Fist Ace. This fellow is far more brutal. He leaves nothing but ruin in his wake. Is that true? I've heard the Halcyon pirates offer generous rewards. My uncle's brother-in-law's sister's son is part of their affiliated crew and has reportedly been rewarded with a devil fruit for exemplary performance. Devil fruit? The surrounding pirates gasped in astonishment, covering their mouths in disbelief, exchanging glances before hastily departing the scene. A year later, aboard the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates, a group gathered to examine the spoils of their recent battles. At that moment, Sachi pulled a peculiar devil fruit from his pocket, drawing the attention of all present. Yet, they paid little heed, as the varieties of devil fruits were countless, each with bizarre appearances. Most fruits could only reveal their abilities upon consumption. However, none noticed Marshall D. Teach, who was devouring a cherry pie, fixated on the devil fruit in Sachi's hand, his desire overwhelming him, rendering his favorite food unappetizing. Yet, as desire flickered, Teach had realized that Marco had been watching him closely over the past year, his warmth markedly different from his previous indifference. Thus, Teach had spent the year in inaction, merely eating and accompanying various divisions on their missions to subdue other pirate crews. Even during the initial election for the position of 2nd Division Commander, Teach had directly recommended Ace. After all, to outsiders, he appeared devoid of ambition or desire after over 20 years with the Whitebeard Pirates, merely seeking to live freely. Teach entertained the same notion. Had the devil fruit not emerged before him, he could have easily spent his life within the Whitebeard Pirates. Yet now, with the long-awaited fruit finally surfacing after decades of waiting, he was determined to seize it, requiring only the right moment to act, lest he fail to escape. After enduring for so many years, could he not withstand a mere 3 to 5 days? Day after day passed until the 5th day, amidst a pitch-black and tempestuous night. Marshall D. Teach found his opportunity. Whitebeard Edward Newgate had left for a matter, and Firefist Ace and the other captains were occupied with expanding their territory. Even Marco had been subtly diverted and had yet to return. Bang! What do you intend to do, Teach? As Teach prepared to eliminate Sachi and seize the dark fruit, the sleeping Sachi unexpectedly opened his eyes. Though Sachi would be no match for him in a true fight, this was the Whitebeard Pirates. Discovery would make escape nearly impossible. Thus, Teach's expression darkened as he swung a blade towards Sachi's arm, quickly retrieving a bomb from his pocket and tossing at Sachi. Then, seizing the dark fruit, he fled the Moby Dick without a backward glance, piloting a speedboat he had prepared. With a thunderous explosion, the blast awakened all aboard the Whitebeard Pirates, who rushed toward the source of the commotion, only to find a bloodied Sachi crawling from the quarters. Teach, that traitor has defected, Sachi uttered weakly before losing consciousness. 2 hours later, aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard Edward Newgate sat at the helm, glancing at the nearly lifeless Sachi, his expression dark and stormy. He could hardly believe that Marshall D. Teach had truly defected for a single devil fruit. Father, it is my fault. I failed to protect Sachi, allowing that traitor to succeed. Marco lamented, his fists pounding the deck as he gazed at Sachi, who had lost an arm and a leg. Filled with remorse. A year prior, Xia Hao had warned both father and himself of Marshall D. Teach's terrifying ambitions, his rebellious nature posing a potential threat to the Whitebeard Pirates. Yet, Marco had dismissed these concerns, believing Xia Hao was sowing discord. However, due to Father Whitebeard's orders and his own desire to prevent calamity befalling their family, Marco had kept a watchful eye on Teach for over a year. Yet, Teach had shown no cracks in his facade, appearing to possess average strength, simply indulging in food day in and day out. Marco's vigilance had waned, and now, reflecting back, he realized that all of it had merely been an act by Teach. For nearly 3 decades, the enigmatic figure of Tiki has been a formidable presence, and today marks a significant turning point. It is best to put an end to this matter here. Furthermore, do not inform AC. Given his impulsive nature, he may resort to reckless actions. Baihuzi Newgate clenched his fists, his voice laced with fury and remorse. Saki, you do not hold it against me for not avenging you, do you? Of course not, father. Tiki has always concealed his true strength. Although I do not consider myself a primary fighter, I believed I had some capability. However, I was unable to withstand even 5 blows from him before succumbing. Recklessly confronting him would have led to unforeseen consequences, Saki replied, shaking his head. Moreover, had it not been for Marco's warning to protect myself before his departure, I might not have made it through the night. Therefore, I owe my gratitude to you, Marco. Saki spoke with an optimistic smile. For merely being alive was the greatest fortune. On this day, the atmosphere aboard the Whitebeard Pirates was notably somber. The jovial camaraderie that once filled the air had dissipated. Tiki's defection dealt a harsh blow to the family-oriented ethos of the crew, and the one most affected was undoubtedly by Baihuzi Newgate himself, who sat alone in his quarters, lost in thought. On the island of Mafe in the New World, XiaHao received a heavy-hearted transmission from Marco, prompting a realization. Tiki has betrayed us. He has left after stealing the devil fruit. This is my fault. If I had adhered to your plan, perhaps Saki would not have lost a leg. Marco lamented. What's done is done. We must now strategize on how to rectify this. One thing remains clear. Marshal Tiki must be approached with caution, as his ambitions closely resemble those of Rocks, XiaHao remarked. Rocks, Marco exclaimed, astonished by XiaHao's deduction, which was mirrored by the expression on the transponder snail before XiaHao. Although I share your disdain for him, Tiki's unscrupulous quest for power could indeed classify him as a tyrant. Thus, I surmise that he likely harbors ambitions to dominate the world, akin to Rocks. XiaHao continued his analysis. By the way, Marco, keep a close watch on AC. Do not allow him to seek out Tiki alone, for it could lead to severe complications. Understood. Father has insisted that this matter remains concealed from him, Marco acknowledged with a nod. Just then, a furious voice erupted from the Moby Dick. AC had evidently uncovered something. Saki, what has happened? Where are your arms and legs? Father, speak up. Who dares to harm a member of the Whitebeard Pirates? AC inquired urgently, as his close bond with Saki, the gentle chef, made the situation even more distressing. AC, cease your foolishness. This matter does not concern you. It ends here. Baihuzi Newgate exhaled deeply, his tone stern as he sought to quell AC's anger. Father, are we not the Whitebeard Pirates? When did we become so timid? Is it the world government? Or the celestial dragons? AC protested. AC. Baihuzi Newgate's thunderous voice reverberated, unleashing the full force of his conqueror's haki, which sent AC crashing to the ground, the overwhelming pressure subduing him. With that, Baihuzi turned and departed. How infuriating! AC pounded the ground in frustration. 2 days later, a gasp echoed from the Moby Dick as Marco emerged from his quarters. Astonishment etched across his face as he clutched a small note. Cursed be the one who informed AC about Saki. Marco exclaimed angrily, his gaze sweeping over his comrades, who lowered their heads, recognizing the gravity of the situation, for they had never witnessed Captain Marco this enraged before. What has transpired? Baihuzi Newgate inquired as he stepped out of his room, casting a concerned glance at Marco. AC has ventured out alone, claiming he intends to pursue Tiki and bring him back to face justice. Marco sighed. What a reckless little fool. Baihuzi Newgate's deep-set eyes gazed towards the heavens. Weariness etched on his face, silently hoping that AC would remain safe. In the East Blue, at Windmill Village, after 3 years, the village once again hosted a farewell for young pirates setting sail. At the harbor, a boy wearing a straw hat waved energetically, bidding farewell to those on the shore. His name was Monkey D. Luffy, a spirited youth who dreams of becoming the Pirate King. Everyone, please head home, Luffy called out to the crowd, a joyful smile gracing his lips as he turned to gaze at the boundless sea, excitement bubbling within him, for he was finally setting sail. AC Shanks, I am coming to the Grand Line, Luffy declared, pressing his straw hat down as his dark eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Suddenly, as Luffy prepared to embark on his small vessel, a colossal splash echoed, heralding the arrival of the Sea King. Upon spotting Luffy, the beast opened its massive jaws to devour him, the pungent scent of blood wafting through the air. A Sea King? I fear you not, Luffy grinned, clenching his fists tightly as he faced the oncoming creature. With a powerful swing, his fist, enhanced by the Gomu Gomu no Mi, struck the Sea King's massive head with a resounding thud. The force shattered the creature's skull, blood pouring forth and staining the surrounding waters crimson. The enormous body of the Sea King was sent flying, crashing into the ocean and vanishing from sight. With a smile on his face, Luffy looked upon the defeated Sea King, memories of Shanks saving him flooding his mind. He realized he was no longer a helpless child who could only cry. Back in the New World aboard the Moby Dick, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Laughter and joy had evaporated due to Tiki's betrayal and AC's solo pursuit. Father, the red-hair pirates have arrived. A lookout from the Whitebeard Pirates rushed to Baihuzi Newgate, urgency in his voice. Shanks, what brings him here? Marquin Wayeth, surprise flashing across his previously somber features, as the timing felt exceptionally precarious. Rising from his seat, Marco turned his attention to the ship approaching from the stern. The red-haired pirate's vessel, the Red Force, drew closer to the Moby Dick. Shanks, dragging a barrel of sake, ascended the steps slowly, each step radiating an invisible pressure that thickened the air around him. "Newcomers, vacate the area and step back," Marco commanded, his voice low as he observed Shanks's arrival. "What? Why, Captain Marco? I wish to witness the might of another emperor," a rookie protested. "Enough chatter, hurry." Marco's words were interrupted as the overwhelming conqueror's haki emanating from Shanks rendered the surrounding novice pirates unconscious, leaving behind a trail of shattered wood where the immense pressure had struck. Too late, Marco lamented inwardly as he beheld Shanks's formidable presence. Was the Roger Pirates truly comprised of such extraordinary beings? Previously, XiaHao had displayed similar prowess, and now Shanks followed suit. For the first time, Marco felt the weight of immense pressure, a sensation he had always instinctively sought to alleviate by turning to his father in times of crisis. However, he seemed to have forgotten that old daddy had already entered his twilight years. Observing his former comrades in arms, Xia Hao and Xiang Kasi, Marco clenched his fists tightly, the immense force causing his nails to pierce through flesh without him even realizing it. Taking a deep breath, Marco turned to Xiang Kasi and inquired, red-haired, "What brings you here?" "Hey, Marco, care to join me over here?" Xiang Kasi replied with a cheerful invitation upon hearing Marco's voice. "Absolutely not." Marco promptly rejected the offer. That audacious brat, openly poaching in front of me, is becoming increasingly brazen. "We are gazing at Xiang Kasi inviting Marco," narrowed his eyes and spoke in a disapproving tone. "Ha ha, merely jesting. I came to discuss a certain pirate matter." Xiang Kasi chuckled, his expression turning serious as he addressed the white-beard pirates earnestly. "Marco, take the others and step aside." Upon hearing Xiang Kasi's words, Whitebeard Newgate furrowed his brow and directed his gaze at Marco. "Old daddy, let's go." Marco raised a hand to halt any further inquiries from the others, casting a deep glance at Xiang Kasi before leading all the pirates aboard the Moby Dick to a nearby subordinate ship. Gulalala. Who would have thought that the once little brat of the Roger Pirates has now become a globally renowned figure? Time truly flies. Speaking of which, having clashed with the Roger Pirates numerous times, I instinctively recall Xia Hao, you, and that little red-nosed brat. Whitebeard reflected on the imposing figure of Xiang Kasi before him, reminiscing about scenes from over 20 years ago, when the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates frequently clashed over treasures, though the battles often ended in a stalemate. Whitebeard Newgate had also noticed the shadows of the three little ones amidst the fray, particularly Xia Hao, who single-handedly held back Kazuki Oden. His terrifying combat prowess left a lasting impression. It was impossible to forget. "Ha ha, are you talking about Buggy?" It has indeed been a while. However, I heard he is currently in the East Blue. A few years back, XiaHao passed through the East Blue and shared a drink with him. Xiang Kasi said with a reminiscent smile, his tone turning gentle. "Is that so? It seems the three of you are still in touch." Whitebeard Newgate replied with a smile upon hearing Xiang Kasi's response. "Yes, we do keep in contact. But to get to the point, I came to discuss the individual known as Marshal D. Teach. The scar on my face was not inflicted during a large-scale battle, but was a result of a one-on-one confrontation with that guy. Therefore, we must retrieve Fire Fist Ace. Otherwise, unforeseen consequences will arise." Xiang Kasi began to narrate the story behind the three scars on his face with a serious tone, his dark eyes glinting ominously. Before their clash with Teach, Xia Hao had even cautioned him, yet he still sustained injuries. "Are you lecturing me now, little one?" "Xia Hao, you too. What do you take me for?" The Whitebeard Pirates do not require guidance from outsiders. Whitebeard Newgate's expression darkened, becoming quite grim. When Xia Hao had come to warn him, he had not fully trusted Xia Hao due to Teach being his son and family. He merely instructed Marco to keep a close watch on Teach. However, this had resulted in family casualties, with Sachi losing a leg and an arm. Nevertheless, as a senior, an exceedingly proud maritime overlord, Whitebeard Newgate could not tolerate being lectured by a child. His anger surged from the depths of his heart, and he swiftly drew the supreme blade, XiaHao, from behind him, swinging it towards Xiang with a mighty strike. Boom! As the colossal blade sped towards him, Xiang swiftly drew his sword from his waist, raising it to collide heavily with XiaHao. The clash of terrifying strength and overwhelming aura caused red-black lightning to flicker incessantly, filling the Moby Dick with brilliant flashes of light. What on earth is that rascal red-hair trying to do? The terrifying aura enveloped the members of the Whitebeard pirates, their faces turning pale as they rushed back to the Moby Dick, desperately wanting to protect Old Daddy. Calm down. Red-haired is not a reckless individual. Have faith. Although Marco felt a tinge of nervousness, he understood that Xiang was not there to engage in battle today. He suspected the matter at hand concerned Teach and Ace. Look, the sky is splitting. Just then, a pirate shouted in terror, prompting Marco and the others to gaze upward at the sky, witnessing the clouds twisting and dividing. Everyone was astonished, realizing that Red-Haired's abilities seemed to rival those of Old Daddy. After the clash lasted only a minute or two, Whitebeard Newgate, observing Xiang's exceedingly serious expression, could not help but curl his lip. He sheathed XiaHao, firmly planting it into the ground, and then sat down heavily in his main seat, abandoning any thoughts of continuing the fight. Seeing Whitebeard's lack of fighting spirit, Xiang proceeded to share his speculations with him. For a full half-hour, he conveyed his thoughts before taking his leave. The necessary warnings had been issued. Whether or not they were believed was a matter of fate. In the New World, on Mafe Island, Xia Hao sat at the head of a meeting room filled with 50 to 60 people. A smile crept across his face as the expansion of the Haotian pirates brought in an increasing number of capable individuals, transforming the once small internal meetings into gatherings of this magnitude. Boss, are you serious? The Haotian pirates are getting involved in the underworld. Xing gazed intently at Xia Hao and asked, Indeed, as a Yonka-level pirate crew, we must establish a legitimate and sustainable source of wealth. As pirates, our involvement in the underworld is the most effective means to achieve this. Therefore, I plan to venture into the transportation industry and compete with one of the underworld kings. Umit for business. Boss, why not just eliminate Umit directly? That way, we can take over his forces and make the transportation industry a source of income for the Haotian pirates. Xing instantly chimed in upon hearing Xia Hao's plan. Now is not the time. The underworld kings who have dominated the New World for so many years are not so easily disposed of. Xia Hao shook his head, rejecting Xing's suggestion. Currently, the Haotian pirates had yet to establish their transportation business. Directly annihilating the most formidable transportation leader in the New World could lead to utter chaos, with everyone scrambling to seize a share of the spoils. However, with Umit alive, all external transportation would need to pass through him, and he would be sought for protection. The Haotian pirates would not require such assistance, and Umit would not dare provoke a Yonko pirate crew. For a full 2.5 hours, Xia Hao outlined future plans and the purpose of this operation. Feeling satisfied and pleased, all members of the Haotian pirates gazed at Xia Hao with growing admiration and respect. He was their captain, their backbone. Everyone, you may disperse. The shipbuilding will be overseen by Dai. Xing is responsible for external task arrangements. Remember our motto, Haotian Express, mission guaranteed. For the right price, we even deliver to the Holy Land. Understood, boss. Shipbuilding, is it? A worthy challenge. Boss, may I equip the ships with some weapon systems? Dai nodded and looked at Xia Hao expectantly. Of course, that is absolutely fine. I am counting on you, Dai. With a month having passed since the meeting on Mafe Island, the Haotian pirates, under Dai's leadership, constructed over 100 large transport ships of a unified model. The materials were entirely derived from Xia Hao's wood release, producing wood as strong as steel. After completing the first transport ship, Dai personally tested it. Even after enduring cannonball bombardments, the ship remained unscathed. Ultimately, it was only through the use of his devil fruit powers that Dai managed to produce a crack on the surface. In the span of a month, the initial skepticism from the outside world has transformed into a recognition of the prowess of the Haotian pirates, who have established their dominance in the New World. All goods transported through this region are now entrusted to the Haotian pirates, as any other means would be perilous. After all, the New World is rife with pirates. And should a reckless individual attack a transport vessel, to whom could one appeal for justice? However, with the Haotian pirates overseeing the transport, the situation is markedly different. As one of the four emperors, the Haotian pirates wield a terrifying and oppressive influence that deters even the smallest pirate crews from making reckless moves. This is professionalism at its finest. In the land of Wano, within the residence of the shogun, a heavy air of oppression looms. At the forefront stands Kazuki Oden, a man whose fate has been altered by Xia Hao and who is still alive against all odds. Beside him is a young man who bears a striking resemblance to Oden in his youth, his head bowed in fear, silent and trembling. Lord Oden, Prince Momonosuke, is still young. He was misled and acted impulsively. Please, punish us instead, for it is our negligence. Still young. He is already 26 years old. At that age, I had already hunted tigers on my own, and he, because of a courtesan, dared to draw his sword against the commoners of Flower Capital. Not only that, he was easily defeated by another. Now rumors spread that the heir of Wano is weak, erratic, and lecherous. Oden sighed, reflecting on the past. If it had not been for Xia Hao's intervention and the Whitebeard pirates' involvement over 20 years ago, Wano might have long succumbed to the clutches of Kaido. Yet even so, the Black Flame clan, having been intimidated by the Whitebeard pirates, has not ceased its plotting against Wano. Numerous riots, large and small, have been linked to them. With the aid of the Beast pirates, they have seized the Rabbit Bowl region, transforming it into a quarry where many sea stone resources have been extracted and processed for trade with Kaido. Once a land of tranquility and harmony, Wano now bears the scars of turmoil, and the populace is gripped by fear. Having served as the shogun for many years has tempered Oden's once carefree nature. He is acutely aware that the current crises cannot be resolved through brute force, as the ruthless beast pirates may well turn their wrath upon the innocent, placing Oden in a precarious position. His ongoing efforts to mend the fractures within this nation are now threatened by the reckless actions of Momonosuke, who brazenly took a life for a courtesan under the sunlit sky. Oden, without a second thought, knows that Kaido will not let this opportunity slip away, and the fragile stability of Wano will once again be plunged into chaos. House arrest for 1 year, no leaving the shogun's residence, and no appeals. Kinemon, you are in charge of this matter. Oden spoke with a serious demeanor, his voice resolute. Understood, Lord Oden. Come, Prince Momonosuke. Kinemon sighed, observing the anger etched on Oden's face. It is undeniable that this time, Momonosuke has indeed overstepped. 3 days later, news of riots erupting in 6 major regions surrounding Wano's main island reached the shogun's residence. Oden felt a surge of frustration at the information before him. It was evident that Kaido was stoking the flames of unrest. Yet, the root of this incident lay with his own son. Had it not been for Momonosuke's impulsive and detestable actions, Kaido would not have had such leverage. What a troublesome season this is. Oden gazed up at the sky, his heart tumultuous. Truly, his character renders him unfit to be a shogun. He finds himself reminiscing about the days of piracy, when one could act freely without concern. Kinemon, I entrust you, Zoro, and Sanji to personally lead the forces to quell the rebellion. Remember, do not cause unnecessary bloodshed. Eliminate only the instigators. Oden rubbed his forehead, weariness evident in his expression. In the Rabbit Bowl, within an opulent palace surrounded by beauty, the grotesquely toothless and repugnant Kaido, clad in a lecherous grin, echoed throughout the halls. Beside him stood a somber middle-aged man named Kurizumi Semimaru, son of the deceased Kurizumi Mushi. He had been living overseas until summoned back a decade ago to take up the mantle and offer counsel to Kaido. It can be said that all of Wano's turmoil is orchestrated by his hand. Ah, what a splendid son Oden has raised. Otherwise, we might not have this opportunity. Semimaru, this time we must ensure Oden suffers greatly. Only I deserve to be the shogun of Wano. We have but 1 Rabbit Bowl. Our territories remain insufficient. Kaido exclaimed with a sinister smile, his gaze drifting toward Semimaru, who was enveloped by beauty. Rest assured, Lord Kaido, this time White Dance will surely be ours. However, To preempt Odin from utilizing force to resolve this incident, we must seek the assistance of the beast pirates. Semimaru waved his feather fan, earnestly analyzing the current situation. Ha ha ha, no problem. I will personally speak with Kaido. Kaido replied with confidence, failing to recognize his own limitations. His arrogance in placing himself on par with Kaido is a grave miscalculation. Had he not been of some utility in aiding the beast pirates with sea stone production, he would have been cast aside long ago. On Onigashima, Kaido answered a call from Kaido, his brow furrowing, yet he acquiesced to the request. After all, the beast pirates require Kaido as their representative in Wano to serve their interests. Should the beast pirates act rashly, they would face retaliation from Whitebeard Newgate. So Kaido has been biding his time for an opportunity. The incident involving Marshal D. Teach's defection from the Whitebeard pirates has become notorious, severely tarnishing Whitebeard's reputation. The Whitebeard pirates are famously protective of their own, and throughout the years, few pirates have dared to provoke them, for they cannot withstand the wrath of the world's strongest man. In a small town within the Alabasta Kingdom, the Straw Hat Pirates are cautiously procuring supplies while evading the kingdom's rebel forces and the pursuit of the Baroque works. Amidst their careful actions, Luffy's exuberant demeanor inadvertently draws the attention of Smoker, the Marine. Although Ace, having learned to harness Haki due to Xia Hao's intervention, passed the knowledge to Luffy during their Brotherhood ceremony, Luffy's mastery of Haki remains rudimentary due to his youth. As a Logia-type user of a smoke fruit, Luffy faces a daunting challenge against Smoker, who possesses considerable skill and the ability to use Haki as well. In that moment, Luffy finds himself in a difficult predicament. On the day the Straw Hat Pirates were formed, Luffy had shared the effects of Haki, sparking interest among Zoro and Sanji, who eagerly sought to learn it. However, Luffy is not an adequate teacher, resulting in mediocre teaching outcomes, and they have had to rely on their own talents for independent study. Consequently, they have struggled to wield Haki with the freedom they desire. Confronted by the formidable Smoker, Luffy realizes that only Haki superior to Devil Fruit abilities can inflict genuine damage. Straw Hat Kid, surrender. You cannot escape, Smoker declared sternly, taking a deep drag from the cigar clenched in his mouth as he fixed his serious gaze upon Luffy. Although the identity of his mentor in Haki remains unknown, Luffy's declaration in Road Town convinced Smoker that the Straw Hat Boy could not be spared. At that moment, the formidable emergence of the Buggy Pirates made Smoker feel that the East Blue was no longer the familiar sea he once knew. The Haki and Buggy's ability to split objects apart were rarely seen, even in the New World. Ultimately, the arrival of the Revolutionary Army's dragon brought an end to the chaos in Road Town, and the Buggy Pirates vanished. However, Smoker believed that the power displayed by the clown Buggy could easily annihilate the Straw Hat crew. Yet, he pondered why the Navy's recent newspaper reported Buggy's defeat at the hands of Luffy, and even more absurdly, why Buggy's bounty was a mere 15 million berries. How could a man who wielded Haki and possessed a powerful Paramecia Devil Fruit command such a low bounty? Smoker suspected that the intelligence organization was incompetent. Thus, he promptly reported this information to Aokiji. After all, having such a powerful pirate in the East Blue was not a trivial matter. Although the Buggy Pirates had not caused significant destruction, this only heightened Smoker's apprehension towards the clown Buggy. What kind of ambitions or conspiracies could lead him to remain undisturbed in the East Blue? East Blue, clown Buggy? At the Navy headquarters, Garp paused mid-bite of his donut upon hearing Aokiji's voice, his expression turning contemplative. Garp-san, are you interested in this pirate? No, but I've been feeling rather irritable lately and am about to head home, so I'll take care of this matter, Garp decisively replied, indicating his intent to capture clown Buggy. That's splendid. With your involvement, success is assured. Aokiji chuckled. Meanwhile, Buggy, who was treasure hunting near the East Blue, felt a sudden chill run through him, as if an inexplicable dread had surged from his heart. He looked up at the sky, bewildered by the moment. Was someone thinking of Buggy? It couldn't be that fellow Xia Hao. I've been following his plan. If he doesn't provide a satisfactory explanation next time we meet, I surely won't let him off the hook. What should I ask for? Perhaps 3 or 5 treasure maps will suffice. Buggy fantasized about his next encounter with Xia Hao, his lips curling into a wild grin. Unbeknownst to him, he was currently being targeted by a furious and frustrated old man. On the streets of Alabasta, Smoker led the Navy to surround the Straw Hat Pirates. Faced with a vast number of naval troops, Luffy and his companions were overwhelmed. Smoke Fist. Smoker unleashed his abilities, enveloping the street in a thick fog. As gigantic Smoke Fist surged toward Luffy and his crew. Just then, a resounding voice rang out, "Fire Fist!" A colossal flame fist descended from the heavens, dispersing all the smoke. The intense heat caused Smoker's brow to furrow in concern, as this ability reminded him of someone. "Ace, oh my, why are you here?" Luffy shouted excitedly at the man who had just intervened. "Luffy, Sashi, and Nami, you all go ahead. I'll hold off the Navy for you. See you later." Ace glanced back at Luffy, a fond smile gracing his face as he gestured for the Straw Hat crew to leave. "Run." Upon hearing Ace's words, Luffy immediately turned and dashed away, his gaze fixed on Ace, a goofy smile lighting up his face, utterly delighted. "Luffy, is this your brother? Why is he here in the Grand Line?" Zoro asked, puzzled by Luffy's silly grin. "Oh, because Ace is also a pirate. He set sail 3 years before me to search for the great treasure," Luffy explained earnestly. The crew nodded in understanding. Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division, Captain Fire Fist Ace. "Why are you helping the Straw Hat Kid?" Smoker reprimanded sternly. "What can I do? He's my little brother, and with such a headstrong sibling, I have no choice but to indulge him." Ace shrugged with a smile. "Little brother?" Smoker furrowed his brow, perplexed, as the surnames did not match. "Well, of course, Navy, fire, and smoke cannot easily determine a victor. Let's call it a day. If this continues, I cannot guarantee the safety of your Navy behind you," Ace said to Smoker calmly, casting a glance at the naval forces. "Farewell, Navy." With that, Ace turned and left, showing no concern that Smoker might attack from behind. Watching the retreating figure of Fire Fist Ace, Smoker felt the taste of his cigar diminish, realizing he had missed a prime opportunity to resolve the trouble. "Colonel Smoker, are we not pursuing?" Dasky asked, gripping her sword tightly as she observed Ace fading into the distance. "Forget it." Smoker exhaled deeply. Ace's appearance had disrupted his plans, and pursuing further would yield no results. Moreover, if a life-and-death battle ensued, he would undoubtedly be the one to lose. If memory served correctly, Ace's bounty had reached a staggering 730 million berries, a true notorious pirate. "Let us go. If we continue fighting, I cannot guarantee your safety," Smoker said with a hint of melancholy, leading the way in the opposite direction. After all, the Straw Hat Pirates would eventually venture into the New World, and there would be future opportunities to confront them. In the New World, within the domain of the Haotian Empire, a massive world government warship was sailing 100 nautical miles from Murphy Island, escorted by 2 naval ships, each manned by 200 naval soldiers. Indeed, this was a vessel escorting the Celestial Gold. It was that time of year again when the Celestial Dragons collected their Celestial Gold, so they hastened their speed to vacate the area as swiftly as possible. A world government official aboard the ship wore a worried expression, a foreboding feeling stirring within him, sensing that something significant was about to occur. "Yes, sir." The 3 warships immediately accelerated their speed in preparation to depart. Just then, the calm sea suddenly erupted with towering waves, and with the sound of bursting bubbles, 5 pirate ships emerged, surrounding the warship in a menacing encirclement. Led by the captain of the Dragon S War pirate crew, Rakiel. The reason for their appearance was simple. The Haotian Empire was running low on funds. As time passed, XiaHao's resources dwindled, having been largely converted into devil fruits and powerful weapons to enhance the overall strength of the Haotian pirate crew. The Dragon S War pirate crew? No, it should be the Haotian pirate crew. Damn it, why are these terrifying individuals here? The world government official's face was filled with anger and anxiety as he gazed at the massive pirate ships and the throngs of pirates aboard. His fists clenched tightly, emitting creaking sounds as he ordered the Navy to protect the Celestial Gold with full force and charge out. "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, Rear Admiral Squirrel looked at the incoming pirate ships with a heavy heart. After all, the Dragon S War pirate crew was now affiliated with the 5 emperors. The Haotian pirate crew, Such audacious attempts to seize the celestial gold could hardly be believed to lack the directive of the five emperors, Xia Hao. This escort mission for the celestial gold was proving to be exceedingly troublesome. General Wushu tightly gripped his saber, then tilted his head to glance at the extraordinarily tense naval soldiers behind him, speaking in a grave tone. Everyone, muster all your focus. We're not confronting mere pirates today. The Emperor of the Sea, Xia Hao, is a man who never adheres to conventional tactics. Aside from the Zhanlong pirate crew, remain vigilant for potential ambushes. Yes, General Wushu. The naval soldiers stood tall, gazing at General Wushu with utmost respect. Truly, he exemplified the steadiness befitting a commander. Ah, why the rush to depart? Esteemed friends from the world government and navy, the pirate crew passing through the Haotian Empire should not leave in such haste, lest outsiders believe our hospitality is lacking. Lockheed commanded his pirate ship to tighten its encirclement, gradually approaching the warship escorting the Tianshangjin, his dark eyes glimmering with a hint of crimson. Tianshangjin, what a fortuitous occurrence. I had long wished to alleviate the burdens of Lord Xia Hao, but lacked the opportunity. Now that treasure has appeared, how could I let this chance slip away? Lockheed smirked. However, esteemed guests of the Haotian Empire, the world government and the navy are at odds with pirates, so it would be prudent not to draw too close. Please allow our fleet to pass. The world government officials observed Lockheed with grave expressions, their demeanor tense, for they were perilously close to the territory of the Haotian Empire. What a pity, then. Very well, let your esteemed guest depart. Lockheed shrugged helplessly, raising his hand to signal passage. Witnessing this, both the world government officials and General Wushu wore expressions of disbelief. When had pirates become so accommodating? Moreover, this was a subordinate crew of the Emperor of the Sea. Wait, what does this mean? Did you not say we could leave? Just as the command to set sail was given, they found a Zhanlong pirate crew's fleet immobile, showing no intention of yielding. Indeed, you may leave, but these vessels and their cargo cannot. Lockheed raised a finger, gently shaking it in refusal. You scoundrel! Are you mocking me? Damn pirate trash! The world government official's face flushed with anger, infuriated that after such lengthy discourse, they were left with nothing. How crude! I did not expect such rudeness from the world government officials. It is most disappointing. You have 5 minutes to reconsider. Lockheed raised his hand, and the cannons aboard the surrounding pirate ships all elevated their barrels, targeting the warship escorting the Tianshangjin. How dare you? This is intolerable. The world government official cursed angrily, casting a deep glare at Lockheed before retrieving a specialized transponder snail from his pocket. Elders of the Five Stars. The warship transporting the Tianshangjin has been intercepted by pirates while passing the outskirts of Lord Xia Hao's territory. They are now demanding treasure. Abba Abba. In the holy land of Meridia, upon receiving the transponder snail's report, the five elders' expressions darkened, their faces resembling thunderous clouds. Once again, Xia Hao is stirring up trouble. Tianshangjin, has this rascal become addicted to plundering? What shall we do? Shall we declare war? The Haotian Empire once possessed 5,000 elite naval forces. Recklessly engaging in battle would lead to significant turmoil. Damn it, shall we do nothing? We're the peace negotiators. Have they not yet reached an agreement? Even Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom consented to this treaty. How can Xia Hao remain obstinate? Let them destroy the ships. As for the Tianshangjin, let Xia Hao retrieve it himself from the depths. That is a sound strategy. Issue the order. After deliberating, the five elders began commanding the world government officials transporting the Tianshangjin in a new world to take action. It would be preferable to destroy it than allow it to fall into the hands of Xia Hao. Yes, elders of the Five Stars. The world government official's demeanor immediately grew solemn as he summoned a soldier, whispering directives. Commander, are we truly to proceed in this manner? The soldier's face displayed disbelief and terror. Such an action had never occurred before. The world government is actively destroying the Tianshangjin. Indeed, commence the operation immediately. Go. The world government official urged urgently. Meanwhile, Fusite, the vice captain of the Zhanlong pirate crew, observed the murmuring world government personnel with a furrowed brow. Sensing something peculiar in their actions, it was decidedly abnormal. Brother, do you think the world government is up to something? Why not just attack? They are merely 200 naval soldiers. It would be a perfect opportunity to test our crew's training. Yes, you are right. After all, the 5 minutes are nearly up. Lockyer waved his hand, and 5 pirate ships simultaneously unleashed their cannons. A hailstorm of cannonballs raining upon the warship, escorting the Tianshang. Damn it. These pirates are breaking their promise. What happened to the 5 minutes? The world government officials watched as ominous cannonballs, laden with a palpable sense of crisis, hurtled towards them, their faces darkening with fury. Chafe. At this critical juncture, General Wushu moved, his figure flashing to appear above the world government warship. His saber drawn in an instant. He unleashed a flurry of sword energy in midair, severing the cannonballs in two, which then exploded on either side, sending powerful shockwaves that stirred the surrounding waters into towering waves, rocking the ships precariously. Many struggled to maintain their balance, clutching onto the railings for support. Interesting. General Wushu of the Navy headquarters, a master swordsman. It seems I have found a worthy opponent. Lockyer observed as General Wushu intercepted the cannonballs, activating his Zoan-type Iron Dragon beast form, a terrifying aura enveloping the surrounding sea for hundreds of meters. The invisible pressure weighing heavily upon the world government personnel and the Navy. Only General Wushu could withstand such formidable presence. The others were utterly helpless. Bring the ships closer. Charge! Lockyer's deep gaze sparkled with excitement as he shouted. Charge! We are seizing the Tianshang. This is my first time engaging in such a grand endeavor. Fear not. We have the backing of Lord Xia Hao. Yes, indeed. We too have our connections. Brothers, let me first transform into a battle rooster. Hee hee. If you play that way, I shall too. Zoan-type Golden Wolf. Oh, a cacophony of voices erupted as a group of Zoan-type Devil Fruit users began their transformations, their ferocious presence flooding towards the world government fleet. What is this? A ship full of Devil Fruit users. This is outrageous. How do we fight against such a monstrous force? The notion of an army of Zoan-type Devil Fruit users was already known to the Beast pirate crew. It was surprising that the Haotian pirate crew had completed this endeavor ahead of them. General Wushu was now astounded, realizing that such significant intelligence had eluded the Navy. The escort mission for the Tianshang was doomed to failure. Losing focus during battle is a grave sin, Navy. Lockyer's calm voice rang out beside General Wushu, as a razor-sharp blade descended upon him in an instant. General Wushu sensed a terrifying aura rushing towards him, a bead of cold sweat trickling down as he swiftly retreated, distancing himself from Lockyer. What a swift sword! General Wushu gasped in surprise, scrutinizing Lockyer, not expecting this man to be a swordsman as well. Ah, how remarkable indeed! Lockyer nodded in acknowledgement of General Wushu's prowess. Thus commenced a battle of equal might, with powerful shockwaves reverberating, creating a vast expanse around them. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Haotian pirate crew's Devil Fruit battalion advanced as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Neither the world government soldiers nor the elite of the Navy could stand against them. Amidst a chaotic frenzy of combat, the morale of the Haotian pirate crew soared as they engaged 10 foes at once, swiftly clearing a naval warship of all personnel, casting the Navy members overboard. 2 hours later, aside from General Wushu, who was desperately holding his ground, all those escorting the celestial gold had succumbed to the depths of the sea, leaving only their heads visible as they watched the 2 combatants on the world government's warship. Lockyer, wrap up the fight quickly. Do you intend to keep the captain waiting? A voice, belonging to a Xing, resonated from above. Just as Lockyer and General Wushu were locked in their fierce duel, a stern voice echoed from the sky. Upon hearing the arrival, Lockyer's heart trembled, and as he opened his mouth to explain, a Xing suddenly appeared between the two, swiftly unleashing a formidable wind blade that ensnared General Wushu in its assault. With a resounding explosion, the terrifying force sent General Wushu flying. In the next moment, the violent wind blade shattered a nearby naval warship, creating a deep whirlpool in the sea that consumed the debris. Master A. Xing, Lockyer exclaimed, gazing at the incapacitated General Wushu, then respectfully addressed a Xing with awe in his tone, recognizing the strength of a cadre from the 5 Emperor's pirate crew. "Let us depart," a Xing nodded, watching as all crew members returned to their original pirate ship, before raising his hand to obliterate another naval warship. Witnessing the Haotian pirate crew not only commandeering the warship laden with celestial gold, but also annihilating the remaining naval vessels, the expressions of all Navy and world government personnel turned grim. Yet, they could only watch the Haotian pirate crew's departure, for the weak possess no power of choice. On Mofi Island, XiaHao beheld Lakier and his party returning triumphantly, a smile gracing his face. Soon, after distributing 40% of the treasure to Lakier, the remaining 60% was deposited into the treasury of the Haotian Empire. Observing the substantial influx of treasure, XiaHao waved his hand, transferring everything into the system, subsequently purchasing 3 Zoan-type devil fruits and 2 Paramecia-type devil fruits, totaling expenditure of 1 billion berries. Beep. Host has achieved 100 billion consumption milestone. The system is upgrading. Estimated time, 7 days. Countdown begins. Finally an upgrade? XiaHao murmured to himself upon hearing the system's announcement. Without this upgrade, he felt his strength was stifled, making it arduous to achieve any qualitative enhancement. 7 days? I hope it brings a pleasant surprise. A week later, at Sabadi Archipelago. Oh, how enchanting this island is, filled with bubbles. How beautiful. Are these all formed by tree roots? Truly, this is the Grand Line, growing ever more intriguing. Sabadi Archipelago? Luffy, once we cross this, we shall enter the new world teeming with monsters, Zoro remarked, gazing at the wondrous island before them. Indeed, the new world. Luffy adjusted his straw hat, a faint smile gracing his lips. After such a long voyage, they were one step closer to the great treasure. Luffy, everyone, I won't be joining you in Shao Ba. The inhabitants of this island are not welcoming to us. A sweet voice resonated from the Going Merry, belonging to a mermaid named Cammy, whom Luffy's crew had rescued from a sea creature. Why? Luffy inquired, puzzled. Because this island is rife with human traffickers, and mermaids are their prized commodities. If I am discovered, it would attract throngs of traffickers seeking to seize me. A small starfish, Papagoo, chimed in, his tone earnest and grave. Is that so? What should we do? Perhaps we could disguise her? Nami pondered before a brilliant idea struck her. As long as no one can tell Cammy is a mermaid, we'll be fine. Papagoo, rest assured, we will protect Cammy. Really? I can go to the island too? I've heard there are many fun things there, and I've never been before, Cammy said, her head down, fingers intertwining in excitement. Of course, Cammy-san, I will protect you, Sanji proclaimed, swirling around her with enthusiasm. Thank you, Mr. Sanji. Hee, Maina, hurry and help Cammy with the disguise. We must set off soon. Luffy urged, his impatience evident, only to be met with a piercing glance from Maina, causing him to pout and whistle, squatting down to draw circles on the ground. Half an hour later, Cammy's disguise was complete, and the Straw Hat Pirates joyfully advanced towards the center of Sabadi Archipelago, oblivious to a sinister figure lurking in a shadowy corner, closely observing their every move. Meanwhile, in the chaotic district of Sabadi Archipelago, a gathering of pirates convened, a haven for all criminals. Today, alongside Luffy, the new generation of pirates branded as the worst generation congregated, all awaiting the opportune moment to enter the new world. At the amusement park of Sabadi Archipelago, Cammy gleefully bounced about, her eyes sparkling with desire for the attractive attractions. As a gentleman, Sanji was intent on purchasing 2 tickets. However, scarcely had he departed when 2 burly men with sacks appeared behind Cammy, surveying the area before swiftly ensnaring her in the sack and whisking her away. As for Papagoo, a mere starfish, lacking any combat prowess, was kicked aside, helplessly watching as Cammy was taken. Cammy, what has happened? Where is Miss Cammy? Sanji returned, tickets in hand, his joy swiftly dissipating as he noticed the absence of Cammy and the distraught Papagoo. His expression darkened, and an ominous suspicion arose within him. Cammy had been captured. Wah, it's all my fault. I couldn't protect her. Papagoo wailed, tears streaming down his face. Calm down. We must urgently locate where Cammy was taken and rescue her, Sanji declared, furrowing his brow and speaking with gravity. Then, Sanji retrieved a din-din mushie from his pocket, relaying the information to Luffy and the others. Soon, all had gathered at Sanji's location. Cammy has been taken. It must be those despicable traffickers. What should we do? There are so many of them. How can we possibly find Cammy? Chopper, can you scent Cammy's trail? Yes, but the scent is faint. I'm uncertain if I can track it. Chopper nodded earnestly before speaking. Let's hurry. Cammy has undoubtedly been taken by the traffickers. If we delay, she may be sold as merchandise. Upon hearing this, a chill ran through the hearts of the Straw Hat Pirates as they immediately began searching for Cammy. Meanwhile, Cammy had already been transported to the auction center on Sabeti Archipelago by the traffickers. In a new world on Mofi Island, Xia Hao eagerly awaited the completion of the system's countdown, anticipating the end of the upgrade, for it was the only chance to elevate his strength to new heights. Beep. System update complete. Would you like to open the upgrade gift package? Open. Xia Hao rubbed his hands together, his face alight with anticipation as he fixated on the grand gift box before him, hoping that Lady Luck would smile upon him today and bestow him with splendid treasures. A chime echoed, announcing, "Congratulations, host, you have obtained Lu Rin Ruo Hua." Another chime followed, "Congratulations, host, you have acquired Su Kong Pao 5. Then came another, "Congratulations, host, you have received the nature-type Earth Fruit." And yet another, "Congratulations, host, you have gained the skill Lightning 5-fold slash." The cascade of chimes brought forth a radiant smile upon Xia Hao's visage, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum. At the moment he heard the rewards, he was nearly propelled into the air with joy. It was a rarity for the system to be this generous, and these items were indeed filled with earnest promise. Lu Run Ruo Hua had the power to unleash torrents of flames to engulf enemies, potentially causing explosive destruction. It was precisely what Xia Hao had been lacking, a reliable weapon, and the emergence of Lu Ren Ruo Hua rectified that deficiency. As for Su Kong Pao, the description indicated it could be installed on a turret in the void, facilitating attacks from every angle by harnessing the energies of the void to form an energy cannon capable of immense power, even capable of obliterating a mountain if unleashed without restraint. Perfect, just right for a turret on an island. Xia Hao nodded enthusiastically, and then, glancing at the skill card in his hand, he clicked to use it, and a new sword technique materialized in his mind. Regarding the nature-type Devil Fruit, Xia Hao simply stored it away, deciding to wait for the luck of the Haotian pirate group to determine when it would be used. Xia Hao gathered all his upgrade items and turned his attention to the system's marketplace page, only to find that no new features had emerged. However, in the lower right corner, a progress bar had appeared, consumption progress. If he could accumulate 1 trillion berries in his next expenditure, he would unlock new upgrade rewards. Additionally, the store had added new merchandise, including various blueprints for warships, cannons, devil fruits, and weaponry, all at exorbitant prices. Xia Hao shrugged, undeterred. After all, acquiring 1 trillion berries was no simple feat unless he were to seize treasures from the celestial dragon's sacred grounds. He was uncertain how long it would take to upgrade solely from toll fees and minor treasures. On Sabeti Archipelago, after a tense search, Luffy and his crew finally learned of Cammy's capture at the auction house. They initially intended to storm in with brute force, but Nami intervened, as they had gathered sufficient intelligence during their prolonged stay on the island. Due to its unique geographical location, Sabeti Archipelago was divided into numerous zones, some even garrisoned with Navy troops to ensure the island's stable operation. Most importantly, this island frequently hosted auctions attended by the celestial dragons. "Nami, don't stop me. I'm going to rescue Cammy," Luffy shouted. "No, the power dynamics on this island are intricate. A rash move would only invite the Navy's pursuit and scrutiny. Since it's an auction, let us use money to negotiate," Nami reasoned, having accumulated a fair amount of treasure during their voyages, pondering how much could be bid for a single individual. An auction? Then let us hurry. At auction house number 1, everyone had taken their seats. Just as the attendees assumed the auction was about to commence, the host on the stage cast a mysterious and respectful glance toward the entrance. At that moment, 3 individuals, a pair of men and a woman, donned in white garments and boasting bubble hairstyles, entered. They were celestial dragons, exuding an air of arrogance as they descended the staircase, guided to the most esteemed position at the front of the auction house. The appearance of the celestial dragons rendered the nobles present silent with fear. Many noble women cowered into their male companions' arms, terrified of what the celestial dragons might do. After all, they were regarded as the descendants of the creators. Should they desire something, no one would dare refuse. Provoking a celestial dragon meant opposing the world government and the navy, leading to pursuit by the highest-ranking navy admirals. "Shall we commence?" the auction house owner asked with a sycophantic tone. Indeed, the celestial dragon Roswell nodded, granting permission to begin. The auction officially commenced, with items ranging from jewelry to slaves presented on the stage. The audience gazed in awe at the precious items, initially hesitant to bid due to the celestial dragon's presence. However, upon realizing that the celestial dragons showed no interest in competing, the crowd erupted into a bidding frenzy. "Now, behold the most precious item of this auction," the auctioneer exclaimed excitedly, gesturing as several guards wheeled a massive object covered in red cloth onto the stage. Under the eager gazes of the audience, the auctioneer wasted no time in unveiling the red cloth, revealing a large fish tank containing the mermaid Cammy. The sight of the mermaid sent the crowd into a frenzy. After all, she was a mermaid. "Ladies and gentlemen, the starting bid is 10 million, the auctioneer announced. Nami gripped her paddle tightly, her heart racing with anxiety as she prepared to bid. Having witnessed Cammy's appearance and the frenzy it incited among the others, Nami felt a twinge of desperation, knowing she was surrounded by nobles from various nations. Yet, for the sake of friendship, Nami was willing to spend all her savings. Just as Nami was about to raise her paddle, the celestial dragon at the front spoke up. 500 million. A thunderous gasp resonated throughout the room, the figure of 500 million echoing in their minds, a staggering amount to bid for a single mermaid. The audacity of such wealth was astounding. 500 million. The Straw Hat Pirates and their companions fell into a stunned silence. Such a bounty was beyond their means, even if they sold the entire crew. "Damn it. Money doesn't mean everything. I'll snatch Cammy away right now," Luffy declared, rolling up his sleeves in preparation for action, but he was halted by the fishman, Xiao Ba, who understood the dire consequences of opposing a celestial dragon. "Straw Hat, you can't go. That's a celestial dragon," Xiao Ba urged, attempting to restrain Luffy from causing a scene. In his fury, Luffy disregarded Xiao Ba's warning, forcefully pushing him aside, inadvertently causing Xiao Ba to stumble on the stairs of the auction house. At that moment, Xiao Ba's tentacles emerged from his clothing, prompting a startled reaction from the crowd. "What is that? Get out of here, fishman! Hurry up and leave!" Xiao Ba, hearing the crowd's derisive remarks, lowered his head, unwilling to argue, only wishing to rescue Cammy and exit. "A fishman!" The celestial dragon Charos raised his voice, standing up from his seat and approaching Xiao Ba, brandishing a pistol and pulling the trigger without hesitation. The sound of gunfire rang out, followed by the sight of blood. Xiao Ba collapsed to the ground, and instead of sympathy, the surrounding crowd erupted in laughter, some even covering their noses in disgust, fearful of contagion. "Xiao Ba!" Luffy shouted, rushing to Xiao Ba's side. Concern etched across his face. Meanwhile, Charo showed no signs of intimidation towards Luffy's fury, instead raising his pistol to threaten him away. "Despicable!" Luffy glared at Charos, his fist clenched tightly. "What kind of gaze is that? You wretched scoundrel!" The gaze of St. Charlos was momentarily startled by Luffy's fierce determination. Yet, his anger quickly surged, prompting him to draw his weapon and prepare to shoot Luffy, for no one dared to treat him in such a manner. However, before he could pull the trigger, Luffy swiftly dashed forward, delivering a powerful blow with a fist the size of a sandbag, sending the rotund figure of St. Charlos crashing to the ground, utterly defeated and breathless. The celestial dragon had been struck. Panic ensued among the onlookers. As they realized the implications of such an act, the Marines would undoubtedly retaliate. This ruffian was indeed as reckless as the rumor suggested. In the back of the auction house, Trafalgar Law calmly remarked, even though the trajectory of his youth had altered Trafalgar Law had ultimately set sail. How intriguing, Kid observed, casting a penetrating glance at Luffy. In an instant, chaos erupted within the auction house. The auction house on Sabeti Archipelago was engulfed in unprecedented turmoil and frenzy, as the Straw Hat Youth Luffy had struck down a celestial dragon. This news spread like wildfire, plunging the island into peril. For the world government and the Marine headquarters were left in shock. Marshal Sengoku quickly dispatched Admiral Kizaru to the scene, determined to provide an explanation to the world government. For the celestial dragons were a troublesome lot. One Sengoku could hardly manage. The reckless nature of Monkey D. Luffy truly mirrored that of his impudent grandfather. Gulpu, are you still able to enjoy yourself? Sengoku sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Yet, as a justice-driven Marine, he would not allow personal feelings to intervene. Once one chose the path of piracy, one must bear the corresponding consequences. Meanwhile, aboard the dog-headed battleship in the East Blue, Garp, indulging in donuts, instinctively sneezed, rubbed his nose, and furrowed his brow, wondering if that rascal was once again bothering him. On the deck of the dog-headed battleship, the Buggy pirates had been entirely captured by Garp. The moment Buggy laid eyes on Garp, he had no will to resist and attempted to flee. However, Garp's hand obliterated the pirate ship's cannonballs, leading Buggy to surrender outright. War? That is utterly out of the question. Although Buggy's fragmented devil fruit powers could potentially collapse the surrounding space and split an entire ship, he lacked the confidence to face Garp. Moreover, should a battle ensue, his abilities would be measured, and he risked being imprisoned in the lower levels of Impel Down, which was not Buggy's desire. On the contrary, over the years, the Buggy pirates had primarily focused on treasure hunting rather than pillaging, thus even if captured, his low bounty would ensure he was confined only to the first level of Impel Down, where the notorious strongmen of the New World resided. What misfortune! Why must a Marine hero Garp appear here? Buggy thought, utterly speechless. He could not believe that despite his efforts to remain low-key, he had drawn attention. Fortunately, Garp seemed oblivious to his past as an intern with the Roger Pirates. Thus, there remained a chance for redemption. Should he exploit a moment of negligence to escape using his devil fruit abilities, which he had now refined to a minuscule level? On Sabeti Archipelago, Admiral Kizaru, dissatisfied with the slowness of the warship, had already arrived using his devil fruit powers, and upon landing, he encountered a gathering of supernovas, including the magician Hawkins, the bizarre monk Urich, the sea singer Apu, and the red flag Drake. Oh, I didn't expect to see such formidable individuals upon arrival, Kizaru exclaimed dramatically, surveying the supernovas before him. The sudden appearance of Admiral Kizaru startled Hawkins and his companions, amplifying their anxiety, for this was the strongest force of the Marines, and they could not ascertain whether they would escape alive. An admiral, how interesting. Let me see what you've got, Urich declared, rolling his neck and flexing his wrists. Charging at Kizaru like a small tank, he launched a hefty fist aimed directly at Kizaru's cheek. Yet Kizaru, being light itself, effortlessly evaded Urich's attack, delivering a swift kick that sent Urich crashing into a nearby building, whereupon he coughed up blood. You didn't dodge? Do you underestimate me? Kizaru taunted, having repelled Urich. He then swiftly appeared before Hawkins, who remained unfazed as he fiddled with his magic cards. Frowning, Kizaru raised his glimmering right foot and executed a kick. Unable to withstand the impact, Hawkins was similarly sent flying. Kizaru reappeared before the struggling Hawkins, lightly lifted a finger, and concentrated powerful light energy at its tip, unleashing a terrifying laser that pierced through Hawkins' body. Just as Kizaru prepared to turn his attention to the other supernovas, a straw doll fell from Hawkins' body, startling his crew members. In an instant, one pirate clutched his chest and collapsed, lifeless. A devil fruit ability? Such an intriguing power, Kizaru mused, observing Hawkins with interest, before continuing to unleash laser beams that battered Hawkins' form, causing more straw dolls to emerge. The crew members of Hawkins watched in horror as one by one, they fell, sacrificing themselves to absorb the damage. In mere moments, over 10 bodies lay scattered on the ground, each a casualty of Hawkins' protective abilities. As Kizaru prepared to attack once more, Drake transformed into his full beast form, lunging at Kizaru with a massive maw. Yet, he found himself biting only light. The luminous form reassembled beside him, and Kizaru retaliated with a swift kick that sent Drake crashing into a nearby building, creating a massive hole in its structure. Here we go. Just as Kizaru was about to continue his assault, a voice rang out from the rooftop. Apu had arrived. Kizaru turned perplexed. Suddenly, an explosion erupted, severing Kizaru's tall frame in half as the shockwave knocked him off balance. Seeing the attack land, Apu sprang into action, realizing that the Marines' might could not be vanquished by a mere explosion. He merely aimed to assist his fellow supernovas in holding on a little longer. For if they were all captured, he would not escape either. However, in the split second that Kizaru fell, his lower body transformed into countless specks of light, reassembling seamlessly. The next moment, Kizaru vanished, only to reappear beside the fleeing Apu. Young man, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Speed is power. Kizaru's calm voice echoed in Apu's ears, seemingly unfazed by the astonished expression that could have fit a duck egg. Apu was sent reeling from a kick, crashing heavily to the ground. In a flash, all 4 supernovas lay defeated. At that moment, a phone bug in Kizaru's pocket began to ring. He rummaged through the small pocket until he finally retrieved the correct phone bug. Hello, old man. We've spotted the Straw Hat crew. The pacifists are in the midst of a capture operation. A resonant voice emanated from the telephone bug, causing Huang Yuan to instinctively cup his ears. Understood. I'm on my way. Upon hearing this, Huang Yuan cast a glance at the surrounding Navy personnel, signaling them to seize the nearby supernovas, while he himself transformed into light and vanished from sight. His destination remained the location of the Straw Hat crew, as this operation stemmed from the incident involving the Celestial Dragons being assaulted. Lu Fei, Sanji exclaimed, witnessing Lu Fei being obstructed by a corpulent individual. His frustration mounted, as Lu Fei, wielding the power of Haki, was a trump card of the Straw Hat Pirates. With him restrained, the remaining crew faced immense pressure from the approaching pacifists. One pacifist alone was enough to render the rest of the crew helpless, and the terrifying laser emanating from his palm instilled fear, marking the greatest challenge they had encountered since setting sail. Everyone disperse, Lu Fei commanded, observing the man before him who matched his strength. His expression grew grave. He hadn't anticipated that as they approached the new world, Haki would become the standard for entry. However, just as his orders left his lips, a dazzling light burst forth from above, and General Huang Yuan made a dramatic entrance between the Straw Hat Pirates and the pacifists. His gaze swept the area, landing on the pirate hunter Zoro and the demon Wind Sanji, engaged in combat with the pacifist. In an instant, he appeared behind them, an intense sense of danger surging through their 6 senses, prompting both Zoro and Sanji to instinctively retreat a step. Simultaneously, Huang Yuan unleashed a beam of light between the two, obliterating a distant hill into countless fragments, which exploded outward with a resounding crash. Cold sweat trickled down Zoro and Sanji's cheeks as they narrowly escaped the brink of death. When they turned to face Huang Yuan, the unsettling expression on his face filled them with dread as they sensed an unfathomable aura emanating from him. Exchanging glances, they resolved to fight. After all, if they could not prevail, the rest of the crew would be of no help. Three-sword style, onigiri. Zoro did not underestimate General Huang Yuan and launched a powerful attack with his three-sword technique. Simultaneously, he focused his spirit and employed Haki, drawing Huang Yuan's contemplative gaze. For few in the first half of the Grand Line were aware of Haki's existence. Interesting, Huang Yuan remarked, finally displaying a hint of seriousness on his otherwise indifferent face, albeit just a hint. With a slight lift of his leg, he engaged Zoro's 3 swords with his own Haki-imbued long leg, delivering a crushing blow that sent Zoro sprawling to the ground. The overwhelming force rendered Zoro unable to resist, causing him to spit blood, as if his entire body were on the verge of being crushed. Green-haired fool, Sanji, witnessing Zoro's defeat, was engulfed in fury. He rapidly spun, igniting one of his legs with scorching flames, and charged towards Huang Yuan, who was poised to deliver a finishing blow to Zoro. However, his fiery kick passed right through Huang Yuan's body without inflicting any damage. Damn it, Sanji exclaimed, panic evident on his face, realizing that without Haki, he could not cause harm. In an instant, the Straw Hat Pirates found themselves in an unprecedented crisis, struggling against the formidable pacifists under General Huang Yuan's command. Just as despair began to take hold, a white-haired man suddenly appeared from the side, wielding a long sword, and struck down towards Huang Yuan. Alerted, Huang Yuan swiftly elementalized to evade the attack, recognizing the threat posed by the newcomer. Dark King Rayleigh, Huang Yuan exclaimed, furrowing his brow in confusion at the appearance of the retired veteran. However, now that he had intervened, certain matters could be clarified. Meanwhile, the injured Zoro was swiftly carried away by Sanji and the others, as defeating the pacifists was crucial for the Straw Hat crew to escape the island. On a remote island in the Grand Line, an unprecedented battle was about to erupt as Fire Fist Ace confronted the traitor of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marshal D. Teach. After a brief exchange, negotiations fell apart. Yet, undeterred by the overwhelming numbers of Teach's crew, Ace unleashed a torrent of flames, radiating from his very being, causing Teach and his men to grimace at the unbearable heat. Suddenly, a bullet shot from the sniper of the Blackbeard Pirates struck Ace. However, thanks to his observation Haki and the elemental powers of his Logia fruit, the bullet passed right through him without effect. Fire Fist, Ace shouted, launching a massive fiery fist toward the Blackbeard Pirates, enveloping Marshal D. Teach in a blaze of flames, which was met with agonized screams from within. However, as members of Teach's crew, they were formidable fighters and quickly escaped the inferno, their eyes filled with murderous intent. The battle was imminent. The fiery red flames of the Mera Mera Nomi clashed violently against the dark domain of the Yami Yami Nomi, the explosive energy forcing the Blackbeard crew to retreat a few steps, their excitement palpable as they beheld the two combatants. Ace had mastered Haki to an exceptional degree, so even when faced with Teach's powers that countered other devil fruits, he quickly composed himself, ready to engage in battle. Thus, the fierce conflict raged for 3 days and nights, culminating in the capture of Ace by the Blackbeard Pirates, who suffered the loss of 2 of their officers in the process. A week later, news of Fire Fist Ace's capture by the Navy spread throughout the world, creating an invisible storm. The usually calm visage of Whitebeard, Newgate, revealed a flicker of anger and helplessness upon receiving the news. If only he had been more forceful. Ace might never have set sail. If Ace had not ventured out, he would not have been captured by the Navy. What? Fire Fist Ace has been captured and is to be publicly executed at Marine Headquarters, Marineford, in 7 days? The pirates of the New World reacted with varying expressions upon reading the news in the papers. Ace had been captured by the Navy. When did this happen? On Mafe Island, Xia Hao, upon hearing Marco's voice through the telephone bug, spoke in astonishment. He never imagined that despite the twists and turns, history remained unchanged. Even with Ace having learned to wield Haki, the outcome was the same. Was fate unchangeable? XiaHao shook his head, for as a young man of the new era, he believed that one's destiny lay in their own hands, not dictated by the heavens. With Ace's capture, it seemed the war at the top was indeed inevitable. Returning to the days leading up to Ace's capture, at Marine Headquarters in Marineford, the Navy High Command, led by Admiral Sengoku, convened to discuss maintaining the balance of the 3 great powers, as one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, had been defeated by the Straw Hat Kid, Lu Fei, resulting in a vacancy that needed to be filled urgently. In the conference room, a bored Navy officer suddenly approached another, seizing him by the neck with a powerful grip, tightening it as his victim's face flushed red. Hey, what are you doing? This is a meeting room, not a playground. Release me at once. This is not the time for jest. No, it is not my doing. My hands are beyond my control. Trust me. The naval officer, who initiated the attack, vehemently shook his head in denial. This was indeed not an action he wished to undertake, and despite his struggles, he remained unsuccessful. As the two continued their playful antics, the Shichibukai made their entrance. At that moment, the attacking naval forces suddenly recalled something and turned to the Shichibukai, Don Quixote da Flamingo, exclaiming loudly, "Da Flamingo, is this your doing? Release me at once. Ha ha, let's commence this tedious meeting." Doflamingo raised his hand and flicked his fingers twice, and the previously unarmed naval officer suddenly drew his blade from his waist and lunged toward another naval officer. Witnessing this, the targeted officer hastily defended himself with his weapon. The clamor grew louder, and the vice admiral of the naval headquarters, Sru, looked up at the chaotic scene before her with a weary expression. Just then, a booming voice resonated from the entrance, as a robust and formidable man stood before the crowd. "Cease this ruckus. Are you here to hold a meeting or engage in combat? How inconsiderate. Not even greeting you rabble from the sea." Sengoku halted the farce and turned his gaze to Doflamingo. "Ha ha ha. I shall take that as a compliment. Admiral Sengoku." Doflamingo responded with an indifferent smile. "I never expected two of the Shichibukai to attend. Such an astonishing attendance rate. Were it not for the successful development of my island's infrastructure, I would not have had the time to come. Ah, congratulations are in order. However, the better your band of pirates fares, the more trouble we, the Navy, shall encounter," Sengoku remarked bluntly, acknowledging Doflamingo's words. The existence of the Shichibukai system serves as a facade of protection for these formidable pirates, fostering a cooperative relationship with the Navy. It appears no one else shall arrive. Let us begin. Sengoku glanced at Doflamingo and Bartholomew Kuma before speaking in a neutral tone. Just as Sengoku concluded his statement, footsteps echoed from the entrance, heralding a new arrival. After listening to an endless stream of nonsense, I began to doubt I had come to the right place. If the naval headquarters and the Shichibukai maintain a hostile stance, then this meeting is unnecessary. "Hawkeye," a naval officer exclaimed in astonishment within the conference room. "After all, the title of the world's greatest swordsman is truly daunting. Could it be? I never thought the least likely individual to attend would show up." Doflamingo was equally taken aback by the appearance of Dracul Mihawk. Clearly, Admiral Sengoku was also surprised. "I am merely here to observe, as I have a keen interest in a certain pirate you are discussing," Mihawk stated calmly as he approached the conference table. "Is that so? Then let us continue the meeting." Upon hearing Mihawk's words, Sengoku appeared contemplative before resuming his role as the meeting's moderator. Half an hour passed, yet there remained no suitable candidates for the newly appointed Shichibukai. Few formidable pirates are willing to collaborate with the Navy, creating an unnecessary constraint. Ladies and gentlemen, since we have debated for so long without finding a suitable candidate, I propose that our captain, Teach, is fit for this role. A chilling voice resonated from the window, and upon seeing the unexpected individual, Admiral Sengoku and the others furrowed their brows, astonished that an outsider could so easily breach the naval headquarters. "It seems we need to bolster our security." "Lafitte," a naval officer exclaimed in surprise. "Ah, what an honor it is that someone remembers my nickname. The notorious enforcer from the West Blue, expelled from the nation for excessive violence. Blackbeard Teach? I have not heard of this name." Sengoku shook his head, for Teach currently lacked any significant reputation. "You must understand that an obscure individual cannot intimidate other pirates." "Ha ha ha. Our captain may not possess a formidable reputation at present, but that will soon change. Moreover, if the naval headquarters agrees to appoint our captain as a Shichibukai, the Blackbeard pirates will present a grand gift. We have a detailed plan. Please grant us a moment," Lafitte declared confidently, a smile gracing his face as his cane twirled in his grasp. "Ha ha ha. This is intriguing, Admiral Sengoku. Why not allow him to make an attempt?" Doflamingo expressed interest in Lafitte's audacious demeanor, suggesting it to Sengoku. "Very well, but time will be limited." After pondering for a moment, Sengoku frowned and acquiesced to the request. "Thank you very much." Lafitte bowed slightly before departing with an expression of indifference. Throughout, he remained unperturbed in the presence of renowned figures like Sengoku, embodying the essence of a man. Returning to the present, the naval headquarters was abuzz with the news of the Blackbeard pirates successfully capturing Ace. As previously agreed upon, the newly appointed Shichibukai was claimed by Blackbeard Teach. A tempest was brewing. The news of Ace's capture sent the Whitebeard pirates into a frenzy. At this moment, aboard the Moby Dick, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, was urgently rallying all available forces. "No one shall harm my family. This is the unwavering belief of the Whitebeard pirates. Father, all the captains of the subordinate pirate crews have assembled, and they all agree to rescue Ace. Marco quietly remarked, observing the slightly somber expression of his father, Whitebeard. I understand. Public execution. Sengoku, after all these years, you are still so treacherous. Nevertheless, even if it is a den of tigers and dragons, I, Edward Newgate, shall venture forth. For you have taken my beloved son. Even the naval headquarters must pay the price for this. Whitebeard gazed skyward, recalling the moments of the past few years. He firmly believed that Ace would one day inherit his will and perhaps even discover the One Piece, becoming the next pirate king. However, with Ace now captured, the flames of rage within him could not be quelled. Feeling the surge of power within, Whitebeard was grateful that he had allowed the young man, Xia Hao, to heal him. Otherwise, facing Sengoku and Garp while burdened with hidden injuries would have been insurmountable. Indeed, this is a rescue mission. Whitebeard never believed he could single-handedly obliterate the naval headquarters. That is unrealistic, but as long as Ace is rescued, it will be a success. To Whitebeard, Ace represents the future. Marco, contact Xia Hao and inform him that I require his assistance. After contemplating for a moment, Whitebeard instructed Marco, a man who has always prided himself on strength, to lower his head for the first time in humility for Ace. Father, Marco looked at Whitebeard in astonishment, his mouth agape as he struggled to find words. Hurry, time is of the essence. Do not waste a moment. I know what you wish to say, but my pride pales in comparison to your lives. Whitebeard interrupted Marco's impending words, gesturing for him to act swiftly. Understood, father. A warm current flowed through Marco's heart. This was the man they chose to follow, their father, Edward Newgate, a man willing to forsake everything for his family. Buzz. On Mafe Island, Xia Hao, deep in thought over Ace's capture, heard the ringing of the den mushy beside him. He raised his hand to answer the call. Xia Hao, this is Marco. Ah, Marco, what a rare visitor. You actually called me. What's the matter? Do you wish to join the Haotian pirate crew? Xia Hao remarked in a calm tone upon hearing Marco's voice. On the other end of the call, Marco appeared speechless. Why did both Shanks and Xia Hao have a penchant for recruiting others? After all, he was the captain of the first division of the Whitebeard pirates. Not going. Ah, what a pity. Coughing slightly, Marco continued, this call is not merely a nostalgic chat. Rather, I have a favor to ask of you. Therefore, I would appreciate it if you could come over in person. Marco spoke with utmost seriousness and respect, an unprecedented tone since he set sail. Oh, I understand. Uncle Whitebeard needs my assistance. Naturally, that is no problem. I shall arrive shortly. Xia Hao replied before hanging up the phone. Shortly, Marco glanced at Whitebeard, who had been eavesdropping, and shrugged. Murphy Island was quite distant from the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Even sailing non-stop would take 3 days. However, just as Marco was engulfed in confusion, on Murphy Island, Xia Hao took 3 minutes to succinctly discuss the anticipated events and the preparations required by the Haotian pirate crew, then vanished from sight, disappearing as if swallowed by the void. Is Fire Fist Ace captured? It seems the new world will soon be bustling. Xing exclaimed excitedly. For chaos was the perfect opportunity for the Haotian pirate crew to swiftly develop and reclaim or drive away the surrounding pirates. It's a tumultuous season. We must enhance our vigilance. If the Whitebeard pirates truly engage in battle with the Navy, the captain will undoubtedly assist them. Let's not forget, Ace is like half a disciple to him. Meng Shan shot a glance at Xing, pouting. Cough, Meng Shan, what kind of look is that? Ace and I have a solid relationship, but deploying 2 Emperor-level pirate crews would plunge the world into utter chaos. Moreover, I believe that even if he helps, the captain won't personally intervene. Xing retorted, unable to withstand Meng Shan's gaze. Just as well. I still quite like that kid, Ace. Meng Shan nodded earnestly. Rest assured, the captain just instructed me to expedite the production of controllable bombs. He seems to wish to support the Whitebeard pirates. D-Dady chimed in at that moment. Oh, it seems that way. Meng Shan and Xing exchanged glances. Well, during this period, I shall also explore the special effects medicine. Coincidentally, Xia Hao has provided me with a new research direction that I have long wished to try, Cully said with a smile. Are you referring to the captain's cells? Xing suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, Yes, it's wonderful to have new progress. Let's validate the efficacy of the medicine through this war. Kali nodded enthusiastically, utterly absorbed in this new research direction, especially after witnessing the extraordinary vitality of Xia Hao cells. She felt that her captain was practically invincible. She had once injected the cells into a mouse, which grew 5 to 6 times its original size within an hour, exhibiting terrifying combat and recovery abilities. However, the mouse could not withstand the invasion of Xia Hao cells and ultimately transformed into a small sapling, now planted in the small garden behind her room. On board the Moby Dick, Marco was preparing to deploy a battle plan when he suddenly sensed a terrifying and domineering force approaching at high speed. In a blink of an eye, Xia Hao materialized before him. Xia Hao. Marco was left astounded, and Whitebeard Newgate's expression also shifted, for Xia Hao's speed had been astonishing, as if he had emerged from a void. Ah, Marco, why are you gaping like that? Do you wish to devour someone? Xia Hao said, waving his hand at the astonished Marco. How could you arrive so quickly? Quick. It's not bad, but as a man, I dislike being referred to as fast. Cough. You rascal. Marco instantly understood, a hint of blush gracing his cheeks. All right, I acknowledge your stamina. Xia Hao, I require your assistance this time. Whitebeard interjected, redirecting the conversation. Assistance is possible, but payment is required. You have always been greedy, haven't you? Money is not an issue. Moreover, I heard from Ace that his hockey was taught by you. Therefore, I find it hard to believe that you are unaware of his identity. As the son of that man, you should lend a hand. After all, it was he who saved your life. Whitebeard regarded Xia Hao, who wore a financial-minded expression, and readily agreed. However, he quickly played the emotional card. Xia Hao, you cannot refuse this favor. Whitebeard Newgate smiled at Xia Hao, for over the years of combat, he had grown quite familiar with Xia Hao's character. He valued emotions and camaraderie, exhibiting gratitude and a sense of loyalty. It is hard to imagine such qualities existing in a pirate, yet they were indeed embodied by Xia Hao, an anomaly. This was one of the reasons Whitebeard was willing to lower his stance and seek Xia Hao's assistance, for they shared many similarities. All right, you have bested me. Truly, Xia Hao remarked with exasperation at the sight of Whitebeard Newgate, known as the world's strongest man, behaving in such a manner. To the outside world, both Roger and Whitebeard were formidable, domineering figures. Yet, in the presence of those familiar with them, they occasionally let loose and engaged in humorous antics typical of ordinary individuals. Well then, I have heard that the Haotian pirate crew possesses a bomb maker whose creations surpass ordinary explosives. I do not require many. Just around 1,000 or 1,800 would suffice. Also, regarding that wood of heart from the last treatment, I would like around 100 of those. I won't complain if they are few. Whitebeard Newgate pondered thoughtfully, then began to enumerate the items known to be produced by the Haotian pirate crew. Though not typically needed, these would be essential in the event of war and would serve as effective weapons against ordinary Navy soldiers. Cough, Uncle Whitebeard, what are you thinking? There's simply not that much stock available. In just a few days, even if my crew were to work themselves to the bone, they couldn't fulfill such a demand. The maximum for bombs is 500, and for the wood of heart, only 10 at most, creating that is no easy task. Xia Hao replied, rolling his eyes at Whitebeard Newgate's exorbitant requests. Who said this old man was proud? Just look at him now, acting like a complete miser. Deal. Upon hearing Xia Hao's response, Whitebeard Newgate promptly agreed, fearing that Xia Hao might change his mind. Though they spoke casually, it was common knowledge that this war was initiated by the Navy headquarters targeting the Whitebeard pirates. Ever since Captain Roger ushered in the era of great pirates, the seas had been inundated with pirates behaving recklessly, resulting in poor security. In the eyes of ordinary people, pirates were synonymous with evil. If this public execution of Ace could establish dominance, it would significantly diminish the pirate menace for a long time. Thus, rescuing Ace was justified. Yet one must proceed with caution and meticulous planning. If possible, after rescuing Ace, they should swiftly depart from Marineford. Xia Hao observed Whitebeard Newgate and Marco, sharing much with them. As for the possibility of Whitebeard being betrayed by his own son, Xia Hao refrained from mentioning it. It was merely a minor wound. Even if Whitebeard were injured, the Wood of Heart could fully heal him. Most importantly, although Xia Hao shared a good rapport with Whitebeard, he was reluctant to speak ill of his son, for Whitebeard would certainly not approve. However, this matter could be brought up with Marco. After all, Mark focused solely on Baihuzi Nuguite, believing that informing him could avert any potential betrayal. In 4 days, I will arrange for someone to deliver the message. There is still time. XiaHao slowly rose to his feet and addressed Baihuzi. The news from the world government and the Navy indicated that Ace's execution was scheduled for a week later. Understood. Let us drink together the next time we meet. Uncle Baihuzi. XiaHao waved his hand and approached Mark, giving him a pat on the shoulder and slipping a small note into his pocket before completely vanishing from the Moba Dike. Mark, having observed XiaHao's discreet actions, placed his right hand into his pocket and felt the small note. Retreating to a corner, he retrieved it, and the words that met his gaze caused his pupils to dilate in shock, disbelief washing over him. This cannot be, Mark muttered to himself. Yet he took the matter to heart. He recalled how, years prior, XiaHao had warned him, but his failure to persist led to that scoundrel TKS betrayal. Had he held firm then, perhaps Ace would not have been captured, and the war could have been averted. This time, I shall not allow any misfortune to occur. Mark clenched his fists, his resolve unwavering as he spoke. In the New World, on Jiosha Island, XiaHao's intrusion spared Hancock from bearing the mark of a celestial dragon slave, freeing her back from the stigma. Meanwhile, Lu Fei, who had been sent flying by Bartholomew Kuma in Shangbodi Islands, was deprived of his usual privileges. However, during the battle, he had managed to save Hancock's sister, which spared her from harboring murderous intent. Yet, at this moment, Lu Fei's strength was insufficient to overcome Hancock, and he found himself imprisoned, having gone a day without food. Who goes there? Hancock, seated upon her throne, suddenly sensed a formidable aura approaching, her brows furrowing in irritation as a flicker of anger crossed her stunning visage. She gazed into the sky, astonished to see the once delicate and charming young girl transformed into the domineering pirate empress of Jiosha Island. XiaHao's figure materialized from the void, appearing about 10 meters away from Hancock, his gaze calmly fixed upon the now beautiful woman before him. Xiao, Bruta. The astonished and excited voice of her elder sister reached Hancock, prompting Sangda Sania and Malajalud to stare in shock at the tall, imposing man, scrutinizing his features intensely. Bruta, Xiao, they exclaimed, and upon confirming his identity, the sisters rushed towards him, their faces blooming with joy, evidently thrilled by his visit. It has been a while, Sangda Sania, Malajalud. XiaHao smiled at the robust sisters, who had grown even larger than himself. He vaguely remembered the trio from their childhood, noting how the youngest had once been quite lovely, now having matured differently. I cannot believe you came to see us. The 3 sisters, who had once gathered around him, chattered incessantly, their former aloofness vanishing as they transformed into endearing younger sisters. It was merely a casual act. Don't dwell on it. I am here for a man, XiaHao replied, waving his hand dismissively, maintaining a humble tone despite his past heroics in rescuing the sisters. A man? You mean the Straw Hat Kid? Does Brother XiaHao know him? Hancock inquired eagerly. Not yet, but I am well acquainted with his brother. In fact, that boy's initial mastery of hockey is a result of my guidance, XiaHao explained after some contemplation. Please, feel free to express any demands, Hancock said earnestly, her gaze fixed on XiaHao. It concerns the world government and Navy's impending execution of Fire Fist Ace. I need your assistance, he began. 10 minutes later, Hancock regarded XiaHao with a peculiar expression but ultimately agreed to his plan, offering her aid to the Straw Hat Boy in entering Impel Down. Hancock signaled to Malajalud to execute the first step, inadvertently delivering a newspaper to Lu Fei. Soon after, Lu Fei's panicked voice echoed through the prison, incessantly banging against the bars, shouting, "Let me out! Hurry, let me out! Calm down! Behave! If you anger Lady Hancock, you may lose your life." Came the warning. "Release me. I must save Ace. He has been captured by the Navy," Lu Fei demanded. "Open the cell. Let him out." Hancock's cold voice rang out, and the members of the Jiosha pirates immediately stepped forward to free Lu Fei. "Thank you. Could you please provide me with a small boat?" I need to set sail, Lu Fei implored, his expression desperate. After all, Ace was his brother. With one brother already lost, he could not bear to lose another, lest he be left to live in solitude. Set sail? Do you even know where Marine Headquarters, Marinfando, is? Can you navigate? Even if you reach your destination, with your current strength, do you truly believe you can infiltrate? Hancock quizzed him, her inquiries rendering Lu Fei momentarily dazed, his body swaying as he sank to the ground. Lost in despair. Fear not. I know where Fire Fist Ace is imprisoned, and I can take you in. Consider it compensation for my sister's safety during our previous duel. Hancock reassured him. Really? Thank you. Lu Fei's face broke into a smile, gratitude spilling forth. Inform the Navy outside that I will be participating in the battle against the Whitebeard pirates, but I have one request. I wish to see the condemned. Hancock directed her subordinate, who promptly conveyed the message to the Navy. Minutes later, the Navy acquiesced to Hancock's request, though the reasons remained unclear. They were in the early stages of a great battle, and as a formidable warlord, the Navy was reluctant to offend her. Bruta Xia Hao. Everything is prepared as you instructed, Hancock said softly, her demeanor tender. Observing her childlike demeanor, Xia Hao felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, realizing that his earlier act of rescue had led to Hancock's infatuation. Well done, Hancock, he commended. Ah, Brother Xia Hao called my name. Hancock blushed, transforming into a flustered maiden as she hid behind her pet snake, peeking shyly at Xia Hao. Her sisters exchanged confused glances, bewildered by their sister's behavior. What is happening? Is she unwell? Only Gulioliaosa sighed, knowingly, recognizing the situation. It seemed yet another empress had succumbed to the allure of a man. Did every empress face this fate? However, more astonishing to Gulioliaosa was Xia Hao's status as one of the four emperors. It was unimaginable that the Emperor of the Seas had such ties with Hancock and her sisters. Henceforth, no reckless pirate would dare to trouble the daughter country, for they now had a formidable ally. Hancock had chosen to join the warlords merely to ensure the stability of her homeland. An hour later, having completed the arrangements, Hancock set sail with the Navy's warship, heading towards the underwater Impel Down. What about me? Didn't you say you would take me with you? Lu Fei shouted, watching the ship vanish from sight. Rest assured, once my sister reaches Impel Down, someone will escort you to her. Do not fret. Mali Gudua observed the anxious and energetic Luffy and began to explain. Although she was unsure how Xia Hao intended to reach the Jincheng in such a short time, she sincerely believed in his capabilities, for he was the benefactor who saved her and her two sisters. Is that true? Luffy asked, looking at the earnest expression on Mali's face for confirmation. Rest assured, watching everything unfold according to plan, Xia Hao's figure flickered, and he departed from Jakarta, reappearing on an unknown island where a towering tree soared into the clouds, its top obscured from view. History is penned by the victors. Just as justice is never destined to fail, for only the victors embody the righteous side. After years of silence, he hoped that everything would proceed without mishap. Otherwise, the upcoming battle would inevitably lead to a tragic conclusion. Reaching the base of the grand tree, Xia Hao unleashed his overwhelming Badao Wan Bawang Sura, which wreaked havoc on everything in the vicinity. Beasts that attempted to attack him fell to the ground, their eyes glazed, cold sweat pouring down their faces as they succumbed to unconsciousness. Would release. Great life technique. As Xia Hao pressed his palms together, a terrifying vitality surged into the colossal tree before him. In an instant, the tree expanded, its height rapidly increasing until it reached its limit. Then, as he altered the hand seals, the once towering tree began to wither and shrink, its potent life force transforming into pure energy that concentrated at the roots, increasing in volume. A gust of sea breeze swept through, scattering the decayed tree into nothingness. Time ticked away, the sun set, and the moon rose. 2 days passed. Finally, the previously flat ground emitted a rumbling sound, as if a spider's web was collapsing, and a strong hand broke through the earth. Following this, a formidable aura erupted as a figure soared from beneath the ground. After a brief silence, a loud laughter reverberated through the skies, causing the once tranquil sea to churn with towering waves in response. At the Marine headquarters, Imalin Fondoa, the high-ranking naval officers, led by Admiral de Gaulle, were discussing the specifics of the impending execution. After all, they faced the world's strongest man and his formidable pirate crew, each renowned across the globe. Even the ordinary crew members were powerful enough to match 10 men. This battle not only concerned the reputation of the world government and the Navy, but also served as a stern warning to the pirate crews of the New World. Therefore, the execution must proceed smoothly. Even if the entirety of the battalion appeared, the Navy could not afford to fail. John Guo surveyed the room before stating his position. To better intimidate the pirates, this execution would be broadcast live, and pacifists would be employed as well. Furthermore, a mandatory summons for the Xia Hao would be initiated, with the exception of that scoundrel Sinfeng. 3 days prior, news of the elite naval assembly had spread, marking the peak of naval strength in history. Zhongjiang Herth then spoke up. If anyone has further suggestions, please share. Saka Suji, you may go first. On the Joshidog, Xia Hao sensed the fluctuations of the Fei Lei Sun Zhu Su mark on Han Kokura. Realizing she had arrived at the underwater Dejinsheng, after a moment of contemplation, he clapped his hands and announced, would release, would transformation. As his voice resonated, a cloud of white smoke enveloped him. His handsome visage vanished, replaced by a tall and robust figure adorned with a long red beard. Xia Hao Guga, exclaimed Ma Li, Gulude and Sangda Sonia, their mouths agape in astonishment, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Is this a transformation? It is I. After all, with my identity, I cannot recklessly appear in the Navy's territory. If I were to join forces with a pirate crew of the 5 emperors, the world would descend into chaos. Xia Hao chuckled. Though he had become a pirate, he maintained a respectful distance from the Navy, not due to weakness, but because of the remnants of kindness within him. Not every pirate sets sail purely for dreams. For most, pillaging and destruction are the norm. Without the Navy to uphold world peace, chaos would likely reign supreme. Minutes later, transformed into the red-bearded figure, Xia Hao stood before Luffy. Upon seeing the imposing man, Luffy instinctively stepped back, adopting a battle stance as the terrifying pressure surged, surpassing even his previous encounter with Admiral Guan at Changbadi Qingdao. Relax, Straw Hat Luffy. I am here to take you to Vijinsheng, Xia Hao said with a smile, observing Luffy's cautious demeanor. Really? Let's go, Luffy exclaimed, his spirits lifted at the mention of Vijinsheng, especially since Xia Hao did not exude hostility. Hold on tight. I won't be responsible if you fall. In an instant, Xia Hao's figure flickered, his hand firmly grasping Luffy's arm. With that, the Fei Lei Sun Zhu activated, and Luffy felt the world spin around him, the immense pressure weighing down on him as his rubber body elongated due to the immense force. What is happening? Luffy gasped in shock, his eyes wide as he struggled to comprehend the rapid movement. Upon arriving at the underwater Dejinsheng, the Pirate Empress, having Metasu on the 6th level, found an excuse to visit the infirmary and linger for a while. A sudden fluctuation in space occurred as Xia Hao materialized with Luffy before Han Kuka. Although he had warned Luffy to remain silent before departing, he nonetheless sealed Luffy's mouth with would release to prevent him from inadvertently alerting the guards. Who are you? Han Kuka inquired, gazing at the red-bearded figure Xia Hao, her expression filled with curiosity. Ahem, my identity cannot be revealed in public. Thank you for your assistance, Han Kuka. Xia Hao's voice prompted Kuka to lower her guard, pouting as she regarded him. I still prefer the original appearance of Xia Hao, she murmured softly. Hey, Pirate Empress, visiting hours are over. We must leave. At that moment, a guard's voice echoed from outside, causing a previously shy demeanor to darken as she exited with a scowl. Damn the Navy for daring to ruin my plans. Creak. Huh? When did 2 green plants appear? A puzzled guard peered into the infirmary. Noticing only the 2 plants and nothing unusual, he promptly closed the door and departed. After 2.5 minutes, sensing the area was clear, Xia Hao released the wood release. Luffy, rest and proceed with caution. With your current strength, a reckless move into Jingcheng could not only jeopardize your chance to rescue a sir, but also endanger your own life. Do you understand? Xia Hao cautioned as he observed Luffy, who was eager to spring into action. I understand. Thank you, Uncle Redbeard. Luffy grinned in gratitude. Go on and good luck. Xia Hao waved his hand, urging Luffy to take swift action. At the Marine headquarters in Fondoa, as the Navy issued the mandatory summons for the children, figures such as Dasheng, Tinyerchang, Yin Yan, and the pirate Empress Kokura arrived in succession, with the newly appointed David D. Cheating notably absent. Nevertheless, this was the first time the Navy had witnessed such a formidable assembly of the Chihuahua. In order to ensure the smooth execution of the judgment, the Shichibukai arrived at Marineford 2 days in advance. After all, the strategic arrangements of Fleet Admiral Sengoku necessitated the Shichibukai to be positioned at the forefront, requiring meticulous preparation to withstand the initial onslaught of the Whitebeard pirates. Thus, losses for the Navy could be minimized, as Sengoku regarded all pirates as mere refuse, and any opportunity for repurposing such waste was certainly advantageous. Ha ha ha! Who would have thought that the Shichibukai would convene in this manner? Don Quixote Doflamingo chuckled deeply as he surveyed the other members of the Shichibukai before him. What an infuriating time. Just as I was delving into my research on new zombies, the Navy summoned me here. Moonlight Moria crossed his arms, displaying his displeasure. Oh, I heard you were defeated by a rookie, Moria. How the mighty have fallen. Doflamingo mocked, casting a scornful glance at Moria. After all, being bested by a fledgling pirate was a disgrace, and the last individual to suffer such a fate had been imprisoned and impelled down. Had it not been for the impending conflict with the Whitebeard pirates, Moria might have been discarded as well. It could be said that after this war, Moria would serve little purpose. A defeated Shichibukai had lost its deterrent power over pirates, and the world government had no need for such an existence. Moria, hearing his shortcomings laid bare, was instantly filled with indignation. Such a disgrace was not something he wished to be the subject of public discourse. It was far from honorable. Enough, enough, quiet down, you wretched scoundrels. Vice Admiral Tsuru, observing the raucous assembly in the meeting room, interjected with exasperation. With Fleet Admiral Sengoku absent, it fell upon her to reign in the Shichibukai, a reason for her being tasked with the deployment of the Shichibukai in this war. Indeed, upon Tsuru's utterance, the room fell silent. Even the notoriously unruly Doflamingo quieted at the sight of the stern Vice Admiral, for she was not someone to be trifled with. Now, I shall announce the positions for the public execution of Fire Fist Ace. Vice Admiral Tsuru glanced at everyone before picking up the deployment map from the table. Meanwhile, in the depths of Impelled Down, Monkey D. Luffy, having infiltrated the prison, was lost amidst the labyrinthine corridors. After a series of twists and turns, he found himself on the second level, where he spotted a man with a straw hat outside the door, causing Buggy to widen his eyes in disbelief. "Straw hat kid? Who called me?" Luffy turned to see the iconic red nose of Buggy, equally astonished. "You little brat, don't call me Red Nose," Buggy retorted angrily, pointing at Luffy. Simultaneously, Mr. 3, who was imprisoned alongside Buggy, gaped at Luffy's unexpected appearance. "Straw Hat Kid, how did you end up here?" he questioned urgently. "Oh, I'm here to rescue people," Luffy replied candidly. "Rescue? Wait, how did you get in here?" Buggy frowned, perplexed. "Well, I just kind of whooshed in." Luffy scratched his chin, pondering. Whooshed in? Buggy and Mr. 3 exchanged incredulous glances, thinking to themselves that Luffy's wide-eyed demeanor seemed implausible. "Really?" Luffy nodded vigorously and then asked, "Do you know how to get to the 6th level?" "The 6th level?" Buggy exclaimed in shock. For the prisoners confined, there were notorious, feared individuals whose destructive capabilities posed a grave threat to the world. "Yes, Ace is being held there. I need to save him," Luffy affirmed with urgency. "Fire Fist Ace? So, this is the destiny that Xia Hao spoke of? Well, it's time to leave. I've found what I was looking for these past 2 years." Buggy muttered to himself, quickly recalling the joyous days of his pirate adventures as he gazed at Luffy's straw hat. "I'll take you there, but you need to pay me for my trouble. Being imprisoned is your grandfather's doing. Otherwise, with my abilities, I should be only been held on the 1st level." Buggy suddenly noticed the jewelry on Luffy's wrist. reminiscent of Captain John's treasure map, and his eyes gleamed with interest. Really? That is wonderful. Thank you, Red Nose. Luffy exclaimed joyfully. Damn it. Don't call me Red Nose, brat. You don't seem to have any treasures, so just hand over that bracelet. Buggy feigned reluctance and disdain. You're actually quite nice. Buggy. Luffy beamed, his smile widening. Are you serious? You're insane, Buggy. This is Impelled Down. Warden Magellan is a monster on par with a Marine Admiral. Mr. 3 exclaimed in terror, casting a worried glance at Buggy, who seemed to be a man with a bounty lower than his own. I'm certainly not insane, 3. Come with me. Buggy chuckled, activating his devil fruit powers, causing the shackles on his hands to shatter. The Navy had underestimated him by confining him to the first level without even providing sea stone shackles. This was Buggy's opportunity. He could leave his cell at any moment. You. Mr. 3's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out of his head. He had not realized that Buggy, whom he had shared a cell with, was a wolf in sheep-esque clothing. With a swift motion, Buggy raised his hand, freeing Mr. 3 from his chains, and the cell door disintegrated as Buggy strutted out in his prisoner garb. Luffy regarded Buggy as if seeing him for the first time. Was he truly strong? Why had T shown it during their previous battle? Let us go. 3 were breaking out. Buggy urged, glancing back at the still-stunned Mr. 3. Huh? We're escaping just like that. Mr. 3 could hardly believe how easily he had shed his restraints. But seeing Buggy and Luffy moving ahead, he steeled himself and followed. He didn't want to spend a lifetime imprisoned. This is the key. If you want to get out, this is your only chance. Buggy casually tossed the key toward the cell door as he moved further away, his tone unremarkable. Instantly, the eyes of the pirate convicts in the vicinity sparkled with hope. Fixated on the key, and a cacophony of noise ensued. Luffy and the others effortlessly made their way to the third level. After all, Buggy had transformed significantly. The mere presence of a couple of small-time criminals was no match for him. However, upon reaching the third level, Luffy inadvertently triggered a surveillance snail, alerting the guards. Though Buggy swiftly destroyed it, the alarm of Impelled Down rang out. In an instant, news of a jailbreak spread throughout the prison. As the soldiers of Impelled Down surged towards them, Luffy and the others hurriedly fled, knowing well the peril of being cornered, especially with a monstrous Magellan lurking nearby. The oppressive heat from the fourth level, known as the Scorching Hell, made the third level feel like a steamy furnace, with glimpses of skeletal prisoners barely clinging to life. However, at that moment, Luffy and his companions had no time to concern themselves with others. They simply wished to escape this dreadful place. Mr. 3? XiaHao kid. Just as Luffy was about to reach the stairs, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Turning around as he ran, Luffy was delighted to see Bon Clay. Bon, how did you end up here? Luffy exclaimed with joy. Mr. 2, I never imagined you would be confined to this level, remarked Mr. 3 as he gazed at the frail, foam, keely eye. Bucky, lend a hand to rescue him. Hurry, Straw Hat Kid. Weren't you here to save your brother? The fourth level is home to the Warden Magellan. I might not be able to assist you then. That fellow is utterly twisted, Bucky urged, placing his large hand upon the Hylu stone chains, binding Foam, Keely Eye. With a sound akin to shattering glass, the chains were violently shattered and fell to the ground. This individual has concealed his true strength remarkably well. Mr. 3 thought in astonishment as he observed Bucky's actions. After all, that was Hylu stone, and a devil fruit user had touched it without experiencing any debilitating effects. We must flee. Even the second level's beast guards are in pursuit, Bucky called out loudly, casually smashing the surrounding din mushy to prevent any visual recording. While Bucky possessed considerable strength, there was no need to engage with the enemy. Within the office of Warden Magellan on the fourth level, news of a prison break had reached the guards. As he prepared to pursue, Magellan's stomach began to churn, producing ominous gurgling sounds. You all go ahead and capture them. I will join shortly. Also, have that scoundrel Shiryu take action as well. If the pirates from the third and fourth levels are all freed, you will struggle to contain them. After issuing his orders, Magellan darted towards the restroom, a sound of relief echoing within. As for calling upon Shiryu, it was a last resort, necessitated by the intelligence organization's miscalculation of Bucky's capabilities. News of the prison break rapidly spread throughout Impel Down, causing all guards to heighten their vigilance, peering intently at their surroundings. Conversely, the incarcerated criminals revealed glimmers of hope, contemplating the possibility that these formidable individuals might grant them liberation. As chaos ensued due to Luffy's incursion, the Blackbeard pirates, leveraging Titch's warlord status, infiltrated Impel Down. The method? Most likely the handiwork of Lafitte, who had previously incapacitated the Marine headquarters guards to enter the warlord conference room. Now, with the status of warlords, the Blackbeard pirates found their movements considerably less restricted, and the soldiers of Impel Down mistook their appearance for an alliance, failing to impose any significant restraints. The Blackbeard pirates soon arrived at the 4th level, coincidentally encountering the just-emerged Magellan. Blackbeard pirates, Titch, you dare enter armed. What are your intentions? Even as warlords, you cannot freely enter the great prison of Impel Down. Magellan's voice was icy as he spoke. Over the years, he had encountered countless pirates, each more wicked and cunning than the last, and upon seeing the Blackbeard pirates, he immediately recognized them as foes. Why else would they trespass without his consent? And why was one of them riding a scrawny donkey? Indeed, a donkey. The Blackbeard pirates' Poison Q's sickly horse had been incinerated during the battle with Ace, the terrifying flames having reduced it to ashes, and Poison Q himself had lost an arm in the conflagration. The other disability belonged to the Blackbeard pirates' most reckless member, known as the fighting champion, Bagus, whose severed arm had been replaced by a special mechanical prosthetic. As Magellan, exuding toxic fumes, faced the Blackbeard pirates, they immediately prepared for battle, their eyes fixed intently upon him. Prior to their arrival, the Blackbeard pirates had thoroughly researched his devil fruit abilities and personality. Ha ha ha, Magellan, do you think you alone can withstand all of us? Titch laughed maniacally, his gaze toward Magellan brimming with confidence and arrogance. However, in response to Titch's provocation, Magellan unleashed a toxic dragon, a serpentine mass of venom descending rapidly from the air, engulfing the Blackbeard pirates in a shroud of toxic liquid. In an instant, the area within 100 meters was enveloped, and the members of the Blackbeard pirates were covered in venom, collapsing to the ground in agony, gasping out in pain. Observing the feeble state of the Blackbeard pirates, Magellan scoffed disdainfully and began to pursue the fleeing figures of Luffy and his companions. For those he had vanquished with a single blow were merely pretenders to strength. However, just as Magellan departed, Shiryu emerged from the shadows, delivering the antidote to the Blackbeard pirates. You underestimated Magellan. Had I not possessed the antidote, you would all have perished here, Shiryu stated flatly, observing the recovering Blackbeard pirates. Yet we are alive now. Ha ha, it feels marvelous to be alive. Once again, fortune smiles upon us. The Blackbeard pirates expressed their elation at their survival, recognizing it as a twist of fate. Life and death are determined by destiny. Those who fear shall lose. Let us cherish the next moment, Shiryu, to express our gratitude. I believe you will become our new comrade, Titch declared, striding forward to stand beside Shiryu. My life has reached its end, since fate has brought us together, Titch. You are the man I have long awaited. Shiryu agreed to Titch's invitation, perceiving their shared ambitions, for Titch was a man of great ambition. Welcome aboard, Shiryu. The laughter of the Blackbeard pirates echoed throughout Impel Down, oblivious to the events transpiring around them. At the moment he reached the 3rd level, Magellan spotted the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy. Magellan, Straw Hat Kid, run! Buggy exclaimed, halting abruptly at the sight of the man at the staircase's end, dust swirling around him as he turned to shout to Luffy. We cannot retreat. Ace is still on the 6th level, Luffy declared, his heart ablaze with determination as he faced the formidable Magellan. Ace was right before him. He could not falter, or he would lose his last brother. I owe you a debt. I can only hold him off for a moment. The rest is up to you. Buggy shook his head and positioned himself in front of Luffy, speaking gravely. Go now. Thank you, Buggy. Luffy responded gratefully, dashing toward Magellan without any intention of retreating. This guy truly believes in me. Buggy shrugged, feeling a long-lost sensation of being trusted. Toxic Dragon. As Luffy charged toward him, Magellan furrowed his brow. Conjuring a dragon of concentrated venom, to launch at Luffy. However, just as the toxic dragon neared Luffy, Bucky's voice rang out, spatial split. Boom! With Bucky's declaration, the toxic dragon before Luffy was instantly shattered into countless fragments, and a ruptured space appeared above it, absorbing all the venom, plunging the entire area into an eerie silence. Luffy, Mr. 2, phone Kili what? Bucky is quite impressive. Do not be distracted. Hurry, I cannot hold him off for long. Bucky shouted at the astonished Luffy. Though inspired by Xia Hao, his mastery of the splitting devil fruit had improved. He had spent these years engrossed in treasure maps and excavations, leaving his abilities and haki stagnant since the era of the Roger Pirates. The power of the devil fruit requires physical stamina, and the use of haki demands a robust constitution. Unlike the tireless anomaly Xia Hao, facing the formidable strength of a vice admiral like Magellan is a daunting task. Engaging in combat may be feasible, but to achieve a draw or even victory is nothing short of a fantasy. Upon hearing Buggy's reprimand, Luffy snapped back to reality and hastily made his way to the 4th level, with Phone Kale and Mr. 3 trailing behind, knowing that to stop would mean death at the hands of Magellan. These fellows certainly run swiftly. Buggy, with a furrowed brow, watched Mr. 3 speed away, muttering in disbelief. The clown Buggy lamented that his intelligence department was filled with incompetent buffoons who had imprisoned such a character on the 2nd level. Magellan was also taken aback by Buggy's spatial shattering attack and resolved to deal with Buggy first. I shall no longer play with you. Receive my attack, Buggy Ball. As Magellan advanced fiercely, Buggy picked his nose and, lifting his foot, sent a small iron ball flying towards Magellan before fleeing without a glance back. The ensuing explosion unleashed a terrifying shockwave that left Magellan severely wounded. Had it not been for the unique properties of the Doka no Mi, resembling a Logia-type ability, he might have sustained grave injuries. The shockwave obliterated the walls of the 3rd level, leading to the destruction of many prison cells. Witnessing the vanished barriers, the imprisoned pirates went into a frenzy, rushing toward the direction Buggy had just fled. After years of confinement in Impel Down, who could be unaware of Magellan's terror? Buggy's initial skirmish with Magellan had proven his strength, igniting a shared thought among the pirates on the 3rd level, to follow the pirate clown Buggy, who would undoubtedly become their leader. You scoundrels! Clown Buggy, Straw Hat Luffy, you shall not escape. Magellan ordered the guards to immediately recapture all escapees, commanding that any who resisted be executed on the spot. With the guards arriving, he hastened towards the scorching hell of the 4th level, feeling the danger posed by Straw Hat Luffy's actions. Luffy, Phone Kale, and Mr. 3 sprinted towards the 6th level, narrowly missing the Blackbeard pirates as they reached the 4th level. However, their path was obstructed by the guards of Impel Down as massive beastly wardens charged at them, roaring ferociously. These were awakened Zoan-type devil fruit users, who, for unknown reasons, seemed unable to revert to human form, becoming formidable combatants within Impel Down. Simultaneously, Magellan appeared behind Luffy and his companions, his cold gaze fixated on Buggy and Luffy, his body emanating a continuous flow of toxic liquid, bubbling with ominous purple gas. In the 5th level of Impel Down, the Blackbeard pirates, led by Shiryu of the Rain, arrived with ease, due to Shiryu's status as a former chief warden. The hungry wolves of this level did not attack. With a smile, Shiryu guided the Blackbeard pirates toward the 6th level, known as the Endless Hell, where the world government had deliberately erased the existence of its prisoners, each one a formidable figure capable of shocking the world. Most were notorious figures from the era of the Great Pirates. This was also one of the reasons Blackbeard Teach had come under the guise of a warlord. Capturing 1 or 2 of them would be deemed a success. However, just as the Blackbeard pirates prepared to approach the entrance to the 6th level, the previously quiet pack of wolves suddenly emitted deep growls, their crimson eyes fixed intently on the entrance. What is happening? Why are these hungry wolves behaving so unusually? An unsettling premonition gnawed at them. Such overwhelming pressure. Could it be that the prisoners of the 6th level have escaped? Thud thud. As the members of the Blackbeard pirates analyzed the situation, the once ferocious wolves appeared to have seen something terrifying. Their eyes glazed over, cold sweat pouring down. They staggered back and collapsed unconscious. Conqueror's Haki. Blackbeard Teach's expression darkened as he sensed the indiscriminate and overwhelming aura. He understood that danger was approaching. Then, before the eyes of the Blackbeard pirates, a man with a red beard appeared, his presence growing stronger with each step, the pressure of his conqueror's Haki palpable. Such terrifying Haki! Who is this person? I have never seen him before. Shiryu furrowed his brows upon witnessing the appearance of the red-bearded Xia Hao, as he had never heard of such a powerful figure being imprisoned in the 6th level over the years. Such strength! How infuriating! I feel as though my own power has diminished. Bayez exclaimed with resentment. Who are you? I don't believe I have ever wronged you. Blackbeard Teach inquired curiously as he gazed at the red-bearded Xia Hao. Dead men have no need for further dialogue. As the toxic gas enveloped Xia Hao, the entire 5th level of the ice held transformed into a realm of poison. Unlike Shiryu, who possessed Magellan's antidote, the toxic dragon magic released by Xia Hao's guise as the Redbeard was extremely difficult to counter. Witnessing the familiar scene, the members of the Blackbeard pirates tensed, their gazes shifting to the hungry wolves that had succumbed to the poison, their bones entirely dissolved. Instantly, the group led by Blackbeard Teach regarded the red-bearded Xia Hao with grim expressions. Since he offered no escape, he was now their enemy. Arrogant fool, Bayez snorted. Covering his nose, his mechanical fist clenched tightly as he prepared to attack Xia Hao. However, Blackbeard Teach halted him, sensing the danger posed by the surrounding poison. A loud gunshot rang out as the sniper Van Oka from the Blackbeard pirates pulled the trigger, a bullet swiftly appearing just inches from Xia Hao's forehead. The sudden ambush brought a smile to Teach's face, recalling how effective such tactics had been in previous battles. Oh, a sneak attack? Truly a band of wicked scoundrels. Devoid of any sense of honor, Xia Hao smirked, and the moment the bullet was fired, he reacted instantly. The Xia Hao in place was merely an illusion. The bullet passing harmlessly through it and striking the wall of impel down, creating a deep crater. Firearms are not toys. A man must be prepared to wager his life the moment he raises a weapon. Are you ready? Xia Hao's calm voice resonated behind Van Oka as a massive toxic fist descended from above, engulfing him entirely. The overwhelming corrosive power of the toxic dragon magic caused his flesh to rot from within, leaving not a single inch of healthy skin. Cough, cough. Van Oka spat out a mouthful of black blood, the ground beneath him crackling as white smoke rose. How dare you lay a hand on my men? Blackbeard Teach's expression darkened as he turned to retaliate, his confidence bolstered by the powers of the Yami Yami no Mi. However, Xia Hao offered him no opportunity. Having swiftly dealt with the teleporting Van Oka, leaving the others unable to catch up. Instead, Xia Hao's gaze settled on Poison Q. Since he was ill, it was time to meet his end. Xia Hao's haunting voice caused Poison Q, who was sprawled on a donkey, to turn pale with fear as he desperately activated his Paramecia-type sickness fruit ability. Yet he witnessed a massive fist imbued with Haki descending upon him, delivering a crushing blow to his head, causing it to explode like a ripe watermelon, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. In their initial confrontation, the Blackbeard pirates suffered one fatality and one serious injury. Who are you? Blackbeard, or Tiki, was utterly enraged. Despite ruminating for a considerable time, he could not fathom the identity of the man before him, the one who could unleash poisonous gas and wield the power of Haushika Haki. The strength exhibited by the man with the red beard, played by Xia Hao, was certainly not that of an ordinary individual. Who I am is irrelevant. What matters is that Tiki, you shall not leave here unscathed today. Xia Hao coldly regarded Tiki, his voice devoid of warmth. Then let us see. Let us witness whether destiny favors me. Upon hearing Xia Hao's demeanor, Tiki discreetly activated the power of the Yami Yami no Mi. Dark energy swirling around him like a thick mist, beginning to spread outwards. The power of the Yami Yami no Mi. Is it? Alas! My abilities do not stem from a devil fruit. Tiki, this time, you have underestimated me. Xia Hao remained unfazed as the tidal wave of black energy surged towards him. In the next moment, the Haushika Haki erupted forth like a tumultuous tide towards the Blackbeard pirates, the formidable and terrifying pressure coalescing into a tangible force. The surrounding space crackled with the sound of fracturing, as the members of the Blackbeard pirates gazed upon Xia Hao with grave expressions, exerting all their strength to resist this overwhelming force. Under the onslaught of the Haushikahaki, fissures appeared in the walls surrounding Impelled Down, gradually spreading out like a spider's web. Before long, the heavy walls crumbled, debris cascading to the ground. This man is incredibly strong. Such a level of Haushikahaki. Even the current emperors of the sea would find it difficult to match. They thought to themselves, realizing that their meticulously crafted plans were thwarted by this individual. Just then, Tiki's sinister voice echoed, "Dark hole." A torrent of darkness surged towards Xia Hao, a terrifying gravitational pull akin to a miniature black hole. However, the dark energy came to an abrupt halt a mere 10 meters from Xia Hao, as if obstructed by an unseen force. This was the domain of Haushikahaki. XiaHao had elevated his mastery to a new level. Within this domain, all devil fruit abilities would be suppressed or rendered ineffective, regardless of how formidable the Yami Yami Nomi might be. Ordinary punch. Observing the stasis of the dark energy, XiaHao's lips curled into a slight smile, confirming his earlier prediction. As long as his haki was sufficiently potent, all devil fruits would be rendered ineffective. He swiftly vanished from the sight of the Blackbeard pirates. And in the next instant, a fist imbued with Haushikahaki descended from above, striking Tiki squarely on the head. The force, surpassing that of the giant race, sent Tiki flying, his dark form tumbling in the air before crashing heavily against the wall. "Now it's your turn. Poison clone." As he spoke, numerous clones emanating purple toxic gas materialized beside Xia Hao, quickly numbering in the hundreds. "Attack!" With a wave of his hand, the toxic clones surged towards the remaining members of the Blackbeard pirates. Meanwhile, on the 6th level of Impelled Down, naval personnel escorted Ace out. As he approached the tall staircase, Ace slowly lifted his head, taking deliberate steps forward. As he neared the exit, the dazzling sunlight temporarily blinded him. It had been a long time since he had seen the sun. "Hurry up," a naval officer urged, frowning at the stationary Ace. As Ace exited Impelled Down, the heavy prison doors slammed shut behind him. He boarded the naval warship bound for Justice Island under the escort of the Navy. On the 55th level, Luffy, Frankie, and the others raced frantically, trying to evade their pursuers, only to stumble into a small room. What greeted them was a bizarre crowd and an unusual environment. New arrivals. The inhabitants of the 55th level, the land of the Okama, turned their attention towards the suddenly appeared group. A bearded Okama inquired, "Is this the land of the Okama?" Frankie exclaimed, jumping with excitement, as if he were a child weighing over 200 pounds. To his astonishment, the legends of the underground in Impelled Down were true. There were indeed Okama present. His thoughts raced to his idol, the king of the Okama, Ivankov. Okama. What a frightful environment. I never imagined such a peculiar space existed beneath Impelled Down. Buggy shivered at the sight of the towering Okama. "Isn't this the 6th level?" Luffy scratched his head, bewildered. "Normally, after the 5th level is the 6th. "Certainly not. This is the 55th level. Welcome to the land of the Okama." A booming voice resonated from nearby, silencing the Okama, who turned their gazes towards the newcomer, their eyes alight with fervor, for their king had arrived. Frankie, upon finally encountering his idol, fainted from sheer joy. 55th level? Darn it. Please tell me how to descend to the 6th level. I am in a hurry to rescue my brother. Luffy spoke earnestly, for according to his calculations, today was the day Ace was to be executed. Brother? Yes, Ace is to be executed today. Fire Fist, Ace, is your brother. Ivankov was taken aback, astonished that the boy before him was the sibling of Fire Fist. Lightning. Take him to the staircase leading to the 6th level. Ivankov pondered for a moment, gazing intently at Luffy. Thank you. The outside is in chaos. It is the perfect opportunity for a jailbreak. Aren't you all going to leave? Luffy kindly reminded them. No, thank you for your goodwill. I am fully aware of the situation outside. The Whitebeard pirates and the Navy are currently at the center of an unprecedented global conflict. However, That man has yet to make his move. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, my comrade, Monkey D. Dragon. Ivankov shook his head, declining Luffy's offer, and explained earnestly. Oh, my father. Luffy nodded. Yes, he is indeed your father. When he leads the Revolutionary Army into action, I shall once again emerge from the underground and rejoin the tide of the world. Wait, your father? Does Dragon have a son? Ivankov, regaining his composure, stared at Luffy in disbelief, his eyes wide open. The other members of the Revolutionary Army also fixated their gazes on Luffy. Does Dragon really have a son? He never mentioned it. Ivankov fell into deep thought. Since the establishment of the Revolutionary Army, he had worked alongside Dragon as a comrade, striving for a peaceful world. Yet he had never heard him speak of a son. Wait, where were you born? Ivankov inquired of Luffy. East Blue. Luffy replied with a nod. By the way, I have never met him. All this information was relayed to me by my grandfather. I shouldn't have said that, right? The absence of a face-to-face meeting adds an air of authenticity. And, as a rookie with a bounty of 300 million berries, it is unlikely that the supernova would resort to deception. Wait a moment. If the Straw Hat Boy is the son of Dorag, then as his brother, Fire Fist, Ace must also be a son of Dorag. The Navy is simultaneously engaged in battle with both the Whitebeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army. This cannot be true. If so, the entire world could be plunged into catastrophic turmoil. Ivakov's expression shifted dramatically, his face stern as countless scenarios unfolded in his mind. Yet not a single one was accurate. Straw Hat Boy, I will accompany you outside. Lightning, go gather information on the time Fire Fist Ace was transported to Navy headquarters. Ivakov decisively declared. Really? Thank you. Luffy replied with a cheerful smile. With Ivakov, who was well acquainted with the entirety of Impelled Down, leading the way, Luffy quickly arrived at the 6th level under Lightning's guidance. After a thorough search, Luffy found himself at the door of the cell where Ace had been held. Halting in his tracks, a sense of confusion washing over him. Despite scouring the entirety of the 6th level, Ace was nowhere to be found. Are you Straw Hat Luffy? Ace has just been escorted away, a booming voice echoed from within the cell. Luffy turned to the corner of the cell and discovered a robust blue fish man. Escorted away? Luffy exclaimed in disbelief, his expression despondent. After all the effort to reach the 6th level, he had not even laid eyes on Ace. Indeed, he has been sent by Magellan to the Navy. Calculating the time, he is likely already boarding the ship. Damn, how could this happen? Luffy clenched his fists tightly. Frustration etched across his face. If only he had arrived a few minutes earlier, he could have seen Ace. At that moment, the clanking of iron chains echoed through the air as a tall figure emerged from the shadows of a single-cell prison. The light illuminated a glimmering golden hook that appeared before Luffy and the others. Pinohidadena, Straw Hat Boy. Oh, Crocodile. Luffy gasped in astonishment as he recognized the voice's owner, recalling the harrowing experience in Alabasta, which still sent shivers down his spine, having narrowly escaped death. With your strength, escaping Impelled Down will not be easy. Care to collaborate? Crocodile suggested, eyeing Luffy. After being confined for so long, it was time to break free. The most crucial detail was that he had heard about the Whitebeard pirates clashing with the Navy, a prime opportunity to claim Whitebeard's head. Straw Hat Boy, let him out. Do not worry. He will not act out before leaving prison. An additional powerful ally will facilitate our escape, and besides, I have leverage over this fellow. Crocodile, you wouldn't want your secrets exposed to the world, would you? Ivakov remarked with a mischievous smile, the threat evident in his tone. Crocodile muttered, I truly detest this cunning old fox. Lightning act. With a decisive click, the door and chains restraining Crocodile were severed, granting him freedom as he stepped out of the cell, inhaling the fresh air deeply. Though mere steps apart, the difference was worlds apart. A captivating aroma. Could you let me out too? Since Ace joined the Whitebeard pirates, we have known each other. If you release me, I can be of assistance. I was imprisoned for opposing the Navy's war against the Whitebeard pirates. Jinbei, the fishman, stated seriously, a grave expression on his round face. Luffy, without immediate response, gazed silently at Jinbei. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, Little Eva, let him out. This. Ivakov hesitated, knowing Jinbei, as one of the Shichibukai, possessed considerable strength. However, lacking leverage, they were uncertain of his true allegiance. "It's fine, I trust him," Luffy stated calmly, as his instinct told him that Jinbei was not lying. "Very well, Lightning, release him." "Thank you," Jinbei expressed sincerely, flexing his wrists in gratitude. "Let us hurry. This battle is the perfect opportunity to take Whitebeard's head." Crocodile urged impatiently. "I will not allow you to harm Pops," Jinbei retorted directly. Meanwhile, on the 5th level of Impel Down, a pack of hungry wolves lay motionless on the ground, lifeless, their bodies stained with blood on the cold floor. Blackbeard Teach observed the increasingly menacing aura of Xia Hao, feeling a sense of trepidation. His mastery of Yami Yami no Mi was not yet sufficient to confront a master of hockey. Preserving his life was paramount. He could not afford to take unnecessary risks. Thus, Teach decisively led the Blackbeard pirates in retreat towards the 4th level, abandoning their original target on the 6th level. He sensed that if he ventured to the 6th level, the man before him would not merely injure him. He might go to any lengths to eliminate him. "Let us move." Watching the Blackbeard pirates disappear into the entrance of the 4th level, XiaHao smirked but chose not to pursue. Teach had displayed formidable strength in their brief encounter, showcasing both physical prowess and devil fruit abilities, yet he had not revealed his mastery of hockey, leading XiaHao to form a bold hypothesis. However, this matter was of little concern to him. With a flicker, he made his way to the 6th level, which was one of his objectives for being there: to kill. The Navy and the world government sought to erase these individuals from history, but they would not kill them. They simply wished to confine them here, fearing the devil fruit powers could fall into the hands of others upon their original host demise, leading to uncontrollable chaos. Yet XiaHao remained indifferent. Most devil fruits, barring a select few of the Logia type, required development to unlock their true potential. Not everyone possessed the talent. Moreover, this was a service to the people. The world government and the Navy should be grateful to him. As XiaHao contemplated, he arrived at the 6th level. The sound of footsteps echoed as Luffy and his companions encountered XiaHao en route to the 6th level. "You haven't left yet, Redbeard," Luffy exclaimed in surprise, gazing at XiaHao's transformed appearance. "Yes, I have some matters to attend to." "Hurry, Straw Hat Boy. Ace has already been escorted to Navy headquarters," XiaHao cautioned. "Understood, thank you," Luffy replied gratefully, then turned to Ivankov and the others, saying, "Let us depart swiftly." "Hey, Straw Hat Boy, who is this guy?" Crocodile inquired, observing XiaHao as he passed by. I only know him as Redbeard. He was the one who brought me in," Luffy responded. Crocodile furrowed his brow upon hearing Luffy's answer. He felt a nagging sense of familiarity with this individual, yet he could not place him. "This is a formidable man," Jinbei remarked seriously, his expression grave. Though his aura was considerably restrained, the terror of his power was still palpable. In the 6th level of Impel Down, the prisoners who had lost hope for life greeted XiaHao's arrival with exuberant cheers, clamoring for their release. "Rest in peace, scum." XiaHao raised his hand, and a deep purple toxic gas emanated from his body, swiftly filling several nearby cells. In an instant, the once excited pirates turned pale with fear, hastily retreating to the corners of their cells. Yet the noxious gas that had enveloped the room left them with no escape. The horrific corrosive effects caused their skin to rupture, and their anguished screams echoed throughout the entire 6th level of Impel Down, eliminating 2 minor adversaries. The toxic gas continued to spread, swiftly filling the entirety of the 6th level. Dragon Slayer Magic, Toxic Dragon Domain. The magic circle shimmered beneath XiaHao's feet, and a terrifying red mist, more dreadful than the purple poison, surged forth from his hands. In an instant, the entire 6th level of the push-forward city transformed into a crimson toxic domain. XiaHao refrained from advancing further, for there were several acquaintances present. Whether they would survive was now a matter of fate. However, XiaHao held great confidence in the toxic dragon magic. On the 4th level of push-forward city, with the formidable strength of Crocodile, the Sea Knight Jinbei, and Ivankov leading the revolutionary army, Luffy pressed forward with unyielding force. The guards of Push Forward City were utterly incapable of withstanding this onslaught. In the control room, the guards observed the chaotic battle on the 4th level, their mental state fracturing, particularly upon seeing the figures of Crocodile and his companions. Their faces were marked by sheer panic. Even within Push Forward City, these individuals were renowned. Each one was a figure of global astonishment. Remain calm. Immediately inform Warden Magellan of the location of these criminals. Additionally, guards on other levels must conduct inspections of the remaining prisoners. No one else is allowed to escape. Hannibal, deviating from his usual demeanor, entered the control room and succinctly issued orders, leaving the other guards momentarily stunned. Was this truly Deputy Warden Hannibal? Ah, indeed. This esteemed individual has his moments of brilliance each month. A shared thought arose among the guards in the control room. Yes, Deputy Warden. Following Hannibal's commands, all personnel in the control room began to organize efficiently. Deputy Warden, where are you going? To the 6th level. The individuals imprisoned there are far too terrifying. I must ensure everything is secure, Hannibal stated with a grave seriousness, despite his internal trepidation regarding the monstrous inmates. For the sake of justice and the reputation of Push Forward City, he must go. As they watched Hannibal depart, the guards perceived him as towering in stature, filled with admiration. On the 2nd level, Luffy's progress was halted by Magellan, who sealed the staircase with purple venom. Anyone wishing to ascend from the 2nd to the 1st level would have to defeat Magellan or compel him to step aside. This is the end for you. Garbage pirates of the sea. Magellan glared at Luffy, his expression darkened by the chaos that had engulfed Push Forward City. Regardless of the outcome, as the warden, Magellan bore the primary responsibility. Yet, for the sake of a more stable world, not a single pirate could be allowed to escape. Magellan, this is troublesome. The appearance of Magellan instantly dampened the excitement within Luffy's escape team. Even Crocodile and Jinbei's expressions grew grave. After all, Magellan's abilities were comparable to those of a marine admiral. I'll hold him back. You all go. At that moment, Xia Hao's voice resonated from the void, as a torrent of red poison surged toward Magellan. In an instant, the once invincible poison produced by the poison fruit was eroded, leaving a colossal gap that refused to heal. Quickly go. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy shouted, charging ahead, with Ivankov following without hesitation. The jailbreak team set forth once more. Meanwhile, on the 1st level, Buggy and Mr. 3 found themselves bored, watching the chaos unfold among the guards of Push Forward City. Had they not been unable to find a ship, Buggy would have fled long ago. Just as Buggy wallowed in his discontent, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase of the 2nd level. Luffy and his team burst forth before Buggy. Whoa, you made it out. That Straw Hat Kid actually survived Magellan. Incredible. Buggy, what are you doing here? Luffy exclaimed, gazing at Buggy with wide eyes. Cough, cough. It was only upon reaching the 1st level that I realized there were no ships in Push Forward City. Buggy lamented, a look of despair etched upon his face. No ships? That can't be true. Luffy's expression faltered, struck once more by disillusionment. After finally climbing out of the depths of hell, how could this be happening? The surrounding pirates fell into despair, collapsing to the ground in hopelessness. Ah, I see. Our enemies are not so foolish. A swarm of sea kings is circling below, and Push Forward City is situated in a windless zone. Without Navy ships carrying seastone, escape is impossible. Crocodile mused, puffing on his cigar as he assessed the situation. There is no time for lamentations. I shall devise a plan, Jinbei declared, stepping forward to address the despondent crowd. No sooner had he spoken than he leaped into the sea. Wait, is he actually running away? Of course, he's a fisherman. How could this be? As they watched Jinbei plunge into the ocean, the crowd erupted in dismay. Only Luffy remained resolute, unwavering in his belief that Jinbei was not one to flee in fear. As seconds turned into minutes, the once calm sea began to churn violently. Soon, massive whales breached the surface, and at the center, Jinbei stood beaming atop one of the whales. Everyone come aboard. I will take you out. Woo, Jinbei. This is amazing. We're finally saved. How could I have doubted Jinbei? I was such a fool. The pirates who escaped the clutches of despair climbed aboard the whales, beginning their flight from the hellish confines of Push Forward City. To the gates of justice, I come. Luffy proclaimed from atop the whale, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead. At Marine headquarters, Marineford, elite warriors from around the world stood in the square, their expressions grave as they gazed toward the sea. In anticipation of the imminent arrival of the Whitebeard pirates, all were compelled to muster their utmost focus. For the alliance of the four emperors, coupled with the moniker of the strongest man, served as a powerful testament. Over 20 years ago, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, was the man most likely to contend for the throne alongside the pirate king, Roger. Gloop. In the stillness of Marineford Square, the sound of someone swallowing was distinctly audible. Among the ranks of the Marines, one soldier gripped his weapon tightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, his heart racing with anxiety. Such a formidable scene would cause even the most fearsome demon to divert its path. I'm so nervous. What is there to fear? Even if it's Whitebeard Edward Newgate before us, we have 3 admirals to contend with. Furthermore, have you forgotten about Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp? A Marine beside him attempted to steady his nerves. Yes, we also possess the mightiest Marine forces, not to mention the assistance of the 7 warlords. Indeed, our only opponents are the commanders of Whitebeard's fleet and his affiliated pirate crews. The Marines rallied, their confidence gradually restored as their fears dissipated. As moments passed, the sun's warm rays illuminated everyone present. As the execution time approached, many people and pirates watching the live broadcast around the world began to believe that the Whitebeard pirates would not come after all. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, do you think the Whitebeard pirates will not arrive? No, they will definitely come. The Whitebeard pirates will. Sengoku shook his head in denial, fully aware that for Whitebeard, his family was more precious than life itself. Moreover, the individual facing execution this time, Port Gasti, Ace, was no ordinary person. Thus, Sengoku remained resolute in his belief that the Whitebeard pirates would undoubtedly appear. Before the execution, I must announce a significant revelation to the world regarding the condemned individual. Port Gasti Ace. With 3 hours remaining until the execution, Sengoku picked up the Den Mushi and began to speak. In an instant, a hush fell over the crowd as everyone listened intently to Sengoku's narrative. On the Sabeti archipelago, every journalist's gaze was fixed on the large screen, eager to scoop the latest breaking news. His mother, Port Gasti Rouge, was a remarkable woman. Following the death of that man, the Navy had conducted an extensive search for 10 months for newborns. Yet, in her determination to ensure her child's safe arrival, she carried the infant for an extraordinary 20 months. Ace was born a year and 3 months after the death of that man, who was none other than Pirate King Gold Roger. As Sengoku divulged this shocking information, the entire Marineford and the viewers on Sabeti Archipelago were left stunned, their minds racing to comprehend this earth-shattering news. However, unbeknownst to them, the information Sengoku revealed had been manipulated by malicious individuals. Below the execution platform, Garp wore a conflicted expression, recalling how Roger had entrusted his bloodline to him. Yet, he had failed to guide it on the right path, and now was being led to the execution platform. A sense of uncertainty and confusion filled his heart. Had he truly made the right choices? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he envisioned the figure of Xia Hao. Had Rouge truly passed away after Ace's birth? Garp, this is not your fault. Vice Admiral Tsuru's voice resonated behind him. Haha, this woman is indeed gentle at this moment. Little Tsuru. Garp managed to smile, though he struggled to suppress his growing agitation and bewilderment. At that moment, the previously tranquil sea began to stir, and enormous bubbles surfaced from the depths, multiplying rapidly. The ocean erupted into a frenzy, and a colossal shadow emerged, sending towering waves skyward. With a resounding crash, the shadow surfaced. It was a Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates. Witnessing the unexpected intrusion, Sengoku's expression changed dramatically. He had never anticipated that such stringent defenses could be breached by the Whitebeard pirates. Well, what an unexpected entrance, Garp remarked, somewhat exasperated as he observed the Moby Dick's arrival. A miscalculation, Tsuru sighed, acknowledging the flaw in their plans. As the sounds of powerful impacts echoed from the Moby Dick, the formidable blade, Murakamajuri, shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Instantly, all eyes turned towards the Moby Dick. For the world's strongest man, Whitebeard Newgate, had made his appearance. "Gurura! What a grand spectacle, Sengoku!" roared Whitebeard, his laughter resonating across the skies as he beheld Sengoku standing on the execution platform. At that moment, the eyes of the world were drawn to Whitebeard Newgate. "It has been decades since we last met. I trust my son is unharmed." Onlookers on the Sabeti archipelago, witnessing Whitebeard's emergence, instinctively swallowed hard. For as the oldest pirate among the Yonko, his mere name instilled fear and awe in many hearts. Sengoku's countenance darkened. He never anticipated that such a meticulously crafted plan would allow Whitebeard to draw so near. "Old man," Ace cried out, trembling with excitement at the sight of Whitebeard. "Hold on, Ace. I'm coming to rescue you." Whitebeard smiled at Ace, raising Murakamajiri at the bow of the ship, his massive arms sweeping to either side, veins bulging as he gripped the air with tremendous force, unleashing a sound of space tearing apart. Subsequently, Whitebeard pulled his hands forward with great strength, causing the once calm sea to rise in monstrous waves that relentlessly battered the walls surrounding Marineford. After the waves subsided, the sea appeared tranquil once more, leading the Navy to believe the crisis had passed. Yet, one astute Navy officer observed the water rapidly receding, and upon looking up, saw the ocean several nautical miles away churning violently, with fierce winds howling inwards. Towering waves, reaching heights of over 100 meters, surged towards the central square, filling the Navy with dread. At that moment, the figure of Admiral Akiji, seated under the execution platform, vanished from sight, reappearing amidst the waves. He extended his hands towards the surging waters, summoning towering ice pillars. "Ice Age." Upon his command, the waters on either side were instantaneously frozen, and the spot where Akiji landed became encased in thick ice, effectively imprisoning the Moby Dick. However, the emergence of ice also created a connection between the pirates and Marineford. "The surface is sealed, charge," a pirate exclaimed, gazing down at the thick layer of icy mist, and with that, the pirates enthusiastically leapt from their vessels, launching an all-out assault. "We're going to," Marco declared, witnessing the surge of his comrades, and with his words, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates charged into battle. The Marines, refusing to be outdone, rallied under the leadership of several giant Marine vice-admirals, initiating a fierce counterattack. In that moment, the sounds of combat echoed throughout Marineford, the clamor of battle resounding in the air. Meanwhile, in the position of the Shichibukai, the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, suddenly sprang into action. Grasping the supreme blade, Yuru, with both hands, he swung it forward with tremendous force. Boom! The terrifying sword energy, towering over several meters, hurtled towards Whitebeard Newgate, stirring up dust and debris in its wake. As the sword energy approached the Moby Dick, it erupted with a thunderous roar, yet the ship remained intact. All eyes turned in astonishment, discovering that the attack of the world's greatest swordsman had been thwarted. Diamond Jozu, the 3rd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, stood firm, his diamond-encrusted body glimmering in the sunlight, his formidable defense successfully blocking the sword energy's advance. With great effort, Jozu lifted the severed energy upwards, cleanly slicing through the ice walls, causing massive ice blocks to plummet towards the Marines below. "What a terrifying group," Kizaru remarked as he observed the descending ice blocks. He swiftly rose from his seat and appeared in midair, striking a unique pose as rays of light coalesced in his hands. In the next moment, a barrage of laser beams erupted, disintegrating the mountainous ice blocks into countless fragments. Kizaru then turned his gaze to Whitebeard Newgate, condensing rays of light once more, launching a light-speed attack towards him. Just then, a blue figure emerged from the opposite side. Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. The Marines on the ground recognized him instantly, as the infamous pirates of the New World lingered vividly in their memories. What a peculiar bird. The expression on Huang Yuan's wrinkled face deepened as he gazed at Marco, who deflected all attacks. Huang Yuan could not help but exclaim, "How can you challenge our king right upon your arrival?" Marco transformed into his phoenix form, confronting Huang Yuan in midair, and proclaimed with an air of authority, Subsequently, Marco entered his half-beast form and swiftly flew towards Huang Yuan, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. Like a cannonball, Huang Yuan hurtled backwards, crashing against the walls of a building beneath Marineford, a cloud of dust billowing forth. As countless specks of light emanated from Huang Yuan's body, he ascended to regain his human form. Truly, as the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, he is formidable. That kick has left me injured, Huang Yuan remarked with a cheeky grin. Donotist. Marco furrowed his brows, skeptical of his words. If he were truly so easily wounded, the position of Marine Admiral would surely be reassigned. As the strongest force of the Navy, how could he sustain injuries so easily? Ah, what a serious expression. On the battlefield below, the clash between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Navy continued, both sides evenly matched for the time being. After all, the pirates of a new world are seasoned fighters. How terrifying. What should we do? We can hardly withstand a single blow. Everyone is so strong. On the walls of Marineford, KB and Barumabur trembled as they observed the fierce battle, their voices trembling with fear. This is a true battlefield, blood continuously splattering before their eyes, quickly staining the ground of Marineford Plaza, an atmosphere of death pervading the scene. Cursed be this monstrosity. It is enormous. Just as KB and Barumabur were gripped by fear, terrified screams erupted from the Marines on the battlefield. A colossal shadow gradually emerged from the distance, dwarfing even the giants. The expressions of all present changed drastically. Is it a descendant of the oars, the demon of the country? Rear Admiral Crane murmured, observing the approaching figure. Its immense size exuded overwhelming power. Otherwise, it would not bear the title of the demon of the country. Even if the bloodline is not entirely pure, it remains a formidable combat force. The Whitebeard Pirates have connections with the demon of the country. This situation is becoming increasingly troublesome. Ace, I'm coming to rescue you. On the execution platform, Ace shouted in excitement upon seeing oars appear, never expecting him to arrive. The enormous weapon, exceeding 10 meters in length, was wielded effortlessly by the small oars. With a simple swing, the surrounding space resonated with sound, effortlessly clearing the nearby Marines. Witnessing the small oars unleashing a massacre, the morale of the Whitebeard Pirates surged. The Marine giants could no longer contain themselves and charged towards the small oars. However, they were met with oars' heavy blade attacks, each strike necessitating full defense from the overconfident Marine commanders. In no time, their weapons were shattered, and as they beheld the massive sword descending once more, the Marine giants widened their eyes in terror, only to be cut down in an instant. The remaining giant commanders cried out in unison, launching their attacks. Observing the fierce onslaught, Small Oars turned his gaze towards a nearby small Marine warship, lifting and hurling it. The massive vessel barreled through, colliding with the charging Marine ships, clearing a path towards the execution platform. Ace. Small Oars looked toward the execution platform, taking one determined step after another. But suddenly, a figure blocked his path. Buzz. A silhouette appeared before Small Oars. It was Bartholomew Kuma, one of the Shichibukai. He raised his hands, palms facing forward, summoning a massive transparent bear paw before him. As he pressed down, the enormous paw rapidly compressed and shrank. As the Small Oars approached, Kuma gently pushed forward. Ursa's shock. The transparent bear paw surged towards Small Oars, striking him in the abdomen. In that instant, the terrifying force released a blinding light that illuminated the entire Marineford Plaza. The shockwave sent the nearly 40-meter-tall Small Oars flying, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. The overwhelming impact left Small Oars bloodied and dazed. Yet, thoughts of rescuing Ace reignited a spark of determination in his eyes. Moreover, prior to the battle, Whitebeard had given him something to ensure his survival. Thus, he felt unfazed by the battle ahead. Regaining his resolve, Oars seized the sword from the ground and swung it at the nearest Doflamingo, his colossal form carrying an unparalleled advantage in strength. However, he had become sluggish in speed. As Small Oars attacked, Doflamingo let out an excited shriek, swiftly evading the blow as the buildings behind him were cleaved in two. as small oars sought to continue his advance. He remained oblivious to the razor-sharp wire that Doflamingo had laid at his feet. In an instant, his massive thigh was severed. The relentless attacks transformed small oars into a living target. The searing pain, coupled with the loss of balance, rendered small oars disoriented. And he gazed toward Ace on the execution platform, voicing a desperate call. "Ace!" Oars cried out in anguish upon witnessing small oars under siege. Memories of their joyful times together flooding his mind. Boom! The nearly 40-meter-tall oars collapsed to the ground, nearly crushing a multitude of onlookers. His arms lay just a few meters from Ace, yet he could not reach him. Filled with regret, small oars lost consciousness, blood streaming from his wounds, a tragic sight. Yet, unbeknownst to all, at the moment small oars fell, a fleeting green light shimmered from the severed limb, enveloping his battered body in a radiant glow. Observing small oars' defeat, the members of the Whitebeard pirates expressed their grief and rage, while the Navy's morale surged. After all, small oars posed a significant threat. At Marineford, on the execution platform, observing the heavy casualties on the Navy's side, Sengoku furrowed his brow and decisively initiated the third strategy. Compared to the pirates, Sengoku needed to minimize losses. After the war, the stability of the seas would require the Navy's maintenance. Activating the barriers of Marineford, all preparations complete, he signaled Akainu to commence. Sengoku began issuing commands through his miniature Den Mushi. Once the encircling barriers of the plan were established, the Whitebeard pirates would become sitting ducks, and this wretched war would reach its conclusion. The ultimate victors would still be the Navy, still representing justice. With the issuance of Sengoku's orders, the Navy began an orderly retreat, quickly establishing a complete division from the pirates. Soon, a tremendous rumble echoed across Marineford Plaza, the ground trembling. Suddenly, a deep fissure opened up, and a specially constructed wall rapidly ascended, encircling the Whitebeard pirates as they charged towards the execution platform. Observing the clearly divided camps, Whitebeard Newgate furrowed his brow. Sengoku's actions were never without purpose. It was undoubtedly more than a simple hindrance to the Whitebeard pirates' advance. At that moment, the naval admiral, who had been seated silently beneath the execution platform, slowly rose to his feet, his gaze stern and piercing as he surveyed the pirates in the square. He cast aside his naval cloak, and molten lava surged and swirled in his palm. In an instant, the lava shot skyward in a dense cascade, vanishing from the sight of all present. The pirates, bewildered, gazed upward, struggling to comprehend the unfolding spectacle. As moments ticked by, a crimson glow emerged from the heavens, followed by an increasing number of luminous orbs. Massive fists, forged from molten rock, plummeted from above, crashing down upon the pirate ranks with relentless fury. The thick ice beneath them quickly shattered, leaving the ground riddled with gaping holes, while scalding seawater spilled forth and steam billowed into the air. In the ensuing chaos, the pirates suffered grievous losses, and witnessing the Whitebeard pirates' plight, elite naval forces from around the world surged forward once more. Amidst the fierce battle, Luffy's escape team, trapped atop one of the surviving icebergs, was anxiously devising a strategy for a safe descent. While all were fervently brainstorming solutions, Luffy's eyes fixated nervously on the execution platform, though the distance rendered it difficult to discern details. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind as he glanced at the thick layer of ice beneath them. He exclaimed, "We need to find a way to get the ship back to the sea. Let us do it this way." "Are you certain it can work?" Buggy queried. A look of skepticism etched on his face. Coincidentally, at that very moment, the naval battleship's Den Mushi crackled to life, broadcasting the latest operational plans, including the imminent execution of Fire Fist Ace. Instantly, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. There was no time for hesitation. "We will proceed as Straw Hat Boy suggests," Ivankov declared, casting a glance at Luffy. "All right, let's do it." Buggy, Crocodile, and Jinbei exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. They then leaped high into the air, delivering powerful kicks to the ice layer below, shattering it with their immense strength. Cracks raced across the surface and a massive ice fractured. Ah! They cried as they plummeted. How could this happen? The Straw Hat Kid shouldn't have listened to you. We're doomed. Ah, could it be that we are really going to die? Wait, I think I'm a rubber man. I want to die, Luffy shouted, recalling his abilities with a sudden realization. Hey, are you the only one not afraid of falling? What about us? Mr. 3 lamented, his expression filled with despair as the icy surface glimmered under the sun. His heart sinking. The colossal scream caught the attention of both the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates engaged in battle, causing them to instinctively cease their fighting and look up at the sky. A massive ship loomed into view. Could it be the Whitebeard pirates' backup? This thought flickered through the minds of the naval forces, yet Whitebeard Newgate frowned, equally uncertain about the ship's allegiance. Ace, I'm here to save you. Luffy inhaled deeply and shouted at Ace. As they descended closer to the ground, Ace's features became clearer to Luffy, a smile playing on his lips as he finally, at long last, saw Ace again. Et Luffy. Ace's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at his brother, suspended in midair. Unable to fathom why Luffy was here at Marine headquarters, Marineford of all places. Luffy, similarly, sitting beside the execution platform. Garp's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets at the sight of his grandson, equally incredulous that Luffy had arrived. Yet, what was this peculiar assembly? The former Shichibukai crocodile, the fishman Jinbei, the revolutionary Ivankov, and even the clown Buggy, who had recently been incarcerated and impelled down. Garp, you scoundrel, is this your family again? Sengoku's expression darkened as he glared at Garp, his voice heavy with ire. Ah, another formidable group has arrived. This is rather interesting. The former Shichibukai alongside the newest troublesome newcomer. A most peculiar combination. What is happening? Those individuals are indeed wearing prison garb. The Navy ranks buzzed with speculation about Luffy's group, each voicing their opinions. Sengoku, is it permissible to execute this group? Kizaru inquired, glancing at Luffy's crew. No problem, they are all criminals. Sengoku waved dismissively, though he worried that this group might ally with the Whitebeard pirates. Finally, we made it. Ivankov transformed into a towering figure, his voluminous hair cushioning the many escapees from impelled down, ensuring Luffy's group landed safely. The prisoners exhaled in relief, their lives preserved. As the dust settled, Ivankov returned to his original form, only to discover that Crocodile had vanished. Luffy too noticed Crocodile's absence. Whitebeard, I have come for your head. At that moment, Crocodile, partially elemental, soared towards Whitebeard Newgate, prompting concern among the Whitebeard pirates. Even knowing their father was strong, they could not help but feel apprehensive. Crocodile, you have truly forgotten the pain of your past, Whitebeard Newgate remarked, his tone flat yet mocking as he sensed Crocodile's approach. Bang! Just as Crocodile's golden hook swung down, Luffy suddenly appeared between Crocodile and Whitebeard, enveloped in steam in his gear's second state, Haki enveloping his formidable sandals. Luffy delivered a powerful kick that sent Crocodile's weapon flying. Following that, Luffy launched a fist towards Crocodile, pushing him further from Whitebeard. Straw Hat Kid, our alliance ended the moment we reached Marineford. Why do you interfere with my intention to eliminate Whitebeard? Crocodile's expression darkened, his eyes rolling with disdain. Luffy, however, remained steadfast, determined to prevent any harm from befalling Whitebeard. His fists clenched tightly. He focused intently on Crocodile, prepared to retaliate should he make another move. Oof. Observing the formidable presence of Whitebeard alongside the determined Straw Hat Kid, Crocodile scoffed, descending towards the battlefield below. There would be other opportunities. It was unnecessary to engage Luffy in a fierce confrontation now. Ah, Ace's brother. Quite capable, aren't you? As Crocodile retreated, Marco on the ice surface smiled slightly, beginning to acknowledge Luffy's prowess. At the bow of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard Newgate gazed at the straw hat behind Luffy, lost in thought, reminiscing about the days of youth with Shanks. Back then, Shanks, Buggy, and a little red-nosed boy had indeed made quite a name for themselves during the battles against the Roger Pirates. Kid, do you know where this place is? With your strength, this is not where you belong. As Whitebeard Newgate pondered for a moment, that Songyun Chia in his hand stood firmly at the bow of the ship, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that radiated outward. I'm fully aware of my intentions. Do not presume that I am oblivious to your aspirations. You wish to become the Pirate King, do you not? I shall tell you, it is I who will ascend to that throne. Upon hearing Whitebeard's disdainful remarks, Luffy, hands on his hips and brimming with indignation, shouted back at Nugate, his voice resonating throughout Marineford. In that moment, both the Marines and pirates gazed at Luffy in astonishment, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Even as an adversary, the formidable presence of Whitebeard was deeply ingrained in their minds. As a legendary figure, his power could obliterate the heavens and earth. Yet here was a mere novice brazenly boasting before him. What audacity indeed! As Luffy's words echoed, Whitebeard's brow furrowed, and the Tsongyun Xia in his grasp began to whirl violently, generating a powerful gale that swirled around him. Then, with a thunderous crash, it struck the bow of the ship, the overwhelming might of his Haushiko haki enveloping the vicinity, surging directly toward Luffy. Several pirates watching the clash from below were swept away by the force of his haki and fainted, while Luffy remained unwavering, his eyes wide and fixed on Whitebeard. Gula-la-la-la, this is intriguing. I shall rescue Ace according to my own design. With that declaration, Luffy began to stretch and prepare himself, then leaped from the Moby Dick, sprinting towards the execution platform. The ordinary Marines attempting to thwart him were no match for his vigor. What a bold little rascal. We cannot let Ace's brother get ahead. You lot, follow me. Marco observed the spirited Luffy, shaking his head with a smile before gesturing for his First Division members to join him. Since the Marines had abandoned all sense of martial virtue, seeking to encircle the Whitebeard pirates with their impenetrable barriers, he resolved to obliterate them entirely. The weapon of choice was the special explosives that Whitebeard had requested from Xia Hao days prior, which Marco had previously tested, discovering their unimaginable potency. 10 minutes later, under Marco's command, a small contingent of the First Division appeared at the corners of the encirclement, swiftly affixing the bombs before retreating at the speed of light. The timed explosives were set to detonate in 1 minute, and they had no intention of being caught in their own trap. Tick-tock, tick-tock. As the minute elapsed, a resounding explosion reverberated throughout Marineford, a terrifying sound that caused the earth to rupture, a chasm nearly 100 meters deep extending 500 to 600 meters. The once indomitable barrier was shattered into countless pieces, and a ferocious shockwave sent nearby Marines flying. The cataclysmic explosion drew the attention of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who stared intently at the crumbling barrier, his expression grave. This was a defense structure tested by the Marines, impervious to ordinary means of destruction. Even Akainu's powers could not easily dismantle it. It seemed the Whitebeard pirates had indeed underestimated their resolve. They had come well prepared. Whitebeard Nugate. Sengoku attributed this chaos to Whitebeard's strategic planning, oblivious to the fact that such a terrifying commotion also caused Whitebeard himself to furrow his brow. Testing a single explosive versus a chain reaction of destruction was an entirely different affair. XiaHao indeed possessed many remarkable items capable of delivering such a devastating attack with a vast area of effect. Even a Logia user would not find complete safety from it, he mused, regretting not investing further in more explosives at the time. Nonetheless, with the Marines' protective barrier thoroughly annihilated, Whitebeard rallied his crew. Charge! Annihilate the Marines and rescue Ace. The Whitebeard pirates erupted with thunderous cries, their spirits ignited as they surged towards the execution platform. With the barrier down, the Marines' morale faltered. At this moment, Luffy, seeing the high wall before him crumble, wore a delighted smile. After dispatching a Marine who dared to attack him, he dashed towards the execution platform. However, the Marines would not allow him to succeed unchallenged. Several Marine admirals advanced menacingly toward Luffy, their fierce assaults blocking his path. Anxious, he exclaimed, "Death glare!" Just then, support from Ivankov arrived, sending the Marine admiral flying. On the execution platform, Sengoku cast a deep glance at Garp as he observed Luffy being escorted by the Revolutionary Army and Whitebeard pirates. Straw Hat Luffy. This man also bears the weight of an infamous lineage. Not only is he the brother of Fire Fist Ace, but he is also a notorious supernova of the worst generation, son of none other than the world's most feared man, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Sengoku's resonant voice introduced Luffy, leaving the Marines, pirates, and even reporters from Sabeti Archipelago in stunned disbelief, their mouths agape in incredulity. Today was indeed unforgettable. As both the son of the Pirate King, Roger, and the son of Revolutionary Leader Dragon had been revealed, the world would surely descend into madness. Hurry, hurry! This is big news. Inform Morgans immediately. We must print 100,000 copies. The revelations were staggering. The Revolutionary Dragon had a son. Wait, does that imply Dragon is the son of Vice Admiral Garp? What on earth is this family lineage? Some began to piece together the connections, exclaiming in shock, a family spanning 3 generations, embodying 3 factions, each a figure of global astonishment. Luffy, Garp sighed upon hearing the revelation of Luffy's heritage. He must be eliminated. Such a wicked bloodline should not endure. In an instant, the Marines descended into chaos, many converging on Luffy, attacking with fervor. Compared to the deceased Pirate King Roger, the ongoing threat of Revolutionary Leader Dragon loomed far larger. A sharp sword aura suddenly sliced through the air, and Luffy instinctively dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike that sent dozens of pirates behind him flying, leaving a terrifying gash in the ground. Faced with the imposing figure blocking his path, Luffy's expression turned serious. He recalled their first encounter when Zoro had been utterly powerless against this individual's might. The memory of that encounter underscored the formidable strength he faced. Rubber pistol. Luffy raised his hand, intending to retaliate against Hawkeye Mihawk, but a vivid image flashed in his mind, of hands severed cleanly. He also recalled Ace imparting knowledge about Haki, recognizing that it too had varying degrees of strength. How fascinating! Had he glimpsed a brief future? Hawkeye Mihawk, with the keen eyes of an eagle, fixed his gaze upon Luffy and spoke softly, poised to continue his assault with the Supreme Blade. Yaru. At that moment, an unexpected figure emerged. Crocodile had made his move, intercepting Mihawk's attack. Crocodile. Mihawk expressed mild surprise, aware of the enmity between Crocodile and Whitebeard. Luffy had even defeated him, sending him to impel down. Yet why was he now aiding Luffy? You scoundrel, Crocodile, are you abandoning me to ally with Whitebeard? A mocking voice echoed from behind Crocodile, and a gleaming blade severed his head. The assailant was none other than Don Quixote Doflamingo. I do not serve anyone. As for Whitebeard, he merely prolongs my existence. A torrent of yellow sand surged toward Crocodile, swiftly coalescing into human form. Amidst the swirling cigar smoke, Crocodile squinted, turning to face Doflamingo. In the distance, Ma-er-ka witnessed the unfolding scene and called out to Hua Jian Bizita, instructing him to intercept Yen. We cannot allow Ace's brother to be harmed. No problem. Bizita nodded, swiftly darting towards Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, a challenge every swordsman aspires to undertake. As Yen prepared to launch another attack on Lu Fei, countless roses descended from the heavens. Bizita brandished his twin swords to thwart Yen's assault, determined not to let him approach the execution platform with ease. A somewhat exaggerated, lewd voice emerged from beside Lu Fei. It was Admiral Kizaru, whose yellow flash appeared in an instant, delivering a powerful kick that sent Lu Fei crashing to the ground, resembling a cannonball as he created a deep trench upon impact. Speed is power. How does it feel to be struck by light? Kizaru's hands once again coalesced with radiance, targeting the pirates who charged forward. Just then, Ma-er-ka arrived just in time to block Kizaru's attack, while Akiji was temporarily held off by Diamond Jozu, plunging the battlefield back into a stalemate. Simultaneously, aboard the Moby Dyke, a fearsome captain from a subordinate crew of the Whitebeard pirates approached Whitebeard, Nyogaita. The combatants on both sides were evenly matched, with neither gaining the upper hand. The Whitebeard pirates were held back by the Navy, unable to advance within 500 or 600 meters of the execution platform. On the Moby Dyke, the formidable Squard arrived beside Nyogaita, his face contorted with conflict as he gazed at Whitebeard. Meanwhile, Ma-er-ka, engaged in battle with Kizaru, felt a heavy weight in his heart, recalling Xia Hao's words before the war. Yet he found himself stretched thin, forced to focus entirely on fending off Kizaru's onslaught, hoping that his father would be more cautious. before the battle commenced. Marika had warned Whitebeard to remain vigilant against anyone approaching him. "Squard, is something the matter?" Whitebeard inquired, observing the conflicted Squard. "Father, I've uncovered a Navy conspiracy that I wish to discuss with you." Squard, after a moment of internal struggle, steeled himself and spoke. "Oh, do tell." Upon hearing Whitebeard's voice, Squard took 2 steps closer, closing the distance. Then, in a flash, he drew his long blade and plunged it into Whitebeard's abdomen, crimson blood splattering across the Moby Dike. The sudden turn of events left everyone astounded, except for Admiral Akainu, who remained calm. For this was all part of the scheme to incite discord within the Whitebeard pirates, convincing Squard that Whitebeard favored Ace at the expense of others' lives. Clearly, Akainu had succeeded. Squard's previous crew had been annihilated by the Roger pirates, leaving him as the sole survivor by mere fortune, which was why Akainu sought him out. Compared to the rest of the Whitebeard pirates, Squard was easier to manipulate. "Squard, what have you done?" Marika's expression darkened, filled with despair as he recalled how he had previously disregarded Xia Hao's warning, resulting in Sachi losing a leg. Now, due to the chaos of battle, his father had been injured, and Marika felt overwhelming guilt, believing it was all his fault. With a fierce strike, he sent Kizaru flying before racing towards the Moby Dike, his face a mask of fury as he confronted Squard, declaring him a traitor in his heart. Marika. However, Whitebeard raised his hand to stop the enraged Marika, his gaze fixed on Squard, bewildered as to why this son would betray him. Whitebeard, was this all part of your arrangement with the Navy? Sacrificing our lives in exchange for the safety of the Whitebeard pirates and Ace? If we rebel, the Navy will surely end this war. Why didn't you tell me before adopting me that Ace was the child of Roger? Squard shouted angrily at Whitebeard, believing he had been abandoned. Hearing Squard's accusations, the entire Whitebeard pirates momentarily halted their assault, taking advantage of the situation. The pacifists led by Ta Zongwan launched an attack on a portion of the pirates, firing beams of light relentlessly. "You scoundrel, Squard. Father is not that kind of person." Marika shouted in outrage, shocked by Squard's misguided beliefs. "Sengoku, this is all your scheme? Isn't it? Truly, you have not changed." Whitebeard's chest heaved with anger. The pain in his body paled in comparison to the agony in his heart. "Squard, even if you are foolish, I still love you. However, I wish to know who led you into darkness." Whitebeard extended his arm to embrace Squard, offering concern rather than condemnation. Hearing Whitebeard's heartfelt concern, Squard crumbled. Even now, Father did not retaliate, which confirmed that he had been deceived by the Navy. Squard began recounting Akainu's words. "Did you say I betrayed my own sons?" Whitebeard activated the powers of the Gura no Mi, unleashing a powerful shockwave that shattered the thick ice on either side, causing countless ice blocks to fall from the sky, restoring the sea to its normal state and allowing the previously frozen ships to sail freely. "Are you giving the pirates a way out?" Sengoku murmured, observing the scene. "As pirates, you must decide what you choose to believe is right," Whitebeard declared, gripping his legendary blade, Young Shuenki, tightly, his voice resonating throughout Marineford. All the pirates gazed at the towering figure aboard the Moby Dike, their eyes moistening with emotion. Indeed, everything had been a lie. How dare the Navy deceive us? Damn Navy, I can't believe I doubted Father. How could I ever misjudge him again? The members of the subordinate crews of the Whitebeard pirates began to express their loyalty, looking at Nyogaita with expressions of guilt, as they had just doubted his loyalty. "Those willing to fight alongside me, abandon your lives and launch an attack," Whitebeard proclaimed with fury, stroking his wound, a formidable and terrifying aura emanating from him. In that moment, the world's strongest man was truly enraged. The ailments within his body had been fully healed by Xia Hao, restoring him to his prime. Now, only superficial wounds remained, which were inconsequential. Before departing, he had received numerous restorative items from Xia Hao, one each for little Ooze and Marika, keeping one for himself. However, Whitebeard glanced at Sengoku, not intending to use them just yet, for the battle had only just begun, and the strength of the Navy admirals should not be underestimated. Even he had to treat this with utmost seriousness. No one could remain the strongest forever. Whitebeard sprinted a few steps and leaped high from the Moby Dike, landing directly on the battlefield. If he could not break the deadlock, he would take matters in his own hands. A powerful shockwave radiated outward from Whitebeard, causing those around him to stagger back. "Yarrow, follow me," he shouted, raising his legendary blade, Young Shuenki, and after a mighty cry, he charged towards the execution platform. This time, he would unleash his full power and rescue Ace. Witnessing Nyo-Gaita's charge, the remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates followed closely, their previous confusion, doubt, and disbelief evaporating, replaced by thunderous roars that echoed through the skies. "Behold, the world's strongest man has been provoked." On the execution platform, the formidable warring states marshal gazed at the leading figure, Whitebeard, and proclaimed loudly. As a man of his era, Warring States was acutely aware of the terrifying prowess of Whitebeard, or Newgate, and even in his current wounded state, he was not to be underestimated. Gurara la 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 la. Navy, speaking out of turn, comes at a cost. With that, Whitebeard activated the powers of the Gura Nomi, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that sent the nearby Navy soldiers flying, creating a massive crater not far ahead. Ignoring them, Whitebeard continued his advance, regarding these foes as mere insignificant pawns, utterly unworthy of his concern. Finally, Whitebeard had entered the fray. Warring States observed the imposing figure of Newgate positioned centrally on the battlefield, his expression turning grave. The war had only just begun, as long as Newgate still drew breath. The conclusion remained far from certain. "La, you shall not advance any further." Just as Newgate pressed on, the figure of Admiral Akiji appeared before him, his chilling ice powers freezing the surroundings, with ice surging toward Whitebeard like a tidal wave. However, in the next instant, the shock wave erupted, shattering the ice instantly, which fell away like shattered glass. Following this, Newgate swung his blade, the Yoru, down upon Akiji, cleaving him in two with a resounding crack. Akiji was sent hurtling backwards, and the ground within 100 meters was refrozen. But as he reverted from his elemental form, the blood trickling from his mouth betrayed his injury. Hachishaka Kogyo. The yellow flash of Admiral Kizuru soared into the air, gathering a terrifying amount of light energy in his hand before unleashing a barrage of laser beams towards Newgate. Witnessing this scene, Marco felt compelled to assist. "Marco, go save Ace," Whitebeard commanded with a raised hand. At the sound of his father's voice, Marco had no choice but to comply, transforming into his phoenix form and soaring toward the execution platform. With Kizuru occupied, this presented a golden opportunity for the Whitebeard pirates, and Marco flew with all his might. Grara la 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 la. The powers of a Logia-type devil fruit are indeed formidable, but I am Whitebeard. As he beheld the multitude of laser beams raining down, Whitebeard's voice resonated throughout Marineford. He planted the Yoru firmly into the ground and swung his robust arm, striking the void with his fist, which produced a sound like shattering glass as the surrounding space trembled and distorted, deflecting all incoming light attacks. Since the demise of Roger, it had been long since he had fought with such abandon. "Younglings, have you witnessed my peak?" A slight smile graced Newgate's face as he reveled in the unending power surging within him, grateful for the healing provided by the young summer. Once concerned about the cost of healing, he now felt vindicated in his decision. How can this be? He shattered space with a mere flick of his hand. Reports indicated this old man was bedridden, his ailments reaching their limit. Warring States, astonished by the vigor of Newgate, could hardly believe his eyes. Everything before him contradicted the intelligence they had received. What had transpired? A legendary monster from the pinnacle of power was in a rage. This war had indeed become troublesome. Warring States sighed quietly, contemplating the battered Marineford, realizing the Navy headquarters would soon need to relocate. Boom! The space trembled once more as Admiral Kizuru was rocked by the shockwave, but thanks to his Logia abilities, he quickly reformed. However, his gaze towards Newgate had changed, clearly indicating that the reality before him was not as the three admirals had been led to believe. Magma Bear, as Akiji and Kizuru failed to land their strikes. Admiral Akainu's right arm surged with magma, the intense heat causing the surrounding air to rise sharply, melting the ice beneath. A head of magma shot towards Whitebeard with incredible speed. Yet, in this moment of peak condition, Newgate wielded the Yoru, enveloped in hockey, and effortlessly sliced the magma head in two. Observing the flames licking the blade of the Yoru, Whitebeard exhaled, dispersing a plume of white smoke, shaking off the magma particles that clung to it. Meanwhile, above the execution platform, Marco, in his phoenix form, sped toward Ace. As he neared, a smile crossed his face. Just as he raised his claws, prepared to rescue Ace, a shadow leapt high from the execution platform. The Navy hero, Garp, who had remained seated until now, unleashed a powerful punch toward Marco, his fist infused with advanced hockey, sending Marco crashing to the ground like a cannonball. Vice Admiral Garp. The sight of Garp's intervention sent waves of excitement through the Navy ranks, as the title of hero represented the Navy's image and morale. Grandfather. Luffy's eyes widened as he beheld Garp, feeling a mix of confusion and admiration. Had he truly stepped in? The legendary Navy hero, a monster of Roger's era. Nearby, Buggy, surrounded by a group of subordinates, murmured to himself as he watched the unfolding drama, while a nearby Den Mushi broadcasted live. Buggy-sama, shall we not assist? One of the pirates asked, eager to join the fray in this prime battlefield. No way. Do you wish to die? Buggy flatly refused, though his gaze lingered on Luffy. Lost in thought, on the Sabeti archipelago, reporters erupted into a frenzy at the sight of Garp's actions. This was indeed major news. Garp. Whitebeard's expression darkened at the sight of Garp's involvement. Things would become exceedingly complicated now. Grandfather. Ace gazed at the towering, conflicted figure beside him, tears welling in his eyes as memories of their joyful past flooded his mind, as if it were just yesterday. Garp. No one has called you to intervene. Warring States addressed Garp sternly, fully aware of the internal conflict and reluctance gnawing at him. Garp remained silent, standing resolutely, his eyes fixed on the battlefield below. At that very moment, 100 nautical miles from Marine headquarters, a solitary Navy warship sailed rapidly, eerily empty, resembling a ghost ship. On the Sabeti archipelago, the Dark King Rayleigh watched the unfolding events on the screen, sipping his drink, lost in contemplation. A barrage of terrifying laser beams rained down upon Marine headquarters, as the peacekeeping forces, led by Senamaru, commenced their assault on the ordinary pirates. The explosive shockwaves sent nearby pirates flying. Witnessing this, Diamond Jozu rallied his crew to combat the peacekeeping forces, aware that these pirates were allies of the Whitebeard pirates. Ace, wait for me, Luffy shouted, his focus fixed on the ever-approaching execution platform. Ace, wait for me, he called out again, his voice filled with determination. Close behind him, Ivankov helped clear the way, while the Revolutionary Army team worked to fend off the encroaching Navy soldiers, creating a clear path before Luffy. However, just then, the imposing figure of Bartholomew Kuma suddenly appeared ahead, blocking their way. Seeing Kuma, Ivankov attempted to establish rapport, only to be met with a blinding light beam. As Ivankov was propelled into the air, spinning rapidly, a vast pit of dust lingered ominously, staring at the formidable figure of Bartholomew Kuma, who seemed intent on her demise. Ivankov was engulfed in disbelief. How could a once amicable comrade from the Revolutionary Army turn against her with lethal intent? What had transpired to bring about this betrayal? There was no hope of awakening him now. The current Bartholomew Kuma was merely an emotionless automaton. Doflamingo's voice resonated nearby, and upon seeing the celestial demon, Ivankov furrowed her brow, uncertain of his motives. Although the specifics eluded her, she was aware that he had forged some agreement with the world government, resulting in his current grotesque state. Cursed be it, Ivankov exclaimed, her face a mask of fury. She believed that Kuma had been deceived by the world government. Straw Hat Boy, you must leave. This is my fight now. Understood, be careful, Ivankov. This foe is formidable, Luffy warned before turning to dash toward the execution platform. Rest assured, Lightning, I will safeguard Straw Hat Boy, Ivankov signaled, her gaze fixed on Kuma, eager to uncover the truth of the years that had elapsed. Straw Hat Brat, you shall not pass. As a squad charged forward like an arrow, several Navy giant vice admirals obstructed Luffy's path. A long blade descended swiftly prompting Luffy to evade. His arm cloaked in haki as he entered Gear Second, launching an offensive. Goma Goma no pistol. With that declaration, his powerful fist struck a Vice Admiral squarely in the abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground amidst a cloud of dust. Get out of the way, Luffy bellowed, charging onwards. However, the Navy would not grant him such ease. One after another, they blocked his advance, even the most elite Vice Admirals presenting formidable resistance. Observing the chaos below from the execution platform, Sengoku glanced at the time, contemplating an expedited execution. As for morality, if the Navy achieved ultimate victory, everything would be justifiable. Proceed with the execution, Sengoku commanded, and in that moment, all combatants on Marineford instinctively halted their skirmishes, turning their attention to him. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, attempted to intervene, but the three admirals of the Navy ensured he had no opportunity. He could only lament how today's youth had become so monstrous. Poor gas Ace. The audacity of the Navy to disregard martial ethics and hasten the execution was infuriating. What to do? The execution platform is too far. Moreover, two legendary figures of the Navy, Hero Garp and Fleet Admiral Sengoku, stood above. Ace, Luffy's desperate cry echoed, pushing him to advance once more. But he was repelled by a Vice Admiral. Although Luffy was now deemed a notorious supernova of the worst generation, his power was still comparable to that of a pacifist. A stark contrast to the battle-hardened Vice Admirals. As the executioner raised the blade, preparing to strike, two blades of sand soared from beneath the platform. Blood gushed forth from the executioner, who collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Crocodile. Sengoku seethed, astonished that the one who intervened was the very person he least expected. He had thought that Crocodile's antagonistic relationship with Whitebeard would aid the Navy in thwarting the Whitebeard pirates. Yet here he was, aligned with them. Sengoku's anger flared as he surveyed the battlefield. Numerous factors had surpassed his intelligence. The healthy appearance of Whitebeard, Crocodile's allegiance, the devastating bombs, and Garp's notorious grandson were all unforeseen. Whitebeard would eventually be dealt with, but prior to that, Sengoku had no desire to witness the Navy's disgraceful visage. Crocodile took a deep drag from his cigar and coldly addressed Sengoku, asserting that pirates and the Navy were inherently opposed. Immediately summon new executioners. Sengoku fumed. Yet for the sake of the plan's success, he had to suppress his fury and issued orders via Den Den Mushi. Within Marineford, upon receiving Sengoku's command, the Navy soldiers hurried toward the executioner's quarters, unaware of a frail figure observing them from the shadows, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Ace, Luffy, relieved that Ace had not yet faced execution, felt a smile break through his sorrow and sprinted toward the platform, his heart ablaze with vigor. The battlefield was now divided into three sections. The three admirals of the Navy versus Edward Newgate, the seven warlords versus the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates, and Luffy's jailbreak squad along with some members of the Whitebeard pirates versus the elite Navy led by Vice Admirals. Everyone, go assist Straw Hat. We must rescue Ace. Edward Newgate's booming laughter echoed as he surveyed the scene. For the moment, Luffy was the most likely candidate to save Ace, especially with Garp stationed before the execution platform. Whitebeard, perhaps you should concern yourself with your own affairs. Akainu sneered as he observed the Whitebeard pirates closing in on Luffy. With a grim expression, he unleashed a powerful magma attack toward Whitebeard's visage, the intense heat threatening to obliterate everything in its path. However, just then, a resounding voice pierced the air as a column of seawater surged from beneath the shattered ice behind Edward Newgate, colliding with the molten lava, causing a rain of seawater to descend from the sky and significantly lowering the surrounding temperature. Jinbei. The sight of the Fishman, who had once chosen to join the seven warlords for Fishman Island, elicited a sigh from Admiral Akiji, who eventually opted to withdraw due to his allegiance to Whitebeard. Jinbei, you need not concern yourself here. Hasten to aid Straw Hat. Whitebeard commanded. Father, I am not a member of the Whitebeard pirates. How I choose is my own freedom, Jinbei retorted for the first time, standing resolutely behind Whitebeard to thwart any ambush from the Navy. Half an hour later, the executioners hastily arrived at the platform, prepared under Sengoku's direction. This unfolding scene cast a pall of seriousness and panic among the Whitebeard pirates. "Ace, I'm coming to save you," Edward Newgate declared as he prepared to charge forward. But the admirals would not allow it. Utilizing their Logia powers, they overwhelmed Whitebeard, who found himself unable to move, while Jinbei valiantly defended against the onslaught of Navy forces. "Whitebeard, witness your brother's execution." Sengoku's voice reverberated through Marineford as he issued commands via Den Mushi. "Kumos! No! Yamaru! You bastards!" Luffy's eyes flared with rage as he sprinted toward the execution platform, only to be repeatedly thwarted by waves of Navy personnel. Observing the gleaming executioner's blade descending toward Ace, Luffy's fury reached a boiling point, unleashing a thunderous roar. "Yamaru, halt!" The Conqueror's haki emanated from Luffy, enveloping the area in an overwhelming pressure that rendered the surrounding crowd unconscious, including those upon the execution platform. "Yamaru, cease at once." The immense power of Luffy's haki surged outward, incapacitating enemies within a radius of several hundred meters. The sudden emergence of such formidable haki drew the attention of all on the battlefield. Luffy possesses Conqueror's haki. Is it truly an innate gift? Kapu observed the scene before him, murmuring to himself, his gaze towards his eldest grandson filled with a complex mix of emotions. Had he not chosen the path of the Navy, he would have been utterly confident in cultivating him into the strongest naval soldier. Alas, it was all too late. "Luffy, do you possess this as well?" Ace's eyes widened in astonishment and joy as he looked at Luffy. "Ah, what an unexpected ability. The Conqueror's haki. A rare top-tier power that appears in only one among a million, and the Straw Hat Boy possesses it too. Gururara, a fine lad indeed. It seems he must carry the nefarious bloodline of the Revolutionary Army's dragon. He must be eradicated. Conqueror's haki? Is Ace's brother quite capable?" In Marineford Square, everyone was astounded by Luffy's display. While the Navy wore grim expressions, the pirates were filled with excitement. A surge of energy coursing through them as they charged towards the Navy, their eyes brimming with hope as they beheld Ace on the execution platform. "Ace, I am coming to rescue you." Luffy disregarded the dazed Navy surrounding him, sprinting towards the opening before him with all his might, hoping to reach Ace as swiftly as possible. The wielder of Conqueror's haki could not be allowed to flourish, or the seas would gain another malevolent pirate. Indeed, he must be eliminated for the sake of world peace. The son of the Revolutionary Army leader dragon, his wicked lineage was no less formidable than that of the Pirate King. A group of Navy vice admirals watched as Luffy drew ever closer to the execution platform and charged forward once more. After all, he had merely awakened his Conqueror's haki. He was not yet a cause for concern. They merely needed to snuff out this evil seed. Guimorua jet pistol. Facing the obstruction before him, Luffy activated Gear Second, enveloping himself in armament haki, launching a rapid assault. The obstructing Navy soldier barely registered a blur before being struck by Luffy's immensely powerful fist, blood gushing forth as he succumbed to unconsciousness, dimly perceiving a robust figure pass overhead. Is this the Navy? A mere brat who has just awakened Conqueror's haki sends you into such a panic. Gururara, it seems you are regressing. Sengoku. Whitebeard Newgate mocked as he observed the Navy attacking the Straw Hat Boy Luffy. It is all for justice. To maintain peace in this world. Sengoku retorted. I spear. Yada no Kagami. Hellhound. As Sengoku's words fell, the Navy's three admirals began to unite for the first time. To them, whether it was Ace or the Straw Hat Boy, they were both insignificant youngsters, easily dispatched. Only this man before them, who had inexplicably regained his peak condition, Whitebeard Newgate, must be completely eliminated. Otherwise, releasing a tiger back to the mountains would not only bring shame to the Navy, but would also lead to further chaos in the New World. Gururara, a joint attack? Do you think I'm someone easy to deal with? I am Whitebeard. As he beheld the three admirals joining forces, Whitebeard Newgate's expression hardened, a flicker of pressure emerging within him. The Conqueror's haki coiled wildly around his supreme weapon, the Tsong Yun Xia, as the shockwave erupted simultaneously, shattering the very space before him. Whitebeard's powerful arm bulged with veins as he swung the Tsong Yun Xia towards the three attacks. In an instant, a terrifying explosion resounded. Akainu's magma fist was cleaved in two, Akiji's ice spear was severed at the waist, and Kizuru's laser beams were mostly obstructed. However, the sheer intensity of the onslaught meant that not all attacks could be thwarted by Whitebeard. Poochie, over a dozen laser beams pierced through Whitebeard's formidable form, blood gushing forth as a sharp pain coursed through him. Yet, Whitebeard Newgate showed no signs of distress. He had endured far worse injuries during his battles with Roger. Bearing the pain, he planted the Tsong Yun Xia firmly into the ground, reaching out with both hands towards the void before him. Akiji's expression changed as his body was instantly shattered. In the chaos of the ruptured space, a portion of his incorporeal body nearly got sucked into the void. Bang! Bang! The space within 100 meters instantly shattered and reformed, the bodies of the three admirals also fracturing at the same time. However, due to the nature of their devil fruit abilities, the impact was minimal. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Akainu and his comrades formed a triangular formation, surrounding Whitebeard once more. The next moment, a terrifying aura surged, the overwhelming pressure causing the surrounding navy and pirates to turn their heads. The shockwave emanating from them sent those nearby flying, and witnessing this, Whitebeard Newgate made a decisive move, reaching for Jinbei and hurling him away. "Old man!" In midair, Jinbei shouted urgently, but it was of no use. The sky was not the sea. Humph, typical of Whitebeard. Even at this moment, he thinks of saving others. Akainu scoffed. Molten magma erupting from his body, the earth instantly assimilated by the lava, black smoke billowing forth, the terrifying heat seemingly ready to melt everything. Really? Akiji frowned slightly at Akainu's outburst. However, he too unleashed the power of his ice fruit. Perhaps due to their opposing attributes and differing personalities, Akiji was not fond of Akainu. Like clone, Kizuru, observing the explosive power of the two, knew he could not afford to lag behind. After all, as fellow admirals, their strengths could not differ too greatly. Hellhound, absolute zero. In an instant, the Navy's three admirals launched a coordinated attack, charging toward Whitebeard Newgate with all their might, unwilling to allow any unforeseen accidents to occur. Old man, damn the Navy for their despicable actions. What to do? There is no time left. How outrageous! Seeing Whitebeard under siege, Marco and the others cried out in desperation, wanting to rescue Whitebeard. But in the next moment, they were blocked by the Navy, without a chance to intervene. Gururara, I am Whitebeard. Beholding that he could compel the Navy's three admirals to unleash their full assault, Whitebeard Newgate laughed heartily, unafraid, unleashing his shockwave power as the Conqueror's haki exploded forth, shattering the previously overcast sky, stirring up tumultuous waves upon the tranquil sea, relentlessly crashing against Marineford Square. The skies darkened, the entirety of Marineford enveloped by Whitebeard Newgate's Conqueror's haki. In an instant, indiscriminate residual waves spread out, causing the weaker navy and pirates to faint. Come forth! With a mighty shout, Whitebeard Newgate engaged in fierce combat with the Navy's three admirals, clearing the area within a kilometer, outsiders unable to intervene. As time passed, the brutal battle inflicted countless wounds upon Whitebeard Newgate's body. Unlike the Logia-type devil fruit, even the mightiest of individuals were still mere mortals. Whitebeard's injuries grew more severe with each passing moment. Yet, for the sake of his son and the Whitebeard pirates, he would not retreat. Marco, do everything you can to rescue Ace. Whitebeard Newgate's Tsong Yun Xia spun rapidly, repelling Akainu before he called out loudly. Old man, Marco, witnessing his father battling the three admirals alone, felt his heart wrench in agony. But recalling the purpose of their mission, he suppressed his sorrow and led the charge towards the execution platform. The strongest force of the Navy had been halted. Now, it was time to see what they were capable of. Charge, rescue Ace. Do not let our father down. Teach this group of filthy, despicable Marines a lesson. Charge forth and rescue AC. AC, we are coming. Father, everyone. As AC gazed upon the battlefield, he could not help but lower his head, pondering why he had not heeded the advice given to him. Had he not pursued that scoundrel teach alone, none of this would have transpired. Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes as he lamented, consumed by sorrow. Garp, witnessing this scene, sighed deeply, reflecting on the inevitability of the present situation. "AC, I am coming." Luffy observed the imposing Whitebeard pirates, feeling immense gratitude toward Whitebeard. Though Luffy was reckless, he was acutely aware that his current strength was no match for a Marine admiral. With a cough, Whitebeard Newgate spat blood, his gaze directed toward the execution platform. Filled with hope, a new generation replacing the old. It must be said that today, Marine admirals are as formidable as the legendary Sengoku of yore. Bastard! Akainu's expression darkened as he witnessed the Whitebeard pirates growing bolder, drawing ever closer to the execution platform. He swiftly moved toward it. That scoundrel! Whitebeard attempted to intervene, but was blocked by Kizaru. Given his severe injuries and depleted stamina, Whitebeard could not catch up to Akainu, especially with two Marine admirals before him. Suddenly, as Luffy and the Whitebeard pirates raced toward the execution platform, an overwhelming heat filled the air above. Looking up, a massive magma fist descended from the sky, seemingly intent on annihilating everyone present. Panic ensued as all fled from the formidable attack. Just as Marco and the others prepared to counter this strike, a figure soared into the air. "Clown Buggy," the Marines exclaimed. "Buggy the Great? When did he arrive?" The prisoners from Impel Down gazed at Buggy with admiration, recognizing him as the man they wished to follow. Luffy's eyes widened in surprise. He had never imagined that Buggy would come to his aid. Was this fellow about to intervene? After years apart, how powerful must he be now? Marco exhaled with relief upon seeing Buggy's arrival. Due to Xia Hao's influence, in their earlier encounters, Buggy had demonstrated significant strength against the Whitebeard pirates, leaving a lasting impression on Marco from their battle over 20 years ago. Splitting, Buggy floated in midair, observing the rapidly approaching magma fist. With a slight sigh, he raised his hand, activating the powers of the splitting devil fruit. Instantly, the surrounding space resonated with the sound of shattering glass. Bang! Bang! A thunderous noise erupted from above as the magma fist shattered into countless tiny fragments, each no larger than a regular fist. An intense heat diminished in that moment. Subsequently, the small magma shards fell harmlessly to the ground. "Hey, who is that guy? He actually blocked Akainu's attack. How is that possible? This clown Buggy is so powerful?" Smoker, astonished, dropped his cigar, his mouth agape in disbelief. "Clown Buggy. I remember his bounty was never over 100 million. Where did this guy come from? Ha ha ha. Red-nosed brat. You finally made your move." Whitebeard Newgate laughed heartily at Buggy's intervention, realizing that the pirates had gained another formidable ally. "Lord Buggy." The prisoners from Impel Down erupted in thunderous cheers, recognizing him as the man they wished to follow. "Hurry, Straw Hat. I cannot hold off this magma bastard for long." After facing the imminent danger, Buggy quickly relayed instructions to the others. He felt an overwhelming pressure from the magma-infused Akainu. "Thank you, Buggy." Luffy expressed his gratitude before continuing his sprint toward the execution platform. Rescuing AC was of utmost importance. "Clown Buggy, you have hidden yourself well all these years." Akainu's brows furrowed as he observed Luffy's team moving farther away, eager to pursue them but blocked by Buggy. "Hidden? I have never hidden. It is merely that your Marines are utterly incompetent," Buggy retorted dismissively. Spatial split fist. With that declaration, Buggy unleashed a punch into the void before him, causing the entire space to tremble. Akainu, sensing the impending danger, activated his haki but perceived no unusual phenomena. However, as he took a step forward, an intense feeling of crisis surged within him, compelling him to utilize his elemental transformation. Boom! Akainu's body exploded, his magma form flowing uncontrollably, and soon the ground beneath him transformed into a small region of fiery magma. The relentless power of Buggy's splitting devil fruit continued to assault Akainu's elemental body, preventing it from healing easily. Buggy, determined, declared, "I will not let you pass so easily." Although he could not win in a direct confrontation, he was more than capable of hindering Akainu's pursuit. "AC, I am coming." Luffy punched away the marine foes before him and leaped high, racing toward the execution platform. Around him, The Whitebeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army fought valiantly to obstruct the Marine encirclement, creating a clear path for Luffy, as he was the most likely to breach the defenses against the Marine hero Garp. Garp, watching Luffy charge ahead, gritted his teeth, realizing the worst had come to pass. The team led by Luffy surged toward the execution platform. Meanwhile, at the Marine's original defensive position, the enormous body of the unconscious Oars stirred, miraculously regrowing the leg that had been severed. AC, a thunderous call echoed across the Marine headquarters in Marineford, drawing every gaze to the once fading, barely alive, Oars as he slowly rose to his feet. The expressions of the Marines turned grim. Oars, how could this be? This fellow was clearly finished. Sengoku, astonished, clutched his hands tightly, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Surely, some overlooked information was at play. Oars, you are as reckless as ever. Whitebeard Newgate, his body still bleeding from injuries, observed Oars' complete recovery with a resigned shake of his head. Be careful, Sengoku exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically as he called out a warning. Oars' silent recovery indicated the presence of a unique power capable of healing him, and as the soul of the Whitebeard pirates, Newgate would certainly be aware of it. Thus, Sengoku deduced that Whitebeard must know of whatever could heal Oars' injuries. Though Whitebeard's injuries were healing, his stamina had significantly diminished. After all, combat requires physical energy, and the use of Haki and Devil Fruit abilities also demands energy. Yet, he was still ready. Ha ha ha. Everyone, give your all to protect the Straw Hat Kid and rescue AC. Baifude Nugaiter laughed heartily, unleashing the overwhelming might of his conqueror's Haki in an instant. The supreme blade, Kanji-Yunki, resonated with a series of sharp clangs, as if exulting in the fierce and unmatched aura that surged into the heavens. Naturally, the first to bear the brunt of this power were the admirals, Kizaru and Akiji, who stood closest to him. La, what a terrifying old man. It's astonishing how he recovered from his injuries in an instant. Is it the power of a devil fruit? Kizaru's wrinkled face displayed an exaggerated expression, his gaze scanning the pirates behind Whitebeard, searching for the one who must have healed the severely wounded man. Yet, to his disappointment, no unusual scene could be found. Ace, little Oars rose with great vigor, wielding a massive sword over 40 meters long, swinging it fiercely to clear the sides. He had just received the latest order from Marco. The message from their father: eliminate obstacles and prepare for an immediate retreat once Ace was rescued. Given little Oars' colossal stature, remaining exposed would inevitably turn him into a target. He cast a long, solemn glance at Ace on the execution platform, then began to clear the surrounding Navy forces while gradually retreating. He had already acted recklessly once. This time, he must not cause their father further worry. Luffy, everyone, on the execution platform, Ace watched the relentless onslaught of his comrades, tears welling in his eyes. If life could be restarted, he would never act so recklessly again. Without absolute power, all words are but empty talk. Luffy, Garp observed Luffy, who was at the forefront, his brow furrowed and his expression grim. No matter the outcome of this battle at Marineford, Luffy's name would undoubtedly echo throughout the world, branding him as a notorious pirate. Little brats, don't lose focus. In the central area of Marineford, Whitebeard gazed at Kizaru and Akiji, who had turned to observe the execution platform, and spoke. As his words fell, Kanji-Yunki descended from above, accompanied by a shockwave infused with Conqueror's Haki that recklessly surged towards the Navy. The first to endure this tremendous pressure were naturally the admirals, Akiji and Kizaru. Boom! The overwhelming force struck head-on, and Kizaru and Akiji joined forces to counter this formidable power. Behind them stood countless Navy soldiers. They could not allow any harm to befall them, especially amidst such fierce combat. A large-scale casualty would inevitably diminish morale, something the Navy could not afford to witness. The ground beneath them cracked, a deep chasm forming at their feet, and the two were forced to retreat nearly 10 meters before they could fend off Whitebeard's powerful slash. The resultant shockwave erupted with a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a celestial storm. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, preparing to launch another assault, intent on buying time for the Straw Hat Boy. Hey, Akainu, have you lost your mind? On the other side of the battlefield, Buggy, who was pale and terrified, watched as the furious Admiral Akainu charged towards him. Who would have thought that in a moment of impulsiveness, he would block the magma giant fist to buy time for the Straw Hat Boy, only to find himself relentlessly pursued by Akainu? Clown Buggy, I initially thought you were merely an ordinary pirate. However, after thorough intelligence gathering, we discovered that you have hidden your true self far too well. We mistakenly imprisoned you in Impel Down's second level. You were once an intern of the Roger Pirates and a close brother to the Emperors, red-haired Shanks, and Xia Hao. How could one with such connections only be worth a mere tens of millions in bounty? On the execution platform, Sengoku publicly revealed Buggy's identity as he was chased by Akainu. Is it true? This guy was an intern of the Roger Pirates? No way. He brothers with the Emperors, red-haired Shanks, and Xia Hao. How could he willingly hide in the weakest sea, the East Blue? He possesses such a rich background. Truly, Buggy is impressive for remaining so low-key. I could cry. The inmates of Impel Down looked at Buggy, their eyes filled with tears of excitement, their bodies seemingly infused with newfound strength. Lord Buggy, take him down. He is merely an admiral. One of the escaping pirates from Impel Down shouted excitedly as he watched Buggy retreat. Among their ranks, Buggy appeared to be toying with Akainu. If he were to fight seriously, Akainu would surely meet his demise. Who gave these fools such confidence? Buggy was astonished. While he had indeed concealed part of his strength, he was still far from being able to contend with an admiral. At most, he could only engage in a brief skirmish. Splitting punch. Faced with the relentless Akainu, Buggy had no choice but to raise his hand to block the incoming attack. In an instant, the intangible fist shadow struck Akainu's body. The next moment, his ability activated, and Akainu was split into hundreds, even thousands of pieces. Run! Buggy fled without looking back. Yet in the eyes of the escaping inmates, Buggy seemed utterly unconcerned. For true men never look back at explosions. Lord Buggy, so strong. As expected of a crew member of the Pirate King, he shattered Admiral Akainu with a single punch. I believe that after this great war, Whitebeard will have to step down, and the position of Emperor will belong to Lord Buggy. Exactly, I think so too. When the three greats, red-haired Shanks, Xia Hao, and Lord Buggy unite, they will be invincible in the new world. Me too. The escaping pirates from Impel Down chattered excitedly. Their imaginations ignited. Should Buggy ascend to the position of the new emperor, they too would become his trusted subordinates, their status skyrocketing, becoming figures of great renown in the new world. Splitting power? Quite an impressive ability. Akainu's dismembered form reassembled through elementalization. Observing Buggy's rapid retreat, he frowned. The recent disintegration had caused a slight hindrance to his recovery, as if space itself interfered. Could the power of splitting even impact spatial dimensions? Go, Straw Hat Boy. Beneath the execution platform, the Revolutionary Army's vice captain, Lightning Hand, swung his dual scissors, instantly creating a path in the ground that flowed like fabric. With a mighty swish, he flung the path directly before Ace on the execution platform. Shaja, Straw Hat Boy, go save Ace. The Whitebeard pirates erupted in joyous laughter as they saw Luffy racing towards the execution platform. As long as Luffy broke through the blockade, Ace could be rescued, and this battle would be a victory for the Whitebeard pirates. Luffy, seeing the path before him, dashed forward, for he was now only a short distance of 100 or 200 meters from Ace. In that moment, he paid no heed to the bomb explosions around him and sprinted towards the execution platform with all his speed. Boom! Just as Luffy had covered most of the distance, a powerful figure suddenly descended from the sky ahead. Luffy looked up in shock and was astonished to find that it was his grandfather, Garp. "Grandpa, get out of the way," Luffy shouted, his face filled with urgency. "Luffy, the path of a pirate is a choice you made for yourself. As a man, since you've chosen this, you must bear the consequences. I am a Navy officer. If you wish to pass, you must step over my body." Garp glared at Luffy, who was rushing forward, his voice booming across the entire Marineford Square. In an instant, all attacks ceased, and everyone turned their attention to the standoff between the grandfather and grandson. "Grandpa, don't force me. Bring it on. Let me glimpse the path you have chosen." Luffy, observing Garp, who had assumed a fighting stance, closed his eyes, then swiftly retracted his fist before launching a powerful punch aimed at Garp's face, sending him flying through the air like a sack of sand, plummeting from heights. Witnessing Luffy's resolute and earnest demeanor, Garp's expression twisted in conflict as he silently shut his eyes. Having made his choice, he resolved to follow his heart. At this moment, Garp had entirely relinquished the notion of reclaiming Luffy to mold him into the mightiest naval warrior. After this war, regardless of the outcome, Luffy's name would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the world. Garp, on the execution platform, Fleet Admiral Sengoku sighed heavily as he gazed at Garp, fully aware that this was the utmost limit of Garp's capabilities, a loving grandfather burdened with a disobedient lineage. Ace, I am coming. Luffy leaped from the path directly onto the execution platform, hastily retrieving the key from his pocket, intent on unlocking Ace's sea stone shackles. Sengoku, witnessing Luffy's audacious rescue attempt, was engulfed in exasperation, realizing that this young man held him in utter disregard. Suddenly, a resplendent figure resembling a colossal golden Buddha appeared before Luffy, emanating an overwhelming aura of power. Luffy, gripped by anxiety at the sight of Sengoku, felt a surge of urgency. At that moment, the executioner, momentarily stunned by Luffy's conqueror's haki, blinked awake. What are you doing here? Luffy exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing the revived Mr. 3. Cough, cough, it's a long story, be careful. Mr. 3 began to explain, only to be interrupted by Sengoku's impending strike. Candle wall. A milky white wall of wax emerged, shielding Luffy and his companions momentarily from Sengoku's colossal palm. At that moment, the sound of a lock clicking echoed as Luffy, possessing a nascent mastery of armament haki, unlocked the sea stone chains with steady hands. The candle wall obstructed Admiral Kizaru's line of sight below, averting the possibility of the key snapping. Boom! The terrifying Buddha palm shattered the wax wall, causing the execution platform to tremble perilously before collapsing under Sengoku's formidable assault, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Through the haze, flames flickered, and a familiar voice rang out, "Fire Fist." A blazing fist descended from above, and Ace, now freed from his shackles, reappeared before the crowd, accompanied by a jubilant Luffy and a terrified Mr. 3. In that moment, all eyes, both Navy and pirates, were drawn to the spectacle. Ace, Luffy exclaimed, we finally saved you. The Whitebeard pirates erupted in jubilant cheers, and Newgate, the Whitebeard, beamed with a joyful smile at Ace's rescue. Every sacrifice was worthwhile. Damn it! Admiral Akainu glared at the jubilant Whitebeard pirates, his expression dark as a storm cloud, observing the elated Ace and Luffy. A murderous intent welled within him as he advanced towards the two brothers. Boom! Get out of the way! Akainu's molten magma fist swept across the battlefield, relentlessly approaching Ace and Luffy. Such absolute justice could not allow a pirate with such a wicked bloodline to survive. Curse it! Newgate furrowed his brow, recognizing the imminent danger and wishing to intervene against Akainu. However, Kizaru and Akiji struck again, unleashing a barrage of fierce attacks upon Newgate without restraint. The battle was far from over. Even with Ace rescued, the annihilation of the Whitebeard pirates would still secure a victory for the Navy. Justice must prevail. Regardless of the convictions held within, the Navy stood united against pirates. Admiral Akainu, Luffy, run. The rising temperature enveloped them, and Ace sensed a potent killing intent. He turned to Luffy and shouted frantically. In an instant, flames erupted beneath Ace, propelling him forward at great speed. Luffy! Ace raced towards Luffy, while Akainu's scorching magma dripped ominously onto the ground, generating wisps of smoke as his fearsome presence loomed ever closer to Luffy. Witnessing the grim, determined gaze of Admiral Akainu, Luffy's eyes widened in terror, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness reminiscent of their battle at Sabeti Archipelago. Compared to Admiral Kizaru, Akainu's intimidation was far more potent, for he truly intended to take Luffy's life. Fire Fist! Ace shouted, unleashing a fiery punch aimed at Akainu, but the powerful impact failed to inflict any real damage. With his elemental transformation ability, Akainu deftly evaded the fiery onslaught, deeming it a waste of time. Both Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy were destined to perish. Magnum. Akainu unleashed a devastating blow aimed at the defenseless Luffy, but in a split second, Ace's figure flashed and positioned himself before Luffy, shielding him completely. This was the duty of an elder brother. Ace. Luffy cried out no. In that fleeting moment, all eyes were riveted upon the two brothers in the center of the battlefield, as well as Akainu's perilous, murderous strike. The Whitebeard pirates were engulfed in anxiety, while the Navy was filled with anticipation and excitement, believing that the wicked bloodline was finally on the verge of annihilation. Akainu's cold voice echoed in Luffy and Ace's ears as the magma hound's head barreled towards Ace's chest. Just as everyone believed the outcome was sealed, as Newgate prepared to fight to his last breath, as Garp, with a grim expression, ready to unleash his fury upon Akainu. And as the reporters at Sabiti Archipelago anxiously documented this critical moment, a figure clad in black robes emerged. A seemingly ordinary Navy sword appeared between the magma, hound's head, and Ace's back, instantly halting the attack, as if some unseen force had constrained the molten flow. How is this possible? Who is this individual? He blocked it. Thank goodness, Ace is unharmed. How infuriating, so close. Who is this black-robed figure? And why have I never seen him before? The arrival of the black-robed man dramatically altered the situation, shifting the tides. The Navy was filled with discontent, while the Whitebeard pirates erupted in joyous laughter. Regardless of who had saved Ace, this individual would forever be regarded as a great benefactor of the Whitebeard pirates. This person, Newgate, who had just coughed up blood, squinted at the black-robed figure, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, though he could not quite place it. You survived. Ace, are you all right? Luffy inquired anxiously, gazing at Ace, who had enveloped him protectively. I'm fine. Ace nodded, looking at the black-robed figure beside him, an inexplicable sense of kinship blossoming within him, puzzling him greatly. After all, aside from the Whitebeard pirates, there were not many individuals he felt close to. Such a formidable aura. Where on earth did this person come from? Has another monster emerged? Today is truly terrifying, as one formidable figure after another appears in Malenfondwa. Who is this individual, and why does he evoke such a familiar sensation? In the square, witnessing the sudden turn of events, Zhang Guo displayed astonishment, which swiftly morphed into a solemn expression, allowing the Straw Hat Kid, Lu Fei, to rescue Hu Qiuan IC was already a failure on the Navy's part. He had anticipated exterminating the threat to prevent future troubles, but unforeseen complications arose. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wasn't that man already dead? Originally seething with rage, Kapu's countenance shifted dramatically as he gazed upon the figure cloaked in black before IC, leading to a daring conjecture that he dared not entertain yet was most plausible. Kapu, what's wrong? Zhanghua, noticing Kapu's expression, could not help but inquire. Nothing. Kapu shook his head, yet his gaze remained fixed on the black-cloaked individual. Should his speculation prove accurate, the world would descend into chaos. Ha ha ha. So many people here, how lively. Just as tensions escalated, a sinister laugh echoed throughout Malenfondwa. The newcomer was none other than the captain of the Blackbeard pirates. Ma cher Dichi. Dichi, Whitebeard Nyogaita, witnessing the traitor placing IC in peril, bore the searing pain in his body and stood defiantly, an unquenchable fury erupting from within. Old man, Sashi Bulidana, I never expected to see you again in such a state. Upon hearing Nyogaita's voice, Dichi instinctively trembled. But upon observing the bloodied and battered state of Nyogaita and recalling the coveted power of the special devil fruit he controlled, confidence surged within him. Narrowing his eyes, he gazed at Nyogaita, greed and murderous intent radiating from him. Dichi, you scoundrel, how dare you show your face? Ma-ka, seeing Dichi appear near Whitebeard, was engulfed by wrath and swiftly flapped his wings, aiming to reach Whitebeard. However, in the next moment, a flash of yellow zipped past him. It was Marine Admiral Huang Yao, delivering a powerful lightspeed kick that sent Maka flying. After all, the enemy of one's enemy is, to some degree, an ally. If Dichi could indeed inflict irreparable harm upon Whitebeard, or even kill him, the Navy could reduce unnecessary casualties, ultimately benefiting by eliminating the Blackbeard pirates. Huang Yao's actions were, of course, per the orders of the Marine Fleet Admiral Zhang Gua, who no longer regarded Di Qi as a significant threat. Do not be angry, old man. I shall inherit your powers and become the new pirate king, Di Qi remarked, observing the swaying figure of Nyogaita, signaling his subordinates to commence their assault. Attack! How dare you! The members of the Whitebeard pirates exploded with fury at Di Qi's audacity to strike the old man, clamoring to rush to his aid. However, the Navy offered them no opportunity, as this was an internal rebellion within the Whitebeard pirates, and they had a chance to witness the fall of a legendary pirate. The Marines were determined to prevent any interference. Gulalalala, Di Qi, today I shall personally cleanse the house. A transparent shockwave coalesced around the formidable blade. Song Yun Chia, producing a cacophony reminiscent of shattering glass as the surrounding space fractured. Seeing that Nyogaita could still wield his devil fruit powers, Di Qi instinctively took a step back, haunted by the lingering terror of Nyogaita's prior might. Following this, members of the Blackbeard pirates raised their firearms and unleashed a barrage of bullets to wear down Whitebeard's remaining strength. After all, this man was deemed the strongest in the world, and none could predict the horrors he might unleash in his final moments. Having accompanied Nyogaita for over 2 decades, Di Qi was acutely aware of his terrifying prowess, having once competed with the Pirate King, Luo Jie. Thus, he dared not let his guard down, although the situation had veered slightly from his plans. Witnessing Nyogaita grievously wounded ignited a ravenous desire for the might of the strongest paramecia devil fruit within Di Qi. Thus, he emerged, aiming to shatter the world's perceptions and to showcase the strength of the Blackbeard pirates through this war. Gu la 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 la. Di Qi, you have indeed underestimated me. Nyogaita spat a mouthful of blood, his body swaying slightly as he swung Song Yinxie downward with force. In an instant, the void shattered. The bullets aimed at him were obliterated mid-air, the sound of metal clattering resonating as powerful shockwaves swept toward the Blackbeard pirates. Dust and debris billowed as the already ravaged ground was upheaved, crashing toward the Blackbeard crew, the tremendous force battering Di Qi and his comrades repeatedly. Cough, cough. Truly worthy of the old man. Yet my power is not to be trifled with. Di Qi coughed several times, casting a deep glance at the injured Nyogaita before unleashing the power of his devil fruit. A black mist began to spread from beneath Di Qi's feet, a repugnant force causing Nyogaita to furrow his brow. Observing Di Qi's audacity to initiate an attack, Nyogaita raised his colossal fist, aiming to smash Di Qi's head. Yet, a dark hand reached out, colliding with Whitebeard's fist, blocking the attack. Encountering Di Qi's sinister grin, Nyogaita's expression turned colder. Ha ha ha, how do you fare now? Not all, Di Qi. Nyogaita sensed that the black mist prevented him from utilizing his devil fruit powers, and in an instant, he unleashed his haki. The formidable strength of the old man descended upon Di Qi, unleashing a brutal wave of pain from his lips. In an instant, it was as if mountains bore down upon Di Qi, embedding him into the ground, blood erupting from his mouth, staining the earth crimson. Captain, damn it! How could this old man still unleash such terrifying power? Everyone together. He cannot hold out much longer. Kiskiviko, Kiskiviko, Kiskiviko. The head of the world's strongest man shall be mine to claim. The members of the Blackbeard pirates exhibited murderous intent, recklessly charging toward Nyogaita. Meanwhile, members of the Whitebeard pirates attempted to intervene, but the Navy would not permit them to pass. Simultaneously, the long-quiet fleet Admiral Zhang Gua finally took action. With a single strike, a colossal Buddha palm shockwave erupted, causing the earth to tremble as countless stones and dust surged outward. The Whitebeard pirates, who had intended to retreat, were forcefully sent flying, the overwhelming power and pressure causing many to faint. The Marine Fleet Admiral, the legendary Zhang Gua, has made his move. Upon witnessing Zhang Gua engage in battle, the expression of the Whitebeard pirates darkened. Now that the old man was detained by the Blackbeard pirates, the Whitebeard crew found themselves obstructed by the Navy forces. As for the various division leaders, They were also confronted by elite vice admirals and even admirals of the Navy. The situation remained shrouded in uncertainty, making it difficult to discern a victor. Although IC was partially rescued, true victory lay in finding a way to escape the Marine headquarters at Malenfondwa. Zhangguo. Mr. Zhangguo. The Navy members were equally astonished by Zhang Guo's personal involvement, especially as they observed him hastily approach the black-cloaked figure guarding Hu Chuan IC, sensing that something monumental was about to transpire. Your breath evokes a sense of familiarity within me, akin to a long-lost acquaintance who vanished over 2 decades ago. Might you remove your mask? The expression of Zhang Guo was grave as he gazed intently at the figure cloaked in black, earnestly inquiring. However, the others could perceive an inexplicable solemnity in Zhang Guo's demeanor, even noting that his devil fruit abilities were poised for activation. With a swift motion, the figure in black remained silent, merely raising the weapon in hand, directing it toward Zhang Guo, signaling that if a battle was inevitable, then let it commence. It seems I must personally unveil your disguise, Zhang Guo thought, clenching his fists tightly, his aura surging forth as a slumbering lion awakened. A heavy and domineering pressure enveloping the surroundings. Fight! As Zhang Guo charged forward with unbridled speed, the figure in black met him with a sword drawn, leading to a fierce clash. Meanwhile, the departure of the figure in black provided an opportunity for Qi Quan to advance toward the fiery fist of Ace and the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy, with a chilling intent. As a being of the world's most malevolent bloodline, he must be completely eradicated. Luffy, run. I will hold him back, Ace exclaimed, positioning himself protectively behind Luffy, his expression grave as he regarded the murderous intent emanating from Qi Quan, flames swirling about him, intensifying in temperature and shifting in hue. Fire Fist. Ace initiated the attack, unable to remain passive due to his competitive nature. Moreover, he had long desired to face a Marine admiral. Humph, seeking your own demise. After finally escaping, you still refuse to flee? Qi Quan scoffed, unleashing a punch that collided with Ace's flaming fist, shattering the flames with a powerful strike. How formidable! Is this the true power of a Marine admiral? In just one encounter, Ace grasped the terrifying strength of Qi Quan, realizing the significant disparity in their abilities. It appears I must squander yet another opportunity, having unwittingly incurred yet another favor from that troublesome brat. On another front, Whitebeard, Newgate, coughed up blood once more, his body swaying dangerously before casting a glance toward the battlefield of his sons, deciding to ingest another dose. Stop him. Damn it, he must not consume that. Blackbeard, Teach, who had just settled on the ground to recuperate, witnessed Newgate retrieving a green object from his pocket, preparing to place it in his mouth, a wave of memories flooding his mind. Thus, he erupted into a desperate and furious shout. Upon hearing Teach's voice, the Blackbeard pirates aimed to intervene. Yet they were a moment too late. The green orb was swallowed by Newgate, and with the sound of swallowing, the incessant bleeding from his chest gradually ceased. Teach, today I shall personally settle the score. With the emerald essence of life consumed, Newgate's wounds began to heal. Despite the intense combat having drained his strength to a perilously low level, the restored Whitebeard could unleash his true power. With a resounding crack, Newgate grasped the air before him, causing the space in front of Teach to rupture, instilling an unprecedented sense of tearing within Teach's body as if an attempt was being made to completely rend him apart. Teach, Captain, the members of the Blackbeard pirates, witnessing Teach's contorted expression from the assault, gripped their weapons tightly, preparing to strike. The first to attack was Shiryu of the Rain, whose formidable sword energy surged toward Whitebeard. However, as he neared, he was met with the strike of Newgate's Kanjiunki, rendering his attack null and void in an instant. Humph, Teach, or rather Blackbeard. It seems you have found yourself among a cadre of equally wicked individuals. Whitebeard delivered a powerful punch, sending Teach flying, the immense force causing his internal organs to shift. Blood spilling forth once again. The searing pain forced Teach to kneel, darkly gazing up at Newgate, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Indeed, the old man remains the old man. It appears I have miscalculated this scheme. I had not anticipated that he still had dealings with that scoundrel, Xia Hao. Humph. You know too much, Blackbeard. Hearing Teach's words, Newgate furrowed his brow, gripping Kanjiunki tightly, a transparent sphere of vibration coalescing at the blade's edge. In the next moment, the vibrating slash shot forth toward the Blackbeard pirates. How outrageous! That scoundrel, Xia Hao, actually intervened to assist the old man. Teach thought, his mind flashing back to the encounters between the Whitebeard pirates and the Roger pirates, recalling how Xia Hao was once dubbed a monster. Underworld dog. In the retreat zone of the Whitebeard pirates, the Marine Admiral Chi Quan unleashed his underworld dog attack, molten lava scorching the ground and obstructing Luffy's escape. The surrounding members of the Whitebeard pirates could inflict no genuine harm upon Chi Quan. Indeed, Ace's rescue had already been a source of humiliation for the Marines. Thus, at this moment, all Marines unleashed unprecedented assaults to intercept the Whitebeard pirates, unable to allocate high-level combatants to protect Ace's retreat. The captains of various divisions found themselves entirely restrained by the elite Marine vice admirals led by Aokiji, unable to divert their focus. Your opponent is me. Observing Ace being obstructed by Chi Quan, the figure in black prepared to strike. Yet, in the next instant, Marine Admiral Jean Guo stood before him, his face etched with seriousness and fury, the radiant golden Buddha form casting an imposing aura over a radius of several hundred meters. A massive palm descended from above, the sound of rushing wind heralding an increasingly heavy and powerful attack, the ground of Marine Ford beginning to crack, deep fissures spreading rapidly. The terrifying pressure of the wind caused the figure in black's cloak to flutter violently, as if Jean Guo deliberately aimed to unveil the figure's disguise. The fierce gusts tore at the figure's robe, exposing him completely. Impossible! How can this be? This legendary pirate was said to have been executed by the Marines. Yet here he stands. Captain Roger. The ever-scheming Buggy gasped in astonishment upon recognizing the man standing opposite Jean Guo. Roger, is it truly you? Garp, who had initially appeared bewildered, now focused intently on the direction of Roger, his expression grave. The Pirate King? This is monumental news. The legendary Pirate King, GOLD, Roger, who claimed the great treasure, is not dead. At Sabadi Archipelago, numerous reporters gazed in shock and excitement at the screen showcasing the figure in black. No, it is the Pirate King Roger, their faces alight with astonishment. Each individual furiously scribbled notes, transmitting first-hand information to their respective news outlets. All were left dumbfounded. In Marineford, be they Marines, the Whitebeard pirates, or other third-party forces, everyone stood spellbound at the revelation of the figure in black. After all, the execution of Roger in Lowtown had been witnessed by many renowned powerhouses. The most dreaded scenario had indeed come to pass. Though reluctant to believe, following your execution and the subsequent theft of your body, we had explored various unique devil fruit abilities, finding none that could grant resurrection. Eventually, we relinquished our search, only to discover that you, Roger, have managed to come back to life. Jean Guo regarded Roger with a heavy countenance, fully aware of his terrifying strength. Ha 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 ha. It was merely a stroke of luck. In the era of the Warring States, Sengoku was taken aback to realize that over 2 decades had swiftly passed, and this old fellow was still alive. Today, I do not come seeking battle, but merely as an unworthy father to take my son away. Sengoku, I hope you will not impede my path. Roger gazed solemnly at Sengoku and spoke. As a condition, I shall vanish from the gaze of the Marines forever. Until the emergence of a new Pirate King, I will not make contact with anyone. Roger's expression was calm as he laid out his terms. The future belongs to the youth, and he, having survived by the grace of fate, wished to remain uninvolved in what was to come, merely awaiting the birth of the prophecy. Oh, what an exasperating choice, Roger. Sengoku's golden form dissipated, returning him to his human state. His brow furrowed in contemplation of Roger's proposal. Behind Roger, Ace regarded this unfamiliar father with a complex expression for an Ace's life. His mother's death and his tumultuous childhood were both tied to this estranged Pirate King. Conversely, Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement, astonished to find his idol before him. This was the realization of a dream. Roger, cough, cough. It seems that only that rascal Xia Hao possesses such unfathomable power to bring someone back from the dead. Whitebeard. Newgate sighed at the sight of the middle-aged Roger. Roger's presence rendered the previously tumultuous battlefield of Marineford eerily silent, as all awaited the next move from Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Or perhaps a decision from the higher echelons of command. Time ticked by, each heartbeat amplifying the tension as everyone fixated on the two figures at the center of the battlefield. Just as Sengoku was about to determine his next course of action, the phone bug in his pocket began to ring. 5 elders. Sengoku's heart sank at the sight of the distinctive phone bug, and he pressed the button gently. Sengoku, has Roger truly returned to life? The inquiry from the 5 elders was immediate, for reaching the final island, Laugh Tale, and uncovering the secrets of the world government meant he could not be allowed to live. The century of blank history had vanished from the annals of time, and it must not resurface before the eyes of the world. If Pirate King Roger were indeed alive, he must be eradicated once more. Indeed, though I wish it were not so, this man before me is truly Roger, Sengoku sighed, continuing, Sengoku, since you were able to execute Roger once, you can do so again. This time, under no circumstances must he escape. The mistakes of the past cannot be repeated, or the consequences will be dire. The stern, cold voice of the 5 elders made Sengoku's expression darken. Yet he understood that the orders of the 5 elders superseded all. The Marines must comply. Yes, I understand. The one I just spoke with was the 5 elders. I see that my proposal has been rejected. Sengoku. Roger addressed the surrounding Marines who were closing in on him with hostility. Roger, you must realize that the world government will not permit you to live. If it were not for your dying words those years ago, the seas would not be in such turmoil today. Sengoku retorted angrily. Is it a blessing or a curse that you live, Roger? Not far away, Garp observed the familiar visage with a sense of turmoil. Had it been over 20 years ago, Garp would have stood beside Sengoku, ready to apprehend Roger. After a moment's reflection, Garp's previously hesitant demeanor transformed into unwavering resolve. The future belongs to the next generation. Having chosen the path ahead, it is the relationship between the righteous Marines and the wicked pirates. Attack. Eliminate Roger and the entirety of the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku transformed once more, the towering Buddha form radiating golden light as the waiting Marines sprang into action, engaging in a fierce battle with the encroaching pirates. Though the name of the Pirate King instilled a sense of dread, the sight of Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp calmed the Marines' anxious hearts. Top-tier combat power exists within the Marines as well. The Vice Admiral Garp could capture Roger once, and he could do so again, thought the ordinary Marines. This is becoming increasingly interesting. Justice must prevail. Only the victors embody righteousness. Now, let us see who the ultimate victor shall be, Doflamingo mused, having slain a member of the Whitebeard pirates with his string fruit abilities. His gaze fixated on the central battlefield, where the key to victory lay. Teach, what shall we do next? Shiryu of the Rain inquired, observing Roger engaged in battle with Sengoku and Garp. Meanwhile, Blackbeard's heart raced with turmoil. Roger's resurrection had thrown his plans into disarray. Casting a glance at Whitebeard, who was keen on settling scores, Blackbeard felt a surge of retreat. His current power was indeed insufficient against these legendary figures. Retreat, for the future belongs to us, Blackbeard commanded, swiftly withdrawing from the battlefield. As for Whitebeard, Newgate merely cast a deep glance at Teach, choosing not to pursue. Despite his injuries healing, age had significantly diminished his stamina. Thus, while the generation of Whitebeard was powerful, they could not match the endurance of the youth. Ha, Garp, your fists remain as formidable as ever. After so many years without sparring, I find myself at a disadvantage. Roger laughed heartily as he faced the rapidly approaching Garp, a tremendous force pushing him back, inadvertently unleashing his conqueror's haki, which knocked down dozens of enemies and allies alike. Roger, you scoundrel should not have returned to life. Garp's expression darkened, feeling as though Roger's return was a mockery of his past. Cough, cough, truth be told, I'm uncertain why I'm still alive. And all ailments have vanished. Perhaps fortune favors me, Roger explained while fending off the torrential barrage of fists. Do you not know? Of course, the battle at Marineford intensified. With both the Marines and pirates engaging fiercely, Even the prisoners who had previously been idle were compelled to fight. Casualties mounted, blood staining the ground, transforming it into a crimson hue. Everyone, grant me a favor. Let this battle cease. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed over Marineford Square. Then, a massive pirate ship emerged from the outer harbor. Is that the Red Force? Impossible. Why is the red-haired pirate ship here? Just days ago, reports indicated they were battling Kaido in the New World. Could it be that Roger's resurrection is connected to Shanks? After all, Shanks was once a crew member of the Pirate King. Wait, if Shanks is aboard, then who was that voice just now? Hey, yes, who is it? As the Marines murmured, they turned towards the source of the voice, only to see Xia Hao's imposing figure descending leisurely from the sky. He landed precisely 10 meters in front of Admiral Akainu, his overwhelming conqueror's haki suppressing even the fiery magma of Akainu, causing it to halt in its flow. The fifth Emperor, Xia Hao. What a day it is today. So many distinguished figures have gathered here. The strength of the pirates is formidable indeed. Red-haired Shanks, the five emperors, Xia Hao, and even that red-nosed Buggy. These three are all former crewmates of the Roger Pirates. Could it be that they are here to support their captain? What a congregation of monsters. Such a plethora of strong individuals assembled in one pirate crew. Ignoring the cacophony around him, Xia Hao swiftly approached Roger. Captain Roger, he exclaimed. Captain Roger. Xia Hao, Roger remarked, his face lighting up with joy as he beheld the young man before him. You have indeed reached the pinnacle of this era. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard, I never imagined you would be on par with my crew. Roger continued, casting a glance at the panting Whitebeard, Newgate, his tone infused with a sense of playful derision. Roger, Newgate gasped, nearly stumbling at the taunting words of his longtime rival. After all these years, the man still knew how to get under his skin. How did this fellow ever become the Pirate King? Captain Roger. Shanks approached slowly, his emotions complex as he gazed upon the face of Roger, unchanged for over 20 years. Yet, he understood that only Xia Hao had the power to bring back someone on the brink of death. Little Shanks has matured so much, becoming increasingly manly, Roger mused, feeling a swell of pride as he observed the once crying child transformed into such a formidable presence. Truly, he was someone Roger had high hopes for. Buggy, what are you doing? Aren't you going to greet the captain? Xia Hao asked, noticing Buggy standing nearby in stunned silence. Ah, I'm just so overwhelmed, Buggy replied, shuffling forward with a mix of eagerness and trepidation. After this war, he had truly made a name for himself. A member of the Pirate King Roger's crew and a brother to two of the five emperors. Captain Roger, Buggy declared with a newfound fervor, rushing to Roger's side with an obsequious demeanor. Buggy, I didn't expect you to be here, Roger remarked, somewhat surprised, before turning his gaze back to Xia Hao and Shanks, seeming to grasp the situation. Once upon a time, the three of them were inseparable brothers on the ship. Roger, at that moment, the voice of Admiral Sengoku pierced through the air, abruptly interrupting the nostalgic conversation among the trio. His tone was cold and laced with menace, casting an oppressive atmosphere over the entire Marineford Square. Sengoku, I will take Ace with me today no matter what. After all, he is my son, whom I have not seen in over 20 years, and no one can stop me, Roger declared, his voice filled with conviction as he faced his formidable old acquaintance. The Conqueror's haki surged forth once more, causing the recently calmed skies to erupt again, and the ocean roared violently. Many pirates and marines, unable to withstand the pressure, fainted once more. As Sengoku and Roger faced off, a ringing sound emanated from Sengoku's pocket, a phone bug. Realizing the urgency, Sengoku swiftly answered it, listening intently. Sengoku, we are aware of the situation. The involvement of Roger and the other two emperors was indeed unexpected. However, everything seems reasonable. After discussions among us five, we have decided to announce the cessation of hostilities. Continuing this battle would result in catastrophic losses for the Marines, significantly affecting the stability of the world government. Nonetheless, Roger cannot be left unchecked. Thus, negotiations are necessary. You will handle this matter, as Roger must not be seen by the public and needs to vanish from sight. Otherwise, the world government will have no choice but to deploy the Divine Knights for another execution. Understood. Sengoku listened carefully to the voice on the phone, casting a deep glance at Roger. If the upcoming negotiations faltered, the Marines would face unprecedented devastation. Even Sengoku dared not imagine the terror of a furious Roger, especially with Xia Hao and Shanks, two formidable beings lurking nearby. If previously Shanks aimed to be a mediator, Roger's presence would undoubtedly alter his intentions. Roger Whitebeard, let us converse. And you, red-nosed one, turn off the image phone. What follows cannot be broadcasted. Otherwise, I will personally hunt you down. Sengoku sighed, addressing Roger and Whitebeard Newgate. Negotiations? It seems the phone bug was a call from the Gorosei, a testament to the highest power in the world, capable of reducing an admiral to such humility. Very well, let us discuss. As Roger's words fell, Whitebeard Newgate slowly approached Sengoku, their silhouettes casting a long shadow. Both the Marines and the pirates were engulfed in confusion, unsure of what to do next. Yet, all understood that the outcome of this discussion would determine the future course of the war. Will it be conflict or peace? At Sabeti Archipelago, numerous reporters stared at the suddenly darkened screen, their faces contorted in distress. A monumental news story had slipped right before their eyes, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a headline. In contrast to the reporters, the pirates watching from the periphery were filled with shock and excitement, particularly Captain Kidd, the current highest bounty holder among the supernovas, radiated power and determination. His bright eyes were fixed on the screen, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. The Pirate King still lives. How intriguing this has become. Meanwhile, Trafalgar Law was consumed with desire. If resurrection were indeed possible, could that person return as well? I must acquire this method. Simultaneously, as journalists attempted to transmit photographs to their news agencies, they were met with a swift onslaught of arrests by world government officials. They disregarded the pirates entirely, focusing solely on the reporters. The world government had issued a command that no photographs regarding Roger's resurrection could be allowed to leak. Otherwise, the world would descend into chaos. As for the infamous pirates without evidence, even if they shared the news, no one would believe them. A silent crackdown swiftly unfolded, and those journalists apprehended were executed by world government personnel, their blood staining the earth. As time passed, after an hour, Sengoku, Roger, and Whitebeard Newgate emerged, their expressions remarkably calm, indicating that the negotiations had proceeded smoothly. I declare, the war is over, Sengoku announced with a flourish. The new captain of the Whitebeard Pirates will be Ace, with Marco serving as vice captain and 1st Division commander. From tomorrow onward, I shall retire, Whitebeard proclaimed, echoing Sengoku's announcement regarding the new captaincy. Old man, the crowd gasped in disbelief, their cries echoing in despair. Ha, Whitebeard, you are quite popular. Rest assured, I will join this old man in retirement. He won't go hungry, Roger remarked, a hint of envy in his voice as he noticed Ace calling Whitebeard old dad. Upon hearing the words of the three individuals, Xia Hao and Xiang Kasi exchanged a glance, sharing a faint smile. The war had come to an end. This monumental conflict, the largest in history, had finally concluded. The Marine Admiral Sengoku, the world's strongest man Whitebeard Newgate, and the Pirate King Roger, three of the foremost titans of the bygone era, simultaneously announced their retirement, leaving no place for them in the ships of the new age. The future belonged to the youth. As they gazed upon these legendary figures, the Marines wore complex expressions, their fists clenched, filled with a sense of unwillingness. Yet, the commands of the world government and the Marine Admiral compelled their obedience. Bowing their heads to the blood-soaked ground of Marineford Square, an inexplicable feeling of oppression left the soldiers in a state of confusion and despair. The friends they had been joking with just moments ago were no longer present. Had it not been for the death and resurrection of the Pirate King Roger, perhaps justice would have prevailed, but there were no ifs. On the other side, the Whitebeard pirates were deeply saddened and reluctant to see Whitebeard Newgate retire. Yet, they found joy in the lively presence of Ace. In a fleeting moment, everyone's expressions grew peculiar. Gulalala men retreat. Whitebeard Newgate cast a glance at Roger and the uneasy Ace before issuing the command to withdraw. After all, this was not a time for reminiscing. Yes, Dad. The resounding cheers erupted, and the pirates displayed excited smiles as they commenced their grand retreat. "Bucky, would you like to join us?" "It has been quite a while," XiaHao remarked, observing Bucky's furtive attempt to leave. With XiaHao's words, many turned their attention to the conspicuously low-key Bucky. Instantly, a wave of intense anger surged within him as he shot a dark glance at Xia Hao. "No, you two hurry and leave," Bucky retorted angrily before hastily departing. "Ha, still the same old Bucky. Unfortunately, after this war, your reputation can no longer be hidden. Xiang, what about you? Care for a drink?" "Not this time, perhaps next time. I must take my leave." Xiang shook his head, glancing at the exuberant Luffy who was rushing towards him, and turned away. Now was not the time for a true reunion, as Luffy still had a long way to go. "Xiang, Luffy called out loudly as he witnessed Xiang boarding the ship. But the members of the red-haired pirates seemed to ignore him and departed swiftly. "All right, Straw Hat Luffy, stop. Do not forget your promise. This meeting is merely a shortcut. Do you truly believe it fulfills the agreement? This is not the behavior of a man." XiaHao raised a hand to stop Luffy, speaking in a calm tone. Due to XiaHao's intervention, the entire course of events began to shift. Otherwise, Luffy would not have been able to see Xiang clearly. "I understand," Luffy exclaimed upon hearing XiaHao's words, stopping in his tracks, fists clenched, his gaze fixed on the departing red-haired pirates. "Xiang, one day, I will strive to find you for real," Luffy shouted with determination. The following day, in the waters of the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, Ace turned his head away with a proud demeanor, his expression conflicted as he gazed at the vast sea, unwilling to engage with Roger beside him. In contrast, he watched Luffy, his idol, approach Roger with a beaming smile. After all, meeting a living idol was a first. "Luffy," Ace called out in a low voice. "Ace, in truth, I was gravely ill back then. It was never my intention to leave your mother to face it alone," Roger began to explain. "No need for explanations. That is all in the past. I am now Whitebeard's son." Ace interrupted Roger's attempts at clarification, turning away without looking back, his emotions complex. "Ah, how unpredictable life is. Whitebeard, who would have thought that after all this time, Ace would become your godson?" Roger mused, glancing at the somewhat smug Whitebeard Newgate, rubbing his forehead with a sigh. "Gulalala, it is merely the choice of fate." "Roger, I never expected you to come back to life. What on earth happened?" After a hearty laugh, Whitebeard handed Roger a bottle of liquor, inquiring, "I'm not certain, but it likely has something to do with Xia Hao. He proposed several treatment methods back then, but I rejected them due to lengthy recovery times until we reached the final island. When the illness reached its worst stage, I abandoned all treatment," Roger recounted, taking a sip of alcohol. "XiaHao, that lad is indeed extraordinary. Were it not for him, I might have permanently remained at Marineford," Whitebeard Newgate reflected, expressing gratitude for having acquired life-saving provisions from XiaHao, recognizing the possibility of his demise amidst the siege. Both were formidable figures who commanded respect across the seas. Yet here they were discussing another in a manner that seemed unbefitting of their strength, as XiaHao's voice echoed behind them, followed by the sound of light footsteps. "Ha, you Haven T changed, always appearing and disappearing at will," Roger chuckled, patting XiaHao on the shoulder, recalling the child he once knew, now grown into someone wielding influence over the entire world. "Captain Roger, I have come to inform you that Ace's mother is still alive." After Vice Admiral Garp took Ace away, XiaHao began to elaborate on events from over 20 years ago, revealing the current whereabouts of Ace's mother to Roger. "You brat, you are quite thoughtful. What? You want me to become the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates? Dad, you must be joking. I cannot do it." Ace nearly leapt up at Whitebeard Newgate's suggestion, frantically shaking his head in refusal. In Ace's mind, he was someone who had committed grave errors, leading to severe casualties among the Whitebeard Pirates' brethren, many of whom would forever remain at Marineford. Now, he was a man burdened by guilt. "I believe Marco would be a suitable captain," Ace suggested, turning to Marco and exclaiming loudly, "Ace, Dad trusts you, and everyone has already agreed. The new captain of the Whitebeard Pirates must be you," Marco replied, shaking his head, his tone earnest and serious. "If Dad truly retires, The Whitebeard pirates will need a new top-tier force to protect the crew. Ace, son of the Pirate King, wielder of Conqueror XiaHao, possessing exceptional combat talent. With diligent training, you will undoubtedly rival the emperors of the sea in the New World. Ace, do not let Dad down. The Whitebeard pirates can only reach greater heights under your leadership, Marco urged, pulling Ace forward, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. Indeed, Ace, we all believe you are the best candidate. Ace, you must trust Dad, and more importantly, trust yourself. You can do it, Ace. The captains of the various divisions within the Whitebeard pirates began to encourage Ace, wholeheartedly supporting his ascension to leadership. After years of camaraderie, everyone understood Ace's character. Moreover, as a wielder of Conqueror XiaHao, he stood as a symbol at the pinnacle of the world, destined to become a formidable man like Whitebeard Newgate and Roger the Pirate King, leading the crew further into the horizon. He might even inherit his father's legacy and become the next Pirate King of a new era. On the side, Luffy gazed at Ace's heartfelt smile and joy, and unconsciously smiled as well, his large eyes earnestly fixed on Ace. It was truly wonderful that Ace was still alive. All right, Ace, this matter is settled. 2 days later, I plan to depart from the Moby Dick and retreat to my homeland. With a grand gesture, Whitebeard Newgate's resonant voice declared the decision. 1 day later, aboard the Moby Dick, Roger and Ace stood on the deck, their gazes fixed on the boundless sea, the sea breeze gently wafting around them. The father and son remained silent for a long time, seemingly unable to find the words to speak first. Ace, I want to tell you that when I was stricken with a terminal illness back then, it was never my intention to abandon you and your mother. Nor did I mean for you to suffer so much disdain and grievances during your childhood. I'm truly sorry, my son. Roger exhaled deeply, slowly turning to face Ace as he spoke. This man, who stood at the pinnacle of an era and was known as the Pirate King, a man who never flinched in the face of any challenge, displayed a look of anxiety for the first time. You needn't say anything. I no longer harbor any hatred towards you. Upon hearing Roger's apology and remorse, Ace felt an intense turmoil within, as the father he had long blamed was now standing beside him, leaving him uncertain about how to proceed. Should he reproach, berate, complain, or harbor hatred? Ace shook his head. After the war on the top, he had matured completely, no longer the reckless youth he once was. From now on, the Whitebeard pirates would be his utmost priority to protect those he loved and who loved him. In fact, Ace, your mother is still alive. What? Please say that again. Ace's mind was thrown into turmoil by Roger's shocking revelation. His mother was still alive. Only one could fathom the magnitude of this news's impact on Ace. Growing up alone, Ace had longed every night to see his mother, yet he had never even caught a glimpse of her face, not even in dreams. Indeed, in order to evade the Navy's pursuit, Lugio had concealed you in her womb for 20 months. After giving birth, her body was already frail and nearing its end. After entrusting you to Garp, Lugio, who was on the verge of leaving this world, encountered Xia Hao. So Xia Hao saved my mother. He also saved, no, should I say resurrected you. Ace's gaze was fixed intently on Roger as he spoke. However, the wildly shifting expressions revealed Ace's inner turmoil. He never anticipated that Xia Hao could truly achieve such a miraculous resurrection. Indeed, Roger nodded vigorously. This former pirate king, who once roamed the seas, had shed his previous ambitions after his rebirth. Now, he simply wished to live a peaceful life. As Whitebeard Newgate had said, the future era belonged to the youth. They, the old ones, no longer had ships to sail. In the days to come, meeting old friends would be a delightful choice. Ace, I hope that after arranging matters for the Whitebeard pirates, you will accompany me to visit Lugio. From then on, I will retreat from the world. Roger looked at Ace, his tone tinged with anxiety. After all, he is your father, and you have always wished to meet your mother. As Ace pondered, Whitebeard Newgate's voice resonated from behind them, his right hand grasping 2 bottles of wine as he approached with a leisurely stride, casually tossing 1 bottle towards Roger. Ah, fine wine, Roger remarked in a deep voice. All right, I will accompany you, Ace replied earnestly. In truth, after everything that had transpired, Ace had long forgiven Roger, yet voicing it felt challenging. Ha ha, splendid. Roger laughed heartily, for he was a man of spontaneity. Not far away, witnessing Roger and Ace standing together, Luffy's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He never expected the Pirate King to be so close at hand. This was the closest he had ever come to his dream. Luffy. Ace noticed Luffy's expression and couldn't help but smile wryly, nearly forgetting that his younger brother idolized their irresponsible father. Ace, Luffy exclaimed, running over excitedly, his dark eyes wide as he scrutinized Roger. Who is this? My brother. Ace replied earnestly. Garp's grandson, Whitebeard remarked, observing Luffy. The wielder of Conqueror's Haki would undoubtedly become a formidable rival to Ace. However, that was of little concern to him now. Oh, Garp's grandson, is it? Roger glanced at Ace and Luffy, understanding everything. In that case, before I retreat, let me impart some new knowledge to you both. Whitebeard, what do you say? Roger pondered aloud. You mean Haki? Whitebeard Newgate looked at Roger, already aware of what was to come. However, having the Pirate King himself teach them Haki would undoubtedly invigorate the upcoming new world. Really? Haki, the ability that can affect those with devil fruit powers? Luffy's eyes widened in excitement, his body trembling with eagerness. In the new world on Onigashima. What did you say? That guy Roger is still alive. The bottle of wine shattered as Kaido, initially ready to indulge, instinctively tossed the bottle to the ground, his copper bell-like eyes fixed menacingly on his subordinates. The terrifying pressure of Conqueror's Haki enveloped the entire Sky Island. Nearby, members of the Beast Pirates collapsed under the overwhelming pressure, with only the All-Stars remaining unaffected. Similarly, on Cake Island in the New World, Big Mom was equally stunned by the news of Roger's resurrection, even dropping her favorite pastry to the ground. Roger has come back to life. At Marine Headquarters, Marineford, Garp and Sengoku stood amidst the ruins, their expressions complicated as they surveyed the devastation around them. Nearby, hundreds of Navy soldiers were busily engaged in reconstruction efforts. Meanwhile, most of the Navy began to retreat as the elite forces summoned from around the world returned to their original stations. After all, this time the Navy had not gained any advantage. In fact, even the pirates who were supposed to be executed had escaped. One could only imagine the frenzied reactions of the pirates after receiving such world-shattering news. The righteous Navy still needed to maintain stability across the globe. Bearing the mantle of justice, they could not afford to retreat. Garp, I never expected this war to bring about such unforeseen variables. Truly, the world is unpredictable. What was supposed to be a final scheme before retirement has turned into my greatest blunder. Sengoku sighed bitterly, his expression complex as he gazed at the aftermath of the battle. After this war, he seemed to have aged considerably. The once cunning strategist Sengoku now lacking the confidence he once radiated. Sengoku, who could have anticipated Roger's resurrection? The most significant variable in this war is undoubtedly the fifth emperor, Xia Hao. I believe Roger's situation is closely tied to him, and even Whitebeard Newgate regaining his peak state is likely due to that rascal's influence. Garp analyzed, noting his old comrade Sengoku's slightly despondent tone. For over 20 years, Garp had closely monitored Xia Hao's actions. Unfortunately, Xia Hao had grown far too rapidly, to the point where Garp could not secure a decisive blow. Now, he had become the Emperor of the Seas, ruling the New World. I share the same sentiment. Thus, I shall compose a comprehensive report on the war to submit to the supreme authority of the world government, the five elders, and tender my resignation. The future should be entrusted to the youth. I intend to pass the baton to Qingji. Warring States sighed softly as he articulated his intentions. It is indeed time to retire. The future belongs to the new generation. I recommend my 2 disciples to join the special forces at the center of the Red Earth, the holy land of Merigios, where the highest authority hall of the world government resides. The 5 elders, examining the report and the retirement application, found the atmosphere to be exceedingly grave and heavy. Warring States and Garp wish to retreat from the front line? These 2 old fellows are bound to cause trouble. Have they even considered who will succeed the position of Fleet Admiral? Warring States has nominated Qingji for the next Fleet Admiral. Qingji? I believe Akainu is more suitable. After all, the world government requires a Fleet Admiral who will obey orders without question, and in this regard, Akainu is more fitting than Qingji. Akainu, you say? I concur. The five elders began to express their opinions, all deeming Akainu to be the more appropriate choice. Now let's discuss the individual known as Xia Hao. According to intelligence gathered by the CP organization, the peak combat power displayed by Whitebeard, Newgate, during this war bears the shadow of Xia Hao. Furthermore, I suspect that Roger's ability to return from the dead is also a result of Xia Hao's power. One of the five elders, Saint Satan, expressed his opinion. Impossible. Even if the surgery fruit were to awaken, it could only grant immortality, but resurrection? Such a capability has never been heard of. However, the fact that Roger is alive is undeniable. After all, his corpse was stolen following his execution, and I suspect Xia Hao is behind it. Nevertheless, the power to resurrect is simply unfathomable. This is becoming increasingly troublesome. The ramifications of this war will undoubtedly diminish the Navy's prestige, and chaos is bound to ensue in these seas. I believe we must report to that esteemed individual. I agree. I concur. The Navy headquarters has been largely decimated, and Fire Fist Ace has been rescued. Under the pen of the great journalist Morgans, this conflict has been dubbed the Marineford War, and as newspapers spread across the globe, a tremendous wave was stirred. Many were initially incredulous, for the Navy, as the embodiment of justice tasked with maintaining peace throughout the world, is undeniably powerful, and the public found it hard to accept this as reality. Yet, the information in the newspapers has never been erroneous. It was not until the Navy personnel who participated in the Marineford War returned to their stations worldwide, after conducting some investigation, that everyone had to confront this harsh truth, albeit reluctantly. Similarly, the Navy's defeat has invigorated pirates across the Grand Line, who eagerly flocked to the New World to join the Whitebeard pirates. After all, this was an entity that emerged victorious after clashing with the Navy's top combat forces. In an instant, the fearsome reputation of the Whitebeard pirates soared to its zenith, even being hailed as the foremost of the four emperors among the pirates of the Grand Line. On Murphy Island in the New World, gazing at the latest newspaper, Xia Hao's lips curled into a subtle but intriguing smile. The soaring rise of the secondary dimension points allows Xia Hao to elevate the strength of the Haotian pirates to a new level, making him believe he made the right choice in participating in the Marineford War. Xing, boss, I'm here. Xing hurried over upon hearing Xia Hao's call, quietly awaiting orders. In 2 years, I intend to double the size of our influence. During this time, the captains of the various divisions shall act freely, but they must not bully the civilians. Rest assured, boss, I understand. Xing confidently patted his sturdy chest, assuring him earnestly. Go. Xia Hao waved his hand and resumed reading the newspaper, contemplating his next step in engaging in a thorough discussion with the great journalist Morgans. After all, newspapers wield significant control over public opinion in this world, and if they could be entirely grasped, they would prove immensely beneficial in the future. Meanwhile, on an island teeming with ferocious beasts near the Whitebeard pirates in the New World, Luffy and Ace commenced their special training, guided by the hellish haki of Pirate King Roger and the world's strongest man. From day one, Luffy was battered and bruised, crying out while his yearning for haki grew ever deeper. Days passed, and during this time, the originally lackluster haki mentor, Rayleigh, also paid a visit, for he held a profound affection for Roger. While the three shared joyous drinks, not far away, Ace and Luffy were being relentlessly beaten by hundreds of ferocious beasts, colossal monsters knocking the two brothers down time and again. I refuse to believe it. I will master the power of haki, Luffy exclaimed, his cheeks puffed out like a roasted sausage, filled with defiance. We must strive harder, Luffy. With your current strength, you are still far from becoming the Pirate King. Ace took a deep breath, wiped the blood from his face, and began to attempt using his physical skills and haki to counter the beasts before them. Ha! The vigor of youth is truly boundless. The news of the Marineford War reverberated throughout the entire world, and members of the Straw Hat Pirates, transported to various locations by the tyrant Kuma's pawpaw fruit, began to catch wind of Luffy's exploits. In a twist of fate, Fire Fist Ace was successfully rescued. As a super rookie, Luffy not only stormed the Navy headquarters alone, but also managed to retreat successfully astonishing the entire world and inciting discussions about this newcomer mingling with a multitude of powerful figures. The grandson of the Navy hero Garp and the son of the world's most notorious criminal, Dragon, Luffy's reputation soared to unprecedented heights. Luffy is fine. That's wonderful. Luffy, I knew you could do it. Haha. The brothers reunited in such a manner. How unpredictable the world can be. I will escape from here eventually. Those vile people. Luffy, I will surely break free from this place. Those despicable baboons. Sob. Luffy, it's such a relief that you're all right. However, was that tattoo on the arm of the two brothers in the newspaper? I don't recall Luffy ever having a tattoo. A tattoo? What do these letters signify? Has Luffy grown wise? The members of the Straw Hat Pirates pondered, and indeed, it was Xia Hao's suggestion when he departed from the White Beard Pirates, restoring aspects of the original historical trajectory. After all, this was a result painstakingly crafted by the gentle Kuma. Xia Hao held a deep admiration and respect for the tyrant Kuma, as such great individuals willing to make sacrifices are rare. Moreover, this is in a world fraught with peril, where human hearts are treacherous, and the celestial dragons rule with brutality. The current Straw Hat Pirates, recklessly venturing into the latter half of the Grand Line's new world, truly lack preparedness. After all, they do not even possess the most fundamental mastery of Haki, rendering them unworthy of entering the new world. Indeed, a halo is not universally applicable. Very well, I promise you, I will temporarily join the Revolutionary Army. In a snow-laden country, Robin, wrapped in a fluffy cloak, gazed at the newspaper in her hands. After a moment, she turned to the Revolutionary Army leader beside her. This is because Robin comprehended the message Luffy wished to convey. Although unsure of who orchestrated this, she believed that Luffy would be safe within the White Beard Pirates, for Ace was there. Above the skies of the Grand Line, on a moving sky island, Nami, preparing to flee, also intently focused on the newspaper, finally grasped the meaning behind the tattoo on Luffy's arm after a few minutes. Upon turning around, I gazed upon a peculiar gathering of venerable meteorological masters, their eyes sparkling with wisdom, with a sense of determination. I slung my backpack over my shoulder and made my way towards a nearby dwelling. Nami resolved to stay, intending to absorb every morsel of meteorological knowledge available, preparing herself to confront the capricious weather of the New World. After all, in the face of the monstrous beings and admirals of this realm, I found myself woefully inadequate. A thunderous explosion echoed from an experimental base somewhere along the Grand Line, where Frankie, covered in soot, revealed only his wide, expressive eyes as he fixated intently on a newspaper. Beside him, two indigenous individuals dared not breathe, their eyes fixed upon the strange man before them. I understand now, Luffy. I shall master all the technology here and upgrade the Sunny to its utmost potential. Similarly, Usopp, Chopper, Brook, and Sanji, after deep contemplation, comprehended Luffy's intentions and began their own efforts to enhance their abilities. For Sanji, reaching the land of the Okama might well be the result of Kuma's thoughtful deliberation, offering him not only the opportunity to learn elite recipes, but also a chance to cultivate restraint in the presence of beautiful women. However, it seemed that Kuma had somewhat miscalculated. While Sanji's skills improved in every regard, his immunity to the allure of beauty diminished, leading to potentially dire consequences. In front of the castle on the island of Karaigana, where Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, resided, Zoro stood in disbelief, never expecting to encounter the legendary figure here. What brings you to this place? Mihawk inquired. After the fall of this nation, it lay abandoned, ultimately becoming my castle. Zoro, with determination, replied, Do you have a ship? I wish to leave. Leave? There's a small wooden boat on the eastern coast of the island that I can offer you, provided you can reach it. Mihawk responded, raising his wine glass. Thank you, Zoro exclaimed. Wait, you haven't even thanked me properly before leaving. Perona, the ghostly girl, pouted as she watched Zoro turn away, clearly displeased. I have my reasons for departing. Luffy is waiting for me. Did you not read the newspaper? Someone informed me that the Straw Hat Boy would convey messages through the paper, understood only by your crew. Are you seeking him? You won't find him. I hear he's undergoing devilish training. Mihawk recalled the words that had been whispered to him as he left Marineford. What? Information? How did I miss that? Zoro questioned, picking up the newspaper again, his eyes glued to the page, ignoring Perona's antics. What could this information be? Curse be that Luffy for becoming clever, Zoro thought, his frustration mounting as time slipped by. 10 minutes, half an hour. Yet he gleaned no useful insights. Tick-tock, tick-tock, 2 hours passed, and as he lay on the ground, memories of their parting flooded his mind, and suddenly, clarity struck him. 2 years from now, we shall reunite at Shabati Archipelago. I understand now, Luffy. During this time, I shall grow stronger, Zoro vowed silently beneath the starlit sky. Yet to attain that strength, one path remained, a path that necessitated relinquishing pride. He resolved to seek guidance from the man he aspired to surpass, the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. Taking a deep breath, Zoro pushed open the palace doors and boldly declared, "Teach me your swordsmanship." Swordsmanship? Roronoa Zoro, are you jesting? I expected you to be a man worth waiting for. Yet here you are, humbly beseeching your adversary. It is quite disappointing, Mihawk replied. I shall defeat you. Zoro shouted, his head bowed to the ground, his voice desperate. Observing Zoro's fervent display and glancing at the newspaper that lay nearby, Mihawk sighed with a wry smile, recognizing the man's stubbornness. If you wish for my tutelage, first defeat the gorillas outside. Otherwise, you have no right to request my swordsmanship training. The gorillas have all been defeated, and thus, a grueling training regimen commenced. On the island of Murphy in the New World, XiaHao regarded the information relayed by the intelligence department, a slight smile gracing his lips. Following his return from the Whitebeard pirates and the issuance of expansion orders, all divisions mobilized, sweeping through surrounding external forces with Murphy Island as their epicenter. Anyone not aligned with the Haotian pirates, regardless of being adversarial or neutral, be they pirates, navy, kingdoms, or towns, were overwhelmed by the might of the Haotian pirates. Their flag raised high. In a mere 6 months, nearly 1,000 nautical miles of land and sea transformed into Haotian territory. And Xia Hao's reputation resonated throughout the world once more. On the new Marine Headquarters Island, 2 retired veterans scrutinized the newspaper in hand, expressing their thoughts. What in the world does Xia Hao intend to accomplish? To expand such vast territory in just 6 months? What could be his aim? Since departing from the Roger Pirates, Xia Hao's actions have been as unpredictable as a wild stallion, each move driven by a potent purpose. If not taken seriously, they could significantly impact the Navy's quest for justice. Ha! Sengoku, does this only affect the Navy? Xia Hao's actions are undoubtedly a provocation against the Celestial Dragons. Should he continue his reckless expansion, who will ultimately control this world? Garp chuckled heartily. Garp, mind your tone, Sengoku admonished. TCH, I'm just a retired old man. Nobody cares about me. Garp waved dismissively, then poured a handful of sunbae into his mouth, savoring the taste. Garp, you scoundrel, you've pilfered my sunbae again. Ha! Don't be so stingy, Sengoku. Here, have a taste of this donut. The surrounding naval personnel wore expressions of exasperation, having grown accustomed to the antics of these 2 old-timers. Nevertheless, they remained the Navy's spiritual pillars, figures of immense significance. However, the actions of the Haotian pirates cast a heavy shadow over the Navy, their formidable strength and influence demanding earnest attention. Some even speculated that the current might of the Haotian pirates had reached or even surpassed the pinnacle of the Whitebeard pirates, with their numbers exceeding those of the Beast pirates. Within the conference room of the new Marine headquarters, bang! Look here. The recent actions of the Haotian pirates show utter disregard for the Navy. If this continues, the Navy's dignity will be obliterated. Over a dozen kingdoms have collectively protested to the world government, and the Gorosei have ordered the Marine headquarters to halt the expansion of the Haotian pirates within a week. Let us hear everyone's opinions. The newly appointed Marine headquarters Admiral Akainu slammed the newspaper onto the table, glaring at the assembled naval leaders. The Marine headquarters has only recently been re-established, and we find ourselves in the treacherous waters of the New World. If we engage with the Haotian pirates, we lack the numerical advantage, Recklessly initiating conflict could lead to unpredictable losses, a Marine vice admiral stated, surveying the room before braving Akinu's stern gaze to voice his concerns. Does this mean our Navy is rendered utterly impotent? Ever since the Summit War, the world government has expressed considerable dissatisfaction with our Navy. If we defy the government's orders this time, what will become of our military funding? Yet, the Navy has yet to recover, and with Admiral Akiji having departed, who will lead the charge against the Haotian pirates? Confronting a Yonko crew, especially one as formidable as the Haotian pirates, makes it exceedingly difficult for a single admiral to compel their withdrawal. The issue of combat capability is not merely an excuse. The world government's directive is clear. We must halt the expansion of the Haotian pirates. Let Kizaru deploy. It will be an excellent opportunity to test the new weapon developed by Vegapunk. Observing the incessant arguments among the generals, Akainu finally spoke. As a staunch believer in absolute justice, the Navy cannot stand idly by while pirates wreak havoc. If not for my current position as Fleet Admiral, I would have personally led a fleet to assault the islands of the Haotian pirates and force Xia Hao to cease his expansion. In light of this, I shall take action. Borisolino, with his sleepy eyes now wide open, slowly rose and made his way toward the conference room exit. For Kizaru, it mattered little who ascended to the position of Fleet Admiral. After all, he was, in many ways, a figure of ambiguity. In the skies above a certain sea in the New World, a vessel powered by flying birds sailed smoothly. "Ha! What a grand spectacle! The Haotian pirates!" exclaimed Morgans, the sensational journalist, as he reveled in the intelligence relayed by his subordinates. After a moment of contemplation at his desk, he swiftly began to write. Intending to create a feature on the exploits of the Yonko, Xia Hao, believing it would capture the attention of many. In another part of the Grand Line, the Revolutionary Army was gathering strength to incite a revolution against a nearby kingdom, aiming to overthrow the tyrannical and cruel reign of the current king and install a benevolent ruler to genuinely liberate the nation. The leader of this operation was none other than Dragon, the most notorious criminal in the world, who presently scrutinized a newspaper. "XiaHao, what are you truly attempting to achieve?" Dragon murmured as his penetrating gaze turned towards the New World. Through years of intelligence gathering, he had learned that the one who intervened to protect O'Hara's Tree of Knowledge was indeed Xia Hao, a pirate safeguarding scholars. Furthermore, he had protected numerous invaluable research texts. A perplexing notion indeed. Dragon surmised that Xia Hao must possess some hidden knowledge, for he emerged from the crew of the Pirate King, Roger. Could it be that O'Hara has ties to the fabled Final Island, Raftel? "Captain Dragon, all combat personnel are prepared. Please issue your orders." Just as Dragon was about to delve deeper into his thoughts, a squad leader from the Revolutionary Army rushed over to report. Thus, Dragon gradually withdrew his musings, recognizing that the primary objective remained the liberation of the world, to topple the oppressive and unjust rule of conquest. "In 10 minutes, we will proceed according to plan." "Understood, Captain Dragon." On Hive Island in the New World, the audacious Xia Hao is relishing the expansion of his territory, laughed Blackbeard Teach, as he enjoyed the company of beautiful women while perusing the latest news articles, his eyes glinting with malice. Teach could not shake the resentment over Xia Hao's actions that had severed his loyal subordinate. "Boss, should we not also expand our territory? Having only Hive Island hardly suits your stature." "Indeed, Teach, with over 5,000 pirate members at our disposal, we are more than capable of claiming all surrounding territories, especially since several nearby kingdoms are quite affluent. I can hardly contain my excitement. However, if I recall correctly, those kingdoms are allied with the world government, and acting rashly could provoke a naval onslaught. What is there to fear? As fellow Yonko, if the Haotian pirates can do it, so can we. Let's test the waters," Teach declared, gesturing to his ambitious subordinates. In an uncharted part of the Grand Line, the Haotian Pirates' 2 divisions, comprising 10 ships, were anchored for repairs. Leading these divisions were the notorious Crazy Dragon A. Xing and the Sharpshooter Blazer. Following Xiao Hao's orders, the Haotian pirates had recently leveraged their formidable combat prowess and unique management system to successfully subjugate several nearby nations, raising their flag over the capitals. Subsequently, all pirates withdrew in an orderly fashion, leaving a small contingent behind to provide basic intelligence within the kingdom. Each outpost bore a special flying thunder god marker, ensuring that should uncontrollable circumstances arise, the Haotian pirates could swiftly transport a select few of their strongest fighters. In exchange for this protection, the newly appointed king was required to pay a modest annual tribute, significantly less than what would be extorted by traditional marauding pirates. Off the coast of Alabastan Kingdom, 5 Navy warships lay anchored, led by Admiral Kizaru. What a conundrum this is. Who would have thought that a pirate-chosen king would receive such adoration from the common folk? Kizaru observed the new king from atop the castle walls, his brow furrowed as he listened to the cheers of the crowd below, absent-mindedly scratching his ear. "Admiral, what shall we do? The citizens are utterly preventing our soldiers from approaching," a Navy rear admiral said, his face etched with concern as he gazed at the throngs of people blocking the way. Who could have foreseen that the once just Navy, now tasked with executing the world government's orders, will be effectively besieged by the entire capital's populace? The reason being their refusal to allow the reinstatement of the former king, as they believed the current ruler was satisfactory. Both the laws and policies, as well as taxations and land distributions, were aligned with the interests of the common people. Initially resistant to the Haotian pirates' forcible interference, fearing the new king might be even more tyrannical than the last, they now greeted him with smiles and praises. In a year, the worldview of the commoners had entirely transformed. The peculiarities of the Haotian pirates had revealed to the kingdom's populace that Xia Hao, the so-called Emperor of the Sea, was unlike any ordinary pirate. Informed Sakazuki, "This truly is a headache," Kizaru instructed before his form dissolved into motes of light, reappearing aboard the naval vessels. "Yes, Admiral," the Navy colonel promptly replied, quickly dialing the Navy headquarters' exclusive transponder snail to relay the report. Aboard the Navy warships, Kizaru was receiving updates. "Admiral, we have confirmed the current location of the Haotian pirates. They are at Dodo Island, 50 nautical miles from here," a member of the Navy Intelligence Department reported. "What shall be our next course of action? Please advise. Turn all ships towards Dodo Island. Since the king cannot be replaced, we shall apprehend a member of the Haotian pirates as compensation." Kizaru contemplated before issuing the order. In accordance with Sakazuki's new directive since his ascension to Fleet Admiral, eliminate all evil forces. All personnel, change course. Destination Dodo Island, advance. Upon hearing Kizaru's command, the Navy swiftly mobilized. As the elite force of Navy headquarters, their execution and combat capabilities far surpassed those of ordinary naval members. 3 minutes later, atop a lighthouse in the Alabastan Kingdom, a station member of the Haotian pirates watched the departing Navy warships, patting his chest and exhaling deeply. They had nearly been frightened to death upon sighting Admiral Kizaru. Although the direct forces of the maritime emperor can walk with their heads held high against ordinary powers, they lack confidence when facing an admiral of the Navy due to the vast disparity in strength. The Haotian pirate group, being a civil organization, is unlike a certain zoo association's pirate crew, with few brutes among them. An immediate message was sent to Lord Bulais and Lord Xing, urging them to evacuate as the Navy was approaching Dodo Island. A squad leader communicated with a small bird, then instructed his subordinate nearby. "Understood, Big Brother." A member of the communications team of the Haotian pirate group hurriedly approached Bulais, his face filled with urgency. "Here, take a sip of this liquor and speak slowly." Bulais offered a cup of wine to the out-of-breath subordinate. "Thank you, Lord Bulais." The subordinate quickly raised his cup and drank it down. "Lord Bulais, Lord Xing, we have just received information from the station troops of the Alasba Kingdom that 5 Navy warships, led by Admiral Kizaru, are heading towards Dodo Island, intending to annihilate us all." The mention of Admiral Kizaru and the 5 Navy warships revealed the rapidity of the Navy's actions. Upon hearing this, Bulais tossed aside his cup and retrieved a freshly carved sniper rifle adorned with a 5-clawed thunder dragon from a wooden box behind him. "Xing, would you like to give it a try?" Bulais inquired, glancing at the composed Xing beside him. As the first follower of Xia Hao, Xing's opinion held significant weight. "Let me ask the captain," Xing replied, drinking the remaining wine in his cup before pulling out a golden transponder snail to initiate a call. "Blue blue, blue blue." Xing, what is it? On Mafu Island, Xia Hao was joyfully splashing in a swimming pool with beautiful women. It's like this, Captain. Admiral Kazuru is leading 5 warships to encircle us. However, the brothers do not wish to retreat in fear. They want to test their mettle. What do you think? I see. Do as you wish. But ensure all ordinary members retreat. I do not wish to lose my subordinates in vain. Remember, know when to stop. This is not the time for an all-out war. The Haotian pirate group still needs to develop. XiaHao pondered before giving a few more instructions. Understood. Xing nodded, and upon hanging up the transponder snail, excitement sparkled in his eyes. Finally, they would be able to engage the Admiral freely. Except for the members of the Devil Fruit Corps, everyone else must retreat. The upcoming battle is not one you can participate in. Xing rose, stretching his neck as he began to issue the battle plan. Lord Xing, we also want to stay. 5 Navy warships are nothing. We cannot possibly lose. Yes, even if it's Admiral Kazuru. We have 2 powerful lords here. The proud members of the Devil Fruit Corps stood defiantly, unwilling to back down. Silence. This is Captain Xia Hao's order. Execute it immediately. Xing shouted, and the previously clamorous voices fell silent. Upon hearing Captain Xia Hao's command, everyone genuinely accepted it and began to retreat swiftly. Over an hour later, Buggy peered through the scope of the Thunder Dragon sniper rifle, locking onto the Navy warships approaching Dodo Island, with his sights set on Admiral Kazuru. Bang! Without hesitation, Buggy pulled the trigger, aiming for a surprise attack. Danger! In an instant, Kizaru sensed a threatening presence approaching rapidly. With his observation haki, he evaded the bullet crackling with electricity by elementally transforming, vanishing from the warship. So they VE revealed their actions. How terrifying is the Haotian pirate group? Kizaru's figure materialized on Dodo Island, unleashing his formidable observation haki to pinpoint Buggy's location. Whoosh! A golden flash shot out, targeting Buggy, seeking retribution. Boom! Just as the laser was about to strike Buggy, a massive figure shielded him. The attack was intercepted by Xing in his Fengshen Elong form. How frightening! They are all as powerful as monsters. Kizaru observed the fluttering wings of Xing in the sky, his brows slightly furrowing as he fixed his gaze on Xing and Buggy. Quickly, surround the entire island. Not a single pirate must escape. Navy soldiers swiftly disembarked from the warships, expanding their encirclement along the coastline. Meanwhile, the 2 pirate ships that Buggy had set aside at the Cape had been utterly destroyed. The battle has begun. A resounding beastly roar erupted from Dodo Island, followed by a cacophony of various beastly cries as Zoan-type Devil Fruit users surged forth. Standing behind Buggy and Xing, followed closely by Paramecia-type users. A corps of Devil Fruit users? This is troublesome. I never expected the Haotian pirate group to gather such a formidable force. The urgency was palpable as a naval intelligence officer, Blackfish, assessed the situation before him. We need to request support from headquarters. This operation has been too hasty, he urged, his eyes narrowing as he observed Admiral Kazuru, engaged in a prolonged battle in the sky. The strength of the Haotian pirate group's officers could indeed hold off an admiral, without the highest combat power backing them. The ensuing clash between the Navy and the Haotian pirate group would become exceedingly arduous. Even a victory would come at a heavy cost. When did devil fruits become so commonplace? At the Navy headquarters, the current Admiral, Sakazuki, was enveloped in a haze of smoke as he awaited news of the outcome. Bang, bang, bang. Enter, Admiral Sakazuki. We have just received the latest news. Admiral Kazuru has surrounded the vanguard forces of the Haotian pirate group on a small island called Dodo Island, and combat has commenced. However, the situation is grim. Admiral Kazuru is being hindered by the Mad Dragon, Xing, and Sniper Buggy, while the remaining Navy forces are under relentless assault from over 200 members of the Haotian pirate group's Devil Fruit user corps. The battle is perilous, and it is impossible to eliminate them all in a short time. Furthermore, Dodo Island is not far from the Haotian pirate group's territory, so reinforcements from other divisions may arrive. Thus, Blackfish suggested dispatching 5 Navy warships for support. What? A corps of over 200 Devil Fruit users? Are you jesting? Is acquiring Devil Fruits truly so easy? Sakazuki slammed his fist on the table in fury, magma boiling around him, filling the room with an atmosphere of danger and tension that made the intelligence officer tremble. Compared to the former Admiral Sengoku, Sakazuki's temperament was far more volatile and direct. His absolute justice left no room for error. Order the nearby branches to go all out. This operation must make the Haotian pirate group pay a heavy price. Otherwise, the Navy's encirclement will become a laughingstock across the world, Sakazuki commanded, his expression dark and resolute. Yes, sir. The intelligence officer quickly bowed and exited the room, eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere. In a nearby room, former Admiral and now semi-retired Elder Sengoku learned of the news, his expression turning grave. Kapu, you scoundrel. All you do is indulge in infidelity. These are the backbone of the Navy. We must devise a strategy to prevent them from suffering losses on the pirates' territory. Huh? Those donuts are all mine. Kapu devoured the remaining donuts in one bite before shifting his gaze to the grim-faced Sengoku. I have long asserted that Xia Hao, that little rascal, has been a monster since the era of Roger, and ever since he established his pirate crew, he has refrained from engaging in battles without confidence. This time, Sakazuki was overly eager. If we do not act quickly to intervene, we may end up being the ones humiliated instead. At that point, the new Navy headquarters, painstakingly established over the past year, would become a laughingstock. Therefore, I propose an immediate retreat. There is no need to continue the fight. If the Navy truly intends to engage in war with the 5 Emperor's pirate crew, it must be prepared to exert its full strength. The Navy currently needs to maintain stability and peace upon the seas. Large-scale battles will only exacerbate the world's chaos, Kapu stated earnestly, a rare moment of seriousness for him. As a hero of the Navy and a seasoned sailor filled with righteousness, he could not bear to witness the young Navy soldiers march towards their demise. In light of this, I shall report the situation to Admiral Kong, Sengoku resolved, his eyes glimmering with determination upon hearing Kapu's heartfelt report. On Dodo Island, after 3 hours of combat, the elite forces of the Navy headquarters led by Kizaru and the devil fruit users of the Haotian pirate crew both suffered casualties. However, the casualty ratio was astonishing, reaching 100 or even more. The formidable recovery and resilience of the Zoan-type devil fruit users inflicted significant losses on the Navy. Even with the elite forces employing hockey, one can only imagine the devastating toll if the Haotian pirate crew's specialized unit were to attack the ordinary Navy forces. Vice Admiral Hayu, our soldiers are sustaining too many casualties, a Navy colonel said with a mournful tone, clutching a bloodied wound as he approached Vice Admiral Hayu. Hold on. The Navy headquarters will surely dispatch reinforcements, Vice Admiral Hayu said, his heart heavy as he surveyed the brutal battlefield, but still striving to boost morale. We must arrive before the Haotian pirate crew provide support. Vice Admiral Hayu roared internally. Wind God Winged Dragon Slash. Kizaru, I will not allow you to provide support. Ashing, observing Kizaru unleashing lasers upon the Zoan army below, swiftly flapped his wings, launching a fearsome strike toward Kizaru's head, forcing the Admiral to evade. Kizaru glanced at Ashing and the ever-watchful Breeze, his expression grim. In a one-on-one confrontation, Kizaru would have confidence in defeating either of them. But time was not on his side. This battle was indeed impulsive. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire erupted as bullets sped towards Kizaru, the hockey-infused projectiles forcing him to elementalize to evade. Tear them apart. How dare a mere admiral challenge the 5 Emperor's pirate crew? Let them witness the might of the Haotian pirate crew. With a sinister laugh, they reveled in the thrill of battle, eager to hone their abilities against these Navy foes. Such captivating power, Navy, perish beneath my claws. The members of the Haotian pirate crew, witnessing Admiral Kizaru being obstructed by Shing and Breeze, felt their fighting spirit reignite, their beastly eyes looking down arrogantly upon the Navy soldiers before them. Even the elite forces of the Navy struggled to demonstrate their prowess against the beastly forms of the Haotian pirate crew. After all, not everyone possessed formidable Busashuka hockey. In contrast, the exceptional recovery and endurance of the Zoan-type devil fruit users left the Navy feeling grave, their expressions serious, for utilizing hockey also demanded stamina. Damn it. These bastards are too difficult to handle. How is headquarters responding? How long until reinforcements arrive? Has the Haotian pirate crew truly grown to such a level? It's terrifying. 3 hours until the nearest branch arrives. We must hold on. Justice will prevail. Justice will prevail. A Navy colonel raised his long knife and cried out. Instantly, the previously demoralized Navy soldiers became invigorated, their fighting spirit rekindled, their eyes resolute. 3 hours? Can you endure that long? Did your Navy's intelligence department not inform you that the surrounding territories have all been claimed by the Haotian pirate crew? A squad leader from the Haotian pirate crew scoffed at the Navy's attempts to rally one another. Navy, open your eyes and see the perimeter. The tides of battle have shifted. You are surrounded. Hearing the pirates' derision, the Navy soldiers took a collective step back, their gazes turning toward the coastline. In an instant, their expressions grew grave, for more than 10 ships adorned with the Haotian pirate crew's flag were swiftly approaching the island. Vice Admiral Wincy, leading the charge, was accompanied by the Haotian pirate crew's officers, Leites and Daidetai, both with bounties exceeding 100 million. A Navy lookout, peering through a telescope, recognized the faces aboard the approaching pirate ships and promptly reported to Vice Admiral Wincy. After all, he was the commander of this operation alongside Admiral Kazu, and a loyal disciple of the current fleet Admiral Sakazuki, who believed in absolute justice. These damned, evil pirates! Vice Admiral Wincy's face contorted with rage upon receiving the report, and he swung his long knife with force, repelling the attacking pirates. No one is to retreat. Eliminate the pirates. Vice Admiral Wincy bellowed at the visibly hesitant Navy soldiers, his cold gaze suggesting he was prepared to kill at any moment. In an instant, the Navy soldiers who had contemplated retreating froze, the air thick with tension. For Vice Admiral Wincy showed no mercy to deserters. This fellow, in midair, observing the unwavering Navy soldiers, Admiral Kazuru's wrinkled face tightened further, deeming the command exceedingly foolish. Like clone, Kizaru's figure flickered, and 5 or 6 duplicates of him appeared before Xing and Breeze, rendering it impossible to discern the real from the false, forcing them to attack all targets indiscriminately. Bang! Simultaneously, amidst the conflict between the Haotian pirate crew and the Navy, countless yellow flashes began to coalesce, revealing Admiral Kizaru. Admiral, how terrifying the Haotian pirate crew is. Kizaru kicked a nearby Zoan-type pirate away, speaking with exaggerated tone. Don't jest. You haven't even exerted yourself to your fullest. Come, let me witness the true power of a Navy admiral. Xing hovered in midair, dissatisfied with Kizaru's retreat from the battle, feeling that the previous skirmish had not been sufficiently thrilling. This was the perfect opportunity to gain worldwide fame by defeating an admiral. All units retreat, Kizaru ordered as he observed the approaching pirate ships. However, Fleet Admiral Sakazuki's command was to deliver a heavy blow to the Haotian pirate crew as the embodiment of justice. How could the Navy bow to the evil pirates? As long as they could hold for another 3 hours, reinforcements would surely arrive. Upon hearing Kizaru's command, most of the Navy felt a sense of relief wash over them. Yet, Vice Admiral Wincy interjected, for in his eyes, this was an act of cowardice. Follow orders. I will explain to Sakazuki. All units, retreat in an orderly fashion. Kizaru reiterated. Yes, Admiral Borisolino. Retreat? Impossible. How can I allow my brother to lose face? Xing beheld the scene before him, his brow furrowing deeply as a tempest began to coalesce around him. The once tranquil sky was suddenly besieged by violent winds, and the ocean churned with ferocious waves that grew increasingly colossal. Fengshan Ilongzhan, a massive blade of wind materialized in the void, and with a sweep of his wings, countless wind blades surged toward the Navy warships anchored on the sea, their intent unmistakable, to sever the Navy's escape route. Thunderish roars echoed. Boom! Boom! The razor-sharp wind blades sliced through the naval vessels as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, shattering the massive ships into pieces that plummeted into the tumultuous waters, their remnants swallowed by the depths of the sea. Damn it! With no route to retreat. What to be done? It was already stated that the Navy would not tolerate deserters, nor would they flee from battle. They urged headquarters to dispatch reinforcements with utmost urgency. The Navy personnel began to panic, pinning their hopes on the nearest naval branch. Continue the fight. Aixing vigorously flapped his wings, rapidly advancing towards Admiral Huang Yuan, his exhilaration painting a grotesque blend of ferocity and arrogance on his visage. Bulies, your assistance is no longer required here. What a headstrong fellow. Hearing the commotion in the sky, Bulies retracted his Thunder Dragon sniper rifle, shaking his head before aiming at Rear Admiral Wensi Zhongjiang. For this man spoke too much. Bang! A bullet infused with lightning shot forth instantaneously. Rear Admiral Wensi Zhongjiang, engaged in a furious battle, suddenly sensed an unprecedented danger. His Kinbunshiku haki flared to its utmost, and his body instinctively recoiled to evade. Yet, it was a beat too late. The bullet struck his shoulder, and the violent force of the thunder left him in excruciating pain as the sensation of tearing intensified at the wound. Bang! Bang! Bulies shook his head in dissatisfaction over his previous blunder, then fired 3 shots in rapid succession, for he had never failed to hit his mark. The simultaneous impact of the 3 bullets rendered Rear Admiral Wensi Zhongjiang unable to evade. In an instant, blood gushed from both his arm and chest, staining his uniform crimson. 10 minutes later, the Haotian pirate crew, led by Meng Shan, landed on the island. An hour later, the Navy was entirely defeated and bound as captives. After all, Xia Hao, as a pirate who cherished peace, would never indulge in indiscriminate slaughter. What? Say that again. Everyone except Huang Yuan has been captured. At Navy headquarters, Sakazuki seethed with fury upon receiving the news from the Den Den Mushi, magma surging from his body, casting a stifling atmosphere over his office. Ha ha! I never imagined I would capture Navy personnel one day, and a whole fleet at that. I shall have ample tales to boast about in the future. However, should these individuals not be fed to the fish? Lord Meng Shan, do we not silence these Navy personnel? A pirate eagerly inquired, gazing at Meng Shan with keen anticipation. We are peace-loving pirates. We do not wish to engage in endless bloodshed. Besides, these fellows may prove useful to the captain, Meng Shan replied sternly, addressing his fellow pirates beside him. Is it appropriate to say that? You are the most reckless combat fanatic in the Haotian pirate crew, the pirates thought inwardly. Yet none dared voice their thoughts, for the man before them had once single-handedly defeated 3 giants, and they, with their diminutive frames, could not withstand such overwhelming force. Furthermore, it was the command of their captain, and they dared not defy it. Brew, 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 brew. This is Sakazuki. What has transpired with Huang Yuan? Why has the entire Navy been captured? This is an utter disgrace. Upon the call connecting, Sakazuki unleashed a torrent of words, further tightening Huang Yuan's already wrinkled visage. Why? It is simply that the combat prowess of the Haotian pirate crew exceeded expectations, and their reinforcements arrived with astonishing swiftness. The vast disparity in numbers and average combat strength led to the Navy's complete annihilation. That is the reason, Huang Yuan sighed, beginning to explain. If I understand. Now the question is how to resolve this. Once this matter hits the newspapers, the Navy's reputation will be utterly ruined, Sakazuki roared, the magma emanating from his body causing the office to feel as though it were a sauna. Yet, even in the sweltering heat, the numerous Navy personnel in a marshal's office dared not utter a word, their heads bowed in silence. For compared to the previous Marshal Sengoku, Sakazuki's sense of justice was absolute. The Haotian pirate crew demands that the Navy pays a ransom for their release. Huang Yuan's expression darkened upon hearing Meng Shan's suggestion. It was the first time he had ever felt so humiliated since embarking on his career. However, glancing at the well-prepared projection equipment, Huang Yuan reluctantly communicated with Sakazuki through the Den Den Mushi. What? Those bastards are becoming increasingly audacious. What do they take the Navy for? Sakazuki's roar resonated through the Den Den Mushi, prompting Huang Yuan to instinctively distance his ear from the device, while also pinching his ear canal. Indeed, he was thoroughly enraged. However, given the current outcome, there was no better solution at hand. Meng Shan had only granted the Navy 5 minutes to deliberate. Tick-tock, Time slipped away second by second. Just as the 5 minutes were about to expire, the voice of Rear Admiral He, the chief strategist, emerged from the Den Mushi. We agree to the demands of the Haotian pirate crew. Rear Admiral He spoke with resignation. Meanwhile, Sakazuki had made his way outside the office, furiously smoking a cigarette, his gaze fixed on the ever-shifting clouds in the sky, his expression unusually solemn. Indeed, I have inherited a remarkable era. Yet, no matter who commits a crime, they must face justice. The wicked pirates shall ultimately be eradicated. Understood. Huang Yuan nodded in response to the Den Mushi. He then turned to Meng Shan and declared, "The Navy headquarters agrees to your demands." 1 billion berries, Meng Shan stated, having derived this figure from the bounties posted by the Cross Guild. Upon hearing the agreement to provide payment, a smile illuminated Meng Shan's previously expressionless face. The captain's mission had finally reached fruition. 1 billion berries. Are you robbing us? You despicable pirates, just kill me. A Navy Rear Admiral's eyes bulged in disbelief as he bellowed in outrage. What do you think I'm doing right now? Meng Shan rolled his eyes and waved his hand, prompting his subordinates to stuff a cloth into the Admiral's mouth. You're quite talkative. Woo 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 woo. Do you still refuse to submit? Meng Shan's subordinate observed the Navy glaring at him, and with a dramatic flair, proclaimed, Lord Meng Shan, this fellow is still cursing. My heart aches. Woo woo. 1 billion and 10 million berries. My subordinate is crying. We require compensation for emotional distress. Meng Shan watched his subordinate's exaggerated performance with a twitching mouth. Yet he refrained from reacting. What? An additional 10 million? Are you joking? The remaining Navy personnel protested vehemently against Meng Shan's brazen actions. Silence. If you do not cease your chatter, the price will increase. As for robbery, what do you think? We are, after all, audacious pirates, Meng Shan scoffed derisively. You very well. We agree, but let's not go overboard. The Navy is not to be trifled with by pirates. Huang Yuan appeared before Meng Shan, his tone unexpectedly grave and serious. Ha ha! The Haotian pirate crew is the same. 3 hours later, a colossal Navy warship slowly approached, laden with the ransom. Xing, please inspect it personally, Meng Shan instructed, looking up at Xing hovering in the air. Of course, Xing replied, vigorously flapping his wings, and in an instant, he materialized above the warship. Before the astonished Navy personnel escorting the ransom, Xing began to assess the treasure's condition. The quantity is accurate. In a swift exchange of currency, the naval officers found themselves in a most agreeable partnership. As Meng Shan observed Xing's signal, he gestured, prompting the members of the Haotian pirate crew to board their ship. After successfully expelling the naval officers tasked with escorting the ransom, the jubilant group set sail into the depths of the ocean, heading towards their destination, Mafe Island. The naval officers, filled with indignation, declared, "Who would ever collaborate with you again? Train diligently, valiant soldiers of justice. Next time, we must erase all traces of this humiliation." A naval vice admiral clenched his fists tightly, even as his nails pierced his flesh, refusing to show any signs of distress. Clearly, this operation had placed unprecedented pressure upon the Navy, a mix of frustration and disgrace weighing heavily upon them. Understood? On the island, the naval officers stood tall, their chests out, letting out a resounding roar towards the heavens. In an instant, the trees around them were filled with startled birds that took to the sky, circling endlessly above. At the naval headquarters in the retirement office, Sengoku inquired, "Kapu, what are your thoughts on this matter?" I'm just sitting here enjoying a donut." Kapu replied nonchalantly to Sengoku's question. After all, he was now a retiree, a relic of a bygone era, no longer feeling the need to meddle in the affairs of the new age. However, what Kapu truly yearned to know was the whereabouts of Roger. As a figure who was both adversary and ally, he longed for a conversation with him. Yet, such thoughts remained unspoken in Sengoku's presence, for he feared a reprimand. At his age, maintaining dignity was paramount. "You're quite the character," Sengoku sighed, glancing at Kapu, acknowledging their shared aging. "Let the youth handle their own affairs." Somewhere along the Grand Line, on an island blanketed in ice and snow, a group of shivering pirates landed on the shores. their determination unwavering as they trudged toward a towering castle. Just as they prepared to enter the town, a menacing group of pirates appeared at the entrance. This island was also coveted by one of the sea emperors, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. "Brat, do not seek trouble. Leave this place. It is under the protection of Lord Kaido, and I am in charge here." A brawny man clad in iron armor warned the young pirates with a dismissive wave. "Seek trouble? Who knows? But if I defeat you, I can enter the town," the young pirate Drake, one of the supernovas of the worst generation with a bounty of 222 million berries, retorted. With a thunderous roar, Drake unleashed the full form of his ancient Zoan devil fruit, transforming into a colossal dinosaur, causing his adversaries to pale in shock. An ancient Zoan, indeed a formidable ability. The armored guard thought, his desire to capture Drake for Lord Kaido's army igniting within him. As Drake opened his massive jaws, the guard raised his arm, and the machine gun began to spin rapidly, unleashing a barrage of bullets aimed at the giant figure before him. Simultaneously, on another bizarre island in the New World, the pirate Haoming Appu led his crew into battle against a ferocious giant wild boar. Its massive size and sharp tusks instilled fear in all. However, as a member of the worst generation, Appu fought valiantly and, utilizing the powers of his devil fruit, managed to slay the beast. What a peculiar island, Appu sighed, ready to take a moment's respite, only to be struck by an overwhelming sense of impending danger. Turning around, he was met by a herd of wild boars, equally as large and even more formidable. "Fear not, Captain Appu will vanquish them all," a confident crew member encouraged. "Indeed, just a mere pack of beasts. The captain will prevail," another chimed in. Yet, after a brief moment of contemplation, Appu raised his hand and shouted, "Run." With that, he dashed forward, leading the charge. "Run." Seeing their captain flee, the crew members hastily followed, the sound of grunting boars echoing behind them, spurring them on with a fervent urgency. Thus, a comical scene unfolded as the herd of wild boars chased after Appu's pirate crew, who faced their first crisis in the New World and witnessed its terrifying reality. Anything could happen at any moment. In an unknown sea within the New World, Kid, the supernova with the highest bounty of the current era, began to make a name for himself after successfully entering these treacherous waters. Just a day prior, upon entering the New World, Kid's crew encountered another pirate crew, terrified and wishing to retreat. After a fierce battle, Kid utilized his formidable devil fruit powers to obliterate them entirely. "The New World is terrifying. We merely wish to return to our original seas. Let's go, and we will hand over all our treasures," the defeated pirates pleaded, their voices trembling with fear. "You newcomers, heed my warning. The inhabitants of the New World are monsters. There is no need to sacrifice your lives foolishly. Just go back," the trembling pirates cautioned. "Pathetic cowards, you have no reason to continue living. The New World does not need your kind," Kid said, his expression darkening as he gestured for his crew to dispose of the captured pirates. "Kid, what shall we do next?" a masked man beside him inquired. "Of course, we shall challenge the strongest figures in the New World, the Sea Emperors who rule the latter half of the Grand Line." Kid grinned, ambition swelling within him. With a swift motion, he summoned a large sword towards him using his powerful magnet fruit abilities, gazing out across the vast ocean. "So, which one shall we confront?" the masked man killer asked. "Red-haired Shanks," Kid declared, the reason behind his choice shrouded in mystery. Perhaps the world simply would not allow for two powerful pirates with red hair. "I've heard he is formidable, Kid." "Indeed. After all, he is one of the Sea Emperors, and as a former member of Roger's crew, his strength is undeniable. If we can defeat red-haired Shanks, we will cement our names in the New World," Kid proclaimed, his fist clenched in determination. Elsewhere in the New World, on the periphery of Cake Island, within the territory of the Big Mom pirates, the supernova, the Monk Urage, was pushing through the ranks of ordinary soldiers of the Big Mom crew effortlessly. As he drew closer to Cake Island, a stout man in a checkered shirt, with a long nose and a gourd-shaped hairstyle, appeared before him. This man was Charlotte Snack, one of the sweet commanders of the Big Mom pirates. "Brat of the worst generation, you have trespassed upon the domain of the 5 emperors, Big Mom. I strongly advise you to leave immediately." Charlotte Snack approached menacingly, brandishing a massive sword. His anger palpable as he surveyed the defeated soldiers strewn about. "I am indeed aware of this place. Otherwise, I would not have come." The enigmatic monk Worky clenched his fist and stepped forward, swiftly launching a powerful blow towards Charlotte Snack, his fist the size of a sandbag, accompanied by a booming sound that shattered the surrounding air. The fierce clash was imminent, and the two engaged in combat, neither able to swiftly overpower the other. One by one, the supernovas of the infamous era charged towards their targets, igniting chaos in the previously tranquil seas, thus plunging the new world into disorder. "Scoundrel!" At the Navy headquarters, Admiral Sakazuki slammed his fist on the table, his voice grave as he shouted in fury. "What a splendid era I have inherited." Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, over a year had passed since the war on the summit, 2 years having elapsed since that monumental event. During this period, the Haotian pirate crew remained dormant under Captain Xia Hao's orders, refraining from liberating the nearby kingdoms. This restraint was due to the fervent actions of the Revolutionary Army, whose relentless liberation of kingdoms had incensed the world government, prompting a frenzied response from the Navy, CP0, and other major factions. Yet, each time they confronted the well-organized and premeditated actions of the Revolutionary Army, their efforts were thwarted. Crucially, with the World Government Conference impending, any distractions could lead to unforeseen calamities. Particularly concerning was the Haotian pirate crew, which posed a significant headache for the Five Elders. Heightened vigilance is necessary. Now is not the optimal time to eradicate them. The preparations for the World Conference must be flawless, and XiaHao's abilities are exceedingly unpredictable. "We must deliberate carefully," remarked the scientific defense deity Saitan Sheng, his brow furrowed. "It must be so. If not for the need for stability, I would personally eliminate this individual. As a fellow sovereign of the sea, why should I not act like the others?" Chimed in the environmental deity Makazmaz Sheng. "Rest assured, regardless of their antics, they are merely insignificant fish. Should they overstep their bounds, the master will not spare them and will intervene personally. There exists but one rule in this world, the survival law crafted by the celestial dragons. This must be adhered to, be it 800 years ago or now," declared the legal deity Topman Watchily Sheng, his expression cold. The Five Elders expressed their perspectives. While they were incensed by the global revolutionary liberation wars, their anger had yet to reach a boiling point. As everything remained under control, on the Sabeti archipelago, Zoro surveyed the empty tavern and shrugged in resignation. "What a troublesome bunch. I am the first to arrive. Please inform the next person that I have gone fishing by the sea," he declared with unexpected pride, astonished at himself for being the first to reach the rendezvous, a feat he never anticipated. Zoro had already prepared witty jabs for the others upon their reunion. "I wonder how everyone has fared these past 2 years. I am eagerly looking forward to seeing them," he mused. Meanwhile, on the streets of Sabeti archipelago, a reindeer was munching on a cotton candy while deep in thought. This reindeer was none other than Dr. Chopper of the Straw Hat Pirates. "Darn it, where can I find that pet? That fox could easily deceive others," muttered two individuals who bore a striking resemblance to Zoro and Sanji as they strolled down the street. "Zoro, Sanji, wait for me." Upon spotting them, Chopper's eyes lit up, and he dashed after them, calling out excitedly, "What is this?" Sensing a tug on his clothes, the imposter Zoro and Sanji looked down at Chopper, who seemed vaguely familiar. "Everyone, long time no see. I have missed you all so much," Chopper exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement, on the verge of tears. Could this be the true pet of the Straw Hat Pirates? Suddenly, an idea struck the imposter Sanji, who fixed his gaze on Chopper, muttering quietly, "Could it be that we could dispose of that filthy fox?" "Indeed, every time I fed that creature, I would get bitten," the imposter Zoro grumbled. Thus, the two exchanged glances, and Chopper seamlessly joined the ranks of the counterfeit Straw Hat Pirates as they made their way towards the imposter Luffy's gathering place. At the same time, a man with a massive package on his back arrived at the Sabeti archipelago. Gazing at the familiar scene before him, Luffy felt a wave of nostalgia. This was where the Straw Hat Pirates had faced defeat, but today they would set sail once more, entering the latter half of the Grand Line, the perilous New World. Bang! As Luffy walked forward with his heavy burden, he accidentally knocked over a plump fellow wearing a straw hat. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding crowd quivered in fear, casting sympathetic glances at Luffy. Huh? What do you think you're doing? Do you know who I am? Young man, apologize quickly, or your life may be at stake. Yes, yes. They are ruthless pirates who could truly kill. The crowd urged Luffy, fearful of the imposter Straw Hat Luffy before them. Step aside, ignoring the strange behavior of the crowd. Luffy focused on what his mentors had advised, to keep a low profile and avoid causing trouble before their new journey. Huh? Are you seeking death? The imposter Luffy, seeing Luffy's indifference, immediately pulled the trigger, and a bullet hurtled toward Luffy's head. The gunshot rang out, and gasps erupted from the crowd, as if witnessing a horrific scene. However, when they looked up, they found Luffy unharmed, continuing forward with his package. While the arrogant imposter Luffy and his companions were rendered unconscious by Luffy's conqueror's haki. Half an hour later, a report came in. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Monkey D. Luffy, along with his crew, including the crafty Frankie, are currently recruiting new allies with the intention of advancing into the New World. A Navy officer, observing the throngs of pirates gathering in the square, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and reported cautiously. Continue to monitor the situation. The main force is approaching the destination. Understood. The Navy observer hung up the transponder snail, just as he lifted his gaze to continue watching, only to be startled by a man swathed in bandages appearing before him, wearing a sinister grin. Bang! The naval intelligence officer had no chance to resist before being captured. Hey, Navy, did you just inform the troops? A grotesque figure with a long tongue asked with an evil smile. No. How boring. But it matters not. We have a notorious pirate here with a bounty of 400 million berries. The hideous figure was Caribou, a pirate with peculiar ambitions and a reputation for brutality. Do not move. You are surrounded. Pirates. All exits have been sealed. Surrender. Just as the imposter Luffy boasted about how they would dominate the new world from the high platform, the Navy reinforcements arrived, raising their weapons and aiming at the pirates. The Navy! The imposter Luffy trembled in fear, observing the Navy officers surrounding them, and hatched a plan. Caribou, use this Navy officer as a hostage to let us escape. Huh? What are you talking about, Captain? Kill him. Caribou replied, understanding the order. With a wicked grin, he extended his long tongue and swiftly eliminated the Navy officer before them. The sudden turn of events left both the imposter Luffy and the Navy in shock, igniting a fierce battle as conflict erupted. These bastards, observing the fierce battle among the crowd, the foe Luffy furrowed his brow. However, upon realizing the advantage was in his favor, the tension within him began to dissipate. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, followed by cries for help. Damn it, why are there so many pacifists? Captain Straw Hat, save me. Just as the pirates gained the upper hand and launched a ferocious assault on the Navy, a laser struck, triggering a violent explosion that jolted many pirates back to reality. Watching their comrades being blown away, fear gripped their hearts, and they frantically sought assistance from the foe Luffy atop the platform. Yet at that moment, the members of the foe Straw Hat Pirates were already preparing to flee upon the appearance of the pacifists. Particularly, Captain Duty, with a bounty of 88 million berries, was utterly paralyzed with fear after being defeated by a pacifist laser cannon, prompting a chaotic retreat. The gathered pirates, drawn by the reputation of the Straw Hat Pirates, were left bewildered as they gazed at the empty platform. It wasn't until a sharp-eyed pirate spotted the foe Luffy sprinting through the crowd that he shouted, "Take them down." Captain Straw Hat, in his frantic escape, the foe Luffy collided headlong into Bartolomeo, who promptly sent him crashing to the ground. Get out of my way. Do you know who I am? I am the grandson of the Navy hero Garp, the son of the Revolutionary Army leader Dragon, the brother of the Emperor of the New World, Ace, and a notorious pirate with a bounty of 400 million berries. Before he could finish, Bartolomeo struck him down with a powerful axe, leaving the foe Luffy dazed and unconscious. The real Straw Hat Luffy was not so feeble. Bartolomeo scoffed, impossible. Captain Straw Hat, surrounding pirates, stared wide-eyed at the swiftly dispatched foe Luffy, disbelief etched on their faces. P5, who is this guy? the flamboyant pirate Damara Black, with a bounty of 26 million berries, revealed the heartbreaking truth to the surrounding pirates. What? A bounty of only 26 million berries? How dare he deceive us? What now? Realization dawned that they had been duped. That's enough for you pirates. Due to your folly, your remaining years shall be spent in prison. Bartolomeo sneered at the indignant and furious pirates, then signaled the pacifists to assume combat positions. Though you may be foolish, by chance, the real Straw Hat is also here. P5, lock onto him. Ignoring the pirates' cries, Bartolomeo focused intently on the bewildered real Luffy atop the platform. Upon receiving the order, the pacifists commenced their scanning, quickly locking in on Luffy's location. A laser shot forth. For this time, Bartolomeo was determined not to fail. Just as the laser was about to strike, Luffy activated his Kinbunchika Haki and tilted his head to evade the attack. The pacifists descended slightly before launching towards Luffy, their laser coalescing in hand, preparing to strike again. Yet, Luffy was swifter. In an instant, he appeared above the pacifist and unleashed a powerful punch in gear second, sending P5 crashing into the ground, resulting in a devastating explosion that rendered the pacifist immobile. Wow, finally seeing the real deal. The surrounding pirates erupted in cheers, realizing that this was the infamous pirate with a 400 million berry bounty, incomparable to the earlier imposter. Captain Straw Hat, we wish to join your crew and set sail with you, they exclaimed, excitement radiating from their eyes as they focused on the genuine Luffy. In that moment, with a mere gesture, Luffy could have rallied a 1,000-strong crew. However, observing the ruckus below, Luffy frowned and declared, I do not take on underlings. I'm leaving now. You shall not depart so easily, Straw Hat. Bartolomeo bellowed, directing everyone's attention to the true Straw Hat, who was entirely different from the pretender. With full alertness, he recalled 2 years ago when they clashed with the Navy at Marineford, and this time he would not let Luffy escape. The man with the tightest lips, Bartolomeo, commanded, gripping his massive axe with determination. This is so annoying. We agreed to leave quietly, Luffy grumbled, glancing at the heavily armed navy surrounding the area. His expression shifted, and he swiftly grabbed his bag, darting in a specific direction. Today marked the day of reunion and departure for the Straw Hat Pirates. It must not go awry. Hey, you're really annoying, making my departure a hassle, Luffy complained. Straw Hat, you 1T set sail today. It ends here. Bartolomeo ordered the pacifists to attack Luffy once more. Just then, jubilant cheers erupted from the nearby forest, filled with mirth. Luffy. This time it's definitely them. Zoro, Sanji, Sachi, and Brook. Luffy's eyes widened with joy as he recognized his approaching friends, confirming that they were indeed his comrades. Really now, Luffy, you always stir up trouble, Zoro remarked, shaking his head. The real deal? The Straw Hat crew is still alive. Eliminate them, pacifists. Bartolomeo commanded sharply upon seeing Zoro and Sanji, his brow furrowing in concern. Although unclear about the events that transpired at Sabeti Archipelago, he could not allow the Straw Hat Pirates to regroup. Otherwise, they would unleash chaos upon entering the New World. Zoro gripped his swords, his demeanor turning grave as he prepared for battle against the pacifists, the very foes that had once put the Straw Hat crew in peril 2 years prior. TCH, Sanji, observing Zoro's confidence, scoffed, irritated that Zoro seemed to disregard his own prowess. Demon Wind Foot. Sanji moved with remarkable speed, appearing before the pacifists in an instant, delivering a powerful kick that struck them hard. Under the combined might of the two Straw Hat powerhouses, the pacifists were no match, markedly different from 2 years prior. Now that's the real deal. The surrounding pirates erupted with excitement, cheering loudly. Hey, Luffy, you're the real deal. Zoro proudly rested his sword on his shoulder, grinning at Luffy. Luffy was momentarily puzzled, but quickly set that aside, for reuniting with his friends was the priority. Meanwhile, Sanji glared at Zoro with fiery intensity, fuming at his smugness. What is he so proud about? Luffy, everyone is waiting for you. Let us set sail, Sanji urged, eyeing the encroaching navy, insisting that small matters should not hinder their departure. All right. Luffy clenched his fist resolutely and began to run, ready for the adventure ahead. In the new world, on an uncharted island, 3 elderly men were fervently competing in a fishing contest on the coastline. However, these were no ordinary fish. They were the formidable sea kings, rulers of the windless zone. "Ha ha, Newgate, this fish I caught is a full meter longer than yours," Roger exclaimed, clutching his powerful fishing rod while casting a triumphant glance at the equally determined Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard. "What does length matter? Mine weighs at least 100 pounds more than yours," Newgate retorted loudly, his pride unyielding. With a sudden, forceful swing of his rod, an enormous sea king, measuring 100 meters in length, soared from the water, crashing heavily onto the ground behind them. With a decisive blow, he delivered a finishing punch, slaying the creature. "Hey, Newgate, be gentle. You've ruined this fishing spot," Roger complained, observing the collapsed ground with a grimace. "Gulalala, I'll be more careful next time." Newgate laughed heartily, though his expression suggested he was indifferent to the damage. "Speaking of which, that reckless young lad must be setting sail today," Roger mused quietly. "Ha ha, you dare call someone else reckless, Roger? I find Luffy remarkably reminiscent of your younger self," remarked Rayleigh, the silver fox, with a chuckle, sipping his drink while watching the unmoving rod. "Indeed, reckless, arrogant, and blissfully unaware of the world's dangers," Newgate concurred, nodding in agreement, as he too perceived the striking similarities between Luffy and Roger, even more so than Ace. This was not merely a matter of bloodline inheritance, but rather an ineffable transmission of will. "Ha ha ha ha, I too see the resemblance." Roger laughed heartily, reminiscing about the past 2 years with great joy. "So, Roger, do you believe Luffy will succeed?" "I am uncertain, but I have faith that he will not falter," Roger replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he cast a deep gaze at Rayleigh. "Indeed, every individual's answer differs. Let fate decide," Rayleigh said, taking another sip of his drink and gazing up at the azure sky. "Fate, you say?" Roger murmured softly. On board the Thousand Sunny, the Straw Hat Pirates beamed at Luffy's radiant smile, erupting in joyous cheers as they waved their hands in excitement. "Everyone, let's set sail," Luffy exclaimed, his heart brimming with childlike glee as familiar faces flashed before him. All members of the Straw Hat crew were present. 10 minutes later, as the sounds of battle roared from the Sabiti archipelago, Luffy paused his playful antics and reminiscing. On the deck, gazing at his comrades who had weathered storms and shared life and death together, his expression turned serious. "All right, everyone, we are setting sail for Fishman Island." With a resounding eye, the coated Thousand Sunny began to submerge, resembling a submarine as it descended into the ocean depths. The scenery transformed before their eyes, as peculiar marine creatures swam around the ship, thrilling Luffy, who wished to catch one for a closer look. "However, Bang, Luffy, did you forget what I just said? We are in the depths of the sea. If the coating fails, we will all be lost to the ocean," Nami scolded, delivering a heavy blow to the mischievous Luffy, who was left with a bump on his head reminiscent of the old days. "Huh? What are you talking about, woman?" Zoro protested, feeling indignant at Nami's reprimand. Ready to rebel, Duong. He was swiftly subdued, collapsing alongside Luffy on the deck, both sporting gloomy expressions, the epitome of misfortune. Regardless of the fearsome reputation the Straw Hat Pirates held in the outside world, it meant little in front of Nami, who was the true captain of the crew. As the Thousand Sunny continued its descent, it soon reached depths of nearly 10,000 meters, surrounded by colossal marine creatures with lantern-like eyes glimmering coldly. "Sea Kings?" Usopp gasped in shock, staring at the creatures surrounding the ship, clutching his head in disbelief, his eyes wide open in fear. "Do not disturb them. Let us quietly navigate through," Nami commanded, striving to suppress her own trepidation while directing the crew to steer the ship deeper. According to the intelligence they had gathered, Fishman Island lay 10,000 meters beneath the surface. Yet, an unexpected turn unfolded, as the Straw Hats gazed at the enormous bubble-encased underwater island that emerged before them. A massive shadow suddenly loomed overhead. They looked up to find a group of peculiar fishmen leading the Sea Kings, blocking their path. "I have long awaited this moment." "Straw Hat Luffy," one fishman addressed the crew, his tone eerily calm. "How do you know us?" Luffy inquired, puzzled. as he had no recollection of familiar faces in these deep waters. Of course I know you. You once destroyed the Fishman pirate crew led by Arlong. And 2 years ago, you assaulted the celestial dragons for the sake of former Fishman pirate officer Hachi. Just like the legendary hero Fisher Tiger, the Fishman continued, revealing his knowledge. Now, I find myself pondering how to handle you. Thus, I offer you 2 choices. Join our new Fishman pirate crew or become fodder for the sea. What will it be, Straw Hat? The Fishman named Haidman coldly regarded Luffy, amusement dancing in his eyes. Upon hearing Haidman's words, Nami sensed imminent danger. Luffy would never choose to join another pirate crew. Frankie, prepare for a wind blast. We must fight. Understood, watch this. Frankie responded, rushing to gather fuel, knowing that the fate of the entire Straw Hat crew depended on this moment, leaving no room for carelessness. There's no way I would join you fools. Luffy replied, head down, his shoulders trembling slightly before lifting his gaze to reveal a sardonic smile, firmly rejecting Haidman's offer. Damn it, if that's the case. Then let you all become nutrients for the sea. Attack, Haidman commanded, gesturing to a colossal sea beast to strike. A massive sea lion opened its gaping maw, attempting to crush the Thousand Sunny entirely. Wind blast, Frankie shouted, unleashing a tremendous energy shockwave from the ship's stern. In an instant, the entire vessel soared into the air. No, this ship can fly? The Fishman pirates gaped in astonishment as the Thousand Sunny took off, momentarily forgetting to pursue. In a new world, within the territory of the Whitebeard pirates at the outskirts of Ostro Island, a gigantic pirate ship adorned with 3 skulls anchored near the shore. On the island, a group of fierce pirates feasted, while not far away, dozens of battered and bloodied pirates languished. Teach, you traitor, how dare you return? Ace exclaimed, leading the members of the Whitebeard pirates to the scene of devastation, his gaze fierce as he confronted the grim spectacle. XiaHao, traitor. How hurtful that sounds. Marco. Teach laughed arrogantly, arms outstretched, relishing the chaos. Over the past 2 years, Teach had confirmed that Edward Newgate had completely withdrawn from the fray. As one of the emperors of the New World, he sought to expand his territory, aiming to dominate this familiar sea. As for the other Emperor pirate crews, Teach had no intention of provoking them at this time. In particular, regarding the formidable Haotian pirate group led by Xia Hao, who had once single-handedly advanced through Push City and ruthlessly eliminated his subordinates, Teach felt an utter lack of confidence. Since its rise to global notoriety, the members of the Haotian pirate group had yet to reveal their true strength. In fact, Teach was unaware of the current number of cadres within the Haotian pirate group. All opposing forces had been effortlessly eradicated, and even the Marines were reluctant to engage in conflict with such overwhelming power. The unknown is indeed the most terrifying aspect. Teach. On board the Moby Dick, Ace's dark eyes fixed intently on Teach, his tone grave, enveloped by an intense aura of lethal intent that permeated the surrounding waters. Ignoring Dana, Ace confronted Teach with a menacing smile. What brings you here? The objective? Naturally, it is to dominate this sea. Both you and Whitebeard harbor ambitions far too trivial. So relinquish this sea to me. How could I entrust it to someone like you? Ha ha ha. It seems reason has failed. In that case, let us speak through strength, Teach remarked, observing the flames emanating from Ace, a sinister aura radiating from him as well. Fire Fist. Ace charged forward. Having diligently trained for 2 years, today he would use Blackbeard Teach as a measure of his progress. We shall join in, Marco exclaimed, witnessing Ace breach the defenses of the Blackbeard pirates. He transformed into his phoenix form and launched himself at one of Teach's subordinates. Today, let's cleanse the path for our father. Ha ha ha. Men, eliminate them, Teach declared, watching as Ace's fire fist approached. He raised his hand to conjure a shield from the dark mist of the Yami Yami no Mi, consuming the searing flames upon contact. What an eerie ability, Ace murmured, observing the extinguished flames with a slight frown. But that was 2 years ago, Teach. The devil fruit is not invincible. Haki armament. Flames surged from Ace's back, propelling him swiftly towards Teach, his arm enveloped in Haki as he aimed a punch at Teach's grotesque face. Bang! Fueled by fury, Ace's fist struck Teach with tremendous force, sending him hurtling back several dozen meters, crashing into multiple trees. Ugh, hockey? That hurts, Teach grimaced, rubbing his head as he faced the steadfast Ace. Dark water. A dense black mist emanated from Teach, racing towards Ace with alarming speed, aiming to ensnare him as he had done to other devil fruit users in the past. However, having learned from previous failures, Ace evaded the attack swiftly and raised his right hand, conjuring a massive fireball. New Flame Emperor. What a terrifying energy wave! Evade. Teach cautioned, recognizing the escalation in Ace's power compared to 2 years prior. Damn it, I never anticipated that the pirate crew, now devoid of Whitebeard's Newgate, would prove so formidable. Van Oka, I require support. Understood. Do not rush me. The members of the Blackbeard Pirates noted the fierce clash between Ace and Teach, expressing their astonishment at Ace's remarkable growth over the mere span of 2 years. Regrettably, had XiaHao not disrupted things in Push City, Blackbeard's crew would have undoubtedly been far stronger than they were now. Damn XiaHao, I will avenge this. One towering woman, whose physique belied her gender, seethed. This individual was none other than the notorious criminal Katarina Devon, a Zoan-type devil fruit user with the power of the Inu no Mi, in the form of a nine-tailed fox. After narrowly escaping the deadly poison unleashed by Xia Hao, she had encountered Magellan, who, upon contact, granted her the powers of the Doka no Mi, allowing her to survive. However, the areas affected by the poison remained irreparable, fueling her deep-seated hatred for Xia Hao. There will always be an opportunity, Van Oka whispered, sensing the murderous aura radiating from Katarina. He took a few steps back, attempting to dissuade her. Reflecting on their encounter in Push City, Van Oka felt an unprecedented pressure. Despite his current strength, he did not believe he could defeat the monster that was Xia Hao. Moreover, Teach had previously remarked that Xia Hao was a monster he had dreaded facing since the era of Roger, an enigma that eluded detection. Phoenix Mark. Just as Van Oka was lost in thought, Marco's attack surged forth, imbued with fury, aimed squarely at his head. Swish! Yet, as Marco's strike was about to land, Van Oka vanished, having consumed the Shun no Mi, enabling him to teleport swiftly to any desired location. A devil fruit ability? Such speed, Marco holti devrapli, using his Kinbunchika haki to sense everything around him. Bang! A bullet pierced Marco's form in his phoenix state, infused with haki, causing him to sustain injury. However, it was not severe, as emerald flames quickly enveloped the wound, facilitating rapid recovery. Everyone, stay vigilant. Do not forget our father's teachings. The Whitebeard Pirates will not tolerate any betrayal among comrades. Today, we will capture the traitor Blackbeard and present him to our father for judgment. This battle allows for victory only, not defeat. Marco soared into the sky, his voice resonating throughout the island. In an instant, the crew of the Whitebeard Pirates felt invigorated, launching a fierce assault against the Blackbeard Pirates. 10,000 meters beneath the sea, in the plaza of Fishman Island, the current King Neptune was captured by the rebellious new Fishman Pirates. King Neptune, what do you scoundrels intend to do? Release His Majesty Neptune at once, you ruffians. Hey, didn't you say Fishman Island would be destroyed by the Straw Hat crew? If the prophecy is true, I hope it comes to pass now. A young Fishman child, tears brimming in his eyes, shouted towards the prophet Shirahoshi. This, Shirahoshi observed the tear-streaked child and the menacing new Fishman Pirates below, falling into an unusual silence. Hearing the child's voice, the surrounding fishmen began to stir, a flicker of hope emerging in their previously despondent expressions. Soon, they collectively shouted, rather than be ruled by Hody, we would prefer the Straw Hats to come and destroy the island. If that were to happen, even the current aggressors would surely find themselves in a predicament. I concur with the children. They speak true. A fishman gently patted the child's head and stepped forward, calling out, Straw Hat Luffy, do you hear us? If you're anywhere on the island, please come and demolish this place now. Indeed, please come now. I do not wish for His Majesty to be killed. Straw Hat. Straw Hat. The fishmen and merfolk surrounding the plaza began to chant in unison. Compared to Hody's tyranny and the potential murder of King Neptune, they would much prefer to see the Straw Hats wreak havoc on their island. Hoofdie. Hody sneered at the surrounding clamoring. and with a snarl, he brandished a spear, preparing to deliver the final blow to Neptune. At that moment, Princess Shirahoshi could no longer contain her tears, crying out, "Luffy, please help me." The voice of Bai Xing echoed throughout the square, and the moment her words fell, Hody swiftly turned his head. Yet he saw no figure, only heard a loud explosion, followed by his body being sent flying. "Well done, Dan Xiaoxing." Luffy's silhouette appeared before the mermaid princess, gazing at the tears cascading down Bai Xing's cheeks. And he smiled faintly in acknowledgement. "From here on, leave it to us. Hey, Straw Hat Luffy, are you truly here to destroy Fishman Island?" The crowd, witnessing Luffy's arrival at the call of Princess Bai Xing, could not help but wear smiles, though they still voiced their concerns. After all, if Fishman Island were to be destroyed, they would lose their home. "Whether or not I'm here to destroy Fishman Island is for you to decide," Luffy said, calmly pressing down his straw hat. The sound of stones crashing down echoed continuously. Thick clouds of dust billowed, and Hody's figure emerged from within. "Dakin is truly a useless fool. I had intended to use him to eliminate Bai Xing, yet it seems the plan has fallen through." Hody's crimson eyes fixed intently on Luffy and his companions, then shifted to the sea warrior, Jinbei. "It appears I have been deceived. I should have anticipated your cooperation with humans, Jinbei. Have you forgotten that the heroes of Fishman Island, Fisher Tiger, and your brother Arlong were harmed by humans?" Hody spoke with malevolence, viewing the fishmen and humans as two races that could never reconcile. Moreover, he believed that the fishmen were the noble race destined to rule the world. "How fortuitous that the World Conference is being held this year. I shall go to Mariehua and slaughter the kings of all the kingdoms, commencing the reign of the terrifying underwater empire. Look at the pirates before you, Straw Hat. Your fate will soon mirror this. The title of Pirate King shall undoubtedly be mine. What can you 10 feeble beings accomplish against my 100,000 warriors?" With a wave of his hand, shadows of countless figures emerged in the vast underwater square, all fishmen brandishing weapons, their faces alight with murderous intent as they fixated on the Straw Hat pirates, eager to pounce and tear them apart. However, unbeknownst to Hody, the mere mention of the title Pirate King ignited Luffy's fury, his gaze towards Hody filled with determination. "Hody, is it? I will surely defeat you. Your claim to kingship is irrelevant. But as for the title of Pirate King, I alone am sufficient." Luffy's serious and resolute voice resonated throughout the underwater square, leaving all in stunned silence. So what? Just relying on numbers alone, we can crush you. Charge at them, my men. Indeed, we have a force of 100,000. Charge. With a force of 100,000, it was time to get serious. I'll handle 50,000. Sanji, if you're scared. Just watch, Zoro said nonchalantly. "What did you say? Am I scared? Green algae head, do you want a beating?" Sanji retorted, his eyes ablaze, as if he were on fire. Smack! While the two were locked in a fierce argument, Luffy silently separated them, striding directly towards Hody, utterly unfazed by the fishmen brandishing their swords nearby. "Haha, I got this. The bounty of 400 million is mine. Die, Straw Hat." The fishmen, with fierce expressions, swung their weapons to strike at Luffy. Just as they were about to land their blows, Luffy looked up from beneath his straw hat, his eyes widening in intensity. At that moment, the Conqueror's haki erupted forth, a formidable and terrifying aura manifesting in a circular shockwave. Under the pressure of the Conqueror's haki, the lower-ranking fishmen rolled their eyes back and collapsed to the ground, half of the 100,000 warriors losing consciousness in an instant, bereft of any combat ability. "What is this?" Hody was stunned. This power exceeded his comprehension. He felt like a frog at the bottom of a well, gazing up at the moon, utterly unaware of the vastness of the world. "Impressive, Straw Hat. Is this the work of the Straw Hat?" "Incredible," Jinbei marveled, acknowledging Luffy's talent as he recognized the growth achieved in the mere 2 years. If you can't even reach this level, it's time for a new captain," Zoro remarked with a hint of pride as he observed Luffy's back. "Let's cause some chaos." Giant pistol. Luffy inflated his arm to an enormous size, leaping high into the air before delivering a powerful punch downwards. The colossal arm struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a massive crater spanning several meters and cracking the earth for dozens of meters, instantly incapacitating over 100 fishmen. Simultaneously, Zoro, Sanji, and the others unleashed various techniques honed over the 2 years, their overwhelming power causing the fishmen to cry out in despair. Impossible! There are 5,000 of us. Damn it, how can they be so strong? Is this truly an enemy we can defeat? The new fisherman pirates looked on in horror at the Straw Hat Pirates wreaking havoc before them, their expressions darkening. The fierce, sword-wielding tornadoes and the airborne assaults were dismantled by a man who could fly, while the battlefield crackled with thunder and an array of bizarre and formidable techniques overwhelmed the fishmen, rendering them unable to resist. More and more fishmen fell, losing their will to fight. Damn it, it seems we must enter the fray ourselves. Kekekek, watch as I rise from the depths and eliminate them all. The cadres of the new fisherman pirates, now serious, recognized the formidable strength of the Straw Hat Pirates. However, their overwhelming confidence led them to believe they would not be defeated. Moreover, they had the enhancement of the drug, a power that left everyone feeling lost. Boom! A massive stone flew from the clouds of dust as Hody, gazing at Luffy with an impassive expression, steeled himself and swallowed dozens of the enhancement drugs. In an instant, a wild and terrifying power surged throughout his body. Hody clenched his fists, feeling an unprecedented surge of strength. Straw Hat Luffy, today, Fishman Island will become your grave. Hody's crimson gaze locked onto Luffy, and in an instant, he charged towards him with blinding speed, vanishing from his position. Boom! A powerful shockwave surged toward Luffy's face. But with the foresight granted by Haki, Luffy easily deflected it, and the two figures rapidly clashed in midair. The collision of their terrifying powers produced explosive sounds, and as Luffy effortlessly countered each attack, Hody felt an unfamiliar sense of helplessness for the first time. Yet, with a deep glance at Luffy, Hody devised a solution. As a fishman, he could defeat his land-bound opponent in the water. Just then, a massive shadow loomed over the island, accompanied by maniacal laughter. Waha! Ever since I saw you 10 years ago, I fell in love with you. Accept my love, for this Noah's Ark is my final offering. Objects marked by my target fruit will never cease until they strike their target. Let Fishman Island be utterly obliterated beneath the eternal love. Bandai Dakin stood atop Noah's Ark, gazing down at the densely packed figures in the square, his laughter echoing madly. Since I cannot possess it, let everything vanish completely. Since the very beginning, Daikin intended to annihilate Fishman Island, only to be betrayed. What a wretched individual. Upon hearing Daikin's voice, Hody's gaze turned frigid, a murderous intent surging from his core. No one could dare betray him. Stop! As the Noah Ark continued to sink, Princess White Star swam to the outermost edge of the bubble barrier, spreading her arms and calling out loudly. Wow, Princess White Star! Daikin gazed upon the person he had dreamed of for over a decade, speechless with excitement, mistakenly believing that she had come to terms with marrying him. White Star, marry me. I refuse. Upon hearing such a resolute denial, Daikin's heart shattered once more. Determined, he activated the power of the devil fruit again, sending the massive Noah Ark crashing down upon Fishman Island. Damn it! Luffy saw White Star in midair, his brow furrowing as he swiftly dashed in her direction. Upon reaching a certain distance, he launched himself forward, a piece of coral capable of producing bubbles clenched in his mouth. Captain Hody, the Straw Hat Kid is gone. Hody sneered, no one can escape. He fixed a cruel smile upon Luffy, White Star, and Daikin, then charged forward, aiming for the depths of the sea. If he could eliminate Daikin, the power of the devil fruit would dissipate, and the falling Noah Ark would completely obliterate the antiquated Fishman Island, allowing him to construct a new Fishman Kingdom. Coward Star, swim away, Luffy shouted, and upon hearing his voice, White Star understood his intention and quickly swam upward, aiming to distance Noah from Fishman Island. Daikin, how could you betray me? Hody appeared aboard the Noah Ark, locating the frenzied Daikin, staring at him with an expressionless face. Hody, don't think I'm oblivious. You are using me too. Once your plan succeeds, you won't hesitate to kill me, will you? Daikin retorted scornfully upon hearing Hody's words. Is that so? Since you are aware, then perish. Hody smirked, his sharp teeth glinting with a bloodthirsty gleam as he advanced menacingly. In a swift motion, a trident pierced Daikin's abdomen, blood gushing forth as intense pain drained the color from his face, twisting his expression as he gazed at Hody. "You shall die too." Daikin hurled his axe, adorned with a rose emblem, intending to slay Hody directly. However, Hody, under the influence of drugs, easily evaded the attack. The spinning axe returned like a boomerang, targeting Hody once more. Yet, in a moment of panic, Daikin instinctively raised his leg, attempting to strike Hody with the blade on his shoe, only to be bitten on the calf by Hody, who had lowered himself just enough to evade the returning axe. Umelu. Daikin's grotesque face displayed terror as he attempted to dodge the oncoming axe, but Hody had him firmly in his grasp. The axe struck Daikin's waist with brutal precision, nearly severing his body in half, crimson blood gushing forth and staining the wooden deck beneath him. Daikin swayed, losing control of his body, and collapsed over the side of the Noah Ark's deck. "Humph! As a longtime ally, I shall grant you one last wish before your demise, allowing you to witness White Star perish before your very eyes," Hody coldly declared, turning his gaze toward the swiftly swimming White Star and her companions above. "I will not allow you to approach Coward Star," Luffy proclaimed, his expression resolute as he faced the approaching Hody. "Then let us see you try." Hody scoffed dismissively. In the depths of the sea, the domain of the fishmen, how could an inferior human hope to match him? The battle reignited, but due to the ocean's depths, Luffy struggled to exert his strength and was repeatedly repelled by Hody. Eventually, their frenzied combat brought them aboard the Noah Ark, where the abundant oxygen revitalized Luffy. A giant elephant gun, armament hockey enveloped his colossal rubber fist, crashing down upon Hody's face, the surrounding air rushing away in the wake of the impact. Luffy's formidable elephant gun struck Hody. Pua! Hody spat blood, the forceful blow causing his internal organs to feel dislocated. Phew! How could this be? I cannot lose. Hody's chest heaved violently as he glanced at the last of his lethal drugs, steeling himself before consuming it. The effects of the drug surged from the depths of his body, invigorating him with newfound strength. Hody's crimson eyes fixated on Luffy, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. Bite! The sheer velocity allowed Hody to appear before Luffy in an instant, his sharp teeth sinking into Luffy's shoulder. The terrifying force of his bite penetrating flesh and blood erupting forth, soaking Luffy's clothing. "Ah!" Luffy cried out in pain, quickly extending his other arm, hardening it with armament hockey and slamming it against Hody's head, sending him flying while leaving a set of razor-sharp teeth embedded in Luffy's shoulder. "Zahaha! Kit! It is already too late for you," Hody exclaimed with excitement, gazing at the Noah Ark merely 100 meters from Fishman Island. If he could shatter the bubble surrounding the island, the Straw Hat Pirates and all humans would perish. Faced with Hody's final frenzy, Luffy's expression turned serious. He took a deep breath, then his arms rapidly expanded, seemingly sprouting two giant limbs. Ghoul Montak, multi-elephant gun. Luffy's figure flickered, appearing near Hody. In an instant, his two massive arms, hardened with armament hockey, surged forward, as Hody beheld the ever-growing shadow before him. An unprecedented fear gripped his heart. Was he about to lose? Unyielding, Hody attempted one last stand. Yet, with each of Luffy's relentless elephant gun strikes, Hody's fate was sealed. He was smashed into the Noah Ark's cabin, a cloud of dust rising as the malicious and brutal Hody was defeated. Damn it! Stop! Though Hody had been vanquished, his expression remained tense as he observed the sinking Noah Arkansas. Luffy leaped high, exerting every ounce of strength to launch an attack, intending to destroy the vessel entirely to preserve Fishman Island. Everyone, witnessing Luffy's desperate cries aboard the Noah Ark, began to cheer him on. No one wished for their home to be destroyed. However, as Luffy continued his frenzied assault, a series of resigned voices echoed from the depths of the sea. To his astonishment, colossal sea kings emerged around the Noah Ark, seizing the chains that bound it and pulling the Noah Ark away. Realizing the descent of Noah had been halted by the sea kings, Luffy's strength waned, causing him to collapse onto the broken wood of the ship's cabin. What a pity. With Noah in such a state, it should still be usable, right? It should be, they replied. Finally, we can call upon you. How many years has it been? Over 100, perhaps? The new generation of Fishman Princess has finally awakened. What are you talking about? White Star, perplexed, looked at the Sea Kings before her, questioning their words. In truth, from the moment you were born, you were our queen. It was thanks to the Straw Hat Kids' powerful belief in saving Fishman Island that your strength was awakened. Alas, Noah has been damaged beyond recognition. I wonder if it can still be repaired. Just now, could the Straw Hat Kid hear our conversation? Impossible. How could a human possibly hear us? Nothing is impossible. In fact, decades ago, during my travels, I encountered an individual engaged in conversation with the Princess of the Sea by Xing, imparting all the knowledge he possessed. Well, the bubble has been absorbed by the Fishman Island. Hurry and rescue the Straw Hat Kid. Humans cannot survive in the deep sea. Lord Luffy, upon hearing this, Bai Xing wiped away her tears and rushed towards Luffy. A few days later, Luffy had fully recovered and was ready to bid farewell to Fishman Island, officially entering the new world to embark on a brand new adventure. However, at that moment, King Neptune informed them of the theft of the treasure vault. Under Nami's inquiry, he promised that whoever could retrieve the treasure would be entitled to it. Consequently, the three formidable members of the Straw Hat Pirates, under Nami's pressure, obediently set off to seek her treasure on Fishman Island. Eventually, after an extensive search, Luffy and his companions discovered a figure lying unconscious on the ground. It was Caribou, the thief behind the Deep Sea Dragon Palace heist, who had attempted to capture Princess Bai Xing just hours earlier, but was knocked out by Luffy's punch. Look, here he is, Luffy said with a smile, pointing at the fallen Caribou. Well, it seems he's been knocked out by your punch. Let us quickly gather the treasure. It's time to set sail. Chikuxiu, I had intended to reside in this affectionate ocean for a year. Haha, lecherous Kappa. What did you say, green algae head? As expected, Zoro and Sanji, both capable of instigating quarrels, began bickering instantly. What is happening? At that moment, Luffy's voice interrupted the two in the midst of their argument. Following Luffy's gaze, they discovered the ministers of Fishman Island engaged in a dispute. Hey, Mr. Luffy. The fishmen and mermaids outside the snack factory beamed genuine smiles upon Luffy's arrival, for he was the great benefactor of Fishman Island. The banquet is not over. Why are you all out here? Hee, we are already stuffed. The snacks were delicious, Luffy replied, smiling at the fishmen who had provided him with such delightful treats. Shoo. Hearing Luffy exclaim so loudly about the consumed snacks, the fishmen gestured for him to remain silent. However, oblivious as always, Luffy became intrigued by a lion before him. What a peculiar lion. You're not part of the Fishman tribe, are you? Snacks. Did you just say you ate my snacks? Upon hearing this, Bikomusu's expression changed dramatically as he glared at Luffy, furious. Wait, the lion can talk. How fascinating. I have similar creatures on my ship, Luffy remarked, looking curiously at Bikomusu. Found him. Straw Hat Kid Luffy, with a bounty of 400 million berry. A notorious pirate from the era of great evils, who caused a ruckus at Marine headquarters 2 years ago. Bikomusu quickly flipped through his notebook and found Luffy's information. Though the bounty was substantial, he cautioned, you must understand, this is the territory of the great pirate Big Mom. Fishman Island exchanges numerous snacks each month for the protection of the Empress. Observing Luffy's nonchalant demeanor, Bikomusu furrowed his brow and scolded. However, now that the snacks are gone, can he not wait a moment longer? He displays no semblance of masculinity. She is not male. Big Mom is a formidable female pirate. Now that the snacks are gone, the agreement to protect Fishman Island is null and void. It won't be long before the warriors of Big Mom's pirate crew arrive and completely obliterate Fishman Island. Baron Egg threatened. Are you really going to destroy a nation just because you didn't get any snacks? Luffy bellowed in fury. Of course, she is one of the 4 emperors. Just then, as the argument continued, the sound of a transponder snail rang out, causing both Bikomusu and Baron Egg to tremble, for they knew Big Mom was calling. As they all hesitated over who would answer the call, Luffy's hand had already reached out. Hello, is this Big Mom? Who are you? I am Monkey D. Luffy. a man destined to become the pirate king. I have consumed all of the snacks you desired. Now I can only offer treasure in exchange. Oh, the grandson of Garp, the newcomer who caused a stir at Marine headquarters 2 years ago. After a lengthy pause, Big MOM's voice came through the transponder snail. Treasure? Are you saying these are all treasures? Baron Egg gazed at the 3 large bags of treasure behind Luffy, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Mama, I believe we can negotiate. I will try my best to procure delicious snacks on the return journey. Silence. Treasure? Do you think I am someone who can be swayed by mere treasure? Nonetheless, as you wish, I shall agree. I am intrigued by this newcomer who dares to challenge me. I also have matters to discuss with you. How could I entrust Fishman Island to someone like you? Just wait. I will surely send you flying, Luffy declared with utmost seriousness. In a new world, under clear skies and bright sunshine, on a certain small island. However, smoke billowed, cannon fire erupted, and the echoes of murderous roars filled the air. I never expected you would fall to such depths after betraying the Navy. Is this your pursuit? The Navy has rotted away. The new Navy is the eternal justice. Filthy pirates should not be imprisoned in an underwater jail. Immediate execution is the only option. It seems reasoning is futile. Shiozwa, we have nothing left to discuss. Will you stop me? Of course. Former comrades now stood as enemies on this smoke-filled battlefield, the atmosphere thick with the scent of death. As students of the former Marine Admiral Zifa, their conflicting ideologies of justice collided fiercely on this island. There was no room for discussion. A battle was imminent. Both being elite members of the Navy and adept practitioners of the 6 styles, neither could overpower the other. The reason for their conflict stemmed from Shiozwa of the new Navy, who, unbeknownst to Admiral Zifa, had committed widespread destruction against the Navy's warships tasked with capturing pirates to express his version of justice. Moreover, he expressed discontent towards Zifa's current right-hand man, Ein, believing he was the true capable aide of Zifa and needed to achieve something shocking to the world. As the fierce battle between the Navy and the new Navy raged on, the Sunnies swiftly approached from the misty distance, targeting the captured pirate Panzerfly, a giant culinary expert. In a certain sea area of the New World, Ein felt helpless regarding Shio's abrupt disconnection, hoping that he would not ruin Zifa's plans, as it would render all their efforts futile. Just after the call ended, Ein suddenly sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure approaching, as if an unparalleled beast were near, and with his Kinbunchika haki, he could barely discern its general direction. Oh, hello there, beautiful. You are a cadre of the Haotian pirates, Beast King Te La, Ein said, gazing at the figure appearing in the sky, her eyes slightly lifting, her tone revealing surprise. I didn't expect I was quite famous, ha. Te La chuckled joyfully upon hearing Ein recognize her, then patted the head of the mutated sea eagle beneath her and slowly descended to the ground. With her massive wings flapping, a gale swept through, stirring up dust on the ground, momentarily rendering it impossible to open one's eyes. What brings you here? Under the command of Captain Foam, I have come to extend an invitation to Mr. Zifa to join the Haotian pirate crew. Terra, observing the hostile expression on Ein's face, shrugged and smiled as he articulated the purpose of his visit. Despite this, he remained uncertain as to why Xia Hao had initiated such an endeavor. Impossible. Teacher Zifa would never align himself with evil and vicious pirates. Upon hearing Terra's words, Ein's countenance darkened, and he spoke in a low voice. Do they truly not understand the reasons behind Teacher Zifa's departure from the Navy? Although the Haotian pirate crew also identifies as pirates, we have never engaged in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents, nor have we harmed civilians. In contrast to the hypocritical justice of the world government and the Navy, who act out of necessity, I believe we embody a more genuine form of justice. Moreover, should Mr. Zifa choose to join us, we will ensure that the pirates responsible for the murder of his family are dealt with. This matter is beyond my authority. Ein responded, falling silent. Under different circumstances, he would have outright refused. However, when it comes to vengeance, no one can substitute for Teacher Zifa. His wife and child have been slain, his students, whom he painstakingly nurtured, have been killed, while the very pirates responsible for such atrocities are invited by the world government to become Shichibukai. What then is the essence of the justice we have struggled to uphold for all these years? Humph. Return and tell Xia Hao that I shall never join the pirates. The sudden voice brought a flicker of joy to Ain's face, and upon turning, he indeed saw XiaHao standing not far behind, his robust figure shining brightly under the sun. Teacher, Mr. XiaHao, we come with sincere intentions. Depart now, before I harbor any murderous intent towards you. XiaHao's tone was icy, for had it not been for certain reasons, he would never allow a pirate to appear before him. Very well, as expected, Terra thought, shaking his head. Indeed, extraordinary justice, he mused, before swiftly leaping onto the back of a sea eagle, vanishing from the view of XiaHao and Ain in the blink of an eye. Teacher XiaHao, I believe it is best not to continue this discussion. While I have some acquaintance with that brat Xia Hao due to specific circumstances, it is merely a trivial connection. Our paths diverge, and we must each follow our own aspirations. I will not relinquish the justice I hold dear. Pirates will always remain pirates. When choosing a path, some individuals are destined never to walk together. XiaHao raised his hand, directly interrupting Ain's words, for he understood what Ain wished to convey. Once blinded by hatred and angered by the Navy's hypocrisy and ineptitude, he now sought only to transform the entire world. Should the world's order crumble, he would construct a new realm imbued with true justice. 5 days later, on the island of Murphy in the New World. Did he refuse? XiaHao inquired, gazing at the somewhat embarrassed Terra as he handed him a glass of red wine, speaking nonchalantly. Yes, not only that, but he also kicked me out. Truly, he is a stubborn old fool. It seems that each individual from the old era is filled with passionate fervor. A mere attempt at persuasion proves futile. However, opportunities do exist. Opportunity? What opportunity? Let's wait a while longer. I believe XiaHao will change his mind. XiaHao lifted the glass of red wine from the table to his lips, savoring a sip while his gaze drifted to the clear sky and azure sea before him. Recall all the officers of the Haotian pirate crew. Significant actions are imminent in the coming days. XiaHao glanced at Terra as he spoke. XiaHao intended to rescue XiaHao during the impending conflict between the Navy and his disciples, altering the fate decreed by the current Marine Admiral Akainu, where Admiral Kazuru would personally intervene, and the lethargic Akiji would seal their fate. No one desires death, and XiaHao's current students are also his Achilles heel. Yes, indeed. The former Marine Admiral XiaHao, it is said that most of the current Marine leaders are his disciples. What the admirals? I shall ensure you all return to your former selves. Luffy, gazing at the transformed, childlike Nami and others, clenched his fists, his expression earnest. Ho ho ho, in fact, I rather enjoy the current state, despite having turned into a skeleton. You speak true. While Miss Nami in her childhood was undeniably adorable, I prefer the mature version of her. TCH, Lecher's Kappa, you insolent green-haired rascal. Do you wish to be punished? Ha, what did you say? Be cautious, or I shall slay you. Silence, all of you. With a powerful punch, Nami's fist descended upon the heads of the two, instantly subduing them. 5 days later, at the last lava lake in the New World, this was an island riddled with volcanoes, where volcanic ash drifted through the sea breeze, enveloping the entire space in a gray haze. Surrounding the volcanoes, explosive rocks, encased in glass bottles, lay buried within the stones. Their unleashed ferocious energy would obliterate the entire island. Moreover, the disappearance of the 3 lava lakes would trigger seismic activity, causing volcanoes throughout the world to erupt, leading to the extinction of the pirates of the New World, stripping them of their very existence. Return my straw hat. Luffy shouted earnestly at the former Marine Admiral XiaHao, standing in the center of the island. To restore his companions to their original forms and reclaim his straw hat to fulfill his vow, Luffy and his crew had tirelessly pursued XiaHao's whereabouts. You've arrived, kid, but the last lava lake has already begun to erupt. It is futile to come now, XiaHao coldly remarked as he observed Luffy rushing towards him. Hearing XiaHao's taunting tone, Luffy furrowed his brow, fixing a serious gaze upon the former Marine Admiral. I did not come here for that. I'm solely here to reclaim my hat. The hat. What use does such an item hold for you? It is my compass in becoming the Pirate King, Luffy declared with utmost seriousness, clenching his fists tightly. This time, he would not be easily defeated. Dreams? Umph. I shall not permit evil pirates to harbor any so-called dreams. They are but a group of scoundrels wreaking havoc upon the seas. I shall utterly annihilate all pirates. XiaHao scoffed, his hatred for pirates having rendered his demeanor increasingly volatile. Once opposed to killing admirals, he had now become the new marine leader advocating for their complete destruction. With those words, XiaHao swung his prosthetic limb towards Luffy, determined that no one would impede him. A fierce close-quarters battle commenced. Meanwhile, Luffy's trusted allies, Zoro and Sanji, also joined the fray, engaging in combat with XiaHao's two favorite disciples. Simultaneously, outside the lava lake, a vast contingent of Marines surrounded the area, led by Admiral Kizaru. Amidst several Marine vice admirals and thousands of soldiers, their expressions were grave as they observed the shockwaves of battle emanating from the island center. This would be a confrontation between justice and a new form of justice, a battle between master and disciple. Boom! Luffy clashed fists with Admiral XiaHao once more, the immense force causing both to stagger back several steps. The prolonged intensity of their battle had significantly drained their stamina, their breaths becoming noticeably labored. Kid, why do you persist, even when utterly exhausted? You must understand that you are merely a pirate. Even if you were to defeat me, you would gain no good reputation in the eyes of the world. I shall act according to my own principles. If I cannot defeat you here, I will never become the Pirate King. Ha ha! What a peculiar rationale. With a singular focus on reclaiming his straw hat, Luffy launched another offensive, his arm rapidly extending in an explosive motion, delivering a forceful punch to XiaHao's head. The battle reignited, and Luffy and XiaHao engaged in close combat once again. As the two individuals were on the verge of determining a clear victor, a languid voice disrupted the battle. Admiral Kizaru, upon witnessing the yellow flash materialize not far away, both the Straw Hat crew and the hastily arriving Ein were taken aback. The emergence of a third-party top-tier combatant at such a moment was far from fortuitous. Borisolino. Ignoring the situation, Kizaru greeted his former mentor, Zifa, acknowledging that their positions had diverged significantly since Zifa chose to depart from the Navy and confront pirates in his own manner. You should leave, Straw Hat Kid. I will provide cover for you. Ein, you must also escape from here swiftly. As more familiar faces began to appear, Zifa raised his hand, his figure stepping forward, his solemn voice causing everyone to momentarily pause. Uncle, Luffy's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to comprehend Zifa's motives. Go now, kid. Don't you have your own adventures to pursue? Hurry and get out of here. I will act in my preferred manner until the very end, and thus the final price must be borne by me. Otherwise, even in death, how could I face those who have passed? Zifa trudged forward, his somber demeanor evoking silence and awe among all present. Teacher Zifa, Ein, gazing at Zifa's departing figure, anxiously attempted to follow. Yet at that moment, a towering, massive wall of ice, extending hundreds of meters, rose abruptly from the ground, effectively blocking everyone behind Zifa and freezing the erupting debris. Damn you, Kazan. Is this your way of crafting my final tune? With a disdainful smirk, Zifa plunged into the fray of the Navy, single-handedly wreaking havoc. Having chosen this path, he resolved to press on, even at the cost of bloodshed. Farewell, Teacher Zifa. Hachi Roku Jogoyu. Kizaru observed the fallen Navy soldiers and finally made his move, a ferocious golden flash coalescing before him. As the sound echoed, a barrage of laser beams began to rain down upon Zifa. Is this truly my final fate? Boom! Just as everyone braced for the old veteran's imminent demise, a cataclysmic explosion shattered the somber atmosphere. Before Zifa, a verdant expanse of colossal trees materialized, intercepting all attacks. I don't care about anything else, Mr. Zifa. XiaHao, what is happening? Why has the Sea Emperor of the New World appeared here? The former pirate King Roger's crew intern, a legendary figure renowned since the previous era. Why would he intervene? What is transpiring? The Navy murmured among themselves, bewildered by XiaHao's appearance. You shouldn't have come. Yet I have, Mr. Zifa. I personally invite you to join the Haotian pirate crew, where you can realize all your aspirations, even justice. Justice? Zifa retorted coldly. A brutal sea emperor of the New World speaks to me of justice? What a jest. Why is it impossible? Since my debut, the Haotian pirate crew has never slain a single civilian. Every action taken has been in self-defense. In comparison, both the world government and the Navy are far more excessive. Moreover, should you join us, I will personally capture that Shichibukai. Additionally, many years ago, I dispatched individuals to apprehend the pirate who harmed Mr. Zifa's family. If all goes well, they are currently at Murphy Island. What do you say? It seems you've conducted thorough investigations, but everything is in the past. Now, I simply wish to conclude matters in my own way. Boss, this old man talks too much. Just then, a Xing appeared behind Zifa, delivering a swift blow that knocked him unconscious before tucking him under his arm. Everyone, I will take him. Xia Hao stood at the bow of a massive pirate ship, arms crossed, his gaze steady upon the seething navy ahead. Though his voice was soft, it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. At that moment, the sea was calm, sunlight cascading down, illuminating Xia Hao's tall and imposing figure in a flowing black cloak, which fluttered in the breeze, enhancing his aura of authority and dominance. The navy, armed and glaring, was led by Admiral Kizaru, who gazed at Xia Hao with a grave expression, exclaiming, "Xia Hao, you cannot take Mr. Zifa. Do you truly wish to wage war against the entire navy?" Xia Hao's lips curled into a slight, scornful smile as he replied, "What of war? You, the so-called champions of justice, would draw your swords against a former mentor. It is truly disheartening. Today I must take this man." Kizaru furrowed his brow, fully aware that Xia Hao was one of the most notorious sea emperors of the New World, his strength unfathomable. Moreover, recklessly engaging him in battle could lead to significant casualties among the soldiers and potentially ignite a large-scale conflict that would engulf the entire world. After all, each of the current sea emperors commands a formidable faction, and any action taken by either side could have far-reaching implications for the global balance. Recalling the harrowing Marineford War, which still haunted many, he remembered how the Navy headquarters had gathered most of its elite to confront the Whitebeard pirates in a life-and-death struggle. The clash had been fierce, the blood staining the island crimson, leaving the Navy headquarters in ruins. Despite emerging victorious, the Navy had paid an extraordinarily heavy price, suffering severe losses. In order to recover its former glory, the Navy had been compelled to recruit extensively worldwide. After enduring lengthy and arduous selections, they had finally managed to enlist a new batch of exceptional recruits. However, even so, the existing forces appeared inadequate against the increasingly rampant and expanding pirate factions. If the Navy wishes to go to war, I await you in the New World. Upon hearing Kizaru's words, Xia Hao's smile deepened, his tone relaxed. You. Kizaru looked helplessly at the unyielding Xia Hao. He had no intention of battling an overwhelmingly powerful sea emperor, yet failing in his mission was equally undesirable, especially when he envisioned Hakainu's brooding face, which made him sigh inwardly. His gaze drifted to the distant sea, where a multitude of pirate ships lay in wait. Should a conflict arise, it was likely that they would all be annihilated, save for him. This thought stirred a profound sense of powerlessness within Kizaru. Furthermore, the moment Xia Hao appeared, the previously sorrowful expressions of the Navy transformed into a complex tapestry of emotions. Relief mingled with an indescribable turmoil. After all, Zifa, a former admiral and instructor of the Navy, held a position of profound importance akin to that of a mentor for every sailor on this island. It is no exaggeration to state that every Navy personnel present had been personally instructed by Zifa. However, they now faced the grim reality of betraying their teacher. This was undoubtedly a task that none would willingly undertake. Yet, military orders were paramount. Once Mr. Zifa resolutely departed from the Navy, they had irrevocably split into two distinctly opposed factions. Once a bond as close as that of father and son, the profound relationship between master and disciple has unexpectedly transformed into a life-and-death rivalry. Mr. Zifa, to once again feel the vibrant pulse of life, Must be quite a delightful sensation, wouldn't it? The figure of Xia Hao flickered like a specter, instantly teleporting before XiaHao. Such swiftness even caused the renowned yellow ape, endowed with the powers of the Pika Pika no Mi, to regard him with solemnity. It is noteworthy that even yellow ape, a master of light, was astonished, highlighting the extraordinary prowess Xia Hao presently exhibited. Not too shabby, he chuckled. However, young man, I shall never join your pirate crew. You must be well aware that I have harbored a profound disdain for pirates throughout my life. XiaHao gazed at Xia Hao, his expression placid, yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of complex emotions that were hard to discern. He was reluctant to owe anyone a favor, particularly from a pirate perceived as malevolent by society. Join us. To be honest, I have never entertained such a thought. My visit here is solely out of admiration and respect for you. I sincerely wish to invite you as a guest to our pirate crew. Of course, if possible. I would also appreciate it if you could spare a bit of your precious time to help train my rather inept subordinates, Xia Hao said with a smile, his tone lighthearted. Upon hearing this, XiaHao's brow furrowed tightly, as if he could trap a fly between them. His deep-set eyes shot forth like cold lightning, attempting to penetrate Xia Hao's heart and discern his true intentions. However, after a thorough scrutiny, XiaHao was left disillusioned. The Xia Hao before him appeared exceptionally calm, as if all he had just said was mere idle chatter. Perhaps it would be more suitable for us to converse in a different locale. The atmosphere here is rather stifling, Xia Hao suggested, glancing around before pointing into the distance. Very well, then let us proceed, XiaHao replied, his heart finally at ease upon seeing his beloved disciple unharmed. He exhaled a long breath of relief and nodded in agreement. As Xia Hao and XiaHao turned to leave, the surrounding naval officers exchanged bewildered glances, utterly unprepared for the developments that had transpired. Confusion reigned as they struggled to determine their next course of action. All eyes inadvertently fell upon Yellow Ape, the highest-ranking officer present. Stand aside. The invisible aura of Conqueror's hockey surged forth, seemingly solidifying the space within 100 meters. In an instant, all the Navy personnel within that range felt as though they were being crushed by a mountain, the black and red lightning coursing freely, causing the weaker officers to collapse. Even the vice admirals struggled under the weight of Xia Hao's hockey, with the ground beneath cracking like spider webs under its influence. Sighing, Yellow Ape watched as Xia Hao and XiaHao departed aboard their pirate ship. He resolved to report the events that transpired here in their entirety to the Navy headquarters. Understood. At the new Marine headquarters, upon hearing the young naval officer's report, Sakazuki's expression grew increasingly grim. He took a deep drag from the cigar at his side, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Bang! These wicked pirates shall someday be eradicated entirely. Synopsis. In this year, Roger and Garp united to vanquish the Rocks pirates at God Valley, marking the dawn of Roger's era. In the same year, while traversing the Grand Line, Roger's crew rescued Xia Hao, an unexpected visitor to the pirate world, who consequently became an intern with the Roger Pirates. Thus, the entire world underwent a monumental transformation with Xia Hao's arrival. Buggy. Xia Hao is the most terrifying individual I have ever encountered. Never provoke him. Otherwise, you will be left with nothing.